My name is Chen Chao. One day, while wandering through an amusement park with my goddess, I inadvertently stumbled upon a nefarious transaction involving men in black. In a moment of dire peril, I summoned the remarkable Kara Zor-El, the cousin of Superman. The man in black remarked, "I sensed someone was standing behind me." When I turned around, I saw a little girl who suddenly threw a punch at me. I was careless and didn't dodge. Chapter 1. A heroine emerges. Hello, officer. My name is Chen Chao, a hero by mere inclination. Today, I invited my goddess to explore the amusement park in Yinching and accidentally discovered two men in black engaged in some illicit dealings. I am currently keeping an eye on them. Please dispatch an awakener to assist me immediately. What? You inquire what evidence I possess to substantiate their criminal actions? Come on, who in their right mind wears all black and sunglasses at night? Officer, you must believe me, I am a professional. Moreover, I hold a certification from the Extraordinary Association, a C-Class registered hero license. My hero name is the Cloaked Superman, ranked 1388 in Yinching. Did you just laugh? You were laughing at me, weren't you? I could hear you snorting like a pig. Don't tell me that was your phone ringing. Officer, I know my name sounds a bit juvenile, but I initially intended to call myself Superman. Alas, that name was already taken, and I had no choice. That's not the crux of the matter. The key point is that you must trust me. I am a professional, and the other party might be armed, which is why I need your support. If they weren't armed, I could handle it myself. After all, I do have a C-Class registered hero license. Chen Chao crouched stealthily at the entrance of an alley, speaking in a hushed tone while nervously peeking out at the two men in black engaged in their transaction. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Who? Before Chen Chao could turn around, a fierce gust of wind swept past him, followed by a baseball bat crashing heavily against the back of his head. Despite possessing the strength of a novice awakener, Chen Chao was left bloodied and staggering as he fell to the ground. You were truly careless, not realizing a little brat was tailing you. The assailant, a middle-aged man with a scar across his face, was clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, though the scar was still visible despite his eyewear. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Chao's phone rang with the sound of the police, who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, repeatedly inquiring about Chen Chao's precise location. Without waiting for Chen Chao to respond, the scarred man crushed Chen Chao's phone underfoot. Damn it, this kid actually called the cops. We should just kill him and retreat. One of the slightly overweight men in black stated coldly, drawing a handgun. However, the scarred man waved his hand dismissively. Wait a moment, the gunfire would attract too much attention. I can simply break his neck. With that, the scarred man seized Chen Chao's chin in a powerful grip, preparing to snap his neck. Chen Chao flailed his arms desperately, attempting to thwart the impending violence, but it was futile. As he felt his breath slipping away, unable even to cry out for help, despair enveloped him. Was he truly destined to perish here? Ding. Host awakening detected. Ding. Host awakening failed. Ding. Binding system in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully bound. Would you like to activate the beginner's 70 consecutive draws? What is this? A system? Chen Chao almost thought it was a hallucination brought on by his imminent demise, yet the mention of a system ignited a flicker of excitement within him. 10 years. A full decade. Since arriving in this world 10 years ago, Chen Chao had been yearning for the arrival of the golden finger that every transmigrator possesses. He understood that a transmigrator's golden finger was the ultimate tool for the underdog to triumph. However, although he had transmigrated, the golden finger had never manifested. What an unexpected turn of events. His golden finger appeared in such a manner. It truly validates the saying, the golden finger may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Forgetting the impending danger to his life, Chen Chao's heart surged with fervor as he silently shouted, "System, activate the 70 consecutive draws." In the next instant, his vision blurred. A loading screen resembling a mobile game he had played before suddenly materialized before his eyes. It was his favorite game, DC vs. Marvel. This game featured a chaotic brawl among American comic characters, allowing players to draw cards for various heroes like Superman, Batman, Iron Man, and Thor, as well as weapons and equipment for upgrades and battles. Soon after, the system interface transitioned to the random draw screen. As the card boxes vibrated, beams of light erupted forth. The draws yielded results. Congratulations, host has obtained Wonder Woman character card fragments X2. Congratulations, host has obtained an unnamed agent card from S.H.I.E.L.D. Congratulations, host has obtained a standard agent pistol X1. Congratulations, host has obtained a basic agent combat suit X1. Congratulations, host has obtained Thor's hammer fragments X5. The items obtained thus far emanated white or blue light, indicating their ordinary or rare quality. These were common goods, lacking in allure. However, on the 59th draw, Chen Chao's vision was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling array of colors. The multicolored glow signified a mythic-level item. Congratulations, host has obtained a mythic-level character card, Supergirl Kara Zor-El summonable. Wait a minute, the game only features golden legendary character cards as the highest tier. How did a mythic-level card emerge? In the realm of consciousness, everything transpired at lightning speed, taking scarcely a second in the external world. Chen Chao did not tally the blue skies and white clouds from his 70 draws. Instead, he focused on the singular, radiant mythic-level card. The entire card was aglow. Mythic-level character card, Supergirl Kara Zor-El. Race, Kryptonian. Strength, Intelligence, S. Physical resistance, S. Magical resistance, B. Character skills, under the yellow sun, endowed with super speed and strength from Kryptonian bloodline, flight ability, heat vision, and icy breath. Mythic attribute, summonable. Note, the host may choose to forego the mythic attribute if forfeited. The card will downgrade to a golden legendary character card. Would you like to summon the mythic-level character card, Supergirl Kara Zor-El? This process is irreversible. Summon. Chen Chao was on the brink of having his neck twisted off. Although he had called the police, the awakened agents dispatched by them would take at least 5 minutes to arrive. 5 minutes was ample time for this man in black to kill him 100 times over. Thus, without hesitation, Chen Chao summoned Supergirl. Kid, prepare to die. Scarred face, veins bulging, the grip on Chen Chao's neck tightened, almost ready to snap it. Yet, under the bright moonlight, a shadow abruptly emerged on the ground. This figure seemed to hover midair, her silhouette tall and elegant, with flowing hair dancing in the wind, and a cloak billowing behind her, producing a rustling sound. Who goes there? The black-clad men were startled and turned their heads in unison. They beheld a girl of about 14 or 15 years, with blonde hair and blue eyes, fixedly gazing downwards with her icy azure pupils. Chapter 2, My Cousin. Has a hero arrived? The expressions of the black-clad men turned grim, as they struggled to recall if a flying, blonde-haired, blue-eyed heroine had ever appeared in Yin City. Is she awakened with flight abilities, or is she in a level extraordinary? Forget about that. Open fire. We must eliminate her and retreat. With that, the somewhat portly black-clad man hastily raised his wrist and fired several shots at the figure in the air. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets struck the Supergirl Kara but seemed to bounce off her as if hitting a thick steel plate, failing to affect her in the slightest. Damn it, the bullets are ineffective. She is in a level extraordinary. What bad luck to encounter an extraordinary. Run. Panic-stricken, the black-clad men realized they were merely potential awakeners, capable of dealing with one or two inexperienced awakened ones only under the condition of being armed. But against an extraordinary who could fly, they stood no chance whatsoever. Before the somewhat portly black-clad man could take more than a few steps, Supergirl Kara moved. A gust of wind swept past as he ran quickly, glancing back at the figure above. But at that moment, she had already vanished from sight. Before he could react, a slender hand formed into a fist and came crashing down upon him. Bang! It felt as if a solid lead ball had struck his forehead. The somewhat portly black-clad man was not obliterated by Kara's punch, as she had held back her strength. Instead, he suffered a concussion and a cut. With one punch, she incapacitated one, and Supergirl Kara moved again, becoming a blur as she swiftly dealt with the other two black-clad men. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Chao lay on the ground, clutching his head, grateful for being a potential awakener, as his physical constitution was far superior to that of an average person. He had already recovered from the earlier blow. At that moment, Kara approached him, helped him to his feet, and inquired, "Did you summon me?" Kara spoke not in the language of Huagua, nor any language from Blue Star, yet astonishingly, Chen Chao understood her. "Yes, thank you for saving me." As he stood up, he had previously perceived Kara as towering due to their angle, but now, standing face to face, he realized that this Supergirl barely reached his chest. A superhero at 1.5 meters? A doll with blonde hair, blue eyes, and clad in a red dress with black stockings? Ignoring Chen Chao's astonishment, little Kara turned her neck, scrutinizing her surroundings. Although they were in a narrow alley, Chen Chao knew that Kryptonians had X-ray vision, and the terrain posed no hindrance to the little girl's sight. After a moment, little Kara earnestly looked at Chen Chao and asked, "Is this Earth?" "No, this planet, while resembling Earth, is not Earth, but a place called Blue Star. Fortunately, like Earth, it also has a yellow sun. For Kryptonians, only under the illumination of a yellow sun could they unleash their formidable powers. Chen Chao felt fortunate that the environment of this world closely resembled the Earth before his transmigration. Otherwise, if it had a red sun, the Supergirl he summoned would merely be a 14 or 15-year-old child. Since this is not Earth, it means Kal-El is not here. Kara's long eyelashes fluttered as she appeared quite disheartened. Kal-El, mentioned by Kara, was her cousin, Superman Clark Kent. Chen Chao ruffled his hair and quickly reassured her, Kara, although your cousin is not here, since I was able to summon you, I can certainly summon your cousin as well. Provided he could draw an eternal diamond quality, mythic level card of Clark Kent. He silently added in his mind. As for the probability, the odds of drawing a mythic card were quite low, and within the system's card pool, excluding those of blue skies and white clouds, there were at least 100 metallic legendary cards. Though the odds were slim, hope still lingered. Who knows, perhaps the next draw would yield success. Upon hearing that Chen Chao might summon her cousin, Supergirl Kara's spirits lifted somewhat, and they exchanged a few more words. In Kara's recollection, her memories before being summoned were quite hazy, only retaining some significant events. For instance, Krypton was on the verge of destruction, and she had been sent by her parents to Earth to protect her cousin. Moments later, the sound of police sirens filled the air as several uniformed officers approached. Leading them was a young female officer, appearing to be in her mid-20s, with a ponytail. Despite her youth, she exuded a powerful aura, clearly a high-level awakener. Upon arriving at the scene, the officer first instructed her subordinates to restrain the 3 black-clad men who had been knocked out by Supergirl Kara. Then she approached Chen Chao, saluted, and said, Hello, I am Officer Hang Jun from the Yen City Extraordinary Security Bureau. Are you the one who reported the incident? The bald-caped hero? It's the Superman-caped hero. Chen Chao gritted his teeth in anger. How could she call him bald? What kind of eyesight did she have? Did she not see his flowing hair? Officer Hang Jun merely cast a cursory glance at Chen Chao before shifting her gaze to scrutinize little Kara closely. There was no avoiding it. The girl in the red-blue uniform with an S emblem on her chest, paired with a red skirt and black stockings, was simply too eye-catching to overlook. Who is this? An overseas hero? The officer inquired. Without a moment's thought, Chen Chao replied, She's my cousin. Officer Hang Jun glanced between Chen Chao and Kara, wearing an expression that seemed to say, Are you kidding me? However, she did not delve further into the matter. Although Yen City was not a large city, foreigners were not uncommon, and seeing Kara in her Supergirl uniform, Officer Hang naturally regarded her as a hero. Officer Hang, we've identified these 3 individuals. They are all wanted criminals frequently involved in drug trafficking in this area. The officers quickly established the identities of the 3 black-clad men, and upon hearing they were wanted, Chen Chao's face lit up. Officer Hang, if these 3 are captured, how much merit can I receive? Is there an additional reward? It was no wonder Chen Chao was so excited. In this realm endowed with extraordinary powers, individuals can awaken formidable abilities through diligent study and rigorous training. Chen Chao is among a burgeoning group of aspirants striving toward becoming awakened beings. For the average person, the essentials of life, rice, oil, and salt, can be procured with mere currency. Yet, for those who have awakened or yearn to attain such a state, the resources they cultivate and employ cannot be directly quantified in monetary terms. Consequently, the Extraordinary Association has instituted a merit system, enabling individuals to acquire merit through various legitimate avenues, which can then be exchanged for resources utilized by the awakened. At present, Chen Chao possesses the strength of a novice potentialist, yet he has not completed his awakening, necessitating a substantial accumulation of merit to convert into resources. Officer Hang cast a glance at the profiles of the 3 individuals clad in black. These 3 are Grade D wanted criminals. You can redeem a total of 50 merit points, with no additional bonuses. You may exchange the merit points for Huaxia currency. As he spoke, Officer Hang added, However, you must first accompany me to the station to provide a statement. Chapter 3. A truly heartbreaking tale. 50 points of merit equate to a purchasing power of 50,000 Huaxia coins. However, it is rare for individuals to consider merit as currency, for many awakened beings require items that cannot be directly acquired with money. They can only be traded with merit. Even so, for Chen Chao, 50 points of merit represented a considerable fortune. Capturing these 3 wanted criminals yielded him more merit than he would have earned from an entire year spent apprehending petty thieves at the bus station. No problem. Having previously apprehended numerous thieves, Chen Chao was well versed in the process. However, He seemed to recall something and, feeling slightly embarrassed, asked Officer Hang, "May I borrow your phone for a moment?" Today he had finally managed to invite his goddess to the amusement park. Yet upon discovering the nefarious dealings of the men in black, his strong sense of justice compelled him to abandon her and pursue them. After such a long absence, how worried must his goddess be? Perhaps upon realizing the depth of his righteous character, she might inadvertently fall for him, crying out to have his children. What then? The life of a hero, driven by passion, is so simple and mundane, yet tiresome. All right. Officer Hang did not refuse and handed his phone to Chen Chao. Upon receiving it, Chen Chao quickly dialed a number he knew by heart. Soon, a familiar voice emerged from the other end. "Hello, Yin Wu, it's me, Chen Chao. I'm sorry, stinky loser, was it just to buy you a tub of Haagen-Dazs that you ran off so hastily? If you don't have money, why even bother asking? Just scram, you stinky loser. Beep, beep, beep." Chen Chao barely had time to explain before the call was abruptly cut off. The ship of friendship had capsized. It was indeed a sorrowful story. Although the phone was not on speaker, the volume of his goddess's furious voice was so loud that nearby officers could not help but stifle their laughter, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Were it not for the circumstances, they surely would have burst into laughter. One officer even approached and patted Chen Chao on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, be strong." Officer Hang, too, struggled to suppress a smile, glancing at Chen Chao with a hint of sympathy. However, being professionally trained, Officer Hang was resolute in maintaining composure, only succumbing to laughter when absolutely unavoidable. "Here's your phone back." Chen Chao, expressionless, returned the device. The fool was I. Afterward, the three men in black were handcuffed and placed in the police vehicle, and Chen Chao followed to provide his statement and complete the necessary procedures. Supergirl Kara, having been summoned to this world by Chen Chao, found herself in a strange place. The only familiarity she felt at that moment was in Chen Chao's presence. Thus, she accompanied him. Along the way, Kara was like a curious child, filled with wonder at everything in this new world, akin to a person accustomed to the marvels of urban technology suddenly transported to the Stone Age. After all, the technological prowess of Krypton far surpasses that of Blue Planet by millions of degrees. Thus, to Kara, everything on Blue Planet appears so primitive and backward. Fortunately, Kara had yet to master the language of Blue Planet, and aside from Chen Chao, none of the others present could comprehend their conversation. Upon returning to the Extraordinary Guard Bureau, Chen Chao dutifully recorded the day's events, and by the time he finished, it was already 10 in the evening. His 50 merit points were swiftly credited to his account. Observing Officer Hang, who was working diligently late into the night due to his own efforts, Chen Chao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Officer Hang, I truly appreciate your hard work. How about I treat you to a cup of milk tea?" Though Chen Chao's phone was broken, he still possessed some spare change, making the purchase feasible. If worse came to worst, he could always use facial recognition payment. Officer Hang hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed to decline. That would be inappropriate. As a public servant of the Extraordinary Guard Bureau, I absolutely cannot accept anything from the public. But if you insist on treating me, then I suppose it's all right. Not wishing to place this public servant in a difficult position, Chen Chao could only regretfully wave his hand and turn to Kara, who had been following him. With a smile, "Kara, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Come, let me take you to enjoy some delicious food." It is worth mentioning that the three men in black had all been dealt with by Kara. However, since she did not possess an account with the Extraordinary Association, the merit points could not be transferred to her. Thus, Chen Chao felt a sense of responsibility and obligation to act as the guardian of this extraterrestrial girl. As Kara had just arrived and was summoned by Chen Chao, she felt an inexplicable trust towards him and had no objections to his arrangements. The two left the police station in high spirits, leaving Officer Hang in a state of disarray. At the food street of Yin City, they arrived at KFC. As a little girl from Krypton, Kara was accustomed to consuming artificially synthesized nutritional meals. Although these synthetic meals were rich in all essential nutrients, they lacked in flavor. When a bucket of fried chicken was placed on the table, the enticing aroma of the fried chicken wafted through the air. Kara's stomach, ever honest, began to grumble. "Is this food?" The little girl fixated her gaze on the original recipe chicken pieces, as if beholding a masterpiece encapsulating the fast food culture of Blue Planet. "Yes. Don't just stand there, eat up." Chen Chao skillfully picked up a chicken wing and offered it to Kara. Instinctively, the little girl swallowed hard. intending to say she wasn't hungry, but her stomach betrayed her once more with a growl. Then I shan't be polite. Before she could finish her sentence, Kara cautiously took the chicken wing from Chen Chao's hand. Gripping the wing with one hand, she opened her small mouth wide and devoured the entire chicken wing in one bite, chewing eagerly. The intense aroma of fried food mingled with the high-calorie chicken protein creates a veritable feast for the senses with each bite. The sound of crunching bones echoes as she savors every morsel. This spectacle of indulgence is reminiscent of a famished spirit reincarnated. Yet, Kara is oblivious to any semblance of decorum. Having grown up on Krypton, this little girl has never encountered such calorie-laden delights. The scent and exquisite flavor of fried chicken spread through Kara's taste buds like a delightful contagion, enveloping her mind in a euphoric embrace. It was simply divine. In mere moments, she devoured a chicken wing, bones and all, and even licked her fingers in satisfaction. Slow down, don't choke. Have a sip of soda, Chen Chao suggested, as he stuffed a chicken leg into his own mouth and reached for a cup of ice-cold soda to bring to Kara's lips. With each bite of fried chicken followed by a sip of soda, the little Kryptonian's eyebrows arched into crescent moons of delight. The bucket of chicken Chun ordered was scarcely enough to satisfy her insatiable appetite. Nearby, an elderly lady, accompanying her grandson for a meal at KFC, could not help but exclaim, "Goodness gracious, can foreign girls eat so much? If one were to bring her home, what kind of conditions would be required to support such a hunger?" Chen Chao silently scoffed. Kara was not foreign. She was from another world. Do you know Krypton? Kara possessed extraordinary powers on Blue Planet, and along with them, an extraordinary appetite. She polished off 6 pieces from the bucket without even spitting out the bones. The waiter, tasked with clearing the table, looked on in disbelief. After satisfying their hunger, it was now deep into the night. Chen Chao had initially intended to take Kara back to his residence, but upon reflection, he reconsidered. Living in a rented apartment, bringing a little girl, who could potentially attract unwanted attention, back at such an hour would surely prompt the landlady to contact the authorities. Thus, he decided it best for Kara to stay at a hotel for the night, and they could devise a plan in the morning. At a budget hotel, he produced his ID and approached the front desk, softly requesting a private room, please. A 100 deposit. The portly clerk efficiently accepted the ID, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Kara's little head peeking above the counter. The Kryptonian girl was just a tad taller than the desk. The clerk's demeanor shifted as he noticed that Chen Chao was accompanied by a minor, and moreover, an international guest, in reality, an interstellar one. His expression transformed into one of alarm as he scrutinized Chen Chao with a gaze reserved for class enemies. "Brother, this is illegal. How old is she? Do you have any humanity left?" "Beast." The clerk seemed ready to call the authorities at a moment's notice. Wait. It's not what you think. She is my distant cousin. My living situation isn't suitable, so I'm having her stay here for the night. It's truly not what you're imagining." Chen Chao found himself momentarily perplexed, and after a considerable explanation, he managed to slightly alleviate the chubby fellow's inclination to call the police. Once they secured a room, the chubby fellow, with utmost seriousness, declared, "You may escort her upstairs, but should you fail to return within half an hour, or even within 10 minutes, I will indeed call the authorities." Upon finishing his statement, he extended 2 fingers, pointing first to his own eyes and then to Chen Chao, implying that he was watching closely, ensuring that no harm would befall the underage girl. Chen Chao acknowledged him with a sigh, feeling disinclined to offer further clarification. Did he truly appear to be such a person? As for any thoughts concerning a young girl, they could not fathom the ferocity of this little one. Even 100 of him might not stand a chance against her. After ascending the stairs, Chen Chao settled Kara into the room. "Kara, you shall rest here for the night, and I will return for you tomorrow," he assured her, gently stroking her head. The young girl, bewildered by her circumstances, gazed at Chen Chao with wide, glistening eyes, asking in a pitiful tone, "Are you leaving me behind? Is it because I ate too much? I can eat less from now on." Chen Chao nearly succumbed to laughter at her adorably sorrowful expression. Just moments prior, when she had confronted the dark-clad assailants, she had embodied a celestial being, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. It was surprising to witness that even a divine figure could possess such vulnerability. Ultimately, despite her extraordinary powers, Kara remained merely a 14 or 15-year-old girl, and being in an unfamiliar world understandably left her feeling insecure. With this realization, Chen Chao gently pinched her fair cheek and smiled. I will not abandon you. I promise to return for you tomorrow. Perhaps he could inquire with the landlady about the availability of another room. If that were not feasible, he could make the sacrifice of relinquishing his own room to Kara and relocate to the landlady's quarters for the time being. Oh, little Kara, you have no idea how far I would go for you, he mused. After a heartfelt reassurance, although Kara remained somewhat reluctant, she eventually nodded in agreement, then rushed forward to embrace Chen Chao tightly. Careful, careful, my little ancestor. Do you intend to squeeze the life out of me? Being enveloped by the young girl should have been a joyous occasion, yet her strength was astonishing. The impact nearly left Chen Chao's bones shattered. Fortunately, as a potential adept, he was able to withstand her force. Otherwise, a normal person would have surely required medical assistance. During his return journey, Kara stood immobile in the room, employing her light vision abilities to keep her gaze fixed on Chen Chao. She watched as he entered the elevator, exited the building, and hailed a taxi back to his residence. Only after he had settled into his rented apartment, preparing to bathe and sleep, did she shyly withdraw her gaze. Kara then slowly approached the window, gradually attuning her hearing to the myriad sounds of the city unfolding beyond. In an instant, a myriad of voices surged into her ears like a tidal wave. She propelled her thoughts to their utmost limits, ceaselessly absorbing the information emanating from this unfamiliar realm. After an indeterminate span of time, the young girl opened her eyes, rubbed her temples, and murmured two words, Chen Chao. No longer did she speak the language of Krypton, but rather the Mandarin of Blue Star. Chen Chao lay upon his bed, reminiscing about the preceding hours, still feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Prior to this day, he had merely been a mediocre hero, passively awaiting fate. Despite his diligent training and questing, his abilities had remained stagnant, confined to the novice level of potential. The aspiration to become a distinguished and formidable awakened one seemed a distant and unattainable dream, more elusive than the promises made by his boss before his transmigration, who had vowed promotions and raises upon the completion of a project. Today, however, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a group of cloaked figures engaged in nefarious dealings. When they discovered his presence and intended to silence him, he unexpectedly bound himself to a peculiar system, one that bore a striking resemblance to his favorite game, Battle of Marvel, from before his transmigration. He recalled that in his 70 draws, he had seemingly acquired a plethora of items. Chen Chao then remembered the novice gift pack, which, aside from yielding a card to summon the superheroine Kara into the real world, also contained a plethora of azure skies and white clouds. The white items were of common quality, while the blue represented rare quality. Between the blue skies and the colorful myths lay the golden legendary items. As Chen Chao's consciousness navigated the system interface, a cinematic sequence unfolded, one depicting the clash between Superman and Thor. He swiftly accessed his inventory, where the majority of his lottery items consisted of common character cards, including nameless agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Among the rare character cards were Agent Coulson from S.H.L.D. and the hacker Felicity from Team Arrow. Additionally, he possessed fragments of golden legendary character cards, 12 shards of Wonder Woman Diana, 70 shards of Superman Clark Kent, and 10 shards of Captain America Steve Rogers. The remainder comprised low-tier equipment and equipment fragments. The system inquired if he wished to synthesize a golden legendary character card, Superman Clark Kent, given that he had met the requirements for the character card fragments. Just a legendary quality? He had just promised Kara he would summon a Superman for her. With a resigned sigh, Chen Chao acknowledged that to summon a character, it must be a mythic grade card. What he currently held was merely the golden legendary Superman card. Disregarding these thoughts, he silently commanded, synthesize. The moment the command was issued, a radiant golden light enveloped the system interface. As the brilliance faded, a resplendent character card materialized before Chen Chao's eyes. Legendary character card, Superman Clark Kent, Kal-El, race, Kryptonian strength, intelligence, physical resistance, magical resistance, character skills, under the radiant glow of a yellow sun, endowed with super speed, super strength, flight capability, heat vision, and freezing breath derived from Kryptonian lineage. As always, the magical resistance remains a considerable flaw. However, disregarding magical resistance, Superman's attributes are truly splendid. Chen Chao meticulously scrutinized this legendary character card, pondering how best to employ it. In gameplay, selecting a character for battle is straightforward. If he were to draw Superman early on, he would undoubtedly become invincible, channeling all resources towards Superman without hesitation. As long as he doesn't encounter a purely magical ensemble, Superman can withstand, strike, and heal, an unequivocal champion without question. Should he face an all-magic team, he would simply move on to the next match. System: equip the Superman card. Chen Chao shouted, yet he was met with a prolonged silence. System: summon Superman to the battlefield. You are my choice, go forth, Superman. Still, no response. Chapter 5. Kryptonian Heritage. What on earth? Is it possible that this character card is merely for show? Even if I cannot transform into Superman outright, it would suffice to inherit his Kryptonian heritage. Chen Chao was on the brink of despair. If the system only allowed him to view the cards, it would be utterly useless. However, this time, the system finally responded. Extracting the legendary character card, Superman Clark Kent's Kryptonian heritage. Extraction successful. With a crack, as the system informed Chen Chao of the successful extraction of Superman's Kryptonian heritage. The Superman card shattered into a cloud of dust, vanishing from the system interface. So, this is how character cards are utilized. It genuinely extracted Superman's Kryptonian heritage? Chen Chao's heart raced, akin to the exhilaration of opening a treasure trove of knowledge, unable to contain his excitement. After a considerable moment, he regained his composure and accessed his personal interface. Name: Chen Chao. Power level. Initiate potential user extracted attribute. Kryptonian heritage, modeled after Superman Clark Kent. Skills: none. System inventory. Shield Agency Anonymous Agent Card X5. Shield Agent Coulson Card X1. Hacker Felicity X1. Agent Handgun X1. Basic Agent Combat Suit X2. Thor S. Hammer Fragments X10. Wonder Woman Diana Fragments X12. Captain America Steve Rogers Fragments X10. Chen Chao glanced at the other character cards. After a brief contemplation, he selected the Hacker Felicity card. The attributes of the hacker were alarmingly low, save for intelligence, and her skills were limited to a singular ability: hacking expertise. It was said that Felicity had successfully breached the Pentagon at the tender age of 16 or 17. This hacking skill would be invaluable, enabling him to help Kara secure a legitimate identity. Chen Chao felt a sense of reliability. After all, the Supergirl Kara, with her foreign visage, had been active in Huagua for an extended period, inevitably attracting the attention of the relevant authorities. To avert any unnecessary complications, Chen Chao initially intended to seek assistance in procuring a foreign identity for Kara. However, with Felicity's formidable hacking skills at his disposal, he no longer needed to rely on anyone else. He could manage it himself. System: extract Felicity's hacking skills. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. A new skill appeared in Chen Chao's character attribute panel. Skill: hacking level 1. You have gained a preliminary grasp of hacking techniques, sufficient to infiltrate websites or systems with low-level defenses. To his astonishment, there were level restrictions. Did the azure skies and white clouds not carry any weight? Chen Chao had initially assumed he would immediately acquire world-class hacking skills, but was surprised to find the existence of skill limitations. Fortunately, the Kryptonian lineage did not impose such constraints. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Kryptonian lineage was an attribute, and if it were to have level restrictions, it would imply a limitation on its effects. One would need a decade of experience to conceive such stringent limitations. Moreover, characters of higher tiers, such as those of the Golden Legendary grade, typically possessed a particularly exceptional attribute encompassing most of their skills. For instance, the Kryptonian lineage of the Superman family, Diana's divine lineage, or the Speed Force of the Flash. The blue rare grade character cards would exhibit some particularly outstanding specialized skills. Chen Chao examined the conditions for skill upgrades. Fortunately, upgrading a skill did not require cards of the same type. Any character card could be converted into experience points for advancement. Otherwise, where would Chen Chao find a Felicity character card? Having consumed an unnamed agent card from SHIELD, Chen Chao upgraded his hacking skills to level 4. Gazing at his sole remaining blue rare grade character card, Agent Coulson, he hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against converting it into experience points. Instead, he extracted Coulson's martial arts expertise. System: extract Coulson's intermediate martial arts. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Personal interface. Name: Chen Chao power, novice potential user extracted attributes, Kryptonian lineage skills, hacking level 4, intermediate martial arts level 1. System inventory, agent pistol X1, basic agent combat suit X2, Thor's hammer fragments X10, Wonder Woman Diana fragments X12, Captain America Steve Rogers fragments X10. Now that he understood how to utilize character cards, only the weapon class item cards remained. Chen Chao directed his attention to the basic agent combat suit, silently reciting, equip. No response. Extract. Extraction of basic agent combat suit in progress. Extraction successful. Suddenly, a black trench coat appeared on Chen Chao, replacing his previous sleepwear. In the realm of the game, weapon cards may be effortlessly summoned into reality. However, character cards require a mythic level to be called forth. This distinction is understandable, for weapons are mere inanimate objects, while the summoning of living beings entails a vastly different cost. The sole similarity lies in the irrevocability of both extraction and summoning. Chen Chao found himself unable to return his combat attire to the system's backpack, and, thus, had no choice but to rise from the bed and remove it. At that moment, he decided to visit the restroom and subsequently stood by the window, allowing the pristine moonlight to cascade over him. The moonlight, a mere reflection of sunlight, seemed to invigorate his Kryptonian lineage, albeit subtly. The feeble energy absorption was likely due to the moonlight's inferiority compared to direct sunlight. He resolved to bask in the sun the following day instead. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chao felt a wave of refreshing comfort wash over him. Previously troubled by the scarcity of cultivation resources, he now relished the prospect of his Kryptonian heritage, which promised strength through mere sunbathing. If circumstances permitted, he yearned to return to his rural roots and soak up the sun for a decade, or perhaps even 20 years, after which he would undoubtedly be recognized as a formidable hero. Lastly, Chen Chao examined the card drawing costs within the system. System, how may I continue drawing cards? Is it through recharging, completing tasks, or some other resource? He recalled that the currency for this game was kryptonite. 10 Huaxia coins could be exchanged for 100 kryptonite stones, with each 100 stones allowing for a single draw. Chen Chao had previously mocked the developer's peculiar choice of kryptonite as a gacha currency. Before his transmigration, the game had inundated players with recharge prompts. Yet now he found himself scouring for any means to spend money, only to discover there were none. Is it possible that I am not required to spend money? He pondered. Ding! The system announced that card drawing required kryptonite, which could be acquired through daily check-ins. It detected that the host had yet to check in today. Shall I check in? Oh, he had expected a system narrative, but after much anticipation, it turned out to be a check-in tale. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, Check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 100 kryptonite stones. With the influx of 100 kryptonite stones, he could draw again. However, Chen Chao was a staunch advocate of continuous draws and would never stoop to the low probability and lack of excitement that single draws offered. Absolutely not. He resolved to treat today as an experiment in the system's drop rates. System, draw cards. The random gift box responded, and in the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Joker's mask. Thus, Chapter 6 commenced, with the sun shining brightly overhead as Chen Chao indulged in a much-needed slumber. As an enthusiastically inclined hero, the sole advantage lies in the freedom to choose when to embark on duty or to luxuriate in slumber at home. Uncle Chen, hurry and get up to take me to school. I'm going to be late. A youthful and melodious voice echoed from outside the door. Chen Chao instinctively rubbed his head. It was the landlord's daughter, Nan Jiamei, age 7, currently in the first grade at Yin City Experimental Primary School. Due to the single motherhood of Chen Chao's landlord, coupled with her work commitments that often required her to travel, the responsibility of escorting Nan Jiamei to and from school fell upon the enthusiastically inclined hero, Chen Chao. Of course, this arrangement was not without its benefits. The landlord graciously offered Chen Chao a 60% reduction in rent for his services. Xiao Mei, isn't your mother at home today? Why not let her take you to school? Uncle needs a bit more rest. Chen Chao felt a touch of dizziness, as if his hearing had been magnified 1,000-fold. Every minute sound outside resonated like thunder. A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged into Chen Chao's mind, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly in his ears. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he seemed to have touched something in his bed. Gritting through the dizziness, He turned his head only to be startled. Kara, what are you doing in my room? At that moment, the little Kryptonian girl was perched on Chen Chao's bed, her eyes fixed intently on him. Fortunately, she was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Had she been a disheveled figure in white, she might have sent Chen Chao into a cardiac frenzy. Before Kara could respond, the door swung open, accompanied by the voice of the landlord's daughter. Uncle Chun, Mommy said she would go to the airport after breakfast and can't take me. So you have to take me today. When Chen Chao first moved in, everyone would lock their doors at night. But over the years, familiarity with Chen Chao led to the gradual abandonment of that habit. Do not question how Chen Chao knew that the landlord's bedroom door was also left unlocked. Some inquiries might provoke annoyance. Xiao Mei, wait a moment. Chen Chao's head nearly exploded. How could Kara be in his room upon waking? And at such an awkward moment, the landlord's daughter had come to rouse him. Just then, a round, chubby face peeked through the doorway. Uncle Chun. Before she could finish her sentence, Nan Jiamei's gaze landed on the Kryptonian girl still seated on Chen Chao's bed. Nan Jiamei froze for a full 3 seconds. Her once sweet voice suddenly transformed into a piercing scream. Mommy, there's a big sister on Uncle Chen's bed. In the blink of an eye, the landlord dashed into the room, wielding a spatula, her footsteps swift as she entered Chen Chao's bedroom. Chen Chao, didn't we agree that no inappropriate women should stay overnight? It's not good for Xiao Mei to see this. Before she could finish her sentence, the landlord's gaze fell upon the little Kryptonian girl who had just leapt off Chen Chao's bed. The adorable little girl from Krypton resembled a delicate doll, adorned in a crimson cape and a blue-red bodysuit, complemented by a short red skirt and black thigh-high boots. The landlady, taken aback, exclaimed with astonishment, brandishing her spatula and vociferating, Chen Chao, have you lost your senses? Not only have you brought a girl home for the night, but you're also indulging in this uniform nonsense. She can't be of age yet. Is this how one conducts themselves? As she spoke, she swiftly embraced her maid and exited Chen Chao's room. Mei, tell your mother if this strange uncle has ever laid a hand on you. Don't be afraid. Just be honest with her, she instructed. Think carefully, or has he offered you candy, or shown you goldfish? Little Mei pondered earnestly and replied, Uncle Chun did buy me lollipops. Chen Chao, observing the landlady's intent to retrieve a kitchen knife, hastily clarified, I mean lollipops from the convenience store. 2 for $1 downstairs. Please, Yujia, don't misunderstand. The landlady turned to Mei and inquired, is that true? Mei nodded obediently, affirming yes. Yujia, let me explain. Chen Chao interjected. The landlady, adjusting her bangs, waved the spatula and retorted, did I ask for your input? Keep quiet. I understand that at your age, you may have certain urges, but you must not involve a child in such matters. And she's from a foreign land. Mei raised her head and added, that's right. At that moment, Chen Chao comprehended the essence of social demise. If he could not clarify the situation, he would have to resort to banging his head against a block of tofu in the fridge to prove his innocence. Yujia, what are you thinking? She's my distant cousin. He recounted how he had defeated the man in black, went to the Extraordinary Guard Bureau to file a report, took Kara for fried chicken, and arranged for her stay with him, all in one breath. However, concerning the identity of the Kryptonian girl, Chen Chao fabricated a tale about her family's business failure, forcing them to send her to seek refuge with him, her distant cousin, to escape the clutches of the underworld. Despite Chen Chao's vivid and dramatic narration, the landlady continued to regard him and the Kryptonian girl with skepticism. Is this doll truly your distant cousin? What resemblance do you two share as cousins? Unfazed by the doubts of others, Chen Chao firmly insisted that they were indeed cousins. Without a doubt, siblings, right, Kara? Kara cooperatively nodded, speaking in impeccable Mandarin. Yes, I am Chen Chao, Gij's cousin. My name is Kara Zor-El. Chen Chao was somewhat taken aback. The Kryptonian girl could speak Mandarin. However, considering her superhuman hearing and learning abilities, mastering a language overnight seemed less incomprehensible. Yet, even with Kara's cooperation, the landlady remained unconvinced. You said you settled her in a hotel yesterday. How is it that she is here now? All right, Kara, how did you end up here? Chen Chao inquired as well, but upon noticing the landlord's sister's increasingly displeased expression, he hastily clarified, Kara is an awakened one. She can fly. As he spoke, he gestured towards the open window, clearly indicating that the Kryptonian little girl had entered through it. Hearing the term awakened one, Xiao Mei immediately began to bounce with excitement, exclaiming, Really? Really? Can you show me how you fly? It seemed that Supergirl Kara also understood that her sudden appearance had caused Chen Chao some trouble. Thus, she elegantly pointed her toes and slowly began to levitate. In a soft voice, she added, "This place feels unfamiliar, and I was afraid that Brother Chen Chao might not want me anymore, so I came over without permission." "I'm sorry." The Kryptonian little girl's sweet, tender voice, combined with her pitiful expression, instantly stirred a maternal instinct within the landlord's sister, who even began to imagine the tragic backstory of the Kryptonian girl and her lonely arrival in Huagua. "Dear, your name is Kara, right? Have had breakfast yet? Cool me. I made some noodles. Let us eat a bit." The landlord's sister took Kara by one hand while holding her own daughter with the other, casting a stern glance at Chen Chao as she reminded him, "Hurry and change your clothes for dinner. If you don't hurry, Xiaomei will be late for school." Chapter 7. I have grown stronger. Chen Chao donned the basic agent combat suit. I must say, the craftsmanship and comfort of this attire produced by the system far surpass that of the discounted Adidas pieces one might find in a mall. No wonder they say that a person is defined by their attire, just as a deity is adorned in gold. Once clad in the black trench coat of the agent suit, Chen Chao's attractiveness seemed to elevate by at least 5 levels. While freshening up, he took a glance at his personal attributes. Personal interface. Name, Chen Chao. Strength, high-level awakened extracted attributes. Kryptonian bloodline skills. Hacking level 4. Intermediate combat level 1. Super strength. Steel-like physique and super speed derived from Kryptonian bloodline. System backpack. Agent Pistol X1. Thor's Hammer Fragments X10. Wonder Woman Diana Fragments X12. Captain America Steve Rogers Fragments X10 and Awaken 1. After merely indulging in a lazy slumber and basking in the sun, Chen Chao had ascended from an initial potential seeker to a formidable awakened being. Just a day prior, such a transformation was beyond his wildest dreams. The so-called awakened ones are akin to the mutants from comic books, endowed with various extraordinary abilities. Some have awakened the power to control flames, unleashing raging fires with a mere wave of their hand, while others wield the might of thunder, commanding lightning like a descending deity. Those capable of manipulating natural elements are referred to as elemental awakened ones. In addition, there exists a category of purely physical enhancement awakened ones, commonly enhancing strength, speed, and defense. In nations such as Europe and America, there have even been occurrences of transformation-type awakened ones capable of shifting into werewolves and vampires. In ancient civilizations, those who awakened were revered by ordinary people as deities or demons. However, with the advancement of technology, humanity has delved into the study of genetics and discovered that certain individuals possess an extraordinarily enigmatic genetic fragment within their DNA. When this mysterious gene is activated, humanity gains the ability to absorb the energies of the universe, thereby mastering various extraordinary powers. This segment of DNA has since been designated by scholars as the gene. The process of awakening refers to the activation of one's latent genetic potential. Yet, even with contemporary technological advancements, we can only assist in activating these dormant genes, lacking the capability for precise control, let alone implanting foreign genes into those devoid of such genetic material. Consequently, individuals identified as possessing the gene but who have yet to awaken are termed potentialists. It is important to note that not every potentialist can achieve awakening. Official statistics indicate that a significant portion of society possesses the gene, yet only a scant few can truly awaken. Each individual's genetic makeup appears to be bound by an invisible shackle, limiting their inherent power. Chen Chao's Kryptonian lineage is modeled after the extraordinary Clark Kent, and it may well be that his limited exposure to sunlight has resulted in only a partial awakening of his Kryptonian abilities. In the future, his strength is bound to grow increasingly potent with prolonged exposure to sunlight. The Kryptonian and Scion lineages are often referred to as the two prominent bloodlines. However, I personally believe the Kryptonian lineage is more suited for someone like me, who is inherently lazy. The prospect of rigorous training is utterly unfeasible for me in this lifetime. Otherwise, Chen Chao would not merely be an amateur hero for the sake of interest. If basking in sunlight can enhance my strength, then what need is there for training? As he made his way to the living room for breakfast, Chen Chao noticed that Kara seemed to get along quite well with the landlady's sister. The landlady, surnamed Nan and named Wu Yue, was affectionately referred to by Chen Chao as Sister Yu. Although Wu Yue was in her 30s, she maintained a remarkable appearance. Her skin fair and youthful, resembling a girl in her early 20s. When she strolled through the market with her companion, Xiao Mei, passers-by would often assume that Xiao Mei was the landlady's younger sister, oblivious to the fact that they were, in fact, mother and daughter. That outfit must have cost quite a bit. Have you recently come into some fortune? Since you can afford such attire, perhaps you should settle this year's rent? The landlady quickly noticed Chen Chao's stylish clothing and expressed her surprise at his willingness to invest in such fine garments. Chen Chao chuckled awkwardly, explaining that he had apprehended 3 fugitives with Kara's assistance just the day prior and offered to transfer the rent via his phone. It was only then that he realized his phone had been damaged by a cloaked individual, and he had yet to procure a new one. The landlady waved her hand dismissively. I was joking. We can discuss the rent later. I have to go on a business trip in a few days, so I'll leave Xiao Mei in your care. Remember to call me if anything comes up. Chen Chao had long since grown accustomed to this arrangement. Following this, the landlady removed her apron and placed a kiss on the cheek of the little girl, who was busily enjoying her meal. Chen Chao gazed at her with an expression of longing, as if imploring, "Sister, please do not show favoritism." The landlady cast a sidelong glance at Chen Chao and declared, "I am leaving. Take good care of Xiao Mei, or else you shall face the consequences. Furthermore, there are vacant rooms in the house. If your little cousin hasn't ventured out, she may stay here for the time being, but the rent must be duly paid." "Thank you, sister you. You can trust me with Xiao Mei," Chen Chao earnestly promised. With that, the landlady emerged from her room, struggling to carry a heavy suitcase. Chen Chao gazed at the suitcase for a moment, realizing that he had yet to awaken his superhuman X-ray vision, and felt a tinge of regret. Oh well, there is plenty of time ahead. After having breakfast, Chen Chao first took Xiao Mei to school, then accompanied Kara to the mall to purchase a set of clothes, and, incidentally, bought a mobile phone for both himself and Kara. Brother, is this device your form of communication? Why isn't it a light screen? Holding it feels so awkward." Kara exclaimed, adorably dressed, cradling a corn-colored smartphone, fiddling with it incessantly. Accustomed to the advanced technology of Krypton, Kara found it difficult to adjust to the rudimentary gadgets of Blue Star. Presently, Blue Star lacks the technology for light screens. "You'll have to make do with this for now. You'll get used to it in time," Chen Chao reassured her. "Brother, I know how to modify this into a light screen. I learned that technology before I turned 10. Should I then pursue a path in technological development? Utilizing the scientific knowledge inherent in a Kryptonian girl to establish a company and launch various groundbreaking products, eventually dominating the market and becoming a technological mogul in this world?" This notion lingered in Chen Chao's mind for a brief moment before being dismissed. Chen Chao merely aspired to live as a carefree recluse, basking in the sun with one arm around Kara and the other around the landlady. This was his ultimate life goal. Modifying such devices is too troublesome. "Kara, this phone has games. Would you like to play?" He assumed Kara would be disinterested in the simplistic games of Blue Star, yet to his surprise, she became utterly engrossed in playing Snake. Chapter 8, The Extraordinary Association. Yin City Branch. Kara held the phone as if she had discovered a new world. For a girl raised in a culture that had studied astrophysics since the age of 6, she had never encountered games before. It was akin to how many elite families view games as a scourge, wishing their children would study around the clock. Games? They do not exist. Another unfortunate child victimized by a distorted education system. Chen Chao sighed, refraining from stopping Kara from playing Snake. Upon returning to the rented room, he prepared an empty room for the Kryptonian girl, then opened his computer. Utilizing his 4th-level hacking skills, he infiltrated foreign websites to arrange a legitimate identity for Kara and submitted an immigration application to Huagua. "Kara, do you have any interest in pursuing a registered hero practitioner qualification? Foreign nationals are also eligible to apply for this certification in our nation, and those of higher tiers can enjoy substantial benefits upon immigrating here. The tier corresponds to potential awakeners, while the next tier pertains to the truly awakened, and the subsequent one is for the extraordinary. As for the highest tier, it is a privilege reserved for the most formidable individuals on this planet. Although Chen Chao is currently classified by the system as an awakened individual, his Kryptonian lineage possesses perfect versatility, allowing him to contend with extraordinary beings with confidence." "All right," Kara replied, her gaze fixed on her mobile device, utterly absorbed in the game. Chen Chao urged, "Hey, at least inquire about the utility of such a certification. Regardless, given our capabilities, securing a qualification at the highest tier should be a certainty. We could flaunt the certificate and earn a handsome sum without lifting a finger. The more Chen Chao pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Numerous large enterprises and agencies are in dire need of registered hero practitioner qualifications, as awakened individuals are already exceedingly rare. Therefore, the highest tier qualification is highly sought after in the market. Possessing such a certificate could yield an annual fee of 200,000 Huaxia coins simply for the affiliation of the certification. Together, Chen Chao and Kara could amass 400,000 coins. Just the thought of it sent Chen Chao into a frenzy. He tugged at the engrossed Kryptonian girl, insisting, "Stop playing on your phone. We must first visit the Extraordinary Association. Once we obtain the highest tier certification, there will be plenty of time for games." Fine, Kara responded, still fixated on her screen. Reluctantly, she followed Chen Chao downstairs, grateful that he too possessed Kryptonian blood, for otherwise he would have struggled to persuade her. Even calling a truck would not guarantee her compliance. The Extraordinary Association S branch in Yinqing is bustling with activity. This official organization manages all affairs related to awakened individuals in our nation, with branches established in every region. Here, individuals can apply for the examination to obtain a registered hero practitioner qualification. Only those who acquire this certification are permitted to engage in heroic activities and accept various commission tasks. In a world imbued with extraordinary powers, ordinary individuals devoid of any training could not only jeopardize their safety by involving themselves in extraordinary events, but would also necessitate additional personnel from the Extraordinary Association for their protection. Thus, the hero practitioner qualification serves not only as a badge of honor, but also as a significant threshold and a means of safeguarding the general populace. Nevertheless, the Extraordinary Association remains a hive of activity, teeming with people daily. The minimum level for hero practitioner qualification is Tier 1, which merely requires a gene test at a hospital to register for the examination. Upon successfully obtaining the Tier 1 license, one can undertake missions to earn merit points, which can then be exchanged for resources to awaken, potentially elevating one to the esteemed status of an awakened individual, thus embarking on a journey towards the pinnacle of life. This is the aspiration of many. Chen Chao had long possessed a level certification. Thus, he directly applied for the assessment of the level certification. Kara showcased her flying abilities, proving herself as an awakened. With Chen Chao's endorsement and recommendation, Kara's information was swiftly approved, allowing her to proceed directly to the examination. The examination for the professional hero qualification is divided into 3 segments: physical assessment, theoretical examination, and practical combat test. The physical assessment, as the name implies, evaluates bodily fitness. Since awakened individuals are categorized into enhancement and elemental types, the physical tests vary accordingly. For enhancement type awakened, the assessment focuses on physical capabilities, while for elemental type awakened, it measures elemental control and potency. The theoretical examination serves as a psychological evaluation, preliminarily assessing mental state. It would be a farce to grant hero qualifications to individuals with criminal inclinations. Ultimately, the practical combat test determines the ranking of heroes. The ranking of professional heroes is akin to that of publicly listed companies. It is a mark of honor and a symbol of strength. 2 primary factors determine a hero's ranking: the hero's own strength and their contributions to society. Generally, the association establishes the range of contributions expected from professional heroes based on their abilities. For instance, the top-level hero is expected to handle high-tier awakened criminals and resolve level incidents. If a top-level hero were to seek out potential challengers as opponents, it would clearly be inappropriate. Notably, among the top 100 ranked professional heroes, each position is unique, while rankings beyond 100 may be duplicated. I am ranked 39 in the 2nd testing arena. Kara, which testing arena are you in? Chen Chao held a permit card indicating the location and number for the physical examination. Kara, seemingly engrossed in completing a game of Snake, rummaged through other games. Upon hearing Chen Chao's inquiry, she waved her permit card. I'm also in the 2nd testing arena, ranked 20. Are there really that many candidates for the exam? Chen Chao mused. That's the downside of a free examination. Anyone, regardless of merit, can come and try their luck. If they happen to unleash their potential and meet the minimum standards for enhancement type awakened, they could be recognized as awakened. Chen Chao expressed his disdain for those merely seeking to join the fray. Kara, however, shook her head. Actually, it's not just that. This is a typical method of monitoring crowd data. In the current societal landscape, there is considerable uncertainty among the grassroots populace. Yet by establishing a hero qualification system and assessment process, it enables ordinary people to voluntarily and unconditionally contribute their personal strength information to big data. This is the essence of informationization. Kara, this game called Tetris is quite enjoyable. Would you like to give it a try? Chen Chao interrupted the incessant chatter of this academically gifted individual from Krypton. Why don't you stick to playing games? Upon entering the second physical assessment arena, they were met with a bustling crowd, with many there to participate in the physical tests, while more seemed to be mere bystanders. At this moment, among the pedestrians ahead, a tall woman turned her head to glance at Chen Chao. Chen Chao, what brings you here? Chen Chao was momentarily taken aback and looked up at the woman before him. It was none other than Lu Yanwu, the goddess he had invited to visit the Yinqing amusement park yesterday. Today, she was out enjoying herself with friends, and upon seeing Chen Chao, memories of yesterday's events resurfaced, igniting her anger. I am here to participate in the level hero qualification assessment, Chen Chao awkwardly explained. With your skills, you aspire to obtain a license? Why don't you take a moment to look in the mirror? Lu Yanwu clearly doubted that Chen Chao, ranked 1,338th, could successfully acquire a license. Chen Chao chose not to elaborate. In the past, he had often lavished gifts and red envelopes upon this goddess, which was the only reason she had deigned to converse with him. However, if the gifts were delayed, he would be met with indifference. Yesterday's incident seemed to have irked her, effectively casting Chen Chao out from the realm of potential suitors, and she certainly did not offer him any kindness. At this moment, Lu Yanwu's friends approached, led by a tall and handsome man adorned in high-end designer attire, his wrist graced by a luxurious gold watch. He casually revealed the keys to his sports car dangling from his waist as he walked. Upon reaching Lu Yanwu, he smiled and inquired, "Yanwu, who is this person?" Accompanying him were 3 men and 2 women, the latter dressed fashionably, evidently close friends of Lu Yanwu. "This is one of my admirers. Though I've already made my rejection clear. I never expected him to persist." Lu Yanwu lifted her chin, resembling a proud little peacock. For a woman like her, boasting about her admirers was a source of delight. Though Chen Chao was dressed well and was a certified level hero, such an admirer was hardly a point of distinction. Yet it wouldn't detract from his standing. Today, Lu Yanwu's friends had introduced her to a wealthy heir, an awakened individual, and a certified level hero with a commendable ranking. Upon hearing that Chen Chao was Lu Yanwu's admirer, the man cast a somewhat provocative glance in his direction. However, as his gaze drifted past Chen Chao and fell upon the golden-haired little girl behind him, who was engrossed in her phone, his eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Though Kara had not dressed elaborately, her foreign features, fair and rosy skin, and large, sparkling eyes rendered her irresistibly adorable. "What a gem!" the man exclaimed, stepping forward. "Are you a friend of Yanwu? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Xiao." As he extended his hand, he inadvertently showcased his designer watch, clearly indicating his affluence. Chen Chao observed the exchange keenly. After all, men understand men best. It was evident that this individual was attempting to charm little Kara, showing no regard for her tender age. "I am not a friend of Lu Yanwu, nor am I pleased to meet you," Chen Chao replied with an impassive expression. After Chen Chao finished speaking, he grasped Zayakala's arm and prepared to leave. Lu Yanwu's expression darkened, and the 2 female friends coldly remarked, "What kind of quality does this person possess? He lacks even the slightest sense of courtesy." Zhang Xiao is ranked 128th among heroes, and his strength has improved this time. He has come for re-evaluation, with hopes of entering the top 100. Moreover, he has extensive connections within the Extraordinary Association. You dare to provoke him? Be cautious. You might find it difficult to navigate within this circle in the future. "Young man, I heard you wish to obtain a hero's license. Be wise and flatter Zhang Xiao a bit. He might just look out for you. Do not narrow your paths." Such flattery made Zhang Xiao's expression smug. However, Chen Chao remained unmoved. They say that where there are beautiful women, there is often trouble. If someone has their eye on Zayakala, it merely signifies her exceptional qualities, far beyond those of so-called goddesses. Yet, to think they would attempt to undermine me and still expect a favorable attitude? Surely, they must be lacking in common sense. Even if one were to acquire a hero's license, they would still be worthless, like a dog that can never change its penchant for filth. Chen Chao shook his head. With the proliferation of hero licenses, the term hero has ceased to be a mark of honor and respect. Instead, it has transformed into a legal permit to assist in law enforcement and wield power. Furthermore, the Extraordinary Association prioritizes the management of awakened individuals over moral development. This has resulted in a wide disparity in the quality of so-called heroes. Some can cultivate various high-quality personas, effortlessly amassing fans and profiting while behind the scenes. Many are morally bankrupt. Over the years, numerous scandals involving celebrity heroes have emerged, including acts of infamy, such as drug use and other vices. This is precisely why Chen Chao only aspires to be a hero for the sake of personal interest. Disregarding these individuals, Chen Chao took Zayakala and departed, heading towards the testing grounds. Soon, it was time for Zayakala's physical assessment. Chen Chao had registered her as an awakened individual with flight capabilities. Thus, her physical test would align with that of the enhancement category. Upon seeing Zayakala take the stage, Zhang Xiao, undeterred, cast a lingering gaze her way, even ignoring Lu Yanwu's coyness. This only fueled Lu Yanwu's disdain for Chen Chao and Zayakala, wishing for their immediate embarrassment and hoping they would vanish far from her sight. The first event was the 100-meter sprint. Contestant number 20, Supergirl, please come forward to prepare for the 100-meter test. Zayakala's hero name was Supergirl. Once ready, the staff shouted, "On your marks, get set, go." At the signal, Zayakala leapt forward, a blur of motion, reaching the finish line in the blink of an eye. 12 seconds, the staff announced, somewhat excitedly. A time of 12.2 seconds is considered an excellent result among speed-oriented awakened individuals. Zhang Xiao and Lu Yanwu, observing from the sidelines, were equally astonished, having expected Zayakala to be just another participant merely testing the waters. At this age, those who can become awakened individuals invariably come from notable backgrounds. Are you a speed-type awakened one? How intriguing. Zhang Xiao's gaze was fixed on little Carla, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Next came the high jump, lateral hops, and strength tests. The peak punching power reached 2 tons, with an average force of 1.6 tons over 20 seconds of continuous punches, culminating in a comprehensive score of 95. The staff regarded this diminutive figure with the astonishment reserved for a creature of legend. Who could have imagined that this foreign little girl, standing at less than 1.5 meters, harbored such formidable strength within her? After completing her tests, Carla immediately dashed over to Chen Chao, extending her hand to play with his phone. Chen Chao, stroking Carla's hair, inquired, "Did you not exert your full strength?" "I feared that I might mismanage my power and inadvertently harm others," Carla replied, sticking out her little tongue as she snatched the phone from Chen Chao's grasp to continue playing Tetris. Not far away, Zhang Xiao was equally astonished by Carla's performance. Approaching her with a self-assured expression he deemed charming, he proposed, "Dear sister, would you be interested in joining our company? As long as you sign a contract with us. Whether it be hunting ferocious beasts, enforcing laws within the city, or pursuing a glamorous celebrity career, we can offer you a broader platform." In Zhang Xiao's perspective, typical female awakened individuals would be inclined to pursue a starlit path. A powerful and adorable girl like Carla, with just a touch of marketing finesse to craft the image of the charming girl next door, would surely rise to fame. At that point, he could easily exploit his position to lure this innocent and delightful doll into his bed. However, after his lengthy pitch, Carla did not spare him a glance, visibly irritated by his incessant interruption of her game. For the Kryptonian Carla, having witnessed the vastness of the cosmos from a young age, notions of high-end celebrity status and expansive platforms seemed trivial, akin to a flock of crows competing over whose feathers were darker. Chapter 10. Is compensation required for damage? Brother, this person is so annoying. Little Carla's Tetris game had frozen on the screen, inciting her frustration and a desire to strike someone. Chen Chao nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is as bothersome as a fly. With that, he chose to ignore Zhang Xiao entirely. Zhang Xiao, increasingly incensed by the continuous disregard, stormed off after muttering a hollow threat to wait and see. His friends quickly approached to console him. "Zhang, don't stoop to the level of that country bumpkin. So what if he is a strength-type awakened one? What's the big deal? You are a formidable lightning-type awakened individual." Exactly. Everyone knows that elemental awakened individuals surpass strength-type ones. With just a finger, you could easily crush that foreign girl. At that moment, Zhang Xiao turned his gaze towards Lu Yanwu and inquired in a low tone, "What is the background of your friend and that little foreign girl?" Lu Yanwu let out a disdainful scoff, declaring, "He is not my friend, merely a sycophant, a worthless individual. He seems to hold the rank of a level 1388 hero. As for that foreign girl, she probably just ingratiated herself with him. Who can truly discern the tastes of foreigners?" Not long after, one of Zhang Xiao's companions spotted Chen Chao taking the stage. "Zhang Xiao, that kid is on stage." "Huh. A piece of trash ranked 1388 dares to make a fool of himself here. Unfortunately, he will undoubtedly fail the physical test. Otherwise, in the final practical segment, Zhang Xiao wouldn't even need to lift a finger. I could handle him with just one hand," one male admirer boasted. Zhang Xiao merely sneered in silence, his gaze fixed on the distant Xiao Kara. Meanwhile, Lu Yanwu glared at Chen Chao with evident displeasure. Had it not been for his unexpected appearance today, she was confident she could have captured Zhang Xiao's attention, the wealthy scion. "I truly do not believe it. How formidable can a pathetic loser like you possibly be?" The event continued with the 100-meter dash. A staff member waved his hand towards Chen Chao, calling out, "Contestant number 39, the Cape Superman. Please come forward for the 100-meter run test." Upon hearing his name, Chen Chao instructed Xiao Kara to wait a moment before striding over, ready to begin. "On your marks, get set, go." Bang! With a powerful thrust of his legs, the ground beneath Chen Chao erupted, and he broke through the sound barrier, seemingly teleporting to the end of the 100-meter track. Staff member Zhang Xiao, Lu Yanwu, Xiao Kara, however, exhibited little surprise. For some reason, she sensed a strangely familiar aura emanating from Chen Chao, a sensation that had eluded her upon their initial meeting. 0.9 seconds. Contestant Cape Superman. "Are you a speed-type awakened being?" the staff member exclaimed excitedly. Typically, a physically enhanced awakened individual can complete the 100 meters in under 9 seconds, while a speed-type can do so in under 2. Yet, with a time of under 1 second, Chen Chao's speed was exceptional, even among speed-type awakened beings. His abilities were on par with the very best. Individuals of his caliber, if employed in courier or delivery services, would command an annual salary starting at $1 million. "I don't know. It seems my speed was merely a tad too swift," Chen Chao mused, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction with his performance. At the start, he had relied on explosive leg power just to breach the sound barrier, and his subsequent speed had been insufficient to achieve a more impressive time. It's worth noting that Superman's speed far exceeds this. Even in films, he can rival the Flash. "It appears I need to bask in the sun more," Chen Chao remarked, preparing to advance to the next event, the high jump. Without taking a running start, he bent his legs at the takeoff point and leaped. Bang! He collided headfirst with the ceiling of the venue, his entire head becoming ensconced within it. "I overdid it. How can I gracefully descend without appearing foolish? Would pulling my head out with my hands seem too silly?" As Chen Chao found himself in a quandary, the staff dutifully announced the results in a loud voice. A vertical leap exceeding 20 meters. "Do you require assistance extracting your head from the clouds?" Chen Chao retorted. "Damn it, now everyone in the venue is staring at me." Embarrassed, he nearly poked a hole in the ceiling with his finger. "No need." In a flash, he extracted his head, brushed off the dust, and landed gracefully on the ground, ready for the next test. Zhang Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but smirk, turning to Lu Yanwu and questioning, "Are you certain he is the so-called waist ranked 1388? Lu Yanwu, feeling unjustly maligned, replied, "Indeed, he is." The next challenge involved lateral jumps. Chen Chao executed the move with the finesse of a shadow clone, once again redefining everyone as perception. However, considering his potential as a speed-type awakener, this revelation felt less shocking. The final test was a punch strength evaluation. Approaching the imposing apparatus, Chen Chao hesitantly inquired, if I were to shatter it with a single punch, would I be liable for damages?" The staff adjusted their glasses and responded, "This question is posed daily by numerous individuals. Allow me to clarify on behalf of the Extraordinary Association. Yinqing branch, this punch strength tester has a maximum capacity of 10 tons. The average extraordinary individual struggles to shatter it with a single blow unless they possess the strength of a power-type awakener at 50% capacity. Therefore, those lacking that level of strength should not entertain the notion of demolishing it." Listening intently, Chen Chao pressed on, I merely wished to ascertain if I'd incur any cost for breaking it. Although uncertain of his own power output, he figured it was prudent to inquire. His friend Kara's maximum punch strength was estimated to be around 3 to 4 tons, and having recently acquired the superhero lineage, he had not yet absorbed sufficient sunlight to attain the extraordinary million-ton strength. He presumed his output would be similar to Kara's, approximately 3 to 4 tons. The surrounding onlookers scoffed at Chen Chao's relentless questioning, mocking him. "You are a speed-type awakener. Surely you do not believe that sheer speed can yield 50% of an extraordinary strength?" The staff urged, "No need for compensation. Hurry up, stop dawdling." With that, Chen Chao stepped forward with small, determined strides, arms drawn back like a taut bowstring, and in the next instant he unleashed his punch. In a split second, his fist collided with the punch strength tester, producing a sound reminiscent of metal reaching its yield strength, and then, in an explosive moment, it shattered. Boom! The robust apparatus buckled inward at the front, while the rear burst forth like a ruptured balloon, radiating a fan-shaped shockwave that vividly illustrated the path of power transfer. Witnessing this, the staff stood in stunned silence, even dropping their notebook in disbelief. The onlookers collectively gasped, contemplating the grave consequences had such a punch landed upon them. It would likely reduce their skulls to mere fragments. Not far away, Zhang Xiao and his companions twitched at the corners of their mouths. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Xiao shuddered, muttering, "You mean to tell me this creature ranks 1388 among the worthless? I can hardly believe it." Fortunately, he had avoided confrontation with such a monster. An individual possessing both strength and speed, this type of awakened being could intimidate even the most formidable elemental awakeners. The elemental awakeners, known for their high attack but low endurance, would find themselves at a severe disadvantage against someone who combined both strength and speed. Unless one could eliminate such a foe before they closed in, within 10 paces, one's life would be at the mercy of the other. Chapter 11. The Kryptonian's lack of combat skills after a considerable duration. The staff member gingerly picked up the small notebook from the ground. The highest punching power exceeded 10 tons, but due to the inability to test continuous punches for 20 seconds, the physical assessment results remained incomplete. Before he could finish, Chen Chao maintained a calm gaze upon the diligent staff member, his eyes reflecting reassurance and encouragement, as if to imply, "Should you dare to declare my results invalid, I will not hesitate to make you regret it." The staff member's heart raced under Chen Chao's penetrating stare, and he forced a professional smile. "Mr. Superman Cape, your comprehensive physical assessment score is 99. Isn't the perfect score 100? Are you deliberately docking a point to prevent me from feeling too proud?" Chen Chao inquired, somewhat displeased. The staff member retained his professional smile. "Mr. Superman Cape, you damaged the punching power testing device. Didn't you say I wouldn't have to compensate for it?" "Not exactly. It's because you didn't provide a score for 20 seconds of continuous punches." "So you're saying it's my fault?" Chen Chao initially believed he could not have shattered the punching power testing device, considering his strength was on par with that of little Kara. However, upon reflection, he realized that his Kryptonian power was modeled after Big Superman. The strength attribute of Big Superman was indeed formidable. By this reasoning, his power growth should significantly surpass that of little Kara, making the destruction of the testing device less surprising. The staff member was nearly in tears, fearing that Chen Chao might unleash his frustration with a punch to his head, which was far less durable than the testing device. Nevertheless, Chen Chao was disinclined to continue the dispute. A score of 99 would suffice, as he did not particularly care about rankings. After completing the physical assessment, Chen Chao noticed that Zhang Xiao and his group had mysteriously disappeared. In truth, Chen Chao had no desire to draw such attention. If blame were to be placed, it was upon the flies that dared to swarm around little Kara. Had he not showcased his muscles, that group would likely have persisted in their annoyance. Thus, he found himself compelled to display his prowess, achieving a face-slapping victory that elicited gasps from those around and the admiration of the goddess. It seemed more effective to demonstrate the disparity from the outset. Now, it appeared that the outcome was quite favorable. Having dispelled the bothersome flies, Chen Chao proceeded with Kara to participate in the theoretical assessment. The theoretical examination is conducted via computer, consisting of 100 questions, which, upon completion and submission, yield immediate results. Chen Chao and Kara finished the test in mere minutes, both achieving satisfactory scores. Now, the final practical assessment loomed ahead. Brother, is it possible to abstain from combat? I am utterly unskilled in fighting. Little Kara expressed her concerns. Although she had learned some self-defense techniques during her time on Krypton, her family was predominantly composed of scientists rather than warriors. Thus, Kara felt genuinely inept in the art of combat. Chen Chao nearly choked on his own laughter at her words, pondering if, alongside being the king of nothing, you should also add the Kryptonian who lacks combat prowess. Kara, after the practical test, I promise to treat you to KFC. Why does a simple statement become so awkward with the addition of a final particle? Chen Chao mused that this could hardly be his fault. Little Kara paid no heed to the peculiarities of his phrasing. Upon hearing the words KFC, her mouth watered uncontrollably, nearly leading to drooling. Really? Can I eat to my heart's content? It seemed she hadn't had her fill the previous day. Chen Chao nodded. Once you complete the practical test, we'll be wealthy enough for you to indulge as much as you desire. With their combined income, the annual affiliation fee of $400,000 was hardly insufficient for Kara's KFC cravings. Was it? All right, brother, I want 10. Fueled by the prospect of KFC, the Kryptonian girl was eager to engage. Naturally, the Extraordinary Association could not arrange for 10 opponents for Kara, but the individual testing her combat skills was the 64th ranked hero. This person was an Earth-type Awakener, reputed for their impenetrable defenses. Yet they found themselves obliterated by the supposedly combat-inept Kryptonian in a single blow. The scene was utterly devastating. The staff responsible for the practical assessments remarked, "Supergirl, congratulations. According to the Extraordinary Association's current evaluations, you have obtained the certification for a level-registered hero, provisionally ranked 60. If you are dissatisfied with this ranking, you may challenge higher-ranked heroes at any time, although those ranked within the top 50 may require prior appointments." Little Kara was indifferent to the significance of rankings. Her pursuit of this certification was solely for the sake of indulging in KFC. The ranking bore little impact on their affiliation, and Kara was disinclined to seek further challenges. All right, let us go, brother. I am eager for KFC. Kara's face radiated anticipation. Chen Chao rubbed his temples, contemplating how to explain to this Kryptonian girl the nuances of civility in conversation. Next, it was Chen Chao's turn for the practical assessment. The Extraordinary Association planned to assign him 3 opponents: a 52nd ranked Enhancement-type Awakener, a 30th ranked Lightning-type Awakener, and a 14th ranked Wind-type Awakener. However, upon reviewing Chen Chao's physical testing data, all 3 unambiguously declined the challenge. Are you kidding? 100 meters in under a second. With punching power exceeding 10 tons. How am I supposed to fight that? What am I to use against them? My life. The individual ranked 14th, a wind element adept, lamented. Shouldn't such a beast be pursuing a license instead? Is it truly enjoyable to come to our ranks merely to trample on the less experienced? The Extraordinary Association found itself in a predicament. Logically, Chen Chao's adversaries should possess strength within the top 5 ranks. However, those with such prowess are invariably prominent figures, and it would be quite difficult to summon them on short notice. Prior arrangements are essential. As for the extraordinary beings at the lower ranks, that was an even more improbable notion. The Extraordinary Tower, located in the magical metropolis of Huagua, serves as the headquarters of the Extraordinary Association. Unbeknownst to Chen Chao, his very presence had left the rank reviewers quite overwhelmed. A report surfaced. A potential extraordinary entity had emerged in Yinqing. According to the extensive data, this individual is named Chen Chao, known as the Hero Cape Man, age 21, a professional hero with 3 years of experience. Having completed 56 ranked tasks and 4 higher-tier tasks, with no records of incomplete tasks. Comparing Chen Chao's physical assessment data from 3 years ago, his speed has surged over 10-fold, while his strength has increased by more than 20-fold. 2 psychological evaluations yielded satisfactory results, and his current data has met the minimum standards for an extraordinary being. Should he be considered a provisional extraordinary and proceed to the second phase of assessment? In a spacious office, a bespectacled middle-aged man received the report submitted by his assistant. After scanning through it attentively, he remarked, "The frontline heroes have suffered significant losses in recent years. Assuming this young man's background is unblemished, we should attempt to incorporate him. If he is willing to join the Extraordinary Association, we can confer upon him a higher tier title in advance." "I understand," the assistant replied, internally astonished. It is not merely the attainment of extraordinary levels of strength that qualifies one for the title of a higher-tier hero. Each higher-tier hero must undergo an exceedingly rigorous examination and evaluation. Furthermore, higher-tier heroes are directly accountable to the Extraordinary Association, leaving ordinary institutions powerless to hold them responsible. Chapter 12. A sniper across the way at the Yinqing branch of the Extraordinary Association, Chen Chao waited for a full 40 minutes without receiving an assigned combat opponent. The Kryptonian little girl, yearning for some KFC, was so disinterested that she didn't even wish to play Tetris, resting her chin on the table with a forlorn expression. Brother, I am hungry. When can we go eat? After all, she was merely a young girl of 14 or 15. I'll go inquire, Chen Chao decided, intending to seek out the staff in the combat zone. At that moment, a female employee dressed in professional attire approached him, holding a document. She smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Hero Cape Man, based on your physical test data, we are currently unable to arrange a suitable opponent for you. The association has provisionally ranked you as 9th. If you are dissatisfied with this ranking, we can arrange for the top few, or even extraordinary beings, to test you." Chen Chao couldn't be bothered with the hassle. Rankings were inconsequential. 9th it is then? Very well, please sign the evaluation document. As she spoke, the professionally attired female employee handed the documents to Chen Chao. After a brief glance, he confirmed their accuracy and affixed his signature. "Thank you, Mr. Superhero," she said. "This is your and the young lady's license. And your hero rankings will be updated simultaneously in your accounts for your convenience." Once these formalities were completed, the employee swiftly gathered the signed documents and took her leave. Chen Chao then handed the license to little Kara, saying, "Come on, little sister, let me treat you to some fried chicken. Is that enough to fill you up?" "Of course, it will definitely be enough," Kara exclaimed, jumping with excitement, wrapping her arms around Chen Chao's neck and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Chen Chao gazed at the vivacious little girl, a paternal smile gracing his face. As they exited the venue of the Extraordinary Association in Yinqing, Chen Chao mused, "Kara, I have a feeling I've forgotten something important, but I can't quite recall what it is." Strolling toward the commercial street, the sun began its descent. Chen Chao's subconscious seemed to urge him that there was indeed a significant matter left unattended. Little Kara shook her head, indicating her ignorance of the situation. Just then, Chen Chao spotted a woman leading a child with a backpack ahead. "Oh no, I've forgotten to pick up Xiaomei from school. If the landlady finds out, I might never be allowed back in her room at night." Suddenly, the weight of his oversight dawned upon him. Hearing Chen Chao's words, Kara tilted her head in confusion. "Brother, how does not picking up Xiaomei relate to whether you can go into the landlady's room tonight? Children shouldn't ask too many questions." Chen Chao replied, his cheeks reddening. Pointing in the direction of Xiaomei's school, he implored, "Kara, could you fly me over there?" Perhaps due to his recent acquisition of Kryptonian lineage, Chen Chao had yet to master the art of flight, necessitating Kara to act as his temporary pilot. Not a problem. The inherently helpful Kara shed her outerwear, revealing her superhero uniform. Although Chen Chao didn't fully grasp the rationale, it seemed that those capable of flight had an affinity for capes. Kara soared through the skies with remarkable speed. However, upon arriving at Xiaomei's school, they were already too late. Most students had departed, and Chen Chao noticed Xiaomei diligently writing her homework at the guard's desk, a wave of guilt washing over him. It appeared this child had grown accustomed to being left alone after school. Upon noticing Chen Chao, Xiaomei abandoned her work and rushed toward him. "Uncle Chen, you finally came to pick me up. There's a parent-teacher meeting this weekend. Can you be my dad? The other kids say I don't have a father. Will you be my dad?" Chen Chao felt his cheeks flush as he patted the little girl's head. "We could discuss that at home. First, grab your homework. Uncle will treat you to fried chicken tonight." "Okay." Xiaomei, somewhat reluctant, returned to fetch her homework notebook. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and said to Chen Chao, "Uncle Chen, if you were my dad, you wouldn't have to sneak into my mom's room at night anymore." This remark nearly caused Chen Chao to choke on his own saliva. The elderly attendant at the gate, who had intended to share a few jokes with Chen Chao, was taken aback, as if conjuring an entire melodramatic urban novel from those brief words. Even Chen Chao, with a resilience that could withstand a barrage of criticism, found it difficult to endure the admiring and encouraging gaze of the old man, and he quickly took Xiaomei and Kara away. The old gatekeeper sighed, lamenting, "Youth is truly a blessing." In the commercial street, at KFC, Chen Chao ordered 10 family buckets, along with 3 sundaes and 10 cups of ice cola. As these items were laid out on the table, both little Kara and Xiao Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. Let us eat. If it's not enough, we can order more. Today we feast. Chen Chao looked on with satisfaction as the 2 children eagerly devoured their chicken legs and wings. With a sense of responsibility, he deemed it necessary to inform Xiao Mei's mother about the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. Thus, holding a chicken leg in one hand, he dialed the landlord's number with the other. After a lengthy wait, just when Chen Chao thought the call would not connect, the landlord's voice came through. Hello, Chen Chao. Speak quickly. Can you come back this weekend? It's about Xiao Mei's parent-teacher meeting, he explained. Before he could finish, a deep male voice interrupted from the other end. Will you throw me the 8-time scope? There's a sniper on the opposite building. Get lost. The landlord, irritated, yelled back. Then press the phone closer. What did you just say? You can go to the meeting, and I'll reduce your rent. 8-time scope? Yeah. Are you playing PUBG or Call of Duty? Chen Chao was aware of the game's popularity, but its high computer requirements were beyond his means. He could barely afford meals, let alone a decent gaming rig. However, things would change soon. Once he obtained his hero license, he would have the funds to buy a gaming laptop. Then, he could enjoy playing PUBG with the landlord until dawn, which would be delightful. Just focus on playing. Take good care of Xiao Mei. I gotta go. The landlord hastily remarked before hanging up, leaving Chen Chao to shrug in resignation. Ah, women. Truly heartless. He turned to Xiao Mei, who was competing with little Kara in a chicken-eating contest, and asked, Xiao Mei, are you really your mother's biological child? Of course, she replied, her mouth full of chicken pieces as she chewed. Chapter 13. A heist? In the Yen City Commercial District, at KFC, the 2 children swiftly devoured all 10 family buckets that Chen Chao had ordered. Xiao Mei lay languidly on the chair, her belly distended and refusing to rise. The Kryptonian little girl, Kara, clearly had room for more, yet she appeared somewhat shy about continuing to eat. Chen Chao discerned Kara's hesitation. Consuming the same dish repetitively could become tiresome. Allow me to take you for some barbecued delicacies, he proposed. We can enjoy them while strolling, which will aid digestion. You're so kind, brother, exclaimed little Kara, extending her greasy hand to cup Chen Chao's face, planting a kiss that left a smudge of oil on his cheek. Xiao Mei, unwilling to be outdone, mirrored the gesture on the opposite side of his face. The trio's affectionate antics garnered the attention of several gentlemen nearby, who watched enviously, wishing they could displace Chen Chao and take his place. After dinner, they transitioned to a barbecue stall. Naturally, the appetites of the 2 superhumans, Chen Chao and Kara, remained insatiable, while poor Xiao Mei was already overly full, unable to consume even a single skewer of lamb. She could only cling to Chen Chao, her eyes fixed on Kara, who was eagerly grasping an assortment of barbecued treats and stuffing them into her mouth. Kryptonian society, being one that emphasizes the exploration of individual worth, had instilled in its elite, like Kara from a scientific family, a disconnection from such indulgences. Under Chen Chao's influence, however, Kara seemed to be evolving into a homebody. As the saying goes, one who stays close to ink will turn black. One who stays close to pigs will eat slop. Xiao Mei, disinclined to walk, remained attached to Chen Chao, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meats in Kara's hands as they ambled slowly toward home. The night had deepened, and the streets were sparsely populated when, suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from a few blocks away. Even from that distance, the intense heat wave and shock wave were palpable. A jewelry store had been robbed. Chen Chao and Kara halted in their tracks. Little Kara furrowed her brow and looked at Chen Chao with earnest eyes. Brother, shall we intervene? Despite her inclination toward becoming a homebody, her innate kindness remained unaltered. Chen Chao smiled. Of course, we must act. We are certified heroes. In an instant, a figure darted past them, carrying a bag of jewels with astonishing speed. Kara turned to Chen Chao and said, Brother, it's a speed-type awakener. He has robbed a jewelry store. Kara, go extinguish the fire at the jewelry store and tend to the injured. I will pursue the speed-type awakener. Xiao Mei, you should find shelter in the nearby tea shop and stay hidden. Having assigned their tasks, Kara soared into the sky, flying several blocks ahead. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed her freezing breath to extinguish the flames and assist the wounded. Meanwhile, Chen Chao activated his full speed, shattering the sound barrier as he chased after the speedster thief. The assailant appeared to possess only the strength of an early-stage awakener, no matter how swift he was. He could not possibly outpace Chen Chao. He heard a sudden explosive sound from behind him and instinctively turned to glance, yet saw nothing. When he turned back around, he noticed a figure standing in the middle of the road, not far ahead. Who dares to block my path? If it weren't for the 30 million worth of jewels I carry, I would run you over without hesitation. Although the speedster thief was reluctant to take a detour, as it would impede his momentum, the weight of the jewels made him wary. A single misstep could spell disaster. Unbeknownst to him, this very thought would ultimately save his life. Had he chosen to simply ignore the person ahead, the outcome might have been dire. For standing before him was none other than Chen Chao. The speedster thief dismissed Chen Chao entirely, slightly decelerating to maneuver around him. Yet, through the lens of his accelerated perception, he witnessed an astonishing sight. While the movements of everyone else seemed to be in slow motion, ordinary eyes could barely catch his figure. However, he realized that the person standing in the middle of the road appeared to be tracking his movements with a cold, indifferent gaze. In fact, the figure even seemed to yawn in boredom while extending a foot in his direction. In an instant, the speedster thief reacted far too late, colliding directly with Chen Chao's foot as if he had kicked a steel rod mid-sprint. A sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of something shattering. It took a full second for the speedster to comprehend that it was his own ankle that had fractured. Ah! He screamed in anguish, his body propelled forward by inertia. Chen Chao, with a swift motion, seized the thief's backpack before he was flung away. The thief tumbled a considerable distance, battered and bruised, and as he saw Chen Chao approach, disbelief filled his eyes. Who are you? I am merely a hero driven by curiosity. You may call me Superman, Chen Chao replied, delivering a swift strike that rendered the speedster unconscious. With the bag of jewels in hand, he proceeded calmly toward the scene. Meanwhile, Kara had extinguished the flames at her location, but another accomplice remained, having taken a young passerby hostage. A few scattered onlookers had already alerted the authorities upon witnessing the unfolding drama. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will pull the trigger, the kidnapper threatened, pressing a gun against the girl's head while warning young Kara to refrain from any rash actions, lest he take a life. Being merely a 14 or 15-year-old girl, Kara lacked the experience of a hero and felt paralyzed with fear, acutely aware that any misstep could jeopardize the innocent hostage's safety. As Chen Chao approached, Kara seemed to have found her anchor. Brother, don't move. You, toss the bag to me, or I will kill this woman. The robber, observing Chen Chao holding bags of jewels and the unconscious speedster, surmised that Chen Chao might be a professional hero or at the very least a high-level awakened individual, and thus became wary. According to their original plan, this particular robber was responsible for placing the explosives to blow open the jewelry store's door, while the speedster was to seize the jewels and make a swift escape, later regrouping at a predetermined location to divide the loot. Little did they expect to encounter two professional heroes in one outing. Consequently, neither of them managed to escape. However, these hypocritical heroes or police officers invariably concern themselves with the safety of hostages. A veteran in the robbery trade once said that when faced with a professional hero, one should not panic. Taking a hostage can certainly turn the tide. The little girl's performance was a perfect illustration of this theory. Chapter 14. Don't touch my computer. Chen Chao cast Kara a calming glance, then raised the bag of jewels towards the robber, saying, No problem. I will toss the bag to you now, so be ready to catch it. With that, he threw the bag filled with jewels high into the air. The robber instinctively looked up, and at that moment, Chen Chao abruptly accelerated, vanishing from his spot. Boom! Just as Chen Chao seemingly teleported in front of the robber, the sound of his sonic boom followed closely behind. The robber lowered his gaze, only to discover that Chen Chao had somehow snatched the handgun from his hand. Looking for this? Chen Chao smiled, raising his hand to crush the gun into pieces. Terrified, the robber trembled and attempted to flee, but Kara leaped forward, pinning him to the ground. Chen Chao stood still, perfectly positioned to catch the falling bag of jewels. The hostage was now safe, and the stolen goods successfully retrieved. Chen Chao left Kara to keep watch over the two robbers while he went to fetch Xiao Mei. A few minutes later, the sound of police sirens filled the air. Chen Chao turned to see a familiar face. Officer Heng, why are you working overtime again today? This ever-dedicated officer, Heng, seemed to be poked at a sensitive spot, her brows furrowing as she shot Chen Chao a fierce glare. Serving the people, how can that be called overtime? Wouldn't you agree, bald-caped hero? It's Superman-caped hero. Chen Chao corrected her once more, baffled by the misunderstandings she harbored about him. The following proceedings were routine, although the two captured individuals were not wanted criminals. They both had criminal records, one being a low-level awakened and the other a mid-level potential. The reward for apprehending a low-level awakened criminal typically ranged from 20 to 30 merit points, while capturing a mid-level potential criminal would yield approximately 15 merit points. However, each case must be analyzed individually. Chen Chao's successful intervention in thwarting a robbery and recovering a significant amount of stolen goods will indeed earn him additional rewards. In total, Chen Chao accrued 65 merit points during the time spent dining with two children, equivalent to 65,000 Huaxia coins. How did you manage to capture that awakener? Your hero license indicates that you have reached the rank of a level hero, and astonishingly, you are now ranked 9th in Yinqing. Officer Hang stared at the information on her computer, her mouth agape in astonishment. Just yesterday, this individual was at the bottom of the ranks, and today he has ascended to 9th place? Officer Hang, a mid-tier awakener of the enhancement type, was a public servant in the Extraordinary Guard Bureau and not classified as a professional hero. However, having sparred with level awakeners multiple times, her own abilities were approximately ranked around 100. Yet, Chen Chao was somehow in 9th place. This suggested that Chen Chao may actually be stronger than her. But if you are truly that formidable, why were you so thoroughly beaten by 3 potential awakeners yesterday? Chen Chao, cradling the sleeping Xiao Mei in his arms, yawned and replied, "It's not that impressive. My sister ranks 60. If she were willing to engage, she could easily break into the top 5. Though Chen Chao possessed greater physical strength than the little girl, he lacked the ability to fly, heat vision, and freezing breath. In a true confrontation, he might not even be a match for her. This conversation sounded particularly grating to Officer Hang's ears. So you two have come here to flaunt your accomplishments, have you? Bah, shameless commoners. This time, Chen Chao decided to share half of his merit points with little Kara, for he was not like those unscrupulous employers who relentlessly exploit their employees. However, Kara was indifferent to the merit points. To her, a few hundred points were far less enticing than a bucket of KFC. In the following days, aside from escorting Xiao Mei to and from school, Chen Chao spent his time lounging at home, basking in the sun and idly waiting for time to pass. Kara would occasionally venture outside, but her range of activity was limited to about a kilometer around the neighborhood. This distance further shrank to the space between his bedroom and the bathroom after Chen Chao purchased a gaming computer. Watching the Kryptonian girl, who spent all day holed up in his room, monopolizing his computer to play games like PUBG and Warcraft, Chen Chao began to doubt whether he had squandered his gaming account. "Hey, Kara, is it really okay for you to play games all day? Once your immigration paperwork is sorted, I'll find you a school," he said, feeling a pang of guilt at the thought of the brilliant Kryptonian girl, endowed with the genes of the finest scientists, becoming a reclusive girl who only stayed up late playing games and scrolling through her phone. Upon hearing Chen Chao's offer to send her to school, the little girl promptly dove into his blankets. "I have no desire to attend school. The curriculum at Blue Star School is far too superficial. Perhaps you could consider applying to be a university instructor and engage in academic research." "No, I find academic pursuits less entertaining than my mobile phone. I truly regret purchasing this device for you. You seem to spend all your time engrossed in it. At your age, is this all you can manage?" Little Kara expressed her vehement dissent. "Brother, if you dare send me to school, I will erase all 404 files in that hidden folder you cherish." Chen Chao responded with bewilderment. "Wait, I set several passwords. How did you discover it, Kara? Have you accessed it?" Kara's gaze suddenly drifted, and she replied with diminished confidence, "No." "Alas," Chen Chao lamented, "the girl is remarkably astute, and a mere handful of passwords could hardly deter her. The issue at hand is inappropriate for her age. Sigh, let's not dwell on that. It brings nothing but tears. From this day forth, you are forbidden from touching my computer." Chen Chao issued a stern decree, feeling it imperative to assign Kara some constructive tasks, lest this account become utterly defunct. "Brother, aren't you attending the parent-teacher meeting at Xiaomei's school this afternoon? After all, you are currently Xiaomei's father." The weight of the word father was not lost on them. Chen Chao felt a pang of embarrassment. He must bear significant responsibility for Kara's current state. Outside the apartment door, faint footsteps could be heard. In a residential complex, such sounds are typically unremarkable. However, these footsteps were unusually soft, almost as if someone was deliberately attempting to tread lightly. Something was amiss, and instinctively, Chen Chao and Kara turned to look. "Brother, there are two suspicious individuals attempting to pry open our door." Kara squinted towards the entrance, her enhanced vision penetrating the wall to reveal two figures outside. Having recently spent considerable time in the sun, Chen Chao discovered he too possessed a kind of superhuman vision, revealing the two middle-aged men attempting to break in. Their faces were rugged, suggesting they were not of the most virtuous ilk. Are they mere petty thieves? No, they are armed. They do not resemble ordinary criminals. Kara pointed to the rooftop of the adjacent building. "Brother, there's a sniper aiming at us from across the way." It was evident that these were no ordinary miscreants. Chen Chao scratched his head, feeling somewhat resigned. So, are they targeting me? Or us? If they were not ordinary criminals. The only explanation he could conceive was that someone was seeking vengeance. Had he offended someone recently? His gaze shifted to Kara, and he thought, could it be that someone has set their sights on this golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl? The idea of abducting Kara was indeed excessive. "Brother, I will handle the sniper. You take care of the two intruders." Kara, recognizing that Chen Chao could not fly, volunteered to confront the marksman. Chen Chao gestured to Carla, who then moved in another direction and flew out of the window. Two middle-aged men, their faces marked by a rough demeanor, finally managed to pry open the door lock and made their way into the inner room. Originally, Chen Chao had intended to remain in his own room, waiting for these two individuals to deliver themselves to him. However, upon entering, they merely scanned their surroundings before heading straight for the landlord's sister's room. What was happening? "Aren't you two here for me?" Chen Chao was perplexed, yet he patiently continued to observe the two middle-aged men. Inside the landlord's sister's room, one of them suddenly felt as if a pair of eyes were fixed upon them. "Captain Haikawa, why do I always feel like someone is watching us? It sends chills down my spine." The man referred to as Captain Haikawa surveyed the area. "Impossible. Intelligence indicates that number 18 is cohabiting with a lowlife. If that lowlife dares to show himself, we can deal with him directly. Let us not alert the enemy. We must find what we're looking for first." With that, the two began rummaging through the landlord's sister's room. Even the one called Captain Haikawa reached into the depths of a wardrobe filled with her intimate garments. At that moment, Chen Chao could no longer contain himself. "Damn it, I have never even touched that wardrobe. How dare you two shamelessly lay hands on the landlord's sister's personal effects? I spit on you, you perverse beasts. Leave those intimate items alone. If you want something, come at me." Just as the man was about to open the wardrobe, Chen Chao unleashed his speed to the utmost limit, appearing beside the middle-aged man in an instant, seizing his arm. "Who are you?" Chen Chao inquired coldly. "Damn it." The other man, upon seeing Chen Chao, immediately drew his gun and fired. Bang! A bullet shot forth, striking Chen Chao at the temple. However, it felt as if it had struck a wall of brass and iron, becoming deformed from sheer inertia before falling to the ground, emitting a faint wisp of smoke. "Isn't your target me?" Chen Chao realized that these two were not after him at all. They seemed more intent on finding the landlord's sister. The two men did not respond to Chen Chao's question. The gunman unleashed a rapid series of shots, while the man captured by Chen Chao felt an energy surge throughout his body, concentrating in his right fist as he swung it towards Chen Chao's head. Awaken. Regardless of whether they are elemental or enhanced, all awakened individuals must absorb the energy of the world to manifest their powers. Even Chen Chao's Kryptonian lineage absorbed and stored solar energy to exhibit superhuman strength. In the blink of an eye, Chen Chao lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the gunman, launching him across the room with tremendous force. The impact was so severe that he crashed through the wall behind him, spewing blood and losing his heartbeat, as if he were a mere rag doll. A formidable fist surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy, delivering a crushing blow. Boom! Chen Chao's head tilted slightly from the impact. Indeed, the strength of this awakened individual was formidable enough to elicit a twinge of pain, though it was merely a fleeting discomfort. "Pray tell, who are you and what brings you here?" Chen Chao exerted force, shattering the assailant's wrist, yet the adversary, undeterred by the agony, retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at Chen Chao's groin. To the astonishment of onlookers, it was not Chen Chao who cried out, but rather the one who had aimed the kick. Now, not only was the assailant's wrist shattered, but their leg was also broken, grasping the opponent's neck. Chen Chao hoisted them aloft, demanding, "You have but one chance to divulge your identity." Despite being lifted, the adversary appeared resolute in their silence. Suddenly, a guttural roar erupted from their throat, and miraculously, the severed bones began to rejoin, their entire skeletal structure swelling as if inflated. In an alarming transformation, their visage morphed into that of a wolf's head. A werewolf? With a ferocious howl, the creature swung its robust arm, landing a devastating blow. Boom! The tremendous force finally staggered Chen Chao, propelling him through the wall and onto the balcony. However, the werewolf did not pursue immediately. Instead, it turned to rummage through a cabinet, retrieving a disc-like object. Chen Chao observed intently. Was that their objective? With no time for contemplation, he sprang to his feet, swiftly positioning himself to obstruct the werewolf's path. Growl! The two clashed in an instant. The werewolf's transformation had resulted in a dramatic increase in strength and defense. What had been an inconsequential punch now delivered a palpable pain. How audacious to leap before me, a mere low-tier awakened being, while the werewolf was at best a high-tier. Clenching his fists, Chen Chao unleashed his full might, a punch that resonated with a tumultuous sonic boom, with strength surpassing the extraordinary. Could one withstand a blow of 10 tons? Before the words even left his lips, Chen Chao shattered the sound barrier with a punch that struck the werewolf squarely in the head. Bang! The sound erupted like thunder, leaving the werewolf momentarily dazed. In the next heartbeat, razor-sharp fangs shattered, and its head exploded like a watermelon, scattering crimson and ivory across the ground. With the werewolf dispatched, Chen Chao retrieved the disc from the floor, curiosity piquing as to what lay within, that it was worth such a fierce struggle to obtain. Could it be that it contains some incriminating evidence against a certain influential figure? It appears that the landlady harbors secrets. Chapter 16 reveals an abnormal situation. At this moment, Chen Chao suddenly recalled the voice from the phone call with the landlady a few days prior, along with that peculiar individual who inquired about the eightfold scope. It seems they were not merely engaged in a game at that time. Given the fierce battle between Chen Chao and these two individuals, the landlady's bedroom was utterly devastated. However, he was now overwhelmed with confusion, too preoccupied to ponder these matters further. Instead, he rushed to his room, inserted the disc into the computer, and simultaneously retrieved his phone to call the landlady. The call remained unanswered for an extended period. The disc also yielded no information. Chen Chao refused to believe that the disc was useless. He surmised that he must have been attempting to access it incorrectly. Before long, Kara appeared at the window, dragging in a bloodied individual. This person was none other than the sniper who had previously been hiding in the building across the street. Brother, they belong to a criminal organization. Their targets extend beyond this place. They also seek Xiaomei. Upon hearing Kara's words, Chen Chao's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once again. Although each school typically has its awakened guardians, given the strength of that werewolf, ordinary awakened individuals would stand no chance against them. Furthermore, today was the day of the parent-teacher meeting at Xiaomei's school, a time when the crowd was particularly dense, making it exceedingly easy for someone to stealthily abduct a 7-year-old girl. Trouble. Kara, take me there immediately, Chen Chao urged. There was no time for further inquiries. Ensuring Xiaomei's safety was of paramount importance. After all, Chen Chao had assured the landlady that he would look after Xiaomei with utmost care. And what about this person? He inquired. Just leave him on the windowsill. Passers-by will notice and call the authorities. Chen Chao understood that Kara had refrained from killing the sniper. Like Superman, Kara, as a superhero, generally adhered to a no-kill principle. While Chen Chao himself did not possess such a moral code, he would not interfere with Kara's beliefs. In any case, Kara had already incapacitated the man, who seemed merely to be an ordinary potential awakened individual without the ability to transform into a werewolf. Thus, it was best to leave the rest to the police. After dealing with the sniper, Kara flew Chen Chao to the Yin City Experimental Primary School. Today, an array of vehicles lined the entrance, all belonging to those attending the parent-teacher meeting. The campus was abuzz with activity, children frolicking and playing, while attendees flowed in and out, creating a semi-open atmosphere. Chen Chao and Kara hovered above the school, their expressions growing increasingly grim as they scanned the grounds. They could not find Xiaomei. Had Chen Chao still been the same underachiever as before, A multitude of individuals could have seamlessly entered their homes today, stealthily making off with the disc and perhaps even abducting Xiao Mei without raising a single alarm. Brother, I can't see Xiao Mei. Kara's tone reflected her mounting anxiety. Do not be anxious. Just a moment. I have recalled that Xiao Mei's children's watch is equipped with a child safety locator. When Chen Chao first moved into the landlord's sister's house, he had already expressed his concerns about her frequent business trips, questioning how she could not fear for Xiao Mei's safety. Consequently, the landlord's sister purchased a children's watch with a locator for Xiao Mei the very next day. For the past 2 years, everything had been peaceful, and Chen Chao had nearly forgotten about it. Looking back now, he felt incredibly astute for his foresight. Brother, can you locate Xiao Mei? Could I inuit it anjosely? Chen Chao had once possessed a location tracking application on his former mobile device, but that phone had been damaged by a figure in black at the amusement park, prompting him to acquire a new one. He reinstalled the application linked to Xiao Mei's watch, which was registered to both the landlord's sister and Chen Chao's phone numbers. Thus, by logging into the application, he could ascertain Xiao Mei's whereabouts, provided that there were no signal jamming obstacles in her vicinity. After logging in, a few seconds passed before the satellite system successfully pinpointed Xiao Mei's location. Goodness, Xiao Mei is currently moving rapidly, almost reaching Nanhuching, Chen Chao calculated roughly. The distance from Yinqing to Nanhuching was no less than 200 kilometers. Damn it, brother, I will fly you there, Kara exclaimed, glancing at Xiao Mei's position, determined to take Chen Chao with her. However, Chen Chao declined. Kara, you cannot fly at full speed with me. You should go ahead. I will follow closely behind. He insisted, gesturing for her to proceed first. Although Kara felt uneasy, Chen Chao smiled and added, moreover, I believe I am nearly capable of flying as well. This is a perfect opportunity to challenge myself. Seeing his confident smile, Kara relented. I will chase after her first, brother. You must keep up. Before she finished speaking, Kara raised her hands and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light towards Xiao Mei's direction. Chen Chao, not lingering, also surged forth, leaping into the air and gliding for a distance before descending in a parabolic arc. If Kara could fly, then surely he could as well. Upon returning to the ground, Chen Chao crushed the concrete surface beneath him and, using inertia, continued sprinting forward, feeling the rush of air as his speed peaked. With one hand raised above his head, he leaped once more. Boom! The ground erupted again as Chen Chao shot upward, sending a shockwave that set off alarms in all nearby vehicles. Ahead loomed a tall building, and it appeared inevitable that he would collide with it. In that moment, Chen Chao resembled a human cannonball. Should he crash into the building, it would undoubtedly puncture through. If fortune were to be unkind, and he demolished a load-bearing wall or column, many lives could be at stake. Take me up. Chen Chao unleashed all his strength, striving to break free from the clutches of gravity. He had no desire to become a wanted criminal merely because he accidentally collided with a building shortly after becoming a hero. A surge of intangible energy radiated around him, and just as he was about to approach the towering structure ahead, he suddenly ascended, narrowly evading a collision. Suspended hundreds of meters in the air, he gazed down upon the entirety of Yin City, having finally unlocked his ability to fly. Xiao Mei, I will ensure that those who kidnapped you are turned into mere shadows of their former selves, and I shall interrogate your unreliable mother for the truth behind this ordeal. If she fails to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall not hesitate to make her rue the day. With a determined glance towards the eastern gate of Yin City, Chen Chao abruptly dove forward. A resounding boom echoed as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring at supersonic speeds. Those on the ground looked skyward in astonishment. What is that in the sky? Is it a plane? A bird? No, it appears to be a person. Could it be a superhuman? Chapter 17. Encountering a superhuman on the outskirts of Nana City, within a derelict power plant long abandoned for decades, a makeshift laboratory lay concealed. A middle-aged man, shrouded in dark energy and clad in a black suit and sunglasses, descended from the sky, cradling a 7-year-old girl, bound and unconscious. This girl was none other than Nanjiame. Doctor, the vessel has been brought, the man in sunglasses announced as he opened a hidden entrance, delivering Xiao Mei into the temporary laboratory. The individual referred to as doctor was rather short and slender, exuding an effeminate demeanor. He extended his long fingers to caress the still sleeping Xiao Mei, emitting a chilling laugh. Indeed, this vessel has been well cared for over the years. It is time to reap the rewards. Well, the encrypted lock stolen by Subject 18. The effeminate doctor spoke not in Huaxia, but in flawless Nipponese. After a moment of contemplation, the man in sunglasses replied, I have yet to make contact with my brother, but rest assured, doctor, according to our intelligence, the individual cohabiting with Subject 18 is merely a low-tier hero. My brother and his team will undoubtedly secure the encrypted lock without drawing any attention. Upon hearing that the encrypted lock had not yet been retrieved, the doctor's expression darkened. Blood-Eye, the encrypted lock is crucial to the Immortal Phoenix project. You must acquire it. Understood. With that, the man known as Chuan Xuan, brother of the werewolf slain by Chen Chao, bowed slightly to the effeminate doctor and departed the laboratory. Once he had left, the doctor's gaze fell upon the unconscious Xiao Mei, as if he were admiring a flawless work of art. He instructed his subordinate, clad in white, to prepare the surgical instruments, declaring that the separation experiment would commence in 1 hour. He could hardly contain his eagerness to complete what he considered his greatest masterpiece. Although this was merely a makeshift laboratory converted from a medical room, it was equipped with all necessary instruments. A group of assistants, also in white coats and medical masks, bowed in unison to the effeminate doctor, pledging their willingness to obey the commands of the esteemed Lord Ghostblade. Upon leaving the laboratory, the man in sunglasses, Hekawachie, found himself unable to contact his brother, who was supposed to retrieve the disc. Such circumstances could imply that his brother was either delayed by some unforeseen event or, worse yet, had met his demise. Though his brother was not an extraordinary being, his transformation into a werewolf form would grant him significant strength and vitality. Even when faced with low-tier extraordinary beings, he should have been able to escape. It was inconceivable that he had vanished without a trace. What went wrong? Could it be that they had been discovered by a professional hero? No, I must send my men back to Yen City. While Hekawachie was troubled by the situation regarding the disc, Chen Chao and Kara had already appeared above the area. The signal from Xiao Mei had vanished in this vicinity. She must be somewhere nearby. Chen Chao hovered in midair, squinting as he employed his superhuman X-ray vision to scan the area inch by inch. Kara did the same. In less than 3 minutes, they both simultaneously identified an abandoned power plant. This facility had long been neglected, with many of its structures having collapsed and its entrance in ruins. Yet, around this dilapidated building, numerous armed individuals in black were vigilantly keeping watch. Something felt amiss. Brother, I see Xiao Mei, Kara exclaimed as her X-ray vision pierced through all the surrounding buildings, honing in on the most concealed area, the modified laboratory. At that moment, Xiao Mei was bound to an operating table, entangled in strange devices that resembled sinister apparatuses for extracting souls rather than any conventional medical equipment. Chen Chao's expression darkened. Although he was unaware of what his landlord's sister was concealing or what secret Xiao Mei held, it was impossible for him to deny his fondness for the innocent and caring girl he had known for 3 years. He could never stand idly by while she was harmed. Who dares to harm Xiao Mei? Have you consulted me first? Without hesitation, Chen Chao plunged downward. With Kara close behind, they descended like 2 shooting stars toward the abandoned power plant. Inside the facility, the armed guards instinctively raised their heads, alarmed by the approach of Chen Chao and Kara. Mr. Hekawa, enemies are approaching. All personnel, be on alert. Just as Chen Chao and Kara were about to enter the power plant, a man in sunglasses, enveloped in dark energy, soared into the air, blocking their path. The 2 parties were separated by several kilometers. Yet for them, this distance felt no different from being in close proximity. Upon spotting the approaching stranger, Kara's expression grew serious. Enveloped in energy, capable of flight, this individual was an extraordinary being. Within the power hierarchy of this world, awakeners could absorb the energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into their own strength. However, the awakener's inner reservoir resembled a newly formed pond, with both the quality and quantity of energy being quite feeble. Extraordinary beings, on the other hand, expanded their small reservoirs into vast lakes, marking a transformation from quantitative to qualitative change. Thus, feats unattainable by many awakeners were easily accomplished by extraordinary beings, such as soaring through the skies or using energy to shield themselves from harm. The primary distinction between this form of flight and Chen Chao's ability to fly lay in the fact that Chen Chao utilized a superhuman biological stance to liberate himself from the grip of gravity. while extraordinary beings purely consumed energy to counteract gravitational forces. Chen Chao was acutely aware that these individuals were the perpetrators who had harmed Xiao Mei. Regardless of their extraordinary status, anyone who dared to obstruct him would meet their end. He had longed to engage an extraordinary being in combat, and today presented the perfect opportunity. Although the system assessed Chen Chao's strength as that of a high-tier awakener, the Kryptonian bloodline, modeled after a great superhero, endowed him with formidable and comprehensive attributes, rendering him unrivaled among awakeners. According to the Extraordinary Association's definition, Chen Chao's individual attributes fell short compared to those of corresponding extraordinary beings. For instance, his strength could not compete with that of an extraordinary being with enhanced power, nor could his speed match that of Speedster. However, Chen Chao's greatest advantage lay in the diversity and comprehensiveness of his attributes. Aside from his low magical resistance, he possessed no significant weaknesses. Chapter 18. Confronting the Extraordinary Being. You are the class hero cohabiting with number 18, aren't you? As Chen Chao approached, the man in sunglasses, Haikawa Ketsu, recognized his face, somewhat surprised. Number 18? From a distance, I heard what you said. You must be referring to the landlady, right? Why does that designation sound reminiscent of a certain foot massage parlor's number 18? It seems we indeed underestimated your strength. It appears my brother has already been eliminated by you, so the disc must be in your possession. Haikawa Ketsu removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of crimson vertical pupils. Hand over the disc, and I can grant you a swift death. Good dogs don't obstruct the way. Step aside. Chen Chao not only maintained his speed, but accelerated further, charging directly towards Haikawa Ketsu. With a cold smirk, Haikawa Ketsu spread his arms and pushed forward, resulting in a collision between the two. Boom! A shock wave emanated from their point of contact, expanding outward. As Chen Chao and Haikawa Ketsu clashed, they found themselves evenly matched. I underestimated you. Haikawa, with bloodshot eyes and bulging muscles, emanated a dense aura of dark energy. In midair, he exchanged a flurry of blows with Chen Chao. The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed with a series of dull thuds. This was the first time Chen Chao had encountered an adversary worthy of his full attention since acquiring his Kryptonian lineage. Kara, go straight in and rescue Xiao Mei. I will handle things here, Chen Chao instructed. Every second wasted here meant greater peril for Xiao Mei. Stay back. As Kara approached the laboratory, threatening to interrupt Dr. Ghost Blade separation procedure, Haikawa abruptly shifted direction, his form swelling once more, his clothing straining against his expanding muscles, revealing sharp claws and fangs. This Haikawa was evidently a werewolf. Unlike the one Chen Chao had slain earlier, this one, with its crimson eyes, was markedly more formidable. As Haikawa transformed into his lycanthropic form, his aura surged, enveloping the surroundings in an invisible pressure. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant he appeared behind Kara. With claws glowing a vivid red, he swiped at her. The strike caught Kara off guard, tearing 3 gashes in her uniform and leaving clear scratches on her back. Yet, under the sunlight, those wounds vanished almost instantaneously, still leaving an impression of shock. Your opponent is me. Chen Chao, refusing to underestimate his foe, unleashed his full combat prowess, exerting over 10 tons of force as he threw a punch at Haikawa. The punch surged forth like a steel war chariot, causing Haikawa's crimson, slitted pupils to narrow, a fierce light igniting in his eyes as he swiftly braced for the impact. Boom! Haikawa crossed his arms over his chest, absorbing Chen Chao's blow in its entirety. Towering over 2 meters after his transformation, Haikawa resembled a small giant suspended in the void, making Chen Chao appear diminutive by comparison. However, upon striking, Chen Chao's tremendous force erupted, creating a violent shockwave that sent the massive wolf hurtling backward, cloaked in swirling dark energy, until he finally came to a halt after being propelled several dozen meters away. The point where his arms had crossed was slightly indented, his robust bones seemingly shattered by the force of the punch. It was worth noting that after transforming, Haikawa's strength, defense, and regeneration abilities had all dramatically increased. Even so, he could not withstand the full might of Chen Chao's blow. The werewolf's regenerative capabilities were astonishing. His arm muscles flexed as if the shattered bones were reassembling themselves. And within mere breaths, he had returned to his former state. Fortunately, during this interval, Kara had already taken flight towards the laboratory within the power plant. Despite facing resistance from ground personnel, who raised their firearms and began firing at her, she boldly commanded, "Get out of my way." Concerned for Xiaomei's safety, Zayakala transformed into a fierce and unyielding figure, charging through the hail of gunfire towards the crowd. With a flurry of punches and kicks, she swiftly dispatched her adversaries, bringing the battle on the ground to a rapid conclusion. Without hesitation, she darted towards the laboratory. Chen Chao, uncertain whether the enemy possessed other extraordinary beings, understood that his immediate task was to eliminate the foes before him and hasten to assist Zayakala. With a thunderous roar, the extraordinary werewolf engaged Chen Chao once more. The two figures plummeted from the sky, crashing into buildings that crumbled under their weight, sending debris flying as if it were a storm of stones. However, Chen Chao deliberately steered clear of the laboratory's direction. He could not afford for Xiaomei to be buried alive beneath the collapsing structure before she was rescued. For that would be nothing short of absurd. Engaged in a fierce melee, two equally matched combatants, both endowed with formidable regenerative abilities, were unlikely to conclude their battle swiftly. It was akin to exchanging blows where one moment one's health stood at 1,000, only for it to diminish by a single point in the next breath, and then to receive a scratch that inexplicably restored one's vitality to an unfathomable extent. What was the point of such a contest? As Chen Chao grappled with the extraordinary werewolf in a fierce struggle, Zayakala had already reached the threshold of the laboratory. Even through the heavy steel door, she could hear Xiaomei's cries resonating from within. The androgynous Dr. Ghostblade was orchestrating his subordinates to activate the various instruments connected to Xiaomei, extracting torrents of searing crimson energy from her being. Ultimately, all this energy converged within a cultivation chamber, manifesting as an entity resembling a fiery bird. Dr. Ghostblade gazed intently at the fiery avian energy with a fervent smile, exclaiming, "The phoenix, the solar deity of Egyptian mythology." Resembling a phoenix and echoing like a playful child, capable of transforming into human form. Outside the door, Zayakala's eyes blazed crimson, emanating two scorching beams of light. With all her might, she utilized her terrifying heat vision to carve out a rectangular section measuring 1.5 meters from the steel door. Then, she shut her eyes, and without waiting for the intense heat to dissipate, charged forward and smashed through the rectangular opening. "Release her, or I shall show no mercy." Zayakala stormed into the laboratory, her eyes radiating terrifying heat, threatening with a fierce resolve. The laboratory personnel recoiled in fear, yet the androgynous Dr. Ghostblade merely chuckled coldly. "Little girl, are you from Huagua, or are you a professional hero? You needn't concern yourself with who I am. Release Xiaomei at once," Zayakala declared, spreading her arms protectively in front of Xiaomei on the experimental platform, compelling everyone to retreat further. Sister Kara, at the laboratory, in a haze of consciousness. Little May beheld the figure clad in a red and blue uniform, the Awakener's sister, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Despite having endured unimaginable pain from the extraction of the Phoenix's energy without shedding a single tear at this moment, she revealed the fragility and helplessness that a 7-year-old child should possess. Little Kara felt an overwhelming sense of urgency in her heart. Yet she was at a loss on how to halt the machinery, fearing that her misstep might endanger May. She could only threaten the effeminate Dr. Ghostblade, declaring, "Release May at once, or else you will kill us." He interrupted with a piercing laugh. "Once the energy extraction begins, it cannot be halted until the container has yielded all its vitality to the Phoenix." "Are you saying?" Little Kara, still a young girl at heart, found her emotions swayed by his words. Seizing the moment of distraction, Dr. Ghostblade produced a cold, glinting scalpel, which he swiftly aimed at Kara's neck. "It would be a pity for such a delicate girl like you not to become part of my collection." As the blade sliced through the air, Kara sensed an imminent threat. The scalpel appeared capable of effortlessly piercing her skin. An extraordinary being, realizing that her adversary was evidently a powerful entity as well. Kara wasted no time and unleashed her thermal vision, sending forth 2 searing beams towards Dr. Ghostblade. Anticipating her move, he deftly evaded her attack, twisting his body away. "Become my masterpiece," he proclaimed, just as the icy scalpel drew near. Kara swiftly retreated while executing a powerful kick. With a clash, The cold scalpel grazed her skin, its material imbued with an incomprehensible energy that bypassed her defenses, slicing open her flesh. Yet, before blood could spill, the wound miraculously healed. Dr. Ghostblade, struck by Kara's kick, displayed a fleeting look of surprise, tumbling backward and regaining his balance only after several steps. He did not possess the innate abilities of an extraordinary being. His power was far inferior to that of an ordinary extraordinary, and against Kara, he merely managed to hold his ground. The advantages and disadvantages were starkly apparent. Dr. Ghostblade wielded the strange scalpel capable of injuring Kara, coupled with his extensive combat experience, while Kara, despite her immense strength, lacked practical experience. After all, on Krypton, she had been nurtured as a scientist, not as a warrior. As the battle resumed, Little May continued to struggle on the experimental platform, her breath becoming increasingly erratic. Beep, 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 the instruments emitted a frantic alarm, and the staff nearby turned pale with alarm. Doctor, the life characteristics of the container are exceedingly unstable, and anomalies have begun to manifest. The energy fluctuations of the Phoenix are spiraling into chaos, threatening to spiral out of control. The expression of Dr. Ghostblade turned grave, prompting him to distance himself from Kara. Kara felt a surge of anxiety as she suddenly beheld the Phoenix energy within the cultivation chamber begin to boil, as if drawn by some unseen force, becoming increasingly agitated. The source of this force was none other than the figure lying on the experimental table, Nanjiame. Kara, she called, stepping forward, only to be violently repelled by a wave of terrifying dark red energy. The cries of Jiame on the experimental table pierced the air, a heart-wrenching lament accompanied by a blinding light, unleashing a dreadful energy that shattered every pane of glass in the room. As the glass of the cultivation chamber also fractured, Dr. Ghostblade descended into madness, desperately shouting, "Quick! Administer tu fold. No, tem fold sedatives." Increase the energy absorption rate. A cry, seemingly emanating from the depths of the soul, suddenly reverberated throughout the space. In the not-so-spacious laboratory, two spheres of light, akin to miniature suns, materialized. One was the form of Nanjiame on the experimental table, her diminutive frame engulfed in dark red energy mist, like a flickering flame, incinerating everything it touched. The other sphere, the Phoenix energy entity within the cultivation chamber, had completely spiraled out of control, teetering on the brink of explosion. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Dr. Ghostblade pushed aside the obstructive staff, lunging towards the control panel, frantically pressing the buttons. The so-called Phoenix Project aimed to cultivate seeds resembling the Phoenix energy entity through specially gene-modified containers. Once these energy seeds reached full maturity, the matured Phoenix energy entity would be extracted and implanted into an ultimate weapon through an alternative method. Should the Phoenix Project succeed, they could potentially possess the technology to replicate Phoenix warriors. Scientific calculations suggested that the ultimate weapon, fully mastering the Phoenix energy, would wield powers surpassing the extraordinary. Should such an army be formed, it would undoubtedly sweep across the globe. However, Dr. Ghostblade had previously created numerous containers, all of which displayed low compatibility with the Phoenix energy. Throughout the cultivation process, they invariably lost control, transforming into highly unstable miniature nuclear bombs, except for the subject named Nanjiame. At this very moment, no matter how fervently Dr. Ghostblade struggled, he could neither suppress Jiame nor the portion of the Phoenix energy entity that had separated from her. Feeling the increasingly tumultuous energy fluctuations, Kara's expression turned dire. "Jiame, pull yourself together." Before her words could fade, the separated portion of the Phoenix energy entity erupted in a resplendent white light, and in the next instant, it detonated. Boom! A surge of overwhelmingly potent energy, reminiscent of a solar flare, erupted in a cataclysmic wave, radiating outward in all directions. The nearest extraordinary being, Dr. Ghostblade, along with a cadre of white-clad personnel, were incinerated in an instant, unable to emit even a cry of despair, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Despite Dr. Ghostblade's status as an extraordinary being, he was not a combat type, and thus could not withstand such a terrifying energy onslaught. Within less than a second of resistance, he too was reduced to cinders. In that split second of explosion, Kara positioned herself protectively in front of Xiaomei, selflessly absorbing the solar flare-like energy impact. Her diminutive form was instantly engulfed by the vast surge of energy. Outside the power plant, Chen Chao continued to engage in a mutual exchange of harm with blood-eyed Haikawa. Their clash persisted for several minutes, laying waste to surrounding structures, trees, and foliage. Yet both remained at their peak fighting capacity, capable of battling for 3 days and nights. The only noticeable difference was that the wolf hair of Haikawa was stained crimson, rendering him particularly disheveled. At that moment, Chen Chao caught sight of a blinding light, and the next second, a cataclysmic heat wave emanated from the laboratory, incinerating all nearby structures and leaving behind a desolate crater. Before Chen Chao could approach to investigate, the dark red energy impact surged forth, accompanied by a cloud of debris, flooding in like a relentless tide. Boom! Chen Chao braced himself against the onslaught, yet as the destructive energy swept over him, it inflicted little harm. In fact, this terrifying force was something Chen Chao could absorb, not the yellow sunlight, but an energy akin to it. Amidst the violent turbulence, Chen Chao steadied himself, choosing not to resist the energy's invasion, but instead sought to absorb the rolling waves of power to the greatest extent possible. In stark contrast, the werewolf Haikawa was far less fortunate. The solar flare-like energy acted as the grim reaper's scythe, gradually dismantling his flesh and burning it to oblivion. Even though the werewolf possessed formidable regenerative abilities, they were not limitless. The brief seconds felt interminable, akin to centuries. Once the explosive energy subsided, the area surrounding the power plant resembled a desolate wasteland scorched by 3 days and nights of divine fire. Due to his distance from the power plant, and with Chen Chao shielding him from most of the energy impact, Haikawa's body was left grievously mangled, resembling little more than a skeletal frame. Nonetheless, he had managed to cling to life, albeit with an excruciatingly slow recovery of his breath. How are you still alive? Is the werewolf's vitality truly so tenacious? Chen Chao mused, shaking his body. His basic agent combat suit was in tatters, akin to that of a beggar, failing to shield him, yet his skin glowed like molten steel, radiating a deep, fiery red. Upon witnessing Chen Chao's visage, the werewolf's crimson eyes trembled uncontrollably. What manner of creature are you? Who dares to label werewolves as monsters when a true aberration stands before me? I am no monster. I am a superhuman. Chen Chao's eyes gradually turned a fiery red, as if magma surged within. Having been imbued by the sun's flare, Chen Chao awakened a new superhuman ability, heat vision. Suddenly, 2 beams of scarlet light erupted from his eyes, hurtling toward the werewolf's head. No! The werewolf instinctively attempted to evade, yet having just endured an energy shock, merely surviving was a feat. At this moment, evading Chen Chao's heat vision was beyond its capabilities. The heat vision descended with a crackling sound, effortlessly shattering the werewolf's feeble energy defenses, piercing through its skull and emitting the acrid stench of charred flesh. At last, this formidable supernatural werewolf breathed its last. After vanquishing the werewolf, Chen Chao directed his gaze toward the laboratory. He bore no concern for Kara. He could absorb this energy himself, rendering it a non-threat to her. His worry lay with Xiao Mei. Meanwhile, at the branch of the Supernatural Association in Nanhua City, a massive energy response was detected on the outskirts. No relevant military actions were logged. The energy source remained unidentified, tentatively categorized as a class event. Immediate contact with nearby professional heroes was advised. Professional heroes have been alerted and were expected to arrive on the scene in 5 minutes. Chen Chao Apurushikara, who was closest to the explosion site but had suffered little harm. Like Chen Chao, Kara had excessively absorbed this energy. Her skin flushed a vibrant red. Kara, are you all right? Brother, I am fine, but Xiao Mei. Before Kara could elaborate on the situation, a wave of heat surged forth. At the epicenter of that searing energy, Xiao Mei was enveloped in a dark red, mist-like flame. Her eyes blazed crimson, as if flames danced within them. Her hair billowed in the wind, and she hovered in midair. A pair of wings forged from fire unfurled behind her, resembling a fiery divine bird surveying the realm. At such a moment, was there truly no one to elucidate the situation? Chen Chao felt a headache coming on as he called out Xiao Mei's name. Each time he attempted to approach, he was thwarted by her instinctual attacks. Brother, it seems Xiao Mei has lost her senses. What should we do now? Kara briefly recounted the details of Dr. Ghostblade's Phoenix project. She was now unable to discern whether Xiao Mei's powers were spiraling out of control or if the Phoenix energy entity had gained self-awareness, usurping Xiao Mei's body. Chen Chao furrowed his brow. It dawned upon him that the little girl with whom he had shared 3 years of life was, in fact, a human pillar. What role, then, did the landlady play in this intricate web? With such a monumental secret surrounding Xiao Mei, it was implausible that her mother was an ordinary person. Soon, high-level professional heroes arrived on the scene. Fortunately, Chen Chao revealed his identity, preventing any misunderstandings that could have led to harm when approaching Xiao Mei. It is not just a few awakened beings who would struggle to withstand Xiao Mei's explosive energy. Even a handful of extraordinary beings would find it exceedingly difficult. The examples of Dr. Ghostblade and the werewolf Hakai Jian serve as prime illustrations of this fact. Continuing in this manner is unsustainable. Her energy fluctuations are terrifying, and should she enter the heart of Nana City, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. The arriving hero Jiang Feng remarked, if someone of Xiao Mei's energy level were to enter the city, it would certainly be a level catastrophe. Chen Chao urged the few high-level heroes who had come to retreat. I will not allow her to head towards the city. If absolutely necessary, I have a way to calm her down. Chen Chao did not wish to resort to physically cooling down Xiao Mei unless it was a last resort. However, her condition was becoming increasingly unstable, and apart from that, there seemed to be no better solution. A resounding roar echoed from the distant sky. A transport aircraft was approaching, and the commotion above clearly agitated Xiao Mei, causing the already chaotic energy field to erupt once more. Everyone immediately withdrew. Kara, ice breath. Chen Chao hastily commanded Jiang Feng and the other high-level heroes of Nanha City to retreat. The energy of the Phoenix was far too terrifying for them to contend with. Should they be caught in its wake, the outcome would be nothing short of annihilation. Suddenly, Chen Chao and Kara leaped forward, positioning themselves before the crowd. Taking a deep breath, they exhaled a chilling breath of ice. This was the ability of a superhuman, ice breath. Together, Chen Chao and Kara unleashed their ice breath, temporarily suppressing the Phoenix's energy. At that moment, the transport aircraft had landed. A squad descended from it, each clad in military combat gear, wearing helmets, and armed to the teeth. Chen Chao cast a quick glance, his X-ray vision disregarding all embellishments. To his astonishment, the leader of the group was none other than the long-missing landlady. Hey, yeah, is that you? Chen Chao exclaimed in surprise. The landlady, Nan Wu Yu, removed her helmet and said, Kid, you recognize me. Well done. Leave the rest to me. It was evident that this was not her first encounter with such circumstances. Without further explanation, she called out to a particularly well-endowed warrior behind her. Hey, healer, give me a shield. As she spoke, the one referred to as the healer raised her hand, enveloping the landlady in a shimmering blue water pattern that formed a protective barrier. Immediately after, the landlady took a step forward, launching herself like an ordinary cannonball directly into Xiao Mei's energy field. Chen Chao thought to himself, after 3 years under the same roof, he had never realized how powerful the landlady truly was. Upon catching sight of the landlord's sister, Xiao Mei momentarily lost her focus, and in that fleeting instant, the landlord's sister approached her, wielding a syringe. Without hesitation, she plunged it into Xiao Mei's neck. Mom! As the flames surrounding Xiao Mei gradually dissipated, clarity returned to her gaze, though her eyelids felt heavy, beckoning her to sleep. The landlord's sister tenderly embraced her, gently stroking her hair, and whispered, Be good, dear girl. Your mother has arrived late. Rest well. The crisis of the immortal Phoenix was thus averted. Chen Chao stepped behind the landlord's sister, arms crossed, his expression sour. Shouldn't you explain this to me? This is not the place for discussion. Let us return to speak, she replied. The landlord's sister gestured to one of the men in the group. Xiao Wan, you stay behind to handle this. Understood, Yu Jia, replied the warrior known as Xiao Wan. Given the commotion, various parties would undoubtedly take notice, and leaving without a word could lead to complications. Thus, the landlord's sister assigned someone to handle the aftermath. Chen Chao and the others followed the landlord's sister onto the transport aircraft. Although he had yet to fully assimilate the energy from the solar flare, his skin had returned to normal. He glanced at his personal attributes in the system interface. Personal attributes. Name, Chen Chao Strength. Low-grade extraordinary extracted attribute. Kryptonian bloodline skills, hacking level 4. Intermediate combat skills level 1. Superhuman strength, steel body, super speed, heat vision. Freeze breath, obtained from Kryptonian bloodline. System backpack. Agent Pistol X1. Thor's Hammer Fragments X10. Wonder Woman Diana Fragments X12. Captain America Steve Rogers Fragments X10. The system now evaluated his strength at the low-grade extraordinary level. This was even before fully digesting the solar flare's energy. Chen Chao estimated that once he completely absorbed the solar flare's power in a few days, his strength would ascend to another tier. At the very least, within the realm of the extraordinary, he would not fear anyone. The landlord's sister did not take Chen Chao and the others back to their previous apartment, which had been ravaged by the werewolves. It required some repairs before it could be habitable again. Thus, she led everyone to a safe house provided by the military in Yin City as a temporary refuge. They ensured that the still sleeping Xiao Mei was comfortably settled, while Chen Chao, lacking the appetite for dinner, pulled the landlord's sister aside to inquire about the situation. The safe house comprised 2 floors, with the landlord's sister's personnel patrolling the exterior. Xiao Mei was placed in a room on the 2nd floor, where accompanying doctors examined her condition. The landlord's sister sat on the living room sofa, remaining silent for a moment before addressing Chen Chao. Weren't you curious about who Xiao Mei's father is? In truth, she was not born through natural means. She is a specially cultivated human. The Kryptonian little girl, upon hearing these words, subtly flickered her eyes. On Krypton, apart from his cousin Superman, Kal-El, natural childbirth has not occurred for many years. Chen Chao, fueled by curiosity, urged her to continue, expressing his fondness for stories. The landlady sighed, revealing that not only Xiao Mei, but also she herself was a product of an organization known as the Divine Creation Alliance. Specifically from the Ultimate Weapon program, it is known that the awakening is possible because of the genes one carries. In today's society, even any ne'er-do-well can attain immense power, ascending to the ranks of the awakened, provided they fortuitously possess and activate the requisite genetic fragments. This raises a profound question. Are those devoid of such genes destined to be inferior? If so, does this imply that the existence of genes is the very root of unfairness, as one's future is predetermined at birth? This notion led to the founding philosophy of the Divine Creation Alliance, to implant genes in ordinary people through modern technology. Chen Chao found this concept somewhat incredulous. Can genes be transplanted to adults? He queried. Why not? The landlady replied, elucidating with a striking example of the transmissibility of werewolves and vampires. Both beings harbor potent genetic toxins within their DNA, which, when they bite a human, attack the victim's genetic sequence, transforming them into werewolves or vampires. However, this method of genetic transmission is rather primitive, as those bitten often acquire only fragments of the genetic sequence, which explains why the most powerful are the progenitors, with subsequent generations becoming increasingly feeble and potentially losing the ability to transmit their genes. The gene transplantation technology of the Divine Creation Alliance mirrors the invasion of genetic toxins, but is supported by numerous devices, rendering it relatively safer, though not guaranteed to succeed. The sole drawback lies in its lack of a 100% success rate. However, the high safety quotient means that even in failure, significant harm to the individual is unlikely. Should the procedure fail, it may adversely affect one's health, thus dissuading many wealthy individuals from pursuing gene implantation. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao could not help but remark, "It sounds like the Divine Creation Alliance has a sound approach. If there truly exists a means to provide ordinary people with the opportunity to awaken, it could be considered a positive development." The landlady shook her head, stating, "While the ideal is commendable, there is a stark reality. The minimum cost for gene implantation is $50 million, with no guarantee of success. Pray tell, what kind of individuals possess the means to afford such a procedure? Only those endowed with financial prowess." Chen Chao, feeling out of place, retreated into silence. Indeed, although the original intent of this technology was to afford ordinary individuals the possibility of awakening, those who possess the capability to utilize it are inherently not ordinary. The landlady, brushing her hair back, continued, "The most crucial point is that humanity lacks the ability to artificially manufacture genes. Where do you think these genes originate? Are they acquired through donations, transactions, or perhaps by abducting individuals and confining them to laboratories? In our nation, the situation is somewhat better. However, in many Western countries, there are tens of thousands of missing persons each year. Where do you think they vanish to? To consider it from another perspective, if I were an extraordinarily wealthy individual lacking genes, desiring to purchase a segment of DNA for myself, do you believe I would opt for something commonplace? Or would I seek something exceedingly rare and potent, endowed with myriad capabilities? Chapter 22. The ultimate weapon. Those present were not fools. The landlady's questions, upon even a moment's reflection, evoked a chilling realization. Unless humanity acquires the ability to decode the genetic code and artificially create genes, once the technology for gene transplantation becomes legalized, all awakened individuals could potentially become prey for the affluent. Fortunately, this technology had been prohibited by most nations long ago. At that time, the general populace had protested, believing it to be the final barrier preventing ordinary people from awakening. Earlier, you inquired about the phoenix energy within Xiaomei. Current intelligence suggests that this energy is a parasitic entity attached to specific gene fragments, inherently uncontrollable and chaotic. However, the scientists of the Divine Creation Alliance, notably Dr. Ghostblade, discovered a gene sequence capable of accommodating and cultivating phoenix energy. Consequently, he produced a series of containers designed to store the phoenix energy and utilize the vitality of the containers to nurture the energy, guiding its evolution toward a controllable and orderly state. Xiaomei is one of these containers. Upon learning the truth about the phoenix energy, Chen Chao fell into silence. He was astonished that the merely 7-year-old Xiaomei harbored such a secret. Although her body appeared similar to that of an ordinary person, her genes were already on the brink of collapse, irrevocably bound to the phoenix energy. The landlady, rubbing her cheeks, spoke with a quavering voice. If the phoenix energy is forcibly separated, Xiaomei's genes will utterly disintegrate. Yet if left unchecked, her vitality will be continuously siphoned by the phoenix, potentially preventing her from reaching the age of 10. Is there truly no way to save Xiaomei? Upon hearing this, Carla's eyes immediately welled with tears. She could not bear to witness a girl, only slightly younger than herself, being sentenced to death. Chen Chao, while not displaying overt emotion, gazed at the landlady with a look of hope. The landlady did not disappoint Chen Chao and Kara. She nodded and said, "Yes, and the solution lies within the disc in your possession." What exactly is this disc? I attempted to open it, but to no avail. Chen Chao retrieved the disc from his pocket and spoke. The landlady paused for a moment and explained, "It is the encrypted lock for the ultimate weapon version of the Phoenix Resurrection Plan, which contains the instructions for transforming Xiaomei from a vessel into a host. Simply put, it involves implanting the ultimate weapon gene that enables the mastery of Phoenix energy within Xiaomei, empowering her to the extent that she can control the energy entity of the Phoenix." Chen Chao interjected, inquiring, "Is that correct?" "Indeed, that is precisely the meaning." The landlady affirmed with a glance of approval towards Chen Chao. "Over the years, I have frequently traveled for work in pursuit of this. I must swiftly locate the ultimate weapon version of the Phoenix Resurrection Plan and then transform Xiaomei into the host of the Phoenix. Otherwise." The landlady refrained from finishing her thought. Having learned the background of the situation, Chen Chao no longer dared to label the landlady as an irresponsible mother. If this could be deemed irresponsibility, then what truly constitutes responsibility? Subsequently, the Divine Creation Alliance was no longer satisfied with merely selling genes to the affluent. They even artificially engineered the most formidable warriors to sell to various nations. This was the ultimate weapon plan, and I was the successful experiment number 18 of this initiative. My superfluous genes were removed, replaced by robust gene sequences, enhancing my strength, speed, endurance, and even my recuperative abilities, each aspect rivaling that of any awakened individual. Can you imagine? I was once an utterly ordinary person. Chen Chao nodded, indicating his profound understanding. Just a week prior, he too had been an unremarkable individual, ranked 1388 among potential seekers. As a highly successful enhancer, Dr. Ghostblade extracted my genes during the development of the vessel. Thus, I can be considered Xiaomei's mother in a genetic sense. I should have been devoid of emotions. Perhaps it was my unwillingness to see Xiaomei perish at the hands of those scoundrels, and my reluctance to allow her to be sold as a weapon to war criminals that compelled me to escape with her. The landlady spoke lightly of it. Yet Chen Chao understood that the reality of the ordeal was certainly not so straightforward. He was aware of the subsequent events. and he could hardly fathom that the mother and daughter he had lived with for 3 years had endured such trials. Unexpectedly, Xiaomei had been exposed, and the extraordinary association might soon intervene. The landlady changed her tone, stating, "There is no alternative. The Phoenix energy entity is a significant incident wherever it appears. The extraordinary association would be remiss to disregard it." "What do you intend to do?" Chen Chao queried. The landlady shrugged. "I have already collaborated with the military of Hua country. My sole demand is that Xiaomei must not be harmed. Should there be any intent to harm her, I will go to any lengths to take her away." Chen Chao smiled, reassured that no one could harm Xiaomei, not even the Divine Creation Alliance. Xiao Kara chimed in, "That's right. I will protect Xiaomei too. Let's find a way to save her together." Chen Chao and Kara certainly had the conviction to make such statements. The landlady observed the two for a long moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. "Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I shall believe you this once." She then leaned closer to Chen Chao, regarding him with a curious gaze. "Now that you've shared your story, shouldn't you explain your own circumstances? A week ago, you were merely a novice potentialist. How was it that in just 1 week, you've managed to eliminate a superhuman from the Divine Creation Alliance?" "I accidentally awakened my powers. I never intended to become this strong. You know my life goal is to be a carefree slacker." Chen Chao shrugged, attributing all answers to the awakening of his abilities. It wasn't that he intended to deceive the landlady. The existence of the system was simply too complex to explain adequately. The landlady regarded Chen Chao with a mixture of belief and skepticism. However, this world was not lacking in similar tales of individuals from the lower echelons of society suddenly awakening formidable powers and making a leap to success. After studying Chen Chao for a while, the landlady seemed disinclined to press further. "I'll go check on Xiaomei. If you're hungry, feel free to help yourself to something in the fridge." With that, the landlady ascended the stairs. As night deepened, the outside world succumbed to darkness. One unexpected incident after another had irrevocably altered Chen Chao's previously languid existence. Nevertheless, some matters could not be rushed. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, yawning and preparing to sleep, he noticed that the television in the living room was still aglow. Descending the stairs, he discovered a little girl from Krypton, clutching a husky pillow, transfixed by the screen. The television was broadcasting the immensely popular drama from years past, My Love from the Star. "Why are you still watching this? What time is it? Shouldn't you be asleep? Are you trying to cultivate your powers by staying up late?" Chen Chao approached, intending to seize the remote control from Kara's hands. He could not allow this girl to continue down this path. Scrolling through her phone, playing games, and binge-watching shows, was this truly the behavior of a superhero? To his surprise, the little girl was adamant. "Brother, just one more episode. Don't you think Min Jun might be a fellow Kryptonian like us?" Kara clung tightly to the remote, her large, sparkling eyes brimming with unshed tears. This girl had become utterly enchanted by the drama. Chen Chao pushed aside the tearful Kara, declaring, "You need to watch less Korean drama. If a fellow Kryptonian has appeared, it's time for you to go to bed." Carla remained persistent, even resorting to playful pouting. Chen Chao found himself utterly powerless against her charm. He had stipulated that they would only watch one more episode. Otherwise, she would have to forego her beloved phone and computer. With Chen Chao's reluctant approval, little Carla eagerly nodded and promptly set the television to a speed of 36 times normal. Was she truly intent on binge-watching the entire series in one go? Ignoring the now spoiled Kryptonian little girl, Chen Chao yawned and made his way to the bathroom. Upon his return to his room, he found it unlit yet unmistakably clear that someone lay upon his bed, his landlady, draped in sheer silks, her alluring figure on full display. Initially, Chen Chao wondered if he had mistakenly entered the wrong room, but then he questioned why he would think that at all. Shaking his head, he dismissed such trivial thoughts and stepped outside to confirm that this was indeed his room. It was confirmed he had not erred this time. "Yu Jia, what brings you into my room?" Chen Chao stood at the threshold, caught in indecision. The landlady rose from the bed, approaching him with deliberate steps, tugging at his shirt to pull him inside. "In the past, it was you sneaking into my room. Today, I waited for you, but where have you been? Has your orientation changed? Or is there someone else in your heart?" Chen Chao recoiled slightly. The first time was indeed a mistake, but later, "Didn't you say your shoulders were sore and asked me to massage them? I only agreed to rub your shoulders, not anything else." The landlady leaned closer, her familiar fragrance enveloping Chen Chao, evoking memories of a particular night 2 years prior. That night, he had mistakenly entered her room. Rather than calling the authorities, she had suggested that if he massaged her aching shoulders, he could forego a day's rent. At that time, Chen Chao was already 3 months behind on rent, and under the pressures of life, he shamefully agreed to massage her shoulders in repayment. After several days of this arrangement, his hands began to wander. The landlady seemed to tolerate this, yet whenever Chen Chao was on the verge of crossing a significant line, she would always intervene. Though they had engaged in some borderline behaviors, they had never fully crossed the threshold. However, for a young man like Chen Chao, even such flirtations were sufficient to satisfy his youthful exuberance and left him yearning for more. Perhaps I should have opened the final chapter to you long ago. Provided you promise to always look after Xiao Mei, I shall grant you any request, for she is my only family in this world, the landlady declared, preparing to loosen her veil. Are you leaving again? Chen Chao grasped her hand tightly, halting her from undoing the delicate fabric. The landlady's body stiffened momentarily as she whispered, "Indeed, I must locate the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance, where records of the Phoenix Project's ultimate weapon are kept." Over the years, the landlady had not been idle. She had unearthed several clues. However, her concern for Xiao Mei had always held her back from decisively pursuing the matter. This time, she intended to entrust Xiao Mei entirely to Chen Chao, and then, with reckless abandon, seek out and penetrate the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance. Failure would mean her demise. I do not wish for this to be a mere transaction. Do you understand? It is not merely a matter of you and me. My care for Xiao Mei is not contingent upon that. Chen Chao grasped the landlady's hand tightly and replied softly, "Moreover, who says Xiao Mei is your only family? Must one have blood ties to be considered family? You took me in during my darkest hour, and I have long regarded you and Xiao Mei as my closest kin." Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, the landlady trembled, as if drained of all strength, collapsing into Chen Chao's embrace. "This is unlike you. In the past, you would have lunged at me with fervor. Has your disposition truly changed? Or perhaps Kara is not your cousin after all?" The landlady lifted her gaze to meet Chen Chao's, as though the transformation in him had commenced with the arrival of that doll. Her eyes darkened as she confessed, "After all these years of growing accustomed to your presence, I suddenly fear that you might abandon us." Chen Chao resolutely shook his head. "That will not happen. I am but a lazy fish, content to drift through life. I shall not abandon anyone." Reassured by his promise, the landlady nodded, a flicker of hope in her eyes. "Chen Chao, could you please massage my shoulders?" Just like before. This time, Chen Chao did not refuse and nodded all right. The following day, Chen Chao opened his eyes groggily. Last night, while massaging the landlady's shoulders, they had both fallen asleep. Upon waking, he discovered that his hands were being held by two individuals. On his left was the landlady, and on his right, little Kara. The presence of the landlady was understandable, but why was Kara there as well? "Kara, why have you come into my room again?" "Wait, why did I say again? Is this my issue?" "Surely it is not." Chen Chao raised his right hand, yet the little Kryptonian girl remained clinging to it, slightly opening her eyes only to quickly close them again, revealing prominent dark circles around her eyes. Most likely, she had stayed up all night watching dramas. In response to Chen Chao's query, little Kara nestled further into his embrace and murmured, "If the landlady can sleep with you, why can't I?" Chen Chao instinctively wanted to retort, but a glance at the landlady lying to his left left him momentarily speechless. "But we did nothing last night, just a shoulder massage." Hearing Kara's words, the landlady lifted her head, displeased, and exclaimed, "You little rascal, who are you calling auntie?" It appears that every woman is particularly concerned about her age, and the landlady is no exception. Little Carla, ignoring her, spread her limbs like an octopus, firmly clinging to Chen Chao. The landlady, unwilling to concede, attempted to contest territory with Carla. However, she soon realized that no matter how fiercely she tried, she could not pry Carla's hand away. What on earth has this little girl consumed to grow so strong? The landlady, a fortified individual herself, was nearly exerting all her strength, yet could not dislodge Carla's grip. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Chen Chao quickly intervened, saying, "All right, enough of this. Everyone get up for breakfast." As he spoke, he lifted Carla and added sternly, "You will join me for breakfast. Afterward, you may return to sleep, but you are forbidden from binge-watching shows all night. Can I stay up all night to play games instead?" little Carla asked, struggling to open her eyes. Her expression a mix of innocence and anticipation. Chapter 24. Visitors from the Extraordinary Association at the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance. The chief office boasted a wall adorned with massive display screens, each showcasing various experiments pertaining to ultimate weaponry projects. Before this wall of screens stood a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, dressed in attire reminiscent of European aristocracy from the last century. His gaunt face, unnervingly pale, belonged to Count Vlad, the head of the Divine Creation Alliance. Count Vlad, an assistant entered, reporting the Phoenix energy recovery has failed, and both Dr. Ghostblade and the Kurikawa brothers have perished in Huagua. Upon hearing this news, Vlad furrowed his brow, his emaciated visage seemingly shrouded in frost. He coldly inquired, "What action has been taken? Where is the Phoenix energy now?" The assistant responded, "According to intelligence, the container for the Phoenix energy may still be in their possession. We might be able to negotiate with them. After all, the Phoenix container in their hands is nothing more than an unstable bomb." However, Count Vlad shook his head. "Those so-called heroes have branded us a criminal organization. They are unlikely to cooperate." What is the status of the Ghost Wolf experiment? The Ghost Wolf experiment refers to a fusion of vampires and werewolves. Vampires fear sunlight and crosses, while werewolves are vulnerable to silver. The Ghost Wolf aims to harness the strengths of both while erasing their weaknesses, becoming the ultimate weapon. In response to Vlad's query, the assistant hurried to the computer, retrieving data on the Ghost Wolf experiment and projecting it onto the large screen. Ghost Wolf experiment. Classified as top secret. Number of subjects, 305. Survival rate, 30. Optimal selection rate, 10. Experiment log summary. Failed to achieve perfect fusion state, requiring adjustments to the intermediary medium. The ultimate ecological model has been deduced, necessitating an increase in test subjects. Count Vlad, the ultimate ecological model for the Ghost Wolf has been successfully deduced. If all goes according to plan, the next batch of test subjects will feature the ultimate form of the Ghost Wolf, the assistant reported. The Ghost Wolf Warrior Project runs parallel to the Phoenix Project. The ultimate weapon of the Phoenix Project follows an energy-based approach, boasting formidable single-unit destructive power. Yet its replication proves exceedingly challenging. In contrast, the Ghost Wolf emphasizes a warrior-oriented path, while its individual destructive capability may not rival that of the Phoenix's ultimate weapon. Vampires and werewolves inherently possess a strong infectivity, allowing the Ghost Wolf warriors to be replicated on a large scale. Once the technology matures, the Divine Creation Alliance could effortlessly replicate an army of ghost wolves, an entire force endowed with exceptional, high-tier supernatural capabilities. Even the most formidable beings beyond the extraordinary would find themselves in a quandary when faced with such a terrifying legion. It is rather amusing, is it not? Those who condemn our experiments as inhumane, I am eager to witness their expressions when I lead an army of ghost wolves to their gates. Count Vlad displayed a sinister smile, determined to reclaim the Phoenix energy entity and purge all traitors without exception. On Chen Chao's side, to prevent the Kryptonian girl from becoming utterly dependent, he issued a strict order prohibiting Kara from engaging with any electronic devices past 11 at night. "You ultimately laid your hands on me, didn't you?" Little Kara pouted, sorrowfully fiddling with the eggs on her breakfast plate. Chen Chao paid no heed to the internet-addicted girl. The landlady informed him that Xiaomei had awakened, though her condition remained quite frail and would require some time for recuperation. Chen Chao and Kara promptly went to check on Xiaomei. The doctor had administered a stabilizing gene serum, temporarily alleviating her condition. The abnormal energy reaction within her was siphoning her life force, a case unlike any I had encountered before. Perhaps only after consulting relevant experts could a definitive medical plan be established. In recent days, investigators from the pertinent authorities had come to assess the situation. Given the numerous offenses committed by the Divine Creation Alliance across various nations, their crimes are indeed unspeakable. Any member of the Alliance is apprehended before interrogation, leaving no room for wrongful accusations. Regarding Xiaomei's condition, the investigators indicated they would need to consult their superiors. In today's society, where awakened individuals are increasingly prevalent, there is a high tolerance for such incidents, and immediate regulatory measures have not been implemented. However, this is also related to the security provided by the military safe house where Chen Chao and his companions reside. It is certain that powerful figures are keeping watch. Should Xiaomei's Phoenix energy spiral out of control, it is likely that more than just extraordinary beings would respond. This afternoon, the landlady had taken Xiaomei out early. Chen Chao and little Kara settled on the sofa, engrossed in a series, when a knock resounded at the door. Chen Chao hurried to answer. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, with disheveled hair and an unkempt beard, wearing a pair of small sunglasses and smoking a cigarette, giving off the impression of a middle-aged thug rather than an official representative of Huagua. The woman, on the other hand, was impeccably dressed in a formal suit, resembling a newly minted office worker. "Hello, may I inquire if Mr. Superman Cloak is present?" Upon hearing this title, Chen Chao immediately realized that they were members of the Extraordinary Association. In the entirety of Huagua, only the Extraordinary Association and its ardent fans refer to others using heroic names. Chen Chao, being an enthusiast of heroism himself, had no such admirers. Thus it was clear that they were indeed representatives of the Extraordinary Association. "That would be me. May I ask what brings you here?" Chen Chao yawned as he spoke. The woman extended her hand towards Chen Chao and introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Su Yuqi, an evaluator for the Extraordinary Association's level heroes, and this is Mr. Maniac, a level 129 hero. The outlaw, Zhang San?" Chen Chao couldn't help but internally scoff at the mention. He scrutinized the two before asking, "What business do you have with me today?" "It is as follows. Based on our preliminary assessment, you have already met the qualifications to become a level hero. Provided you are willing to join the Extraordinary Association, we can issue your level license immediately." Su Yuqi responded in a highly official manner. Generally, individuals aspiring to become level professional heroes must undergo various assessments akin to level evaluations. The higher-ups of the Extraordinary Association recognized Chen Chao's potential. Thus they intended to make an exception for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chao replied, "What are the benefits of joining you?" This question caught the evaluator off guard. While Mr. Maniac chuckled softly, appreciating the directness, Chen Chao shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "I refuse to work for free." "You will not be working for free." Su Yuqi seemed taken aback by someone like Chen Chao. Most individuals, upon hearing of the Extraordinary Association's recruitment, would at least display a hint of excitement, even if they did not immediately acquiesce. Merely attaining extraordinary abilities does not automatically confer the right to become a level professional hero. Level professional heroes, akin to extraordinary enforcers, enjoy substantial benefits, and within the borders of Huagua, their actions are solely accountable to the Extraordinary Association. Hence, being a level hero symbolizes absolute justice and honor. Chapter 25. 2 conditions, please come in and speak. Chen Chao invited the two inside, as it seemed rather discourteous to keep them standing at the door, given their representation of the Extraordinary Association. Upon entering, the two noticed a certain Kryptonian girl lounging on the sofa, casually watching television while munching on chips with her legs crossed. A simple nod sufficed, as they did not pay much attention to this reclusive foreigner, but continued discussing matters pertaining to the Extraordinary Association with Chen Chao. "If you choose to join the Extraordinary Association, the organization will provide you with the highest social benefits, including 5 insurances and 1 fund. Your salary will be determined based on your hero ranking and social contributions, but it will not be less than 100 merit points, equivalent to 100,000 Huaxia coins per month," Su Yuqi meticulously outlined. After all, even extraordinary individuals require sustenance for training, unless one is a wealthy scion, utterly unconcerned with salary and allowances. As for others, without comprehensive welfare support, relying solely on the fervor of professional heroes is insufficient to establish such an expansive system of heroism. Initially, Chen Chao dismissed the idea, but upon hearing the final statement that the salary would not be less than 100 merit points, equivalent to 100,000 Huaxia coins per month, he was taken aback. A minimum of 100,000 per month translates to a minimum annual income of 1,200,000. This far surpasses the earnings from merely hanging one's professional license. Chen Chao felt a surge of excitement for 3 seconds, yet he ultimately shook his head. "Forget it. I detest working, and I loathe being managed. However, I might consider obtaining a professional hero license. By the way, can a professional hero license yield 50,000 Huaxia coins annually?" Possessing a professional hero license does not necessitate working for the Extraordinary Association. Nevertheless, joining the Extraordinary Association entails submission to their unified management. The prospect of clocking in from 9 to 5 is utterly daunting. Chen Chao believed that he could never endure a conventional job. Such a fate was unimaginable. Was it that games lacked allure, or that television shows failed to captivate? Being a free-spirited hero, driven by passion, seemed far more appealing. Why should one resign themselves to the grim routine of daily work? The thought alone was terrifying. Hey, hanging a hero license is illegal. Is it really wise to say that in front of the Extraordinary Association's evaluators? Interjected an older gentleman, unable to contain his sarcasm. This created a rather awkward situation. Su Yuqi also found herself in a predicament. Mr. Superman Cloak, if your licensed affiliation is discovered, it will be revoked immediately, and you will be barred from applying for a registered hero qualification for 10 years. So, I suggest you abandon that notion. While the oversight for lower-tier licenses is relatively lenient, any awakened individual can register for them. The same cannot be said for higher-tier licenses. The authority granted to a higher-tier professional hero is substantial, and if that control is lost, complications may arise. However, those capable of obtaining a higher-tier license typically do not jeopardize their futures for the sake of fees. Regarding employment, Su Yuqi explained to Chen Chao, the management of the Extraordinary Association is quite diverse. You could choose to work in a particular department, much like I do. Of course, you might find the mercenary model more suitable. Under the mercenary model, the association will assign you tasks based on your abilities, with compensation comprising a base salary plus bonuses for completed assignments. Specific details will be discussed during formal contract signing. If there are no tasks assigned, you retain the freedom to manage your own time. For instance, when Xiao Mei's Phoenix energy went berserk, the Extraordinary Association prioritized notifying internal professional heroes to assess the situation and respond to emergencies. The restrictions on external professional heroes are relatively minimal. After hearing this, Chen Chao was tempted to inquire whether one would still receive the monthly stipend of 100,000 huaxia coins if no tasks were undertaken. However, he thought better of it and refrained from asking. Although Chen Chao aspired to lead a leisurely existence, he was not shameless enough to entertain such a notion. The eccentric elder took the cue and elaborated, stating that having discussed material benefits, it is time to delve into other matters. The Extraordinary Association possesses a formidable intelligence network. And as far as we understand, you are surely in need of information regarding the international criminal organization known as the Divine Creation Alliance and their Phoenix Project. Additionally, the Extraordinary Association boasts the world's foremost geneticists, who might be able to assist with the condition of young Xiao Mei. Recently, the situation concerning Xiao Mei has become known to various parties, making it impossible to keep hidden. Fortunately, thus far, no one has taken coercive measures, perhaps partly due to the influence of the Extraordinary Association. Chen Chao stroked his chin and followed up with a question, having outlined so many advantages. What is required of me, or what rules must I adhere to? Firstly, one must never betray Huagua. Secondly, when Huagua is in peril, we must be on the front lines. The elder's expression was extremely grave as he spoke these words. It sounded entirely manageable. Chen Chao felt no concern regarding the first rule, as betraying Huagua was inconceivable for him. As for the second rule, Chen Chao hesitated. What kind of calamity would necessitate that superclass professional heroes be on the front lines? What sort of disaster could it be? Was it a fearsome beast? No. While there are many beasts in the wild, they are generally weak. Extraordinary class beasts are quite rare. Chen Chao questioned, somewhat skeptically, is there a danger unknown to ordinary people? If not, the elder would not have felt the need to emphasize such a matter, especially in conjunction with a principle as significant as betrayal of Huagua. There must be an issue. The eccentric elder exchanged a glance with Su Yuqi. Your intuition is sharp. Indeed, there are currently some uncertain threats to humanity. If you wish to know more, you must either sign a confidentiality agreement with us or join the Extraordinary Association. There is no rush to make a decision. Take your time to contemplate. Joining the Extraordinary Association will significantly alter the trajectory of your life, but I believe you will gain far more. However, if you choose not to join, it is perfectly acceptable. The Extraordinary Association will not impose difficulties on any citizen of Huagua. The Extraordinary Association's stance toward awakened individuals has always been that one must bear corresponding responsibilities commensurate with the societal resources consumed and the benefits enjoyed. They will neither hinder a person who wishes to lead a life of complacency nor tolerate those who occupy a space without contributing. Without further deliberation, I will join, Chen Chao stated calmly. Although I am a hero out of personal interest, when faced with significant events, how could I possibly remain indifferent? Most importantly, he wanted to find something for himself and Kara to engage in. If things continued this way, they would surely become stagnant. He then pointed to Kara, who was curled up on the sofa watching television. Can Supergirls join the Extraordinary Association? In a dual-income household, with an annual income of at least 400 merit points, equivalent to 4 million Huaxia currency, that sounds splendid. Supergirl? Evaluator Su Yuki took a serious look at Kara this time. Rank 60? The formidable Awakened One, Su Yuchi, whose true combat prowess ranks among the top 30, immediately sought information regarding the Supergirl hero. Chen Chao approached, incredulous, struggling to reconcile the image of the Supergirl with this homebody who merely indulged in binge-watching dramas and snacking. Su Yuchi instinctively nodded, only to then shake her head. Kara, reclining on the sofa, exhibited visible displeasure. What is the matter? Am I eating your chips? In Chapter 26, titled One Punch, Su Yuchi felt somewhat embarrassed under Kara's gaze. Realizing her breach of etiquette, and hastily apologized. I sincerely apologize. That was not my intention. The process for foreign heroes joining the Extraordinary Association is quite intricate. Only if they are legally wed to a Chinese citizen, with their husband as a guarantor, can the procedure be streamlined. Upon hearing the words husband and marriage, Kara and Chen Chao exchanged a glance, their faces reddening. Kara, in a haughty manner, turned her face away, muttering in dissatisfaction, I would never marry that fickle playboy. Chen Chao, bewildered, queried her assumption of his infidelity. What makes you think I am unfaithful? And what is with your haughty attitude? I never knew you were like this, Kara. Truly, one should not indulge excessively in melodramatic romance dramas. They can lead young minds astray. The two representatives from the Extraordinary Association nearby felt the tension palpably. Su Yuchi chuckled awkwardly. I merely used it as an example. Do you understand? She continued. By the way, you're still underage, right? Is this truly appropriate for you two? The awkward ambience lingered for a full minute. Finally, the burly uncle could no longer remain seated. He stood up and addressed Chen Chao. Although you were admitted into the Extraordinary Association through exceptional circumstances, we must assess your practical combat abilities to accurately gauge your strength and ranking. So, that was the uncle's purpose. All right, let us get on with it. Chen Chao replied eagerly, rushing outside where an open area awaited them for a sparring session. You seem quite confident, the burly uncle remarked, raising an eyebrow and swiftly following him out. Kara continued to cover her face while watching her show, though her focus was evidently elsewhere. Chen Chao and the two evaluators emerged from the building and arrived at the open space. Su Yuchi produced specialized recording equipment, preparing to capture the video. After all, standard cameras could not accurately document the nuances of a battle at the extraordinary level. Standing on opposite sides of the clearing, Chen Chao and the burly uncle prepared for their encounter, with several onlookers drawn to the scene. Kid, unleash your full power and attack me without holding back. Otherwise, it will affect my assessment of your capabilities, the burly uncle declared, appearing utterly unconcerned as he casually stood his ground. Having reviewed Chen Chao's data from a week prior during a physical test at the Extraordinary Association Yen City branch, the uncle noted that Chen Chao was a speed and strength type Awakened One, with peak punching power exceeding 10 tons. However, I must apologize. My abilities are specifically tailored to counteract opponents of your physical warrior type. Mr. Madman possesses the capacity to absorb kinetic energy, converting it into his own power. So you need not worry about inflicting harm upon him. Simply proceed with your offensive, Su Yuchi explained, holding a specialized recording device. Chen Chao nodded in understanding. No wonder this uncle seemed to regard him with such indifference. Had Chen Chao not awakened his heat vision and frost breath skills, confronting an adversary capable of absorbing kinetic energy would indeed prove exceedingly challenging. Very well, I am prepared to attack, Chen Chao declared, his feet firmly planted apart. His right fist drew back like a bowstring, gathering all his strength before erupting forth. Boom! A husundine explosion échouée. The sound of air fracturing as it broke the sound barrier. In an instant, Chen Chao appeared before Mr. Madman like a bolt of black lightning, an overwhelming force descending upon him. In the next moment, Mr. Madman stood frozen, his eyes wide with sheer terror. As if the Grim Reaper's scythe were poised at his throat, ready to claim his life at any moment. The thought flashed through his mind that this punch could be fatal. Every nerve in his body tightened to its utmost, and without a second thought, he darted to the right to evade. Boom! The moment Chen Chao witnessed Mr. Madman's evasive maneuver, he hastily tempered his strength. It was still a fraction too late. His fist connected with half of Mr. Madman's body. It was as if a roaring flood surged against a meager spillway, which could not hope to contain the deluge, annihilating it effortlessly. Damn it! Who the hell told me your punch was only 10 tons? Blood gushed from Mr. Madman's mouth as he trembled uncontrollably. Although he was merely of inferior extraordinary strength, he could absorb attacks from even mid-tier extraordinary opponents without issue. And while he might struggle against high-tier extraordinary foes, he would not face life-threatening danger. As a rule, he could effectively absorb any single physical blow not exceeding 60 tons, transforming it into his own energy for counterattack. Yet, in the face of Chen Chao's punch, Mr. Madman found himself utterly unable to absorb the overwhelming kinetic energy, as if his very body were on the verge of exploding. Boom! Struck by Chen Chao's fist, Mr. Madman was propelled like a cannonball, carving a trench in his wake before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough, cough. Upon stopping, Mr. Madman coughed up a significant amount of blood. This all transpired so swiftly that Su Yuqi only then grasped the situation, nearly dropping the recording device in her shock. She hurried to Mr. Madman's side, her voice laced with concern. Mr. Madman, are you all right? I shall promptly summon an ambulance. He is not in mortal danger. The deranged elder radiates energy wildly, yet lies helplessly on the ground, his countenance reflecting a profound disillusionment with life and a deep-seated existential crisis. Did you not assert that this lad possessed merely the combat prowess of a low-grade extraordinary? Are you truly suggesting that this is what one would categorize as low-grade extraordinary? Chen Chao, realizing he had struck too hard, hastily approached to apologize. I sincerely apologize. You compelled me to exert my full strength. I did not anticipate, did not foresee that I would be so weak, did I? The deranged elder was on the verge of tears. Is it truly my weakness that is to blame? Clearly, it is your strength that is overwhelming, judging solely by your might. It appears to have reached the level of a high-grade extraordinary in terms of physical power. However, the precise capabilities in practical combat remain indeterminate, perhaps requiring a peer of similar caliber to ascertain. The deranged elder clutched his chest, retrieving from his pocket a pill akin to a healing remedy, which he promptly consumed. Chen Chao was genuinely unaware of the true extent of his combat strength, ever since he had fully assimilated the solar flare of the Phoenix. The system had assessed his prowess to be at a mid-grade extraordinary level. However, unlike genuine extraordinary beings, Chen Chao remained incapable of projecting his energy outward. To put it simply, although Chen Chao could soar through the skies, he could not envelop himself in energy like an extraordinary being to counteract the force of gravity. Su Yuqi, upon observing that the deranged elder had merely sustained minor injuries and was not gravely harmed, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to Chen Chao with curiosity. Mr. Superhuman, did you not exert your full strength during the level assessment? This seemed to be the most reasonable explanation. Even if Chen Chao had previously met the minimum criteria for extraordinary beings, it would be implausible for him to ascend from a low-grade extraordinary to a high-grade extraordinary in just a week's time. Chapter 27. Drawing cards again. Chen Chao, noting that Su Yuqi had already crafted an excuse for him, hurriedly clarified. During the level test, I shattered the punch strength tester. To be frank, I remain unclear about my maximum strength to this day. I initially believed that my martial arts training would be of some use. Who knew that most matters could be resolved with a single punch? What need is there for martial arts? Upon hearing this explanation, the deranged elder wore a disgruntled expression and addressed Su Yuqi. Did you hear that? It is not that my abilities are lacking. Rather, you have failed to comprehend just how formidable this fellow truly is. I must categorize this as an occupational hazard. Of course, it shall be considered so, Mr. Deranged. All your medical expenses will be covered by the Extraordinary Association, Su Yuqi promptly replied. In comparison to the formidable extraordinary being that Chen Chao represented, this medical expense was negligible. Chen Chao was not just an extraordinary seed. He was a seed of the highest caliber. It was only at this moment that Su Yuqi fully grasped the sharpness of her leader's vision. He had recognized Chen Chao's potential at a glance and had promptly sought to recruit him into the Extraordinary Association. Extraordinary beings are the backbone of humanity. Furthermore, there exists a higher echelon beyond the extraordinary, one that stands at the pinnacle of human combat prowess. The sanctified beings of the highest caliber. Though extraordinary individuals are rare, the number of such beings in Huagua is still significant. Just among those registered as great heroes in the Supernatural Association, there are hundreds, not to mention the countless unregistered professional heroes. The total undoubtedly reaches several thousand. However, there are only 15 grade saints throughout the entire Huagua. Looking across the vast blue star, the number of saints barely exceeds 50. Each one of them stands as a pillar of humanity, and any one of them is a person of considerable renown. The young man before Su Yuqi, just in his early 20s, possesses extraordinary power of the highest caliber. It is entirely foreseeable that within a decade, he could very well ascend to the next grade of sainthood. This information must be reported promptly. Mr. Super, I am exceedingly pleased that you have chosen to join the Supernatural Association. Arrangements will be made for you to officially sign a contract, and I will contact you at that time. Su Yuqi slightly bowed to Chen Chao and then took the eccentric uncle with her as they departed. Chen Chao silently reflected on his own journey, recalling the time when he first became a potential, achieving the qualification to register as a great hero. His greatest dream was to join the Supernatural Association and become a distinguished great hero. What once seemed an unattainable aspiration has now materialized into reality. Thus, it is essential for one to harbor dreams. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a mere fish on the shore? What if those dreams come to fruition? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and hummed a cheerful tune as he returned indoors. The living room television was tuned to the news channel, and little Carla's eyes remained glued to the screen. Upon noticing Chen Chao's return, Carla's face flushed a deep crimson. What's the matter with you? Have you abandoned the television and snacks? Are you suffering from indigestion? Chen Chao teased. I won't marry until I am of age, Carla suddenly declared. Evidently, she was still dwelling on Su Yuqi's earlier words. This girl must have been watching too many Korean dramas. Chen Chao replied with a smile. And what about after you come of age? Carla pondered seriously for 2 seconds, her already rosy cheeks becoming even more vibrant. With the computational prowess of a Kryptonian, those 2 seconds were sufficient for Carla to meticulously plan for her future children, their educational paths through elementary, middle, high school, and university. Brother, you bully me. Little Carla buried her head into a cushion and dashed upstairs, heedlessly rampaging through the house like a whirlwind. The floors and stairs bore the brunt of her exuberance, suffering considerable damage as she resembled a mobile demolition machine. That's my room, Chen Chao called out as Carla charged into his space, flopping onto the bed and rolling around in playful abandon. Observing the chaos she created, Chen Chao sighed in resignation. Fortunately, he was no longer short on funds. He could afford the cost of repairs. With the landlady and Xiao Mei still absent, Chen Chao languidly reclined on the sofa, his consciousness drifting into the system interface. In recent days, he had accumulated 10 consecutive draws from his sign-in rewards, originally intending to save for 100 consecutive draws. However, since I have amassed enough for 10 consecutive draws, I shall test the odds. System, grant me a 10-fold draw. As Chen Chao's words fell, the system automatically transitioned to the card drawing interface. Accompanied by the rhythmic pulsation of familiar random card boxes, radiant beams of light erupted in quick succession. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 8 fragments of the vibranium shield. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a high-ranking agent card from S.H.I.L.D. Congratulations, host. You have received a high-ranking agent combat suit. After 5 flashes of blue skies and white clouds, the 6th beam suddenly erupted into a dazzling golden light. Congratulations, host. You have attained a legendary character card. Ares, the God of War. Ares, the God of War? The half-brother of Wonder Woman, Diana? Chen Chao gazed in astonishment at the floating golden character card within the system interface. Legendary character card. Ares, God of War race, divine strength, intelligence, physical resistance, magical resistance, character skills, divine authority of the God of War, inherited from the God King Zeus. Possessing the power to summon thunder and drawing strength from slaughter and warfare, eternal as long as war persists. Endowed with superhuman strength, speed, and endurance by divine bloodline. By the heavens, the attributes of Ares, the god of war, are indeed splendid. Even more astonishing is that as long as war exists, the divine authority of the god of war remains indomitable. Chen Chao was overwhelmed with excitement with the divine authority of Ares. He could directly compensate for his weaknesses in magical resistance. The most crucial aspect is that Ares' life-saving ability is truly insurmountable. In comics, Superman and Wonder Woman have undoubtedly slain this being countless times. Yet has he truly perished? As long as humanity endures war, Ares shall perpetually resurrect. System: extract the divine authority of Ares, the god of war. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chao commanded the extraction. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful, with a resounding surge. Countless divine bolts of lightning enveloped Chen Chao, akin to numerous robust silver serpents swirling around him. Under his command, these bolts gradually converged, all merging into his being. Personal attribute interface. Name: Chen Chao. Strength: superior extraordinary extracted attributes. Kryptonian bloodline. Divine authority of the god of war. Skills: hacking technique 4. Intermediate combat skill 1. System inventory: S H I E L D. High-ranking agent card. High-ranking agent combat suit. Agent pistol 1. Fragments of Thor S Hammer 10. Fragments of Wonder Woman Diana 12. Fragments of Captain America Steve Rogers 10. Vibranium shield fragments 8. Now, the system has reassessed Chen Chao's strength as superior extraordinary. Chapter 28. Healing plan with the extraction of the divine authority of the god of war. Chen Chao has finally compensated for his low magical resistance and lack of energy-based attacks, gaining mastery over a power that surpasses the natural energies of this world, the divine power bestowed by Ares, the god of war. The birth of divine power necessitates the absorption of the natural energy from this world, which is then transmuted through the divine essence of the god of war. Naturally, in times of war and slaughter surrounding him, Chen Chao's divine essence will automatically and ceaselessly generate divine power. Why do I consistently feel as though I'm straying further down the path of the antagonist? Chen Chao scratched his head, for he had initially intended to uphold world peace. Alas, without war, how can there be peace? If someone must bear the weight of it all, let it be me. Chen Chao indulged in his thoughts, pondering the notion of not entering hell. Suddenly, the front door swung open, revealing the landlady and Xiao Mei returning home. I'm back. Has the house been robbed? Upon entering, the landlady's eyes fell upon the disarray within, a chaos wrought by a certain Kryptonian girl who had lost control through shyness. Isn't there anyone in the house? How could a thief manage to slip in? This safety haven is rather inadequate. Isn't it? Chen Chao lazily rose, explaining. This was an accident. By the way, if I were to contact a renovation team, would the people at the door allow them in? Most likely not. Leave this to me. The landlady didn't seem overly concerned about the matter. Uncle, I'm hungry. Xiao Mei, though still a bit pale, had already regained her usual vivacity, bouncing towards Chen Chao for a hug. Chen Chao lifted Xiao Mei and played with her for a moment, saying, "Wait a moment. I'll get you something to eat." As he carried Xiao Mei into the house, he turned to the landlady and inquired, "How did Xiao Mei's checkup go today?" "I was just about to mention that," the landlady responded, her expression a mix of excitement and worry. The military doctors didn't have many good suggestions regarding Xiao Mei's condition. Initially, they recommended specialists in genetics, but as you know, those experts charge exorbitantly for their services. Even if we sold ourselves, we might not be able to afford such steep medical fees. However, guess what? An hour ago, the Extraordinary Association contacted me, offering to arrange a consultation with specialists for Xiao Mei at no cost. And they assured me that treatment expenses could be reimbursed by social insurance. At first, I thought they were scammers, but after repeatedly confirming with the Extraordinary Tower, I came to believe it was genuine. What could the Extraordinary Association possibly want? She pondered. Surely they wouldn't use the guise of treating Xiao Mei to siphon off the immortal phoenix energy, would they? Or halfway through treatment, coerce us into signing a contract that binds us to serve the Extraordinary Association? The immortal phoenix energy continuously siphoned Xiao Mei's life force, and the only way to save her was to obtain the ultimate weapon gene from the Divine Creation Alliance's Immortal Phoenix project, subsequently performing a gene transplant for her. However, Gene transplants are not guaranteed to succeed. If a professional geneticist could tailor the gene modification techniques based on Xiao Mei's genetic makeup and condition, it would significantly enhance the chances of success. Observing the landlady's restless musings, Chen Chao could not help but flick her forehead lightly, saying, "Stop overthinking. The extraordinary association is trustworthy." Why are you so certain? The landlady sensed that Chen Chao seemed unusually calm, a hint of suspicion creeping in. Wait, do you already know something? Are you a top-tier hero? Could it be that the extraordinary association's actions are due to you? Chen Chao pondered for a moment. If it were an hour ago, the timing would indeed align perfectly. It had been roughly an hour since the two representatives from the extraordinary association left. An hour prior, Chen Chao had delivered a powerful punch to the unruly uncle, showcasing his prowess as a high-tier extraordinary. The evaluator, Su Yuqi, mentioned she would report Chen Chao's actual situation upward. Chen Chao struggled to comprehend the implications of possessing the potential of a saint. Saints represent the pinnacle of human combat capability. It can be asserted that nations today compete not merely in nuclear armaments, but in the strength and number of saints. When dealing with an individual of saintly potential, the options are either to suppress them in advance or to invest in them early. As a proud citizen of China, possessing a registered hero qualification for quite some time, Chen Chao had undergone extensive scrutiny, and his lineage and values were deemed impeccable. Thus, any rational individual would opt to invest in Chen Chao rather than suppress him. The matter concerning Xiao Mei represented the utmost sincerity of the extraordinary association. Noticing Chen Chao's silence, the landlady became increasingly convinced of her hypothesis. Chen Chao, the extraordinary association, truly cannot be treating Xiao Mei so favorably because of you. Can they? At that moment, Xiao Mei, no longer voicing her hunger, gazed at Chen Chao with wide, sparkling eyes. Perhaps just now, the extraordinary association sent someone to invite me to join them, and even arrange for a top-tier hero to assess my capabilities, Chen Chao admitted while affectionately ruffling Xiao Mei's hair. Wow, Uncle Chen, you're amazing. Did you spar with a top-tier hero? Xiao Mei looked at Chen Chao with admiration. In the eyes of children, every top-tier hero is a symbol of invincibility. And what was the outcome? Did you perform well? The landlady inquired excitedly, despite being a modified individual herself, possessing only the strength of a high-level awakened one. The gap to a top-tier extraordinary was still significant. Initially, the landlady had thought of Chen Chao as merely a younger sibling, but now she discovered he had received an invitation from the Extraordinary Association. She had never received such treatment. Chen Chao stared intently at the landlady's face, contemplating how to convey to her and Xiao Mei that he had nearly knocked the top-tier hero, tasked with testing his abilities, unconscious with a single punch. Should he reveal this? Yet, if he did, would they think he was boasting? That top-tier hero was so weak. He was almost taken down by my brother. Just then, Carla emerged from the room, voicing what Chen Chao hesitated to say. Upon hearing Carla's words, both the landlady and Xiao Mei gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief as they looked at Chen Chao. Particularly, the landlady's gaze shifted entirely. Feeling the surprised stares of both the adult and the child, Chen Chao silently applauded little Carla in his heart. Well done. As the landlord's sister had never witnessed Chen Chao's formidable prowess in battle, she remained oblivious to his true capabilities. Kara, don't speak nonsense. There are no weaklings among level heroes. I merely managed to best him by a stroke of luck, Chen Chao humbly remarked. Indeed, I only threw single punch. That statement holds no flaw, does it? Upon learning that the Extraordinary Association had provided Xiao Mei with the finest medical care thanks to Chen Chao's influence, the landlord's sister insisted on preparing a sumptuous meal to express her gratitude. Subsequently, Chen Chao accompanied Xiao Mei to the living room to watch television while the landlord's sister busied herself in the kitchen. Surprisingly, Kara, who typically fixated on her drama series, ventured into the kitchen, eager to learn culinary skills from the landlord's sister. In Chapter 29, titled Level Saint, in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, Su Yuqi, representing the Extraordinary Association, formally extended an invitation for Chen Chao to join and discuss the particulars of the contract, along with matters concerning Xiao Mei's medical consultations. On the day he received the notification, Chen Chao, along with the landlord's sister, Xiao Mei, and Kara, made their way to Magic City. Magic City, a cosmopolitan hub, far surpassed the modest Yincheng in terms of opulence. The group boarded a high-speed train, departing from Yinxing and arriving at Magic City Station in just over half an hour. Mr. Superman, over here. Upon disembarking, Chen Chao spotted a tall young woman clad in a black professional suit, waving at him from the crowd. This was Su Yuqi, the judge from the Extraordinary Association. Having never encountered Su Yuqi before, the landlord's sister, with a hint of jealousy, teased, "Who is that girl? When did you get involved with her?" Chen Chao, don't tell me she is one of your admirers? You don't have any fan tendencies, do you? Lately, there have been quite a few negative reports about certain celebrity heroes. Kara, holding on to Chen Chao's hand, immediately inquired with curiosity, "Brother, what is a fan?" "A fan is a type of food." Chen Chao playfully pushed Kara's head down, casting a reproachful glance at the landlord's sister. "Hey, in public, can you refrain from leading the little ones astray? Well, perhaps you should delete all your study materials then." When Kara gets tired playing games at night, she asks teacher Fukada about anything she doesn't understand, like crying, tantrums, and yuya, and I've caught her a few times. The landlord's sister promptly betrayed Kara. Chen Chao, visibly annoyed, tugged at Kara's ear. "Did you sneak out again while I was asleep to play all night? Are you really trying to force me to delete all the teaching videos? What a pity that would be." Kara looked up with a face full of grievance. "I only got up to use the restroom. The computer tempted me to play." Chen Chao slapped his forehead in exasperation. Does Professor Yang's anti-addiction school still accept students? As they conversed, they had already reached Su Yuqi, who greeted Chen Chao with warmth. "Mr. Superman, it's a pleasure to see you again. We have prepared the vehicle. Please accompany me to the Extraordinary Tower." With that, she stepped aside, ushering Chen Chao into a 7-seater business vehicle. After enduring the daily ordeal of traffic congestion, Chen Chao and his companions finally arrived at the headquarters of the Extraordinary Association, the magnificent Extraordinary Tower. Situated in the high-tech park of Magic City, the tower soars over 230 meters, encompassing a staggering total area of 550,000 square meters. Its exterior boasts a modern glass facade that gleams brilliantly under the sunlight. With Su Yuqi leading the way, Chen Chao and his group seamlessly entered the interior of the Extraordinary Tower, which features vast spaces and lavish decor, with every detail exuding the financial prowess of the Extraordinary Association. Su Yuqi first guided the group to the 29th floor of the tower. To demonstrate their sincerity and commitment, the association prioritized providing medical services for Xiaomei. The 20th to 30th floors are dedicated to high-tech medical facilities, housing the nation's foremost experts in genetics, who would convene on the 29th floor for consultation. Chen Chao accompanied them. Xiaomei, upon encountering so many individuals clad in white coats for the first time, appeared somewhat shy, hiding behind Chen Chao while peeking out with her little head. Fortunately, there were also young female doctors present, who quickly managed to put the child at ease with their kind words. While Chen Chao attended to Xiaomei's consultation, a heated debate unfolded on the 59th floor of the Extraordinary Tower. In a spacious office, a bespectacled middle-aged man was locking eyes with a woman clad in a white long trench coat. The woman, with her long brown hair cascading to her waist, possessed a refined visage and an elegant figure reminiscent of a blooming white rose. Yet, she glared furiously at the man opposite her, her voice laced with indignation as she said, "Mr. Li, the position of principal at the Extraordinary Academy is open to anyone who wishes to take it. I refuse to accept it. You are well aware of the situation in the Nanyang secret realm. If I leave, who will keep those demon saints in check?" This woman was Nian Di Hua Ruolin, the second-ranked sage within the Extraordinary Association. Not long ago, she received a notification from the association, summoning her back to the headquarters in Magic City. Initially expecting to discuss an important matter, she was instead informed that she was to be relegated to a secondary position as the principal of the Extraordinary Academy. How could she tolerate such a demotion? The man she faced, Li Wenyi, was the current head of the Extraordinary Association. Adjusting his glasses, he maintained a cordial smile and spoke in a moderate tone. There will not be a large-scale outbreak of war in the Nanyang secret realm within the next 5 years. Remaining there serves no purpose. Rather, the situation within could become unstable over the next 2 years. The so-called secret realm, a phenomenon that emerged nearly a century ago, resembles a dimensional rift. Beyond these rifts often lies a connection to another world. Some alternate worlds are diminutive, even smaller than a small town, with scarce resources and no developmental value. Conversely, others are vast, rich in energy and resources, and, once fully developed, could significantly elevate the overall strength of Huagua. Presently, Huagua has identified two major alternate worlds. One is located in the capital, and the other in Nanyang, the latter being the one Hua Rulin had just mentioned. The worlds beyond these dimensional rifts are collectively referred to as secret realms. The richer the resources within a secret realm, the greater the likelihood of encountering formidable intelligent beings. For instance, within the Nanyang secret realm, not only do holy-level beasts exist, but according to imprecise statistics, the number of demon saints in Nanyang is no fewer than 30. Just one Nanyang secret realm boasts more than double the number of saints compared to the entire nation of Huagua. This was also a point of concern raised by the reckless elder and Su Yuqi when discussing potential disasters humanity might face with Chen Chao. Li Wenyi continued, adding, "Before the secret realms are made public, you should make more appearances in the media. With the rapid advancement of the internet, the effect of celebrity culture is undeniable. In recent years, the saints have been too scarce in the public eye. Prolonged absence can easily lead to the spread of rumors. Frankly, many high-level extraordinary beings are now more renowned than the saints, relying solely on image packaging and media promotion. While saints may not care for fame, the macro perspective of the nation cannot afford to overlook this." Hua Rulin, seated on the opposite sofa, expressed her dissatisfaction. "What does this have to do with me? Huagua has 15 saints, and not all are in the secret realms." Li Wenyi shrugged. Who could blame them? Among those 15 saints, there are either old geezers or burly men. Fortunately, we have someone like you, young, beautiful, and powerful, truly a paragon of the saints, so of course, you must represent them. That's quite an honest statement, Hua Rulin remarked, raising her long, fair legs. Her demeanor shifted from icy to warm as she laughed. While your words hold some truth, you included your master in that praise. Are you not afraid of him hearing it and deciding to expel you? Li Wenyi Shukalat. As long as you don't betray me, I'll be fine. Bring me 100,000 merits, and I guarantee I won't sell you out. Hua Rulin nonchalantly spread her hands, grinning mischievously. Li Wenyi sighed. My life isn't worth 100,000 merits. At most, it's worth 20. Do you want it? Get lost. Hua Rulin retorted, reclining boldly on the sofa. If you want me to return to the mainland, arrange for your master to spar with me. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough and need a worthy opponent. Hearing Hua Rulin's request, Li Wenyi felt somewhat troubled. Simple sparring may not be beneficial for you, unless it is a life-and-death battle. After all, both you and your master are pillars of humanity. We cannot afford any mishaps. Hua Rulin was insistent. Then I will just remain in the Nanyang secret realm and seek out those demon saints for a fight. Li Wenyi was at his wit's end. The situation is finally stabilizing. Please, Your Excellency, refrain from creating further disturbances. Moreover, based on the energy fluctuations preceding the appearance of the dimensional rifts, the next rift may emerge in the magical metropolis, likely near the urban area. Throughout Huagua's history, dimensional rifts have indeed appeared near cities. For instance, the former Tang City witnessed the emergence of the Tang City secret realm. The appearance of a dimensional rift is always accompanied by the release of vast energy tides, which can trigger earthquakes and chaotic beast surges. In earlier times, the information network was relatively isolated, and the circumstances at the scene could not be disseminated instantaneously. As long as the masses were evacuated in advance, and the powerful utilized their energy to seal off the area, the existence of the dimensional rift could be concealed. Ordinary individuals, relying solely on their naked eyes, were incapable of perceiving it. However, in today's world, with mobile communication and information networks flourishing like never before, it would be one thing if there were no intelligent beings within the hidden realms. The concern arises when significant hidden realms, akin to those in Kyoto and Nanyang, harbor beings of saintly caliber, necessitating the organization of numerous powerful individuals for defense. Should a saint-level being breach the human world, it would be utterly impossible to keep it a secret. It could even be described as a catastrophe of immense proportions. After listening to Li Wenyu's words, Hua Rulin fell silent for a moment before inquiring. If the next hidden realm appears in the magic capital, what are the plans? The course of action would depend on the grade of the hidden realm. If it were a minor one, they could continue to conceal it. However, if it were a major hidden realm like those in Kyoto or Nanyang, there would be no choice but to act. Perhaps it would be necessary to relocate the citizens of the magic capital and establish a quarantine zone to prevent the creatures from the hidden realm from entering the human world. Li Wenyu's expression grew grave. The emergence of hidden realms represents both an opportunity and a calamity for humanity. I understand, Hua Rulin said as she stood up and stretched, effortlessly accentuating her alluring figure, prompting Li Wenyu to avert his gaze hastily. In the next few days, I will return to the Nanyang Hidden Realm. Once everything is arranged, I will come back to the magic capital. Thank you, Lord Niandi, Li Wenyu replied respectfully. There's no need for formality. I shall take my leave now. Please convey my regards to your master, Hua Rulin remarked before turning to depart. Li Wenyu rose to see her off, assuring that he would convey her message to Lord Niandi. As Hua Rulin exited the office, Su Yuqi was just escorting Chen Chao to the 59th floor via the elevator. While Xiao Mei was receiving medical treatment, Chen Chao was taken by Su Yuqi to the training hall of the Extraordinary Tower for a new physical test. Although the testing equipment was of extraordinary caliber, Chen Chao moderated his strength to avoid accidentally damaging another device. In addition to the physical assessment, the Extraordinary Association had arranged for several high-ranking extraordinary individuals to test Chen Chao's combat capabilities. Since it was not a life-and-death battle, Chen Chao did not exert his full strength, nor did he employ his battle god power, ultimately resulting in a draw with the hero ranked 29th. Consequently, Chen Chao's rank was established as 30th. Upon concluding the physical assessment, they took the elevator to the office on the top floor of the Extraordinary Tower. As Su Yuqi stepped out of the elevator, she spotted Hua Rulin clad in a flowing white trench coat. The young girl immediately covered her mouth in excitement, exclaiming, Lord Nyandi, exhibiting the demeanor of an ardent fan. This was not Hua Rulin's first encounter with a starry-eyed admirer. She naturally smiled gently at Su Yuqi. However, when her gaze fell upon Chen Chao, she paused slightly in surprise. He possesses the aura of the will of heaven and earth. Though Hua Rulin maintained a calm exterior while observing Chen Chao, her heart was filled with astonishment. Comprehending the will of the heavens and the earth, and thus giving birth to their formidable power, is a prerequisite for attaining sanctity. Generally speaking, understanding the will of the heavens and the earth signifies entering the realm of the semi-holy. However, although Chen Chao possesses a faint trace of the power of the heavens and the earth, he has yet to show any signs of refining a holy body. At most, he has merely ventured a foot into the semi-holy level. Nonetheless, the aura of the heavenly will emanating from Chen Chao caused Hua Rulin to feel somewhat repulsed. It bore a certain inclination towards slaughter and warfare. Chen Chao's gaze was also directed at Hua Rulin, and in that moment, he sensed a suppression emanating from the very source of her power. It was not that Chen Chao's source of power was inferior. Rather, it resembled a newborn infant. While Hua Rulin's source resembled that of a fully grown adult, this woman is formidable. Chen Chao felt a pang of astonishment. The two did not dwell on each other for long. They swiftly brushed past one another, with only Su Yuqi still brimming with excitement over her encounter with the saint. Who is she? Once the other party had entered the elevator, Chen Chao turned to Su Yuqi and inquired. Su Yuqi's face was alight with enthusiasm. She is the esteemed Lord Nian Emperor, the second-ranked saint. She is an idol to all of us women. Is she truly a saint of that caliber? Chen Chao mused. He believed himself to have become immensely powerful after obtaining the divine status of a war god. Nearly invincible among the extraordinary, yet he still recognized a significant gap when compared to the strength of the saints. Upon entering Li Wennin's office, Su Yuqi poured a cup of tea for Chen Chao before stepping out. After a brief introduction, Li Wennin presented a contract. This was a document drafted by the Extraordinary Association based on Chen Chao's capabilities, detailing the salary and benefits he would receive upon joining, as well as his work responsibilities and more. Given that Chen Chao was classified as rank 30, the base salary for this rank was 300 merit points per month, equivalent to 300,000 Huaxia currency. Additionally, completing tasks would yield extra commissions. The work hours were relatively flexible, unless the Extraordinary Association assigned tasks. Chen Chao could arrange his time freely when no tasks were pending. Although 300 merit points may sound substantial, it is hardly sufficient for the monthly training needs of a rank extraordinary. Fortunately, the merit points earned from completing rank events were quite high, with even the least yielding several hundred and the highest reaching into the thousands, several times greater than those from rank events. However, this was of no concern to Chen Chao, as he did not require any resources for training nor did he need to engage in the arduous process of cultivation. As an extraordinary being, basking in the sun sufficed. Training is such a laborious task. After meticulously reviewing the contract and confirming there were no issues, he affixed his signature. The contract was made in duplicate. Chen Chao retained one copy, while the other was filed with the Extraordinary Association. We are delighted to welcome you aboard, and this document serves as your onboarding gift, which I believe will be of assistance to you. Li Wenin secured the contract for the Extraordinary Association and then retrieved a sealed dossier from his drawer. The dossier bore the inscription Top Secret Event. What is this? Chen Chao took the dossier and inquired. Li Wenin gestured, indicating, you may examine it yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao tore open the packaging of the dossier, revealing a substantial stack of classified intelligence regarding the Divine Creation Alliance. The intel on the Ghost Wolf project was extensive. Chen Chao scanned it rapidly, finishing the entire report in mere seconds. This document detailed information about the Ghost Wolf experiment, including the approximate location of the experimental base and other pertinent data. He raised his eyes to Li Wenin, perplexed, and remarked, surely, you must know that what I require pertains to the Phoenix Project. This experiment involving werewolves and vampires appears to diverge from my objectives, as it necessitates specific genes to harness the Phoenix energy entity. Thus, even if he were to acquire the perfect Ghost Wolf virus, it would provide no assistance to Xiaomei. Chapter 31. Action Plan. Li Wenin seemed to have anticipated Chen Chao's reaction. He smiled and elucidated, do not be hasty. According to our intelligence, the Divine Creation Alliance appears to have temporarily abandoned the Phoenix Project and relocated its experimental base. However, consider this. The Ghost Wolf Factory can be a conduit to the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance. With the aid of a world-class hacker, one could infiltrate the headquarters through the computers at the Ghost Wolf Factory, thereby directly appropriating all data related to the Phoenix Project. More crucially, our analysis suggests that the Ghost Wolf Factory possesses gene transplantation devices that are on par with those used in the Phoenix experiments. The ultimate weapon genes are not natural. They are synthesized from the modified container genes by Dr. Ghostblade, and the modification template could directly utilize Xiaomei's genes. Everything you need is available at the Ghost Wolf Factory. Do you comprehend my implication? Upon finishing, Li Wenin gazed intently at Chen Chao, not one to be oblivious. Chen Chao continued from where Li Wenin had left off. Are you suggesting we could bring Xiaomei there to complete the gene transplantation for the ultimate weapon of the Phoenix Project? Although he had not previously encountered gene transplantation equipment, his landlady had devoted considerable time over the years to researching such matters, preparing for this very day. Indeed, while this may not be the most secure plan, it is undeniably the most efficient. Leaving Beamad Briguli. The most prudent approach would have involved deploying a level saint, who would escort Xiaomei to undertake the gene transplantation mission. However, setting aside the various responsibilities of the saints in Huagua, even if a saint were available, they could not be dispatched lightly due to the International Saints Treaty. Should a foreign saint recklessly enter the country, the saints of other nations would not remain passive. It is akin to someone approaching your doorstep with a nuclear bomb. Regardless of their intentions, wouldn't you feel apprehensive? As for communication, even if the Ghost Wolf Factory is concealed, it would not escape the notice of a saint, and its existence is tacitly permitted. Thus, any deployment of our saints would necessitate preparations for a holy war. Chen Chao pondered briefly. So, we could simultaneously dismantle the Ghost Wolf Factory? Is this considered a task of a certain level? This remark nearly caused Li Wenin to choke on his drink. Only events that necessitate the intervention of a saint can be classified as high-level incidents. This task is at most of upper mid-tier caliber. Furthermore, the association will assign you a world-class hacker. Unnecessary, he interjected. In terms of hacking prowess, I do not mean to target anyone present here, ahem, but frankly speaking, I find no need for assistance. Generally, hackers possess limited combat capabilities. Undertaking a covert mission with a delicate companion requires utmost caution. Adding another weak link would merely complicate the challenge. Moreover, Chen Chao's hacking skills have already reached level 4, and he is capable of further advancement. Even without expending resources on upgrades, he can learn and enhance his skills independently. What need is there for a top-tier hacker? Li Wenin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, almost overwhelmed with the urge to strike someone. However, upon reflection, he realized he was not a match for this foolhardy individual. Let be, he thought, clearing his throat Li Weini patiently continued. The association can provide additional support. Support is unnecessary. I believe I can manage with Kara, Chen Chao replied. Without the saints, the assistance offered by the Extraordinary Association is truly minimal. An average-level hero is less reliable than Kara. In undertaking a stealth operation in the enemy's base, barring unforeseen circumstances, Chen Chao could likely handle it alone. Should misfortune arise, he could cover their retreat while Kara escorts the delicate companion. If Chen Chao and Kara cannot resolve an issue, then a typical level hero would merely be a burden. Chen Chao was lost in thought when a realization struck him. He inquired, "Are there any saints in the Divine Creation Alliance? What if several saints arrive as soon as we infiltrate the Ghost Wolf experimental factory? If the opposition possesses saint-level combatants, the situation could become quite precarious, particularly with a delicate companion in tow." Li Weini's expression darkened. Yet, out of personal restraint, he replied, "According to available intelligence, they should not have any saints. This is a matter of life and death. Please do not speak so uncertainly. Can you provide a definitive answer?" Chen Chao pressed. Li Weini's eyelids twitched. He barely restrained himself from cursing. "The Divine Creation Alliance does not have saints. Do you think saints are as common as cabbages? Not every organization can boast a saint among their ranks. Without saints, I have nothing to fear. I can handle it alone, perhaps with Kara to safeguard the delicate companion." Should Chen Chao unleash his full potential, combining his Kryptonian bloodline with the god of war's divinity, he felt invincible beneath the saints. How dare such a minor organization provoke those close to him? Do they believe my strength is insufficient, or that my resolve is not fierce enough? Li Weini was at a loss for words. How could this level 30 individual possess the audacity to single-handedly storm the Ghost Wolf experimental factory? Yet, he soon had a flicker of realization, and a smirk crept upon his lips as he pondered. Could this young man's confidence stem from hidden capabilities? Initially, it was believed that Chen Chao was an extraordinary seed, but within days he revealed his remarkable prowess. Now, everyone perceives Chen Chao as a saintly seed, with his battle prowess reaching an impressive level of 30. Could it be that he has already attained the status of a saint? However, upon further reflection, Li Weini dismissed this absurd notion. Chen Chao likely had not yet become a saint. Otherwise, he would not have harbored concerns regarding the potential saint-level powers within the Divine Creation Alliance. Nevertheless, it was evident that Chen Chao was concealing his true strength. After a lengthy silence, Li Weini reluctantly advised, "Do not underestimate your opponents. I am aware of your formidable abilities, but human strength has its limits. While there are many powerful individuals in Huagua, true strength lies in unity and cohesion. Take, for instance, the renowned Yin Emperor Hua Rulin. Although she relishes moments of personal heroism, she prioritizes the greater good when faced with significant challenges. Have the powerful figures of Huagua chosen to fight individually, the Kyoto and Nanyang secret realms would have long since fallen. Chen Chao had yet to engage with matters concerning the secret realms. Li Weini intended to arrange an opportunity for him to train in the Nanyang secret realm once this ordeal concluded. He hoped that the brutal battles within the secret realm would facilitate some growth for this rebellious spirit. Although there were no saints within the Divine Creation Alliance, it was imperative not to underestimate anyone. Even a perfect Ghost Wolf experimental subject possessed superior extraordinary combat strength and remarkable vitality, with scarcely any weaknesses. Li Weini asarta gravely. Thus, I recommend you assemble a few companions. However, too many individuals could complicate matters. Ideally, the group should consist of 4 to 5 members. This infiltration mission is not akin to a group tour, and it is essential to maintain strict control over numbers." Chen Chao counted on his fingers. If he brought along Xiaomei, her mother would undoubtedly accompany them, and adding himself and Zai made 4. The landlady was well-versed in genetic transplantation techniques, making her presence valuable. As for Kala, she possessed combat strength comparable to superior extraordinary levels after exposure to solar flares, effectively doubling their power. "Very well. I shall arrange 2 additional individuals for you, both of whom are also of superior extraordinary caliber," Li Weini said earnestly. "You have a promising chance of ascending to sainthood, and if that young girl Xiaomei can harness the energy of the Phoenix, she too will be a quasi-saint. I am uncertain of your knowledge regarding the secret realms, but you should be aware that humanity currently faces unknown threats, An additional saint would enhance humanity's security. Chapter 32. A greeting among the strong. After listening to Li Wenyu's words, Chen Chao nodded earnestly. Su Yushi had shared some insights about the secret realms. Though her knowledge was limited as she had never visited one, she had merely heard rumors of formidable foes lurking within certain secret realms. Indeed, take the Nanyang secret realm as a prime example. It has documented over 30 demon saints, and we remain unaware of how many more may be concealed. Should these demon saints unite and launch an assault on the human realm, humanity's situation would become perilously dire. This merely represents the threat posed by the secret realm of Nanyang. Additionally, there exists the Kyoto secret realm, as well as the impending emergence of the magical metropolis realm. Observing Chen Chao's silence, Li Wenyi continued, I share this with you in hopes that you comprehend the gravity of our undertaking. Success is imperative. Failure is not an option. Should we succeed, it is conceivable that, in the not-too-distant future, our nation may gain a new saint-level combatant. Very well, I shall defer to Chairman Li's arrangements. Chen Chao replied with a shrug. Given Li Wenyi's insistence, to decline further would seem rather inconsiderate. Moreover, he assured that 2 top-tier extraordinary beings would accompany them, a level of strength that would surely not be a hindrance. Once their agreement was reached, Chen Chao took his leave from Li Wenyi's office and proceeded to seek out his landlady and her companions. Xiao Mei's medical consultation had concluded, and the experts were deliberating on a treatment plan, though they could not entirely resolve the issues stemming from the Phoenix energy. Nevertheless, they could develop a gene optimization agent tailored to Xiao Mei's condition, enhancing her chances of success when she underwent the ultimate weapon gene transplantation as part of the Phoenix project. That, in itself, was sufficient. While the medical expenses were considerable, after a 70 reimbursement from social insurance, they amounted to little more than a trifle for Chen Chao, whose monthly salary of 300 merit points equated to approximately 300,000 Huaxia coins. Xiao Mei's treatment plan would require nearly half a month, accompanied by a regimen of rigorous training to best prepare her for the gene transplantation. During this period, the landlady ventured out for some time, reportedly to confront members of the Divine Creation Alliance active in Southeast Asia. It was said that, despite her seemingly fragile demeanor, the landlady transformed into a fierce tigress when facing these adversaries, a truly fearsome sight. Meanwhile, Chen Chao remained in the magical metropolis, caring for the 2 little ones. His days were filled with meals, sleep, and basking in the sun, interspersed with occasional online studies in various hacking techniques. Thanks to the formidable computational prowess bestowed by his Kryptonian heritage, he swiftly advanced his hacking skills to level 9, a proficiency sufficient to breach the defenses of any website system on Blue Star, rendering him more than capable of contending with the Divine Creation Alliance. On occasion, the Extraordinary Association would assign menial tasks, mundane and uninspiring. Aside from this, Chen Chao made it a habit to check in daily, intending to accumulate a 30-draw lottery in due course. On a day, half a month later, Chen Chao received a message from Li Wenyi, summoning him to the office. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the extraordinary tower, he knocked on the door. Come. A voice from within beckoned, and Chen Chao entered. In Li Wenyi's office, he found a man and a woman present. The man towered at least 2 meters tall, reminiscent of a fitness instructor, with an impressively muscular physique that occupied 2 seats on the sofa. The woman lounged near Li Wenyi's desk, carelessly resting her legs on the coffee table, idly toying with a dagger in hand. Presently, you were looking for me? Chen Chao entered the office. Before Li Wenyi could utter a word, the woman sprang to her feet and approached Chen Chao, scrutinizing him from head to toe. So, you are the newly ascended hero? I've heard you ranked 30th right out of the gate. Surely, you didn't take any shortcuts? Chen Chao cast a glance at the woman. She was tall and voluptuous, clad in a loose sweatshirt that subtly hinted at the black bodysuit beneath. Her features were exquisitely charming, and her enchanting eyes seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. While I do enjoy taking shortcuts on occasion, I assure you, this time was not one of them, Chen Chao replied coolly. The woman and the burly man evidently missed the double entendre in his words, but Li Wenyi, who was sipping water at that moment, spluttered and coughed vigorously to mask his embarrassment. Chen Chao shot a scornful glance at the hypocritical gentleman. Haha, I never imagined President Li was of such a nature. Li Wenyi glared at Chen Chao, intending to admonish him to watch his language. Yet the words he heard were, indeed, not inappropriate. Who could he blame for his own misinterpretation? Thus, he too began to feign ignorance. Allow me to introduce, this is the newly appointed hero, the Caped Crusader Chen Chao. Endowed with enhanced strength and speed, Li Wenyi introduced Chen Chao, then proceeded to introduce the man and woman beside him. Chen Chao, these two will be your teammates for this mission. This is the 18th ranked Shield Mountain Li Weiqiang, an Earth Elemental Specialist, and this is the 11th ranked Phantom Knight Su Zai, gifted with the ability of short-distance teleportation. After the introductions, Chen Chao shook hands with Li Weiqiang. Upon learning that Chen Chao belonged to the enhancement category, Li Weiqiang instinctively tightened his grip, only to realize that Chen Chao remained unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. "Brother, quite impressive," Li Weiqiang exclaimed, his right hand gripping tightly like a bundle of robust steel bars, exerting force. Yet, Chen Chao remained expressionless. Is this how the strong greet one another? Chen Chao observed as his opponent exerted every ounce of strength. Since courtesy demands reciprocity, he gradually tightened his grip as well. Crack, crack, crack. Each sound echoed like breaking stone. Li Weiqiang's expression shifted from a smile to solemnity, then to a sheen of cold sweat, as he began to channel earth element energy for defense. Li Wenyi, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn, this kid has indeed concealed his strength. Although Shield Mountain was an earth elemental extraordinary being, all his prowess lay in his defensive capabilities. His muscles were as solid as the earth itself, able to withstand a barrage of overwhelming firepower without faltering, earning him the title of Shield Mountain. To see such a formidable individual at a disadvantage against Chen Chao was astonishing. However, investigations indicated that Chen Chao was not one to seek the limelight. It was not entirely unexpected for him to conceal his power during tests. Moreover, the stronger Chen Chao was, the more Li Wenyi, as the current president of the Extraordinary Association, felt elated. Could it be that Chen Chao would be the first saint to emerge during his tenure? The prospect of nurturing a saint thrilled Li Wenyi to his core. Equally astonishing is the enigmatic Su Zai, who, despite her youthful appearance, has rapidly ascended the ranks, leading many to suspect some underhanded dealings. While such intrigue is uncommon, it is indeed implausible to assume its complete absence. As the saying goes, clear waters harbor no fish. To everyone's surprise, Chen Chao proved to be exceptionally formidable. Chapter 33. The combat plan now. Let us cease the frivolities and turn to the matter at hand. Li Wenyi cleared his throat, unperturbed by the overly exuberant heroes under his command. Typically, the strong tend to employ playful jests as a means of gauging the capabilities of their future allies. Such exchanges usually remain lighthearted, averting any serious disruption. Upon hearing Li Wenyi's words, Chen Chao and Xiaochan released their grips. Although Xiaochan Li Weiqiang maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, he discreetly pulled his right hand behind his back, wincing in pain. What a formidable grip! Is this lad's hand forged from iron? Disregarding these minor antics, Li Wenyi rapped his knuckles on the desk, causing the transparent surface to reveal a map. Allow me to briefly outline the particulars of our mission. The Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory is situated on a small island in the North Sea of Fusan. The island features a vast sandy beach on its frontal side, while its rear is encircled by steep cliffs, resembling a crescent moon when viewed from above. Li Wenyi manipulated the electronic map on the desk, magnifying it until all could discern the small island. He then indicated a specific location on the map. The Ghost Wolf Experimental Base is nestled in the vicinity of these rocky cliffs, making it relatively concealed. Exercise caution when you venture there. The Divine Creation Alliance operates a highly reputable biotechnology firm in Fusan. It would be an affront to one's intelligence to assume that the higher echelons of Fusan are unaware of the Alliance's dealings. Thus, we must circumvent the surveillance from Fusan and take a detour through the Bear Country to reach the North Sea. As we lack the design schematics for the Ghost Wolf Experimental Factory, we are unaware of the location of their control room. We will first send Inya to scout using her short-distance teleportation ability. Although this poses a significant risk to her, Superhero and Xiaochan will be on standby to provide support. At this juncture, Chen Chao interjected, "There is no need for such complications. I can ascertain the location of the control room with ease." Superhero, do you possess a method to investigate the interior? Inquira Xiaochan Li Weiqiang, intriga. Chen Chao had initially intended to disclose his ability to see through walls. Provided the control room lacks lead shielding, he could effortlessly uncover its whereabouts. However, with Su Zai sitting directly across from him, her ample bosom frequently drawing his gaze, he inadvertently caught her attention several times. To his misfortune, she noticed him glancing her way, and with a self-satisfied posture, she seemed to revel in her own confidence. At this moment, to claim he possessed X-ray vision would likely provoke her ire. I have a cousin named Carla, who possesses the ability to scan the entire Ghost Wolf experimental factory-esque layout. Chen Chao brought Kara out to serve as a shield. It is perplexing that when a man possesses X-ray vision, the women nearby tend to feel exceedingly uncomfortable, often retreating to great distances. Conversely, if a woman has X-ray vision, the men around her appear indifferent, unless her vision is particularly limited. Upon hearing that Kara possessed such a rare ability, everyone present was astonished. Li Wenyu was also taken aback. Although X-ray vision is considered an auxiliary ability, if utilized effectively, it can be a formidable skill. He added, "Once we locate the control room of the Ghost Wolf Research Facility, Chen Chao, you will be responsible for hacking into the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance through their computer. They likely have their own satellites for signal transmission, and their security measures are stringent. Are you capable of breaching their system?" Chen Chao gestured confidently. "No problem, leave it to me. Unless they employ technology surpassing the level of Blue Star, I can easily infiltrate their system. The objective is to hack into the Divine Creation Alliance's headquarters and steal the genetic sequence data of the Phoenix Project's ultimate weapon. This will be synthesized directly in the biochemical laboratory for gene implantation. Given their defensive capabilities, even in the event of a confrontation, as long as you coordinate effectively, this should not pose the greatest challenge. The primary concern is that you must comprehend the entire process within half an hour. Any operational errors could endanger Xiaomei's life." Chen Chao, I must ask you one last time. Do you truly not require technical personnel to accompany you? Li Wenyu's skepticism was not directed at Chen Chao's abilities. After all, this undertaking involved extensive, specialized knowledge, which is difficult for an ordinary person to grasp, especially within such a short time frame. Chen Chao shook his head once more. Moreover, the landlady had extensively researched these matters for this day. Even if she struggled with the operational aspects, little Kara had been trained as a scientist, making her more reliable than any technical staff. We genuinely do not need anyone else. An additional person only increases the risk. We can manage this, Chen Chao assured. Of course, this referred to non-combat personnel. Seeing Chen Chao's confidence, Li Wenyu refrained from further comments. Though their acquaintance was brief, he trusted that Chen Chao would not overreach in such critical matters. After implanting the ultimate weapon genes into Xiaomei, immediately inactivate all Ghost Wolf test subjects and destroy the Ghost Wolf Research Facility. If time and conditions permit, Chen Chao, I hope you can also assault the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance to uncover the locations of all research facilities. While these facilities are scattered across various nations, the Extraordinary Association may struggle to manage them, but they can certainly be entrusted to the United Nations. Do you have any questions regarding this operation? Li Wenyu inquired. Chen Chao had a general understanding of the operation's process. Shield Mountain S. Li Weiqiang and Hidden Knight S. Su Zai whispered among themselves for a moment, posing a few questions, all of which Li Wenyu answered candidly. According to the latest intelligence, the flawless Ghost Wolf virus is about to enter its final testing phase. You must depart at once. If you delay too long, I fear you will confront a vast army of perfect ghost wolves, which would complicate matters considerably, Li Wenyu advised. After the three assured him that there would be no issues, they returned to make their preparations. Upon returning, each engaged in various tasks. Chen Chao informed his landlady and Carla about the relevant matters. The landlady initially intended to bring along several of her subordinates. However, as they were not even extraordinary beings, their contributions to such a covert operation would be minimal. The following day, Chen Chao, accompanied by little Carla, the landlady, and Xiaomei, arrived at the rendezvous point agreed upon with Shield Mountain and Yinyi. The group traveled light, with only the landlady carrying some weaponry purportedly designed specifically for combating vampires and werewolves. Although Chen Chao continually emphasized that the Ghost Wolf experiments no longer possessed the weaknesses of vampires and werewolves, he pondered that the Ghost Wolf factory might not be exclusively filled with Ghost Wolf warriors, and perhaps the landlady's arsenal would prove useful after all. After introductions, the group boarded the flight to Maoxiong country. Yi Su Zai, whose exuberance matched that of the landlady, quickly formed a friendship with her, engaging in lively conversation throughout the journey. Despite Chen Chao's lack of intention to eavesdrop, his superhuman hearing made it impossible to ignore their chatter. The two women transitioned from discussing clothing to cosmetics, eventually veering into topics increasingly inappropriate for those under 18. To alleviate the awkwardness, Chen Chao pulled out his phone from his pocket and turned to the imposing figure beside him. Shield Mountain. Do you play Honor of Heroes? Shield Mountain nodded. Indeed. The mountain warrior in Honor of Heroes is modeled after me. Truly my destined hero. Little Carla's interest peaked at the mention of a game. She immediately ceased her previous activity and hastily opened the game interface on her phone. Let us team up. We'll go 3 against 1. I'll play as Sword Saint in the jungle. Brother, do you want to play mid lane? The gaming enthusiast was suddenly animated by the prospect of competition. Thus, Chen Chao, Carla, and Shield Mountain formed a team, while Xiaomei continued to hang around Chen Chao's neck, observing the trio as they played. Several hours later, the airplane landed. The landlady and Su Zai approached Chen Chao and the others. We've arrived. Why are you still playing games? Hurry and disembark. Just a moment, Carla. Don't slack off. Push mid lane to the high ground. We can win this. Chen Chao urged, clutching his phone. Hold on, I need to eliminate one more foe. Brother. Save me, save me, save me. Carla found herself ambushed and immediately unleashed her super speed, executing a flurry of actions only to see her stats plummet to 0 and 5. Realistically, the mobile game did not demand high-level skills, and even superpowers could not salvage a player who was perpetually distracted. Little Carla's phone had already gone black. Xiaomei laughed heartily, while Chen Chao sighed in exasperation. I told you not to play recklessly. You are both inexperienced and love to show off. I must ask, are you all here to have fun? The landlady snatched Chen Chao's phone from him and promptly exited the game. No, please. After losing continuously, let me win just once. Chen Chao lamented, on the verge of tears. Despite Xiao Carla possessing a remarkable intellect, lightning speed, and extraordinary reflexes, her gameplay was marred by a complete lack of teamwork and an inclination to be reckless. Moreover, she was particularly susceptible to the influence of alcohol. The landlady slapped her own forehead. How can you blame Carla for being so engrossed in the game when you, as her older brother, cannot even manage your own behavior? If this continues, Xiaomei will undoubtedly follow your poor example. I never did. Stop making baseless accusations. Chen Chao vehemently denied, leading Xiao Carla astray. The group wasted no more time, hastily putting down their phones and disembarking from the plane. The little girl from Krypton wore a disgruntled expression. Interrupting the game was more terrifying than waking up early. Her eyes seemed to harbor murderous intent. In the northern seas of Fusong, there lay an inconspicuous island, so obscure that it was not even marked on many maps. Night had fallen, and faint beams of light flickered from the cliffs on the island's backside. Chen Chao and Carla could fly, while the formidable Li Weiqiang and Su Zai, both extraordinary beings, could traverse the air. They stealthily approached the sheer cliff face of the island with Xiaomei and the landlady in tow. Hurry, Chen Chao. Use your X-ray vision to see how we can get in, urged the landlady. Su Zai paused, surprised by this statement, instinctively asking, Chen Chao possesses X-ray vision? I thought only that little girl had it. Huh, didn't he tell you? Chen Chao and Carla share the same abilities. They both have X-ray vision. The landlady replied casually, having become quite familiar with Su Zai. Chen Chao awkwardly clung to the rock face while Su Zai shot him a glare, scoffing, Humph, you rogue. Was that ruffian using his X-ray vision to look at you that day? The recollection of how he had puffed out his chest at that moment made Su Zai's face flush crimson. Chen Chao initially wanted to defend himself, insisting that possessing X-ray vision did not mean one would use it to gaze at her. I'm a gentleman, you know. However, he decided against further explanations, realizing that some matters only became murkier with clarification. Li Weiqiang gazed at Chen Chao with envy. X-ray vision. What a marvelous skill. What man wouldn't he desire such an ability? Why can't I awaken a skill like that? The group ceased their idle chatter and began to approach the mountain face. Chen Chao narrowed his eyes and activated his X-ray vision, observing the entire structure of the Ghost Wolf experimental factory embedded within the rock. This factory was superbly concealed, comprising 2 levels. The first housed various experimental bases and cages for the Ghost Wolf subjects, while the second served as the office and rest area for the internal staff and armed personnel. The control room is located on the right side of the second floor, where 4 staff members are present. Suzai, what is the maximum distance you can teleport? Chen Chao inquired. The limit is 10 meters. But I must have a clear view of the location. Otherwise, complications may arise, Suzai replied. Only 10 meters? Chen Chao pondered for a moment before continuing. Then you all wait for me to infiltrate the control room. Once I am prepared, I will take Xiaomei to a cultivation chamber to create the ultimate weapon's genetic sequence and implant it into her. Are you going in alone? Is that feasible? Both the landlady and Suzai asked simultaneously. Chen Chao smiled, asserting a man cannot say it is unfeasible. With that, he hesitated no longer and immediately ascended to the rocky wall, seeking out a ventilation duct before swiftly crawling inside. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he made a beeline for the control room. As he approached, Chen Chao kicked open the vent, swiftly entering the room. The control room had no windows, only a singular entrance. 4 individuals were situated in front of large computers, monitors displaying various experimental zones. Some monitored the status of the ghost wolf subjects, while others kept an eye on the factory security. Who goes there? The sudden appearance of Chen Chao caught the 4 off guard, as they had not anticipated someone would bypass the exterior guards and enter through the narrow vent. They immediately prepared to press the alarm button. I am from headquarters, here to execute a covert operation, Chen Chao shouted in English, observing the diverse skin tones of the 4 individuals. To his surprise, the one about to press the alarm button paused momentarily upon hearing his words, and by the time he reacted, Chen Chao had already appeared before him. You can't possibly believe that, Chen Chao grinned, then swiftly struck the man's neck with a precise blow. With a crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed as the man collapsed, lifeless. Without pause, Chen Chao moved toward the second and third individuals. Damn it, is anyone there? The 2 shouted. Yet, before they could react, Chen Chao's fists met their targets. Another 2 cracks resounded, as Chen Chao made quick work of them. Even slaying ordinary individuals was akin to slicing through vegetables for him. The 4th individual, a short person of Japanese descent, had drawn a handgun but trembled uncontrollably at the sight of Chen Chao, who resembled a harbinger of death. You think a little handgun can deal with me? Who do you underestimate? Chen Chao scoffed, noting the staff member's fear, who appeared to be contemplating suicide in desperation. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Chao declared, All right, let me grant you a swift end. In the next moment, his eyes turned a fiery red as 2 crimson beams shot forth, cleaving the individual in 2. At this moment, merely 2 seconds had elapsed since Chen Chao's appearance, swiftly eliminating the 4 individuals within the control room. A modicum of divine power surged forth from Chen Chao's divine persona. Though it was not substantial, it was certainly better than nothing. After all, it was commendable to manifest divine energy from the demise of 4 ordinary souls. Chen Chao, in a breath, stored this divine energy and promptly seated himself before the central computer. He activated the communicator and declared, I have infiltrated the control room and am now prepared to breach the database of the Divine Creation Alliance. You may escort Xiaomei to the cultivation chamber on the 1st floor. Received. Brother, good luck. We are ready to enter. Xiao Kara, unable to contain her excitement, was eager to engage. Having lost in games incessantly, this internet-addicted girl transformed into a fierce, untamed beast, charging forward with the ferocity of a violent lowly towards the Ghost Wolf experimental factory. In the control room, Chen Chao directly opened the threshold for Kara and the others. Along the way, they encountered several patrolling guards, and to their surprise, Su Zai's dagger remained sheathed as Xiao Kara had already toppled them. Why not eliminate them? Su Zai inquired, puzzled by the unconscious guards. Xiao Kara, with a pained expression, replied, I have never taken a life, nor do I wish to. Though these individuals were affiliated with the Divine Creation Alliance, and while not all were irredeemable, they were complicit in heinous acts. Their demise seemed inconsequential. Su Zai, with a swift motion, snapped the necks of the 2 guards, while Xiao Kara sighed in resignation. She understood the rationale, yet she simply abhorred the act of killing. Very well. Kara has her beliefs and principles. We can assist her in delivering the final blow if necessary, the landlady remarked. If one overlooks her obsession with games and dramas, Kara possesses many admirable qualities: kindness, enthusiasm, and compassion for all. Perhaps she's a tad naive, but that is the essence of Supergirl Kara Zor-El. Both Chen Chao and the landlady were inclined to protect Kara's innocence rather than compel her to engage in actions she detested. Thus, the landlady stepped forward to assist with the bodies, as she was experienced in such matters. Xiaomei followed closely behind Shield Mountain, and upon witnessing the gruesome scene, she exhibited little astonishment, appearing quite accustomed to the brutality. Utilizing Kara's X-ray vision, they arrived at a small experimental cultivation chamber, filled with an intricate array of genetic transplant equipment that occupied much of the room. 2 staff members clad in lab coats were present, but upon Kara and her companion's entrance, Su Zai swiftly dispatched them with her instantaneous movements. They were preparing genetic materials for the transformation of containers. And once Chen Chao hacked into the Divine Creation Alliance and located the ultimate weapon's genetic sequence, the synthesis and transplantation of that ultimate weapon's gene could commence. This gene sequence was not a natural one. Rather, it was a synthetic construct, meticulously engineered by Dr. Ghostblade to create a super gene sequence capable of fully harnessing the energy of the immortal Phoenix. At present, humanity's technology is incapable of conjuring an entirely new gene from thin air. However, it is indeed possible to modify and optimize existing genetic material. In this context, Nanjiame, as the sole remaining vessel, is ideally suited for the transformation of her genes into those of an ultimate weapon. Direct modifications carry a high risk of error. Thus, the initial step involves extracting Xiaomei's genes for large-scale enhancement. Once the ultimate weapon genes have been successfully transformed, they will be implanted through the principles of gene viral integration. The landlady, well versed in the operation of the apparatus, prepared it with care before leaning down to Xiaomei, saying, "Little one, soon you'll lie down in that device and simply take a nap. Are you afraid?" "Not all. I know Mommy and Uncle Chun will protect me," the little girl replied, her head tilted up, displaying remarkable maturity for her age. Shield Mountain and Hidden Night were somewhat moved. This child's understanding of the situation tugged at their hearts. At her age, she should be reveling in the warmth of her parents' affection. Yet Xiaomei had never truly experienced such a childhood. After this ordeal, Mommy would never leave Xiaomei again. The landlady embraced Xiaomei, lifting her in her arms, and the little girl cupped the landlady's face, planting a heartfelt kiss upon it. Meanwhile, on Chen Chao's end, although the firewall of the Divine Creation Alliance was formidable, it was as nothing before him, a world-class hacker. With merely a few tactics, he could breach it effortlessly. "I have located the complete data on the Phoenix Project. You prepare to receive the ultimate weapon gene sequence data," he typed swiftly, perusing the comprehensive information on the Phoenix Project while simultaneously transmitting the relevant data to the landlady's side. Everything progressed smoothly, to the point where Chen Chao began to question the reality of the situation. Why does it feel like everything is unfolding too easily? Are the people of the Divine Creation Alliance truly that inept? He couldn't help but mutter. He had anticipated encountering considerable resistance during this infiltration at the very least. A perfect ghost wolf experiment subject. Yet, in reality, the ghost wolf subjects were all ensconced in their enclosures, deep in slumber. Aside from eliminating a few staff members and guards, there had been no substantial confrontation. Upon hearing Chen Chao's comments through the communicator, the landlady, her nerves taut, instinctively replied, "Isn't everything going well? It signifies our flawless infiltration." Shield Mountain and Hidden Night also sensed something amiss. They turned to Kara, asking if there were any anomalies present. Little Kara's gaze penetrated layers of obstruction, surveying the entire Ghost Wolf factory, and reported, "There are no irregularities. Everything appears normal. Regardless, let us exercise caution." Shield Mountain advised as he gathered earth energy, standing resolutely like a great mountain at the entrance. Hidden Night, Su Zai drew her twin daggers, her energy surging as she concealed herself in a corner of the room. They braced themselves for any unforeseen circumstances. At the headquarters of the Divine Creation Alliance, a technician discovered that the Ghost Wolf experimental factory had failed to report experimental data for over 2 hours, contrary to established protocol. Upon investigation, it became evident that there was an issue within the main control room of the facility. The technician promptly contacted superiors, relaying the information through the hierarchy until the regional head of the experimental factory sought an audience with the chief of the Divine Creation Alliance, only to be intercepted. Lord Count Vlad was not present at headquarters, Everything remained under his meticulous control, and there was no need to address the anomalies at the Ghost Wolf experimental factory today. Chapter 36. The Ghost Wolf experiment all proceeded smoothly. Chen Chao focused intently on the screen, observing the landlady as she extracted little May's genes and prepared all necessary materials. Subsequently, a disk encryption lock was inserted into the apparatus, initiating the genetic program for the Phoenix Project's ultimate weapon. After a brief operation, the genetic makeup of the ultimate weapon was successfully developed, and the process of creating the gene virus commenced, leading into the gene transplantation procedure. Little May was remarkably compliant, lying quietly in the incubation chamber as though in slumber. With the gene virus completed, the transplantation began. The landlady's voice trembled at that moment. She could scarcely fathom how many years she had awaited this occasion. Yet, when the dream materialized, it felt almost surreal. Nevertheless, the landlady pressed the gene transplantation program for the ultimate weapon's genetic code. After initiating the process, she placed her hand against the glass of the incubation chamber. Her eyes filled with the image of the small figure within, as if that being represented her entire world. The machinery whirred to life, meticulously calculating the dosage of the genetic toxin, which was then injected into Little May through a series of syringes. Although Little May remained in a state of unconsciousness, the injection of the genetic toxin caused her to involuntarily flail her arms, resembling a drowning person desperately seeking to survive. Even the Phoenix energy within her began to exhibit signs of agitation. That is a normal reaction. Do not worry, Chen Chao reassured her through the communicator. The genetic toxin was attacking and replacing Little May's genes, resulting in the disruption of the Phoenix energy. However, Dr. Ghostblade had already devised a plan to address the situation. The landlady, stifling her heartache, encouraged Little May through the glass of the incubation chamber. Kara stood silently by, cheering for Little May, while Shunzhan and Inya remained vigilant, closely monitoring the unfolding events. Nan Jiamei, the host of the Phoenix Energy, if the transplantation of the ultimate weapon's genes were to succeed, this 7-year-old girl would possess the power to control the Phoenix Energy. That was a divine level of strength, although there would still be distinctions between Nan Jiamei and true saints in this mode. It was undeniable that this 7-year-old girl would become one of the strongest individuals in the world. Shunzhan, Inya, be alert. A team is approaching. Prepare for battle. Chen Chao was diligently utilizing the database of the Divine Creation Alliance headquarters to locate all experimental bases associated with the Alliance, a task specifically entrusted to him by President Li Wenin. At that moment, however, he glanced at the surveillance footage from the control room and beheld a heavily armed squad advancing towards the laboratory where Xiao Mei's experimental subjects were cultivated. Prepare for battle, he commanded. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, Shield Mountain S. Li Weiqiang immediately unleashed his Earth-based energy, entering a state of combat readiness. Yin Su Zai and the young heroine Kara also stood vigilant, bracing for confrontation. Just then, the Ghost Wolf experimental factory erupted with a piercing alarm, resonating throughout the entire area. As the sirens blared, Chen Chao observed on the screen that every Ghost Wolf experimental subject had awakened and was exhibiting extreme aggression. The surveillance footage revealed those abominable beings, characterized by features of both vampires and werewolves, frantically tearing at their enclosures. Some bore the physique of wolves with bat-like heads, while others were hunched over, their arms fused with grotesque, fleshy wings. Despite their unappealing appearances, these largely unsuccessful specimens possessed remarkable destructive capabilities. It wasn't long before several Ghost Wolf experimental subjects broke free from their chains and shattered their restraints, surging out of their cages. The staff, completely unprepared for this unexpected turn of events, were swiftly torn to shreds by the rampaging experimental subjects. The experimental subjects have gone berserk, requesting backup. The armed forces were immediately summoned as chaos erupted. The experimental subjects are out of control. Help! Help! The footage depicted scenes of unimaginable carnage. Even the most powerful superhumans found themselves lacking in resistance against the overwhelming numbers of Ghost Wolf experimental subjects, let alone the ordinary staff members. Simultaneously, a squad of armed personnel burst into Xiao Mei's laboratory. Upon entry, without any intention of communication, they immediately raised their weapons and opened fire on Shield Mountain S. Li Weiqiang and his companions. A barrage of bullets flew through the air, Li Weiqiang crossed his arms, summoning a thick, earthen energy shield that stood protectively before his comrades. The bullets struck the energy shield as if they were merely hitting the ground, stirring up a mere ripple of dust. Kara instantly surged forward, deflecting gunfire, and reached the forefront of the assailants, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding impact, one soldier was sent flying. Observing their firearms were ineffective, the remaining soldiers discarded their rifles, letting out primal roars as their bodies began to swell. Roar! As they transformed into werewolves, their bulging muscles tore through their clothing, revealing furry claws and sharp fangs, accompanied by guttural growls. Werewolves? Indeed, they are werewolves. Fortunately, I brought silver bullets. Witnessing the transformation of the soldiers, the landlady quickly retrieved her prepared magazine of silver bullets. After loading her weapon, she aimed and unleashed a volley of shots towards the transformed foes, knowing that the bullets held lethal power against the werewolves. The landlord's sister unleashed a volley of silver bullets, swiftly eliminating the foremost werewolves. Shield Mountain, protect Sister Yu and Xiao Mei, shouted Su Zai as she deftly maneuvered, teleporting behind the remaining werewolves. With her daggers in hand, she executed a series of graceful strikes, beheading several of the beasts with effortless precision. Even without her instruction, Li Weiqiang, the Shield Mountain, instinctively understood the need to safeguard the rear. He stepped back resolutely, positioning himself before the cultivation pods of the landlord's sister and Xiao Mei, determined not to allow a single werewolf to approach. Little Supergirl Kara charged into the fray, her petite form engaging in close combat with the towering werewolves. Yet, these werewolves were predominantly of the awakened tier, lacking even a single extraordinary-level foe, rendering them no match for the ferocious Kara. With their combined efforts, the werewolf soldiers were swiftly vanquished within mere minutes. However, the cacophony of roars surrounding them only intensified, drawing ever closer. Kara, are there still werewolves? Su Zai inquired, noticing the sounds seemed to indicate a considerable number. Little Kara shook her head, her gaze piercing through the walls to reveal many bizarre yet formidable creatures lurking nearby. Those aren't werewolves. They're the ghost wolf experimental subjects from this facility. You must be cautious, Chen Chao warned through the communicator, having just dispatched the werewolves. Chen Chao's divine power surged forth, compelling him to leave the control room and head directly towards Kara and the others. Not far along his path, he encountered 3 ghost wolf experimental subjects voraciously feasting upon a staff member's corpse. Chapter 37. The Ancient One. Chen Chao's sudden appearance seemed to disrupt their meal. The 3 ghost wolf subjects opened their gaping maws, blood dripping from their sharp teeth, and let out furious roars directed at him. As they howled in unison, the creatures lunged at Chen Chao, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary werewolves. Why are you so protective of your meal? I'm not here to steal it, Chen Chao remarked, his pace not only unwavering, but accelerating as he charged towards the 3 ghost wolves. Initially, he contemplated testing his newly acquired divine power, but decided against it, reasoning that it would be excessive to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Although he had amassed a significant amount of divine energy today, it remained insufficient in quantity, and depleting it all at once would be rather inconvenient. Thus, Chen Chao refrained from utilizing his divine power, and instead relied solely on his physical strength as he collided with the creatures. With a thunderous boom that echoed throughout the space, Chen Chao surged forward with explosive speed, akin to a heavily armored tank racing at over 200 kilometers per hour. Upon impact with the 3 ghost wolf experimental subjects, an overwhelming force surged forth, shattering their bones and sending them crashing backward, a chaotic mess of limbs and bodies. With a crackling sound, the few shattered bones of the spectral wolves twisted momentarily before their injuries rapidly healed. Chen Chao was somewhat astonished. Their recovery speed had significantly increased. In an instant, the 3 spectral wolf specimens lunged at him once again. This time, Chen Chao set aside his initial underestimation and, with utmost seriousness, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the head of one of the spectral wolves. Bang! Chen Chao's maximum punching force exceeded 60 tons, and with a full-force explosion, the skull of the struck wolf erupted violently, transforming it into a splatter of flesh that sprayed towards the direction of his punch. The other 2 spectral wolves were also thrown back by the shockwave. Despite its head being pulverized, the wolf with its skull obliterated still did not collapse immediately. It staggered a few times and surprisingly charged at Chen Chao once more, claws poised as if to rend him apart. Such tenacity of life. How could it still be alive with its head gone? Chen Chao utilized his X-ray vision to scan the wolf specimen and discovered that its heart was still beating, his eyes turning a vibrant crimson. Two beams of scorching light surged forth, directly piercing through the heart of the spectral wolf. Only then did the creature lose its vitality and crash to the ground. The resilience of the spectral wolves was indeed remarkable. Even when their heads were shattered, they seemed capable of surviving for a while longer. It was necessary to destroy the heart simultaneously to ensure their demise. Many creatures can survive for a period after losing their heads, but the spectral wolves had ingrained the instinct for slaughter deep within their genes. Even devoid of a head, their bodies continued to obey the command to kill. The strength of the spectral wolf specimens likely ranged from mid-tier to upper-tier extraordinary. Considering their terrifying vitality, they posed quite a challenge. These spectral wolf specimens were no longer human, but rather monsters, and thus, Chen Chao felt no need to hold back. He reminded Kara through his communicator, recalling her reluctance to harm humans. However, it seemed that this did not apply to monsters. Clearly, these failed spectral wolf specimens had long transcended humanity, morphing into frenzied, bloodthirsty beasts that were solely driven by the instinct to kill. As he spoke, Chen Chao directed his thermal vision at the remaining two spectral wolf specimens, incinerating their heads and hearts in succession. At this moment, without the presence of saints, eliminating these extraordinary beings was remarkably simple for him. After dispatching the remaining two spectral wolf specimens, Chen Chao swiftly departed. Beneath the North Sea of Fusang, there existed a prison crafted from silver, hidden beneath the rock layers. The chief of the Divine Creation Alliance, Count Vlad, faced a gigantic werewolf, its vital points pierced by silver chains. This werewolf appeared exceedingly weak. The areas penetrated by the silver chains had long since rotted, and its flesh exhibited signs of silver poisoning, suggesting it had been imprisoned for an exceptionally long time. William, God created us to reign over this world. However, the strife between our two factions has caused us to miss the prime opportunity for dominion. The current world now belongs to the awakened humans. Count Vlad, holding a goblet filled with his favorite blood type, savored a sip with a look of satisfaction before addressing the werewolf before him. Though we are the most ancient of supernatural beings, God set our limits too low at our creation. Neither the noble bloodline nor the lowly werewolves can ascend to the status of saints. You are perhaps unaware of what a saint is. It is a power tier that has only emerged in recent centuries. As the progenitor of the noble bloodline, I have lived through endless ages, witnessing the tides of the Industrial Revolution and the might of nuclear weapons. Yet, all these pale in comparison to the power of a saint. At this juncture, Vlad's expression turned wistful. The power of a saint can upheave oceans and effortlessly flatten mountains. In comparison, both the noble bloodline and the lowly werewolves are feeble. Whether the progenitor of vampires or of werewolves, we are but beings of the extraordinary realm. Before the advent of saints, vampires and werewolves were incredibly formidable, and had it not been for our incessant conflicts, we could have easily dominated humanity during the age of cold weaponry. However, as history progressed, humanity invented gunpowder and firearms, giving rise to the awakened and the extraordinary. These developments gradually encroached upon the survival space of both vampires and werewolves. Nevertheless, for Count Vlad, this was of little consequence, for he regarded himself as the progenitor of vampires, an immortal noble. There are few things in this world that could threaten him. Vlad was confident that no matter how the world transformed, he would continue to thrive. That was until the emergence of saints. The might of the saints instilled a sense of dread in this ancient being. A century ago, he had faced a sword-wielding saint from Huagua, which marked his first encounter with the specter of death. The opponent, with a mere flick of their sword from hundreds of miles away, extinguished Vlad's wings, leaving him forever altered. Had it not been for the bloodline's formidable vitality and numerous means of survival, or had the opponent been slightly more earnest, Count Vlad would have been slain in that instant. Now, as he clung to life, Vlad spent the past century relentlessly seeking the path to sainthood. He yearned for vengeance. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not break the shackles to attain the status of a saint. In my pursuit of becoming a saint, I endeavored countless times, even attending esteemed institutions such as Cambridge and Harvard to study biology and genetics. Ultimately, I came to realize that the noble bloodline is flawed, and your lowly werewolves are equally so. Only through the fusion of our genes, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, can we achieve true metamorphosis. Count Vlad raised the goblet and drained its sanguine contents, then set it down and approached the primordial werewolf, William. Although I had successfully engineered the flawless ghost wolf gene, the mere thought of assimilating the genes of those wretched werewolves filled me with revulsion. Yet for you, I could reluctantly acquiesce, as we are, after all, ancient friends spanning millennia. With a ferocious growl, the werewolf progenitor opened his gaping maw, yet centuries of confinement had rendered him feeble. Perhaps offering him some fresh blood and flesh could rejuvenate the once mighty werewolf to his former glory. However, Count Vlad had no intention of doing so. Chapter 38. The perfect ghost wolf formed step by step, Count Vlad approached the werewolf progenitor. He lifted his slender, almost feminine fingers and seized William's head, pulling it closer to his own. "William, my friend, it is time to conclude our millennia-long friendship. Allow me to savor your blood one last time." With that, Count Vlad opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs, and sank them into the werewolf's artery. The weakened werewolf struggled fiercely, his massive claws tearing at the silver chains affixed to the wall, reopening his festering wounds and letting fresh blood flow anew. Yet it proved futile. After a considerable time, satiated, Count Vlad tilted his head back and exhaled deeply, as if he had indulged in the most exquisite delicacy, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. The perfect ghost wolf gene comprises three components: the genes of vampires and werewolves, each constituting one part, with the intermediary being the container gene of the Phoenix energy entity. The true Ghost Wolf project is not merely confined to the creation of a formidable army of extraordinary beings. Its authentic objective is to leverage the container's gene, which possesses remarkable adaptability, to continuously refine and discover a means to simultaneously merge the genes of vampires and werewolves. From this foundation, it aims to further transform into the ultimate weapon gene, absorbing the essence of the Phoenix energy entity, culminating in a final metamorphosis. For Count Vlad, this represents his ultimate sanctification plan. He had already injected the container gene virus into his own being, and with the absorption of the werewolf progenitor's blood, he directly tapped into the primal werewolf gene. Vampires inherently possess a profound mastery over blood. As the progenitor of vampires, Count Vlad could even condense blood into bad avatars. Coupled with over a century of studies in biology and genetics, he required no external apparatus. He himself was the most intricate and precise blood gene apparatus. The three pieces of the perfect ghost wolf gene puzzle have all been completed, and Vlad's body began to undergo a transformation. The once frail and emaciated form gradually filled out, neither resembling the gauntness of a vampire nor the explosive musculature of a werewolf. Instead, it exuded an extraordinary sense of harmony. His complexion transformed from a ghastly pallor to a healthy flush, nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary individual upon closer inspection. Utterly perfect, Count Vlad felt the metamorphosis of his body, a profound and transformative change. This was merely his ordinary form. In the next moment, his muscles tensed as if he were undergoing a werewolf's transformation, swelling and solidifying, yet instead of the spiky fur characteristic of a werewolf, a metallic sheen emerged upon his skin. The wings that had been severed by the saint now stirred and began to regenerate. A howl escaped the weakened throat of the werewolf progenitor beside him, his crimson eyes reflecting a terrifying visage caught between wolf and bat. This was the embodiment of the perfect ghost wolf form. This transformation instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, as if prey had suddenly encountered its predator, invoking primal fear. My power is unprecedentedly formidable, yet I remain at distance from the saint. I still lack one final element. Count Vlad reverted to his human form and turned his gaze towards the ghost wolf experimental facility. His envisioned ultimate form necessitated the genetic infusion from the successfully transformed ultimate weapon of the Phoenix Project, Xiao Mei, melding the genes of both vampire and werewolf to create the ultimate ghost wolf weapon. Ultimately, he would absorb the energy of the Phoenix, breaking free from the final constraints and ascending to sainthood. Moreover, he aspired to become the most powerful among the saints. Today, I shall achieve the pinnacle of sanctity. This will be my era, William, Count Vlad proclaimed with excitement. After uttering these words, he did not linger, leaving the barely alive werewolf progenitor unharmed. According to the legends of witches, both vampires and werewolves derive their strength from their progenitors. Should the progenitor perish, the entire lineage would lose its power. Thus, Vlad chose to imprison the werewolf progenitor rather than slay him, mindful that his demise would result in the loss of numerous lowly werewolf slaves. Having exited the prison beneath the rocky layers, Count Vlad emerged to the surface, where he beheld the first rays of dawn breaking in the east. The sunlight bathed him, imparting a gentle warmth. After savoring the sun's embrace, Count Vlad unfurled his bat wings, directing his gaze towards the Ghost Wolf experimental facility. The net had captured its prize. It was time to reel it in. In the Ghost Wolf experimental facility, the gene transplantation of Xiaomei had reached 50% completion. The energy of the phoenix gradually stabilized, retracting back into Xiaomei's being. Nevertheless, the air within the entire factory remained suffused with a searing intensity. The landlady and Suzai had just finished clearing out the ambushing werewolf squad, scarcely having time to catch their breath when 4 or 5 rogue Ghost Wolf experiments caught the scent of blood and surged into the vicinity. Is this truly the Ghost Wolf? Prior to their departure, Chen Chao had shared the details of this mission with the landlady and little Carla. Thus, upon encountering these grotesque creatures, the landlady immediately recalled the Ghost Wolf project. Do not let your guard down. The Ghost Wolf possesses no apparent weaknesses. To eliminate it completely, one must simultaneously destroy its head and heart. Everyone, be cautious. Shield Mountain Li Weiqiang bellowed, drawing on Chen Chao's insights. At that moment, a particularly hideous Ghost Wolf experiment darted toward Xiaomei with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, the landlady raised a rifle and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the creature. The silver bullets poured forth, striking the Ghost Wolf experiment and tearing its flesh, causing it to stumble and roll on the ground. However, within a second, the silver bullets were expelled from its body, the wounds healing instantaneously as it charged once more at the landlady. Retreat, Li Weiqiang shouted, rushing to shield the landlady. Yet, another Ghost Wolf experiment leapt from the right, springing forward to snap its massive jaws at Li Weiqiang's neck. Get away from me! Li Weiqiang summoned the earth energy, enveloping himself in a suit of earthen armor. He raised his fist, the size of a cooking pot, and struck down at the wolf. Bang! However, his punch did not connect with the wolf's head. Instead, it was deflected by the creature's raised claw, which merely bent slightly under the force of Li Weiqiang's blow. The Ghost Wolf experiment, having withstood the attack, lunged at Li Weiqiang, its sharp fangs sinking towards his head. Fortunately, Li Weiqiang had already formed a protective layer with the earth energy, preventing the creature from crushing his skull. At that critical moment, the landlady found herself in dire straits when Su Zai suddenly teleported behind the Ghost Wolf experiment, attacking her. Her silver dagger flashing as it swiftly severed half of the creature's head. Little Carla descended from above, positioning herself in front of the landlady. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed her icy breath. As the massive claws descended with a thunderous crash, they halted mere centimeters from Carla. Her icy breath freezing the creature's blood and transforming it into a solid ice sculpture. How dare you bully me? The landlady, still shaken, vented her frustration by delivering a kick to the frozen figure. Although she was the weakest among them, she was far from defenseless. However, the landlady, being a high-tier awakened being, delivered a kick powerful enough to bend steel pipes, effortlessly reducing the frozen Ghost Wolf experiment to countless shards of ice. In mere moments, 2 or 3 Ghost Wolf experiment bodies had already besieged Shield Mountain's Li Weiqiang. Standing at the forefront, Li Weiqiang became the prime target of these ghostly beasts. The 3 grotesque entities relentlessly tore at his protective attire, gradually thinning the earthen energy barrier he had conjured, threatening to breach it entirely. Little Carla leaped into action, her eyes suddenly ablaze with heightened thermal vision. Su Zai's expression turned icy as she flickered through space, her dagger slicing towards the Ghost Wolf entities with relentless precision. The landlady, holding a firearm, positioned herself protectively in front of the cultivation chamber, her face etched with concern, wary of any potential threats that might slip through. Roars echoed again as several more Ghost Wolf entities surged forward. The current onslaught was far from resolved. Shield Mountain was nearing its limit. Among those present, only Carla possessed the capability to individually eliminate a Ghost Wolf experiment body, while Su Zai could utilize her teleportation to engage one or two of the creatures, seeking an opening for a decisive strike. Yet, these ferocious beings not only exhibited incredible savagery, but also possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. If a lethal blow was not delivered in time, they would swiftly recover. As the number of ghost wolves swelled, one of them set its sights on the landlady. Like a lone wolf pursuing its prey, with eyes glowing red, it lunged towards her. The landlady had exhausted her rifle's ammunition, managing to land several shots on the creature's head, but the caliber of the silver bullets was insufficient to shatter its skull completely. As the ghost wolf drew nearer, terror gripped her heart. Although she had slain werewolves before, and knew that with the right approach, even a formidable supernatural werewolf could be vanquished, this particular ghost wolf instilled a profound sense of despair within her. She could only call for help from little Carla. However, Carla found herself surrounded by 4 or 5 newly arrived ghost wolves. These creatures possessed immense strength and remarkable speed, showcasing high agility. While they may not inflict serious harm on Carla, she was still a young girl, and being a daughter, her inherent strength paled in comparison to her male counterparts from Krypton. Faced with the relentless assault of 4 or 5 superior supernatural ghost wolves, she found herself momentarily entangled. In a critical moment, the ceiling suddenly collapsed. Just as the ghost wolf was about to pounce on the landlady, a figure descended from above, crashing heavily onto the ghost wolf experiment body. Boom! In an instant, flesh and blood exploded. The ghost wolf was struck as if by a small meteor plummeting at high velocity, its upper body obliterated. It was Chen Chao. The landlord's sister exclaimed with excitement, momentarily brushing against death, her emotions akin to a thrilling roller coaster ride. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have rushed forth to embrace Chen Chao and plant several fervent kisses upon him. When Chen Chao arrived, he encountered several waves of ghost wolves attacking, causing a slight delay of a few seconds. Fortunately, he was not too late. "Brother," little Carla exclaimed upon seeing Chen Chao, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. As for Shunzhan and Inya, witnessing Chen Chao's grand entrance and his instantaneous annihilation of a formidable ghost wolf experimental subject left them in a state of shock. Could the disparity be so vast? They had initially presumed that, despite Chen Chao's strength, there would not be such a significant gap, particularly as their rankings were higher than his. In that fleeting moment, both Shunzhan and Inya felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Don't just stand there." Chen Chao noticed everyone gazing at him. Even though he considered himself quite handsome, such attention was unwarranted at that moment. "After the fight, I could let you see everything at once, couldn't I?" Of course, this was only applicable to the female classmates. The burly man beside him, covered in filth, could very well leave. Roar, roar, roar. In the face of the oncoming Chen Chao, several more ghost wolf experimental subjects charged toward him. With an impassive expression, as the ghost wolves lunged through the air, Chen Chao unleashed his thermal vision. The airborne ghost wolves, unable to alter their trajectory instantaneously, were severed in half by his scorching gaze. Despite their formidable life force, the ghost wolves did not succumb immediately, and in their wounded state, they became even more frenzied and bloodthirsty. However, Chen Chao merely aimed to restrict their movement. The ghost wolves were incredibly swift, rivaling speed-type transcendent beings. By cleaving them in two, their actions were significantly hampered, making it much easier to eliminate them. In the next instant, Chen Chao stepped forward, appearing before the ghost wolves as if he had teleported. In mere moments, he crushed the remnants of their bodies as effortlessly as one would squash a watermelon. After dispatching these ghost wolf experimental subjects, Chen Chao realized that as war and slaughter drew nearer, the strength of his adversaries increased, thereby enhancing the divine power birthed from the god of war's divine nature. Conversely, if the distance was considerable, the effect was markedly diminished. It seemed that Chen Chao could interpret the god of war's divine nature as an entity capable of absorbing the energies of slaughter and death. The closer he was, the more effectively he could absorb these energies. So fast, Su Zai, standing not far away, felt a tumult of emotions as she witnessed Chen Chao effortlessly eliminate several powerful ghost wolves. Why was it that, despite being of the same heroic caliber, their strength did not significantly differ from that of the ghost wolf experimental subjects? Yet due to the formidable regenerative abilities of the ghost wolves, They found it immensely difficult to slay even one. Such a formidable entity, to Chen Chao, felt as inconsequential as squashing a few ants. Were the ghoul wolves not of the same caliber? Is this truly the power one would expect from an extraordinary being? At this moment, they did not even ponder why Chen Chao possessed the ability to emit crimson rays from his eyes, an ability undocumented within the Extraordinary Association. With a mere flick of his prowess, Chen Chao dispatched several ghoul wolves, significantly alleviating the pressure on Zayakala, who was now capable of confronting fewer than 3 ghoul wolf specimens alone. The petite girl unleashed her full combat potential, her diminutive arms concealing an astonishing strength. With a flurry of punches and kicks, complemented by thermal vision and icy breath, she swiftly vanquished her share of ghoul wolves. Boom! At this juncture, Shenzhan Li Weiqiang mustered all his might, unleashing a torrent of earth energy as if it were free, directing a relentless barrage toward the ghoul wolf specimen that had first assaulted him. Others boasted kill records, yet he alone bore none. Such a loss of face was unbearable. Chapter 40. Count Vlad. It was evident that Shenzhan Li Weiqiang had not included the landlady in his calculations. After all present were extraordinary beings, with the landlady being the sole high-tier, awakened one. Li Weiqiang felt unworthy to compare himself to her. Die, you hairless wild dog! He bellowed in a frenzied roar. Layers of earth energy coalescing atop his fists, transforming them into drilling weapons that incessantly pounded the ground below. Suddenly, Li Weiqiang's fist descended upon a ghoul wolf specimen like a torrential downpour. Despite its desperate resistance, it was relentlessly pushed back, its flesh exploding and revealing its grotesque skeleton. Perish! Li Weiqiang's ferocity reached its zenith, his fists drenched in the blood of the ghoul wolf. He raised his drill-like fists high, channeling all his strength into his right hand, before striking down upon the creature's head with tremendous force. Thud! The ground resonated with a deep sound as the ghoul wolf skull was shattered under the continuous assault of Shenzhan Li Weiqiang, pulverizing its heart. It was as if a heavy truck had run over it multiple times, leaving not a single bone intact. Panting heavily, confirming the demise of the ghoul wolf specimen, Shenzhan Li Weiqiang ceased his assault, his chest heaving like a bellows as he gasped for air. After a brief skirmish, the ghoul wolves within the experimental factory had been largely eradicated, leaving only a few wandering remnants, scavenging the remains. These creatures were not particularly formidable. Their vitality was merely robust, making them somewhat laborious to eliminate. Li Weiqiang turned to Chen Chao and the others, noticing they had concluded their battles. And a relaxed expression crossed his face, though he spoke in disjointed bursts, still catching his breath. At that moment, the temperature abruptly plummeted. A sudden, inexplicable pressure descended with a thunderous force. Shield up, Sean! Yet before the warning could be fully articulated, Li Weiqiang of Shield Mountain felt a chilling sensation creeping upon him from behind. Years of combat instinctively alerted him to the presence of a formidable force looming just behind him. Curse be it! He had no time for contemplation, nor could he afford to turn and discern the nature of the threat. All he could do was summon layers of energy for defense around himself. Boom! An overwhelmingly terrifying force surged forth from behind, causing Li Weiqiang's meticulously crafted defenses to shatter like fragile paper before this dreadful power. He felt a frigid hand press against his back, and in the next instant, his body seemed on the verge of fracturing, uncontrollably propelled backward. Chen Chao swiftly moved, catching the soon-to-be colliding Li Weiqiang before he could crash into the incubation chamber. Meanwhile, Kara dashed forward, positioning herself to block the path of the suddenly manifesting shadow, unleashing a powerful punch. However, her fierce strike met only air. The shadow erupted into a swarm of bats, scattering across the skies. Before long, the bats coalesced once more into a humanoid form, appearing behind Kara, who thrust out a hand. The impact of the shadow's palm against Kara resonated like two heavy steel plates colliding. Although she sustained no significant injury, the force of the blow sent her flying, crashing against the wall to her right. Boom! The sound of walls crumbling echoed as Kara plowed through them, finally coming to a halt amidst the rubble. Struggling to rise, she brushed off the dust, feeling a sharp pain in her right arm. Meanwhile, the shadow, having sent Kara sprawling, found Su Zite gripping a dagger. slashing forward from a distance of 10 meters before employing her teleportation ability to evade to the shadow's rear. Huh! A mocking smile danced at the corners of the shadow's mouth. His gaze shifted backward, seemingly predicting Su Zai's trajectory as he unfurled his fingers, his claws sharp and swift, turning to grasp at her from behind. Given the force with which he had struck Kara, if Su Zai were to be ensnared by that claw, it would surely lead to a gruesome fate. In that moment, time appeared to stretch infinitely. As Su Zai completed her teleportation, she glimpsed the shadow's icy smile and the menacing claw inching toward her. Though the nature of this sudden terror remained a mystery, the fact that it had effortlessly incapacitated both Li Weiqiang and Kara was enough to attest to its might. Su Zai, an assassin class extraordinary, was well versed in stealth and assassination. Should her methods be seen through, it would spell certain doom. This time I faltered. A fleeting thought crossed Su Zai's mind. The assassin's margin for error is exceedingly slim, and a failure inevitably leads to death. Step back behind me. A flash of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged forth from a distance, sweeping past the shadow and appearing before Su Zai. A colossal hand seemed to shield the entire world, positioning itself before her and gradually pushing her backward. Who? The shadow's pupils constricted violently, for he could only perceive a vague silhouette. In the next instant, a young man in his early 20s suddenly materialized before him. This individual was none other than Chen Chao. Chen Chao unleashed energy from his left hand to protect Su Zai, nudging her behind him while his right fist propelled forward, colliding with the sharp claw. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed once more, yet this time it was accompanied by the ominous crack of steel snapping. Chen Chao, shielding Su Zai, retreated 3 steps, while the shadow was sent hurtling backward, exploding into a swarm of bats before crashing against the wall. Who are you? Chen Chao's gaze remained vigilant as he scrutinized the front. The information in Li Wui's dossier contained no records of this entity. Damn it. If anyone ever tells me how incredible the intelligence of the Extraordinary Association is again, I swear I'll make them regret it. No sooner had he uttered this than Chen Chao felt something soft and yielding in his left hand, an exquisite sensation. Glancing at his left hand, he quickly recognized what he was grasping after catching sight of Su Zai behind him, flushing with embarrassment as he swiftly retracted his hand with super speed. Having narrowly escaped death, Su Zai remained dazed, entirely oblivious to what had just transpired with someone's hand. This was not the crux of the matter. The landlady was tending to Li Weiqiang, the tank of their team, who had lost his combat capability, administering a healing potion to him. Little Carla had returned, positioning herself on either side of Chen Chao, both wary of the shadow. You inquire about my identity? The shadow revealed its true visage, a faint smile gracing its lips as it displayed 2 vampiric fangs. Some refer to me as the progenitor of the bloodline. Others call me Count Dracula. Yet my true name is Vlad. Chapter 41. You know nothing of power. The self-proclaimed Vlad appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. His physique tall and impeccably proportioned, exuding an ineffable air of nobility. Upon hearing the name Vlad, the landlady's countenance betrayed a hint of disbelief. Impossible. How have you transformed into this? She recognized the chief of the Divine Creation Alliance, that demonic entity. In my recollection, Count Vlad is depicted as gaunt, with skin that is startlingly pale. However, the person before me is entirely the opposite. Upon closer inspection, the landlady recognized him. In my past, I had significant deficiencies on the level of existence, but I have since rectified these shortcomings and even discovered a path leading to higher realms. Count Vlad spoke fluent Mandarin, yet his intonation carried the essence of the Republican era. Throughout his lengthy existence, he had traversed the globe, and it was only natural that he would master more than one language. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the incubator housing Xiaomei, his expression reminiscent of one gazing upon a fruit ripe for harvest, signaling that the moment of reaping was imminent. He intended to absorb her blood before she completed the transplantation of the ultimate weapon's genes, seizing the energy of the phoenix for himself. Nevertheless, prior to that, it seemed prudent to test his strength against these few contemptible humans. After all, once he ascended to the status of a saint, such worthy adversaries would be scarce. Count Vlad's eyes scanned the crowd, his face radiating an expression of absolute control. The landlady, akin to a lioness defending her cubs, stood resolutely between Count Vlad and Xiao Mei, disregarding the disparity in their strengths. With a rifle in hand, silver bullets chambered, she threatened, "I will not allow you to harm Xiao Mei. Not now, not ever. Do you understand? Your toy cannot possibly inflict any harm on me." Count Vlad responded with a chilling smile, as though he were observing a monkey baring its teeth at him, utterly unimpressed. He then turned his attention to Chen Chao and Carla. "I did not expect that beneath the saints there could exist individuals capable of inflicting harm upon me, even if it were but a trivial amount. Young man, I find myself intrigued by your genes. Perhaps, before the main course, you might serve as an exquisite appetizer, having fused with the genes of the progenitor of werewolves." Count Vlad had achieved the most perfect form of the ghostly wolf. In terms of physical prowess, he rivaled those at the semi-saint level who had tempered their bodies with the might of heaven and earth. Chen Chao too smiled. "Though I am unaware of which bloodline progenitor you hail from, do you truly wish to consume me? Are you not afraid of shattering your teeth? What does it matter if you possess the perfect ghostly wolf form, having endured the solar flares of the phoenix?" Chen Chao's strength had ascended to the pinnacle of extraordinary beings, complemented by the divine essence of the war god, which rectified his weaknesses in magical resistance and mental fortitude. He had no vulnerabilities left. As long as the saints did not emerge, Chen Chao feared nothing. "Arrogant boy, you are utterly oblivious to the nature of power." Count Vlad scoffed, his gaze icy as he ceased his idle chatter and extended his fingers toward Chen Chao, making a grasping motion in midair. With a tearing sound, a fierce gust of wind surged through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it lunged toward Chen Chao. Even before the claw reached him, a formidable and terrifying energy enveloped him, though it fell short of the saint's might. Yet, it was strikingly dense, casting a shadow over Chen Chao from afar. Even an ordinary awakened individual, once targeted by Count Vlad's energy, would be ensnared by a chilling sense of withdrawal, rendering them incapable of resistance. Before Kara could make a move, Chen Chao had already struck first. Being still youthful and of the fairer sex, Kara found herself at a slight disadvantage in this contest of strength. Chen Chao, however, harbored no such hesitations, launching a serious punch directly at his opponent. In an instant, claw met fist, and the space around them erupted as if thunder had clashed, the fierce residual force radiating outward, scattering everything in its wake and fracturing the ground beneath. Their confrontation resembled two heavy trucks colliding at full speed, an awe-inspiring momentum that echoed for miles. This time, Chen Chao did not get thrown back. Yet Count Vlad was propelled with even greater speed towards the wall behind him. Without a moment to transform into his bat form, he crashed into the wall, which exploded into rubble with a deafening roar. "Kara, I have avenged you." Chen Chao maintained his stance, having unleashed a punch with over 60 tons of force. The fact that this Count Vlad remained alive indicated that he was indeed a formidable opponent deserving of earnest consideration. In the rubble, Count Vlad was stripped of his former nobility, dust covering him and his once polished hair, now a disheveled mess. He was left in shock. Having been repelled by Chen Chao for the first time, he could have attributed it to an ambush, a breach of martial decorum against a millennia-old comrade. Yet this time, having exerted his full strength and merged with the perfect ghost wolf gene, he possessed the power to easily overwhelm high-tier extraordinary beings, even without transforming. Why then? Did the outcome remain unchanged? Nearby, the landlady appeared somewhat dazed. The reputed leader of the Divine Creation Alliance was said to be an immensely powerful figure. Yet today, he seemed to fall short of such lofty claims. Suzai relaxed her taut nerves, thinking, what a far cry from the legendary Dracula, the progenitor of vampires. He seems rather feeble. Li Weiqiang, still lying on the ground, wore a resigned expression, having taken a direct hit from the Count. He understood Vlad's true strength far better than the two women. Do you all not grasp the situation? It's not that Count Vlad is weak. It's that Chen Chao is outrageously powerful. With tears in his eyes, Li Weiqiang shrank into a corner, tending to his own wounds. To the intelligence agency of the Extraordinary Association, I have but one thing to say. You scoundrels, I shall drain your blood and turn you into my most loyal and abject blood slave. Count Vlad roared, a torrent of crimson shadows swirling around him, cascading down like a darkened sky, as if to transform the entire world into a sea of blood. Young Carla distinctly sensed a significant surge in his menacing aura. The overwhelming bloodlust made her feel quite uneasy, prompting her to cast a concerned glance towards Chen Chao. "Brother, do not worry. I can manage this." Chen Chao responded with a reassuring smile. In the next moment, he stamped his foot, causing the ground to erupt, and in the blink of an eye, he pierced through the sound barrier, arriving before Count Vlad. His fist descended like a thunderclap, accompanied by a tempestuous wave of force. Amidst the myriad of blood shadows, Chen Chao disregarded the oppressive blood energy and engaged in a flurry of blows with Count Vlad, exchanging dozens of strikes in mere instants. Each of Chen Chao's punches erupted with such power that the surrounding blood energy trembled, even causing Count Vlad's initial fury to give way to astonishment. This adversary was formidable. Confronted with Chen Chao's terrifying might, Count Vlad let out a furious roar, and in an instant, the fractures in his bones healed, his body swelling into a form reminiscent of both wolf and bat, the ghastly wolf manifestation. Chapter 42. With this punch, you shall meet your demise. Utilizing the ultimate weapon gene as a conduit, he merged the primordial bloodline with the ancient werewolf gene, achieving the perfect ghastly wolf form, whose strength rivaled that of a semi-saint. Initially, Count Vlad had presumed Chen Chao to be merely an ordinary extraordinary being. After all, those extraordinary individuals who could potentially threaten his ascension to sainthood, or the top-tier heroes of the realm, were subjects of his close scrutiny. Yet, there was no record of Chen Chao among them. Even when Chen Chao demonstrated formidable power in vanquishing ordinary ghastly wolf experiment subjects, Count Vlad had not anticipated the extent of Chen Chao's strength, which now approached that of a semi-saint. How could a being of such prowess be an inconspicuous nobody? Unless, of course, he was a secret weapon meticulously concealed by the Huan nation. As Count Vlad scrutinized Chen Chao, he increasingly felt vindicated in his suspicions. He believed he had crafted an impeccable scheme, only to discover that the extraordinary association had seen through his machinations and opted for an unconventional approach, using Nanjiame as bait in a cunning strategy that turned the tables on him. The mastermind behind it all was truly shrewd and calculating. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes appeared as laughable and clumsy tricks. Count Vlad chuckled coldly within, convinced that unless a saint from Hua entered the fray, no one could thwart his ascension today. In an instant, Count Vlad's thoughts raced. Yet his battle with Chen Chao showed no signs of delay. Having transformed into the perfect, ghastly wolf form, his power surged to the semi-saint level, and the characteristic blood energy of the vampire was thoroughly condensed within him. At that moment, Count Vlad's figure flickered, altering his previous offensive strategy, and he became a mere afterimage racing towards Chen Chao. In an instant, Count Vlad advanced towards Chen Chao, intent on engaging him in close combat. In response, Chen Chao unleashed a punch. While it appeared devoid of any technique, he had already elevated his combat skills to level 9. This strike shattered the very essence of martial arts with sheer force. A thunderous roar resonated through the air, reminiscent of two heavily armored war chariots colliding. As their fists met, a sinister smile spread across Count Vlad's grotesque visage. "Ha! Your strength is rather unimpressive. Now it is my turn to attack. Is that so?" Chen Chao's expression remained unchanged. He understood without further explanation that the transformed Vlad possessed semi-saint level power. Engaging him with brute strength alone seemed imprudent. Therefore, Chen Chao's punch did not breach the sound barrier and lacked any discernible technique, resembling that of a novice boxer practicing against the air. Yet, each of his strikes was meticulously calculated through precise mechanics, seamlessly integrating striking techniques with human anatomy. Although he was not at the pinnacle of power, his blows targeted the opponent's vital points. Victory through formlessness, with a rapid exchange of dozens of punches, each resonating with explosive impact. The ground beneath them fractured under the force of their clash, leaving deep imprints of their feet. Very well, let us continue. Chen Chao reveled in the exhilaration of battle. Ever since acquiring Kryptonian lineage, he had seldom encountered such an invigorating fight, as most adversaries fell to him with a single blow, devoid of any thrill. Kara and the landlady retreated to the sidelines. Soon, Xiaomei's genetic transplantation would be complete, and they would depart with her, as Chen Chao had specifically instructed. Clad in black, Chen Chao summoned a tremendous force, causing the entire island to tremble, much to Count Vlad's chagrin. Despite having ascended to semi-saint status, he found himself overwhelmed. Shouldn't this have been his moment to dominate? Was it possible that his opponent was a disguised saint? For a fleeting moment, doubt began to creep into Count Vlad regarding his own strength. With a lethal intent, Chen Chao launched a serious punch without hesitation, targeting Vlad's critical points while simultaneously breaking the sound barrier, unleashing over 60 tons of power. The atmosphere quaked as Vlad confronted the peak of Chen Chao's might and momentum, leaving him with no room to retreat. The ancient progenitor of the bloodline let out a furious roar, his eyes igniting with crimson fury. All his power coalesced into a single point, as his life force materialized behind him in the form of a colossal scarlet bat. This was his ultimate power, achieved at the cost of burning his own essence. Blood magic, blood shadow assault. In an instant, the air was saturated with a pungent scent of blood. The colossal crimson silhouette of the bat loomed ominously, yet within it surged an unprecedented density of vitality, akin to being forged from red steel, sweeping forth with an aura of terror. This was the mightiest strike of Count Vlad. "Perish! You are merely a stepping stone on my path to sanctification," he declared, his eyes shining with fervor as he sought to extinguish Chen Chao and absorb the blood of both Chen Chao and Xiao Mei, thereby ascending to become the most formidable of saints. In contrast, Chen Chao exhibited not an iota of fear. Instead, his expression was imbued with a palpable eagerness. As Count Vlad unleashed his full power, Chen Chao felt no need to conceal his own prowess. The massive bat apparition surged forward, yet Chen Chao slowly closed his eyes. Time around him appeared to slow to a crawl, as silver arcs of electricity danced around his form, manifestations of the divine power birthed from the god of war's grace. Like a tempestuous storm, divine energy coalesced in Chen Chao's hand, erupting in a blinding radiance, emanating an aura of sheer terror that enveloped the surroundings in an instant. In the face of Chen Chao's earth-shattering display of divine strength, Count Vlad's countenance transformed drastically. He resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. Even the enormous bat's silhouette momentarily faltered. How could this be? He a saint? How could he possibly be a saint? This power was all too familiar to Count Vlad. A century prior, it was the sword saint from Huagua who had severed his wings, radiating the very same overwhelming force. That was the power of a saint, the might of heaven and earth. Instinctively, Count Vlad sensed that this punch from Chen Chao posed a mortal threat to him, far more terrifying than the punch that had shattered the sound barrier. This was a power that transcended the extraordinary. Previously, had he faced a punch that pierced the sound barrier, transformed into his perfect wolf form, Count Vlad believed he could still prevail. However, confronted with this unfathomable power surpassing the extraordinary, dread began to seep into his heart. He would perish, though Count Vlad had evolved into his perfect wolf form. Achieving a semblance of semi-saint status, he was merely leveraging the might of genetic fusion to forcibly elevate his abilities. He was a corporeal half-saint, lacking the tempering of heavenly might, and thus did not embody the true essence of a semi-saint. Consequently, as Chen Chao unleashed his formidable heavenly power, fear began to grip Count Vlad's heart. In that fleeting moment, Count Vlad let out a roar. The bat silhouette behind him recklessly lunged towards Chen Chao, while he himself flapped his wings with utmost urgency, fleeing in desperation. Before the crimson bat silhouette could descend, a surge of icy blood essence, reminiscent of crashing waves, surged forth. Chen Chao remained steadfast as a mountain, his divine power locking on Count Vlad's true form. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed his fist. Boom! At the moment the sound wave erupted, an incredibly radiant silver light suddenly pierced through the void, causing the crimson bat apparition to momentarily falter, as the tumultuous sea of blood swiftly receded like a receding tide. In the next instant, cracks appeared at the center of the bat apparition, exploding with a thunderous roar, transforming into a torrential rain of blood. Damn it, why is this happening? Count Vlad sensed the breath of death drawing ever closer. In the blink of an eye, a blinding light surged from behind him, instantly penetrating the heavens. Though he maintained his flight, he could distinctly feel an overwhelming force shatter his defenses in an instant, obliterating everything in its path. Crack, crack, crack. Count Vlad's body resembled a shattered porcelain doll, with countless fissures appearing, through which silvery energy surged. In the next moment, it exploded violently. Boom! The clash between Chen Chao and Count Vlad utterly devastated the surrounding area. Fortunately, Shielder, Hidden Knight, and Kara shielded the cultivation pod containing Xiaomei, preventing its destruction amidst the chaos. At this moment, they all looked up at the sky, where Chen Chao hovered, his garments billowing in the wind, surrounded by crackling silver arcs of electricity, like a divine being descending from the heavens. Is it over? Shielder Li Weiqiang unconsciously swallowed hard. He had once believed in the invincibility of his defenses, thinking himself impervious beneath the saints. Yet now, he felt his thoughts were foolish and naive. Is Chen Chao a saint? Clearly not. However, if that electrified fist were to come at him, even 10 of him would be powerless to withstand its might. As Chen Chao descended back to the ground, the cultivation pod containing Xiaomei had completed its operation. Did it succeed? The landlady held her breath, anxiously gazing at the girl within the pod. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds before Xiaomei suddenly opened her eyes, as if a sun had erupted within them. Watch out! Chen Chao and Kara moved in unison. Chen Chao instantly appeared before the landlady, arms outstretched to embrace her securely, while releasing divine energy to protect her entirely, propelling himself at maximum speed away from the impending danger. Kara swiftly grasped Shielder Li Weiqiang, racing towards safety while earth energy surged around him, forming protective barriers in his wake. As for Su Zai, the moment she witnessed Xiaomei's eyes open, a profound sense of imminent peril engulfed her. Instinctively, she executed successive teleportations, vanishing in an instant to the outskirts of the island, plunging into the sea. Boom! Just as Su Zai submerged, a fiery, cloud-like energy explosion swept over, instantly vaporizing a significant portion of the seawater above her. Concealed within the depths, she felt as though she were submerged in boiling water. Were it not for her extraordinary physique, she would likely have been scalded to death in that moment. In the land of Fusong, within the eastern capital, stands an ancient and elegant estate. The spacious front courtyard is adorned with a rockery and a pond on the right side, where dozens of armored warriors wielding bamboo swords engage in fierce combat, their battle cries echoing through the air. In the inner courtyard of the estate, an elderly man clad in a gray martial arts uniform sits cross-legged. With his eyes closed, he emanates a presence as formidable as a mountain. An antiquated samurai sword is sheathed at his waist, while a young woman respectfully pours tea for him, her skill in the art of tea clearly indicating her expertise. After pouring the tea, she presents it before the elder. At that moment, the elder suddenly opens his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the northern sea. Lord Watanabe, what troubles you? The young woman inquires anxiously upon noticing his change in demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, the elder responds, It seems there's a saintly aura emanating from the northern sea. I must investigate. Given that he is the only saint in Fusong, he must treat any unfamiliar saintly presence with utmost seriousness. With that, the elder's form abruptly vanishes from sight, prompting the young woman to bow deeply towards the spot where he had stood. In the City of Magic, at the Extraordinary Tower, Su Yuchi rushes into Li Wenyu's office, her face marked by urgency. Presently, the monitoring department has detected fluctuations of saint-level energy in the northern sea region of Fusong. Li Wenyu expresses surprise, but remains unfazed. Do not worry. Before their departure, I had already informed Lord Nian, urging her to keep a close watch on the movements of saints in Fusong. She will certainly respond to the emergence of such energy. Although saints cannot easily enter the country, Chen Chao possesses exceptional talent and has the potential to become a saint within 10 years. Furthermore, if Nan Jiamei successfully integrates the energy of the Phoenix, she will directly acquire saint-level combat capabilities. For their sake, we would not hesitate to offend Fusong. In the northern sea of Fusong, the former Ghost Wolf experimental factory has been utterly leveled by an overwhelming force, leaving behind a deep pit stretching thousands of meters. In one part of the ground, a blood-red bat, formed from coagulated blood, suddenly bursts forth with vibrant life after being infused with the energy of the Phoenix. This bat is a remnant of Count Vlad's blood. I'm not dead. Haha. The vessel has succeeded. However, it has yet to adapt to the power of the Phoenix energy, and now is the perfect opportunity to absorb her blood and seize her Phoenix energy. I will ascend to sainthood. I will annihilate these people. I will exact my vengeance. I shall become the mightiest saint. No one can thwart me. with crimson eyes ablaze. The blood-red bat darts towards Nan Jiame from behind at an astonishing speed. Oblivious to the approaching threat, Nan Jiame remains in a daze. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just as the blood-red bat is about to strike from behind, a massive hand descends from above, seizing the bat in its grasp. Oh, what is this bat doing here? Chapter 44. Stand down. We are allies as the energy storm of the Phoenix gradually dissipated. Chen Chao returned to the original spot alongside the landlady's sister. The Ghost Wolf Laboratory had been utterly reduced to ruins amidst the violent tempest of energy. Before they could even touch the ground, an intense heat enveloped them. What had transpired? How was Xiaomei? Concern was etched across the landlady's face as she looked at Chen Chao, her thoughts spiraling towards the worst-case scenario. Had the gene transplant failed? Chen Chao gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, no, quite the opposite. The gene transplant was remarkably successful, to the point where Xiaomei cannot yet harness such overwhelming energy all at once. It was akin to asking a 7-year-old child to wield a hammer weighing several hundred pounds. Xiaomei's spirit and willpower were far too fragile to fully control the immense power of the Phoenix energy. At that moment, Carla was also returning, carrying the shaken Li Weiqiang, a formidable, extraordinary being renowned for his defensive capabilities, currently ranked as the 18th hero. Today marked one of the most perilous experiences of his life. He vividly recalled the moment the Phoenix energy storm erupted. Merely grazing the edge of the tempest had nearly torn him asunder, obliterating his very soul. Was that the power of a saint? Li Weiqiang's complexion was ashen, his body utterly exhausted. He had only ever witnessed such power through screens. Now, experiencing it firsthand, he grasped the true terror of Saint's strength. As Chen Chao and the landlady's sister hovered above, they spotted Xiaomei standing at the center of a crater, seemingly lost in her struggle to master the Phoenix energy. Suddenly, a blood-red bat darted towards her. Chen Chao moved swiftly, landing behind Xiaomei and grasping the bat firmly in his hand. Where did this bat come from? Ugh, how disgusting. The blood-red bat exuded an intense heat and was slick with something vile, flapping its wings frantically in Chen Chao's grip, emitting a cacophony of squeaks as it attempted to escape. However, Chen Chao's grip was like a vice, rendering any attempt futile. In a fit of desperation, the bat opened its tiny mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down on Chen Chao's finger. With a crack, the sound of teeth scraping against steel echoed as the bat broke its fangs. Yet, Chen Chao's finger remained unscathed, not even a mark left behind. Which vampire are you? You survived a punch from me? How resilient! Chen Chao surmised the creature's identity upon seeing its broken fangs. Listen, the commotion here has surely reached the ears of the Fuso Sword Saint. If you know what's good for you, release me at once and flee with that girl. Or when the Sword Saint arrives, none of you shall escape. The blood-red bat spoke with a human voice. Although Count Vlad can transform into a bat, his true form was obliterated by a single punch from Chen Chao, leaving him with only a bat avatar, stripped of nearly all his power. Even an awakened being could effortlessly crush him. Chen Chao's expression grew grave. He understood that the blood-red bat spoke the truth. The energy storm unleashed by Xiaomei's Phoenix of Immortality was overwhelmingly potent. It was said that saints possess a profound comprehension of the will of heaven and earth, with an acute sensitivity to energy fluctuations, rendering it impossible to conceal this reaction for long. Thus, Chen Chao approached Xiaomei, who had already been awakened by the landlady. The young girl seemed somewhat panicked, apprehensive of the flickering crimson energy enveloping her. The landlady offered her soothing words, barely stabilizing the girl's emotions. How are you feeling, Xiaomei? Chen Chao asked with concern. The little girl, seemingly worried about harming Chen Chao, instinctively took a couple of steps back, resembling a child who had erred. Feeling somewhat wronged as she replied, Uncle Chen, I'm sorry. I can't control this energy right now. It will explode if I move. Li Weiqiang and Su Zai dared only to observe from a distance, while Zayakala remained unperturbed, having absorbed some of the energy from the recent storm, akin to the rapidity of sunbeams. The blood-red bat incessantly advanced, eager to consume the Phoenix energy emanating from Xiaomei. Kid, share some of that girl's energy with me, so she can gain control over it. The bat greedily opened its mouth. Despite its broken teeth not yet having healed, it did not hinder its ability to absorb energy. When Count Vlad engineered the perfect wolf virus, he utilized the genetic material of the Phoenix vessel, thus enabling him to harness the Phoenix's energy. The landlady deduced the bat's identity and swiftly drew a handgun from her pocket, loading it with silver bullets, threatening, "I do not believe your deceit. I will kill you. You foolish woman, I am of the noble bloodline. Do you truly think silver bullets can harm me? Have you lost your mind?" The blood-red bat scoffed, continuing, "I have already stated that the sword saint from Fusong will arrive soon. Only I can assist this girl in resolving her current dilemma." Before the bat could finish its declaration, Chen Chao tightened his grip, causing the creature to emit distressing shrieks. Ignoring the restless blood-red bat, he gestured for those nearby to step back and turned his attention to Xiao Mei. "Xiao Mei, take a step forward. Do not worry. Focus on controlling this power." Xiao Mei appeared apprehensive, glancing towards the landlady, who stood behind Chen Chao and nodded reassuringly at the young girl. Encouraged by both Chen Chao and the landlady, Xiao Mei took a deep breath, striving to tame the surging energy within her, and cautiously lifted her foot to take a tentative step forward. Boom! Another surge of searing, mist-like energy erupted, causing Xiao Mei to quickly stabilize herself and exert all her effort to maintain control. In contrast, Li Weiqiang and Su Zai retreated several thousand meters, terrified of the resurgence of that terrifying energy storm. Fortunately, the energy upheaval was promptly subdued by Xiao Mei, preventing a large-scale energy explosion. In that moment, the blood-red bat in Chen Chao's grasp seized the opportunity, stretching its body recklessly in an attempt to absorb the dissipating energy of the immortal bird. Just then, a figure emerged on the horizon. Clad in a gray martial arts uniform, the individual drew a katana from their waist and, from a distance of several thousand meters, slashed towards Chen Chao. A vast wave of white blade energy surged forth, overwhelming the surroundings and swiftly approaching the small island. Upon catching sight of this figure, the blood-red bat trembled violently, summoning all its strength to roar towards the distant silhouette. "Watanabe-kun, do not strike. We are allies." Chapter 45. "My lord." Times have changed. Confronted with this sudden strike, Chen Chao's expression turned grave. His divine power surged wildly. Instead of retreating, he leapt into the sky, charging towards the oncoming blade energy. "Kara, you go first." Chen Chao called out to Kara, acutely aware of the terrifying destructive force contained within that blade. Even unleashing all his divine strength would not suffice to completely withstand this blow. However, he could manage to slightly impede it, if only to carve out a fleeting opportunity for Kara and the others to escape. In the next instant, the towering blade energy descended from the heavens, as if the very world were to be cleaved in two. Transformed from Count Vlad, the blood-red bat was now engulfed in sheer terror. The overwhelming might of nature evoking memories of its encounter with the sword saint of Huagua a century prior. "Damn it, let me go. If you wish to court death, I shan't stop you, but do not drag me along." The blood-red bat emitted a chilling cry, thrashing desperately to escape Chen Chao's grasp. As if the moment the blade energy descended, it heralded the apocalypse. "Brother, uncle." Below, Su Zai had teleported away with the landlord's sister, while Li Weiqiang followed suit, fleeing at top speed. Kara stood frozen, gazing skyward alongside Xiao Mei. In the next heartbeat, Chen Chao collided with the vast blade energy. A thunderous explosion resounded above the island, akin to hundreds of missiles detonating simultaneously. The residual force of the descending blade energy rained down like a storm, violently shattering the small island as though tearing apart a sheet of rice paper. The ground fractured beneath them. In the sky, Su Zai and Li Weiqiang turned pale, fleeing frantically towards the waters of Huagua without a backward glance. Though the might of this strike lacked the grandeur of the immortal bird's energy storm, its power was infinitely dense, showcasing a terrifying ability to annihilate. This was the prowess of a saint-level powerhouse from Fusong. Su Zai's heart raced as if it would leap from her throat. Their understanding of saints had always been confined to television and videos. Now, faced with a saint from another nation, Su Zai and her companions felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The landlady struggled to return, yet she was merely a high-level awakened, not even a transcendent being. Her attempt would only lead to her demise. In just a few breaths, an elderly man clad in a gray martial arts uniform stood suspended above the small island. He gripped a katana with one hand, coldly gazing down at the fractured land below. As the thick smoke dissipated, Chen Chao managed to rise, his clothes tattered by the fierce blade's aura, revealing numerous wounds upon his body. However, under the sun's warm rays, he quickly healed. "Brother, are you all right?" Little Kara pushed aside a massive boulder and reached Chen Chao's side. He took a deep breath and looked up at the figure in the sky. "Did I not tell you to leave first?" "I won't leave. I want to fight alongside you, brother." Little Kara sensed the extraordinary power of the elder above, realizing that he was not a foe to be compared with Count Vlad. At that moment, the blood-red bat broke free from Chen Chao's grasp, flapping its wings as it ascended, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "Watanabe-kun, it is I. The demon wolf virus I prepared for His Majesty the Emperor has been destroyed by these people, and they have stolen my research. Please, help me eliminate them." The elder glanced indifferently at the approaching blood-red bat and swung his sword. "A defeated general dares to command me?" With a mere swing, devoid of any power, he obliterated most of the bat's form, leaving only half of its body intact. "Watanabe, is this how you treat your allies?" The blood-red bat, now reduced, emitted a sorrowful wail. "Alliances are founded upon mutual strength. Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes over the years? In the face of absolute power, your machinations are but a jest." The sword saint of Fusang, Watanabe Ikki, paid no heed to the half-destroyed bat and stepped forward, landing upon the island. Count Vlad quivered in midair, as if transported back to the era of humanity's rise, recalling the words spoken when awakened beings stormed the Blood Clan's castle. "My lord, the times have changed." The elder sheathed his katana, letting it hang casually by his side as he approached Chen Chao with deliberate steps. "You are strong. You survived my strike and have evidently reached the semi-saint level. Alas, a semi-saint is still not a saint. Esteemed elder, we have no intention of being your enemies. We came here merely to—" Chen Chao patiently attempted to explain, wishing to avoid conflict with a being of such caliber. However, the elder clearly had no desire to hear more. Interrupting Chen Chao, the elder chuckled. "Though I harbor a disdain for vampires and werewolves, mere remnants of a bygone era, you must understand. Until Count Vlad is ultimately an ally of the Emperor, you shall pay the price for your destruction here. I am but a martial man. I do not argue, I merely kill." In the eyes of Watanabe Ikki, even if these young individuals were formidable among the extraordinary, what of it? Beneath the sacred, all are but ants. Lacking the strength of a saint, they possess no qualification to engage in discourse with him. In an instant, Watanabe Ikki unleashed another blade. The immense forces of heaven and earth surged forth, manifesting as a vast and ethereal blade of energy, seemingly intent on tearing the very fabric of the void. Striking towards Chen Chao. "Do not harm my brother." Little Carla's eyes blazed crimson, radiant beams shooting forth from her gaze, colliding with a white blade of energy. However, as she approached, the formidable energy shattered her vision in an instant. It was unstoppable. As the blade drew nearer, Chen Chao frantically concentrated his divine power, preparing for a desperate struggle. At that moment, a resounding cry echoed from behind him. With a piercing call, a misty, dark red energy coalesced into a soaring phoenix, slicing through the void and crashing against the blade. The ensuing explosion of terrifying energy created a tumultuous wave. The entire island fractured once more, resembling a solitary boat caught in a tempest, seemingly on the brink of being swallowed by the raging waters. Before the dreadful shockwave could strike, Watanabe Ikki had gracefully leaped into the air, observing the scene below with keen interest. "Lord Vlad, is this the energy of the phoenix you have been studying? Indeed, it possesses some power, yet it is merely of this magnitude." The remaining half of the bat circled in the sky, seemingly biding its time. Watanabe Ikki chuckled. "Lord Vlad, you will not comprehend. The strength of a saint is derived from this realm, not merely from an accumulation of power. Even if you were to acquire the energy of the phoenix, you would barely reach the level of an initial stage saint. At such a level, I could still extinguish you with a single stroke." Upon hearing Watanabe Ikki's words, the blood-colored bat, though visibly perturbed, flapped its remaining wing and transmitted a weak message. "Watanabe-kun, allow me to absorb the energy of the phoenix. Our collaboration remains valid. Should I perish, all experiments will be for naught, bringing no benefit to you." Prior to this, Count Vlad had leveraged the ghost wolf virus as a bargaining chip to forge an alliance with the higher-ups of Fusang. Although Watanabe Ikki had not participated, as the sole saint of Fusang, no decision could be made without his input. After a moment of silence, Watanabe Ikki coldly inquired, "Is the host required to be alive to absorb the phoenix's energy?" "No," the blood-colored bat replied eagerly. "Then I understand," Watanabe Ikki mused. He did not take this lightly. Although the host of the phoenix's energy was formidable, they would not wield that power effectively, significantly diminishing their combat prowess. It seemed that any saint could easily suppress her. As the misty, dark crimson energy gradually dissipated, Watanabe Ikki beheld the two young individuals, previously affected by the energy of the phoenix, standing unscathed upon the shattered isle. He had anticipated that such close proximity to the phoenix's energy would inevitably lead to their demise. Yet, to his astonishment, they emerged unscathed. How increasingly intriguing. A smile crept across Watanabe Ikki's face, for it had been quite some time since he had engaged in combat. Due to the existence of the Saints' Accord, conflicts among saints were rare, and with no secret realms opening in Fusang, it was challenging for Watanabe Ikki to find a worthy opponent. These young individuals presented a perfect opportunity for him to stretch his limbs. On the isle, Chen Chao and Kara absorbed the phoenix's energy once more. Although their strength had indeed advanced, the continuous absorption of the phoenix's energy had yet to be fully digested, thus rendering their enhancements minimal despite the additional intake. Observing the Fusang sword saint descending back into the sea, Chen Chao turned to Kara and Nan Jiamei, asking Kara Xiaomei, "Can you buy me 30 seconds? Just 10 seconds will suffice." When facing a saint, conventional techniques were utterly insufficient to prevail. Therefore, Chen Chao intended to attempt to strike at 10 times the speed of sound, combining it with a burst of his divine power. This was the most formidable move at his disposal. If even this could not shake the saint, then he would be left with no choice but to accept his fate. Without questioning Chen Chao's intentions, the two youngsters eagerly nodded in agreement. "Fear not, brother. I have absorbed an abundance of energy and now require a moment to digest it. Uncle Chen, Xiaomei is quite powerful now. Let her protect you and Mama from now on." As they spoke, Kara slowly levitated, brimming with fighting spirit, while Nan Jiamei continued to familiarize herself with the phoenix's energy. Enveloped in a swirling dark crimson mist, a phantom of a phoenix forming behind her. Seeing the two spirited youngsters, Chen Chao wasted no time and immediately propelled himself away at his utmost speed. He could not instantly achieve 10 times the speed of sound. A considerable distance was necessary for a proper build-up to reach his maximum velocity. In an instant, Chen Chao vanished from sight, while the Fusang sword saint Watanabe Ikki descended. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Chen Chao's retreating figure. Addressing Kara and Nan Jiamei, he taunted, "Your brother has fled, leaving you to meet your demise. Do you still intend to resist in vain?" As he spoke, Watanabe Ikki drew his blade and struck, unleashing a blinding arc of white light that cascaded from above. Nan Jiamei raised her petite arm, pushing forward with all her might, as the phoenix phantom behind her flapped its wings and charged toward the descending blade. Meanwhile, the swift Kara darted to Watanabe Ikki's side, choosing a cunning angle to deliver a punch aimed at his head. How laughable! In what seemed like a frozen moment, Watanabe Ikki suddenly turned to regard the rapidly moving Kara. In the midst of her slightly panicked gaze, he gripped the hilt of his katana and forcefully swung backward. With a resounding boom, as the sound reverberated through the air, Kara's form was hurled backward like a projectile, plummeting from the heavens to crash heavily onto the fragmented island below. After sending Kara flying, Watanabe Ikki raised his katana once more, sweeping it powerfully before him. It was as though the very heavens and earth were cleaved in two by his might, an overwhelming force manifesting as an invisible barrier that thwarted the assault of the phoenix apparition behind Nan Jiamei. Now, it is my turn to attack. Facing the towering dark red flames, a magnificent power surged from Watanabe Ikki, infusing his katana with celestial energy. Although the blade was but an ordinary katana, under the influence of this immense power, it radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Mountain and river slash of the broken water flow, the blade's aura ascended skyward, rapidly expanding to a height of several dozen meters, its white radiance shaking the very earth as if it sought to cleave the ocean asunder. With a piercing cry, the immortal phoenix energy within Nan Jiamei emitted a sound of sheer terror, as though confronted with the brink of death. Sensing the imminent danger, Nanjiame hastily gathered her energy, forming layers of protective shields before her. The earth-shattering blade descended with thunderous force, its might surpassing by several times the casual strikes previously dealt by Watanabe Ikki, shattering layer upon layer of energy defenses. As the blade approached ever closer to Nanjiame, Kara surged forth from the water, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination, striving to intercept that terrifying blow. Yet, even her valiant effort could not avert the impending lethal strike. In the distance, a series of sonic booms echoed, yet the source of those sounds remained obscured, for the individual was moving at a speed several times that of sound itself. Watanabe Ikki suddenly halted, his instincts as a seasoned saint alerting him to an imminent threat. What could instill such a sense of danger in an experienced saint? Could it be that a saint from Huagua had entered the fray? As this thought crossed his mind, Watanabe Ikki's body recoiled sharply, retreating with remarkable speed. However, even his swiftness could not match the accelerating Chen Chao, whose velocity had approached 9 times the speed of sound. Watanabe Ikki's pupils constricted violently as he perceived an individual racing across the sea surface at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, appearing as a mere flash of light from afar. It was the fleeing youth, with kinetic energy defined as the mass of an object multiplied by the square of its velocity. Chen Chao leapt upward from beneath Watanabe Ikki, raising his foot with a grin and proclaiming, "So, have you ever been kicked by light?" In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The movements of Watanabe Ikki, Kara, and Nanjiame all appeared suspended in stillness. No one could discern Chen Chao's movements, except for Watanabe Ikki, whose perception caught a fleeting silhouette that shattered his blade's radiance with a swift kick. It was as if he traversed mountains and rivers, overcoming layer upon layer of obstacles, gradually descending upon him. In Chapter 47, Threat to the Sage, despite Watanabe Ikki's sensing Chen Chao's kick aimed at him, the opponent's speed was so staggering that the sage could not even raise his sword to parry. He could only instinctively channel the immense power of the heavens to shield his body. Boom! It felt as though a century had passed. Yet it was but a mere instant when Chen Chao's foot struck Watanabe Ikki squarely in the chest. The brilliance erupted violently, creating a circular vacuum in the heavens and earth centered around the impact, distorting the very fabric of space. Coughing, Watanabe Ikki expelled a copious amount of blood. The celestial forces surrounding him were repelled entirely by the divine power concentrated in Chen Chao's foot, causing his gray martial attire to disintegrate in the explosion. His body flew backward, crashing into the distant continent behind him. Boom! Boom! The center of that land was pierced by the elder's form, fracturing the earth into concentric spiderweb-like cracks, which then erupted violently. Countless fragments of stone were hurled into the sky, as if a rain of debris had commenced from the ground upwards. Kara and Nanjiame were left in a state of shock, having experienced the sage's formidable strength firsthand. They could hardly fathom how such a powerful adversary had been sent flying by their brother, uncle, with a single kick. How impressive! Chen Chao landed back on the ground. The burden of delivering a kick at 10 times the speed of sound was immense. However, his superhuman physique boasted an astonishing recovery capability, unless he was instantaneously obliterated. Even the most grievous injuries would swiftly mend under the sun's radiant light. Brother, is that person dead? Little Kara finally relaxed her taut nerves upon seeing Chen Chao. Moments ago, she had thought her fate was sealed. Nanjiame also felt a pang of fear. After all, they were merely 2 young girls. Maintaining composure in the face of life-threatening peril was already a remarkable feat. Chen Chao glanced at the land, just a stone's throw from the island. The elder had been propelled into the depths of the rock layers by Chen Chao's kick, yet his heart still beat. Several of his ribs were shattered, yet they were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. He is not dead. We must hurry. Chen Chao's expression turned grave. Yet he understood that if it were so effortless to slay a sage, then they would be far too insignificant. As for delivering a finishing blow, do not be absurd. The opponent would not grant him a second opportunity to unleash tenfold speed. Without further ado, the 3 of them seized the moment while Watanabe Ikki was recovering, swiftly soaring towards the direction of Huagua. However, they had scarcely flown far when the shattered land erupted once more, and a figure ascended from the depths. The individual's upper garments were tattered, hair disheveled and flowing behind, blood pouring from his mouth, and his eyes ablaze with a frenzied hatred. Beast, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. As Ichihiro Watanabe charged forth, the heavens were swiftly shrouded in ominous clouds, and a katana forged from the very essence of the cosmos descended with ferocious intent upon Chen Chao and his companions. Damn it, Xiaomei, energize me. Chen Chao fervently summoned the power of the war god, feeling his own energy nearly depleted as divine force surged around him, manifesting as arcs of silver lightning. Xiaomei did not hesitate, immediately unleashing a solar flare towards Chen Chao. At that moment, a white lightning bolt cleaved through the clouds, striking the ground before Chen Chao and his companions. It was a white energy doppelganger. In the next instant, the katana descended with tremendous force, but the white energy doppelganger stepped forward and delivered a distant punch. Break! The punch collided with the massive katana, and where they met, a brilliant light erupted, akin to a second sun, exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom! A more violent shockwave than before erupted, sweeping outward like a hurricane, causing the sea beneath to buckle and forming a semicircular vacuum several hundred meters in diameter. Subsequently, torrents of seawater surged in, igniting colossal waves. In that fleeting moment, sages from around the world sensed the disturbance and turned their gazes toward this direction. Yet, at the heart of the tempest, Chen Chao and his companions remained untouched by the terrifying energy storm, for before them stood a woman with flowing brown hair, clad in a white trench coat. Though her stature was not imposing, she stood resolutely, impervious to the chaotic energy that raged around them. Watanabe, you old fool, you are centuries old. Why quibble with mere children? The newcomer was none other than the sage Chen Chao had encountered in the super tower, the esteemed Nian Hua Rulin. Watanabe Ichihiro, having lived for several centuries, regarded Chen Chao, who was barely in his 20s, as a mere child. The clouds above parted, revealing the sky once more. The sword saint of Fusang, Watanabe Ichihiro, stood poised with his sword, his countenance stern as he addressed them with a cold snort. Rulin, you have entered without permission. Does Huagua wish to violate the sacred agreements of the sages? Before Rulin could respond, Chen Chao pointed an accusing finger at Watanabe and retorted, You old fool. It is you who conspired with the Divine Creation Alliance to experiment with the ghost wolf virus, violating humanitarian principles. You are but a defeated foe, yet you dare to be arrogant before me, dare to utter another word, and today shall mark your demise. You insolent wretch, I shall slay you. Watanabe Ichihiro was truly incensed. I was struck by your punch, but that was merely due to my carelessness. Did I not evade? How have I become your defeated foe? The woman, Rulin, stood momentarily stunned, casting a disbelieving glance at Chen Chao. You threaten a sage? Boy, who bestowed upon you such audacity? Hua Rulin could naturally discern that Chen Chao had indeed injured Watanabe Ichihiro. However, inflicting harm was one thing, while triumphing over one's adversary was quite another. At that moment, Chen Chao conveyed, through energy transmission, my esteemed Lady Nian. Shall we orchestrate something grand? Let us join forces to vanquish that old curmudgeon. Among the 15 sages of our illustrious Huagua, he stands as the sole sage of Fusang. If we eliminate him, will little Fusang dare to stir trouble henceforth? Hua Rulin felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation and responded, Do you think slaying a sage is so straightforward? Even if my strength surpasses Watanabe Ichihiro's, would he not flee if he were unable to contend? Unless one achieves an absolute, overpowering dominance capable of a single lethal strike, it is exceedingly arduous for a sage to slay another sage. After steadying Chen Chao, she turned to the furious Watanabe Ichihiro and coldly declared, Old Watanabe, cease your prattle. Bullying a few youngsters is hardly commendable. If you possess the mettle, engage me in a life-and-death battle. Do you dare? Hua Rulin was now a high-tier sage, mere steps away from the pinnacle of sagehood. What she needed most was a combat of equal footing to aid her in taking that final step. Although Watanabe Ichihiro was a mid-tier sage and not quite her equal, he was a sufficient match under the circumstances. Upon hearing her words, Watanabe Ichihiro fell momentarily silent, his expression a complex tapestry of anger, restraint, and perhaps fear. He was aware that he could not prevail. Watanabe Ichihiro chose not to reply to Hua Rulin, but instead directed his gaze towards Chen Chao, snorting derisively, "Boy, the events of today shall be accounted for when you ascend to sagehood. I shall issue you a challenge then. Should you lack the courage to accept, you may forego the path to sagehood for the rest of your life." With that, Watanabe Ikihira sheathed his blade and vanished from sight. Chapter 49. Knowledge Gap. After Watanabe Ikihira's departure, Hua Rulin furrowed her brow and said with irritation, "That old curmudgeon, unwilling to face me in battle. Yet he deliberately sets this trap for you." Chen Chao, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" "It is not surprising that you do not comprehend. Ascending to sagehood requires the unity of body, energy, and spirit. His words are intended to leave you with a mental barrier. If fear takes root within you, preventing you from accepting his challenge, then when you strive for sagehood, your body and spirit shall not harmonize, and your ascension will inevitably fail. Conversely, if you dare to confront his challenge, he will seize the moment of your initial instability upon entering sagehood to eliminate you." Hua Rulin elucidated. "For those transcending to sagehood, all inner turmoil is magnified. Watanabe Ikihira's challenge acts as a concealed inner demon that may emerge at a crucial moment." She had learned from Li Wenyu that Chen Chao possessed considerable talent, with hopes of ascending to sagehood within a decade. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "However, do not fret. When the international secret realm opens, I shall seize the opportunity to thrash him a few times. After a few beatings, he shall certainly behave." Chen Chao chuckled in disbelief. "Thank you, esteemed Lady Nian. Once I attain sagehood, eliminating him will be a mere formality." Indeed, this was not an idle boast. Chen Chao possesses the bloodline of Krypton and the divine essence of a war god. In a contest of equal realms, he stands invincible, despite the nuances that distinguish the holy level from the awakened and extraordinary tiers. Once he ascends to the holy level, with a formidable defense akin to a steel physique, he could withstand blows from his adversaries without fear of succumbing to their attacks. Watanabe Iki remains oblivious that he has been noted down in someone's ledger. Curiously, Chen Chao's statement did not evoke disdain from Hua Rulin. Rather, it prompted her to regard him with newfound respect. In Hua Rulin's eyes, the hallmark of a true stronghold lies in the possession of an invincible conviction. If one lacks such confidence, they're unworthy of being called a stronghold, let alone achieving sanctity. Disregarding Chen Chao momentarily, Hua Rulin suddenly recalled something, pulling him closer with curiosity. "Strange, has your holy physique been refined? We haven't met in just half a month. What have you been up to during this time?" "Wait, this isn't a holy physique. How is it that, despite not having refined a holy physique, your bodily strength has reached that of one? Are you even human?" Even this formidable holy being was taken aback by Chen Chao's condition. At that moment, the landlady, Li Weiqiang, and Su Zai returned, having previously left the area when Watanabe Iki appeared, only daring to return upon seeing the esteemed Hua Rulin's arrival. The landlady, relieved to see Xiao Mei, Chen Chao, and Kara unharmed, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Su Zai and Li Weiqiang regarded Chen Chao with expressions akin to that reserved for a monster. Having witnessed him kick Watanabe Iki at 10 times the speed of sound, causing the holy being to spew blood. After all, he was a holy being. For ages, it has been believed that all beneath the holy level are naught but ants. Yet today, someone has managed to injure a holy being with sheer, extraordinary prowess. Had this event been captured on film and shared online, it would undoubtedly have caused a sensation. Hua Rulin paid little attention to the others, merely casting a fleeting glance before continuing her examination of Chen Chao. "Your Excellency, I do not comprehend your meaning. What is a holy physique?" Chen Chao, having limited knowledge of the holy beings, seized the opportunity to inquire as a living holy being stood before him. "Let us discuss as we walk." Hua Rulin glanced at Nan Jiamei, who hung around Chen Chao's neck and raised her hand to suppress the energy of the phoenix, simultaneously unleashing the might of the heavens as they soared towards the magic city. With Nan Jiamei's phoenix energy being restrained, there was finally no concern about harming others. As they departed, Hua Rulin elucidated, to become a holy being, the first step requires utilizing your unique abilities to comprehend the will of the heavens. For instance, my awakened power is telekinesis, which means I merge my psychic force with the cosmos to grasp the intention of the heavens. What if it is an enhancer awakened? Chen Chao queried. Given that he is technically categorized as an enhancer awakened, he felt compelled to seek clarification for himself. Beside them, Su Zai and Li Weiqiang listened attentively to the sage's discourse, recognizing the rarity of this opportunity. While information regarding the sage level could be accessed, the insights shared were the distilled experiences of various sages from Huagua, requiring considerable merit to acquire. At this moment, seizing the chance to learn for free seemed only logical. Hua Rulin glanced at Chen Chao, pondering the fact that he had already grasped the will of heaven and earth. However, she patiently elaborated, I am not an awakening of the enhancement type, so my understanding is somewhat limited. Let me use Watanabe Ikki as an example. He is an ordinary enhancement type awakener, yet he has attained a state of unity between body and mind through his swordsmanship. I see, Chen Chao replied, his realization dawning. In simpler terms, it means becoming stronger. As long as one grows sufficiently powerful, one can comprehend the will of heaven and earth. It seems I must continue to strive. Su Zai and Li Weiqiang nodded in agreement, affirming Chen Chao's interpretation. Hua Rulin, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily stunned and uncertainly asked, Chen Chao, were you not aware that you have already grasped the will of heaven and earth? Huh? Chen Chao responded, a look of confusion on his face. Seeing his expression, Hua Rulin realized he truly did not know and took a deep breath to explain, the first time I met you, you had already comprehended the will of heaven and earth. It is a will imbued with the essence of slaughter and war. At this point, Chen Chao suddenly understood. Isn't that the divine aspect of the war god? The divine aspect represents the will of heaven and earth? That seems plausible. As the war god's divine aspect originates from another realm, the terminology may differ. Moreover, this concept is rather esoteric. Chen Chao need only be present where there is conflict and bloodshed, and upon its conclusion, his divine power would automatically increase, rendering him ever stronger. It was akin to the bloodline of Krypton, an essential trait for the indolent. Regardless, the prospect of cultivation seemed futile to him. His level was already fully matured, having learned to grow autonomously without further exertion. Yet he inquired, so, is it possible to master two forms of divine aspects, meaning the will of heaven and earth? Hua Rulin was taken aback. That touches upon the limits of my knowledge. I have not fathomed two forms of the will of heaven and earth. What purpose does this discussion serve? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, in theory, it is feasible. But mastering two forms of the will of heaven and earth may not necessarily confer significant strength. One cannot overreach without consequence, and it might hinder your future ascension. Hua Rulin continued, what determines your power is essentially your own capacity. To put it plainly, your body is a vessel. The amount of strength it can contain depends on the size of that vessel. When I speak of tempering the sacred body, I mean utilizing the will of heaven and earth to generate extraordinary power, thereby excavating your latent potential and expanding your vessel to its utmost capacity. Completing this step will allow you to become a half-step sage. Chapter 50, Modest Strengthening, I understand now. Possessing two or more forms of the will of heaven and earth does not necessarily lead to considerable strength. In other words, I will still only achieve a modest enhancement. Chen Chao contemplated the possibility of mastering the divine power of strength, which, in the words of Hua Rulin, could be described as the will of the heavens. If he were to draw the character card of Thor, the god of thunder, would he not then possess the essence of the thunder deity? Little did Hua Rulin know the thoughts occupying Chen Chao's mind. Had she been aware, she would undoubtedly have delivered a sharp reprimand. After all I've shared with you, is it only the first statement that you've grasped? Not everything is better in abundance, you know? Beside them, Li Wei could no longer contain himself and inquired, Lord Nian Emperor, how may one ascend from a half-saint to a true saint? Li Wei, now a high-grade extraordinary being, was not far from the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Although his prowess did not rival that of Chen Chao, he was nevertheless a candidate among the ranks of the saints. Thus, seizing this opportunity, Li Wei sought to glean further knowledge regarding the saints. Hua Rulin responded with a smile, no matter how vast your own vessel may be, it cannot surpass the capacity of the heavens and the earth. Therefore, to become a saint, one must achieve unity of body and mind, condensing the holy seal, shattering one's own vessel. By communicating with the heavens through the holy seal, one can wield the great power of the universe at will, and become exceedingly formidable. The attendees, though familiar with the concept of the Holy Seal, understood it merely as the foundation of a saint's might, with little knowledge beyond that. As they listened to Hua Rulin's account, a sense of yearning arose within them all. They aspired to one day condense the Holy Seal, break free from their limitations, and ascend to the ranks of the mightiest. However, Chen Chao, with a hint of concern, interjected, if one were to condense the Holy Seal on Blue Star, would their strength be compromised upon entering a secret realm? And if they were to venture into the cosmic void, where no celestial power exists, would the Holy Seal become merely ornamental? Hua Rulin cast a glance at Chen Chao, pondering whether he had come solely to undermine her authority. What a troublesome thought. Should I discreetly deal with this brat? Would he report me to Li Wenyu upon returning? Opting for silence, Hua Rulin was soon met with an explanation from Su Zai, who seemed to possess some insight. The secret realms also harbor celestial forces, so a saint's capabilities would remain unaffected there. However, in the cosmic void, there might be repercussions. Nevertheless, the foundation of a saint is robust enough that even in such conditions, they surpass ordinary, extraordinary beings. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao raised an eyebrow, realizing that the strength of a saint would indeed be significantly diminished in the cosmic void. It seemed he could devise a plan to lure Watanabe Ikki into space, preferably closer to the sun, where he could undoubtedly eliminate him. Yet, such thoughts were merely fanciful. After all, one would not be foolish enough to venture into space. Fully aware of the potential loss of power, at this moment, Chen Chao gained a clearer understanding of his situation. Hua Rulin had claimed she had not tempered her saint body, yet attained its level solely through her Kryptonian lineage. From a genetic perspective, he realized he was indeed not of the human race native to Blue Star. According to the analogy of one's vessel, the capacity of his Kryptonian lineage seemed astonishingly vast. The so-called forging of the sacred body refers to the complete excavation of one's potential. This raises a question. How vast is the potential of Kryptonian lineage? What if one's potential proves to be so immense that it remains inexhaustible? Would that not result in a lifetime of being unable to attain sanctity, forever lingering at the threshold of a saint, while effortlessly overpowering those like Hua Huan and Watanabe? Perhaps that is not such a dire fate after all. In 2 days, the Extraordinary Association will update its hero rankings. The hero known as the Madman has been recuperating for several days following an accidental injury inflicted by Chen Chao. However, it is often said that between life and death, opportunities arise. Under the force of Chen Chao's punch, the Madman has managed to extract his potential and emerge from the brink of demise. After several days of recovery, he has noticed an improvement in his strength and intends to reassess his rank, while also checking for any recent changes in the list. Generally speaking, the rankings within the Extraordinary Hero list fluctuate subtly, yet the overall structure remains distinctly layered, rarely experiencing significant shifts over the years. The Madman lit a cigarette, grasping the mouse with one hand, his gaze vacant as he stared at the computer screen. Let me see which of those above me would be a suitable challenge. Entering the official website of the Extraordinary Association, the Madman clicked on the hero rankings and casually glanced at the leading contenders. The top ranks had remained largely unchanged for quite some time, especially the number 1 position held by Gun King Lin Chong, whose weapon, the Overlord Spear, is nearly unrivaled beneath the realm of saints. It is said that Lin Chong has long reached the level of a half-saint, making his dominance at the top of the list unassailable. Wait, how has Gun King Lin Chong dropped to 2nd place? The number 1 hero is... what the hell? Upon recognizing the name at the top, the Madman dropped his cigarette in shock. The 1st place is none other than Chen Chao, the Superman. Rank, 1st, codename, Superman. Strength, half-step saint. Abilities, a powerhouse possessing both strength and speed, with additional skills such as flight and heat vision. Peak achievement, 1 punch injures the Sword Saint of Fusong. Watanabe. Within the Extraordinary Association, there are indeed half-saint level warriors, yet no matter how formidable a half-saint may be, they ultimately cannot rival a true saint. The only individual capable of injuring a saint with a single punch, aside from Chen Chao, is virtually non-existent. Hence, after thorough discussion, the Extraordinary Association ultimately resolved to place Chen Chao at the top of the list. The madman stared at the computer for a full 3 minutes before confirming that this Chen Chao was indeed the same individual the Extraordinary Association had dispatched him to assess. The very same Chen Chao who had nearly dealt him a fatal blow with a single punch. In just half a month, what has that young man accomplished to suddenly ascend to the strength of a half-saint and even injure the Sword Saint of Fusang? How did he come to confront the Sword Saint and manage to inflict injury? Recalling that time when he had urged a half-saint level warrior to unleash their full might against him, the madman felt a chill run down his spine, filled with trepidation. Though the rogue lacked a clear understanding of the saint's formidable power, the ability to injure a being of such caliber with a single strike indicated that delivering a fatal blow would pose no insurmountable challenge. Henceforth, I shall refrain from proclaiming my full strength in future endeavors. Moreover, I shall no longer accept any task from the Extraordinary Association that require me to undergo solitary assessments of my abilities. In the City of Magic, at the Extraordinary Tower, following the return of Chen Chao and his companions by Hua Rulin, the genetic expert team conducted a comprehensive examination of Nanjiame. The results of the testing have now been released. The attending physician, a middle-aged woman, presented the report to Chen Chao and the landlord's sister. The health indicators for young Nanjiame were exceptionally favorable. Even discounting the energy of the phoenix, her metrics were remarkably close to those of an elemental extraordinary. The landlord's sister was at a loss for words. Is there no justice in this world? I was once the cornerstone of our team, and now you tell me my own girl surpasses me? Initially, upon discovering Chen Chao's superiority, she felt a sense of reliance. When she realized that little Carla was stronger than herself, jealousy began to creep in. And now, with her own daughter eclipsing her, the landlord's sister could only lament the unpredictable nature of fate as the old wave is pushed aside by the new, with the former perishing upon the shore. Disregarding the landlord's sister's nonsensical complaints, the physician merely smiled faintly and continued. As for the energy of the phoenix, it has been sealed within Nanjiame by Lord Nian. However, there is no cause for concern. Lord Nian has provided a safeguard for Nanjiame, preventing her from inadvertently causing harm before she fully masters the energy of the phoenix. Once she is able to perfectly harness this energy, she will be able to break through Lord Nian's seal. Chapter 51. Sister, I no longer wish to strive upon hearing the attending physician's words. Both the landlord's sister and Chen Chao nodded in understanding. After all, with Nanjiame in a state of potential volatility, they truly had limited options. This was indeed a relatively favorable outcome. After leaving the medical room, the landlord's sister went to the training hall to collect Nanjiame and Carla, then ushered Chen Chao into a vehicle. Come, I shall take you to see a place. Where to? Chen Chao inquired. Noting that Carla and Nanjiame had not eaten all afternoon, he had intended to treat them to some KFC. The landlord's sister flashed a mysterious smile and addressed the taxi driver. Driver, to Mingzhu Garden, please. Certainly, the driver responded, starting the engine. Chen Chao pulled out his phone to look up Mingzhu Garden, discovering it was a residential complex located near the Extraordinary Academy in Magic City, primarily inhabited by awakened individuals, including quite a number of extraordinary beings. Given its proximity to the Academy and its design tailored for the awakened, property prices were exorbitantly high. Upon realizing the landlord's sister intended to visit this locale, Chen Chao immediately surmised, Yuejia, don't tell me you've rented an apartment here? Rented? No, I bought it. The landlord's sister, with a wave of her hand, exuded an air of unassailable wealth. Even the driver in front could not help but glance sideways. Purchasing a property in Mingzhu Garden signifies affluence, a true tycoon. Oh, how I wish to abandon my efforts. Chen Chao could not restrain a few clicks of his tongue and inquired, What is the matter? Are you struggling to make ends meet? Where do you acquire such wealth? Naturally, it's from years of saving. I've risked my life over the years, and with minimal expenses, I've accumulated quite a sum. Initially, this money was intended for the girl's medical treatment, but you've resolved that for me, saving me a considerable amount, the landlord's sister elucidated. Chen Chao had underestimated this wealthy sister. However, it was understandable. As long as awakened individuals dared to undertake perilous tasks, accumulating wealth could be swift. After obtaining the Kryptonian lineage, Chen Chao had not engaged in many tasks, yet had still amassed a substantial amount of merit, which, if converted to Huaxia currency, would rival the salaries of an ordinary office worker for several years. Then there is no need to purchase property in the magical metropolis. Wait a moment. Does this mean you are aware that Li Wenyi has invited me to serve as an instructor at the Extraordinary Academy? Did you prepare this for me? Chen Chao gazed at the landlord's sister in surprise. What's going on? Have you become addicted to being my landlord? Yesterday, when Chen Chao returned to the Extraordinary Tower to report, Li Wenyi had sought a conversation with him. Prior to this, Chen Chao's apparent strength was merely that of a high-tier extraordinary being, considered a formidable figure, yet not to a degree warranting significant attention. However, Chen Chao had injured Watanabe Ikki with a single punch, revealing strength at the semi-saint level. Even under the evaluation of Hua Ruolin, the Extraordinary Association promptly elevated Chen Chao's ranking to the top position on the hero list. This indicated that as long as no saints emerged, Chen Chao stood as the most powerful among extraordinary beings. Such a status could not be overlooked. Within the Extraordinary Association, Chen Chao's designation was revised once more, shifting from a seed of a saint to a prospective saint. Moreover, following his battle with Watanabe Ikki, Chen Chao was eager to grow rapidly and attain saint-level combat prowess. Aside from sunbathing daily or having Nanjiame fling solar flares at him, the only way for Chen Chao to expedite his growth was to harness the attributes of the god of war and venture into realms rife with conflict and bloodshed. Currently, the global landscape of Blue Star is relatively peaceful, with scarcely any large-scale battles or slaughter. At present, only secret realms meet this criterion. Thus, Li Wenyi advised Chen Chao to join the military division of the Extraordinary Association to guard the secret realms. In these realms, the military frequently engages in combat with secret creatures, aligning perfectly with Chen Chao's god of war attributes. However, Chen Chao, accustomed to a languid lifestyle, found it challenging to adapt to the strict discipline of the military. Once enlisted in the military division, he would be subjected to militarized management, where obedience to orders would become paramount, a prospect Chen Chao deemed utterly unfeasible. If he chose not to join the military, only two options remained. One option is to join a societal-oriented pioneering company, entering into a contract with the military to assist in exploring the untamed realms. The management of such companies tends to be more liberal compared to military oversight. The other option is to become an instructor at the Extraordinary Academy. The students at the Academy primarily consist of awakeners, who are taken on monthly excursions to the mystical realms for training. This presents a splendid opportunity for Chen Chao to venture into the secret domains. Thanks to the unique attributes of the god of war's divinity, he is not required to engage in combat directly. As long as conflict and bloodshed occur in his vicinity, Chen Chao can continuously harness divine power, growing ever stronger. After much contemplation, it seems that becoming an instructor at the Extraordinary Academy would be the more advantageous path. After all, working for a societal pioneering company would necessitate personally vanquishing beasts, whereas as an instructor at the Academy, his primary duty would simply be to safeguard the students. Moreover, Li Wenyi hinted that, given Chen Chao's prowess, he could be appointed as the chief instructor upon joining the Academy, without the obligation of directly leading students. The landlady shot Chen Chao a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "What does that have to do with you? Don't flatter yourself. The reason I purchased a property nearby is that Xiaomei was exceptionally admitted to the Extraordinary Academy. However, she is still quite young, and I am concerned about her staying in the dormitory, so I decided to buy a place close by to accompany her during her studies." Although Xiaojia Mei's admission to the Extraordinary Academy was unexpected, it was also quite reasonable. Furthermore, studying at the Academy would assist her in better mastering the powers of the Phoenix. Mid-sentence, the landlady suddenly realized, Chen Chao, what did you say? You intend to become an instructor at the Extraordinary Academy? Chairman Li verbally agreed, and while the official appointment letter has yet to arrive, it should be a matter of days. Chen Chao shrugged and replied, "What is the matter? Am I not the first-ranked hero? Shouldn't it be surprising that I would become an instructor at the Extraordinary Academy?" The Academy is an affiliate of the Extraordinary Association, and while it possesses considerable strength, it is only home to one saint, Hua Ruolin. This signifies that Chen Chao would be the second strongest individual within the institution. Realizing this, there is no reason for astonishment. That sounds splendid. While you're at school, you can help take care of Xiaomei, the landlady exclaimed excitedly. Chen Chao, I was just thinking, why don't you move in with me? I won't charge your rent, and I'll take care of your meals. What do you think? What about my place in Yanqing? Chen Chao mused nostalgically about the home that held many cherished memories. Let the Yinqing house remain vacant for now. We can always return to it later. The landlady waved her hand dismissively. As they spoke, Chen Chao turned to Kara, who was engrossed in playing Heroic Glory, and said, Kara, look at Xiao Jiumei. She has gone to school. Should you consider attending school too? Or perhaps even apply to teach at the Extraordinary Academy? Do you remember your initial character design as a scientist? Kara, with a look of grievance, replied, You promised that whoever finds a job first would be the dog. Brother, you have betrayed the organization. You've changed. Chapter 52. The Superman suit. Upon arriving at Pearl Garden, the entrance was quite grand, flanked by awakened security personnel on either side of the road. The landlady produced her access card and swiped it to enter. Chen Chao held Carla with his left hand while his right was entwined with the landlady, with Nanjiame draped around his neck. At first glance, they appeared to be a warm and happy family of four. Upon arriving at the landlady's doorstep, they were greeted by a small villa, 2 stories tall and spanning over 300 square meters. Initially, Chen Chao had assumed it would be an ordinary apartment like the ones in Yen City. But to his astonishment, the landlady had purchased a villa. Just how affluent is the landlady, he wondered. Upon seeing the property, he contemplated whether he should even bother striving for success. The landlady shot Chen Chao a knowing glance, asserting that this wasn't even a true affluent area. If he was willing to take on some tasks, he could probably earn enough for such a house in a few days. Typically, lower-tier tasks earned around 1,000 merit points. Chen Chao, being invincible beneath the saint level, could even tackle lower-grade tasks, which usually offered a reward of about 10,000 merit points. In essence, if Chen Chao completed 10 lower-tier tasks, he could afford a residence like this. Upon entering, he noticed that the furniture was brand new, ready for immediate occupancy. After surveying the premises, he encountered a perplexing issue. The first floor was filled with a game room, a home theater, and an internet CAF, while the second floor contained only 3 bedrooms. Sister, did you forget we are 4 people? Are you suggesting Carla sleep on the sofa? With over 300 square meters of space, but only 3 bedrooms, it seemed absurd. Oh, is that so? What a pity. The landlady replied with a somewhat forced smile. If there are only 3 bedrooms, I suppose I must compromise and share a room with you. Chen Chao realized this woman had ulterior motives. Did she think he was the kind of man who would be so easily swayed just for a place to stay? Before he could respond, Carla abruptly tossed aside her phone and rushed to Chen Chao's side, exclaiming, I can share a room with my brother. We used to sleep together all the time. That's because you kept running into my bedroom. Saying that could lead to misunderstandings, Chen Chao hurriedly clarified. Carla was only 15, far too young for such arrangements. At the very least, they should wait until she was of legal age. The landlady looked at Carla with a smirk. Little girl, you're still young. We'll discuss it when you grow up. After some debate without resolution, they hastily had dinner, and Carla eagerly dashed into the internet CAF. Having noticed several high-performance computers inside, this internet-addicted girl could hardly contain her excitement to play a few games. Brother, I want to play Cyberpunk. I heard it's especially popular right now. Too bad your old computer couldn't handle it, she exclaimed as she rushed into the room and eagerly booted up the computer. That's because you broke my graphics card, Chen Chao replied, somewhat exasperated, but there was little he could do. Meanwhile, Xiaomei was in the living room watching a cartoon, and the landlady leaned in close to Chen Chao and whispered, the adjacent room is a home theater. Would you like to bring out your study materials? The projector can convert films into 3D. It would surely be an exhilarating experience. What a pity it would be to tarnish such a splendid collection. I have erased everything. Chen Chao wore a facade of virtue. The landlady, with a countenance full of skepticism, remarked, deleted? What a shame. I quite enjoyed watching the captivating antics of a cry, a tantrum, and 3 upbeat moments. Do you believe her physique surpasses mine? Both are splendid, Chen Chao replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he expressed his preference for Ms. Fukada. What's so appealing about artificial beings? I am a pure natural beauty. Aside from my genetically modified traits, my face and form are entirely authentic, and you can feel the difference with just a touch. The landlady proudly accentuated her assets. Chen Chao felt a bit lightheaded. Your necklace is truly magnificent. I meant to say, your collar is exceptionally white. Noticing Chen Chao's embarrassment, the landlady leaned closer and whispered, I'm heading to take a bath. Feel free to watch if you wish. If it becomes too much to bear, you can come in at any time. She was aware of Chen Chao's prying eyes. With a flirtatious glance, she ascended the stairs towards the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. Alas, Chen Chao felt as if he might weep. Some matters, if left unspoken, might not even cross one's mind. Yet, the landlady's relentless hints and her daring departure to bathe ensured that Chen Chao's resolve to avert his gaze only intensified his curiosity about the second floor. He forcefully closed his eyes, but his acute hearing betrayed him. I should never have moved in here. Kara is just 15, with 3 years until she turns 18. 3 years. Chen Chao began to regret his choices. Ever since he uncovered Nan Jiamai's secret, the landlady had unabashedly teased him. At this rate, 3 years would feel like a monumental challenge, let alone 3 days. With a determined mindset, he resolved to clear his thoughts. On the first page of the sword manual, one must be devoid of thoughts of women. Draw the sword, and naturally, the spirit will follow. Focusing on the system, he initiated a card draw. It had been 20 days since his last attempt, and he had diligently accumulated enough for 20 consecutive draws. Based on his experiences, he discerned that the probability of drawing a legendary card individually was exceedingly low, while a 10 draw often guaranteed a golden legendary item. In the next moment, the system's card draw interface captivated his attention. A burst of radiance erupted. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a Shield Agent card. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 40 fragments of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Congratulations, host! You have secured 20 fragments of Thor's hammer. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a Shield Agent card. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 18 fragments of Wonder Woman Diana. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flooded the screen. A golden legend. Congratulations, host! You have acquired golden legendary equipment. The Superman suit. Congratulations, host! You have acquired golden legendary equipment. The vibranium shield. From the 20 consecutive draws, 2 golden legendaries emerged, while the remainder consisted of the usual blue skies and white clouds. After removing the card draw, Chen Chao gazed at the 2 resplendent golden cards displayed on the system interface. He quickly surveyed the room and hurried to a bedroom on the second floor. System. Extract the Superman suit and the vibranium shield. The extraction commenced, and success was achieved. In a single moment, these 2 legendary golden pieces of equipment materialized in Chen Chao's hands. Instantly, a red cape and a blue suit emblazoned with a symbol of a superhero appeared before him. He swiftly donned the attire. After putting on the Superman suit, Chen Chao approached the mirror to inspect his reflection. This suit seemed meticulously tailored to his physique. Although his build was average and his muscles were not as exaggerated as those of the cinematic Superman, they were well-defined, embodying a fit yet slender appearance. Clad in the same suit as Superman, Chen Chao's form was showcased to perfection. He raised his hand to tug at the hem of the garment, and to his surprise, it resisted his efforts despite his strength. Very good, he mused, recognizing the exceptional material that could withstand attacks of a holy level. With his suit, he no longer had to worry about being left exposed in battle. Chapter 53. The chief instructor Chen Chao had changed into several different suits. Each time he faced a slightly stronger opponent, his attire would be torn asunder. He did not expect the suit to provide significant defensive capabilities, for his body served as the finest armor. He merely desired durability. Now, with the Superman suit, that concern was alleviated. After posing in front of the mirror for a moment, his gaze shifted to the vibranium shield in his hand. This shield was akin to the one wielded by Captain America, albeit devoid of color, shining in a pure silver hue. Grasping the edge of the shield with one hand and tightening his fist with the other, he struck the vibranium shield lightly. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the shield, and the immense kinetic energy was absorbed by it, only to be rapidly reflected back. A powerful recoil erupted, causing Chen Chao's fist to shift backward several centimeters due to the force. Of course, this was the result of him not exerting his full strength. He estimated that the shield's kinetic absorption limit was approximately at the early holy level. Exceeding this threshold would lead to its destruction. In the films, Thanos had shattered Captain America's vibranium shield, a testament to his formidable power and the fact that his weapon was forged from URU metal. Chen Chao felt he wouldn't have much use for this vibranium shield. After some contemplation, he realized it would be suitable for his landlady. As a strengthened individual herself, possessing the shield would enhance her capability to confront ordinary superhumans, giving her a fighting chance. Personal interface. Name: Chen Chao. Power: Pinnacle Extraordinary Extracted Attributes. Kryptonian Bloodline. God of War Divine Status Skills. Hacking Technology Level 9. Intermediate Combat Technique Level 10 can be upgraded to Advanced Combat Technique. System Inventory S. HILD. Advanced Agent Cards X2. Agent Handgun X1. Thor's Hammer Fragments X30. Wonder Woman Diana Fragments X30. Captain America Steve Rogers Fragments X50. Chen Chao utilized 2 Advanced Agent Cards to elevate his Intermediate Combat Technique to Advanced Combat Technique Level 2. The system still assesses Chen Chao's strength as Pinnacle Extraordinary. After all, according to Hua Rulin, Chen Chao has yet to refine his sacred body with the might of heaven and earth, nor has he fully tapped into his potential or expanded his capacity to the utmost limits. Only by refining the sacred body and extending his limits can one truly be considered a half-step sage. Despite the lengthy discourse, no guidance on how to refine the sacred body was provided. Even if one were to use the might of heaven and earth, a method for refinement should exist, right? Chen Chao casually tossed the vibranium shield onto the bed, removed his Superman attire, and changed into his usual home pajamas. He then descended the stairs towards the family internet CAF. The landlady's sister was still in the shower, and it had been over half an hour. Do women really take this long? Currently, Chen Chao was solely focused on how to grow stronger and how to wield his sword to slay the sage. The landlady's sister had become utterly mundane to him. The second page of the sword manual states, "Women only hinder the speed of my strikes." Without concerning himself with what the landlady's sister was doing in the bathroom, Chen Chao plunged into the family internet CAF, where Carla was furiously manipulating the mouse and keyboard. Today, they were playing Cyberpunk. Previously, while engaging in Honor of Heroes, this girl had undoubtedly worn out a multitude of keyboards and mice within a week. When others are let down by poor teammates, they might only hit the keyboard a few times. If the quality is decent, they can continue using it. However, if Carla is let down by a poor teammate, her anger does not merely result in hitting the keyboard. It leads to a complete dismantling of the setup. Even if her mouse and keyboard were replaced with titanium alloys, they would be ineffective unless they were made of vibranium. Reflecting on this, Chen Chao glanced at the vibranium shield lying on the bed. Could it be melted down to craft a set of keyboard and mouse for Carla? Never mind. Let us leave it for the landlady's sister for now and discuss it later. Ignoring Carla, who was engrossed in her game, Chen Chao found a computer and entered the official website of the Extraordinary Association. He spent some merit points to purchase the method and instructions for refining the sacred body, then began his studies. In the second-floor bathroom, the landlady's sister, her skin reddened from the heat, stared blankly at the bathroom door. Is he really not coming? Is my teasing insufficient, or my hints not obvious enough? Chen Chao, you dense fool. A few days later, the landlady's sister busied herself with the enrollment procedures for Nanjiame. The Extraordinary Academy differs from other universities as it primarily caters to awakened individuals and extraordinary beings. The school operates on a 5-year system, implementing a semi-militarized management approach for its students. During these 5 years of study, students are granted a mere half-month holiday only during the spring festival in Huagua, allowing them to return to their hometowns for the celebration. At all other times, they must remain at the school, partaking in Secret Realm training each month. However, should a student attain the mid-grade extraordinary level within these 5 years, they may graduate early. Though such occurrences are exceedingly rare, although Nanjiame possesses quasi-saint level combat prowess, her phoenix energy body is currently sealed by the Emperor of Thoughts, Hua Rulin. Additionally, given her youth and insufficient mastery over her powers, she commences her education at the lowest first grade. Soon, Chen Chao received an official appointment notification from the Extraordinary Academy. He is hereby appointed as the chief instructor of the martial arts department, codenamed Superman, for a 3-year term. He is responsible for managing all matters related to the students and instructors within the academy. This notification bore the grand red seal of the Extraordinary Academy and the handwritten signature of the current dean, Hua Rulin. Carla, finish your breakfast and accompany me to the Extraordinary Academy, Chen Chao said, tucking the appointment letter away as he entered his room and pulled back the covers from Carla, who was still reluctant to rise. Carla clung to her blanket defiantly, declaring, "Brother, I want to sleep more. Let us see if you dare to disturb me again. If you dare to oversleep, you'll have to come into my room at night." Chen Chao, feeling quite vexed, had believed that moving houses would temper their behavior. Yet, they continued to invade his personal space daily. Over the past few days, in a bid to claim Chen Chao's bed, Carla had even abandoned her games. On several occasions, she had clashed directly with the landlady, forcing Chen Chao off his bed. Ultimately, it took Chen Chao administering 30 slaps to each of the two girls to restore some semblance of order. He forcibly dragged Carla from the bed into the living room. Quickly eat your breakfast. Afterward, you will accompany me to work at the Extraordinary Academy. You cannot spend all day at home playing games. From now on, you will serve as my assistant and personal secretary. The chief instructor possesses the authority to hire a personal assistant, but there is only one position available. It cannot be filled by more than one. As the saying goes, a secretary is for work, and for leisure, well, let us leave that aside. Carla is still quite young and must wait until she comes of age. After all, Chen Chao is not inclined towards younger girls. Taking advantage of Carla at this time would leave him with a sense of guilt. This arrangement also provides Carla with some responsibilities, if left unchecked. She would likely confine herself to gaming at home, which would ultimately lead to her downfall. In Chapter 54, at the dining table on the first floor, Nan Jiamei had already finished her morning routine and sat quietly, eating her breakfast. Upon noticing Chen Chao and Carla's arrival, she looked up and greeted them sweetly. The landlady, overhearing their conversation, hurried out of the kitchen, still wearing her apron, and asked, "What about me? You two are off to school and work, leaving me all alone at home. It feels so lonely. Aren't you going to the military anymore?" Chen Chao and Carla sat down to enjoy their breakfast. "I no longer go there. Every time I undertake a task, I must travel for an extended period. Previously, I had no choice, but now if I leave, we'll take care of you." The landlady, removing her apron, remarked, "I must also pursue a heroic license. I may not qualify for the higher ranks, but the lower tiers are certainly within my reach. In due time, I could engage in simple tasks to supplement the household income." With the vibranium shield bestowed upon her by Chen Chao, the landlady could assemble a team to tackle lower-tier missions. At that moment, Carla interjected, "Annie has completely embraced the role of a housewife." Even if the landlady were reluctant to admit it, she was undeniably gravitating towards the archetype of a homemaker. The scientist who initially engineered her warrior genes would likely be infuriated to learn this. "Actually, there's no need for that, Yu Jie. I believe your culinary skills could make a restaurant thrive," Chen Chao declared, savoring his breakfast with satisfaction. The landlady, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin and replied, "If I were to open a restaurant, it would undoubtedly be a sensation, though I wonder if patrons would come for the food or for me." After a light-hearted breakfast, Chen Chao dragged along two companions, one large and one small, as they soared towards the Extraordinary Academy. Chen Chao and Carla flew swiftly, soon traversing the bustling city center and entering the outskirts of the academy. The wide avenue was lined with lush greenery. As they approached the academy, they reached the no-fly zone. To ensure the safety of the students, the academy could not allow unrestricted flight into its grounds. Thus, various aerial defenses had been established throughout the campus. Unauthorized flights in this vicinity were strictly prohibited. Upon landing, the number of pedestrians increased. Most were teenagers, around 16 or 17 years old, walking in groups and laughing, radiating youthful exuberance. These individuals were predominantly awakened, and extraordinary beings could be spotted in abundance. It is noteworthy that even in the heart of the capital, one might not encounter so many awakened individuals, considering the vast population. Awakened individuals are, after all, a minority. The academy's walls were imposing, rivaling the modern steel fortifications. The main entrance's architecture melded ancient and contemporary Chinese design, leading to a wide avenue nearly 100 meters long. Directly into the campus, there were no gatekeepers at the entrance, yet a formidable mental energy enveloped the area. It seemed to discern the identity of each individual entering the campus without excessive scrutiny. This mental energy was imperceptible to ordinary people. Yet Chen Chao felt it with remarkable clarity. It emanated from semi-saint level powerhouse. "Instructor Chen, please proceed to the dean's office for a meeting." A deep voice resonated in Chen Chao's ear. This was a transmission of mental energy, distinct from energy communication, as mentalists could transmit their thoughts over greater distances with greater clarity. Following the direction of the mental energy, Chen Chao gazed toward a bright and spacious building within the academy. In the expansive upper chamber resided the office of Dean Hualan, where a few formidable teachers were seated on the opposite sofa. Chen Chao subtly nodded and then patted Nan Jiamei's head, inquiring, "Xiaomei, what do you have class this morning? Allow me to escort you." The teaching approach of the Extraordinary Academy resembles that of esteemed higher institutions, given that each student possesses distinct abilities and academic pursuits. Their selected courses vary significantly. Thus, the Academy adopts a higher education model, with fixed classrooms for instructors while students traverse to different rooms based on their daily schedules. Nanjiame retrieved her phone and glanced at her timetable, which displayed the relevant courses, instructors, and classrooms. No need, Uncle, I know the way. I'll manage on my own. Remember to call me after school. We'll head back together. All right, Chen Chao replied. After that, Nanjiame dashed towards the academic building, encountering a few familiar classmates along the way, all slightly older than her, around 16 or 17 years of age. With her peers accompanying her, Chen Chao chose to withdraw his interference. Children, after all, should cultivate friendships. However, Kara seemed increasingly inclined toward a reclusive lifestyle. This young girl exhibited little interest in anyone besides Chen Chao, and even displayed a degree of aversion to others. She preferred to remain indoors, engrossed in television and video games, rather than venture out to make new acquaintances. Initially, Chen Chao pondered whether he had influenced Kara's behavior negatively, but reflecting deeper, he recognized that she was merely navigating her rebellious phase and hailed from a different world, a distinct civilization. In contrast to Nanjiame, who engaged in play and study with her peers from an early age, Kara found it considerably more challenging to integrate into this unfamiliar realm. Thus, in this new world, the only person who truly mattered to Kara was Chen Chao. To prevent any issues with her mindset, he felt compelled to draw her out, exposing her to the people and events of the outside world. After bidding farewell to Nanjiame, Chen Chao led Kara to the dean's office. Upon their arrival, one individual rose to welcome them, offering tea. Dean Hualan also nodded slightly towards Chen Chao, smiling as she said, "Chen Chao, we meet again." She proceeded to introduce him to the individuals present. Chen Chao greeted each one, establishing a sense of acquaintance. "Chief Instructor, as you are new to the Extraordinary Academy, you may not be fully acquainted with its operational structure. The Academy's instructors are responsible for imparting practical combat courses. However, as the Chief Instructor, your primary duty does not involve participation in these classes. Rather, it is to ensure the safety of students and instructors during their monthly excursions into the secret realms." The speaker was a middle-aged man of average height with a dark complexion. Previously, Dean Hualan had mentioned him. This was another chief instructor of the academy, Sun Cheng'en. Sun Cheng'en was also a semi-saint of the wind element, though not quite on par with the former top-ranked marksman, Lin Chong. He was certainly close in prowess. After listening to Sun Cheng'en's words, Chen Chao nodded. He had come for the secret realm. If he could not enter, he would have no desire to serve as the chief instructor. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Sunday. I'm aware of this," Chen Chao replied with a slight bow. At the end of each month, the school arranged for students to enter the secret realm. With over 10,000 students at the Extraordinary Academy, even if they were divided into multiple groups, the guardianship tasks were still rather burdensome. Traditionally, lower-grade students ventured into realms of lesser danger, while the upper-grade students accompanied me into perilous realms such as Nanyang and Kyoto. Now that Chief Instructor Chun had joined, it could alleviate some of the pressures. The Kyoto realm was somewhat safer than the Nanyang realm, as the adversary saints would not initiate attacks. Since Chief Instructor Chun had not previously entered the secret realm, it would be prudent to first familiarize himself with the environment in the Kyoto realm, wouldn't it? Sun Cheng'en inquired. Although the Kyoto realm also harbored saints, the number had dwindled to less than 10 after years of conflict. The adversaries had even relinquished vast territories, retreating into a limited domain. While Huagua possessed the capability to pacify the Kyoto realm in one fell swoop, it would come at a significant cost. Thus, a delicate balance had been established among the saints. Although skirmishes among lower-tier combatants in the Kyoto realm were incessant, high-level confrontations had not erupted for many years. Therefore, the Kyoto realm was considerably more stable compared to the Nanyang realm. However, Chen Chao could hardly acquiesce. If there were no high-level, large-scale battles, then his divine status as a war god would become nothing more than a mere ornament. Chapter 55. The Nanyang realm. I have some understanding of the situation in the Kyoto realm. Could you enlighten me regarding the Nanyang realm? Chen Chao asked. The information regarding the Nanyang realm was heavily censored, indicating that the circumstances there were rather dire. For Chen Chao, the more intense the conflict, the greater his benefits. Ideally, there would be daily battles among saints, allowing him to eliminate a few of their ranks, which would undoubtedly be more advantageous than vanquishing a host of extraordinary-level opponents. Moreover, he would not even need to participate in the saintly battles directly. By merely activating a long-range perspective, his divine status as a war god would automatically strengthen. Perhaps amid the chaos, he might inadvertently ascend to sainthood himself. As Sun Qingyan was about to offer an explanation, the elegant Horolan seated at the head of the table interjected with a smile, "Allow me to elaborate, as I have just returned from the Nanyang Secret Realm. The expanse of the Nanyang Secret Realm is comparable to that of the entire Blue Star, teeming with abundant resources and inhabited by a multitude of monstrous beasts. According to imprecise estimations, there are approximately over 30 monster saints, with an overwhelming number of extraordinary beasts. The Nanyang Secret Realm is generally divided into 5 distinct regions: the Central Mountains, the Eastern Forests, the Southern Oceans, the Western Deserts, and the Northern Wastelands. The entrance to the Nanyang Secret Realm connects to the Eastern Forests, where originally 7 monster saints resided, one of whom was a formidable Sage King, classified as a high-tier sage in our terms. Through recent battles, we have managed to slay that Sage King beast, while several of its subordinate monster saints were either killed or fled." Huaruolan continued her discourse animatedly, while a bespectacled, portly elder sitting beside Sun Chengyan suddenly turned to Chen Chao and added, "It was Lord Niandi who vanquished the Sage King beast of the Eastern region. That battle was pivotal in securing our victory. Old Wang, it was the collective efforts of the Saints of Huagua that provided me the opportunity to slay the opponent. This is not solely my achievement, and I would prefer it were not mentioned again," Huaruolan stated, though the smile upon her face belied her words. Chen Chao observed with a passive demeanor, contemplating whether his superior had a penchant for flattery. What merit was there in defeating an opponent of equal rank? It was not as if one had triumphed over a superior foe. Moreover, to have multiple saints converging upon a single adversary would, in his opinion, be somewhat shameful. After a few more words of praise from those present, Chen Chao and Kara could only stare vacantly at the ceiling. Huaruolan cleared her throat and continued, in summary, "We have established a stronghold in the eastern forests and commenced the extermination of the beasts therein. However, incursions from the north and central regions are frequent. Rest assured, you need not concern yourselves with their monster saints. Our own sage will handle them. Students should only operate in areas close to the stronghold, where safety is relatively assured, remaining vigilant against sudden assaults from the beast tribes." From Huaruolan's narrative, Chen Chao gained a preliminary understanding of the 2 largest secret realms of Huagua. While both realms are embroiled in minor skirmishes, the Kyoto Secret Realm poses little threat from the sages, unless Huagua instigates a sage war. The Nanyang Secret Realm, however, presents a different scenario. It appears that the absence of a unified front among the 5 regions within the Nanyang Secret Realm has allowed humanity to establish a foothold in the eastern region, methodically advancing their interests. Yet, no one can assure that the 5 regions of the Nanyang Secret Realm will remain oblivious to the human threat, potentially uniting to annihilate humanity first. Should such a situation arise, Huagua alone would be ill-equipped to withstand an assault from over 30 monster saints simultaneously. In that event, it would inevitably require the aid of sages from various nations around the world. This is, after all, the essence of the Sage Agreement. Presently, the emergence of dimensional rifts across the globe has rendered not all nations capable of confronting the creatures from the secret realms. In the face of such circumstances, nations across the globe cease their internal conflicts and united to confront the looming threat posed by the secret realms. Those capable of addressing the challenges within these realms naturally took it upon themselves to do so, claiming all resources therein as their own. However, should they encounter formidable adversaries beyond their means, they could seek assistance from other nations. Consequently, the resources from the secret realms would necessitate a collaborative distribution among the nations that deployed their sages. Even great powers, such as China and the United States, could not guarantee their ability to resolve every future issue related to the secret realms. If one refrains from aiding others in times of difficulty, they should not expect assistance when faced with their own challenges. This reality compelled nations to cooperate, with China dispatching multiple sages to oversee the secret realms of other countries. Unless in urgent situations, they would not easily recall their sages. Chen Chao paused for a moment, gazing at the assembly, and said, "I believe that the Nanyang secret realm may be more suited to me. Director Chun, they all acknowledged. We are aware of your encounters with sages, yet the circumstances within the secret realms differ significantly, and you're likely to face numerous unexpected situations, Sun Chengyan articulated delicately. He did not doubt Chen Chao's capabilities, for after all, Yin Di and Hua Rulin had witnessed Chen Chao's confrontation with Watanabe Ikki, and had likely formed an assessment of his strength. Without Hua Rulin's endorsement, the Extraordinary Association would not have dared to rank Chen Chao at the top tier. Their concern lay in his youth. In the face of unforeseen events, he might act impulsively, hindering his ability to manage the situation effectively. The instructor's role was not merely to vanquish foes, but to safeguard the students. Rest assured, I shall not act rashly. Furthermore, I find myself at a bottleneck in my current strength and require some pressure. Perhaps this will lead to a breakthrough, Chen Chao remarked. The divine aspect of the god of war did not necessitate him to engage in combat, thus aligning with his duty to protect the students. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, a look of confusion swept over the crowd. You are encountering a bottleneck in your strength and need pressure to break through. Does this imply you aim to ascend to sage status? Given Chen Chao's assertion, the assembly felt it inappropriate to dissuade him further. Nonetheless, Sun Chengyan remained somewhat uneasy, until Hua Rulin ultimately decided, if necessary, old Sun, you shall accompany Chen Chao to the Nanyang secret realm, and let us refrain from sending students to Kyoto for the time being. With the Dean Hua Rulin's decree, the matter was settled. Afterwards, they conversed for a while longer, and Sun Chengyan led Chen Chao and Kara to the instructor's office building. As the chief instructor, Chen Chao possessed a private office, while Kara, serving as his assistant, was allotted a separate office. However, Chen Chao, concerned about the girl being alone and potentially neglecting her duties in favor of gaming, decided to relocate her workstation to his own office. General Chen, this section contains all the information regarding the secret realm of Huagua, including various medicinal herbs and special materials, as well as the corresponding merit price list. These are integral to our Academy's martial science curriculum and daily administrative tasks. Although the primary duty of the chief instructor in the secret realm is to guard and oversee the instructors and students, should one encounter rare treasures outside the student training area, as long as it does not interfere with one's responsibilities, one is certainly permitted to acquire them. Thus, familiarizing oneself with the information within the secret realm is indeed essential. Furthermore, the chief instructor's responsibilities include routine campus inspections, arranging student assessments, and managing the instructor team. Matters requiring Chen Chao's personal attention must be addressed by him, while the remainder can be delegated to Kara. There is no harm in utilizing a little assistant. After discussing the pertinent affairs with Chen Chao, Sun Chengyan departed. Chen Chao swiftly reviewed the materials, gaining a general understanding. Kara, I will handle the daily inspections. You shall oversee the student evaluations and manage the instructor team. Let us venture into the secret realm together. What do you think? Chen Chao said with a smile, pushing the documents towards Kara. Kara pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Chao, then extended her delicate hand, fingers splayed. I want to increase my computer time by 5 hours daily. 5 hours is excessive. A maximum of 2 hours is permissible. No more, not even a second longer, Chen Chao stipulated, aiming to prevent Kara from becoming addicted to gaming. He had firmly established the gaming time, ensuring it was strictly adhered to. You have no idea. She often watches 6 dramas simultaneously, fast-forwarding at 100 times speed. Although Kara doesn't always indulge in this, most of her time is spent gaming at a normal pace. Yet, Chen Chao could not shake his concern. Was she not afraid of exhausting every captivating drama available? After all, the pace at which television and films are produced cannot keep up with her binge-watching speed. 2 hours is far too short. I have so much to accomplish. How about an additional half hour? Please, brother. 3.5 hours? Currently, in Chen Chao's office, only the two of them are present. Kara flitted to his desk, attempting to charm him with a display of tears, an act she seemed to have learned from somewhere. 3 hours? Well, the discussion is over. Chen Chao responded resolutely. Kara's mind raced at lightning speed, countless scenes from dramas, movies, and novels flashing through her head. If you refuse to negotiate, are you teaching me how to work? I can always quit. A Kryptonian shall never be enslaved. Without my brother in mind, I wield my sword freely. Your domineering nature only hinders my speed. I must slay the brother to attain enlightenment. Feeling incensed on this sweltering day, Kara trembled with rage, her hands and feet cold. If I do not overthrow your oppression and exploitation, when shall I, a Kryptonian little girl, rise? Very well, it's a deal. Kara's body seemed to possess a will of its own, disregarding her brain as commands entirely. Chen Chao, satisfied, playfully pinched Kara's cheek and instructed her to familiarize herself with the documents, warning her against slacking off, lest he deduct her computer time. Oh, will there be a time reward for doing well? Kara inquired eagerly. Of course there will. Chen Chao replied affirmatively. You're the best, brother. Kara exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Chen Chao's cheek before returning to her workstation to organize materials and acclimate herself to the role of assistant to the chief instructor. Before the end of the month, the academy would hold a preliminary assessment, which differed significantly from the literary examinations, to prevent the rules from becoming stagnant and exploitable. The regulations and content of the martial arts assessments would frequently change. Thus, there was still much work for Kara to collaborate on. Over the next few days, little Kara busied herself within the academy, gradually adapting to this new life. While not many instructors in the training team were acquainted with Chen Chao, they were aware that a new chief instructor had joined the academy. However, many recognized Kara. Although she remained reluctant to engage in extensive interactions, it was certainly better than spending every day at home playing video games. Observing Kara as she gradually integrated into the extraordinary academy life, Chen Chao wore a paternal smile. The journey of nurturing a lowly into a mature woman was indeed a long and arduous one. As the end of the month approached, this afternoon marked the day when the academy organized students to venture into the Nanyang secret realm for practical training. In the academy's large playground, students preparing for this excursion gathered. With a student body of 10,000 divided into 5 grades, over 1,000 were set to enter the secret realm this time. Among them, only about 230 were heading to the relatively perilous Nanyang secret realm. These students were primarily awakened, with many upperclassmen having reached the level of extraordinary. The instructors leading the group were mostly of mid to lower tier extraordinary rank. All students were organized into small groups of approximately 15, each accompanied by an instructor. Once inside the secret realm, instructors would not intervene unless a student's life was in danger. The same applied to Chen Chao. He could not interfere in the student's training unless faced with a half-saint or even saint-level beast. On the podium, Hua Ruolin, adhering to the academy's customary practice, reminded the students to prioritize safety and act within their capabilities during their time in the secret realm. Following this, the chief instructor was invited to speak. Chen Chao was pushed forward by Sun Cheng'an, marking the first time in his life he stood on the podium. With over 1,000 students and instructors gazing at him expectantly, everyone awaited his words. Chen Chao leaned closer to the microphone, took a moment to compose himself, then raised his hand and emphatically declared, "Let us set off." With that, he strode down from the podium. The students, filled with excitement, and the instructors, equally enthusiastic, promptly organized the students to board the buses. Being upperclassmen, the students were not new to the secret realm. Thus, under the instructor's guidance, the throng of over 1,000 moved orderly toward the rows of buses parked behind them. The buses then set off in various directions. Due to the considerable distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers between the enchanting metropolis and Nanyang, the academy wisely arranged for direct transportation to the airport, necessitating a flight transfer. After a tumultuous journey, they arrived in Nanyang in the early hours of the morning. Fortunately, there were individuals present to welcome them, ensuring that accommodation and meals were adequately arranged for the academy's entourage. Following a night of rest, the group assembled early the next day to embark towards the military-restricted zone, where the Nanyang secret realm is located. This area, remote from urban life, had seen the displacement of nearby villages under various pretexts, resulting in the residents being uprooted from their ancestral lands, albeit with generous compensation. Moreover, should the Nanyang secret realm fall into disarray, the ensuing invasion of monstrous beasts into the human realm would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the nearest inhabitants. Upon arrival, the group disembarked from the buses. Sun Cheng'an stepped forward, addressing the students in a commanding voice. "Everyone, locate your instructors, form a line, and refrain from bringing any electronic devices. The spatial magnetic field during the traversal of the dimensional rift will incinerate all electronic gadgets. Not all individuals are capable of crossing the dimensional rift. Those who attempt to enter will face the chaotic impact of the spatial magnetic field. Fortunately, a stable passage through the rift has been established. Although chaotic magnetic fields persist, they are manageable. Individuals of higher awakening levels can rely on their energy protection to pass through unscathed. Conversely, those below this threshold require the assistance of extraordinary beings to provide energy shielding for the journey. However, even with extraordinary energy protection, electronic devices remain incapable of traversing the dimensional rift, as their circuits and components will be destroyed. While various national academies have discovered solutions, it remains unfeasible to bring electronic devices into the secret realm in the short term. The students disembarked in an orderly fashion, with over 230 individuals gradually locating their instructors. Following their respective teachers, they formed a line, prepared to set forth. Sun Chingen approached Chen Chao with a smile, stating, "These little rascals have too many rebellious spirits. Although this isn't their first excursion into the secret realm, they always have a penchant for mischief. After you teach them, you'll understand. Let us proceed." Chen Chao smiled in understanding and then turned his attention to the still phone-clutching Carla, seemingly conveying through his gaze, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and put away your phone. That was clearly directed at you. Why can't you be more perceptive?" Chapter 57. The Dimensional Rift Throughout the Journey. Carla's pout seemed to reach the heavens. Especially upon learning that electronic devices were prohibited within the secret realm, she nearly considered a rebellion on the spot. It took a considerable amount of coaxing and persuasion from Chen Chao to calm her down. According to the Academy's arrangements, this group of students was slated to remain in the secret realm for 10 to 15 days. For Carla, who was addicted to gaming, the prospect of being cut off from the civilized world, devoid of her phone and games, felt akin to a torturous ordeal. The secret realm for combating internet addiction is undoubtedly far more effective than Professor Yang's electroshock therapy. Under Chen Chao's watchful gaze, Carla reluctantly stowed her phone away, her face a portrait of desolation as she followed Chen Chao deeper into the military-restricted zone. This area, fortified with electrified barbed wire, was heavily guarded. Every 3 steps there was a post, and every 5 steps a sentry with armed soldiers stationed throughout. Rows of tanks, armored vehicles, and even mobile missile launchers stood in meticulous formation, reminiscent of a military parade, ever vigilant and seemingly poised for combat. To the uninitiated, it would appear these weapons were intended to prevent outsiders from breaching the inner sanctum. However, those privy to the truth understood that these modern armaments served to contain the threats lurking within. Approaching the enormous, egg-shaped steel structure at the core of the zone, several middle-aged men clad in extraordinary military attire stepped forward as Chen Chao and his group arrived, saluting in unison. Sun Chingen, the chief instructor of the Extraordinary Academy of Magic City, along with Chen Chao, 236 students, and 15 instructors, requested entry into the Nanyang secret realm for training. Sun Chingen returned the salute with respect. The leading soldier surveyed the group with a solemn gaze, tinged with a hint of reluctance. While other secret realms may not pose significant risks, the Nanyang secret realm was fraught with complexities and a high mortality rate. Even with powerful guardians, casualties were inevitable. Should misfortune strike and a battle among saints erupt, many lives would be lost. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice. Humanity strong needed a fresh influx of blood. Suppressing his inner turmoil, the leading soldier dutifully checked the credentials of Sun Chingen and Chen Chao before stepping aside and instructing, "Please follow me." The group trailed behind the soldier into the expansive, circular steel edifice. The secret realm was not open to the public. Only those with the requisite qualifications and approval from the relevant authorities could gain access. Although sending a group of inexperienced students inside was far less cost-effective than dispatching seasoned awakened individuals, the higher echelons of Huagua were not concerned with immediate gains. Their focus lay on the future of these students. Only through the crucible of brutal conflict could they mature swiftly. In this way, these prodigious students would rapidly gain strength, soon becoming the backbone of humanity in the war against the secret realms. Upon entering the vast egg-shaped steel structure, they found an immense space soaring hundreds of meters high, pulsating with a formidable energy wave that had been concealed from them outside, clearly the work of powerful beings who had sealed off the surrounding environment. At the very center of this space stood a colossal rift, resembling an upright eye, suspended in midair. This was the dimensional rift connecting 2 worlds. The vertical diameter of the dimensional rift is approximately 100 meters, and even from a distance, one can feel the insignificance of their existence. Surrounding the rift, the space is adorned with an intricate web of cracks, while at its center lies a vortex of inky darkness. Beneath the rift, the ground is stained with a dark red expanse, a testament to humanity's blood. Despite the daily efforts of soldiers to cleanse the area, there remains a persistent crimson stain that deepens over time. As Chen Chao and his companions approached, a soldier instructed them to wait momentarily. In the air, the vortex of the rift crackled with lightning, resembling black bolts of energy in motion. Suddenly, a battalion of bloodied soldiers emerged from the rift, each bearing wounds yet standing tall, many clutching various packages, while others carried the injured. A team was designated to receive them, expertly tending to the wounded and accounting for supplies, as if the scene had been rehearsed countless times. Once the team was accounted for, someone beckoned Chen Chao and his group forward. With no one currently entering from the opposite side, they were permitted to proceed. Sun Qingyan directed Chen Chao and Kara to enter first, followed by the instructors and students, leaving himself to go last. Chen Chao had no objections. He was eager to witness the spatial traversal through the dimensional rift. He stepped into the swirling vortex at the soldier's invitation. As he crossed the threshold, a surge of spatial energy struck him, tugging at his form. However, this force was not overwhelmingly strong, affecting only those below a certain level of awakening. For those at lower tiers, entering could result in being mercilessly shredded by the chaotic energies. Undeterred, Chen Chao pressed forward, his body resolute against the onslaught. Inside the rift, a corridor resembling a flowing energy vortex unfolded, seemingly composed of spatial energy, its durability unknown. Chen Chao reached out to touch the barrier of the corridor. But before he could act, Kara seized his arm. "Brother, there's a saying, if you don't court disaster, you won't meet it. If you damage this corridor, we might plunge into the rift, and the best outcome will be losing ourselves within it. However, if fortune frowns upon us, we could be torn apart by the violent spatial currents." Kara, having studied all matters related to secret realms, had certainly delved into the nature of dimensional rifts. After hearing her warning, Chen Chao withdrew his hand. "If the spatial corridor can be destroyed, then we should simply dismantle it before the enemy enters our world, right?" "Indeed," Kara replied, adopting a scholarly demeanor. "While disrupting the corridor can temporarily halt the convergence of the two realms, as long as the rift remains, the corridor will inevitably reconnect. Why not simply destroy it?" Chen Chao instinctively remarked, but he quickly realized that the passage could only be compromised from within. If an enemy of the Saint level were to enter the passage, it would necessitate the deployment of a Saint-level powerhouse to achieve mutual destruction. Those beneath the Saint tier would likely not even have the opportunity to strike before being vanquished by their adversary. One must ponder the dire circumstances that would compel humanity to sacrifice the lives of saints in exchange for a temporary blockade of the passage. The spatial passage appeared boundless. However, after exchanging a few words with Carla, a brilliant white light suddenly manifested ahead of Chen Chao. Chapter 58. The Seventh Fortress Eastern Region Jungle. This area is characterized by undulating terrain and boasts a lush, primordial forest. At the closest highland to the dimensional rift, a human settlement spanning approximately 400 hectares has been artificially established. Although this area sounds expansive, it is still somewhat smaller than that of the Extraordinary Academy. The majority of the structures here are constructed from locally sourced timber, forming a series of well-arranged buildings. These structures resemble temporary housing units found on construction sites. And while they may appear rudimentary, the timber used is exceptionally resilient, with a hardness surpassing that of modern high-grade concrete. Thanks to the dense energy present in the secret realm. As the seventh secret realm to emerge in Huagua, this outpost is referred to as the Seventh Fortress. The extraordinary military here supports a population of nearly 50,000, and efforts are ongoing to expand the area, erect additional structures, and reinforce defensive works in preparation for potential incursions from other regions. With a saint overseeing the Seventh Fortress, concerns regarding safety are naturally alleviated. Upon exiting the spatial passage, Chen Chao was met by military personnel. "Is this the secret realm?" Chen Chao inquired as he stepped onto the ground, feeling the radiant light of the realm enveloping him. The source of illumination within the secret realm was not the sun, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the yellow sunlight from the outside world, even enhancing his experience more than the external sunlight could. Relieved to find that his strength would not be compromised upon entering the secret realm, Chen Chao finally exhaled. After all, relying solely on the divine power of the war god would not suffice to confront a demon saint. Once everyone had assembled, a tall officer approached Chen Chao and Sun Cheng'en, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Wang Hong, the commander of the 7th Fortress. You have both been awaited for some time." This officer, sporting the military's distinctive crew cut, stood erect like a towering ancient tree. As he spoke, he extended his hand in greeting to both Chen Chao and Sun Cheng'en, while the saints within the 7th Fortress managed overarching strategies. It was this officer who oversaw the specific tactical arrangements and daily affairs. Sun Cheng'en, having visited the Nanyang secret realm multiple times, was already well acquainted with Wang Hong and proceeded to introduce Chen Chao. General Chen instructed that the two esteemed individuals mentioned by Wang Hong are the two sages stationed at the 7th Fortress. We shall proceed shortly to discuss the operational area. Within the Nanyang secret realm, the military holds the predominant influence, and the training zones for students will undoubtedly not interfere with the strategic deployments of the military. Chen Chao remarked with a smile, "Let us proceed according to the established protocols. I have no objections." Subsequently, the members of the academy entered the 7th Fortress. The conditions within the fortress were rudimentary. However, the students had grown accustomed to it, as those willing to undergo training in the secret realm did not come with a mindset of seeking comfort. Chen Chao was then led to a 3-story building, the residence of the two sages and the command center of the 7th Fortress. Despite being termed a command center, it merely consisted of a model sand table placed in the middle of the floor, with other furnishings being exceedingly sparse. Unlike the soldiers' dormitories, which at least had a bed, the sages' quarters lacked even that. A few elderly men were seated cross-legged around the sand table, seemingly engaged in conversation. If one did not sense the fluctuations of their aura, the scene resembled that of elderly men chatting leisurely in the sun at a village entrance. It is imperative to swiftly eliminate the remaining demon clans in the eastern region. Allowing these remnants to continue to restrain our forces would only increase our pressure once the demon clans from the central and northern regions invade. The extraction of resources must also be accelerated. If our defenses are breached and the demon sages in the surrounding areas perceive an opportunity, they will undoubtedly unite to seize the resources of the eastern region. While the discussions unfolded, Wang Hong entered with Chen Chao, knocking on the door. Liu Xing, Feiten Xing, and Governor Lin were greeted by Wang Hong and Sun Cheng'en, while Chen Chao discreetly memorized their appearances and paid his respects alongside Wang Hong. Subsequently, Wang Hong turned to Chen Chao and introduced, "This is the newly appointed chief instructor of the Extraordinary Academy, a level hero, the extraordinary Chen Chao." "So you're the Chen Chao who usurped my position at the top of the rankings?" inquired a bearded man with chiseled features and eyes that glimmered like sharp swords. Locking onto Chen Chao's gaze, "You are the Gun King, Lin Chong?" Chen Chao asked tentatively. "Indeed, that is correct." Lin Chong's previously tense demeanor suddenly softened into a smile as he scrutinized Chen Chao from head to toe, saying, "Your timing is impeccable. You may accompany the military in this operation. We plan to deploy a force of 3,000 troops towards the area bordering the Central Mountain Range, advancing another 50 kilometers. You and your students will follow us at a distance of 20 kilometers, hunting down scattered demon clans and safeguarding our rear." Chen Chao was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that having claimed the top spot would result in some form of challenge, or at least a declaration of war, to regain face. It seemed Lin Chong had discerned Chen Chao's thoughts, chuckling, "What are you pondering? You seize my top rank and expect me to challenge you?" Chen Chao nodded, reflecting that dramas often followed such a formula, initially instigating a conflict, only to call for reinforcements when overpowered, with each challenger coming in turn to provide experience. Lin Chong laughed heartily. "Do you think being ranked first brings me honor? You are mistaken. It is a disgrace. I have been trapped in the semi-holy realm for 10 years without a breakthrough, and these old fellows are nearly laughing me to death, calling me the guardian of the semi-holy realm. Damn it, if you push me down, it will be just as well, saving me from their sight." Upon hearing Lin Chong's words, the crowd burst into laughter. Sun Cheng'en, still pondering the recent arrangements, voiced his concern. "Governor Lin, having the students follow you from 20 kilometers behind means we will be operating within a 30-kilometer radius of the 7th Fortress. Is this distance not too perilous?" "Fear not." Before departing, Lord Nian extinguished several demon strongholds that had been lurking 30 kilometers away. Now, only a few scattered remnants remain, posing little threat, replied the Gun King Lin Chong nonchalantly. Our only concern should be the enemies from the northern border. Recently, the demon clan there has been restless, and just days ago, a demon saint crossed into our territory, only to be slain by Saint Run. Days ago, a demon saint was slain? I have arrived too late. Chen Chao felt as though he had lost a fortune. The death of a saint would require immense divine power to condense his own war god's divinity. The onlookers, interpreting Chen Chao's expression as shock at Saint Ren's prowess, were unaware of his true sentiments. The elder known as Saint Run was the 8th-ranked swordsman on the sacred list of Huagua, Ren Jingtian. Observing Chen Chao's reaction, Ren Jingtian displayed a humble demeanor and nodded slightly. A mere initial stage demon saint dared to covet our territory. Their demise is of no consequence. Go ahead and boast. At that time, you nearly let that wolfhound escape. Had I not smashed its holy form in time, would you have had the opportunity to slay it? Another saint, Lu Yuanshan, retorted, unsatisfied that Ren Jingtian had claimed the kill. Ren Jingtian, with an air of pride, countered, that was still my victory, Lu old ghost. Next time you find yourself in trouble, do not call for Grandpa to save you. Ha! Do I need your assistance? Lu Yuanshan shot back, bristling with indignation. Chen Chao gazed at the two, somewhat dazed. Were they truly saints? Their exchange resembled a quarrel between shrews, utterly lacking in dignity. Sun Cheng'an, covering his face with his hand, felt too embarrassed to watch. In contrast, Wang Hong and Lin Chong were unfazed. The two saints often engaged in such bickering, viewing it as one of their few forms of amusement after years of overseeing the secret realm. As the night descended, the entire secret realm was enveloped in darkness. The seventh fortress was illuminated solely by a few flickering torches, casting a dim light within its walls. Outside the fortress, the world resembled a vast black vortex, devouring all radiance and instilling a sense of dread akin to an abyss. For ordinary folk, the absence of light rendered it impossible to discern the circumstances beyond the fortress. However, the two saints, attuned to the essence of the cosmos, could sense every subtle movement, leaving no rustle of wind or blade of grass undetected. Brother, I wish to play on my phone. Kara, listlessly hanging onto Chen Chao, swayed her head, producing sounds reminiscent of a fish exhaling bubbles. Although Chen Chao and Kara were assigned separate rooms, the girl, citing her inability to sleep without a phone, found her way into Chen Chao's chamber. On the first day devoid of her phone, Kara, yearning for it, swayed for a moment before abruptly biting into Chen Chao's shoulder. If anyone could inflict pain upon Chen Chao with a bite, it would undoubtedly be Kara. You mischievous girl, if you keep this up, I'll toss you out. Chen Chao grimaced in pain, forcibly pulling the restless little Kryptonian girl from his shoulder and giving her cherubic cheeks a firm squeeze. Though Kara struggled vigorously, her strength paled in comparison to Chen Chao's, and she was soon subdued, pinned onto the bed, and playfully swatted a few times until she settled down. Brother, you bully me. You made my cheeks swollen. Kara pouted, her eyes brimming with tears, resembling a wronged little wife. Then will you still bite indiscriminately? Chen Chao continued to knead her cheeks. Kara offered no reply, but buried her head in Chen Chao's embrace, her voice barely audible. Brother is biased. You always cuddle the landlady to sleep. Today, since she is not here, could you hold me instead? Coughing lightly, Chen Chao found himself in a flustered state, hastily clarifying. It's not me holding her, it's she. Brother, every time you wish to lie, you instinctively scratch her neck, Kara interjected, effectively silencing Chen Chao's attempts at an excuse. Lowering her head to conceal her flushed face, she added, I just want to know if you can hold me today. Chen Chao's heart raced. He did not wish to distance himself from Kara, but feared harboring inappropriate thoughts about the angelic little girl. Kara was still so young. Had she been an adult, there would have been no doubt that tonight would be an extraordinary and fierce battle. However, gazing at the little one in his arms, Chen Chao steeled his resolve. Let be. I shall no longer pretend. I admit it, I am a shameless lolicon. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed through the air, and Chen Chao's gaze shifted to the door, where the army was rapidly assembling. Enemy attack. A large number of demon tribes are breaching from the southwest and northeast. 100 kilometers away, the 2nd and 6th regiments gather and follow me to confront them. In midair, Gun King Lin Chong wielded a formidable weapon, illuminating the entire fortress in an instant. As his words fell, A thunderous roar resonated across the heavens. Even from afar, one could sense an overwhelming wave of energy. The forces of nature were at play, a clash among the saints. Exchanging a glance with Kara, the two swiftly donned their battle gear, their forms flickering before they appeared in the skies above the seventh fortress. They witnessed several figures rushing towards the outside. The figures were none other than Wang Hong, Sun Chengyan, and several other venerable semi-saints. Chen Chao, your arrival is timely. The adversary has dispatched 3 demon saints, while we have 2 saints in our ranks. The fortress is now vulnerable. I must trouble you to remain here and oversee the students. Sun Chengyan's expression was grave. The situation had already been communicated to the outside. Should the enemy exhibit signs of a significant offensive, reinforcements from the saints would arrive. At that point, I urge you, Chen Chao, to escort the students to safety. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao's face darkened. What do you mean by this? You want me to leave right after I arrive? After waiting so long for the saints' battle to erupt, if I leave now, it would be all for naught. At this moment, Chen Chao's presence was paramount. Apart from the 2 saints, he was the only one capable of confronting the saint-level demon clan directly. Keeping Chen Chao stationed was essential to prevent the demon saints from launching surprise attacks on the students. Although the likelihood was slim, one could never be too cautious. In no time, the figures had vanished from sight. Kara exchanged glances with Chen Chao. Brother, what shall we do? Kara, remain at the fortress and try to soothe the students' fears. I will move closer to assess the situation. Do not worry, I shall not stray too far. With that, Chen Chao turned his gaze towards the western sky. Hundreds of kilometers away, 5 figures were engaged in a fierce battle, intertwining against the backdrop of the heavens. The tremendous forces of nature clashed continuously, erupting in a dazzling brilliance akin to that of the sun. The fifth saint, Lu Yuanshan, enveloped his fists in flames, relentlessly striking at an enormous serpent demon beast, while the blade saint, Run Jingtian, wielded his broadsword to cleave through the void, desperately blocking the advance of 2 other demon saints. In the vicinity of the 5 saints' conflict, no living soul dared to tread within a 10-kilometer radius. For even semi-saint level warriors, being caught in the aftermath of a saint's duel would result in instantaneous obliteration. The divine power is beginning to manifest. Although this was merely a small-scale skirmish, it could very well be deemed a war. Chen Chao distinctly felt a surge of formidable energy within his war god divinity. This power eclipsed that which he had garnered from slaying 7 or 8 ghost wolf specimens. And this was merely the residual force from the saints' confrontation. Indeed, he had come at the right moment. If he could eliminate even 1 or 2 demon saints, it would be an extraordinary gain. Chen Chao's spirits soared, and he swiftly propelled himself another 10 kilometers forward. The nearer he drew to the fray of battle and slaughter, the greater his reward became. However, he could not reveal himself on the battlefield just yet. The 7th fortress had summoned its strongest defenders, leaving only a fraction of its forces and the newly arrived students from the Extraordinary Academy. Should a saint launch an assault, the station troops and students would be in peril. Kill. The Gun King, Lin Chong, was the first to charge into the tide of demon beasts, his overlord spear sweeping through the ranks and instantly slaying hundreds of demons. These creatures, lacking in strength and at a distance, posed minimal threat, allowing Chen Chao's war god divinity to remain relatively undisturbed. Soon after, Wang Hong and Sun Chengyan arrived with their forces, a near 10,000-strong army colliding with tens of thousands of demonic beasts, resulting in an immediate uproar of battle cries. The military is equipped with modern weaponry. Although certain formidable armaments cannot traverse the spatial passage safely, energy firearms akin to those wielded by awakened beings can be transported here. Consequently, while the number of troops is limited, their overall combat strength is indeed slightly superior. Yet, even so, one cannot afford to let their guard down entirely. For the decisive factor in this battle lies not in the clash between the military and the beast tide, but rather in the 5 saints in the sky. Should the saints on the human side falter, the rear forces, no matter how they eliminate the beast tide, will inevitably fall victim to the massacre by the demon saints. Chen Chao stood suspended in midair, his gaze piercing through the darkness. Any demon from the 7th fortress daring to approach would be struck down by 2 crimson rays that pierced through the void. After slaying several formidable semi-saint demons, the scattered demons attempting a surprise attack on the 7th fortress retreated in disarray, unwilling to cross the line. Chapter 60. Divine Warrior S. Holy Seal, the battle rages on. The situation among the saints in the sky is far from optimistic, particularly with the enormous serpent demon, endowed with wings, whose combat prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Overpowering the fist Saint Lu Yuanshan. Seizing the opportunity, the other two demon saints launched a frenzied assault on the sword Saint Ren Jingtian, causing his holy body to fracture and blood to surge forth. The gun King Lin Chong, drenched in blood, roared in madness, his overlord gun sweeping with relentless ferocity. Why have I not yet broken through? I've been trapped in the semi-saint realm for years. Why has this damned holy seal not coalesced? He focused intently on the battle above, witnessing his two compatriot saints retreating in disarray, and his heart burned with anxiety and resentment for not attaining sainthood. Although there are several saints in Huagua capable of swift reinforcement, does that mean the demons lack reinforcements? In the 5 major regions of the Nanyang secret realm, over 30 known demon saints exist, should the human side experience a rout. The remaining 4 regions of the Nanyang secret realm would undoubtedly unite to seize the resources of the Eastern Territory. If we fail to inflict pain upon them and drive them back in a timely manner, it could swiftly escalate into a final cataclysm. The advantages that Huagua has painstakingly built over the years would vanish in an instant. In the past, when the Empress Nien Wazwalalin was present, not to mention 2 against 3, even 1 against 3 could be handled with ease. Now, as the Magic City prepares for the emergence of a secret realm, adjustments are being made, necessitating that the Fist Saint and Sword Saint take charge of the 7th fortress in place of Empress Nien. If they cannot withstand this level of pressure, it may compel the recall of Empress Nien. Given the emergence of the secret realm in the Magic City and the precarious situation in Huagua, it would necessitate summoning all saints, and perhaps even seeking international assistance. With this thought, Lin Chong steeled himself for death, shouting to Wang Hong and several other semi-saint powerhouses, "Quickly eliminate the demon soldiers and generals. If the situation becomes dire, we shall join forces to slay that demon wolf." Among the 3 demon saints, the winged serpent demon saint possesses the greatest strength, followed closely by the nocturnal owl-like bird demon saint. The demon saint with a coat of azure wolf fur is the weakest, merely a novice demon saint. Several semi-saint warriors, led by Lin Chongji, could indeed unite to thwart a slightly weaker demonic wolf, and perhaps even during the battle, they might coalesce the sacred seal, breaking through their own limitations to ascend to the status of a saint. Naturally, Wang Hong and the others would not dispute this. As soldiers tasked with safeguarding the 7th fortress, they embraced their duty without fear, even if it meant sacrificing their lives on the battlefield. Sun Chungin's gaze burned with intensity. He too yearned for combat. Though a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise at the hands of a demon saint, it is under pressure that one finds motivation. In the dance of life and death, opportunities inevitably arise. Even the formidable Niandhua Rulin sought breakthroughs through battle with Chen Chao, his fellow chief instructor, having once delivered a blow that injured Saint. Sun Chengin, too, aspired to emerge as a saint through combat. "I, son, am willing to fight," he bellowed, his voice resonating through the air. In this moment, he did not represent the extraordinary academy. The students of the academy were under Chen Chao's protection. Now, he stood solely as a citizen of Huagua, eager to confront the saint. In the rear, Chen Chao remained poised in the void, unyielding. His consciousness, however, delved into the system interface. Personal interface. Name, Chen Chao Strength. Peak Extraordinary Sacred Seal. Ward God Sacred Seal. 10 Conglomerate. Extracted Attributes. Kryptonian Bloodline. War God Divinity Skills. Hacking Technology 9. Advanced Combat Technique 5. System Inventory. Thor's Hammer Fragments 30. Wonder Woman Diana Fragments 30. Captain America Steve Rogers Fragments 50 now. An additional option for the Sacred Seal appeared on the personal interface. This was the result of Chen Chao attempting to refine the sacred body with a war god divinity. Upon reaching 100 progress, he could coalesce the war god sacred seal, breaking through his own limitations to ascend to a saint. Furthermore, the war god divinity would significantly amplify the power of the Kryptonian bloodline. This was not merely a simple addition. It could, to a certain extent, compensate for the weaknesses of the Kryptonian bloodline, such as its reliance on sunlight and its aversion to kryptonite. The cosmos is vast, and should a world give rise to a substance akin to kryptonite, it would indeed pose a grave challenge. Additionally, The war god divinity could bestow upon Chen Chao an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan, granting him immortality as long as conflict and bloodshed persisted. At present, he recognized that he was not yet powerful enough. Only by thoroughly addressing his weaknesses and elevating his strength to the levels of a silver Superman, a golden Superman, or even a thought Superman, would he gain the leverage to roam freely. In that fleeting moment, every human warrior fought valiantly, and the students of the Extraordinary Academy, inspired by the distant battle, fervently implored Kara to lead them in clearing the scattered demonic tribes nearby. Kara, too, was not one to remain idle. Without her beloved phone and surrounded by combatants, she could hardly sit still. Chen Chao eradicated the nearby, semi-saint demonic entities with his heat vision, ensuring that as long as the students did not stray too far, they would remain safe for the time being. They could engage the enemy, provided they did not venture beyond 10 kilometers. Should our saint falter, Kara, you must immediately escort all students away from this place. Chen Chao spoke softly, granting the students' request. This night, the east was enveloped in the relentless sounds of explosions, a cacophony of battle and slaughter. Powerful auras surged from the central mountains, gazing across the thousands of miles towards the conflict in the east, as if awaiting the outcome of the fight. Meanwhile, the north, south, and even the farthest west were all watching the turmoil in the east. The other 4 major regions of the Nanyang secret realm paid close attention to the battles unfolding. Those demon saints, confined by their territories, were wary of one another and engaged in their own conflicts. Yet now, they collectively focused on humanity. With humanity's strength, none dared to take the lead, fearing the fate of the former Eastern Realm's holy king, the Black Magic Ape. However, should humanity show signs of weakness, they would not hesitate to vie for territory and resources. Moreover, it was said that humanity's world was even more expansive. At this moment, as the tide of beasts began to falter, Chen Chao's progress in condensing the war god Holy Seal surged significantly once again. Holy Seal, var god Holy Seal, nelly taste condensate. In just one night, it had increased by 4 percentage points. Indeed, the Nanyang secret realm was a remarkable place. Chen Chao's gaze flickered with intensity as he fixated on the battle above, targeting the demon saints. The demise of a few lesser demons had yielded such advancement in his Holy Seal's progress. How much would the death of a demon saint grant him? Even if it were not a 10% increase, surely 5% would be within reach. At the heart of the saintly battle, the Blade Saint, Ren Jingtian, found himself besieged by 2 demon saints, his momentum waning to its lowest ebb. The Wood Owl Demon Saint, wielding wings like blades, clashed directly with the sacred weapon in Ren Jingtian's grasp, producing dazzling bursts of light. The Azure Thunder Wolf roamed the battlefield, relentlessly attacking. As the celestial powers coalesced into thunderous roars directed at Ren Jingtian. Explode for me. In a frenzy, Ren Jingtian swung his weapon towards the Wood Owl, his halberd descending with the force of a meteor, crashing down. The Wood Owl Demon Saint's vertical pupils constricted as its expansive wings flailed desperately. Azure Thunderwolf. Hold him back. The Wood Owl Demon Saint, gripped by terror, transmitted its energy in frantic calls, retreating with great speed, for the human before it had gone mad. Beast, perish! Ren Jingtian's eyes turned crimson, his face paling in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a blinding radiance erupted from his halberd, manifesting immense celestial power. The next moment, a thunderous sound resounded. Boom! The entire expanse rippled, and a torrent of violent energy surged outward in all directions. The sacred weapon detonated midair, unleashing a storm of energy. At the center of this tempest, a piercing scream echoed. The Wood Owl Demon Saint's pristine feathers were utterly destroyed, and its holy body bore numerous cracks, a deluge of blood raining down as it staggered backward, its appearance utterly disheveled. Coughing, despite the backlash from his own sacred weapon, Ren Jingtian suppressed a mouthful of blood and, with frenzied determination, charged towards the Wood Owl Demon Saint, seizing the opportunity of your weakness to claim your life. Today, I shall indulge in the divine delight of roasted wings. With unparalleled speed, Ren Jingtian pursued the Wood Owl, unarmed yet resolute. Should he vanquish a single demon saint, the remaining 2 would surely retreat. After all, demons are inherently selfish beings. The 5 great regions of demons are embroiled in their own conflicts. valuing their lives more than humans do. As the ultimate battle has yet to commence, no demon saint wishes to become a mere pawn for another's gain. The moment they perceive danger, thoughts of retreat will inevitably emerge. Azure Thunderwolf, Winged Serpent impede him. The Wood Owl, reluctant to engage in a life-or-death struggle, swiftly retreated. Upon hearing the Wood Owl's frantic cry, the Azure Thunderwolf darted forward like a flash of lightning to obstruct Ren Jingtian. Among the trio of demon saints, the Azure Thunderwolf was the weakest. In a one-on-one confrontation, it could not match Ren Jingtian. However, Ren Jingtian was far from his peak condition, devoid of his sacred weapon, and found that even unarmed, he could not gain the upper hand against the Azure Thunderwolf. The Wood Owl retreated several dozen miles, its colossal iron beak opening wide to quickly absorb the energy of heaven and earth, restoring itself. Witnessing the Wood Owl's injuries heal, the humans realized that if it regained its strength, their chances of turning the tide in this battle would vanish. Beast, I shall confront you. Lin Chong stepped forth, soaring into the air with his overlord spear, directly charging at the still retreating Wood Owl demon saint. Today, I will slay the saint and break my own shackles. Lin Chong's visage twisted with madness, his voice resonating through the heavens as he surged into the fray, heading straight for the Wood Owl. This time, he embraced a deathly resolve, determined to confront an injured demon saint with his semi-saint physique. It was a matter of life or death, or the shattering of his own limitations. The soldiers below, invigorated, raised their battle cries to the heavens. Wang Hong, Sun Chengyan, and several other semi-saints ascended, following the spear-wielding Lin Chong. Lin Chong, you alone are insufficient. Count me in to slay the demon saint. In an instant, several figures surrounded the retreating Wood Owl. Do not give it a chance to recover. Kill it. Semi-saint level warriors could summon the great powers of heaven and earth, yet their strength was relatively feeble, akin to the punch of an infant, unable to severely injure an adult. However, a collective assault from multiple semi-saints targeting a gravely wounded demon saint could not be overlooked. A swarm of ants, utterly deluded. The Wood Owl demon saint's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Within the 5 great regions, demon saints are revered as supreme beings. How dare mere ants show disdain? Not only did these insects lack reverence, but they also sought to ascend to sainthood at his expense, a disgrace to any demon saint. Perish! The Wood Owl demon saint was pierced by Lin Chong's spear, aggravating the already fractured sacred body. Infuriated, the Wood Owl lunged at Lin Chong with its iron beak. Boom! Lin Chong could not withdraw his spear in time for defense, and was struck by the beak, his thoroughly honed, sacred body crumbling like paper, his chest erupting to reveal a pulsing heart. However, Lin Chong remained undeterred, once again charging towards the Wood Owl. As the second strike of the Wood Owl's demonic saint was about to descend, Wang Hong and Sun Chengyan unleashed their full power, relentlessly assaulting the sacred body of the Wood Owl. In the distance, Ren Jingtian engaged in a fierce battle with the Thunderwolf. He glanced at Lin Chong and suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice reverberating across the landscape. Lin Chong, hold that beast for 10 breaths. I shall slay this wolf dog and then come to your aid. With that, Ren Jingtian ignited with white spiritual flames, his body drenched in blood, yet his momentum soared, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Although I am titled the Blade Saint, my true strength does not lie in the blade. It is in the sword. A decade ago, I vied for the title of Sword Saint against Lin Huayu, and by unfortunate chance, I lost to him in a half move, compelled to relinquish the title. Since then, I have forsaken the sword for the blade and embraced the title of Blade Saint. Today, with the blood of the demonic saint, I shall consecrate my sword heart. I aspire to the title of Sword God. Lin Huayu, the foremost on the Huagua list, holds the title of Sword Saint. Setting aside the question of whether I can defeat him, just in terms of titles, I have already outstripped him. The crowd was shaken. Ren Jingtian, this old fool, was courting death once more. Are you certain you wish to provoke Lin Sheng? As Ren Jingtian's aura intensified, the Thunder Wolf's eyes widened in fear. Damn it, Winged Serpent. Would Owl come save me? This human is on the verge of becoming a Saint King. Hurry, save me. Among the Demon Clan, the Saint King corresponds to the high-ranking saints of humanity. The Thunder Wolf had only recently attained sainthood. While its strength among the demonic saints was not the weakest, it was far from formidable. In contrast, Ren Jingtian was an established saint of humanity, now ascending to a high-ranking saint, his aura reaching terrifying heights. Should he succeed in his advancement, the few demonic saints present would face certain death. Beside them, the fifth saint Lu Yuanshan felt a twinge of envy, yet more so. He rejoiced for his old friend. Ren Jingtian's breakthrough to a high-ranking saint would secure his position within the Nanyang secret realm. Meanwhile, the winged serpent, entangled with Lu Yuanshan, wore a grave expression. It spread its vast wings, shattering Lu Yuanshan's blockade, and with a sweeping tail, sent Lu Yuanshan hurtling backward. In the next moment, the winged serpent, the demonic saint, abruptly turned, swiftly opening its bloodied maw towards Ren Jingtian. Kill! It aimed to slay him before he could ascend to the Saint King. However, several kilometers away, Ren Jingtian appeared blissfully unaware, continuing to unleash his full potential. Without a sword in hand, my heart bears the sword. At that moment, an earth-shattering sword aura suddenly surged from Ren Jingtian, who, though unarmed, resembled an unparalleled sword. The Thunder Wolf, locked in Ren Jingtian's aura, trembled violently. It would die. As that sword light descended, it marked the instant Ren Jingtian ascended to the Saint King. How could a mere initial stage demonic saint hope to withstand such a devastating strike? Winged Serpent, save me. The Thunder Wolf hastily retreated, its speed reaching its utmost, recklessly fleeing towards the northern borders. I am on the brink of death. If I linger any longer, I shall perish. Humanity, it is you who is destined to meet your demise. The winged serpent surged forth with renewed speed, traversing the expanse in an instant, its mouth gathering the formidable essence of heaven and earth into a resplendent orb of light, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. It seemed that in the next heartbeat, it would obliterate Ren Jingtian, who was in the midst of ascension, reducing his very soul to nothingness. Chapter 62. The Breaking Extreme Divine Sword Strikes, Cursed Be This Fate. Lu Yuanshan clenched his teeth and pursued relentlessly. Lin Chong, Wang Hong, and the others, preoccupied with their own battles, could only roar in frustration at the sight, yearning to assist, yet feeling utterly powerless. Damn it, just a little more. Ren Jingtian's aura had yet to reach its zenith. At this stage, he might not possess the strength to slay the Azure Thunderwolf with a single strike. Yet, to forcibly abort his ascension to confront the winged serpent was an option he loathed to consider. Failing this ascent would make the next endeavor to reach the high-tier sacred realm all the more daunting. At that very moment, a figure streaked down from the sky, akin to a meteor plummeting toward the earth. Who is it? The winged serpent sensed a terrifying presence locking onto it, sending shivers down its spine, compelling it to contemplate a hasty retreat. Swish! A figure materialized above the winged serpent with startling swiftness, descending at a speed surpassing 10 times that of sound. What? The winged serpent's spirit faltered, as if time itself had paused. The onlookers could barely catch a glimpse of a fleeting red and blue glow. In the next instant, an overwhelming force radiated from above, and in a moment that seemed to stretch time infinitely, it became apparent that it was Chen Chao, clad in a superhero suit, delivering a kick to the winged serpent's head. Boom! Chen Chao's foot connected, unleashing a burst of thunder upon impact, akin to 1,000 silver serpents spreading outwards, enveloping the area. The colossal head of the winged serpent suddenly sank, its gaping maw forced shut by this tremendous force, while the orb of light within exploded, causing its entire form to plummet toward the ground. Thunderous rumblings. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves that collapsed the earth beneath, the entire eastern forest trembling in response. Only then did the sky reverberate with the resounding sonic boom of Chen Chao breaking the sound barrier, akin to the relentless roar of heavenly thunder. Lu Yuanshan, who was rushing to the scene, stood frozen in disbelief. Lin Chong, Wang Hong, and their comrades, engaged in battle with the wood owl, also halted, their attention diverted to the winged serpent. Even the wood owl demon, Saint, was momentarily stunned, staring blankly in the direction of the winged serpent. All present were aware that Chen Chao had previously injured the renowned Fusang Sword Saint, Watanabe Ikki. However, hearing of such feats was one matter. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, especially as Chen Chao descended like a deity, kicking the immensely powerful winged serpent deep into the earth. Such a sight was awe-inspiring, even to those of the sacred level. Could it be that this young man is truly not a saint? Presently, only Ren Jingtian's momentum surged violently, in an instant transcending the realm of mid-tier saints to join the ranks of high-tier saints. With a decisive strike of the breaking extremity divine sword, Ren Jingtian leapt, his sword light piercing through the heavens and the earth, causing a shiver in the hearts of all onlookers. However, this stroke was not aimed at the Azure Thunderwolf, but rather at the winged serpent demon saint beneath Chen Chao's feet. No, the winged serpent demon saint, sensing the formidable sword intent, struggled frantically, having been kicked into the rocky ground by Chen Chao. At such a close distance, with Ren Jingtian's mental focus locked onto it, evading this strike was nearly impossible. In an instant, the ground trembled as the winged serpent soared into the air, its massive tail shattering the earth as it lashed out at Chen Chao, intent on obliterating this accursed human. A smile crept across Chen Chao's face. You cannot escape. As the colossal tail of the winged serpent swept towards him, Chen Chao raised a hand to block it. Boom! The ground fractured once more. Chen Chao was struck by the enormous tail, his body sliding several meters, yet firmly grasping the serpent's tail. I have you now. Before his words could fully dissipate, Chen Chao's divine energy surged around him, and he yanked with incredible force. Roar! The airborne winged serpent halted mid-flight, its massive form taut, an unbelievable strength emanating from its tail, threatening to tear its saintly body apart. No, you cannot kill me. Let me go. I swear I shall never partake in the wars of humanity. The winged serpent demon saint sensed the approach of death and was truly frightened. Why had it agreed to test humanity at the behest of that figure in the central mountain range? Why wade into such murky waters? Was it not better to reign supreme in the Serpent King's Valley? Ren Jingtian, with a cold smile, pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, delivering a strike. Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Slash! Boom! Once more, the sky rippled with spatial distortions, the explosive sound reverberating throughout the heavens, even reaching the neighboring central, northern, and southern regions with crystal clarity. Even the night, which seemed to devour all light, was illuminated by the brilliance of the explosion, resembling broad daylight. No, humans, you will all perish. Despair filled the eyes of the winged serpent demon saint. Although Ren Jingtian had just ascended to the rank of Saint King, a swordsman's combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers. And with the winged serpent's movements restrained by Chen Chao, it could only helplessly endure the onslaught of this unstoppable sword strike, with no hope of survival. In a moment of desperation, the winged serpent demon saint conjured layers of defense, yet these were instantaneously shattered by the overwhelming sword light. The brilliance of the sword flickered and vanished. The saintly body of the winged serpent shattered like a porcelain doll, erupting into countless fragments. Even its winged serpent saint seal was pierced, obliterated in an instant. I have not drawn my sword in a decade, yet today I slay the demon's saint. Ren Jingtian stood suspended in the air, his hair and beard billowing, his body scarred yet his spirit soaring high. The Azure Thunderwolf, having fled hundreds of miles away, witnessed this scene, its fur bristling in terror, nearly losing control of itself. Deep within, an overwhelming sense of survival after calamity surged forth. Fortunately, the sword had been aimed at the winged serpent. Such a formidable entity as the winged serpent, a demon saint, had been vanquished by a single strike, its spirit utterly extinguished. Had that sword been directed at him, survival would have been utterly impossible. Ren Jingtian's gaze pierced through the void, landing upon the Azure Thunderwolf. Although he had not slain the wolf this time, it was the weakest among them. Exchanging its life for that of the mid-tier demon saint, the winged serpent, was undeniably a profitable venture. Moreover, the wood owl demon saint was gravely injured and surrounded by Lin Chong and others, having dispatched the winged serpent. It will be next in line. Sensing Ren Jingtian's gaze, the Azure Thunder Wolf trembled in fear, as if facing a formidable adversary. Feng Jingtian left haughtily, raising a finger and declaring, to the wolf clan of the Northern Territory, should you dare to step into the Eastern Territory even once more, there will be no mercy. His voice resonated through the void, echoing far and wide. A howl escaped the Azure Thunder Wolf, its courage entirely shattered. It dared not linger any longer, fleeing at breakneck speed toward the Northern Territory. Terrifying. Humanity was truly fearsome. The immense form of the winged serpent disintegrated, its sacred seal obliterated. And a surge of power once again erupted from Chen Chao's god of war divinity. Sacred seal, god of war sacred seal, 25 condensed, by heavens. Slaying a mid-tier demon saint has nearly granted me a 7% increase in progress. This is overwhelming. The surge of power was so rapid that it felt as though it might burst me. Previously, as the battle drew to a close, Chen Chao's sacred seal progress had reached 18%. Now, in an instant, it soared by 7 percentage points, filling his entire being with rich divine energy. The divine power condensed within the god of war divinity greatly enhanced Chen Chao's physical abilities. Even before systematically refining his divine energy, he had been capable of injuring the sword Saint Watanabe Ikki with a single strike. Now, Chen Chao felt he could single-handedly suppress a novice saint. Chapter 63. The boundary drawn. Though distant, they shall be punished at the 7th fortress. The stationed troops and students of the Extraordinary Academy anxiously awaited the conclusion of the saint battle. Suddenly, powerful waves of energy rippled through the air. The demon clans within hundreds of miles of the 7th fortress fled as if a natural enemy had descended, their retreat seemingly unstoppable. Instructor, what is the current situation? Have we emerged victorious? The students, filled with fighting spirit, had anticipated joining the human saints in battle. Yet, as the fight progressed, the demon clans began their retreat. What was the point of continuing the fight? A powerful instructor descended to the ground, a smile gracing his face. This battle is nearing its conclusion. Ren Jingtian and Chief Instructor Chun have joined forces to slay the mid-tier demon saint with a single sword strike, advancing to high-tier saints. Our forces have exterminated tens of thousands of demon clans. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in unison. Ren is invincible. Chief Instructor Chun is invincible. The Huagua is invincible. Humanity is invincible. In an instant, the entire 7th fortress was engulfed in jubilation. In the heart of the battlefield, the Wood Owl demon saint desperately attempted to break free, surrounded by Lin Chong and his comrades, who fought valiantly to contain it. You shall restrain him. Today, I too shall slay the saint. Chen Chao's entire being erupted with divine power, his aura soaring to the heavens as he once again broke through the sound barrier, aiming directly for the head of the Wood Owl demon saint. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Chong's face turned a shade of purple. It belongs to me. Today, I shall also forge my Gun King Saint seal with the blood of the demon saint. Before his words had faded, his spear shot forth like a dragon, and Wang Hong and Sun Chung'an were equally unwilling to yield. Today, I shall slay the saint and attain enlightenment. Madness, pure madness. The Wood Owl demon saint trembled with fear, his heart quaking. The humans have gone insane, and now both man and ghost seek to slay the saint, to vanquish the demon saint. Observing the fierce onslaught of the approaching figures, the Wood Owl cast a sorrowful and indignant gaze towards the central mountain range, his voice filled with desolation. Golden Saint Dragon King, save me. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the central mountain, reverberating through heaven and earth, causing all beneath the saints to tremble with dread and unease. With the emergence of this dragon's cry, the north, south, and west territories erupted simultaneously with the presence of royal-level demon beings, their formidable auras descending like dark clouds upon the city. The newly ascended high-tier Saint Ren Jingtian, though gravely wounded, also unleashed his aura, standing against the royal-level demon beings from other regions. Suddenly, a resplendent sword light swept across the surroundings, dispersing the auras of several royal-level demon beings from the eastern forest. In the next instant, an aura even more potent than Ren Jingtian's surged forth from the direction of the spatial passage. It was the Sword Saint Lin Huayu. As Lin Chong sensed this formidable presence, his heart surged with excitement. This individual is recognized as the strongest in Huagua, the number 1 on the list. The Sword Saint Lin Huayu. This old fellow is here to steal my thunder again. I shall surely hammer him down one day. Ha ha ha. Feng, Yingqian, having ascended to high-tier saint and self-proclaimed sword god, laughed with wild abandon. With the sword god present, how dare this mere sword saint steal my limelight? Once more, the high-pitched dragon's roar echoed through the sky above the central mountain, this time transmitting energy. Sword Saint, do you dare to enter our territory? Do you seek to engage us in battle? As these words were spoken, the royal demon beings from other regions continued to roar incessantly. They might tolerate the emergence of a single royal-level human being, but they absolutely would not permit the appearance of two. The demon race is inherently selfish and values their own lives. Unless absolutely necessary, they wish to avoid conflict with royal-level beings. Years ago, when a spatial rift appeared in the world, the royal-level black magic ape from the east sought to invade the human realm and enslave humanity. However, they underestimated humanity's strength, for there were also royal-level beings among them. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in the black magic ape being slain by a human saint. Subsequently, the human saints pledged that they sought only self-preservation, willing to maintain peace with the various regions, each respecting the other's domain. An agreement was reached, allowing humans to station at most one royal-level being in the east. Otherwise, sensing a threat, the demon race might unite and initiate an all-out war. Lin Huayu did not step into the passage, yet his voice penetrated the void, enveloping all. We, the human race, shall uphold our promise, operating solely in the east. It is you who continually send demon beings to invade the east. The eastern realm has always belonged to my demon clan. Today, you trespass upon this territory. Will you not subsequently invade other regions? The golden sacred dragon king of the central region spoke up once more. Lin Huayu scoffed. Today, the human race relinquishes the eastern realm, retreating to the human world. Will you not then invade the human realm? This encapsulates the crux of the matter. Both sides harbor mutual distrust. Humans fear that by abandoning their defensive stronghold in the east, other demon sovereigns lurking in the secret realms will, like the black magic ape, invade the human world. Conversely, the demon clan fears that with humans occupying the eastern realm, should they establish a firm foothold and grow stronger, they might invade other territories. The instinct to expand one's territory is inherent in all living beings. However, the difference lies in the fact that humans, beset by the incessant emergence of dimensional rifts, are already overwhelmed. If the situation stabilizes, they naturally prefer not to escalate hostilities with the various domains within the Southern Yang secret realm, which would only serve to increase their enemies. Yet, should the opposing side repeatedly test their limits, humans will not shy away from battle, nor will they fear it. This time, the golden sacred dragon king did not unleash a dragon's roar, but instead conveyed a mental message to the other sovereigns across the realms. The human invasion of our world is an egregious act of aggression. If the four great regions do not unite, humans will inevitably conquer us one by one. As his words resonated, the sovereigns from the other realms fell into silence. Unity necessitates the selection of a leader. Thus, the question arises, who shall be chosen as the leader? Based on strength, the dragon clan of the central region is the most formidable, and if a leader must be appointed, it is undoubtedly their rightful claim. Yet, the sovereigns of the demon clan, accustomed to reigning freely in their own domains, are unlikely to willingly submit to another's command. The dragon clan of the central mountains has long sought to unify the 5 great regions, but previously, they dared not act forcefully against the human presence for fear of inciting widespread ire. Now, with the human adversary before them, they can demand such unity with apparent legitimacy. This matter requires further deliberation, as the human race has not violated any agreements. This sentiment was voiced by the White Wolf sovereign of the Northern Wasteland. Recalling that a century ago, the Dragon Clan aimed to unify the 5 regions by first targeting the Northern Wolf Clan. A great battle had ensued, only to be thwarted by the intervention of the Eastern Ape Clan, which resisted the Dragon Clan's invasion. Shortly thereafter, the oceanic dominator of the southern region spoke up. Humans have entered the sea, their combat strength diminished. For my clan, eliminating them would be as effortless as breathing. With that, they submerged into the depths, their presence dissipating. The 9-headed golden lion of the western region remained silent, preferring to observe the unfolding situation. After all, the western region is the farthest from the eastern realm, separated by the central mountains. Should humans invade the other regions, they would hardly reach the west. The other regions displayed no urgency. Why should he? The golden sacred dragon king, incensed by the indifference of the other sovereigns, struggled to contain his fury, but ultimately directed his voice toward the eastern realm, proclaiming, "Release the wood owl from this day forth. The dragon clan of the central region shall not set foot in the eastern realm." But what are the other demon clans in the central region? What are the subservient demon tribes? Ren Jingtian and Chen Chao exchanged glances. In the next moment, Chen Chao's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Two robust beams imbued with silver lightning erupted from his gaze, directly striking the body of the wooden owl. The scorching vision melded with divine power, effortlessly piercing through the already shattered holy form of the wooden owl. Golden Holy Dragon King, save me. The wooden owl demon saint desperately resisted. He had found himself at an impasse. Lin Xiong, Wang Hong, and Sun Qing'an also unleashed their might, delivering their most formidable strikes upon the wooden owl. The immense force of heaven and earth surged forth. In the following instant, the wooden owl's sacred body shattered, and the holy seal was utterly obliterated, leaving only a wretched scream echoing through the expanse. 1,000 miles away, the Golden Holy King roared, "Do humans truly wish to wage war against us?" Chen Chao's figure moved, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. His gaze fixated upon the eastern border, channeling all his divine energy, concentrating it within his eyes. Two earth-shattering rays burst forth, tracing a profound abyss that circumscribed the eastern boundary. From this day forth, the realm of humanity shall be defined by this line. Those who infringe upon my eastern territory shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. A voice resonated throughout the cosmos. Chapter 64. Seizing the spotlight by the heavens. This lad has gone mad. Lin Xiong stared blankly at Chen Chao. Has he truly ascended to sainthood? If not, where does such formidable combat prowess originate? Moreover, this young man dared to threaten the holy kings of the four great regions, even though the holy kings had recently displayed a reluctance to cooperate. Provoking them now might not necessarily provoke a significant backlash. However, including Ren Jingtian and Lin Xiong, the others present felt that Chen Chao might be overstepping his bounds. Yet, regardless of his audacity, it was undeniably exhilarating. Ever since the Imperial Flower Ruolan was reassigned, the conflict between humanity and the demon race had been exceedingly stifling, requiring every step to be meticulously calculated to avoid inciting widespread anger, ultimately leading to the collapse of the hard-won advantageous situation. At long last, they could hold their heads high and intimidate their adversaries. This brat is stealing my thunder. Ren Jingtian fumed, irritated that Lin Huayu had previously overshadowed him. And now Chen Chao was doing the same. If anyone were to threaten the holy kings of the four regions, it ought to be him, not this upstart. Sensing Ren Jingtian's resentment, Chen Chao glanced back at him. The old man was already at the end of his tether. Even a final strike would be arduous for him, let alone delineating boundaries like Chen Chao had. In response to Chen Chao's threat, the demon saints of the four regions roared in defiance, but soon fell silent. Humanity and the demon race held disparate thoughts. They had merely achieved a fleeting peace. Perhaps this tranquility was merely the calm before the impending storm. Returning to the seventh fortress, the entire army rejoiced. In the command center, Ren Jingtian's spirit waned once more as he slumped in his chair, disregarding his image, utterly devoid of energy. Lu Yuanshan, witnessing the scene, felt incensed. You are all high-ranking saints. Can't you maintain some decorum with so many eyes upon you? Get a grip. Ren Jingtian still appeared weak, lamenting, I ascended in a half-damaged state, lacking sufficient energy reserves. The energy required for my advancement nearly drained me completely, damaging my very foundation. According to the law of energy conservation, unless one has adequately stored energy prior to ascending, it is impossible to conjure strength from nothing to heal one's injuries, as depicted in video games. On the contrary, crossing realms often entails significant energy expenditure without timely replenishment. One risks foundational damage or even death, resulting in utter obliteration. Noting the concern etched on the faces around him, Ren Jingtian mustered his strength to sit upright. It's nothing to worry about. The resources expended can be replenished, though it will take time. The secret realm abounds with various rare materials, including those that can mend injuries. Now that humanity has control over the resources of the eastern region, our circumstances are certainly better than before. As he spoke, Ren Jingtian turned to Chen Chao. This time, my successful advancement owes much to your assistance at the critical moment. I owe you a favor. Ren Xiong, you jest. You have defended the Nanyang secret realm from great threats. You are the true hero, Chen Chao replied. Previously unacquainted with such matters, Chen Chao felt little concern. However, now understanding the immense threats facing the human world, he truly grasped how hard-won their previous peace and prosperity had been. Moreover, The situation was not as optimistic as he had imagined. It was evident to any discerning eye that the remaining 4 major regions of the Nanyang secret realm would soon unite. It was merely a matter of time. Additionally, an uncertain demonic realm was on the verge of opening. What if the demon city posed dangers even greater than those of the Nanyang secret realm? Could Huagua withstand such pressure? With 15 sages, Huagua stood as a powerful nation. Yet even such a stronghold was troubled by the threats of the secret realms. Was the world truly as peaceful as it appeared? The urgency to enhance one's strength was palpable. Chen Chao felt that, at the very least, he needed to attain the power to overpower a sage king before the impending great battle. Only then could he protect himself and his family. Ren Jingtian humbly dismissed the praise, but his energy waned once more. It was not only Ren Jingtian. Even Lu Yuanshan, Lin Chong, Wang Hong, and others bore injuries. Especially Lin Chong, whose body was wrapped in bandages, his complexion ashen. In confronting the Wood Owl Demon Saint, his refined holy body had nearly been shattered. However, despite not breaking through to sage status during the battle, Lin Chong gained profound insights into his holy seal's refinement. With proper digestion of this experience, he could achieve remarkable progress. The situations of the others were similarly challenging. In today's battle, the formidable demon clans of the Eastern Realm have either perished or fled, leaving only the lower-tier demons behind. It is likely that, for a considerable duration, the Nanyang secret realm will be more tranquil than the Kyoto secret realm. Lin Chong, summoning his resolve, turned to Chen Chao and stated, "From now on, the students of the Extraordinary Academy may roam freely, though it is advisable to remain within 100 kilometers." With a hint of exasperation, Lin Chong chuckled, "Brother Chun, in the coming days, I shall retreat to recover from my injuries. I would appreciate your vigilance in overseeing the 7th fortress. Once we emerge from the secret realm, I shall treat you to a drink." Although Chen Chao remains at the semi-saint level, his combat prowess is indisputable. He is more than capable of suppressing initial stage demon saints in one-on-one encounters. During this period of recuperation, it is entirely appropriate for Chen Chao to assist in overseeing the 7th fortress. "Certainly, it is but a trifling task," Chen Chao replied, accepting the responsibility. Having arrived in the Nanyang secret realm merely a day ago, his strength has already seen a significant augmentation, with the progress of his Saint Seal condensation reaching 32%. Regrettably, it seems that there will be no significant battles erupting in the Nanyang secret realm anytime soon. Once the injuries of these individuals heal, it will be time to venture into the Kyoto secret realm for a first-hand experience. As everyone bore their injuries, they refrained from idle chatter and returned to their quarters to recuperate. The 7th fortress, having been in constant conflict with the demons of the secret realm, is equipped with healers possessing awakened healing abilities. With their treatment, alongside various rare medicinal treasures, the injuries of the group will soon mend. In the central mountain range, the earth trembled. A colossal golden dragon, stretching 1,000 feet in length, soared through the skies in a frenzy, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered the nearby mountains. "Useless! Useless! A pack of imbeciles!" roared the golden dragon, causing the demon saints below to bow their heads in fear, their bodies trembling. Even as rocks from the crumbling mountains rained down upon them, they dared not utilize their energy to shatter them, allowing the debris to strike them unimpeded. "I commanded you to probe the human realm's strengths and weaknesses, not to march to your doom." The golden dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. "I fear that a saint king lurked among the human ranks, and now, before my very eyes, a saint has ascended to the rank of saint king. There is no room for doubt now. Are the beings from the other domains merely dim-witted swine? The dragon clan is the apex of all demons. If all 5 major regions were under our dominion, what significance do mere humans hold? How could we have fallen into such a plight?" Before the golden dragon's fury, all demon saints dared not utter a word. As the dragon vented its frustrations, its massive form eventually descended, coiling upon a mountain before a golden dragon palace. The golden dragon's gaze swept across the assembled demon saints, ultimately settling upon one adorned with phoenix wings and draconic claws, a demon saint of the feathered clan, resplendent in crimson plumage. The flame dragon sparrow, named by the golden dragon, trembled, lowering its form even further to the ground. The Thunder Valley is on the verge of bearing the sacred fruit of heaven and earth, a fruit that can assist my son in refining the sacred seal. If you retrieve it for me, I shall bestow upon you a drop of primordial dragon blood to elevate your lineage and aid you in taking the final step toward ascending to the rank of Sacred King. The golden dragon spoke lightly, his voice resonating throughout the surroundings. The flame dragon sparrow felt a surge of excitement within. Yet upon contemplating the location of the Thunder Mountain range, a chill of despair washed over him. The Thunder Valley lies at the juncture of the northern wilderness and the eastern forest. The Northern Wolf Clan and the Dragon Clan have always been at odds. If the Golden Sacred Dragon King were to venture forth personally, the White Wolf Sacred King would undoubtedly not stand idly by, were it not for the presence of humans. The Golden Sacred Dragon King would not hesitate to confront the White Wolf Sacred King. However, given the formidable strength of the human race, there exists a risk they may seize the opportunity. Thus, the Golden Sacred Dragon King decided to send him to procure the sacred fruit. Had it not been for today's battle with the human sage, the Flame Dragon Sparrow would have dared to traverse the Eastern Realm. Yet currently, the human sage, albeit a false one, has delineated the boundaries of the Eastern Realm, proclaiming that any who dare infringe upon it will face dire consequences. Even though the Flame Dragon Sparrow is a mid-tier demon sage, he is still but a step away from the realm of Sacred King. However, that single step is still a chasm away from true kingship. Crossing into the Northern Realm would provoke the ire of two Sacred Kings, and the Flame Dragon Sparrow felt he was courting death. The king commands my entry into the Northern Realm, and I would face 1,000 deaths without hesitation. But I am powerless against both Sacred Kings. The Flame Dragon Sparrow is no fool. He recognizes the king's current agitation. To outright refuse would surely bring about his displeasure. Thus, he opted for a different approach, presenting his most significant dilemma to the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon swayed slightly, stating that the Sword Sage would not enter the realm, and that the newly ascended human Sacred King lacks the foundation to engage in further combat. As for that wild dog, the White Wolf, who has no offspring, may not even appear. I shall grant you a clone to protect you in times of peril. For these Sacred Beast Kings, the sacred fruit may not hold much significance unless there are offspring to utilize it. Otherwise, it would merely serve as a reward for their subordinates. With the Golden Dragon's assurance, the Flame Dragon Sparrow felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As long as he is not made to face the Sacred King directly, this task would be exceedingly manageable. I shall obey your command and will surely procure the Thunder's sacred fruit, never to disappoint the Dragon King's nurturing. The Flame Dragon Sparrow was elated. With the acquisition of the Thunder Sacred Fruit, the son of the Golden Sacred Dragon King would have the opportunity to step into the realm of Demon Sage. And then the Dragon King would bestow primordial dragon blood upon her, leading to the emergence of another Sacred King in the Central Mountain Range. At that point, the unification of the 4 great regions would be within reach. The Golden Sacred Dragon King nodded in satisfaction, stating that when the Thunder Sacred Fruit comes into existence, you may lead 5 Demon Sages to the Thunder Valley. In the Eastern Realm, at the 7th Fortress, Chen Chao returned to his quarters to find Carla surrounded by several students. These students, both male and female, gazed at Carla with expressions of longing, incessantly inquiring. Instructor Carla, please tell us how Commander Chen collaborated with Ren Sheng to slay the Demon Sage. I heard that Commander Chen is merely a half-sacred. Has he not ascended to become a sacred being? Before arriving, I had heard tales of Commander Chen defeating the Sword Saint of Fusang with his fists and the American boxing champion with his feet. He must surely be a sage, for such strength is unattainable otherwise. Instructor Kara, may I inquire about your relationship with Commander Chen? Are you his girlfriend? This last question was posed by a girl of 16 or 17. Typically, at this age, boys are preoccupied with combat and violence, while girls begin to awaken to the nuances of romance and relationships. Naturally, the girls of Extraordinary Academy are no exception. Kara's face flushed at the inquiry. Although she was merely 15, the powerful Kryptonian genes granted her maturity beyond her years, even if her stature did not quite match that of the older girls. Kara stammered, her heart yearning to confess her status as Chen Chao's girlfriend, yet the presence of so many peers made her feel unexpectedly bashful. Kara's hesitance only served to heighten the curiosity of the students present. The boys gazed at her with intrigue, as if witnessing the rare spectacle of their typically stoic instructor revealing such vulnerability. The girls, on the other hand, were aflame with excitement, their imaginations concocting melodramatic scenarios between Chen Chao and Kara that could easily fill a 500,000-word novel. I am with Chen Chao. Kara's cheeks were a deep crimson, as if they might bleed. Her mind raced like 100 supercomputers, struggling to decide whether to publicly affirm her relationship with Chen Chao before her classmates. Just then, a familiar voice pierced the air. "Hey, you little rascals, are you bullying instructor Kara?" It was Chen Chao himself, having overheard the gossip circulating around Kara. His sudden appearance startled the students, especially as they were caught red-handed in their idle chatter. Several bashful girls shrieked and fled, while the boys, intimidated by the formidable commander who had slain the demon saint, scattered in fear. Moments later, the once bustling instructor's dormitory lay eerily silent, save for Kara, whose face remained flushed as she averted her gaze from Chen Chao. "Kara, you need to concern yourself with those little rascals. If they're going to be so nosy, it's a clear sign they're not burdened with enough martial arts assignments," Chen Chao reassured her, worried that the bashful Kara might succumb to the teasing of her students. To his surprise, Kara mustered her courage, stepped forward, and embraced Chen Chao, burying her head deeply into his chest. In a hushed voice, she asked, "Brother, am I your girlfriend?" As Kara finished her sentence, Chen Chao felt as though a searing iron was nestled in his arms. How shy could this girl be to turn so red in the face? Chen Chao chuckled softly, snapping his fingers to summon his divine power to close the dormitory door. He then gently patted the little girl's shoulder. "Kara, you're still young. I'm not that young. I've studied the history of Huagua, and in the past, girls could marry at 15, Kara retorted, attempting to bolster her argument with historical references. Her words amused Chen Chao. After all, men in ancient times had multiple wives, and he playfully cautioned her, "Kara, don't bite me." Before he could finish his thought, he felt a sharp bite on his chest from her ironclad teeth. It hurt. "Brother, you rogue. Just thinking about multiple wives? It's true what they say on television. Men are all big pigs," Kara exclaimed, raising her small fists and landing a flurry of punches on Chen Chao's chest. He quickly begged for mercy, soothing her until her temper settled. In that moment, their gazes locked. Looking at Kara's doll-like delicate features, Chen Chao's heart inexplicably began to race. Sensing his heartbeat, the little girl slightly tilted her head back and slowly closed her eyes. At that sight, Chen Chao suddenly recalled a classic line. When a girl closes her eyes, it means she wants you to kiss her. "Silly girl." Chen Chao gently cradled Kara's face and leaned down, their lips meeting. The cool sensation, mingled with a hint of youthful fragrance, sent a jolt of electricity coursing through him. Chapter 66. The invasion of the Demon Clan on the 5th day since the students of the Extraordinary Academy entered the Nanyang Secret Realm. The tension in the eastern jungle had dissipated. The military was busy fortifying the border defenses, while the students of the Extraordinary Academy pressed onward toward the periphery. Their range of movement had exceeded 50 kilometers, a feat once deemed unimaginable. Are there no more powerful demon beasts around? A handsome male student, wielding a large sword, shouted into the open air, "Could it be that all the extraordinary level demon beasts in the eastern region have perished?" This student, named Su Xiao, was a senior at the Extraordinary Academy, an initial-level extraordinary being. Typically, he could hold his own against mid-level demon beasts alongside his teammates. However, in the past 5 days of hunting, not only had they not encountered any extraordinary-level beasts, but even high-level awakened beasts were a rare sight. They were all weak creatures, barely worth considering. The other members of the team shared his frustration. A long-haired girl replied, "There's nothing we can do. Rinsheng has advanced to a high-level saint, and Instructor Chun has clearly defined the boundaries of the eastern region. Now, any demon clan within the Nanyang Secret Realm knows that the eastern region is human territory. It seems that for the next few years, the Nanyang Secret Realm will be even more stable than the Kyoto Secret Realm." Listening to the words of the girl, Su Xiao wo da soru Felix Christian. "What about the merits I owe? I borrowed over 1,000 merits to purchase this sword," eagerly anticipating the opportunity to slay a few extraordinary beasts. "And now you tell me that there are no beasts left in the Nanyang Secret Realm? Are you jesting with me? Money can be borrowed. Naturally, merits from the Extraordinary Association can be borrowed as well. However, the interest on merit loans is quite steep, considering that those who borrow them venture into the secret realms where their safety cannot be guaranteed. If one were to perish, the merits would remain unpaid, and ultimately, the Extraordinary Association would bear the cost." After lamenting for a while, Su Xiao instinctively brandished his battle blade and suddenly had a bright idea. Why don't we venture to the neighboring northern wilderness? I've seen numerous extraordinary beasts flocking there. Heading to the north is sure to yield a substantial gain. Don't even think about it. Chief Instructor Chen has his eyes on us from above. If you dare approach the northern wilderness, he will certainly confine you to a small dark room, the girl said, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Speaking of which, Chief Instructor Chen is quite impressive. I heard he's only 20 years old and already a sage. Su Xiao scoffed. Who claims he is a sage? I heard from Chief Sun that he is merely a half-sage. And please, do not fawn over him. I've heard people say that Instructor Kara is at his side every night. Before Su Xiao could finish his words, his body suddenly felt heavy, and he crashed to the ground. Motionless, face down, tasting the dirt. Who ambushed me? Quickly, help me up, Su Xiao shouted, his mouth full of soil, unable to speak properly, and resorting to energy communication. Huh? You dared to gossip about Chief Instructor Chen. This is your retribution. Several teammates surrounding the prone, Su Xiao laughed heartily. A sage can communicate with the heavens and perceive all. Who better to teach a lesson than you for gossiping about one? In the sky, Chen Chao held Kara close, gazing at the vast mountains and rivers of the Nanyang secret realm. Suddenly, Kara sensed Chen Chao's energy fluctuations and curiously asked, "What's wrong? I heard that someone has been spreading gossip about us again. Just gave them a little lesson. Didn't you hear?" Chen Chao ruffled Kara's hair and inquired. Kara's cheeks flushed. "With you by my side, why would I pay attention to anything else? With you here, my eyes and heart are filled with you." Chen Chao pinched Kara's cheek. "You are the instructor. At least show some concern for the safety of your students. What if something were to happen? There isn't even a single extraordinary beast in the entire eastern region. What could possibly go wrong?" Kara tilted her head, looking at Chen Chao with anticipation. Understanding her unspoken request, Chen Chao waved his hand, using divine power to shield the surroundings, ensuring that no shameless old fool would secretly spy on them. He then leaned down and gently pressed his lips against Kara's rosy ones. After a brief kiss, little Kara was still not satisfied. Chen Chao flicked her forehead playfully. "Wait until you turn 18. You are too young right now." "I'm not that young anymore." Little Carla pouted in dissatisfaction, striving to puff out her chest. Suddenly, Chen Chao recalled a line from a certain game. Indeed, it was an unachievable aspiration. Carla seemed to realize the disparity between herself and her landlady sister, immediately pouting her lips. "Truly, all you men are akin to clumsy boars. Consuming pig trotters replenishes collagen, and, when roasted, is particularly fragrant and enticing." As she spoke, Carla appeared to forget her initial intentions, her mouth watering as she shook Chen Chao's arm. "Brother, I'm hungry. Shall we go have roasted pig trotters?" "But there are no pigs in this secret realm," Chen Chao replied, somewhat troubled. At least in the eastern domain, there were no pig demons. While demon flesh was consumable and rich in energy, a prolonged diet of demon blood and flesh could refine one's physique and enhance strength. Chen Chao lowered his head and scanned the surroundings. The eastern domain was predominantly inhabited by ape-like demons, with many hyenas as well. No, the apes are humanoid demons, and they are utterly repulsive. Hyenas are just as disgusting. Carla quickly shook her head. But there are no pig demons. Chen Chao continued to survey the area, even casting his gaze toward the boundary of the eastern domain. Suddenly, a massive red avian demon beast, adorned with draconic claws, entered his line of sight, followed by several other avian demon creatures of various forms. Despite their attempts to conceal themselves with energy barriers, Chen Chao saw through their ruse. "Carla, would you like to eat chicken feet and roasted wings?" "Not particularly, but if there are truly no pig trotters, I suppose I could manage," Carla conceded reluctantly. Chen Chao continued to pinch Carla's cheek. "How can you be so picky when there is food available? However, it seems these beings are demon saints. I've already marked the eastern domain, and yet these demon saints dare to trespass. They truly lack respect for me. What a coincidence that someone should deliver a pillow when I am drowsy." Chen Chao had been troubled by the stagnation in the progress of his battle Saint Imprint's condensation. If he were to vanquish these demon saints, his progress would likely experience a significant boost. Before he could finish his thought, he continued to observe the sneaky demon saints while simultaneously transmitting a message to Run Jingtian and Lu Yuanshan in the fortress. "Saint Run, Saint Lu, more demons have crossed into our territory." Chapter 67. I am not a saint, the seventh fortress. "What? More demons have entered?" Lu Yuanshan, who had been in seclusion, rushed out, gazing skyward. With a single step, he flickered and appeared beside Chen Chao. Although Chen Chao had sealed the surrounding area with divine power, Lu Yuanshan could still faintly sense Chen Chao's presence nearby. "Kid, what are you sneaking around in the seal for?" Lu Yuanshan complained. Chen Chao remained silent, raising a hand to extend his divine power, enveloping Lu Yuanshan within it. Upon seeing Carla beside Chen Chao, Lu Yuanshan revealed an understanding expression. No wonder he was sealing the surroundings. It turned out the young couple was indulging in a romantic TT. As for whether Kara is too young, Lu Yuanshan paid little heed to it. A sage is inherently a transcendent being, untethered by ordinary laws. Although Chen Chao has not genuinely stepped into the realm of the saints, he has already demonstrated combat prowess befitting such a level. Hence, Lu Yuanshan regards Chen Chao as an equal. Chen Chao ignored Lu Yuanshan's knowing glance, thinking to himself, "What do you know? Where's Ren Sheng?" Chen Chao inquired casually. Lu Yuanshan shook his head, stating he is currently at a critical juncture. "Where are the demon sages, and how many have arrived?" In the battle 5 days prior, although Ren Jingtian had ascended to a high-level sage, he had sustained injuries that required significant recovery. Lu Yuanshan's injuries were comparatively minor, and after a few days of focused healing, he had nearly fully recovered. Chen Chao chose not to dwell on this matter further, but pointed towards a direction near the northern border, remarking, "It seems those demon sages have sealed off the area around them. I can't shake the feeling that they intend to head towards the northern border." Lu Yuanshan expanded his spiritual awareness and sensed several demon sages ahead. Indeed, their objective appeared to be the northern border. Could it be that the central region seeks to ally with the northern region? Or perhaps they are attempting to form a coalition with the other 4 domains in secret. Chen Chao speculated. Lu Yuanshan, however, shook his head. That doesn't seem likely. Even if they were to unite, there would be no need to traverse the eastern region. Their target seems to be a specific location on the edge of the northern region. Regardless of their goal, how many do you think we could take down? Lu Sheng? Chen Chao asked with anticipation. Eliminating a low-level demon sage could yield a 3 to 5% increase in the war god's holy seal progress. Taking down a mid-level demon sage could provide 6 to 9%. Chen Chao felt that if he could slay a dozen or 20 demon sages, he might ascend to sainthood himself. Lu Yuanshan carefully assessed the situation. There was 1 mid-level demon sage and 5 low-level demon sages on the opposing side, each seemingly possessing formidable strength, particularly the bird-type demon sage with phoenix wings and dragon claws, whose power was nearly on par with the Sage King. In a one-on-one encounter, Lu Yuanshan had no confidence in victory. There are only the 2 of us against 6 of them. You ask me how many I can kill? Lu Yuanshan felt he and Chen Chao were not on the same wavelength. He did not count Kara among them, as Chen Chao barely qualified as sage-level combat strength, while Kara was at best a half-sage and could not contend directly with a demon sage. Furthermore, even Hua Rulin would find such a number of demon sages quite troublesome. What if we called in Ren Sheng? Chen Chao suggested tentatively. Lu Yuanshan's expression darkened. Old Ren's foundation is unstable. If he were to engage in battle now, there is a significant risk of his realm collapsing. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to disturb him. In truth, what Lu Yuanshan wished to convey was that as long as those demon sages did not come to attack us, why on earth would you consider hunting them down? What audacity! Chen Chao sighed. Alas, who can blame us for not being strong enough? Falling behind means we must endure the blows. Lu Yuanshan? Lao Lu, why don't we go take a look at the past? Even if we do not initiate a conflict, we should at least understand what those demon clans are up to. Chen Chao suggested. Lu Yuanshan felt utterly exhausted. Just moments ago, he was referred to as Lu Sheng, and now he is being called Lao Lu? Is Lao Lu the name you wish to use? If it weren't for his unhealed wounds, he would have certainly taught this impudent fellow a lesson. It is fine to go over, but we must not stir up trouble or alert them unnecessarily. Our priority now is to maintain stability and avoid provoking any incidents. Lu Yuanshan cautioned. Chen Chao nodded. Understood. I'll just take a look and absolutely will not engage. To Lu Yuanshan's ears, this sounded akin to saying, I'll just brush against it without truly entering. As he spoke, Chen Chao instructed Kara, Kara, you stay here and keep a close watch on the students. I'll fetch some chicken feet and wings. All right, brother, please be safe. Kara replied with a sweet smile. Lao Lu, let us go. Chen Chao ruffled Kara's hair and immediately called to Lu Yuanshan, flying towards the direction of the demon saints. Lu Yuanshan felt overwhelmed, but had no choice but to follow. Having him around would at least provide some oversight. On another front, the blazing flame dragon Sparrow, accompanied by 5 demon saints, headed straight for Thunder Valley. All the while, she felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. The human saints have already discovered us. Sensing the scrutiny of human saints, the blazing flame dragon Sparrow decisively lifted the energy barrier. Her crimson wings flared with ferocity, accelerating towards the northern regions. In the demon's understanding, human saints should not venture into the eastern territory. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to slapping their own faces. After all, humans repeatedly claim to occupy the eastern lands solely to protect the human realm, insisting they would not encroach upon the other 4 territories. Should a human saint step into other regions, it would undoubtedly arouse wariness and animosity from the other domains. The saying goes, those who are not of our kind will have different hearts. Internally, various ruling factions within the regions lack trust in one another. Externally, humans are the anomalies to the demon clans. If humans exhibit any intention of invading other territories, no matter how discordant the demon clans may be, they would choose to unite and eliminate the human threat first. Thus, human saints would never dare to follow them into the northern realm. Meanwhile, Chen Chao halted abruptly, blocking Lu Yuanshan's path. Stop. Those demon clans have entered the northern realm. We cannot follow them any longer. Why? Chen Chao queried, puzzled. Lu Yuanshan replied solemnly. Human saints do not venture beyond the eastern territory. That is the bottom line for the other regions. Even if I suppress my aura, it would be difficult to evade the stronger demon saints. If I am discovered, I would certainly face a joint assault from the demon saints. The blazing flame dragon Sparrow is stronger than Lu Yuanshan, thus able to detect his presence from a distance. Had Lao Lu been more powerful than the blazing flame dragon Sparrow, this concern would be entirely absent. Then can I go? Chen Chao inquired. You. Lu Yuanshan intended to say, do not cause a scene. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that Chen Chao was not a sage. Moreover, the formidable power emanating from this individual was feeble. If he forcefully suppressed his aura, he could easily go unnoticed unless one were to conduct a meticulous investigation from a distance. Just moments ago, it was Chen Chao who had first communicated telepathically with Lu Yuanshan, enabling Lu to ascertain Chen's approximate location. Without Chen's transmission, it would have been quite challenging to detect him in a timely manner. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yuanshan ultimately nodded. Humanity's pursuit of steady progress cannot merely rely on isolation. Even if one does not provoke conflict, it is imperative to remain informed of the enemy's movements. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles. The eventual alliance of the various demon tribes within the Nanyang secret realm is inevitable. Gaining insight into their intelligence would undoubtedly benefit humanity without any detriment. Contemplating this, Lu Yuanshan advised, you may go, but you must prioritize your safety. You are more valuable than any intelligence. Though Chen Chao had yet to ascend to sagehood, he possessed the strength to contend with an initial stage demon sage. It is foreseeable that once Chan ascends to sagehood, he will undoubtedly be among the most formidable sages, akin to Hua Ruolin and Lin Huayu. If possible, Lu Yuanshan truly wished to confine Chen until he attained sagehood, but that was merely a thought. Moreover, it was evident that Chen would be unwilling to be restrained, and among those elite sages who secluded themselves for breakthroughs, few had reached the pinnacle of strength. Conversely, those who achieve breakthroughs through combat invariably belong to the current strongest ranks. Rest assured, old Lu, I would never gamble with my own life. Chen Chao waved his hand, then suppressed his aura, sealing his energy as he descended towards the ground, utilizing the surrounding environment for concealment as he sped forward. Lu Yuanshan stood at the border of the eastern realm, his gaze fixated on Chen Chao. This young man was a restless spirit. It remained uncertain whether he could achieve sagehood before the impending conflict erupted. According to Lu Yuanshan's estimations, a great battle would undoubtedly arise within the Nanyang secret realm over the next 3 years. Should Chen Chao attain sagehood within that time frame, humanity would gain an additional top-tier powerhouse, significantly alleviating their burdens. Even if war were to break out, fewer lives would be lost. Upon entering the northern realm, they distinctly sensed the disappearance of the feeling of being watched. The dragon sparrow sage, a human sage, had halted at the edge of the eastern realm and did not pursue them further. A hawk demon sage spoke up. The flame dragon sparrow lets out a long cry. Humans are but a spineless rabble. They dare not initiate conflict. Once the dragon prince ascends to demon sagehood, and the dragon king aids in establishing the sage king, unifying the 5 domains, humanity will pose no threat. Dragon sparrow sage, I have heard that the human world is vast, inhabited by countless millions, another demon sage inquired. Indeed, once the dragon king unifies the 5 domains, we can gradually plan for the human realm. All millions of humans shall become our kin slaves. The flame dragon sparrow declared. In their eyes, the notion that the demon tribes were superior to humanity was a matter of course. As the other demon saints contemplated their thoughts, the fiery dragon sparrow suddenly chirped, "Silence. We are about to arrive at Thunder Valley, where the wolf tribe's demon saints await. Follow my command, and, when the thunder sacred fruit ripens, ensure it is secured for the dragon king." "As you command," the demon saints replied, retracting their auras and drawing closer to the fiery dragon sparrow. Possessing formidable strength, she rendered her presence undetectable to most demon saints. Thunder Valley lies at the juncture of the northern wilderness and the eastern forest. Rather than a valley, it resembles a colossal crater formed by a meteorite. The northern wilderness is predominantly barren grassland, and around Thunder Valley, not a single blade of grass thrives, while dark clouds loom overhead, perpetually shrouding the area. The ground, spanning several dozen kilometers, is riddled with vast fissures. At the heart of Thunder Valley, these cracks converge like rivers flowing into an ocean, abruptly revealing a massive circular pit thousands of meters deep, as if pierced by a colossal energy beam. At this moment, countless demon beings approach the crater. They do not seek to seize the imminent sacred fruit, but rather yearn to absorb the terrestrial and celestial energies released at the moment of its appearance, pursuing that fleeting opportunity for sanctification. Within the pit, a tempest of thunder rages, tearing apart any creature daring to draw near. Above, 5 wolf-like demon entities of varying sizes stand amidst the dark clouds, unfazed by the rolling thunder, their gazes fixed below. El terquivols. The thunder-sacred fruit is on the verge of ripening. Shall we descend to claim it? The demon wolf, known as Elder Kuei Wolf, possesses an imposing figure, cloaked in gray fur, with eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. Let us wait a moment. When the storm in Thunder Valley subsides, it will be the precise moment of the sacred fruit's full maturation. Why does Thunder Valley yield the sacred fruit? El terquivols muset. Casting a curious glance at the ground, it is said that a millennium ago, the northern and eastern realms were once united as an endless forest. But a great battle transformed the north into a wasteland, with Thunder Valley serving as the grave of the defeated demon tribe's strongest warriors. Elder Kuei Wolf nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard tales of the demon sovereign war from that era. Before that battle, there was no concept of the 5 great regions. Only after the conflict did various demon saints establish their dominions, leading to the current division. Elder Kuei raised his gaze toward a certain direction in the eastern realm and continued. Though the sacred seals of fallen demon warriors may shatter, the celestial and terrestrial powers they embodied remain condensed, gradually forming Thunder Valley. The concentrated powers of this valley eventually transform into the sacred fruit. In the past, Thunder sacred fruits would yield abundantly, greatly benefiting us saints. Hence, every time the fruit appears, various demon tribes vie for it. Meanghile el terqui wolf ponderet. Recalling that the last emergence of the sacred fruit seemed to be an age long past. The sacred fruit, formed from the gathered celestial and terrestrial energies, can directly assist in consolidating sacred seals, though it offers limited aid in enhancing one's cultivation. Recently, the emergence of the sacred fruits has drawn significantly less attention from the other region's demon sovereigns. At the very least, no large-scale battles among the sovereigns will erupt over a mere sacred fruit. Now that the tremendous power of the Thunder Valley is on the verge of dissipating entirely, the efficacy of the gathered sacred fruits pales in comparison to those of previous years. Were it not for the imminent ascension of a descendant to sainthood, these sacred fruits might not even warrant a glance. Kuei-Long spoke softly, as if reminiscing about a distant past. Suddenly, he let out a light chuckle, glancing towards a certain direction in the Eastern Territory. I truly did not anticipate that a mere thunder-sacred fruit would attract the personal descent of the Dragon Phoenix Sovereign. Since they have arrived, Why not reveal themselves for a meeting? Upon his words, the surrounding demon sovereigns were taken aback, their vigilance heightened as they gazed ahead. In the void before them, an energy barrier shattered, and a fiery red figure appeared in the world, radiant as a sun. The blazing dragon phoenix no longer concealed its presence, but unfurled its colossal wings, casting a shadow over all. Coldly addressing the assembled demon sovereigns, "Since you are aware of my arrival, why do you not promptly withdraw?" Kuei-Long met the gaze of the blazing dragon phoenix without flinching, baring his sharp fangs. "Apologies, but I am here under the command of the White Wolf Sovereign to retrieve the Thunder's sacred fruit, which may disappoint the Dragon Phoenix Sovereign." The immense wings of the blazing dragon phoenix beat fiercely, unleashing a torrent of flaming power that cascaded down like a rain of fire. Coincidentally, I too am here on the orders of the Golden Holy Dragon Sovereign to procure the Thunder's sacred fruit. Kuei-Long seemed to have anticipated the blazing dragon phoenix's assault. He howled towards the heavens, akin to a lone wolf howling at the moon, as a faint crescent moon emerged in the atmosphere, resisting the torrential firestorm. "Dragon Phoenix, this is the Northern Territory. Your arrogance cannot be tolerated. Should the White Wolf Sovereign descend again, I might still harbor some trepidation, but Kuei-Long, you lack the qualifications." The blazing dragon phoenix was emboldened by a manifestation of the Golden Holy Dragon Sovereign, which fortified its confidence. The Golden Holy Dragon Sovereign is immensely powerful, arguably the mightiest among the 5 great regions' demon sovereigns. Even a fraction of its power is sufficient to contend with the White Wolf Sovereign. Thus, the blazing dragon phoenix, unrestrained, led the multitude of demon sovereigns in relentless assault against Kuei-Long and his companions. Roar! Kuei-Long refused to be outdone, leaping into the fray alongside several wolf demon sovereigns, engaging in fierce combat with the blazing dragon phoenix above. On the ground, several hundred kilometers away, Chen Chao suddenly felt the god of war's divine essence, which had lain dormant for days, beginning to surge with ferocious energy. He lifted his gaze towards the sky ahead. "Oh, a battle has commenced. 1, 2, 3, 4, goodness. 5 against 5. It's a clash of demon sovereigns. Previously, the human battle was merely 2 against 3. Yet now the internal strife among the demon clan has doubled that count. Let them fight. The more intense the battle, the better, ideally. All 10 demon sovereigns would perish here. If that happens, my progress in the god of war's sacred imprint should reach completion." With that thought, Chen Chao soared towards the direction of the fierce battle among the demon sovereigns. As one draws nearer, the surrounding demonic beings multiply in number. In the past, within the confines of the Nanyang secret realm, upon encountering a demon sage, these creatures instinctively prostrated themselves as if a formidable adversary had descended. Yet at this moment, they disregard the fierce battle waged in the heavens by 10 demon sages. Instead, they surge madly towards a certain direction, trampling and clashing against one another, leaving behind a landscape strewn with severed limbs and rivers of blood. It appears that a potent energy field lies ahead, something for which the demon sages might be vying. Chen Chao, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from Thunder Valley, blends into the tide of beasts, moving ever closer to that enigmatic source. Amidst the throng, a massive armored rhinoceros demon, seemingly displeased by Chen Chao's presence, accelerates and charges directly at him. With a thunderous impact, the rhinoceros collides with Chen Chao, and in an instant akin to an egg striking a rock, the creature's head erupts, its brain splattering forth as its colossal body crashes to the ground, crushing several nearby beasts. Chen Chao muses, "It seems something has collided with me." Disregarding the lesser beasts beneath him, he navigates through the tumultuous tide. After a period of time, he reaches the periphery of Thunder Valley, where the slaughter among the beasts intensifies, with many being thrust into the valley, only to be torn apart by the terrifying thunderstorm within. Something within the valley appears to be connected to the might of heaven and earth. Perhaps I should investigate further. Chen Chao glances up at the ongoing battle among the 10 demon sages. Although their combat is fervent, it seems they are not yet fully committed, and their struggle is unlikely to conclude anytime soon. Numerous beasts now charge at him, but for creatures of such a caliber, he harbors no intention of retaliating. Should they manage to harm even a hair on his body, he would consider it a defeat. Conversely, those who assail him are met with their own destruction, obliterated by the force of their own attacks before they even comprehend their demise. In an instant, Chen Chao moves swiftly plunging into Thunder Valley. Within, bolts of lightning, as thick as tree trunks, explode forth, resembling a vast web spanning the skies. With a resounding crash, he enters their midst, directly confronting the terrifying onslaught of thunder. The formidable bolts, which even the sages cannot disregard, capable of annihilating all, strike Chen Chao but immediately fizzle out, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, leaving no trace. What a delight! This thunder possesses a certain essence, seemingly condensed from the might of heaven and earth. However, this power is unclaimed, ripe for my direct absorption. As Chen Chao ventures deeper into the valley, he finds himself enveloped by a dense array of silvery lightning, akin to countless silver serpents in perpetual motion. At the heart of the valley lies the very source of all this thunder. It was a fist-sized orb, radiating a brilliant white light, which we shall tentatively refer to as a light sphere. Surely, those demon saints are not vying for this peculiar object, are they? Is it something edible? Chen Chao recalled all the information the Extraordinary Association had regarding the Nanyang secret realm, yet he could not find any reference to such an entity. Regardless of what it was, the plan was simple: seize it and flee. If it proved useful, he would utilize it. If not, he could exchange it for merit. How straightforward! Without hesitation, Chen Chao soared toward the luminous orb, his hand outstretched amidst the increasingly intense thunder and lightning surrounding him. Thunder rumbled ominously. As Chen Chao drew nearer to the light sphere, the tempest of lightning in the Thunder Valley escalated dramatically. The Flame Dragon Sparrow, the Kuei Wolf, and other demon saints had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when a beam of white light pierced through the heavens, crossing the void from an immense distance and crashing down. An indescribable aura of terror descended. The White Wolf, Saint King. The Flame Dragon Sparrow immediately sensed the presence of the aura's master, disregarding its battle with the Kuei Wolf, swiftly retreating to communicate with the Golden Saint Dragon King, preparing to summon his power. Fools! The Flame Dragon Sparrow has drawn your attention while secretly dispatching a demon to pilfer the Thunder Sacred Fruit. Cursed be it! Though the true form of the White Wolf Saint King had yet to manifest in this realm, a shadowy silhouette had already taken shape, descending upon the Flame Dragon Sparrow and the other demon saints with a mighty claw. The enormous paw descended, as if the very heavens were collapsing. The Flame Dragon Sparrow trembled, instinctively unleashing the avatar of the Golden Saint Dragon King. In an instant, an even more formidable aura erupted, and a colossal golden dragon ascended, spanning the expanse between heaven and earth. With a sweep of its tail, it shattered the claw of the White Wolf Saint King's phantom. Golden Saint Dragon King, do you truly wish to oppose me? Kuei Wolf, go and eliminate the thief who has stolen the sacred fruit. As the true form of the White Wolf Saint King descended, crescent-like blades of light shot forth, aimed at the avatar of the Golden Saint Dragon King and the Flame Dragon Sparrow. Upon hearing the White Wolf Saint King's words, the Flame Dragon Sparrow was momentarily taken aback. A thief? Who is the thief? Besides us, are there other demons coveting the Thunder Sacred Fruit? In the Thunder Valley, Chen Chao had now reached the very core of the light sphere. Suddenly, that orb transformed into brilliant bolts of lightning, merging with Chen Chao's being. Chapter 70. Whose side are you on? In that fleeting moment of contact, the light sphere integrated into Chen Chao's body, and the thunderstorm enveloping the valley fell silent. The once mighty bolts of lightning vanished abruptly, as if the world had been pressed on pause. The beasts surrounding the Thunder Valley were left in a stupor, their gazes fixed upon the solitary figure within the valley. The demon saints battling in the skies were also momentarily frozen, forgetting their combat altogether. Only the programmed Golden Holy Dragon King continued to bombard the White Wolf Holy King. Is he human? The Flame Dragon Sparrow fixed its gaze upon the figure in Thunder Valley. Is that a human? Did not the human saints cease at the eastern border? Why is there a human here? In that instant, the Flame Dragon Sparrow suddenly realized who the thief mentioned by the White Wolf Holy King was, and it let out an incredulous roar. That human stole the holy fruit. Roar. Is he your demon? Or have you colluded with humans? The Kuei Wolf flickered, the white moonlight enveloping the area, cascading down like falling stars towards the Flame Dragon Sparrow. The massive wings of the Flame Dragon Sparrow flapped, flames burning the heavens and the earth. No, he is not our demon, damn it. We have not colluded with humans. If you obstruct us further, the human will escape. Roar. The Kuei Wolf did not fully believe the words of the Flame Dragon Sparrow. After all, beings of the demon saint level could transform into human form. Yet in the prevailing views of the 5 major regions, the beast form was regarded as the most noble, and few demon saints would choose to take on human form. Thus, the Kwai Wolf could not ascertain whether the figure in the valley was indeed a transformed demon saint or truly a human. Greedy wolf, take your people down to kill that human and retrieve the holy fruit. Although it appeared that the holy fruit had been consumed by the figure in the valley, it had only just been ingested and not fully digested. Turning around and slaying that individual to consume, it would yield the same effect. Roar! Roar! Upon hearing the Kwai Wolf's command, several wolf demon saints from the Greedy Wolf clan ceased their battle and collectively flew towards the valley. The flame dragon sparrow continued to confront the Kwai Wolf while simultaneously commanding its own demon saints. You go as well. Roar! In an instant, the 8 demon saints from both sides ceased their chaotic battle and rushed towards Thunder Valley. In the Thunder Valley below, Chen Chao was momentarily stunned, when suddenly an overwhelming force of nature erupted from his body, forming a silver-white electric net that relentlessly bombarded the surrounding cliffs. Damn, the power surged uncontrollably. Chen Chao accessed the system interface to examine his personal attributes. Name, Chen Chao Strength, Half-Saint Holy Marks, War God Holy Mark, 35 Condensed, Power Holy Mark, Condensing, Thunder Holy Mark, Condensing, Extracted Attributes, Kryptonian Bloodline. War God Divinity Skills, Hacking Technology 9, Advanced Combat Art 8, System Backpack, Thor's Hammer Fragments 30, Wonder Woman Diana Fragments 30, Captain America Steve Rogers Fragments 50. What the hell? How did I suddenly acquire 2 more holy marks? Chen Chao felt a sense of disbelief. Previously, the notion of condensing 3 to 5 holy marks was merely a jest. Unexpectedly, after a brief interaction with that orb-like entity, he had somehow obtained 2 holy marks. Although they were not yet fully condensed, Chen Chao sensed that the power of that orb still resided within him, not yet fully digested. Perhaps having thoroughly digested the situation, at the very least, one could condense a sacred imprint for oneself. Lost in thought, the sky suddenly unleashed a formidable claw-like blade, hurtling down with astonishing speed, as if intent on tearing apart the very fabric of reality. Chen Chao looked up to find 7 or 8 demon clan entities soaring above him, seemingly powerful beings of the demon saint tier. In the next instant, the clawblade struck Chen Chao with a thunderous crash, producing a metallic slicing sound reminiscent of blades hacking through steel, a sound that sent chills through one's bones. Soaring in the sky ahead was a jade-clawed eagle demon saint, renowned for its exceptional speed. Its talons, sculpted as if from white jade, possessed the capability to effortlessly rend the sacred bodies of others of its kind. Although it aimed its claw at Chen Chao from a distance, the force it exerted was sufficient to obliterate all lesser beings of the sacred tier. Your corpse belongs to me. The wolf clan harbored distrust towards the fire dragon sparrow, yet the jade-clawed eagle was allied with them. It was acutely aware that beneath was not a demon saint transformed, but a genuine human. Moreover, it sensed no complete sacred imprint emanating from that human, indicating that he was merely a semi-saint level human warrior. If he was indeed a semi-saint, then it all made sense. The human sought to harness the thunderous sacred fruit to forge a sacred imprint, thus trailing behind them to the Thunder Valley, biding his time to seize the precious fruit. In truth, this human had succeeded. But what of it? Without achieving saint status, even if he were to seize the sacred fruit, he would be unable to carry it away. The outcome would remain unchanged. Damn it, he must not be allowed to claim the human corpse. The greedy wolf accelerated frantically. To him, whether the being below was human was of no consequence. What mattered was ensuring that the fire dragon sparrow could not seize the sacred fruit. The Northern Wolf clan and the Central Dragon clan had always been at odds. Should the latter obtain the sacred fruit, it would mean the emergence of another demon saint, thereby placing the Northern Wolf clan in a perilous position. Yet, no matter how swift the wolves were, they could not outpace the jade-clawed eagle. The eagle spread its wings wide, nearly shadowing the Thunder Valley's chasm. Its colossal, sharp talons, akin to white jade, were already reaching towards the chasm, seemingly poised to ensnare the semi-saint human in its grasp. However, as the thick smoke dissipated, the semi-saint human remained standing in the void, completely unscathed, gazing skyward as if he had not been the one to endure that ripping claw from moments ago. Do you wish to dance as well? Chen Chao asked, observing the gigantic eagle claw reaching for him. A smile crept across his face, a smile that, in the eyes of the jade-clawed eagle, resembled that of a demon, instilling a profound sense of danger within its heart. Not good. Before the thought of retreat even emerged, Chen Chao acted first. With a clenched fist, he struck out forcefully at the massive eagle claw. In an instant, Chen Chao's fist collided with the jade talon of the eagle. Bang! Centered around the contact surface of Chen Chao's fist, a powerful shockwave of thunderous energy erupted, radiating in all directions. Thick bolts of lightning lashed against the surrounding cliffs like whips. A resounding roar echoed. The cliffs surrounding the chasm trembled violently. Countless fragments of stone were sent flying, and the fissures in the ground began to expand ominously. An overwhelming force emanated from the jade-like claws of the eagle, causing its form to momentarily halt before it was uncontrollably hurled backward. Caw! The enormous figure of the jade claw eagle was sent reeling, its once pristine claws now marred with cracks. The following greedy wolf was startled upon witnessing the backward flight of the jade claw eagle. He swiftly maneuvered to the side to evade. He had not seen the instant Chen Chao struck, yet he clearly observed the terrifying claws of the jade claw eagle, capable of effortlessly shredding the bodies of its peers, now shattering under the force of an unseen attack. Thank heavens I was slow to flee. Before the greedy wolf could regain his composure, a figure shot forth from Thunder Valley, the vibrant red cloak transforming into a streak of crimson light, swiftly pursuing the retreating jade claw eagle. As the figure ascended into the sky, a series of violent sonic booms reverberated through the valley. Damn it, that is not a semi-saint. That is a human saint. The jade claw eagle struggled to stabilize itself, its massive wings flapping furiously, only to find that the other demon saints were all anxiously gazing at it. Jade Claw quickly evaded. The Night Owl demon saint, a friend, was rushing toward it, as if it were on the brink of life and death, requiring her aid. Wait! Just as the Jade Claw eagle began to comprehend the situation, Chen Chao had already appeared before it. So, the demon saints are this feeble? As he spoke, Chen Chao stood directly in front of the Jade Claw eagle, like a bowstring drawn taut, raising his arm to deliver a punch. Boom! A lethal, earnest strike. The punch shattered the sound barrier, crashing down upon the Jade Claw eagle, which reacted with alarm, retreating while frantically channeling the immense power of the heavens to form layers of protection before it. At the same time, it raised its claws, sharp enough to cut through gold and jade, swinging toward Chen Chao's fist. However, both the layered defenses of the celestial power and the jade-like claws crumbled like paper before the unstoppable force of Chen Chao's punch. Boom! The moment Chen Chao's fist landed, the Jade Claw Eagle's claws shattered instantly, along with its saintly form. Dragon Sparrow Venerable, plead for me. He is a human saint. Plead for me. As the Jade Claw Eagle's saintly body disintegrated, scalding blood sprayed forth, soaring skyward at a speed even greater than before. Chen Chao was poised to pursue. For to a saint, the shattering of their body signified a critical juncture between life and death. The sanctity of the body remains unbroken. Even a saint standing before those beneath the sacred level may not necessarily fall to their blows. Yet, should the sanctified form shatter, even a semi-saint could possess the potential to slay a saint. It was precisely this understanding that led Lin Chong and his companions to encircle the wood owl demon saint, recognizing that its sacred body was compromised. Had the demon saint's form been intact, Lin Chong would not have dared approach, no matter how emboldened he felt. At this moment, the Night Owl demon saint had soared into view, obstructing Chen Chao's path. Her eyes gleamed with a violet radiance, and a formidable wave of mental force surged forth, while her steel-like beak lunged toward Chen Chao's head, aiming to pierce it with a single strike. The Night Owl's mental prowess was immense. Even a mid-tier demon saint would find themselves momentarily dazed under its onslaught. Yet, as the Night Owl's overwhelming mental force descended, Chen Chao remained unperturbed. Although the Kryptonian bloodline possessed relatively weak mental resistance, the divine aspect of the god of war compensated for this shortcoming. His mental fortitude was exceptionally robust, akin to a steel physique, impervious and unyielding. He regarded the Night Owl with an expression of indifference, his gaze crystal clear, entirely unaffected by the mental assault. With a swift motion, he seized the Night Owl's iron beak. In an instant, the night owl's movement ceased as if it had collided with an immovable fortress. Her diminutive strength could not stir him in the slightest. The coldness in Chen Chao's eyes caused the night owl to tremble uncontrollably, as though she were being scrutinized by a primeval beast. Regret washed over her for attempting to rescue the jade claw eagle. She pondered what terrifying entity stood before her. With one hand gripping the night owl's beak, Chen Chao's eyes flared crimson as he turned towards the now distant jade claw eagle, unleashing two beams of fervent light imbued with divine energy. As the divine essence surged, the heat vision emanating from his eyes transformed into a mesmerizing blend of silver and crimson. Those two searing rays pierced the heavens, traversing through the jade claw eagle-esque form, severing both its body and the sacred seal within. Sacred seals, God of War seal, 38 consolidation, power seal, consolidating, thunder seal, consolidating. How could the consolidation progress of the God of War seal have risen by merely 3 percentage points? Was this eagle truly so feeble? Chen Chao recalled that when he had slain the winged serpent and the wood owl, the progress had surged by approximately 7%. Both the winged serpent and the wood owl seemed to be mid-tier demon saints. Was it possible that this jade claw eagle was merely a low-tier demon saint? Was it genuinely this weak? In an instant, the elation of vanquishing a demon saint evaporated. It took 2 punches and heat vision to fell a low-tier demon saint. How weak am I? Chen Chao lamented. If only Lu Yuanshan and Ren Jingtian were present, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes at his self-deprecation. How absurd. A display of vanity. The night owl in his grasp was now engulfed in terror. Chen Chao clenched his fist once more and struck down upon the head of the night owl. In the sky, the flame dragon sparrow witnessed the demise of the jade claw eagle right before her eyes, inciting a fury within her that threatened to erupt. She directed an enraged roar at Kuei Wolf. You scoundrel, my subordinate has been slain by him. Do you still believe we are allies? Kuei Wolf maintained a stoic demeanor. The fallen was a demon saint from the flame dragon sparrow's side, and he did not feel an overwhelming sense of urgency. However, the fact that the sacred fruit had been seized by the human race was undeniably troubling. Thus, Kuei Wolf refrained from further attacking the flame dragon sparrow and let out a howl towards the heavens, commanding the likes of the greedy wolf and other demon saints to encircle and eliminate Chen Chao. The dragon sparrow promptly retracted the avatar of the golden sacred dragon king, and with the white wolf saint's intervention, the human could surely be vanquished. At this moment, the avatar of the golden sacred dragon king had yet to dissipate. High above in the vast azure, the white wolf saint was still engaged in combat with the avatar. The flame dragon sparrow's expression grew grave. The avatar of the golden sacred dragon king was merely a programmed entity that she could summon to hinder the white wolf saint, but she could also withdraw it. However, this energy avatar could only be summoned once. Once withdrawn, while the white wolf saint could eliminate the human who had seized the thunder sacred fruit, would they themselves survive? The Northern Wolf Clan and the Central Dragon Clan were already at odds. Without the protection of the golden sacred dragon king's identity, the flame dragon sparrow, being only a mid-tier demon saint, would stand no chance against the white wolf saint. As the flame dragon sparrow hesitated, Chen Chao shattered the night owl's sacred body with 2 punches. Leading the charge, several Wolf Clan demon saints, headed by the greedy wolf, surged forth to confront Chen Chao. We shall take turns to withstand this human's assault. Just 1 punch, and the sacred body remains intact. The greedy wolf bellowed, directing, as long as you hold out until the white wolf saint arrives, you can slay this man. Chen Chao's strength was formidable. Even a mid-tier demon saint would struggle to contend with him alone. It was only through the combined efforts of 6 or 7 low-tier demon saints that they managed to barely withstand Chen Chao's onslaught. Attacks rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, reverberating with thunderous sound. The entire Thunder Valley trembled under the explosive shockwaves. Before the thick smoke could clear, a red figure shot skyward, breaking through the sound barrier and cutting through the dense fog, leaving behind a long, trailing wake. Chen Chao raised his fist high above his head, his entire being crackling with lightning, and unleashed a sonic wave aimed directly at the severely wounded night owl. Chapter 72, Trouble Arises. Dragon Sparrow Elder, save me. The night owl cried out in terror, realizing that this human was growing stronger with each passing moment. Was it not said that the thunder sacred fruit had no effect on saints? Why did it feel as though he was absorbing the power of the thunder sacred fruit? with his aura continually escalating. If no one intervened to shield the night owl from Chen Chao's punch, her demise would be inevitable. Despite the alliance between the two factions of demons at this moment, there was a palpable dissonance. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. At least for the Wolf Clan demon saints, the death of yet another demon saint from the Flame Dragon Sparrow side was hardly of concern. Regardless, as long as we wait for the dissipating avatar of the Golden Sacred Dragon King and the complete descent of the White Wolf Sacred King, everything shall fall into place. A fireball, resembling flowing magma, emerged from the mouth of the fiery dragon sparrow. In the next instant, it suddenly expanded dozens of times, crashing down upon Chen Chao. Molten core flame jade. Faced with the immense magma fireball, Chen Chao remained steadfast, inhaling deeply. As the fireball descended, he exhaled with all his might, releasing a stream of pure white energy that upon contact with the magma fireball, hissed like a scorching iron plunged into water, producing a sizzling sound. Ice breath. What? The fiery dragon sparrow's expression shifted as she beheld her magma-like fireball rapidly cooling and solidifying, transforming into a sphere of ice in mere moments. Chen Chao unleashed a punch, shattering the ice ball. Countless shards rained down upon the earth. Chen Chao moved with remarkable speed, closing in on the Night Owl Demon Saint and delivering a punch. Bang! Another explosion of blood mist erupted as Chen Chao's fist penetrated the Night Owl's sacred body, with powerful bolts of thunder coursing around him, obliterating the Night Owl's sacred seal. Sacred seal, War God seal, 41 condensed, Power seal, condensing, Thunder seal, condensing, damn, another weakling. As Chen Chao defeated the Night Owl Demon Saint, attacks from other demon saints, including Kuei Wolf, rained down upon him. Boom! A blood-red crescent slash struck Chen Chao's body, tearing a gash in his Superman suit as the tremendous force propelled him backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Another series of explosions followed as Chen Chao collided with the earth, carving a long trench. With his Superman suit torn, he noticed his skin gradually taking on an abnormal red hue, with bright bolts of lightning flickering through his veins. This crimson tint began to spread throughout his body, and in the blink of an eye, even his hands had turned bright red, resembling a piece of iron heated to a fiery glow. Damn it, the aftereffects are quite intense. Feeling as though his body might explode from within, Chen Chao sensed the potent efficacy of the sacred fruit. If he could calm himself and channel this power, it seemed he could accelerate the condensation of the sacred seal. However, these demon saints swarmed around him like bothersome flies, leaving him no opportunity to condense the sacred seal. Consequently, the energy that should have been focused on the sacred seal dissipated and filled every cell in his body. Although Chen Chao would not explode from this energy, the sensation of his entire being feeling as if it were on the verge of bursting was truly uncomfortable. In the next moment, the fiery dragon sparrow's wings struck again, akin to a flaming blade, fiercely cleaving into Chen Chao. He crossed his arms in front of himself. As the relentless barrage of attacks continued to rain down, Chen Chao was repeatedly sent flying backward. But he managed to turn his head toward the eastern direction and fled swiftly. No longer will I play with you. I shall return to confront you once I have assimilated this newfound power. With that, Chen Chao soared into the skies, breaking through the sound barrier at 6 times the speed of sound. The fiery dragon sparrow pursued him at an astonishing pace, its colossal wings unfurling like mountains, matching Chen Chao's speed without the slightest hesitation. Get lost. Chen Chao turned and delivered a powerful punch. The impact resonated as the two collided, momentarily stalling the fiery dragon sparrow, its sacred form quivering under the violent surge of energy. Yet, Chen Chao utilized the force to propel himself away, accelerating further, and in the blink of an eye, he was positioned at a considerable distance. Only then did the attacks from Kuei Wolf and the other demon saints finally descend. Dragon Sparrow, did you deliberately let that human escape? You are indeed in league with him. Kuei Wolf roared at the fiery dragon sparrow. Ignoring the accusation, the fiery dragon sparrow swiftly maneuvered forward in pursuit, deliberately letting him go. Indeed, she had intentionally freed Chen Chao. After several encounters, the fiery dragon sparrow was well aware that Chen Chao possessed combat prowess akin to a mid-tier saint. He was by no means inferior to her. Such an entity could not be easily vanquished, especially since two of her demon saints had already perished. The avatar of the Golden Saint Dragon King could only endure for a few more moments. If the avatar were to vanish, there would be no one left to restrain them, and her side would be left with merely a handful of severely injured demon saints, unable to withstand the onslaught of the White Wolf Saint King and the Wolf Tribe Saints. Thus, allowing this human to escape was the wisest decision, providing the fiery dragon sparrow an opportunity to flee the Northern Territory. As for the potential blame from the Golden Saint Dragon King for failing to seize the Thunder Saint fruit, it was a far better fate than being eliminated by the White Wolf Saint King at this moment. Chen Chao soared toward the Eastern Territory, with the fiery dragon sparrow closely trailing him, maintaining a significant distance. Great bird, you aren't allied with the Wolf Tribe, are you? Would you be interested in collaborating? Bring your subordinates, and let us join forces to eliminate that demon wolf behind you. Chen Chao communicated through energy transmission. With his current strength, shattering the sacred form of a low-tier demon saint was manageable. However, breaching that of a mid-tier demon saint was a different challenge altogether. Yet, if 4 or 5 demon saints united, they might have a chance to slay their opponent. There was no choice. The progress gained from defeating low-tier demon saints was far too meager. Slaying 2 low-tier demon saints equated to barely 1 mid-tier demon saint. If he could navigate the chaos and eliminate a few low-tier demon saints, it would indeed be delightful. Upon hearing Chen Chao's transmission, the fiery dragon sparrow felt a fleeting temptation. However, upon further reflection, she realized that this human was no benevolent ally. To conspire with a tiger would result in being devoured. Moreover, the fiery dragon sparrow sensed that the battle above had ceased. The presence of the Golden Saint Dragon King had completely vanished, replaced by a resounding howl that echoed through the heavens. The White Wolf Saint King. Cursed be it. The hearts of the fiery dragon sparrow and her fellow demon saints pounded furiously. At this moment, pursuing Chen Chao was no longer of consequence. They needed to hasten back to the Central Mountains, or they might very well meet their demise here. At the border of the Eastern Territory, Lu Yuanshan felt a chilling surge of energy emanating from the north, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. It seemed to originate from a creature of the Saint King level among the demon tribe. What on earth has transpired in the north? Chen Chao, have you inadvertently stirred the lair of a Saint King beast? Quickly inform Ren Jingtian. No, Ren Jingtian is of no use. I must alert Lin Huayu. Chapter 73. The White Wolf, Saint King, a voice, ancient and resonant, echoed across the heavens, questioning the intrusion of the human sages into the north. Was a great war about to commence? Chen Chao lifted his gaze, witnessing a magnificent apparition of a snow-white wolf rising in the sky. Its aura was overwhelming, and its eyes shone like twin suns as it raised a paw, striking towards Chen Chao. Clearly, it regarded him as a sage of the human race. After all, one capable of effortlessly slaying 2 early-stage demon sages must be at least a mid-tier sage, and among the more formidable of them. Wolf King, why not join forces with humanity to vanquish the Dragon Clan? Chen Chao implored, but as the enormous paw descended upon him, he accelerated in an attempt to evade it. It was struck nonetheless. The sheer force shattered the earth beneath him. Though his body sustained minimal damage, the energy within him surged violently, erupting into a storm of dazzling sparks and magnetic chaos. Damn it! Chen Chao staggered, pondering how, despite the discord among the demon tribe, cooperation remained elusive. Hadn't he heard that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Must humanity always be subjected to your disdain? The white wolf apparition gradually solidified into a majestic snow-white demon wolf, surveying the ground below with an indifferent gaze. This was the ruler of the northern wilderness, the White Wolf Saint King. Upon sighting the White Wolf Saint King, the flame dragon sparrow, along with the remaining 3 demon sages, swiftly altered course, frantically activating their sacred seals as they fled towards the central mountains. Roar! The White Wolf Saint King cast a fleeting glance at the flame dragon sparrow before focusing on Chen Chao. In an instant, it materialized above him, unleashing a thunderous roar and raising its pristine paw, poised to strike down. Chen Chao sensed no energy fluctuations from that paw, yet his expression turned grave, as if facing a formidable foe. How could the strike of a Saint King be devoid of energy signatures? It could only mean that the opponent's power was restrained. and that his own strength was insufficient to perceive it. An overwhelming force descended upon him, akin to a mountain crashing down at incredible speed. Chen Chao braced himself, his fist raised to block the impending blow. Boom! A colossal shockwave tore through the earth, causing violent tremors and creating a pit over a kilometer in diameter. At this moment, Chen Chao had reached the edge of the north, perilously close to the eastern domain. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshan hovered in midair at the eastern boundary, his spiritual power enveloping the surroundings. He witnessed Chen Chao being assaulted by the White Wolf Saint King and yearned to intervene, yet remained motionless. The adversary was not merely a single demon king from the demon race. Trailing behind were 5 or 6 wolf tribe demon saints. It is not simply a matter of being an intermediate level sage. Even a high-level sage could potentially be forcibly detained by them. The White Wolf King focused intently on the ground, extending his mental energy to sense Chen Chao's saintly mark, yet he found nothing. Impossible! Where could this human have gone? It wasn't until his mental energy expanded over several kilometers that he detected an immensely powerful energy entity rapidly moving beneath the ground. At that moment, the energy surrounding Chen Chao radiated outward, resembling a bright light in the darkness. This human is intriguing, just as the White Wolf King was about to pursue. In an instant, Ren Jingtian stepped forth from the eastern region's 7 stronghold, his figure flickering as if in a momentary teleportation. Before he even arrived, a towering sword light surged forth. "Sword Saint, are your human race preparing for war against the northern region?" bellowed the White Wolf King. A new crescent moon appeared in the sky, colliding with Ren Jingtian's sword light, resulting in countless energy explosions that caused ripples in space. We humans adhere to regulations. Saints are prohibited from advancing into the eastern region, so how could there be talk of war? Moreover, do not refer to me as Sword Saint. I am now known as Sword God. Moments later, Ren Jingtian materialized at the border of the eastern region, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Yuanshan, both smiling as they regarded the White Wolf King and the gathered wolf tribe demon saints. The Kuei wolf paid no heed to the title of the human sage, roaring, "Nonsense! That individual just now seized the sacred fruit. It was clearly one of your human saints. That individual is not a saint. White Wolf King, can you not discern this?" Ren Jingtian inquired with a smile directed at the White Wolf King. The distinction between a saint and a non-saint is a fundamental concept. The demon race adheres to the law of the jungle, where survival of the fittest reigns. Skirmishes beneath the saint level are inconsequential. Survival belongs to the strong, while the weak perish. However, the saint level cannot be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Should human saints enter and slaughter demons, it would contradict the law of the jungle. Thus, the demon race forbids human saints from entering their territory, or else war would ensue. As for the possibility of slaying a demon saint beneath the saint level, this notion had never crossed the minds of either the demon or human powerhouses. Chen Chao was indeed an anomaly. Upon hearing Ren Jingtian's words, the wolf demon saints turned to the White Wolf King, knowing they were no match for Chen Chao individually, and could only place their hopes in the seemingly godlike strength of the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King remained silent for a moment, offering no response, seemingly acquiescing to Ren Jingtian's assertion. The Kuei wolf appeared somewhat incredulous. How could he reconcile that the individual who had slain 2 demon saints under the Dragon King was not a human saint? 2 demon saints slain in succession? What is this? Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Ren Jingtian's expression momentarily froze. For him, defeating 1 or 2 weaker demon saints was not particularly challenging. But what was the situation with Chen Chao? Had he become a saint? How could this be? Just an hour ago, I had seen Chen Chao, and he was clearly not a saint at that time. It has only been an hour, not a year. I am utterly perplexed about what transpired during that brief interval. While internally astonished, Ren Jingtian maintained an air of nonchalance, laughing boisterously. Is it surprising to you that a half-saint could slay a slightly weaker initial stage saint? When I was a half-saint, I must have killed no fewer than 800 initial stage saints. After all, boasting incurs no tax. Why not indulge? Do you think these dim-witted demon wolves would venture into the human realm to inquire about their own standings? Beside him, Lu Yuanshan observed with an amused expression. Old Ren has become increasingly arrogant. Now that you are a high-level saint, it is indeed much easier to slay a few initial stage saints. How many did you kill when you were at the intermediate stage? Not 1,000, but surely 800? Have you ever encountered such saints? Such a person is utterly shameless. Sensing Lu Yuanshan's disdainful gaze, Ren Jingtian shot him a glare. Is this boasting? This is intimidation. Since our human race has not violated the agreement, do you think your kind can occupy this place without consequence? Ren Jingtian's aura surged as he confronted the White Wolf Saint King. It is you demon race who underestimate our human race. A voice echoed from the central mountain range. And in an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, as a colossal golden dragon soared across the void. With a resounding roar, its majestic dragon cry echoed like thunder. Surrender the human who stole the thunder-sacred fruit, or do not blame us for uniting to annihilate the human race. The voice grew nearer as the golden dragon descended, finally halting less than 10,000 meters from the eastern border. Such proximity is trivial for a Saint King-level powerhouse. Soon after, a 9-headed golden lion appeared in the sky of the western region, while the southern sea erupted in towering waves, revealing a massive figure obscured within the tumult. Ren Jingtian's expression gradually turned grave. This is serious. If it were merely one demon race Saint King, he could intimidate them. Yet now, not only the White Wolf Saint King from the northern region has arrived, but even the Golden Dragon Saint King from the central region has descended to the border, with the other two demon race Saint Kings responding from afar. If a confrontation occurs, it would undoubtedly escalate into a final battle. Outside the entrance to the Nanyang secret realm, a white-haired elder in military attire stood straight before the dimensional rift. Troops gathered around, seemingly preparing for the impending conflict. Behind the elder stood a young girl, cradling a rusted ancient sword, her face alight with eagerness. Grandfather, what is the situation inside the Nanyang secret realm? This elder is none other than the top-ranked swordsman of Huagua, Sword Saint Lin Huayu. Lin Huayu stood with his hands clasped behind him, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "It may escalate into a conflict, or it may not. We shall observe how it unfolds." "Oh," the young girl replied, falling silent thereafter. In the Magic City, at the Extraordinary Academy, Hua Rulin was engrossed in paperwork within her office when the telephone on her desk rang. Upon answering, the voice of Li Wenin resonated from the other end. "Your Excellency, the Nanyang secret realm has encountered another incident." Hua Rulin rubbed her temples. Those old beasts had not been so prone to trouble in the past. How could it be that her absence for just a few days had resulted in such unrest? Wasn't Lin Huayu stationed in the southeast war zone? Had those old creatures lost their senses, or was it that the old man Lin could no longer wield his sword? A bunch of senile fools. She muttered a curse before addressing the phone. Understood. Please inform me the moment a confrontation is imminent. I shall head over immediately. For her, the journey from the Magic City to Nanyang was but a fleeting moment. In the Nanyang secret realm, at the eastern border, the Golden Saint Dragon King loomed in the void, while an increasing number of demon saints gathered below, clearly surpassing the numbers indicated in the intelligence reports. The demon army was innumerable, a dark mass approaching within 5,000 meters of the eastern border. Lu Yuanshan promptly conveyed a message to the fortress, feeling utterly exhausted. "I should have stopped that reckless lad. Run. I sense we may not hold out much longer. Is Lin Huayu here? It seems a fight is brewing." If conflict were to erupt, the limited personnel at the 7th Fortress would be utterly inadequate. Reinforcement from the outside would be essential. Ren Jingtian secretly gathered his strength. His expression solemn as he remarked, "Lin Huayu is just outside, ready to enter at any moment. However, I wish to ascertain what Chen Chao is up to." "I too wish to know," Ren replied. "According to that old eel, it appears Chen Chao has seized the demon clan's sacred fruit and slain 2 of their demon saints." In such a scenario, piecing together the words of the White Wolf Saint King and the Golden Saint Dragon King, Ren Jingtian and his companions surmised the unfolding events. It was likely that the demon clan had discovered rare treasures, only for Chen Chao to intercept them midway and eliminate 2 of their junior demon saints, seemingly from the faction of the Golden Saint Dragon King. To this, Ren Jingtian could only exclaim, "Well done." The 2 factions were already at odds, especially with the Golden Saint Dragon King, whose ambition to unify the 5 major regions kept the human race on edge. The stronger the Dragon Clan grew, the greater the peril for humanity. Chen Chao's audacity in seizing the sacred fruit and vanquishing the demon saints further leveled the playing field between the 2 sides. However, this conflict had arisen unexpectedly. If it were merely a matter of dealing with one region, Huagua would undoubtedly have the upper hand. The real fear lay in the possibility of a coalition among the four major regions, which would indeed place significant pressure on Huagua. The Sword Saint. I shall reiterate, surrender the human who seized my sacred fruit, or face the annihilation of your kind. The Golden Saint Dragon King drew closer. His demand for Chen Chao merely a test of the human race's limits. Today, if one is willing to sacrifice a holy-level powerhouse for the sake of a so-called greater good, then tomorrow, it may very well be possible to sacrifice even more for that same cause. The concept of a bottom line, once breached even a single time, will continually be transgressed. If one chooses not to comply, then so be it. The demon race can directly initiate war. It was anticipated that the human race would at least deliberate on the matter. Yet Ren Jingtian simply shrugged in resignation and stated to the Golden Saint Dragon King, "It is indeed impossible to hand him over. For the individual you seek has not returned to the eastern region. If you desire him, you might as well seek the Wolf King." Chen Chao, on the other hand, did not flee towards humanity, thus averting the possibility of direct conflict. However, unless the human race first violates the agreement to allow Lin Huayu entry, there is little support that can be rendered to Chen Chao. If only we could divert disaster eastward, allowing the two demon race holy kings to contend with one another. The Golden Saint Dragon King was momentarily taken aback. Having just arrived, he recalled the words of the Flame Dragon Sparrow, which suggested that the human had fled to the eastern region, where the White Wolf Saint King had appeared. Here, the Blade Saint and the White Wolf Saint King were in a standoff, initially believed to be due to the Blade Saint rescuing the human. Yet it turned out otherwise. With plans thwarted, the Golden Saint Dragon King cast his gaze towards the White Wolf Saint King, sending a message, "Wolf King, the human race covets our demon territory, making them our greatest foe. Why not set aside our grievances for now and eliminate the human saint together?" Simultaneously, Ren Jingtian was also sending a message to the White Wolf Saint King. "Wolf King, we humans are not your greatest enemy. It is said that the Golden Saint Dragon King has been oppressing your wolf clan. Why not join forces to deal with this old slippery eel first?" In the skies of the northern region, the White Wolf Saint King received the messages from both the man and the dragon, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. Goodness, neither of these two are virtuous. After a moment of silence, the White Wolf Saint King suddenly roared towards the heavens, his voice reverberating through the void. "The human race has seized my sacred fruit. I shall not rest until one of us is dead. Follow me to hunt down that human thief." With that, he charged after the direction in which Chen Chao had fled, not looking back. The demon race in the northern region erupted in roars, following the footsteps of the White Wolf Saint King in pursuit of Chen Chao. Alas, it seemed that a battle would not ensue. Ren Jingtian watched the increasingly distant figure of the White Wolf Saint King, shaking his head in resignation. Beside him, Lu Yuanshan nearly plummeted from the sky. "I'm about to be scared to death, and you're lamenting that a fight didn't break out? Have you recovered from your injuries to be leaping about?" Ren Jingtian paid no heed to Lu Yuanshan's exclamations, instead smiling at the Golden Saint Dragon King, inquiring, "Will the Dragon King not assist the Wolf King in pursuing the human who has stolen your sacred fruit?" In the 5 great regions, the Holy Beast Kings dominate their realms. Should the Golden Saint Dragon King truly step into the northern region, it would not merely be a pursuit of Chen Chao, but rather tantamount to declaring war against the White Wolf Saint King. Up until now, Ren Jingtian had been striving to incite conflict between the dragon and wolf clans, allowing humanity to observe from the sidelines. Chapter 75, Day of Destruction. The Golden Saint Dragon King was acutely aware of Ren Jingtian's intentions. It was precisely for this reason that he found himself even more infuriated by the choices made by the White Wolf Saint King. In a fleeting moment, he truly contemplated stepping into the northern realm to slay Chen Chao and extract the sacred fruit from his very being. For him, Chen Chao's demise seemed all but inevitable, and his death would signify the ascendance of another demon saint within the Northern Wolf clan. The stronger the Northern Wolf clan grew, the more challenging it would be for the 4 regions to unite. With a resounding roar, the Golden Saint Dragon King ascended into the heavens, vanishing into the clouds above and disappearing beyond the central boundary. As the aura of the Golden Saint Dragon King dissipated, the demon saints below began to retreat, followed by the simultaneous disappearance of the royal auras from the western and southern realms, restoring tranquility to the world. Lu Yuanshan felt a heavy stone lift from his heart, albeit with a lingering sense of trepidation. It was a false alarm. Ren Jingtian coughed twice and spoke in a solemn tone. Request an additional 100,000 troops on the ground, and also seek support from the saints. You intend to confront the northern realm for Chen Chao? Lu Yuanshan asked incredulously. Ren Jingtian shot him a disdainful glance. Fool, what do you think I can do to rescue that wretched creature? Then why request support? Lu Yuanshan pressed. Idiot, if Chen Chao perishes, perhaps the Southern secret realm could remain stable for a few years. But if he survives and ascends to sainthood, do you believe the Northern Wolf clan will lose only a few demon saints? Ren Jingtian retorted. Do you think Chen Chao will die? Even before attaining sainthood, he was capable of slaying 2 demon saints. Once he becomes a saint, I reckon only someone of royal caliber could suppress him. He should survive, shouldn't he? Lu Yuanshan pondered. For reasons unknown, he felt certain that Chen Chao would not perish. Not only will he survive, but I worry that the next time we encounter him, he might arrive with 3 or 4 demon royal figures trailing behind. Tell me, how thrilling would that be? Ren Jingtian spread his arms. A tremor coursed through Lu Yuanshan's heart. Goodness, you might be onto something. I should hasten to communicate with the outside. If we can resolve the issues here before the emergence of the demon capital secret realm, it would be prudent. With that, Lu Yuanshan soared toward the 7th fortress. Addressing the Southern Yang secret realm's challenges, it would be ideal if they could reduce the demon saints to a mere handful, similar to the Eastern capital secret realm, rendering them easily vanquished by Huagua. If that were to happen, Huagua could focus on the impending emergence of the demon capital secret realm. Meanwhile, Chen Chao had sprinted a considerable distance underground. He sensed that his body was on the verge of bursting, and indeed, it had reached that critical point. With another surge of energy, Chen Chao noticed his arm had swollen, his muscles bulging unnaturally, and even his bones were grotesquely protruding from his skin. How could this be? Chen Chao halted in the subterranean depths, gazing at his hands. Once of normal size, his palms had now expanded to the dimensions of large fans. His fingers resembled stout steel pipes, and his knuckles, shoulders, and back bore grotesque bone spikes, presenting a fearsome visage. My goodness, could it be? Chen Chao suddenly considered a possibility. He leaped into the air, emerging from the earth. He casually glanced around and located the nearest river, hastily flying towards it. Numerous demon tribes were scattered near the riverbank, sensing Chen Chao's approach and fleeing in all directions. As he descended by the water's edge, he finally caught sight of his reflection in the river. At that moment, his physique had swelled significantly, resembling a diminutive giant. His superhero attire was tattered and soiled with mud from the ground. Moreover, his skin now exhibited a dark hue, and his explosive muscles appeared as solid as rocks, covered in menacing bone spurs. Doomsday? Have I transformed into Doomsday? This visage bore a striking resemblance to Doomsday from the comic books. However, unlike in the comics, Chen Chao still had his hair. Thankfully, he wasn't T-bald. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss. What should I do in this state? Can I revert back? Chen Chao felt overwhelmed. He quickly accessed the system interface for clarity. Personal interface. Name, Chen Chao. Doomsday form, strength. Half-saint holy marks. War god holy mark, 41 condensed. Power holy mark, condensing. Thunder holy mark, condensing. Extracted attributes. Kryptonian bloodline. War god divine status skills. Hacking technique 9. Advanced combat technique 8. System inventory. Thor S. Hammer shards 30. Wonder Woman Diana shards 30. Captain America Steve Rogers shards 50. Indeed, I have transformed into Doomsday. The holy marks are not yet fully condensed, but once I digest the excess energy, I should be able to revert to my normal form. Chen Chao assessed his current state. Previously, he could easily overpower initial-level demon saints, and now, in his Doomsday form, his strength had increased even further. He shed his superhero attire, now clad only in a pair of shorts. At that moment, a figure suddenly soared from the horizon, enveloped in an aura of immense power. The White Wolf Saint King. Chen Chao's expression grew solemn. The Wolf King's mental energy was searching the surroundings, clearly seeking him. However, what of it? Now transformed into Doomsday, his strength had escalated, and even a demon of the Saint King level would struggle to contend with him. Moreover, his recovery abilities were formidable. Should conflict arise, Chen Chao was not one to fear his adversary. Chen Chao gazed at the White Wolf Saint King, who, upon locking eyes with him, seemed puzzled. Is that a black magic ape? No, it looks different. Is it a hybrid of a hairless ape and a black magic ape? Judging by its aura, it has reached the half-saint level, likely a member of the ape clan that escaped from the eastern region. At that moment, Chen Chao was brimming with the ferocious energy of doomsday, a stark contrast to his previous self, coupled with his appearance resembling that of the black magic ape. The White Wolf, Saint King, instinctively regarded Chen Chao as a black magic ape that had fled from the eastern region. It seemed prudent to have Kuei-Long and the others recruit him. Upon contemplation, the White Wolf Holy King ceased to pay any further attention to Chen Chao. With a swift movement, he continued onward, searching for Chen Chao's presence. On the ground, Chen Chao gazed at the White Wolf Holy King, who had vanished into the horizon, sinking into a profound bewilderment. How could that wolf have left? What on earth? Did he look down upon me? Did he disregard my existence? Or was it that he simply failed to recognize me? This feeling was akin to being utterly exposed, only to be shown indifference. After a moment of confusion, Chen Chao found himself enveloped in a deeper state of perplexity. Who am I? Where am I? Where should I go? Now transformed into a harbinger of destruction. It would be best to avoid the eastern fortress for the time being, so as not to burden Old Run and Old Lu. Never mind. I shall first seek a place to absorb the residual energy. Then perhaps I could extinguish the Northern Wolf Clan? That seems feasible. Chapter 76. The Great Ones of the Demon Clan in the Eastern Region at the 7th Fortress. Kara escorted the students of the Extraordinary Academy back to the fortress before swiftly heading towards the border. En route, she encountered Ren Jingtian and Lu Yuanshan, who were returning. Where's my brother? Where is he? Kara's face bore a hint of urgency. She had utilized her enhanced vision and X-ray sight to search for Chen Chao, but had found no trace of him. Ren Jingtian intercepted her, speaking in a grave tone. Instructor Kara, Commander Chen is still in the northern region. However, I believe he shall return shortly. Then I shall go to the northern region to find him, Kara declared, preparing to fly northward. Lu Yuanshan stopped her, advising Instructor Kara, do not act impulsively. According to the information from the Demon Clan, Chen Chao may have obtained a certain sacred fruit and is likely using its power to merge with the Holy Seal at this moment. These words made Kara hesitate. Ren Jingtian added, even if you reach the northern region, can you contend with the Wolf Clan's Demon Saint or the White Wolf Holy King? By seeking him out now, you would only create further chaos. Kara fell silent for a moment, her mind racing to contemplate how to grow stronger. According to Kryptonian lineage, one merely needed to bask in sunlight continuously. However, this method proved to be exceedingly slow. Suddenly, she recalled the immortal phoenix energy of Nanjiame. If she could devise a stable solar flare output device to wear daily, it would be tantamount to accelerating her exposure to sunlight. This would be the swiftest route to power. After some contemplation, this plan appeared feasible. Subsequently, Kara turned to leave, and Ren Jingtian and Lu Yuanshan, observing her resolve, refrained from further intervention. Due to concerns regarding potential changes in the northern wilderness and the central mountain range, Sun Chengyan decided to prematurely conclude the students' training mission, intending to return to the Extraordinary Academy in Magic City the following day. This training session had proven rather uneventful. Kara, on the same day, returned to the surface and immersed herself in the family internet CAF of her landlady. This time, she was not there to play games, but to operate 3 computers, fervently searching for knowledge related to energy output devices. Days later, in the northern realms, near a tranquil lake, lies a gathering point for various mythical creatures. Here, one can find an array of beastly entities, from the imposing forms of massive bears to the formidable armored rhinoceroses, alongside a multitude of magical apes. The creatures engage in hushed conversations amongst themselves. Despite the cacophony, there is a surprising absence of violent conflict between differing species, suggesting a semblance of harmonious coexistence. At the center of this assembly stands Chen Chao, encircled by several powerful magical apes. These apes are not there to attack him. Rather, they assume the role of loyal attendants. One wields a fan, diligently fanning Chen Chao, while another watches over a nearby grill, where a bird-like creature is being roasted. The tantalizing aroma wafts through the air, stirring the nearby beasts into a restless frenzy, yet none dare to approach and snatch away the feast, remaining prostrate in their places, fearful of any sudden movements. Although the fowl is of semi-saint caliber, its flavor pales in comparison to that of a well-seasoned chicken. Chen Chao reclines, accepting a roasted leg from the magical ape. He takes a hearty bite, chewing thoughtfully, only to find the taste somewhat lacking. The meat is decent, yet it has not been marinated, nor sprinkled with cumin. Perhaps if it were coated in flour and fried, the flavor could be elevated. As it stands, the meat, cooked over the fire, leaves much to be desired. This semi-saint bird was one Chen Chao had effortlessly slain, after which its subordinates clamored to join him. Their persistence was unyielding, and Chen Chao, disinterested in exterminating these lesser beings, chose to ignore them. To his surprise, the number of creatures wishing to follow him swelled, predominantly consisting of scattered beasts from the eastern territories. Without the protection of formidable beasts in the northern realms, their fate would likely be to serve as sustenance for higher-tier beasts. Before long, a throng of several hundred creatures had gathered around Chen Chao, forming a considerable tribe. As he consumed the meat of the semi-saint bird, he surveyed the beings surrounding him. Their overall strength was modest, primarily consisting of mid to high-tier awakeners, with only a few extraordinary ones, perhaps 2 or 3 dozen, present. Even if all were eliminated, it would scarcely affect the progression of his sacred seals. However, if these creatures could be organized into an army, it would represent a formidable force. Chen Chao dismissed these feeble beings, yet for the military, they would constitute a significant combat capability. This was merely a fleeting thought. The beasts regarded Chen Chao as one of their own, which explained their allegiance. Had he reverted to his human form, such a scenario would be inconceivable. In recent days, Chen Chao has absorbed the energy of sacred fruits, bringing his progress in consolidating the 3 sacred seals to an impressive 99. With just one more step, he could solidify the seals and ascend to become a saint. However, at this juncture, his efforts to slay saint-level beasts have yielded no further advancement. He finds himself in need of a battle, a vigorous and exhilarating confrontation, to propel him across the final threshold. In the face of the apocalyptic form of Chen Chao, one could scarcely speak of even an initial stage demon saint. Even a mid-stage demon saint would be but a mere matter of 1 or 2 punches. Only those of the saintly king level among the demon kin could aid Chen Chao in taking that final step. Indeed, for one of Kryptonian lineage, the saintly level is merely a fleeting notion. As long as I bask in the sun sufficiently, I can easily strike down Watanabe Kazuki and kick Hua Rulin without a second thought. Wait, why do I entertain the thought of kicking Hua Rulin? In truth, for the current Chen Chao, the distinction of saintly level has become inconsequential. What truly matters is that he remains displeased by the earlier incident when that white wolf struck him with a paw, intent on his demise. Chen Chao is a man who harbors a grudge. If you dare to strike me, I shall retaliate without hesitation. If you wish to take my life, I must first ensure yours is forfeit. One must not allow grievances to linger. It has been several days, and it is high time to settle accounts with that hulking wolf. As he contemplated the white wolf, Saint King of the Northern Territories, several figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. Among them, 2 exuded formidable auras, seemingly belonging to the saintly beasts of the demon race. As they passed, Chen Chao squinted, instantly recognizing the figures as the 2 wolf demon saints he had encountered in Thunder Valley, accompanied by their subordinates. Their destination appeared to be none other than Chen Chao himself. As the 2 wolf saints drew near, the surrounding demon kin prostrated themselves, trembling like novices before the imposing presence of the demon saints. In response, Chen Chao merely scoffed. The figures descended from the sky, hovering in midair before Chen Chao. The leading Kuelong raised his head, regarding the still languid Chen Chao with an air of disdain typical of one in a superior position. The Ape Clan, under the command of the White Wolf Saint King, summons you to become our vassals and accompany us to meet the White Wolf Saint King. Below, the assembled demon kin dared not utter a sound, while Chen Chao lifted his gaze towards Kuelong and retorted with irritation, "Open your eyes wide. I bear no resemblance to the Ape Clan." In Kuelong's view, Chen Chao, a refugee from the eastern territories, would surely scramble to prostrate himself upon hearing the name of the White Wolf Saint King. However, the outcome proved to be a significant surprise for Kuelong and his companions. Not only did Chen Chao refuse to show gratitude, but he also spoke with audacity. The demon Saint Tanlang, following closely behind Kuelong, wore an expression of displeasure and roared, "A mere half-saint of the Ape Clan dares to show disrespect to Lord Kuelong? You seek death." No sooner had he spoken than Tanlang leaped forth. lifting his enormous wolf paw to strike at Chen Chao's head. Against a mere half-saint of the demon race, Tianlang did not even bother to activate his saint mark, relying solely on his physical prowess to attempt to crush Chen Chao with a single swipe. Enraged, the demon saints caused those surrounding Chen Chao to scatter in haste. They had no choice but to retreat. Even the residual force from a casual strike by a demon saint was sufficient to obliterate them, leaving not a trace behind. Tianlang's wolf paw approached with unrelenting speed and ferocity. Chen Chao, however, harbored no thoughts of evasion. He remained sprawled on the ground, languidly stifling a yawn, as if the imminent assault from a demon saint was directed not at him, but at another. Seeking death, the greedy wolf felt insulted, intensifying the grip of its claws. With a resounding thud, it struck Chen Chao. The sound of heavy metal colliding reverberated, and the greedy wolf first sensed a numbing in its claws, akin to wielding a hammer against a bronze bell. The recoil threatened to shatter its bones. Utterly pathetic. I cannot muster even a semblance of seriousness to deal with you. Chen Chao remained motionless, and after his yawn, he casually swatted at the air before him, as if to dismiss a mere fly. A chilling aura surged from the greedy wolf's head to its tail, prompting the Kwai wolf to realize something was amiss. In an instant, it sprang into action, the moon rising high above, as it bellowed at the greedy wolf, "Retreat, quickly." Yet it was too late. Chen Chao still embodied the form of the day of destruction. With a mere flick of his hand, his enormous palms, reminiscent of giant fans, crashed down upon the head of the greedy wolf demon saint. The impact was akin to a watermelon exploding, producing a deep, resonant sound. Boom! With a single strike, Chen Chao obliterated the head of the novice demon saint, reducing it to fragments. The sacred body cracked, and the sacred seal shattered. In the blink of an eye, the greedy wolf demon saint was vanquished by Chen Chao. Before the massive headless wolf corpse could even descend, the Kwai wolf's eyes blazed red, roaring as it summoned the sacred seal, channeling the immense power of heaven and earth into a luminous moon that descended upon Chen Chao. You dare slay my kin. I shall ensure you find no resting place. Unfazed by the radiant moon overhead, Chen Chao stood resolute, eager to test the extent of his defensive capabilities in the form of Destruction Day. Boom! The radiant moon crashed down, shaking the earth. The ground beneath Chen Chao fractured instantaneously, splintering into countless shards, with dust and stones erupting into the air. The Kwai wolf hovered in the void, akin to a sovereign descending upon the realm. Like the blazing dragon sparrow of the central dragon lineage, it was a formidable presence among the mid-tier demon saints. This strike, if it were to land upon a weaker demon saint, could easily obliterate them. However, as the Kwai wolf extended its mental energy, it noted that, despite the ground below collapsing and shattering, one area remained entirely intact. In that spot lay a massive figure. Remarkably, it had not moved at all. How is this possible? The Kwai wolf's heart raced, as the scene before it seemed to exceed the bounds of its comprehension. As a gentle breeze swept through, the dust settled, and Chen Chao gradually rose, towering nearly 3 meters in height like a small giant. His gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded the Kwai wolf hovering above. You cannot be a saint king. You have yet to solidify your sacred seal. I cannot be mistaken. The Kwai wolf stared in disbelief at the unscathed Chen Chao. Although the previous strike was not its strongest, it was certainly sufficient to fell a weaker novice demon saint. Yet, despite this, Chen Chao remained impervious to even the slightest harm. A wave of inexplicable helplessness surged within Kuei Lang's heart. Was it truly the case that even before a being of the Saint King caliber, one could feel so utterly powerless? With a fierce roar, Kuei Lang bellowed once more, convinced that the bizarre creature before him was not a saint at all. He could not fathom why his earlier strike had failed to vanquish his opponent. Faced with the unknown, he believed that unleashing greater power to crush it was the only recourse. In the next moment, Kuei Lang unleashed a thunderous sound as he enveloped himself in a dense energy armor, accelerating with remarkable swiftness, resembling a streak of lightning as he charged towards Chen Chao. Witnessing this scene, a smirk curled at the corner of Chen Chao's mouth. So, you wish for me to experience the sensation of being struck by light? Though Kuei Lang's speed was indeed remarkable, while not quite reaching the speed of light, it bore a resemblance to Chen Chao's strikes that exceeded 10 times the speed of sound. Chen Chao, however, remained undaunted. With a resounding thud, he refrained from employing any energy, relying solely on the strength of his corporeal form to deliver a punch, colliding with Kuei Lang. In that instant, the surrounding demon race recoiled in terror, witnessing the azure Kuei Lang transform into a flash of lightning, violently clashing with the figure below. The point of impact erupted with rampant energy, saturating the area within several hundred meters. Before the demons could marvel at the might of their saint, the collision had not even stabilized for a moment when they observed the azure figure being propelled backward at an even greater speed. Kuei Lang's head was nearly shattered, his sacred body trembling violently, teetering on the brink of obliteration, blood spewing from his mouth. After regaining his balance midair, he wasted no time and dashed towards the heart of the northern realm, fleeing at an astonishing pace. Chen Chao, for the moment, chose not to pursue him, instead directing his attention to the few subordinates accompanying Kuei Lang. If even the mid-tier demon Saint Kuei Lang was no match for Chen Chao, how could these mere extraordinary demons withstand his onslaught? In mere moments, he crushed them all. The surrounding demons exchanged anxious glances, fearful to approach. They had believed their leader to be a formidable half-saint, only to discover that this very half-saint could dispatch a demon saint without allowing them the slightest chance to retaliate. It was utterly exhilarating. Disregarding the demons around him, Chen Chao ascended slowly into the sky, his gaze firmly fixed on the fleeing Kuei Lang. It appeared that the latter was making his way towards the White Wolf King's palace. Even from a distance of several thousand meters, Chen Chao could still hear Kuei Lang's desperate cries for the White Wolf Saint King to intervene and eliminate the remnants of the black demon ape. In the far reaches of the sky, the aura of the White Wolf Saint King began to coalesce, accompanied by a resonant roar. Damn it, though I have transformed into the day of destruction, and my appearance has slightly changed, what gives you the audacity to mistake me for a black demon ape? Chen Chao grumbled in displeasure. In the next moment, two robust crimson beams erupted from Chen Chao's eyes, soaring skyward like twin columns of water, resolutely directed towards the Kuei Lang demon saint. The scarlet rays pierced the heavens, and in the incredulous gaze of the Kuei Lang, they utterly consumed him. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the day the eastern boundary was delineated and to the prowess exhibited by that human in Thunder Valley. You are not of the demon ape clan. You are that human. Before Kuei Lang could finish his words, Chen Chao's thermal vision penetrated his sacred body, leaving not a trace behind. You have finally realized, but alas, you know too much. Chen Chao murmured softly as he closed his eyes. Chapter 78. Battle with the White Wolf Saint King. At the very instant Chen Chao vanquished Kuei Lang, an overwhelming aura swept across the heavens and the earth, causing all the beasts of the northern realm to tremble in fear, bowing reverently towards the source of the formidable presence, quaking in their skins. Roar! Who dares to slay my kin? The ethereal form of the White Wolf Saint King began to solidify in the skies above. Upon receiving Kuei Lang's desperate call for aid, he hastened to this location, but ultimately he was a moment too late. Kuei Lang's form had been reduced to ashes by the thermal vision, leaving only scattered remnants to descend from the firmament. Sensing Kuei Lang's essence within the fragments, the White Wolf Saint King was consumed by rage, his might transcending the heavens. His fury stemmed not merely from the loss of a formidable subordinate, but from the audacity of an enemy who dared to slay Kuei Lang beneath his very gaze. Tracking the fluctuations of energy throughout the realm, the White Wolf Saint King pinpointed the shattered oasis where Chen Chao resided. It is you. Despite the vast distance of several tens of thousands of meters, such a span was inconsequential to a being of his stature. The White Wolf Saint King quickly identified Chen Chao's location, where remnants of the battle still lingered. Hovering in midair was a nearly 3-meter-tall demon, unmistakably the half-saint of the ape clan whom the White Wolf Saint King had encountered previously. Not long ago, he had commanded Kuei Lang to recruit this half-saint on his behalf. Undoubtedly, it was this ape who had slain Kuei Lang. Recalling Kuei Lang's final words, the White Wolf Saint King immediately connected the dots to the human who had previously stolen the sacred fruit. In the very spot where that human's aura had vanished, he now beheld this ape. Thus, it was not difficult to surmise that this ape was likely transformed from that human. Very well. Although I am unaware of the events that have transpired concerning you, today I shall surely slay you. At that moment, the White Wolf Saint King transformed into a stream of pure white light, slicing through the sky like a falling star, racing towards Chen Chao. Around Chen Chao, the demon kin were gripped by terror, frantically fleeing in all directions. The arrival of a Saint King was enough to instill fear so profound that it could claim the lives of the weaker demons. Yet, Chen Chao remained unfazed, standing resolutely in midair, coldly observing the luminous figure hurtling toward him. Excellent. I have awaited your arrival. In the first battle within the secret realm, Ren Jingtian valiantly fought against two demon saints, achieving a higher echelon of sanctity through the baptism of their blood. Today, Chen Chao too seeks to slay the demon king and ascend to the realm of saints. Within mere moments, the White Wolf King emerged. His fur shimmered silver-white like freshly fallen snow, radiating a pure halo under the illumination of the secret realm's light, exuding an extraordinary martial presence. In his icy gaze, flames seemed to flicker, ready to obliterate all in their path as he descended from the sky. To Chen Chao, it felt as if not the White Wolf King, but rather a towering Mount Tai was plummeting towards him. At the level of the White Wolf King, each of his movements could influence the very fabric of this world. Opposing him meant challenging the entirety of existence. Indeed, this pressure was just right. Rather than feeling fear, Chen Chao was invigorated, clenching his palm like a fan and unleashing a punch towards the heavens. Boom! The air erupted with a thunderous roar, waves of energy surging forth. In that instant, a fierce gale whipped through the heavens and the earth, echoing like crashing waves within the surrounding kilometers. Some weaker demon creatures, unable to flee in time, were violently obliterated. The cacophony gradually subsided, with Chen Chao being propelled backward for several hundred meters, the White Wolf King experiencing a similar fate. Their initial clash was evenly matched. Once more, this time, Chen Chao shed his previous languor, finally witnessing the formidable power of the Southern Yang secret realm, even that of the mightiest on Blue Star, the Saint King level. Or in terms of Blue Star's hierarchy, he should be referred to as a high-level saint. Such an existence indeed exerted considerable pressure on Chen Chao, igniting his battle spirit. His divine power surged forth, and with renewed determination, he charged towards the White Wolf King. "You shall perish," he proclaimed. The White Wolf King, unwilling to yield, stood as one of the mightiest among the 5 regions. He could accept his defeat to the Golden Dragon King and endure the threats posed by Nian Di Huaruolin and the sword god Ren Jingtian. However, he would never allow himself to be bested by a mere garbage who had yet to even attain the status of a saint. Indeed, Chen Chao was still not a saint. The White Wolf King could clearly sense that there was no solidified saintly mark within his opponent, indicating that he could not harness the heavenly might of this realm. Nothing could contend with the forces of this world. Thus, he was destined to be vanquished by me. In the next moment, Chen Chao's colossal fist collided with the White Wolf King's paw, enveloped in celestial might, marking the commencement of a cataclysmic battle. The earth trembled with an unending roar. The sound echoed further and further, swiftly reaching the entirety of the 5 great regions. The first ascents were those nearest, the Central Mountain Range and the 7th Fortress of the Eastern region. The Golden Dragon King stepped forth from the Golden Dragon Palace, gazing towards the battlefield in the north. A look of bewilderment reflected in his dragon eyes. A battle of Saint Kings? That fool White Wolf. Who is he fighting against? An unfamiliar saint? Could it be a demonic entity that has escaped from the sealed lands? The Golden Dragon King delved into the past with his spiritual power, seeking clarity, only to have his efforts shattered by a casual strike from Chen Chao. Lacking demonic energy, it seemed he was not a demonic creature. This entity must have originated from the human realm or traversed through another intriguing passage. The Golden Dragon King soared into the air, departing from the Golden Palace. Regardless of who engaged in battle with the White Wolf Saint King, it was of little consequence to him. In the struggle between the clam and the heron, the fisherman benefits at the Saint King level. Should they strive to determine a victor, they would undoubtedly inflict mutual destruction, allowing the Golden Dragon King to seize the opportunity. At the 7th Fortress, Ren Jingtian and Lu Yuanshan also sensed the conflict in the Northern Territory. Was there infighting among the demon clans? Or was it Chen Chao battling the White Wolf Saint King? The thought stirred Lu Yuanshan's heart, startling him unexpectedly. Though the 5 major territories of the demon clans appeared to be at odds, they had never erupted into a battle of Saint King caliber. At least not since humanity entered the Nanyang secret realm. The sudden emergence of infighting among the demon Saint Kings seemed implausible. As for the possibility of it being Chen Chao, Lu Yuanshan found the notion too horrifying. Even if Chen Chao had become a saint, surely he could not be so formidable. How can anyone survive? Ren Jingtian ascended to a high altitude to observe for a considerable time and discovered the battle in the Northern Territory. Seemingly relieved, it was not Chen Chao. I nearly believed it was him. The one fighting the White Wolf is a powerful demon resembling a black demon ape. The black demon ape? Wasn't it slain by the Thought Emperor? Lu Yuanshan exclaimed in astonishment. It merely bears a resemblance. It is not the black demon ape. Curse it. There are actually hidden Saint Kings among the demon clans that we are unaware of. Clearly, this secret realm is far from simple. Ren Jingtian sighed. Alas, had it been a large-scale battle, the deaths of 10 or 8 demon saints would significantly alleviate the pressure on humanity. Similarly, both the Western and Southern territories had their Saint Kings observing, for the commotion caused by Chen Chao and the White Wolf Saint King-esque conflict was impossible to overlook. In the heart of the northern battlefield, the area where Chen Chao clashed with the White Wolf Saint King had transformed the landscape into a basin structure rivaling that of the Thunder Valley. Centered around the two combatants, the earth quaked violently, akin to an earthquake, as a vast wave of energy erupted from the center, continuously spreading outward, sweeping across a radius of 10,000 meters. Even the demon saints arriving from the White Wolf Palace dared not approach closer than 10,000 meters to witness the battle. Consequently, they too were rocked by the immense energy wave, as if caught in tumultuous seas. I acknowledge your strength. Achieving this before becoming a saint is no small feat. There's no need for us to fight. What do you desire? Let's discuss, the White Wolf Saint King remarked, feeling an overwhelming pressure in the midst of their confrontation. The Saint King, capable of commanding the very elements, found himself unable to effortlessly slay a half-saint being. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have never believed it. Although the White Wolf Saint King does not believe he will be defeated, he is aware that continuing the battle will inevitably exact a toll. Meanwhile, the other Saint Kings from various regions observe from the sidelines. Should he suffer severe injuries in his pursuit to eliminate a suspected formidable being from the human realm, he would undoubtedly be at the mercy of the other Saint Kings, particularly that old trickster from the Central Mountain Range, who would seize the opportunity to benefit from his misfortune. I desire nothing but your demise. Chen Chao laughed heartily, sensing that he was on the verge of consolidating the Saint Seal. If he were already a saint, it would be one thing, but he relied on vanquishing the White Wolf to ascend to that status. There was no way he could halt his assault now. Thus, Chen Chao stepped forward, relentlessly striking the White Wolf Saint King. You are exceedingly foolish. The White Wolf Saint King, enraged by the failed negotiations, resolved that despite the inevitable consequences, he would eliminate his opponent. The two titans clashed, appearing to outsiders as two storms colliding in a fierce tempest. Bang! The White Wolf Saint King's claw, imbued with the might of the heavens, struck Chen Chao's chest with tremendous force. As the claw, radiating a white luminescence, grazed Chen Chao's skin, it sparked as if tearing through flesh was akin to rending steel. Chen Chao retaliated, swinging his fist to crush the White Wolf's energy defenses, landing squarely on his chest. The impact resonated like the tolling of a great bell, causing the White Wolf Saint King's divine form to tremble, revealing 5 shallow indentations where Chen Chao's fist had struck. In the wake of this blow, the White Wolf Saint King's eyes turned a vivid crimson. A vast wave of psychic energy swept through the void, stirring the air into a tsunami of turbulence. Suddenly, the sky appeared to transform into a hue of red, a blood moon hanging ominously above, emanating an eerie glow that seemed to devour the gaze of all living beings. This was a psychic assault. Historically, magical and psychic attacks have been a weakness of the Kryptonian lineage. However, having acquired the divine essence of the war god, Chen Chao compensated for this vulnerability. Thus, his resistance to magic and psychic forces was as formidable as his physical defenses, bordering on the unreasonable. At the moment the crimson moon ascended, Chen Chao's mind felt as though it had been struck by a blade forged from concentrated psychic energy. Yet in the next instant, that mental dagger shattered against his consciousness like glass against a wall, disintegrating without leaving a trace or even a ripple in its wake. The White Wolf Saint King roared, launching another attack at Chen Chao in the instant of his psychic illusion. Even a Saint King of the same rank would find themselves momentarily stunned by such a sudden psychic onslaught. This time, he opened his gaping maw, his sharp fangs glimmering like divine weapons, aimed at the most vulnerable part of a living being, the throat. Yet, the Chen Chao, who should have succumbed to momentary paralysis, coldly fixed his gaze upon the advancing white wolf Saint King. That gaze seemed to convey a message from a seasoned master to a novice. Please, commence your performance. The white wolf Saint King felt a tremor in his heart. How could this be? Why was he unharmed? Just how formidable was his mental defense? Such thoughts flashed through the mind of the white wolf Saint King when, in the next moment, Chen Chao unleashed another punch, aimed squarely at his head. A lethal strike, a serious blow, destined to shatter the canine skull. Boom! The illusion shattered like a broken mirror, instantly splintering into countless fragments. Chen Chao's fist descended once more, crashing heavily against the white wolf Saint King's head. In that instant, it felt as if a myriad of thunderbolts had erupted. The white wolf Saint King sensed an overwhelming force surging from his head, propelling it backward, while a shockwave radiated from the center of Chen Chao's fist, creating a powerful wave that spread across hundreds of meters. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound echoed as the white wolf Saint King's wolf head shattered, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward, akin to a meteorite striking the earth, creating a massive crater in the ground. The earth trembled incessantly. Countless demon clans from the northern realms fled in all directions, while the demon saints on the side of the white wolf Saint King yearned to assist their sovereign. Yet, the mightiest among them, the Koei wolf, had already been vanquished by Chen Chao. The remaining demon saints were far inferior, and even if they attempted to swarm, it would merely equate to delivering their heads. Demon heads. That is, roar. Within the depths of the crater, the white wolf Saint King howled at the heavens, causing the void to tremble, as the great powers of the universe surged forth, shattering the ground around him. We shall not rest until one of us is vanquished. In the next instant, white flames ignited around the white wolf Saint King, a brilliant light erupting from his heart, as if he sought to absorb all the energy of this realm. In the distance, above the seventh fortress of the eastern domain, Ren Jingtian observed this scene with a glimmer of delight. The white wolf is activating the holy seal. He is beginning to get serious. In the central mountain range, the golden Saint Dragon King understood the prowess of the white wolf Saint King well. Thus his attention remained fixated on Chen Chao. The white wolf was unleashing his full strength. Why had the unfamiliar saint not yet activated his holy seal? It was not that Chen Chao underestimated his opponent, but rather that he had not yet coalesced the holy seal, rendering him unable to summon the great powers of the universe. Yet what of it? The great powers of the universe are merely a form of energy. What Chen Chao sought was to harness this energy to accelerate the exploration of his Kryptonian bloodline's potential and amplify his strength, rather than relying on the forces of the universe for battle. The white wolf Saint King's eyes glinted with ferocity, his chest swelling as he took a deep breath and exhaled a torrent of frost. This icy blast extended hundreds of meters, akin to the frigid tides of an extreme cold region, freezing the very air itself, seemingly reaching the pinnacle of coldness. Absolute frost tide. The 1,000-meter wave of frost surged forth like a tidal wave, aggressively charging toward Chen Chao. In that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. Even the observing wolf clan saints could not help but shiver in the biting cold. Despite the trembling body of the wolf tribe sage from the biting cold, his heart burned with fervor. This was the most formidable strike of the white wolf Saint King. Even the mightiest among the 5 great regions, the golden Saint Dragon King, would have to invoke the sacred seal to withstand it. Confronted by an absolute cold wave that seemed capable of freezing everything, Chen Chao maintained an even demeanor, even feeling a hint of amusement. Is this truly the extent of your strongest strike? How disappointing. With that, Chen Chao's eyes turned a brilliant crimson, radiating an intense heat. Chapter 80, The Slayer of Saints. Scarlet flames filled his gaze before erupting forth with ferocity. In his Destruction Day form, his physique swelled, and his eyes expanded significantly. At this moment, he unleashed his heat vision, 2 beams shooting forth like torrents of water, transforming into 2 majestic rainbows that struck the heavens. Where they passed, the air seemed to warp from the scorching heat, emitting a sizzling sound. The robust heat vision surged toward the white wolf Saint King's absolute cold wave. As they collided, The intense heat met the frigid cold. The two opposing forces began to cancel each other out upon contact. It was akin to red-hot iron meeting ice water, unleashing bursts of white mist throughout the space. In an instant, the mist enveloped the surroundings, infused with searing warmth, transforming the area into a veritable steam room. As the temperature of the world gradually ascended, it became evident who held the upper hand. The clash between the heat vision and the cold wave soon saw the latter retreating. The two beams of heat vision pressed forward relentlessly, while the white chill dissipated like ice blocks under a blazing sun. No matter how the White Wolf Saint King summoned the powers of the heavens and earth in a desperate attempt to block it, he was powerless to withstand the onslaught. Is this truly all you can muster? You are a profound disappointment. Chen Chao gradually intensified his efforts, the two fiery beams in his eyes surging once more, resembling twin infernal dragons that roared and voraciously consumed the White Wolf Saint King's absolute cold wave. Blood spilled from the White Wolf Saint King's mouth as, for the first time, a look of terror appeared in his eyes. He could no longer afford to underestimate this adversary. He desperately summoned the powers of the heavens and earth, channeling absolute cold through his Ice Wolf sacred seal to resist Chen Chao's heat vision. Just as the cold wave retreated to within 100 meters of him, the White Wolf Saint King let out a mournful roar. A white glow within his chest surged forth from his mouth. It was the Ice Wolf sacred seal of the White Wolf Saint King. The sacred seal serves as the source of power for all sages, enabling them to connect with the heavens and earth, summoning their might. It represents both their most vulnerable and their most potent essence. Once the sacred seal is unleashed, it signifies a fight for survival. In an instant, as the seal manifested, a small wolf howling at the sky, the temperature of the world plummeted, causing even Chen Chao's heat vision to dim significantly. As the sacred emblem emerged, the sovereigns from various regions were invigorated. The atmosphere signaled a decisive clash was imminent. King Jin Shenlong furrowed his brow, pondering why the demon ape had yet to unleash the power of the sacred emblem. Even if it did not detach from its body like the White Wolf Sovereign, it should at least harness some semblance of its power, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. Suddenly, an astonishing thought crossed his mind. Was it possible that the demon ape held disdain for the emblem, or perhaps had not even condensed it? Could a being that was not a saint truly overpower a sovereign? It seemed unfathomable. While King Jin Shenlong's thoughts spiraled, Chen Chao, faced with the surging cold wave, gradually clenched his fists. Initially reluctant to invoke divine power, he decided that if his opponent was wielding their full strength, he too would engage earnestly. Chen Chao extended his arms, and the divine essence of the war god surged forth, transforming into countless bolts of lightning that danced around him like a multitude of silver serpents, ultimately converging upon his eyes. With a resounding crackle, Chen Chao's eyes unleashed arcs of lightning intertwined with crimson rays, expanding dramatically. The White Wolf Sovereign emitted a chilling scream as the frigid air surrounding his sacred emblem melted away, and the absolute cold retreated in an instant. Two colossal rays, akin to a vibrant rainbow, pierced through layers of obstruction and thunderously descended before the White Wolf Sovereign, directly penetrating his Ice Wolf sacred emblem and crashing forcefully into his pristine form. The entire space around the White Wolf Sovereign seemed engulfed in boundless flames. He found himself stripped of rational thought, consumed by the singular desire to retract his sacred emblem and flee. However, the two colossal, electrified rays propelled him backward uncontrollably, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact was merely a minor injury for the White Wolf Sovereign. What truly instilled despair within him were those two cataclysmic rays, which incinerated his white fur to ashes, while even his sacred body could not withstand the ferocious energy, beginning to fracture under the onslaught. Spare me, spare me. I, the Wolf Clan, pledge allegiance. Do not kill me. The White Wolf Sovereign, faced with the specter of death, abandoned his dignity as a sovereign and chose to beg for mercy. After all, survival was paramount. I refuse. Who knows if your submission is genuine? Chen Chao disregarded the White Wolf Sovereign's pleas for mercy, breaking the sound barrier as he thrust himself forward, transforming into a streak of light, charging toward the White Wolf Sovereign. At this moment, the White Wolf Sovereign found himself in utter disarray. His once pristine white fur was now charred, his sacred body shattered, and he was drenched in blood, stripped of the former might he once possessed. He sensed Chen Chao's murderous intent and sorrowfully remarked, "You can place an energy restriction upon my holy seal, thus commanding my life or death. If the holy seal shatters, I perish." For the demon race, controlling the holy seal equated to controlling the life and death of another. This was far from secret. He had hoped that revealing this would prompt Chen Chao to spare him. However, at that moment, Chen Chao's foot had already descended, showing no intent to halt. Thus, with a single kick directed at the White Wolf Saint King, Chen Chao employed no intricate techniques, but merely summoned the power of the god of war, crashing into the White Wolf Saint King's form. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the heavens and earth, akin to a nuclear detonation, radiating outward from Chen Chao like a tempest, instantaneously sweeping across the shattered terrain and sending the onlooking demon saints tumbling through the air. Crack! Crack! The holy body of the White Wolf Saint King disintegrated, fissures appearing in the holy seal as well. Even at this moment, he could not comprehend why this human was so intent on his demise. Would it not be more advantageous to spare his life and gain a saint-level servant? Why? The White Wolf Saint King weakly propped himself up, trembling as he attempted to utter something. Yet as his holy body and seal abruptly shattered, his strength waned, and he fell silently to the ground. Why? Because by killing you, I shall become stronger, Chen Chao whispered softly. Chen Chao's progress with his 3 holy seals was stalled at 99. He needed to slay a saint-level demon to shatter the final barrier. Thus, the White Wolf Saint King had to die. Chapter 81. The submission of the demon saints. The White Wolf Saint King fell in battle. The surrounding wolf clan stared in disbelief at the scene before them, with weaker demons continuously fleeing towards the central and western territories. Meanwhile, the few wolf clan demon saints dared not move. They stood frozen, unable to grasp the reality of what had transpired, unwilling to accept that their invincible White Wolf Saint King had been slain by an unknown demon. He was one of the strongest among the 5 great regions, a supreme ruler of the northern wilderness. Faced with a demon capable of slaying even the White Wolf Saint King, the wolves were consumed by endless shock and terror. Escape was futile, and they prostrated themselves, awaiting the arrival of their doom. In the 7th fortress of the eastern region, Ren Jingtian witnessed the demise of the White Wolf Saint King. While the demon who had slain him appeared relatively unscathed, disappointment washed over him. Why was it not a mutual destruction? At the very least, they should have both suffered. With the situation unfolding as it was, could the Northern King truly be usurped? Furthermore, why had Chen Chao not yet returned? Was this not the perfect opportunity to sneak back during the outbreak of the Saint King battle? The earlier ludicrous thought resurfaced, and Ren Jingtian shook his head, feeling that his imagination was indeed running wild. In the central mountains, the Golden Dragon King ascended into the sky, deeply dissatisfied with the current outcome. The White Wolf, a pitiful creature, failed to inflict any significant injury upon the demon of his kin throughout the entire ordeal. Such incompetence! In the Golden Dragon King's vision, the clash between the snipe and the clam would lead to a fierce battle, resulting in mutual destruction, allowing him to descend upon the northern realm, assertively subdue its powers, and take the crucial first step towards uniting the 4 great regions. This would, in turn, enable a direct assault on the human race. Yet, in light of the present circumstances, uncertainty clouded his judgment, for Chen Chao had not unleashed his full potential during the conflict. At least, this was the impression the Golden Dragon King held. Chen Chao had not even activated the Holy Seal, clearly indicating a lack of total effort. Just as the Golden Dragon King remained indecisive about Chen Chao, the god of war's divinity surged forth, emanating in overwhelming force. The progress of the 3 Holy Seals surged, eclipsing the final percentage point. Holy Seals, God of War Seal, 100, Power Seal, 100, Thunder Seal, 100. Suddenly, the heavens and earth erupted with a tremendous roar. Countless energies coalesced in the sky, forming a tumultuous whirlwind that surged toward Chen Chao's form. The surrounding Holy Seals of the Wolf Clan trembled incessantly, as if they were caught in a violent tumult, akin to a solitary boat amidst raging waves on the verge of collapse. Chen Chao's massive physique expanded once more, his muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling heavy steel plates seemingly fused upon him. Am I straying further down the path of destruction? At that moment, The bone spurs upon Chen Chao's skin grew increasingly menacing, while 3 radiant orbs manifested upon his chest. These represented the 3 holy seals he had condensed. The commotion accompanying his ascent to the status of a saint was not as grand as he had envisioned, perhaps due to the limitless nature of his Kryptonian bloodline. He did not undergo the typical phenomenon of bodily fragmentation and reformation that others experienced when ascending to sainthood. Instead, at the instant of holy seal condensation, he felt as though he were connected to the entire world. He existed within this realm, able to perceive and manipulate all things within it at will, as well as harness its energies freely. The energy of the heavens and earth, referred to as the great power of nature by humans, encompassed light as well. In a mere breath, Chen Chao absorbed the cosmic energy, feeling its influx nearly 30 times faster than his previous sunbathing pace. In other words, a year's worth of sunbathing now equated to what he had previously achieved in 30 years. After condensing the holy seals, his physical attributes were significantly enhanced. But the greater boon lay within the divine essence of the god of war. His perception of warfare and slaughter expanded over 30-fold, and his command over energy became far more fluid than before. Chen Chao raised his palm, a flicker of thought summoning a brilliant bolt of lightning into his grasp. With a deft motion of his finger, he flicked the lightning, which sliced through the air and thunderously struck a distant Wolf Clan demon. Boom! With a resounding crack. The sacred body of the Wolf Clan's demon saint was instantaneously pierced by lightning, leaving no time for a scream before it shattered into countless fragments, its soul extinguished. A mournful expression gripped the remaining 8 or 9 demon saints. Several from the Wolf Clan resolved to risk everything and confront Chen Chao. Meanwhile, the others from his supporting clans, such as the Ape, Bear, and Feather tribes, desperately pleaded for Chen Chao's mercy, expressing their willingness to submit. "I will spare your lives if you annihilate all remnants of the Wolf Clan," Chen Chao coldly declared, his gaze fixed on the scene below. These subordinate demon saints had previously been bound by energy constraints imposed by the White Wolf Saint King, which had rendered their loyalty negligible. With the White Wolf Saint King's demise, the restraints vanished, prompting them to betray the Wolf Clan hastily. As Chen Chao's words echoed, the subordinate demon saints launched into a fierce battle against their former allies. The clash ignited anew, marked by brutal carnage. In other regions, although Chen Chao's body expanded post-battle, and he absorbed the energies of heaven and earth, the absence of a transformative phenomenon during his ascension to the saint level went unnoticed by the other demon saints. The substantial energy depletion following battles made the replenishment of one's essence through the absorption of celestial energies a commonplace occurrence. However, the revelation of 3 sacred seals by Chen Chao left the other demon saints astonished. The abundance of sacred seals signified greater strength. Yet an increase in the number of seals also implied a heightened challenge for future ascensions. Even the formidable Golden Saint Dragon King possessed merely 2 seals. Thus, the emergence of this unexpected demon, who had consolidated 3, was astonishing. The effortless dispatch of the White Wolf Saint King by one with 3 sacred seals was only to be expected. Upon witnessing Chen Chao's display of 3 seals, a sense of crisis welled within the Golden Saint Dragon King. He realized that the demon must be eliminated swiftly, otherwise, he would emerge as a foe more formidable than the human race itself. Meanwhile, as the battle among the demon saints concluded below, the Wolf Clan's demon saints had been nearly eradicated, with significant casualties among the subordinate demon saints as well. Only 3 remained, 1 from the Bear Clan and 2 from the Feather Clan. "O King, we offer our sacred seals as a token of loyalty," proclaimed a demon saint adorned with golden feathers, stepping forward to present her seal before Chen Chao. Her intention was not to relinquish her seal, but rather to have Chen Chao inscribe an energy constraint upon it, enabling him to wield control over her life and death. She had previously performed this act when allying with the White Wolf Saint King and was now adept at it. With the golden-feathered demon saint leading the way, the other 2 demon saints quickly followed suit. In a brief moment, 3 distinct sacred seals of the demon clans materialized in the air, awaiting Chen Chao's judgment. Chapter 82. The king of the northern realm, Chen Chao, gazed at the 3 sacred seals hovering before him, contemplating the immediate execution of his adversaries. However, upon further reflection, Enslaving the three demon saints could indeed signify that the human race has, out of thin air, acquired three formidable forces of saintly caliber. Moreover, the leader, a demon with golden feathers, is a mid-tier demon saint, whose strength is likely slightly inferior to Lu Yuanshan's, thus representing a substantial ally. Chen Chao then raised his hand once more. With the flicker of lightning, he harnessed the power of thunder, enveloping the sacred seals of the three demon saints before him. With but a thought, he could unleash the lightning, obliterating their sacred seals. Should the seals be destroyed, the consequences would be dire. They could lose their source of power and regress to the semi-saint level, or worse, be shattered along with their sacred bodies, leading to immediate death. The three demon saints, feeling the residual power of thunder left by Chen Chao, exhaled in relief. Although they were to be enslaved by him henceforth, they had at least temporarily preserved their lives. Living was paramount. My lord, within the White Wolf Palace, there are countless treasures. Now that you have slain the White Wolf and ascended as the new king of the Northern Territory, those treasures rightfully belong to you, spoke the golden-feathered demon saint once more. Chen Chao glanced at him and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am known as Jin Ling," the golden-feathered demon saint replied. "Lead me to see them." Although Chen Chao was still in the form of the Day of Destruction, his mastery over his own energy had advanced several levels since ascending to sainthood. A mere attempt would undoubtedly restore him to his human form. At this moment, it was not robbery. Having slain the White Wolf and taken his place as the Northern King, everything within the Northern Territory was now his. Thus, retrieving treasures from the White Wolf's palace was akin to reclaiming his own belongings. How could it be deemed robbery when one was merely taking what belonged to them? Chen Chao departed with the three demon saints, heading straight for the White Wolf Palace. The other saints from various domains gradually withdrew their auras, no longer focusing on this matter. In the seventh stronghold of the eastern region, Ren Jingtian retracted his mental energy, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. He and Lu Yuanshan landed back on the ground, where Lin Chong and Wang Hong awaited them with eager anticipation. "Ren Sheng, what is the situation in the Northern Territory? Have you found Commander Chen?" Lin Chong inquired, his aura significantly more solid than before, now at the pinnacle of semi-saint level. It seemed he was on the verge of coalescing a sacred seal, breaking his own shackles, and ascending to sainthood. Ren Jingtian shook his head. Although he had initially suspected that the ape tribe was Chen Chao, the thought was too implausible, and when the other party manifested three sacred seals, Ren Jingtian completely dismissed that suspicion. In his view, it took others years, often over a decade, to consolidate a sacred seal. No matter how exceptionally gifted Chen Chao might be, it was inconceivable that he could form three sacred seals in mere days. The transfer of power in the Northern Territory, with demon saints suffering heavy casualties, presented both advantages and disadvantages for us. The advantage lay in the weakening of the demon race, significantly diminishing the apparent strength of both sides. However, in the absence of the hostile wolf clan, the dragon tribe in the Central Mountains will swiftly forge alliances with several other domains, potentially precipitating the final battle sooner than anticipated. This scenario is precisely what Ren Jingtian fears most. It is likely that this process will unfold rapidly. Should it coincide with the opening of the Demon City's secret realm, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. In light of this, the only recourse for Ren Jingtian is to expedite the fortification of defenses, ensuring that the external sages are prepared to avert the worst possible outcomes. Lao Lu, why is it that I find the situation in the Nanyang's secret realm increasingly perplexing? Ren Jingtian could not help but inquire of Lu Yuanshan as they were returning. Lu Yuanshan, equally bewildered, replied, "Indeed, I cannot discern when the Nanyang's secret realm began to deviate from its norm. It was never like this before." The two exchanged a few words, both wearing expressions of concern. The palace of the White Wolf Saint King is situated at the highest elevation of the northern wilderness. This expansive palace, while architecturally distinct from human constructions, bears a striking resemblance to the temples of ancient Greek mythology, exuding an aura of grandeur and solemnity both within and without. At this moment, Chen Chao sat upon the back of the golden feather demon saint, surveying the White Wolf Palace below. "My king, should we exterminate the remnants of the wolf clan?" The formidable bear demon saint inquired with a deep, resonant voice. As the new king of the northern region, Chen Chao did not possess his own clan, and the two feathered demon saints were exceedingly obsequious towards their new sovereign, subtly indicating their desire to become his trusted confidants, which instilled a sense of urgency in the bear demon saint. Thus, he hastened to garner favor in Chen Chao's eyes. Very well, Chen Chao nodded in agreement, then added, moreover, we should seek to recruit other demon tribes in the north. Despite the heavy casualties among the demon saints here, there remains a considerable number of extraordinary demon entities. Consolidating them would yield significant strength. This way, Chen Chao could create turmoil among the demon tribes, alleviating the pressure on the human side. The bear demon saint took his leave, leading his contingent of demons to hunt down the wolf clan. Chen Chao cast a glance at the White Wolf Palace. While it was protected by an energy barrier, he immediately discerned the location of the treasury. With a determined stride, he stepped forward, crashing through the energy barrier and entering the vault. The treasury of the White Wolf Saint King lies beneath the palace, sprawling over an expanse equivalent to 6 or 7 football fields, filled to the brim with energy stones and various rare treasures. All the treasures, while organized, appeared to be heaped upon the ground without seeming disordered. The divine wood fruit, which accelerates the condensation of the holy seal, is valued at 10,000 merits apiece. There must be at least several hundred of these. By heavens, I have struck gold. The great wilderness wood, a material for crafting sacred weapons, enhances their resilience. Priced at 2,000 merits per kilogram, this piece of great wilderness wood weighs no less than 30 kilograms. The 9-colored flower, a sacred remedy for healing wounds. Even the most inferior quality demands a price of 50,000 merit points. This particular specimen appears to possess a quality that is far from mediocre, though its preservation leaves much to be desired. Chen Chao took a moment to inventory the treasures within the vault, a collection amassed over countless years by the holy king of the White Wolf, now entirely his own. Should he exchange these treasures for contribution points in the human realm, Chen Chao would undoubtedly ascend to become the wealthiest individual in Huagua, without exception, back when Huagua eradicated the lair of the eastern region's black magic ape. The spoils of war must have been plentiful. If one were to speak candidly, the northern wilderness is the most desolate among the 5 great regions, and the holy king of the White Wolf ranks among the least esteemed of the various demon monarchs. It is reasonable to surmise that the vaults of the other regional kings would surpass that of the White Wolf in abundance. This notion sparked within Chen Chao a fleeting desire to raid the other territories. However, it would be prudent to first empty the northern vault. No matter how numerous the treasures, if they cannot be converted into merit points, they are of little use. Regrettably, these items hold no utility for him. With a Kryptonian lineage that requires neither training nor resource consumption, Chen Chao found himself perplexed, questioning the need for so many merit points. Caring for Kala and the landlord's sister, Xiao Mei, was sufficient. Beyond that, he realized he harbored no desires whatsoever. Even after attaining the status of a saint, his inherently languid nature remained unchanged. Chapter 83. It seems you demons know how to play upon exiting the vault. Chen Chao summoned the power of thunder to reinforce the energy seal of the treasury. Unless faced with a being of the holy King's caliber, none could breach his seal. After his emergence, Jin Ling, accompanied by the demon elites of the northern region, paid homage to the new king. Following their introduction, Jin Ling advised that, given the new king's ascension and unstable foundation, it was imperative to expand the harem, propagate heirs, and strengthen the royal lineage to secure their position among the 5 great regions. Uncertain of Chen Chao's preferences and tastes, Jin Ling selected a considerable assembly of pure-blooded, noble, and aesthetically pleasing demon beings. Regardless of Chen Chao's inclinations towards race or form, whether beastly or humanoid, the Grand Hall showcased an array of diverse appearances and characteristics. The intelligence of the demon race had evolved, forming a societal structure reminiscent of ancient tribes. Under the dominion of the demon monarchs, each region resembled a vast feudal kingdom, with societal concepts and structures bearing striking similarities to ancient dynasties. Chen Chao's gaze swept over the myriad of enchanting figures below, finally resting upon the demonesses. The demon saints adeptly transformed into human forms, while some half-saint-level demons, although capable of shape-shifting, retained a distinctly demonic essence. For instance, the cat demon nearby, whose physique closely resembled that of an ordinary human, could not entirely conceal her feline claws, tail, and ears, which remained exposed, revealing her lineage at a glance. Meow. Sensing Chen Chao's gaze, the cat-eared girl lowered herself to the ground, timidly calling out. She was expressing her utmost respect towards him. Chen Chao found himself utterly flustered by the enchanting presence of the cat girl, an experience that left him feeling more vulnerable than facing even a saint-level demon. The cat-eared maiden was merely one of many magical creatures, each captivating in their own right, making his heart race and cheeks flush with embarrassment. Despite his extensive theoretical knowledge and countless experiences, he was, in truth, a giant in theory, yet a diminutive figure in action. To this day, he had yet to indulge in the pleasures of intimacy, previously thwarted by his landlady's allure, and now wishing to reserve his precious first experience for Carla. Or at the very least, for Xiaomei, though perhaps he should dismiss the latter from consideration. In summary, if he were to succumb easily to the charms of these magical beings, how would he ever face Carla and the landlady again? A man's first experience is undeniably precious. Chen Chao did not wish to be reminiscing about his youthful, innocent days hundreds of years hence, only to be haunted by unspeakable memories with a host of magical creatures. The thought alone was both thrilling and regretful. As Chen Chao was lost in his thoughts, Jean Ling, perceptive as ever, noted that her new king was ignoring the untransformed demon kin, instead fixating on those capable of transformation. Clearly, the king, being a humanoid demon, might not be inclined towards the unrefined forms. Jean Ling mused that unless one had peculiar tastes, demons often preferred aesthetics aligned with their own forms. Therefore, she promptly transformed into a striking figure, adorned in golden feathered attire, her skin fair and form statuesque. My king, should you find those lowly creatures unsatisfactory, I would gladly serve you, she proposed, winking at Chen Chao. To his astonishment, Chen Chao realized he had stumbled upon a rather intriguing development. On his inaugural day as the king of the Northern Demon Clan, a throng of alluring creatures had already begun to vie for his attention. What was he to do? He felt a sense of urgency. Nearby, the enormous bear observed Jean Ling with newfound eyes. This shameless demoness had the audacity to transform to curry favor with the king. He lamented his own male form, wishing he could charm the king like those captivating creatures. Yet, what if the king preferred men? Should he dare to test this theory? The bear shivered at the thought. Perhaps not. He feared for his life, as the king was known for his ferocity. Seeing Chen Chao's silence, Jean Ling swiftly ushered away the untransformed demons and beckoned the magical maidens closer, declaring, "My king, it is getting late. Allow me to assist you with your bath." Such a notion of bathing as a remedy for indecision was indeed a clever tactic employed by these demons. Chen Chao, feeling overwhelmed, replied sternly, "No need. I require solitude for the next few days to focus on important matters. If there is even a hint of error, I shall not spare you." With that, he vanished from the grand hall, leaving a lingering tension in the air. The demon clan below scarcely perceived how Chen Chao departed. Jean Ling initially believed he had failed in his duties, inciting Chen Chao's displeasure, which filled him with trepidation. A nearby giant bear approached, patting Jean Ling on the shoulder, and remarked, "Look how frightened you are. The king is not upset. Rather, he is merely shy. Ha ha ha. From my perspective, our king is still quite a fledgling." Upon hearing this, Jean Ling first felt a flicker of joy, then raised his arm, resembling a lotus stem, and patted the giant bear's shoulder, lamenting, "You dare jest about the king? You are doomed." Upon hearing this, the bear's smile froze upon his face. It was too late. He had forgotten to suppress his energy while speaking, and now he was in grave danger. Disregarding the demon clan, Chen Chao entered the grandest palace within the royal palace, once the sleeping quarters of the White Wolf Saint King. This palace was adorned with energy crystal stones. Upon entering, one could breathe in an atmosphere imbued with energy several times denser than that of the outside world. After establishing a barrier around the palace, Chen Chao commenced his examination of how to revert to his human form. His mental energy scanned his body, discovering he had transformed into a state akin to the destruction sun, distinct from the demon clan's shape-shifting, which involved altering the arrangement of muscle and skin cells while maintaining their essence. In contrast, his cells were in a state reminiscent of overclocking, resulting in certain intrinsic changes. When in human form, his cells operated at a normal power level. However, in the destruction sun state, his cells were akin to being stimulated by a performance-enhancing substance, with their activity and energy absorption and output capabilities exponentially surpassing those of ordinary cells. This phenomenon paralleled a mechanical overclocking state. Fortunately, due to the boundless potential and remarkable endurance of his Kryptonian lineage, had an ordinary human cells been subjected to such a continuous overclocking state, they would have long succumbed to madness, burning their lives away. Prior to his arrival, Chen Chao had perused numerous accounts of saintly cultivators. Among them was a methodology for addressing the state of madness, strikingly similar to his current condition, which he could draw upon to suppress his overclocked state. He merely needed to consolidate the excess energy within his cells into his sacred mark, then utilize his mental energy to suppress the activity of his cells, reducing it to a normal range. Thus, in the ensuing time, Chen Chao began his endeavor to regain control over his cells, striving to revert them to their normal state. Chapter 84. The one who upsets the chessboard the past few days, the Seventh Fortress was destined for unrest. For the human race, the transition of power in the Northern Kingdom necessitated vigilance, especially for the Eastern Realm, which shared a direct border. According to the latest intelligence, the Northern King bore the title of the Brutal Demon King. After the Brutal Demon King dispatched the White Wolf, he retreated into seclusion, rumored to be on the verge of further enhancing his strength. The other several domain saints dispatched envoys with congratulatory gifts, acknowledging the Brutal Demon King's dominion over the Northern Kingdom and expressing intentions to unite against the human race. This development was entirely anticipated. In the 5 major regions, there once existed a harmonious camaraderie among the inhabitants, each well acquainted with one another, albeit not entirely characterized by warmth and affection. At the very least, a balance of power had been maintained. Suddenly, however, an unfamiliar and formidable entity emerged, swiftly vanquishing the White Wolf Holy King upon arrival, subsequently revealing 3 sacred seals and forcefully asserting dominion over the Northern Palace, declaring himself the ruler of that realm. In light of the apprehension surrounding this enigmatic being, known as the Demon King, a temporary alliance was formed between the central, western, and southern regions. Should the Northern Demon King dare to stir unrest, the 3 regions would unite to promptly address the threat. Conversely, should the Demon King prove amenable and refrain from further provocations, the newly formed alliance of demon clans would redirect their focus toward the human race, using them as a means to strengthen the bonds among the various regions of the Demon Alliance. This information was gleaned by the extraordinary army through their espionage across the territories. Although the Golden Holy Dragon King perceived Chen Chao as a threat, he kept such sentiments concealed, ensuring that the human race remained oblivious. His grand design involved the subjugation of all 5 regions, as well as the human world, necessitating a comprehensive strategy and meticulous calculations. Little did he realize that no matter how intricate his plans were, they could not account for an unforeseen variable, an individual capable of appending the entire game board. At the Eastern Fortress, following a period of fortification, defensive structures had expanded tenfold, and powerful allies began to enter the Nanyang secret realm, bolstering the original garrison of 50,000 to a formidable 200,000. Several esteemed figures from the Hua Kingdom, including Sword Saint Lin Huayu, the Mind Emperor Hua Ruolin, and Ice Saint Su Qingqing, had all made their preparations. Should the demon race exhibit signs of a large-scale offensive, they would be the first to enter the Nanyang secret realm. On a particular day, as the main forces arrived in the Nanyang secret realm, 2 figures emerged alongside them. These were none other than the long-absent Kara and her landlady, Nan Wuyue. "Governor Lin, do you have any news about my brother?" Kara inquired as she stepped into the Nanyang secret realm, seeking information about Chen Chao. Lin Chong cast a glance at Kara. In just a few days apart, he noted that she seemed to have grown taller, and her armored attire emanated an aura of danger. This battle suit, a product of Kara's own design, housed a miniature nuclear fusion reactor, enhancing her Kryptonian cell's absorption of solar energy, allowing her to rapidly evolve in a short span. It is worth noting that Lin Chong was now close to attaining the status of a saint, even against a slightly weaker saint. He could hold his own in a confrontation. The only presence he sensed as dangerous was that of Saint. "Instructor Kara, what is your current level of power?" Lin Chong asked, uncertainty evident in his voice. "I'm not entirely sure," Kara replied. Based on the latest test data, I should have barely reached the initial stage of Saint, but I have yet to condense my sacred seal. Kara followed a purely physical enhancement path. Both energy and mental prowess were her weaknesses. While she could contend with initial stage Saints through sheer strength, she would struggle against any mental attacks. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. As long as she grew powerful enough, I may be subjected to countless assaults, whether they be psychological or magical in nature. However, you are utterly incapable of withstanding the force of a single blow from me. What a bizarre situation this is. Lin Chong felt an overwhelming sense of despair. For while others struggle immensely to attain the saint level, it seems to come effortlessly to Chen Chao, unbeknownst to the landlady by his side. Had she been aware of Lin Chong's thoughts, she would undoubtedly have lamented, expressing her shared sentiments, as being amidst such a group of anomalies is truly burdensome. Chen Chao has been in the Northern Realm for a week now, and we have received no news of his whereabouts. Optimistically, one might speculate that he is concealing himself while striving to break through to sainthood. Yet it is also possible that Lin Chong's silence stems from the prevailing assumption that Chen Chao has already fallen to the White Wolf Saint King. After all, for a Saint King beast, eliminating a half-saint is an exceedingly trivial task. I shall venture into the Northern Realm to locate him, Lin Chong declared. Upon hearing his words, both Kara and the landlady responded in unison. The news of Chen Chao's disappearance has left the landlady in a state of great anxiety, compelling her to insist on accompanying Kara, even at the cost of significant contribution points. She was acutely aware of her own limited strength and knew that even if she entered the secret realm, she would be of little assistance. A figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Chong, drawing closer with remarkable speed. It was the Fist Saint Lu Yuanshan. I understand your feelings, he addressed them. The military has consistently dispatched personnel to the Northern Realm in search of Chen Chao, except for the depths of the Northern Realm and the vicinity of the White Wolf, now referred to as the Demon King's Palace. We have scoured all other possible locations without discovering any trace of him. I am not urging you to abandon your search. Rather, I implore you to wait for 2 more days. During this time, a formidable weapon will be transported here, provided we are prepared for battle. Both Saint Run and I will venture into the Northern Realm together to ascertain Chen Chao's fate, alive or deceased. Of course, their mission in the Northern Realm was not solely to seek out Chen Chao. They had also received orders to engage with the new Northern King, the Demon King. Thus far, the stances of the other regional Saint Kings have been unmistakably clear. Only the Demon King of the Northern Realm remains in seclusion. If we can prevent a coalition among the beast tribes, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome. Should the Demon King also turn against humanity, the final conflict would be inevitable. Having collaborated with the military, the landlady understood the necessity of coordinating with their strategies. Concerned for Kara's impulsiveness, she gently tugged at Kara's sleeve and offered her counsel. Kara temporarily set aside her urge to rush into the Northern Realm. Very well, I shall wait for 2 days. However, I must search the borders for my brother. Should I discover any signs of him, I will cross into the realm immediately. For Kara, this was the greatest concession she could make, for the significance of her brother outweighed that of the entire world. In the Northern Realm, the Chen Chao that Kara and the landlady were so worried about had completely reverted to his human form. Moreover, he had mastered cellular superfrequency, enabling him to transition effortlessly between his human form and that of the Day of Destruction. Roar! As Chen Chao let out a roar, his physique swelled once more. Muscles bulging uncontrollably, resembling massive boulders. Spikes protruded from his skin, rendering him a fearsome sight. Upon transforming into the form of Destruction Day, both his strength and defense surged threefold. His actual power level likely surpassed that of Saint King. He pondered whether there existed realms beyond the Saint King level. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You are at the Saint King level because your prowess has reached that tier. I am at the Saint King level as well. For the highest classification of strength is solely that of a Saint King. Of course, this was only true in his Destruction Day form. In his human guise, Chen Chao's true combat capabilities remained at the Saint King level. Chapter 85. What a ridiculous name after reverting from his human form back to the Destruction Day state. Chen Chao intended to depart the palace. He still wished to stir the waters of the Demon Clan under the guise of the Northern King. Moreover, in his Destruction Day form, Chen Chao's combat prowess was enhanced, allowing him to face any opponent at the Saint King level without fear. he decided to assess the current situation outside. If it appeared stable, he could venture to the human realm and seek opportunities to exchange treasures for merit. Though Chen Chao possessed a laid-back disposition, he still aspired to be a wealthy slacker. Once matters here were resolved, he could indulge in the pleasures of the human world, and perhaps even take occasional vacations in the secret realms, considering he had a harem of 3,000 beauties awaiting him. Ahem, that was a topic for another day. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. Lost in thought, Chen Chao rose to his feet. In his Destruction Day form, he stood nearly 5 meters tall, akin to a giant. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble. Approaching the palace entrance, he suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly turned his head in a specific direction. Beyond the energy barrier, it seemed something was attempting to penetrate the energy shield to spy on the interior. What could it be? Chen Chao's formidable mental strength allowed him to detect the intruder first. He stepped through the energy barrier and appeared in midair, raising his hand to grasp the void, instantly tearing through space to seize whatever was lurking, attempting to spy on him. What is this? How disgusting. Chen Chao looked at his palm, which now held a large, round eyeball. This orb was entirely black, with a crimson pupil in the center. Grasped firmly in his hand, it struggled relentlessly, unleashing frenzied mental assaults in all directions. Saint King-level mental attacks? Sensing the relentless tide of mental force, ripples spread across Chen Chao's mental realm. Only the potent mental energy of a Saint King could disturb his mental world, and it had to be exceedingly powerful. Weaklings like the White Wolf Saint King would pose no threat to him whatsoever. Buzz! Chen Chao unleashed a surge of mental energy, forcefully subduing the ominous eye, striving to decipher the fluctuations of its psychic power in order to unearth the mastermind behind it. It was evident that this colossal orb was a manifestation of some entity, intruding upon Chen Chao's surveillance. An insignificant, I lacked the capacity for independent action. It undoubtedly shared a psychic link with its controller. However, just as Chen Chao restrained the eye, it abruptly erupted, morphing into a pool of viscous, black, corrosive liquid that hissed ominously upon contact with his hand. This dark, corrosive substance possessed formidable erosive properties, yet could not inflict harm upon Chen Chao. Not even the cellular walls of his epidermal cells were compromised. Such theatrics. Chen Chao muttered in discontent, shaking off the mysterious black liquid from his hand. In a flash, he entered the grand hall. Within, Jinling appeared to be attending to several unfamiliar demon race sages, surrounded by a collection of precious ores and medicinal materials. Upon Chen Chao's arrival, Jinling promptly bowed and announced, "My king, envoys from several domains have come bearing gifts to congratulate your majesty on becoming the lord of the Northern Realm. Additionally, a messenger from the Central Dragon tribe requests an audience, insisting they must meet you, or they will not depart." The unfamiliar demon sages Jinling had been receiving were, in fact, the envoys from the Central Dragon tribe. Upon surveying the scene, Chen Chao's eyes widened in recognition. Ah, old acquaintances, he coughed lightly. The dragon envoy that had arrived was none other than the flame dragon sparrow he had encountered in Thunder Valley. At that moment, the flame dragon sparrow failed to recognize the demon seated on the throne, recalling only the human who had seized her thunder's sacred fruit. The instant she laid eyes on Chen Chao, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over her, a sensation she had previously only felt in the presence of the Golden Saint Dragon King. Esteemed Lord of the Fiendish Demon King, I represent the Golden Saint Dragon King in conveying my utmost respect to you. The Flame Dragon Sparrow, accompanied by her fellow demon kin, maintained their true forms, their immense bodies bowing reverently towards Chen Chao. The grand hall was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of demon sages in their true forms. Had they gathered in a more confined space, their transformations would have been necessary. Fiendish Demon King? Is that my name? Chen Chao's lips twitched, perplexed by the absurdity of the title. Who in the world bestowed such a name upon me? If I discover the identity of this fool, I shall make them rue their choice. The Flame Dragon Sparrow was taken aback by Chen Chao's response, casting a fearful glance at Jinling Wait. Is your king not called by that name? Jinling appeared equally bewildered. I have no knowledge of such a thing. Jinling was hesitant to inquire further, uncertain of who had disseminated the title, which had rapidly spread across the 5 great regions, even reaching the human realm, where they too recognized the Northern King as the Fiendish Demon King. The flame dragon Sparrow bowed her head lower, speculating that perhaps this was a deliberate ploy on his part to find an excuse to confront her. Yet even if this fiendish demon king were to turn hostile, she felt no fear. The flame dragon Sparrow bore the avatar of the golden sacred dragon king, reminiscent of the time it confronted the white wolf king. Should this demon king dare to strike, it would not merely face the avatar, but also the combined assault from the three major regions, the central, western, and southern territories. In the eyes of the flame dragon Sparrow, regardless of the demon king's prowess, it could not possibly withstand the collective might of the three regional sacred kings. Furthermore, she was aware that the dragon clan seemingly harbored hidden, formidable beings, whom even the golden sacred dragon king regarded as a reliable ally. Thus, the flame dragon Sparrow stood ready to unleash the avatar of the golden sacred dragon king, exuding an unwavering calmness. Chen Chao, on the other hand, was not burdened by such thoughts. He merely found himself internally lamenting the unfortunate name of the demon king. After a bout of mental sarcasm, he redirected his gaze towards the trembling flame dragon Sparrow beneath him. Was she shaking? Was she afraid of him? Did he truly inspire such terror? Bah! It was all due to that detestable name. Upon hearing it, one would certainly envision him as a brutal overlord. Look at how this great bird was reduced to such a state. With a silent sigh, Chen Chao spoke in a deep tone. Rise. Upon hearing his voice, the flame dragon Sparrow and her companions, the various demon clans, lifted their heads to regard him. Ah, this demon king did not seem as fearsome as the rumor suggested. A few of the demons mused quietly. Nevertheless, the flame dragon Sparrow remained focused on her purpose. She did not rise, but continued to manipulate the avatar of the golden sacred dragon king, remaining prostrate as she spoke. My lord, the dragon king invites you to join the demon alliance to assault the human race and reclaim the eastern territory. Should you choose to ally with us, once the humans are vanquished, the eastern lands shall be shared, even the realm of humanity itself. She was quick to outline the benefits, promising territorial expansion and a share of the spoils. No one would undertake such laborious endeavors without a reward. Chapter 86. The scheme. Upon hearing the flame dragon Sparrow's words, Chen Chao couldn't help but chuckle. What a delightful turn of events. Just when he was lamenting the lack of an opportunity to stir trouble, they came seeking his aid against the humans. Should he agree? The prospect of confronting the human race seemed impossible, an unattainable dream. Reclining on his throne, Chen Chao's mind raced as he analyzed the current situation. From the bird's words, it was evident that the demon clans from other regions had united. Why would they form such a coalition? Had he inadvertently appeared too formidable, instilling a sense of threat? Perhaps, for in the eyes of others, defeating an opponent of the same rank seemed an extraordinary feat, much like when Hua Rulin and the Saints besieged the black demon ape in the Eastern Territory. They had boasted for quite some time. Thus, it dawned on him that by single-handedly defeating the White Wolf Sacred King, he might have intimidated the other demon Sacred Kings, at least enough to perceive him as a threat. In comparison, Chen Chao found it difficult to comprehend. What was so remarkable about defeating an opponent of the same tier? How could it have frightened them so? It is indeed my fault for displaying such exceptional prowess. However, I cannot help but be formidable. How lonely it is to be invincible. Presently, I could easily reject the alliance, for without a doubt, the three regional sovereigns would come to eliminate me. If Chen Chao had not noticed the vigilant gaze upon him, he would have flipped the table without a second thought. The one attempting to surveil me is a hidden figure, whose aura differs from all known sovereigns, clearly indicating that the Nanyang secret realm is not as tranquil as it appears. Chen Chao utilized his analytical prowess to deduce the situation. It is premature to act against the adversaries, as I must first uncover the lurking demon who watches over me. The visible foes are not truly terrifying, as their strength is evident. What is genuinely daunting are those who lie in the shadows, waiting. To infiltrate the enemy's ranks and turn against them at a crucial moment would undoubtedly elicit surprise and excitement. One might whimsically muse that it is akin to unlocking a new realm. Although he was confident in his plans, Chen Chao maintained a stoic demeanor, even exhibiting a hint of indifference. Join the demon alliance to annihilate the human race? As far as I am aware, there are numerous sovereigns among the humans. Do you believe yourselves to be their match? His tone carried a trace of disdain, expertly executed. Despite the demon sovereigns possessing intellect comparable to humans, They had not encountered such stratagems and remained oblivious to Chen Chao's provocation. The blazing dragon sparrow, detecting the contempt in Chen Chao's voice, retorted indignantly, "There are only 3 human sovereigns. Not to mention that our alliance boasts more sovereigns than the humans. Even if it were only the demon sovereigns who acted, it would suffice to encircle and eliminate all human sovereigns. This was merely a matter of numbers, akin to a brawl." Following this exchange, Chen Chao skillfully extracted further information. Although the blazing dragon sparrow was not foolish enough to divulge all her secrets, he gleaned substantial intelligence from her words. Previous military reports claimed there were only 30 demon sovereigns, which was utterly false. Merely within the Central Dragon clan, there are nearly 20 sovereigns, not to mention various allied demon clans. The Western and Northern territories are not much different, while the greatest uncertainty lies in the Southern Seas. The Southern Ocean occupies half of the Secret Realms area, vast and boundless, teeming with diverse marine species, and boasting the highest number of demon sovereigns. The blazing dragon sparrow even hinted at the existence of some hidden entities in the Southern Ocean. She had heard the Golden Holy Dragon King mention it, but was unaware of the specifics. Could the marine creatures be the source of the surveillance? This aligns with the notion of the grotesque. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Chao suddenly envisioned a tentacled monstrosity with large, bulging eyes. Alas, the power of his analytical mind is a double-edged sword, allowing him to conjure every detail in an instant. That imagery was utterly repulsive. As Chen Chao indulged in his imaginative musings upon the throne, the flame dragon sparrow hesitantly lifted its head and inquired, "Esteemed king, may I be so bold as to ask whence you hail?" After all, despite the vastness of the 5 great regions, they seemed rather diminutive for a being of Saint King caliber. Chen Chao appeared as though he had emerged from thin air, raising suspicions among the other Saint Kings regarding his origins. In response, Chen Chao took a mere 2 seconds to devise a plausible explanation. "I once participated in the ancient war and have since been in slumber, only now awakening." The mention of the ancient war conjured images of the legendary Saint King War in the Northern Realm for the flame dragon sparrow. However, that did not quite fit the definition of ancient. As her mind raced with the implications of Chen Chao's astounding 3 sacred seals, she began to concoct elaborate theories about his background. Chen Chao, however, chose not to elaborate further. He was unaware of any ancient wars in the Southern Yang secret realm, but it seemed that in 8 out of 10 novels on a certain Chinese website, references to ancient battles and the resurgence of powerful beings were commonplace. Such tropes were well-trodden. The demon race, however, was unlikely to peruse such narratives on that website, and thus remained oblivious to these conventions. Not only did the flame dragon sparrow find herself astonished, but even Chen Chao's allies, such as the golden feather and the giant bear, were equally bewildered. Their gazes toward Chen Chao transformed in astonishment. In summary, their sentiments regarding Chen Chao's origins could be distilled into a single thought: we are unaware and dare not inquire. Yet he certainly appears formidable. Concerning the affairs of the Demon Alliance, the Flame Dragon Sparrow informed that in a month's time, the Golden Saint Dragon King would convene the demon races from the 4 domains to launch a grand offensive against humanity. She urged Chen Chao to prepare accordingly. Naturally, preparation was imperative. After dismissing the Flame Dragon Sparrow, the Golden Feather transformed into human form and broached the subject of expanding the harem. This time personally taking charge of the endeavor, nearly broadcasting her intentions on her face. "I want to bear you offspring." The other 2 male demon saints looked on with envy. "I shall enter seclusion. Do not disturb me without my command." Chen Chao swiftly excused himself, realizing that if he lingered, his first experience might be jeopardized. Each of them was a vexing little sprite. Why was there a need for seclusion again when they had just emerged? The Golden Feather stared at Chen Chao in disbelief. Chen Chao did not afford her the opportunity to continue her antics, vanishing once more from the Grand Hall. As he departed, he left behind a thunderous doppelganger in the sleeping quarters to safeguard the Northern Realm. Having attained sainthood, Chen Chao's mastery over energy had significantly enhanced, allowing him to effortlessly condense energy doppelgangers. If he were to bestow a sacred seal upon one, its combat prowess and endurance would be greatly amplified. Unfortunately, a doppelganger was, after all, a mere semblance and could easily be discerned by demon saint-level beings. Otherwise, It would have been quite advantageous to utilize a doppelganger to deal with the alluring golden feather and her ilk. Sighing, after leaving the doppelganger, Chen Chao assumed human form, cloaking himself in energy. Once assured that no prying eyes were upon him, he soared toward the seventh fortress in the Eastern Realm. Chapter 87. Have you attained sanctity? East Region, 7th Fortress. The command room, once spacious, was now crowded with people. At the forefront stood Ren Jingtian and Lu Yuanshan, two of the esteemed saints from Huagua, accompanied by high-ranking military officials and members of social armed groups. According to the latest intelligence, the Lord of the North, the Demon King, had joined the alliance of the demon tribes, leading to the emergence of a scenario we most dreaded. We were now confronted with the impending assault of the demon tribes from the four realms within the secret territory. This meeting was presided over by Ren Jingtian, who succinctly outlined the current situation along with all intelligence regarding the powerful demon entities. Lin Chong, the military governor stationed in the Nanyang secret territory, proposed the idea of expanding the military forces. Ren Jingtian shook his head, stating, in the face of the coalition from the four realms of the demon tribes, we may be up against millions of demon beasts. However, the truly decisive factor lies with the saints on our side. I've already notified the higher-ups to recall all saints from Huagua and prepare for the worst. At present, scientists had resolved various technical issues, allowing for the transportation of modern thermal weaponry into the secret territory at a certain cost. Yet, while modern thermal weapons would be effective against demon entities below the saint level, they would pose no threat to the demon saints. Without formidable forces to restrain the demon saints, it was feared that supersonic missiles would be destroyed before they even approached the demon army. A silence fell over the assembly. Currently, Huagua had 15 saints, among them 3 high-level and 6 mid-level saints. This lineup could contend with 1 or 2 realms. But facing all 4 regions simultaneously was akin to unleashing hell itself. In dire circumstances, Huagua would need to seek assistance from the world. Kata, as an instructor at the Extraordinary Academy, was one of the few present with saint-level combat capabilities, and she had also been invited to the meeting. While discussions unfolded, Kara remained quietly observant, refraining from participating. At that moment, Ren Jingtian sensed something amiss and turned his gaze towards the entrance. Kara followed suit, her eyes drawn to the door. Gradually, a young man clad in a red cloak and battle attire entered, and his gaze quickly found hers among the crowd. Brother. Upon spotting Chen Chao, Kara instinctively dashed forward, colliding with him at full speed and burying herself in his embrace. She tilted her head back, scrutinizing him closely, fearful that he might vanish in an instant. Kara, it's only been a few days, yet you seem to have grown taller, Chen Chao remarked, ruffling her hair. Just days ago, she had barely reached his waist. Now she was almost at his chin. Was it merely his illusion, or had she developed quite a figure? Oh, it's just the armor she's wearing. That essay relief. It was only at that moment that the others in the conference room took notice of Chen Chao. Bang, Yingxian, Lu Yuanshan, Lin Chong, and others approached, their faces alight with joy. Chen Chao, is it truly you? You have finally returned. Where have you been hiding these days? We dispatched numerous search and rescue teams to the northern borders in search of you, yet to no avail. It is a relief you are back. I have heard that you have acquired a sacred fruit from the demon clan, which may allow you to condense the sacred seal in a short time. Now that you are back on the surface, focus on your seclusion and strive for the rank of saint. The last sentence was spoken by Lin Chong, who secretly added to himself, no matter how quickly you attain the status of saint, it will never be faster than I. Lin Chong now merely awaited an opportunity to unite body and mind, condense the sacred seal, shatter his shackles, and ascend to the rank of saint. Perhaps it would occur in the next battle. Not only was he poised to shed the title of the Millennium S#1, but he was also on the cusp of becoming a saint. This evoked a bittersweet sense within Lin Chong akin to a wife finally becoming a mother-in-law. He nearly patted Chen Chao on the shoulder and laughed heartily. I am about to become a saint. Tell me, are you envious? In any case, Lin Chong was genuinely delighted to see Chen Chao. Chen Chao, smiling back at Lin Chong, bore an expression akin to that of an older sibling looking at a younger brother who proudly flaunted a perfect score in elementary school mathematics. Pursuing the rank of saint? Oh, I forgot to mention, I have already become a saint. It appears the top position has fallen to you once more. What a pity. I held that title for merely a few days. As Chen Chao spoke, he gave Lin Chong a gentle pat on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's smile froze upon his face. What? You become a saint? How did that happen? That stings, my friend. Upon learning of Chen Chao's ascension, Ren Jingtian and the others displayed expressions of delight. Before becoming a saint, Chen Chao already possessed the strength to defeat initial stage demon saints. Now that he had attained the rank, he should be capable of contending with mid-stage saints. The group exchanged congratulations and quickly urged Chen Chao to join them in a strategic meeting. In the face of the threat posed by the Demon Clan Alliance, an additional saint-level combatant meant an increased hope of victory. As Chen Chao sat down and listened for a while, it became apparent that the discussion centered around the newly emerged ruler of the northern borders, the Demon King, with apprehension evident in their words. At that moment, Chen Chao felt inclined to reveal, "Actually, I am the Demon King you speak of." However, with so many present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He did not suspect that there were spies among the human ranks. Rather, he understood that since the large, watchful eye could monitor him, it could certainly eavesdrop on the humans as well. Only Ren Jingtian, among those present, had the capability to detect the existence of a large eye. Others might not perceive it. If the Demon Clan were to discover his identity, it would render his plans futile. Noticing Chen Chao hesitating to speak, Ren Jingtian immediately inquired, "Chen Chao, do you possess some crucial intelligence?" Chen Chao nodded. Recognizing the potential significance of the information Chen Chao held, Ren Jingtian, astute as he was, surmised it might be classified. Thus, he wasted no time, rising promptly to address the others. "This meeting concludes here. Chen Chao, come with me." With that, Ren Jingtian swiftly departed the seventh fortress. Chen Chao gently reassured Carla to wait a moment and then vanished alongside Ren Jingtian. After departing from the fortress, Ren Jingtian headed straight for the dimensional rift. Upon crossing through the rift, Chen Chao found himself back within the egg-shaped steel structure he had encountered before. The number of people around him had significantly increased since his last visit, and outside, a multitude of armed forces had formed a square formation. Modern weapons aimed squarely at the dimensional rift. As soon as Ren Jingtian and Chen Chao stepped out of the rift, several powerful auras locked onto them. Following the source of these auras, they appeared in an office outside the steel structure. There were 5 individuals present, all of whom were saints. Chen Chao did not recognize the others, but the woman seated in the principal position was quite familiar. She was the Empress of Thoughts, Hua Rulin. Upon seeing Chen Chao, Hua Rulin could not conceal her smile and remarked, "I heard you went to the northern region. Your little assistant was desperate to find you, fearing you might not return. I told them, you are a calamity that has lasted a millennium. You must be enjoying yourself somewhere, reluctant to come back." Chen Chao let out a dry laugh, unsure of how to respond to her words. Ren Jingtian greeted the assembled individuals and then stated seriously, "Everyone, Chen Chao has just returned from the northern region, bringing significant intelligence." The elder beside Huarulin scrutinized Chen Chao for a moment, his expression seemingly surprised. "You have become a saint?" Chen Chao had not intentionally concealed his aura as a saint. With a slight probing, others could easily discern it. There was no reason for Chen Chao to deny it. "Yes, I seized a saint fruit in the northern region, quickly condensing my saint seal and ascending to the rank of saint." Those present were aware that the secret realm was rich in various heavenly materials and treasures. Similar saint fruits had appeared in foreign realms, and one such fruit could directly cultivate a saint. Since Chen Chao had managed to seize the saint fruit through his own strength, it was indeed his fortune. The elder chose not to dwell on this matter and instead asked directly, "What is this significant intelligence you mentioned? Is it regarding the northern region's Demon King? Currently, he is considered the greatest enemy of a human race." Including Ren Jingtian, the others turned their gazes toward Chen Chao, eagerly awaiting his words. "The significant intelligence is..." Chen Chao hesitated, contemplating how to convey this to them. "I am the greatest enemy in your eyes," he declared bluntly. "I want to say that I am, in fact, the Demon King." The assembled saints were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to comprehend the implication of Chen Chao's words. Hua Rulin placed her hand on the table, striking it forcefully a few times, creating several dents in the solid wood. She stared at Chen Chao in bewilderment. "What did you say? Were you?" "I am the Demon King of the northern region," Chen Chao reiterated. Every word he spoke was understood, yet when strung together, they seemed to elude comprehension. The elder furrowed his brow, while the expressions of the others were quite remarkable. Hua Ruolin, in a moment of carelessness, lost control of her power and shattered the table before her. What on earth, Chen Chao? If this is your prank, it is truly far from amusing. Ren Jingtian initially believed that Chen Chao might bring information regarding the deployment of demonic forces, or, at the very least, some unknown information about the demon saints. Instead, he claimed to be the Demon King. It was not that the others present distrusted Chen Chao. The combat prowess displayed by the Demon King in his battle against the White Wolf Saint King was nothing short of terrifying. Even if he did not quite match the Golden Holy Dragon King, the difference was negligible. It can be said that the Demon King is humanity's most formidable foe. How could such an entity possibly be linked to a newly ascended saint? Seeing the skepticism in the eyes of the crowd, Chen Chao helplessly shook his head. He then clenched his fists, and a torrent of ferocious energy surged forth from the Holy Seal, flooding every cell of his body like a raging flood. With a roar, Chen Chao's physique suddenly surged in height, his muscles swelling several times, taking on a hue akin to heavy steel plates, with bone spikes protruding grotesquely. In the small office, the hearts of the other saints trembled. The elder Lin Huayu abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively unleashing his aura, the sword energy piercing through the heavens. Hua Ruolin's complexion paled as she raised her hand, sealing the space around them. Her telekinetic force swirled around Chen Chao like towering waves, ready to unleash a devastating attack should he make even the slightest move. Ice Saint Su Qingqing spread her arms wide, conjuring countless ice blades in midair, all aimed at Chen Chao's direction. Ren Jingtian, standing beside Chen Chao, felt as if his heart might cease to beat. Still nursing his injuries, he had barely begun to condense his sword intent when he was overwhelmed by Chen Chao's terrifying aura, shattering his focus. Despair washed over him as he glanced at the monstrous figure beside him. If that entity were to attack, he doubted he could withstand even 3 strikes in his current state before being slain. Fortunately, Chen Chao had no intention of launching an assault. Casting a glance at the astonished saints, he dissipated the energy surrounding him, returning to his human form from the devastating appearance. I told you, I am indeed the Demon King. Do you believe me now? No one spoke, as if they were still processing such explosive news. Only Ren Jingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Goodness, that was terrifying. I almost thought I was done for. At that moment, an outside guard burst in, sensing the overwhelming aura from the saints within the room, rushing in to ascertain the situation. Chief, what happened? Nothing. You may withdraw. Lin Huayu waved his hand at the entering guard. He was the first to retract his sword intent, followed by Hua Ruolin and Su Qingqing. The guard saluted and then quietly exited. The saints exchanged glances, scanning Chen Chao repeatedly with their mental powers, fearful that he might be a transformed demon. Ultimately, it was Hua Ruolin who first broke the silence. Chen Xiaozai, what is your current situation? I do not know. I consumed that luminous orb, what you refer to as the sacred fruit, and this is the result. Chen Chao insists that the sacred fruit is to blame. Regardless, Thunder Valley has been annihilated, and any investigation would yield no results. Subsequently, Chen Chao recounted his recent experiences in the northern region. He shared his endeavors in seizing the sacred fruit from Thunder Valley, culminating in a fierce battle against the White Wolf Saint King, where he was revered by the demon saints as the king of the northern region, thus assuming control of the White Wolf Palace and its treasury. He omitted only the matter of the golden feather demon saint urging him to expand his harem, otherwise divulging everything. Upon hearing about the treasury of the White Wolf Saint King, the assembled saints gasped in astonishment. During the previous battle against the black demon ape of the eastern region, they had similarly plundered a treasury, which was replete with treasures. However, nearly all the saints of the Huagua participated in that battle, along with military and police forces, leading to a meager distribution of spoils. And now you tell me you have slain the White Wolf Saint King, and all the treasures in his treasury belong to you. What infuriates the most is that during the battle against the Northern Region Saint King, only Chen Chao participated, thereby rightfully claiming the spoils of the Northern Region. Lin Huayu and Hua Ruolin exchanged glances, a rare moment of tacit understanding passing between them. Should we not rob this rascal? There is a fortune to be had. If we take him down, we would never have to worry again. What about the treasures? Ren Jingtian could scarcely contain himself, were it not for his injuries. He would have eagerly allied with the other saints to directly rob Chen Chao. Chen Chao cast a disdainful glance at these unsophisticated bumpkins. I have so many treasures in my palace. and without any storage space, how could I possibly carry them out? By the way, does anyone here possess any storage devices? Your palace? It seems this fellow has truly immersed himself in his role, believing himself to be the king of the demon clan. I do. Lin Huayu's white beard trembled slightly, a look of regret in his eyes. I obtained it from the Kyoto secret realm, but it only holds 3 cubic units. 3 cubic units is far too small. If I were to move my treasury, it would take an eternity. Chen Chao wore a face of disdain. Is it not a larger one? The others expressed their reluctance to converse with this nouveau riche. It was infuriating. How disheartening. With every mention of my palace, my treasury. Do you think we are too timid to rob you? Chapter 89, The Saint Ranking. Just as the saints were consumed by frustration, Chun, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to mutter to himself. I have roughly calculated that the energy crystals alone weigh at least several dozen tons, and the various sacred weapon materials also amount to several tons. I Haven-T thoroughly examined the treasures of heaven and earth. There are simply too many types, and many are not documented in the guidebook you provided about the secret realm. The merit points I possess must be in the hundreds of billions at the very least. Sai, do you think that retrieving such a vast quantity of items all at once would lead to a devaluation of contribution points? Can we even handle it? Perhaps I should exchange merit points in several batches. You lack reliable spatial technology for transportation, so I'll first bring out a few tons of treasures from heaven and earth. As for the other items, we can retrieve them gradually once the Southern Yang secret realm is stabilized. The saints present were momentarily bewildered, questioning whether they were indeed playing the same game. One could not shake the feeling that they were on entirely different wavelengths. You've only been in the Southern Yang secret realm for a few days, and you've already become the king of the Northern realm? Hua Rulin exclaimed, her frustration palpable. I sent you to protect the students during their training, yet you've managed to conquer the Northern realm map instead. Are you planning to clear the entire secret realm in just a few days? Enough with the nonsense. Even if you truly are the Demon King, let S drop the even if. Do I need to transform again to prove it? Chen Chao interrupted, visibly displeased. Why can't you believe that I am indeed the Demon King of the Northern realm? He had already demonstrated his transformation. Hua Rulin shot him a glare. The boy had grown cocky and dared to speak to her in such a manner. When he had been beaten by Watanabe Ikki, he had shown her nothing but respect. Perhaps she should have allowed Watanabe Ikki to beat him half to death before intervening. All right, you are the Demon King, but how much information do you possess about the Alliance of Demons? Hua Rulin posed the most critical question. Though they were eager to inquire about Chen Chao's rapid increase in strength and how he managed to condense 3 holy seals, such inquiries could easily infringe upon personal secrets, something no one would appreciate. Thus, those questions were set aside for the moment, to be revisited when the opportunity arose. The assembly no longer doubted Chen Chao's identity as the Demon King of the Northern realm, attributing his transformation to that sacred fruit. As Hua Rulin sought intelligence, Chen Chao recounted everything he had gleaned from the Lian Dragon Sparrow, including information regarding the demon saints and their numbers across the central, western, and southern regions. After he finished, a heavy silence fell over the group. The strength of the demon race exceeded their expectations. Do you know when the Demon Alliance plans to attack the fortress? Lin Huayu inquired. Chen Chao shook his head. I only know that it is likely to be in about a month. The Golden Holy Dragon King has departed from the Central Mountain Range, possibly heading to the Southern Sea. However, no one knows for certain what he intends to do, unless unexpected circumstances arise. The Golden Holy Dragon King is expected to return to the Central region in a month, at which point he will summon the demon races from the 4 domains to launch a joint assault on the Eastern Fortress. The Golden Holy Dragon King has gone to the Southern Sea? Hua Rulin repeated a phrase, furrowing her brow as she contemplated something. What's wrong? Do you know something? Bingxing Su Qingqing inquired, noticing Hua Rulin's troubled expression. Initially, Hua Rulin nodded instinctively, then shook her head, saying, I once sensed that something in the southern seas was watching me, yet upon closer inspection, I found nothing. Nevertheless, I have an unsettling feeling that there is something strange in the ocean. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao's eyes lit up. Had Hua Rulin also been monitored? Perhaps as a sage in psychic abilities, she was not approached closely enough to be detected. This led Chen Chao to almost ascertain that there were unpredictable elements lurking in the waters. Finally, Lin Huayu spoke up, stating regardless, we must prepare ourselves for the impending battle. Chen Chao infiltrating the demon clan and staging a temporary betrayal could catch them off guard. Our top-tier combat strength is comparable to theirs, and if feasible, we should consider a decapitation strategy to eliminate the demon kings. If we can eradicate the demon kings, it would be most advantageous. Even taking down one or two would alleviate the current crisis. After discussing strategic deployments for a while, Hua Rulin suddenly shifted the conversation, asking Chen Chao, now that you have attained sage status, do you wish to enter the rankings, or will you wait a while longer? Chen Chao understood her intent and replied with a smile, no need to wait. Let me enter the rankings, but place me at the very end. They were discussing Chen Chao's entry into the sage rankings, but the underlying subject was something else entirely. When Chen Chao had once dealt with the Ghost Wolf Factory in the northern sea of Fusong, he had clashed with the sword sage Watanabe Kazuki. Due to his carelessness, Watanabe Kazuki suffered a setback at Chen Chao's hands and vowed to challenge him upon Chen Chao's ascension to sagehood. Logically, a newly ascended sage would not stand a chance against an established sage like Watanabe Kazuki. In fact, a negative mindset could potentially create psychological barriers, affecting the progression to sagehood. However, Chen Chao was an enigma that defied conventional reasoning. With his combat prowess capable of slaying the White Wolf King, it was clear he would rank among the top 3, if not first. Yet, he insisted on placing himself at the end of the list, clearly setting a trap for Watanabe Kazuki. Hua Rulin smiled knowingly, saying, you're just waiting for Watanabe Kazuki to challenge you. With your current strength, he is no match for you. Upon hearing this, the other sages present grasped the situation. They were well aware of the enmity between Chen Chao and Watanabe Kazuki. Hua Rulin had previously consulted them, stating that if Chen Chao were challenged after his ascension, Huagua could not simply stand by and let him be bullied by Little Fusong. Yet, now is uncertain who would bully whom. If he chooses not to challenge me, then so be it. I won't stoop to bickering with a child. However, if he insists on challenging me, then I must apologize, for I am not one to fear a thief. Rather, I dread a thief's intentions. If he seeks my life, he must be prepared to face the consequences, Chen Chao stated calmly. In truth, everyone is well aware that this is both a personal grudge and a clash at the national level. The might of Hua Nation incites envy in many, who seek various means to suppress it. Had the sages of Hua not intervened, Watanabe Iki's so-called challenge would undoubtedly have aimed at the demise of Chen Chao. With such words spoken, Hua Rulin refrained from further discussion. Chen Chao once articulated a sentiment that resonated deeply with her. Those who seek to kill shall themselves be met with death. If you wish to slay me, be prepared to face your own demise. Subsequently, the high-ranking officials of the military convened to reassess their strategic deployments, while several sages took their leave, recognizing that their continued presence was futile with the Demon Alliance poised to attack in a month's time. They returned to address their own affairs, preparing for the impending confrontation. Ren Jingtian, lost in thought, was halted by Chen Chao at the 7th Fortress, who presented him with several medicinal herbs. Thank you for intervening against the White Wolf Sage King on my behalf, Chen Chao expressed, recalling the moment he had narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the White Wolf Sage King after seizing the sacred fruit from Thunder Valley. At that time, Ren Jingtian, despite his injuries, had confronted the Sage King, and although Chen Chao was not in immediate peril, prolonged pursuit would have hindered his ability to absorb the fruit-S energy, complicating his subsequent attempts to condense the sacred imprint. Ren Jingtian gazed in astonishment at the herbs in Chen Chao's hand, for they were rare treasures documented in the Secret Realms Manual, beneficial for healing at the sage level, and exceedingly scarce. However, this scarcity was relative to the human race, as Chen Chao possessed an abundance in his own repository. Although Ren Jingtian contemplated refusal, the words eluded him. Alas, I am aging and of little use. In the end, I must rely on you young ones. I shall accept these herbs, and I owe you a favor, Chen Chao. Do not hesitate to call upon me should you need assistance in the future. He performed a respectful gesture toward Chen Chao before cautiously accepting the herbs. The favor of a high-level sage is indeed worth these few medicinal plants, but to Chen Chao, it mattered little. Such trivial healing herbs were plentiful in his treasure trove. I am wealthy, thus I can afford to be indulgent. The other sages, witnessing this exchange, could not help but feel a twinge of envy, muttering to themselves, bah, what a fortunate one. In the Northern Territory, Chen Chao had left a clone behind. With the demon race preparing for war, his presence there was of little consequence. Carla and the landlady had also departed the secret realm, and the three returned to Magic City to await further developments. Upon arriving at the Pearl Garden Villa in Magic City, a cozy abode, Chen Chao immediately indulged in a refreshing shower, changing into his sleepwear and reclining on the sofa. Though his time in the Nanyang's secret realm had spanned merely 10 days, it felt as though a century had passed. Where is Xiaomei? Is she not home? He wondered aloud, noticing the absence of the young girl. The landlady sat beside Chen Chao, leaning against him comfortably. I initially thought we would remain in the secret realm for an extended period, so I allowed Xiaomei to stay at school. It was quite late now, and I decided to fetch her back tomorrow. Chen Chao simply acknowledged my words. At that moment, Kara rushed over, forcefully pulling the landlady away from Chen Chao. Annie, hurry and prepare dinner. This little Kryptonian girl desired to spend some private time with Chen Chao. Yet, an annoying older woman insisted on being a third wheel, utterly oblivious to the situation. Although the landlady lacked Kara's strength, she clung tightly to Chen Chao's arm, refusing to let go. We ordered takeout for dinner, you little brat. Let go. When your brother and I shared a bed, you weren't even in China yet. She initially intended to remark that Kara hadn't even been born, but upon realizing the timeline didn't align, she hastily amended her statement. Kara, not to be outdone, retorted, I don't care. Today he s mine, no. Tomorrow he s mine too. And the day after that, and the day after that. Both of you quiet down. Chen Chao felt overwhelmed. Having just escaped the clutches of the enchanting creatures from the Northern Territory, he now found himself entangled with these two feuding girls. Is it truly appropriate for you both to be so tantalizingly close to me? The landlady still clung to Chen Chao's arm without relent. Kara, feeling wronged and sulking, muttered, Brother promised to let me be his girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the landlady was momentarily stunned before transforming into an enraged lioness. You despicable Chen Chao. I understand now. You have a penchant for little girls. Otherwise, why would I have offered her to you on a silver platter? And you refused. You must be a lowly enthusiast. Let me explain. It's not as you think. Chen Chao felt utterly exasperated. I'm not listening. Not listening, you old tortoise. The landlady covered her ears and glared at Chen Chao, demanding, Kara is still a minor. Don't tell me you've already done something with her. I haven't. I didn't. Stop making baseless accusations. Chen Chao quickly denied. I'm waiting for her to come of age. Inadvertently, he revealed his true feelings. Lolas are certainly not my ultimate preference. I'm merely waiting for Kara to grow up. Though she has indeed grown taller these past few days, she is still far from becoming a mature woman. The landlady contemplated ignoring Chen Chao to express her displeasure, but as she reconsidered, she realized that sulking would only benefit that little girl, Kara. Therefore, she continued to cling to Chen Chao's arm. Regardless of your relationship with Kara, she is still underage, and you must not take advantage of her. Otherwise, you would be a villain. The landlady felt it was imperative to resolve matters with Chen Chao before Kara reached maturity, lest she find herself completely sidelined once that day arrived. The landlady and Kara found themselves in a stalemate for a moment, when suddenly, the landlady seemed to have an idea. With a mischievous grin, she said to Kara, Hey girl, a new hero has been released in Hero Glory today, and it appears to be modeled after Chen Chao. Aren't you going to give it a try? Not a chance. Kara shot a disdainful glance at the landlady. There's a real person here. Who would play such a game? Chen Chao, looking bewildered, thought to himself, a hero modeled after me? Damn it, the Hero Glory Game Company hasn't even paid me any royalties. I should go confront them. If they refuse, I'll just dismantle their company. Seeing that Kara was not taking the bait, the landlady continued her tempting persuasion. I heard the new hero comes with a skin that resembles Chen Chao's, and the skill effects are absolutely stunning. Most importantly, today is the last day of the event, where you can earn double points while playing. Even if you lose, you won't drop a rank. Double points, not losing ranks. And it's the last day? Kara gasped, feeling as though she was beginning to struggle to breathe. During her recent research on a miniature nuclear reactor, she had not played games for several days, a feat requiring immense willpower for a girl with an addiction to gaming. Now that Chen Chao was back, hearing about the imminent conclusion of the gaming event made her heart ache as if she had missed out on a fortune. Her gaze shifted between the family internet CAF's computer and Chen Chao. After much internal conflict, she finally murmured, well, I'll just log in to take a look. Just a glance. I'll buy the new hero and the new skin. Yes, hurry up and purchase them. There are discounts on heroes and skins during the event. The landlady adopted the demeanor of a caring older sister. Kara's heart raced with excitement. Reluctantly, she released her grip on Chen Chao's arm, repeatedly saying, "I'll just log in a check, buy the new hero, and I'll be right back." No sooner had she spoken than she vanished into the living room in a flash. Once Kara left, the landlady exhibited a triumphant smile, thinking, "You think you can outsmart me?" She then leapt onto Chen Chao. "Hey, Yujia, this isn't right. Kara will be back soon," Chen Chao exclaimed, attempting to resist the landlady, who was tearing at his sleepwear. He felt like a fish out of water, wanting to struggle. "She won't be coming out of that room tonight. You really don't understand your little girlfriend well enough," the landlady declared, transforming into a fierce tigress, clawing and biting at Chen Chao. "You're such a pervert. I'm being this proactive, and you're still dragging your feet. Are you even man?" Faced with such a challenge, how could Chen Chao back down? He immediately felt displeased, thinking, "Does she really see me as a mere decoration?" Moreover, the landlady whispered in his ear, "The gaming event was something Kara told me about. Do you really think she's as oblivious as you imagine? Chen Chao, are you capable or not?" In this moment, Chen Chao let out a resigned sigh. The landlady, sensing his reluctance, seemed taken aback. In the next instant, the tables turned, despite the landlady's usual bravado. When faced with Chen Chao's fierce demeanor, she began to shrink back. "Please wait a moment, you perverse individual. First, turn off the light." Even though this person is a genetically enhanced human, how can they withstand the torment of another? It is night, Chapter 91, The Hammer of Thor. After a night of relentless combat, Chen Chao reclined on his bed, yearning for a cigarette. Although he typically abstained from smoking, after engaging in a scholarly exchange with his landlady, he felt an urge to indulge. Having completed both physical and mental growth, he sensed that not lighting a cigarette would somehow disrupt the process. The two had conversed until 4 in the morning, culminating in Chen Chao's unilateral academic domination. His landlady lay exhausted in his embrace, drained by the intellectual contest, lacking even the strength to lift an arm. Tears glistened in her eyes, seemingly tears of frustration for having lost to Chen Chao in their academic duel. Chen Chao gently patted her pristine back, reminding her to maintain her composure. "Be mindful of your image. It would be quite embarrassing if Kara walked in and saw this." Normally, Kara would stay up gaming until around 4 or 5 in the morning, and glancing at the clock, it was nearly that time. "You lazy oaf. You have no regard for delicate feelings," his landlady pouted, pulling the blanket over her shoulders. Chen Chao's gaze inadvertently fell upon an embarrassing sight. Suddenly, he recalled that his landlady had once mentioned that Xiaomei was a test tube baby. Sensing Chen Chao's gaze, she seemed to be further incensed and bit down hard on his chest. "Ouch," he exclaimed, as she pouted, "You only know how to bully me." She pounded her fists on his chest in frustration, producing a rhythmic thumping sound. Chen Chao affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Just rest well. With your recuperative abilities, a good sleep should suffice. If you wake up and Kara is still in bed, we can dream on. Are you plotting my demise?" She interjected, pulling the blanket over her head and drifting off to sleep. Chen Chao, however, was wide awake, lying in bed as he accessed the system interface. Having logged in daily, he had amassed a considerable number of card drawing opportunities, and with idle time on his hands, he decided to take a few shots. System, let's do 10 consecutive draws. At his command, the system promptly transitioned to the card drawing screen. The gift boxes danced animatedly, and in the next moment, brilliant rays of light erupted. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 22 fragments of the Hammer of Thor. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an intermediate agent character card. Congratulations, host. You have received a rare character card, Punisher. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 18 fragments of the Hammer of Thor." As the 7th ray of light illuminated the screen, an astonishingly radiant golden light exploded forth. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a golden legendary item card, Storage Space 1. A golden card floated in the system interface, displaying a transparent cubic space. Golden legend level item card, Storage Space 1, attribute. Upon usage, it grants 1 cubic meter of personal storage space. This card can be used in conjunction with others or consumed to upgrade. Note, living beings cannot be stored within this space. The existence of storage space is quite remarkable. Chen Chao felt thoroughly satisfied with this lottery result. The storage space is exceedingly practical. In the future, Acquiring similar storage spaces not only allows for cumulative use, but also enables the direct consumption of unused cards for upgrades. As his strength continues to grow, the system's card draws have become increasingly challenging, yielding less useful items. Fortunately, this storage space provides a means to repurpose obsolete cards. System extracts storage space. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. System consume intermediate agent character card, Crossbones character card to upgrade storage space. Ding. Upgrade successful. Personal attributes. Name. Chen Chao strength. Beginner Holy 1 Holy Marks. War God Holy Mark. Power Holy Mark. Thunder Holy Mark extraction attributes. Kryptonian bloodline. War God divinity skills. Hacking. Advanced combat techniques storage space. 5 system backpack. 70 fragments of Thor's hammer. 30 fragments of Wonder Woman Diana. 50 fragments of Captain America Steve Rogers. Following the upgrade, the storage space has expanded from 1 to 5. The initial consumption of cards was minimal, but as the storage space grew larger, the number of consumed cards increased significantly, nearly depleting all the cards Chen Chao had previously drawn. A space of 5 is neither too large nor too small. It is barely sufficient. Chen Chao felt an irresistible urge to empty the treasures within his vault. As the lottery concluded, Chen Chao unexpectedly discovered he had gathered all the fragments of Thor's hammer. Golden Legend level weapon card. Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, satisfying the synthesis requirements. Shall it be synthesized? Synthesize. With a mere thought, the 70 fragments of Thor's hammer swiftly coalesced, erupting in a dazzling golden radiance. A resplendent one-handed hammer floated gracefully on the system interface. This hammer mirrored its cinematic counterpart, its silver square head inscribed with intricate runes, and its handle wrapped in a band of brown leather. In the Thor film, this hammer was crafted by the Dwarven King Eitri using a unique Asgardian magical metal fused with the core of a deceased planet and was enchanted by Odin, such that only one deemed worthy could wield it. Splendid. However, wait a moment, do I possess the qualifications to lift it? What if I summon it and find myself unable to wield it? Chen Chao suddenly recognized a grave concern. What if he could not earn the hammer's approval? That would be quite embarrassing. Would he be forced to keep it at home as a mere decoration? Forget it. Perhaps I should discard this hammer card to upgrade my storage space. A golden legendary weapon card could potentially enhance my storage capacity by 2 cubic meters. Chen Chao mused that, even with his charismatic persona, the likelihood of earning the recognition of Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, was merely around 50%. It was a toss-up. Should he take the risk, or simply discard it to enhance his storage? While Chen Chao was deep in thought, the system emitted another notification. Ding. The host has permanently received the recognition of Mjolnir. Upon hearing this prompt, Chen Chao sensed a palpable malice emanating from the system. Damn, he instinctively cursed. It was hard to determine whether this system was being considerate or condescending. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. Since the system had bestowed upon him the recognition of Mjolnir, Chen Chao resolved without hesitation to extract the hammer. System, extract Mjolnir. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. In the next moment, a silver square hammer, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, appeared in Chen Chao's grasp. The hammer felt incredibly heavy, yet almost weightless at the same time. Furthermore, Mjolnir seemed to resonate with the Thunder Saint seal within Chen Chao, amplifying its power significantly. According to the classification system of Blue Star, this hammer transcended the level of a sacred weapon and could perhaps be deemed a divine weapon. After toying with it for a while, Chen Chao casually hung Mjolnir on the wall as an ornament. Surprisingly, it suited the decor quite well. Chapter 92. The challenge from Watanabe Ikki. The following day, the Extraordinary Association of Hua Country updated the list of saint-level beings. A new saint had emerged in Hua Country. It had been many years since the list had seen any additions. Even minor fluctuations in rankings were rare. Just recently, the former saint, Ren Jingtian, had ascended to a higher tier, causing quite a stir with his slight rise in rank. Now, the addition of a new name to the list garnered attention not only from Hua Country, but from the entire world. The latest addition to the saint-level rankings was none other than the former first-ranked hero, the extraordinary Chen Chao. According to recent reports, Chen Chao had encountered fortuitous circumstances within the Nanyang secret realm, allowing him to ascend to the saint level, securing the 16th position on the list. Name, Chen Chao alias, the extraordinary strength. Initial stage, Saint ability. Strength and speed type, Saint peak achievement. Assisted sword, Saint Rin Jing Tian in slaying a mid-level saint. To entice Watanabe Ikki, the Extraordinary Association deliberately concealed Chen Chao's true combat prowess. The information presented was rather conventional. Anyone who read it would likely perceive it as an exaggeration by Hua country. After all, every saint-level power had undergone a lengthy period of refinement to achieve such a transformation, even if one were to miraculously acquire some treasure within a secret realm. Ascending to the saint level in such a short time would undoubtedly result in an unstable foundation, compromising their true combat strength. Fusang, East Capital Swordsmanship Dojo. In the tranquil courtyard, Watanabe Ikki sipped tea before the rockery and flowing water. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across the sky, transforming in an instant into a humanoid figure that appeared before the courtyard. Who goes there? Watanabe Ikki's disciples sensed an intruder and swiftly drew their katana, encircling the figure with vigilance. Inoue, Tama, do not act recklessly towards the Lord of Sacred Light. Withdraw for now, Watanabe Ikki commanded, his gaze fixed on the tea before him rather than the commotion outside. Upon hearing their master's order, the disciples sheathed their swords, bowed respectfully, and exited the courtyard. The being referred to as the Lord of Sacred Light paid them no heed, striding confidently to stand before Watanabe Ikki. This individual was a tall man of Western descent named Morakreed. With his short, light golden hair and striking blue eyes, he possessed an undeniable handsomeness, reminiscent of a popular star from the West. A faint golden aura emanated from his being, bestowing upon him an ethereal, serene presence akin to that of an angel, marking him as a formidable saint-level powerhouse. Watanabe-kun, it is good to see you well, Morakreed said familiarly as he sat across from Watanabe Ikki, lifting the teacup to his lips. Have you been keeping up with the intelligence from Huagua recently? Although he spoke in a language other than Fusang, his saint-level prowess allowed him to convey his thoughts directly through a thread of spiritual energy. Watanabe Ikki shook his head. I have been engrossed in the study of tea ceremony and have not followed any news from Huagua. Has something significant occurred there? The saint-level rankings in Huagua have been updated today, and one individual has entered the list, taking the 16th position, Morakreed replied. The saint-level rankings are not exclusive to Huagua. Numerous nations have adopted the ranking system of the Extraordinary Association to showcase their strongest combatants. Naturally, these lists serve merely as a reference and do not reveal the true strength of the saints, as no country would foolishly expose all the details of their own saints. There must always be an element of secrecy. Nevertheless, any changes in the saint-level rankings across nations garner considerable attention. Watanabe Ikki, surprised by the update from Huagua, pondered aloud. Has the Gun King Lin Chong broken through to the saint level? Or perhaps Yi Hengxin or Yin Koan? He mentioned several renowned figures who had previously thrived in various nations' secret realms. Many powerful individuals had heard their names. If someone had ascended to the saint level, it would undoubtedly be one of them. Morakreed, however, shook his head. It is not them. It is Chen Chao. Upon hearing the name Chen Chao, Watanabe Ikki initially felt a sense of confusion, but soon a spark of recognition ignited in his eyes, shining with sharp intensity. You mean that scoundrel? The mention of Chen Chao brought forth memories of the infamous kick that had once defined him. As a saint, he can endure defeat at the hands of those stronger than himself, yet he shall never allow himself to be vanquished by the weak. While it is often said that victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare, losing to someone inferior only serves to highlight one's own inadequacy. Saint Licht Creed continued. I have heard that you once proclaimed your intention to challenge him when he attained sainthood. Do you intend to act as an emissary for the people of Huagua, seeking to dissuade me from confronting him? Watanabe Ikki realized that the other party was undoubtedly here regarding Chen Chao. After all, there was but one saint in Fusang, and even if he were to defeat Chen Chao, killing him would prove exceedingly difficult. The saints of Huagua are not mere figures of show. They would never allow that young man to perish at his hands. Creed shook his head. On the contrary, I represent the interests of the United States and hope that you, Watanabe, will eliminate him. This took Watanabe Ikki by surprise, but he quickly connected the dots, realizing that the project involving Count Vlad was indeed supported by the upper echelons of the United States. Moreover, the primary buyers of genetic research within the Divine Creation Alliance predominantly hail from the United States and other Western nations. Not only did Chen Chao slay the chief of the Divine Creation Alliance, Count Vlad, but he also infiltrated the database of the Alliance within the Ghost Wolf experimental facility, annihilating a significant amount of genetic research data. This directly resulted in the failure of the Ghost Wolf Army project in Fusang, causing considerable losses to the Western world as well. Severing one's path to talent is akin to slaying one's own kin. This matter extends beyond Count Vlad. Creed paused briefly before continuing. We have conducted an investigation into Chen Chao. His rise has been remarkably swift. Just 2 months ago, he was an ordinary person yet to awaken, and in a mere 2 months, he is transformed into an extraordinary being, ascending to sainthood. Watanabe, do you not wish to uncover the secrets that lie within this individual? Upon hearing this, Watanabe Ichihoi pondered for a moment. If someone could awaken formidable powers from an ordinary state in a short span, it might fall within the realm of reason. However, ascending to sainthood cannot be achieved solely through talent. Chen Chao's rapid rise to sainthood undoubtedly conceals some secret. Should he grasp the nature of this secret, it may propel his own strength to new heights, potentially enabling his disciples to swiftly attain sainthood as well. Regardless of the perspective, it presents an enticing opportunity. My Lord Saint Licht, the saints of Huagua will not permit me to slay him. Watanabe Ichihoi articulated his deepest concern. Creed waved his hand dismissively, signaling Watanabe Ichihoi not to worry. Watanabe, at that time, I will unite the saints of various Western nations to ensure the fairness and integrity of the battle. This individual's rapid ascent may well lead him to become a powerful entity beyond sainthood in the near future, and at that juncture, the entire world may find itself under the aegis of Huagua. This is something the Western nations would prefer to avoid, and it is likewise undesirable for Fusang. With the assurance of Lord Licht, Watanabe Ichihoi felt a renewed vigor. It was his own oversight that had led to being struck by the opponent. In this moment of utmost effort, eliminating a newly ascended young saint is akin to seizing a trifle from a pouch. Chapter 93, Chen Chao opened the door. Soon, the news of Watanabe Iki, the sword saint of Fusang, challenging the holy figure Chen Chao of Huagua, spread like wildfire across the internet. Despite the plethora of combat events on Blue Star, these skirmishes are confined to the realms of awakened and extraordinary beings. When it comes to the level of saints, public challenges are exceedingly rare. The principal battleground for saints resides in secret realms. Moreover, even when public challenges do occur, they do not permit large audiences. After all, the clash of saints is overwhelmingly formidable. Even the slightest ripple can wreak catastrophic havoc on bystanders, resulting in untimely demise. Even without the opportunity to witness the event in person, netizens are ardently engaged in discussions. Saints represent the pinnacle of power in every nation, and this public challenge transcends mere combat between two elite beings. It symbolizes a confrontation between the apex forces of two nations. Various opinions flood the internet, with some expressing optimism and others skepticism, considering that Chen Chao has only just become a saint and how he could possibly contend with an established saint from Fusang. Amidst the online uproar, the protagonist remains blissfully asleep at home. Su Yuqi of the Extraordinary Association, in her attempts to contact Chen Chao, has dialed his number over 100 times without success. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she sought out the association's president, Li Wenyu, to uncover Chen Chao's address and personally visit him. At Mingzhu Garden, Su Yuqi arrived at the villa door provided by Li Wenyu. She pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Zing zong. Ding zong. Open the door. Chen Chao, I know you're inside. Hurry up and let me in. Coming. What's all the ruckus? The landlord's sister and Kara were sound asleep, completely oblivious to the thunderous ringing. Chen Chao, yawning, reluctantly descended the stairs. His extraordinary physique rendered him immune to fatigue, even without sleep. Yet, when rest becomes a habitual indulgence, a life devoid of lazy mornings feels incomplete. Kara, on the other hand, held an entirely different belief. She adhered to the philosophy that there was no need for prolonged slumber in life, as eternal rest awaited after death. Live joyfully. After all, there's ample time for sleep. Who says late nights are detrimental to health? If that's the case, why not stay up all night? Sleep has no future. I yearn for transcendence, boundless power. To this day, her ability to maintain a sleep schedule is solely due to Chen Chao's insistence. Even so, This gaming enthusiast still waits for Chen Chao to fall asleep before stealthily rising to play until 4 or 5 in the morning, only to sneak back into bed, pretending to have been a model sleeper. Chen Chao, having completely surrendered to this reality, cares only for Kara's happiness. Upon opening the door, Su Yuqi was greeted by Chen Chao's listless gaze, shattering her lofty image of the saint. "Greetings, esteemed sage. Could you not pay heed to your image?" Chen Chao scoffed at such remarks. "The so-called image of a sage is merely a figment of your idle imaginations. Once you ascend to the ranks of the sages, you shall realize that there exists no true image of a sage. In truth, among the few sages with whom Chen Chao shares a closer rapport, who possesses an image. Let us not even speak of the 2 elderly gentlemen, Run Jingtian and Lu Yuanshan. As for Nian Dihua Ruolin, who exudes an ethereal grace in public, she is but a beautiful and intellectual elder sister. In private, you would be astonished to witness her reclining with her legs crossed, casually referring to herself in a rather unrefined manner. Image? Huh. Su Yuqi let out a resigned sigh. Never mind. It is certain that I shall never become a sage in this lifetime. I implore you, do not tarnish the grand and illustrious image of the sages in my heart. Having digressed, Su Yuqi hastily returned to the matter at hand. Chen Sheng, are you aware of the challenge posed to you by the Sword Saint of Fusang? Do you intend to accept it? The truth of Chen Chao's combat prowess is known only within a select circle of sages, and thus, apart from the upper echelons of the Extraordinary Association, others remain oblivious to his true capabilities. From the perspective of a compatriot, Su Yuqi hoped that Chen Chao would accept the challenge, even if he were to falter against his opponent. It was imperative to preserve the dignity of the sages of Huagua in the eyes of Fusang. Yet, from the standpoint of a friend, she harbored concerns about Chen Chao's relatively brief time as a sage, fearing he might not be a match for the Fusang sage, and thus she wished to dissuade him from courting peril. After all, Chen Chao possessed considerable talent, having ascended to sagehood at a mere 20 years of age. His future accomplishments might rival those of Hua Ruolin and Lin Huayu. Should he engage in combat with Watanabe Ikki at this juncture, any unfortunate mishap would represent a significant loss for Huagua. Why not accept? I've long sought an opportunity to confront him, and now he has conveniently come forth. Although Chen Chao had not seen the challenge announcement online, Su Yuqi's visit on behalf of the Extraordinary Association indicated that Watanabe Ikki had indeed issued a challenge. Observing Chen Chao's unwavering confidence, Su Yuqi refrained from further discussion. When would you find it convenient? Tomorrow, then, let us swiftly deal with him, as I must return to the secret realm post-haste. Chen Chao replied nonchalantly, for he regarded Watanabe Ikki as a mere minor character. The true matter at hand was to return to the northern palace of Nanyang's secret realm and procure treasures. Very well, I shall relay this information. With a definitive response, Su Yuqi ceased her inquiries and hurried back to the Extraordinary Association to report that Chen Chao had accepted Watanabe Ikki's challenge. Subsequently, the Huagua Extraordinary Association officially responded, accepting Watanabe Ikki's challenge. The online community in Huagua erupted in excitement. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Chao, accompanied by his landlady, Kara, set forth towards the northern sea of Fusang. Based on the information received the previous day, Watanabe Ikki had already journeyed to the northern sea, awaiting Chen Chao's arrival. What a tedious old man, hastening towards his demise. Chen Chao could not comprehend Watanabe Ikki's behavior. It was akin to preparing for an examination the following day and choosing to spend the night in the examination hall instead of returning home. The landlady chuckled. You really don't understand, do you? He has cultivated his essence in the nurturing embrace of Beihai, achieving the pinnacle of combat prowess. He is fully prepared to eliminate you. Chen Chao, don't be foolish and overestimate yourself. Kara, feeling discontented with the landlady's doubts about Chen Chao's abilities, retorted. I certainly know how formidable your brother is, having experienced it firsthand. But you, a mere illiterate girl. The landlady proudly puffed out her chest. Looking down at Kara, taken aback, Kara exclaimed, illiterate? I believe you've misused that idiom. Beside them, Chen Chao covered his face, thinking that while the landlady's idiom was technically correct, her choice of words might lead to mischief. Ignoring the haughty landlady and the bewildered Kara, Chen Chao swiftly headed towards the northern seas of Fusang. The weather in Beihai was cloudy, with a grayish sky and a light drizzle, while the cool breeze brushed against him. The sea was undulating, and within the visible distance, there were no vessels, just a group of figures on the distant shore. Some were clad in black, while others, like Watanabe Ikki, donned martial arts uniforms, sheathed with katanas at their waists. They all gazed intently across the sea. In the very center of the ocean stood an old man, a katana secured at his waist. With his right hand casually resting on the hilt and his left tucked into his robe, he appeared to be meditating, resembling a senior merely admiring the ocean's beauty. As he sensed Chen Chao's arrival, the elder slowly opened his eyes, tilted his head towards the sky, and spoke, "Young man, you've finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time." Chapter 95. The strongest strike, though separated by several thousand meters from Watanabe Ikki. This distance was negligible for a saint-level powerhouse. With a leap, Watanabe Ikki soared into the air, matching Chen Chao's altitude, facing him from afar with a smile. "It has only been a little over a month since we last met. For those of our realm, such a time span is hardly sufficient for a single retreat. I never anticipated you would ascend to the saint level so swiftly, standing at the pinnacle of this world. Old man, if you intend to fight, then let us get on with it. Spare me the tedious talk." Chen Chao interrupted, feeling irked. The elderly had this annoying tendency to lecture the younger generation, rambling on without end. Watanabe Ikki, taken aback by the interruption, managed a strained smile and said, "A tree that stands tall in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. A young person who does not know how to conceal their strength will inevitably invite calamity." With that, his saintly aura erupted, sending tumultuous waves across the surface of the North Sea. Chen Chao exchanged a reassuring glance with Kara and the landlady, signaling them to step back before taking a step forward. Though this action bore no overt display of might, it descended upon the tumultuous sea like a mountain, instantly subduing the relentless waves. "Young man, previously I underestimated you. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be a sage." Watanabe Ikki's gaze was icy as his aura surged to its zenith. With a swift motion, he drew his katana and executed a single, sweeping strike. A massive wave of energy erupted from his sword, slicing through the air at an astonishing speed, cleaving the ominous clouds above with a piercing roar as it aimed directly at Chen Chao. On the shoreline, a group of individuals from Fusang watched with bated breath. Clad in martial attire was Watanabe Ikki's disciple, while those in dark attire were officials from Fusang, akin to the Extraordinary Association of Huagua. One among them produced a specialized camera to document the confrontation between Watanabe Ikki and Chen Chao. Should the Sword Saint of Fusang succeed in vanquishing the Sage of Huagua, they would seize the opportunity to propagate the martial arts of Fusang, simultaneously undermining Huagua and boosting the morale of their own extraordinary practitioners. Meanwhile, the Extraordinary Association of Huagua had also arranged for their own practitioners to capture the battle, albeit from a considerable distance, wary of the potential backlash from the clash of sages. Before Watanabe Ikki's energy wave could descend, an overwhelming aura enveloped Chen Chao, a manifestation of Watanabe Ikki's communion with the elements, harnessing the forces of nature to subdue his opponent. The strength of a sage is intricately linked to their ability to command the might of the cosmos, and for an established sage like Watanabe Ikki, this capability evidently surpassed that of many fledgling sages. However, Chen Chao was far from an ordinary sage. In the face of this monumental force, he remained steadfast, calmly poised in the void, awaiting the strike of Watanabe Ikki's energy wave. To the onlookers, it appeared that Chen Chao was rendered incapable of evasion, allowing the impending assault to strike him unopposed. Is this it? The new sage of Huagua seems rather feeble. Has he truly been rendered immobile by Watanabe's might? After all, he is merely a youth with insufficient depth, hardly worthy of even lacing Watanabe's sandals. The people of Fusang, imbued with a profound sense of racial pride, often reveled in their unwarranted superiority. As they witnessed Chen Chao's stillness, they naturally concluded that the Sage of Huagua was inferior to that of Fusang. Meanwhile, the footage had reached the extraordinary tower in Huagua, where Su Yuqi, along with the others, anxiously observed the unfolding spectacle. As they saw Chen Chao remain unmoving, a wave of apprehension washed over the audience. "Quick, move aside. What are you doing just standing there?" Su Yuqi shouted at the screen, terrified that the next moment would reveal a horrific scene of Chen Chao being cleaved in two. The other practitioners and staff remained fixated on the screen, bracing themselves for Chen Chao's counterattack. Just as the moment seemed to stretch, Watanabe Iki's energy wave arced through the void, striking directly at Chen Chao. The gruesome scene that many had imagined failed to materialize. The formidable blade aura struck Chen Chao, shattering upon impact like glass against stone. The fragmented energy tore at Chen Chao's battle attire. Yet under the influence of the superhuman energy field, it could not even rend his garment. How could this be possible? Watanabe Iki's expression faltered, and his countenance shifted slightly. He certainly did not presume that a single strike could dispatch a saint, even one as young and newly ascended as Chen Chao. However, he was astonished to discover that his attack had not even breached the opponent's defenses. There is indeed a secret about you. Watanabe Iki recalled the words of the holy light Morclide. Chen Chao's rapid ascent to sainthood must be attributed to some hidden truth. Therefore, he must not be regarded as an ordinary saint. With this thought, Watanabe Iki grew wary. He ceased to underestimate his opponent and began to view Chen Chao as a rival worthy of his utmost effort. The essence of water flow, the mountain and river blade. With another swing, Watanabe Iki unleashed a torrent of overwhelming power, manifesting as a blade aura towering several dozen meters high, imbued with a chilling force, descending as if to cleave the heavens and the earth in twain. Chen Chao merely smiled disdainfully. Such a grand display, yet it is nothing but an empty spectacle. With that, he delivered a single punch. Boom! As the colossal blade aura collided with Chen Chao's fist, the once formidable force trembled violently and disintegrated in an instant, transforming into innumerable streams of energy that surged in all directions. The sea was violently cleaved apart, and titanic waves once more rose from the ocean's surface. The terrifying shards of blade energy sliced through the void, striking the opposite shore, their icy sharpness rending the earth, causing the haughty figures clad in black to scatter in panic like frightened dogs. How could this be? Why is that Huagua man so formidable? Not only did he withstand Watanabe's initial strike, but he also shattered his most powerful blow. Am I dreaming? The intelligence was erroneous. Damn it. The detestable Huagua concealed that scoundrel's true strength. Before the words could fully escape, a sonic boom echoed from afar, and the man who had cursed Chen Chao suddenly found himself hurled away by an unseen force, crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Who is it? The others looked up to see a red figure soaring through the air, backlit by the sun, coldly gazing down upon them like a goddess. Kara spoke icily. If I hear you utter disrespectful words, insulting my brother, I will slay you. The remaining members of the Fusang group exchanged glances. Even the dullest among them should now comprehend that the brother she referred to must be the Huagua saint battling Watanabe Iki. Lacking strength yet daring to insult a powerful adversary is akin to courting death. In the sky, Watanabe Iki observed Chen Chao effortlessly shatter his most formidable strike, and his spirit immediately waned by half. That was his most formidable strike, a culmination of Watanabe Iki's lifelong mastery of martial arts. Even if Chen Chao had exerted himself to the utmost, perhaps even gaining a slight advantage, Watanabe Iki could have accepted it. However, to effortlessly counter his most powerful blow with a single punch was a jolt that left Watanabe Iki questioning the very essence of his existence. Was the opponent truly a newly ascended sage? Chapter 96. Invincible with a single punch, Chen Chao paid no heed to Watanabe Iki, who was on the verge of mental collapse. Noticing the uncertainty etched on his opponent's face and the apparent lack of intent to continue the attack, Chen Chao decided to raise his fist with a grin, declaring, "Are you not going to strike? Then allow me to take the initiative." Without employing any energy or the grand forces of nature, Chen Chao clenched his fist and unleashed a strike with all his might, akin to a boxer in a ring launching an assault on his adversary. It was a deadly, earnest punch. Boom! In that instant, the air was shattered, an invisible wave of energy emanating from Chen Chao, radiating outward in all directions. Before the deafening sound of the sonic boom could resonate, Chen Chao's fist traversed the void, aimed directly at Watanabe Iki's head. What? A tremor coursed through Watanabe Iki's heart, and without the luxury of questioning his own strength, he hastily summoned all his power to focus on his katana. He raised the sword, channeling his entire might into forming an energy defense, bracing himself against Chen Chao's onslaught. Suddenly, Chen Chao's fist was upon him. The force of the punch crashed down, and at the moment of contact with the katana, waves of sound erupted, reminiscent of thunderous roars, as a terrifying force swept through the sky, clearing the clouds above the North Sea. In an instant, the overcast sky transformed into a brilliant blue. Boom! Facing Chen Chao's strike head-on, Watanabe Ikki finally grasped the true extent of Chen Chao's power. It felt akin to colliding with a meteor. No matter how fiercely he resisted, he could not hope to escape even a fraction of its might. The energy enveloping the sacred weapon, his katana, erupted in layers, unleashing an unimaginable, terrifying force that shattered the holy blade. The punch remained relentless, piercing through Watanabe Ikki's energy defenses and crashing violently into his chest. Bang! Watanabe Ikki coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with sheer terror. Chen Chao had actually shattered his sacred weapon with his bare hands? This implied that Chen Chao's physical prowess surpassed that of a holy weapon. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Watanabe Ikki was engulfed in dread, finally comprehending why his attacks were ineffectual against Chen Chao. The latter's body was stronger than a holy weapon, rendering Watanabe Ikki's strikes incapable of breaching his defenses. How could he possibly fight back? At that moment, Watanabe Ikki's sacred body roared violently, cracks appearing across his chest, and he was uncontrollably propelled backward at a tremendous speed, plummeting from the sky into the depths of the ocean. The surface of the sea erupted, water being propelled hundreds of meters into the air by an overwhelming force, only to cascade down in a deluge. The observers on the coast, the people of Fusong, gasped in astonishment at the sight. The invincible Watanabe Kenj, whom they revered, was struck down by the young sage with a single punch, along with what seemed to be their pride and sense of honor. In stark contrast, the scene at the extraordinary tower was one of exhilaration. Long life! Chen Sheng is incredibly strong. Presently, did you see? Chen Sheng sent that old man from Fusong flying. Did you see it? Su Yuqi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she animatedly shook Li Wenyi, fearing he had missed Chen Chao's moment of glory. Li Wenyi wore a look of resigned disbelief. Chen Chao knocking Watanabe Ikki away was indeed a delightful surprise, one he had not anticipated. As the current president of the Extraordinary Association, Li Wenyi was well aware of Chen Chao's true strength. How could a formidable slayer of demon lords possibly falter against a mere Fusong sword saint? Watanabe Ikki was but a mid-tier sage, his prowess comparable to that of Ren Jingtian before his ascension to a higher realm. Even now, Ren Jingtian could easily best him, let alone Chen Chao, who had single-handedly defeated a demon lord. Indeed, I see it. Chen Sheng is remarkable, Li Wenyi responded nonchalantly, striving to maintain morale among his staff as they watched the broadcast of Chen Chao's performance. Beneath them, the sea began to churn violently, an explosive force reminiscent of a volcanic eruption unleashed. Waves of fierce blade energy sliced through the air, evaporating the ocean's surface below. Chen Chao raised an eyebrow at the sight. Ah, is this old man on the verge of a breakthrough? His aura seems reminiscent of Ren Jingtian's. In the next moment, Watanabe Ikki soared back into the sky, enveloped in an intangible energy. Though his hair was disheveled and his martial attire tattered, he no longer bore the weight of despair. Instead, he radiated an otherworldly charisma. Thank you for revealing my own insignificance. I've been too fixated on the sword path, neglecting my own strength. Watanabe Ikki had discarded the fragment of his sacred weapon, and without it, he emanated an even more perilous aura. The path of the sword encompasses 3 realms. The first realm is to possess a sword in hand, but lack it in spirit, the lowest tier. The second realm is to hold a sword both in hand and heart, yet this is not the pinnacle of mastery. The true warrior transcends both. With no sword in hand and no sword in heart, for I am the sword, and the sword is me. This is the essence of the unity of man and sword. In Fusong, the samurai sword is also referred to as a sword, as there is no strict delineation between sword and blade. Thus, Watanabe Ikki's swordsmanship is likewise regarded as the way of the sword. As he spoke, Watanabe Kazuki slowly raised his hand, akin to lifting an unparalleled sword. His aura surged, transcending the intermediate sage level and faintly approaching that of a high-level sage. to express my gratitude for aiding me in ascending to this higher realm. I shall grant you a swift end." The fervor in Watanabe Kazuki's gaze reflected his exhilaration as torrents of celestial energy surged towards him, creating a vortex of power in the surrounding space. With a mere gesture, a blade aura tenfold more formidable than before began to take shape. When that strike descended, it would signify his complete emergence into the high-level sage domain. "Fool, stop him now." Su Yuchi from the Extraordinary Association felt her emotions oscillate like a roller coaster. Even through the video broadcast, she could discern the atmospheric shifts indicating Watanabe Kazuki's advancement. This was the perfect moment to interrupt his ascension. Why was Chen Chao merely standing there, watching? Attack him. Disrupt his progression. Li Winnie, irritated by the commotion from a junior staff, remarked, "What are you all shouting about? Can't you watch quietly? If you're so capable, why not step up yourself?" The crowd felt stifled, wishing they could seize Chen Chao's hand and strike down the detestable old man Watanabe. On the battlefield, Watanabe Kazuki remained vigilant against any attempt by Chen Chao to disrupt his ascension. Yet, even as his momentum peaked, Chen Chao merely stood still, quietly observing him. How could this be called arrogance? It is merely a display of divine power. Brat, perish. Today, I shall slay the sage and cleanse the shame of that day. Watanabe Kazuki bellowed with laughter, raising his hand as if wielding a divine weapon, channeling his ultimate strength into a strike aimed at Chen Chao, releasing a blade aura extending only 3 or 4 meters. The swordless divine man's slash. Though the blade aura was but a few meters long, its energy was incredibly dense, akin to steel, radiating a heavy metallic sheen as it tore through the void towards Chen Chao. Chapter 97. Who on earth are you? Those fleeing the wrath of the sage's battle now witnessed Watanabe Kazuki's energy ascending to the high sage level, revealing expressions of survival. Watanabe the sage. Quickly eliminate that Huagua person. The path of the Fusang sword is the strongest. Watanabe the sage is invincible. Watanabe the sage is invincible. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Watanabe Kazuki's blade aura, as solid as iron, thundered down before Chen Chao. When it was merely a meter away, Chen Chao moved. He simply raised his hand, as if catching a basketball toss his way, gripping the nearly sky-rending blade aura with one hand. Buzz! A violent surge of energy forced Chen Chao back 10 meters, his outstretched arm bending slightly, as if expending considerable effort to counter the opponent's strike. Why is this happening? Why? The jubilant cheers of the Fusang people were abruptly silenced, as if their throats had been grasped like that of a struggling duck, leaving only a quivering murmur. Chen Chao remained poised in the void, effortlessly clutching an incredibly solid blade of energy, as if it were but a piece of foam. The ability to condense the immense forces of nature to such a degree suggested that he surpassed Ren Jingtian, albeit slightly. Indeed, an old man had now been honorably transformed into a unit of combat power. As Chen Chao scrutinized the blade of energy in his hand, he resembled a teacher meticulously grading a student's assignment. It must be noted that Ren Jingtian was not truly weaker than Watanabe Ikki. After all, during his ascension to a higher echelon of sanctity, he faced the onslaught of 2 monstrous saints, teetering on the brink of despair. Had he not ascended in that moment, death would have been inevitable. Conversely, Watanabe Ikki was entirely oblivious. At least Chen Chao had yet to batter him into a state of disarray, his sacred body shattered. Witnessing this scene, Watanabe Ikki's expression shifted dramatically. Despite having comprehended the pinnacle of swordsmanship and having ascended to a higher level of sanctity, why was this young man able to so effortlessly withstand his assaults? In fact, Watanabe Ikki did not even seek to slay Chen Chao with a single strike. He would have relished even a modicum of threat posed by that blow. Who exactly are you? Who are you? Watanabe Ikki's newly forged battle spirit crumbled in an instant. He had faced formidable opponents before, titans like Lin Huayu, Hua Ruolin, and even the Western Saint, Saint Light Morclyde, and the nightmarish Lisna, all of whom were renowned as the strongest in the contemporary world. Yet, he had never felt so powerless as he did today. While he could inflict harm on those titans, the man before him was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of despair. You inquire about my identity? I am Chen Chao, a hero driven by mere curiosity. With a grin, Chen Chao brandished the blade of energy, saying, "Forgive me, but you know too much. therefore perish. No sooner had the words left his lips than he hurled the blade of energy towards Watanabe Ikki. The blade spun through the air like a crescent-shaped dart, hurtling at high speed towards its target. Damn it! Watanabe Ikki roared, channeling his energy into his hand and striking with a decisive blow. With a thunderous collision, the two blades of energy met, erupting into a blinding sphere of light, sending shockwaves that surged across the sea, conjuring a tempest. Carla, accompanied by the landlady, swiftly retreated, covering a distance of thousands of meters. Those Fusang individuals along the coast were swept off balance by the gale, clinging desperately to nearby rocks to avoid being carried away by the fierce winds. Just as Watanabe Ikki managed to withstand that onslaught, a profound sense of impending doom surged within him. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. The silhouette swung a fist, aiming directly at his face. Watanabe Ikki, despite sensing the opponent's movement, found himself utterly unable to evade the impending blow. The sound of impact echoed like two heavily armored vehicles colliding, as Chen Chao unleashed a full-force punch upon Watanabe Ikki's visage, leaving him dizzy and with a shattered nose. Impressive, Chen Chao remarked, acknowledging the strength of the high-level sage before him. I couldn't even crush your skull with that punch. With renewed vigor, he raised his fist once more, delivering another strike to Watanabe Ikki's head. Bang, bang, bang. A succession of 3 punches ensued, causing Watanabe Ikki's right eye to swell, his nose to collapse, and blood to surge from his mouth. His entire head appeared to crack, fissures extending down his neck and body. Watanabe Ikki's sacred body teetered on the brink of ruin. The onlookers from Fusang, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of utter horror, their dismay palpable as they lambasted the new sage of Hua for his lack of martial ethics, accusing him of ambushing their venerable sage of over 90 years. Stop! Yamairu! Yamairu! Watanabe Ikki, forsaking all semblance of dignity, found himself powerless against Chen Chao's relentless assault, resorting to desperate pleas for mercy. Chen Chao, infuriated by these cries, retorted, "No matter which language you use to beg, it will not sway me. Dare utter Yamairu again, and I shall reduce you to a state of utter foolishness." Can you envision a man, battered and bruised, pleading for mercy with cries of Yamairu? The very thought revolted Chen Chao, rendering him unable to face those Fusang romantic films ever again. Watanabe Ikki, bewildered, thought, is it not normal for a Fusang person to plead in their own language? Just as despair clouded his expression, a voice resonated through the heavens, reminiscent of a tenor reciting poetry. "O great God of light, grant me your sacred and pure power to dispel all sins, to bless the weak, and with your infinite strength, save those in need." The voice reverberated across the cosmos, as if originating from the very edge of the sky, whispering into Chen Chao's ear. In the next instant, a golden radiance cascaded from the heavens, resembling an angel unfurling its wings to protect the realm of mortals. "Begone!" Chen Chao shouted, gazing upward as he summoned the divine energy within him, launching a punch toward the sky. With a thunderous roar, the power of lightning erupted, transforming into a flurry of silver serpents. Chen Chao's punch shattered the void, pushing back the sanctified golden light as if the very fabric of heaven and earth had been reversed. "Watanabe Ikki, no one shall save you today." Chen Chao's fury intensified. Their battle was far from over. Watanabe Ikki had yet to concede, his previous pleas merely a request for Chen Chao to relent. With the conflict still unresolved, any interference would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. After speaking, Chen Chao paid no heed to the pallid Watanabe Kazuki. With a powerful fist, he struck down upon the sacred seal of Watanabe Kazuki. A resounding boom echoed through the air, enduring the full force of Chen Chao's blow. Watanabe Kazuki's holy body shattered completely, the sacred seal disintegrating alongside him. He was sent hurtling through the air like a tattered sack, his eyes glazed over, devoid of any spark of life. Hovering in the sky, Chen Chao looked indifferently at the plummeting figure of Watanabe Kazuki. As the energy from his battle god seal surged back to him, Chen Chao confirmed that Watanabe Kazuki was truly dead. Chapter 98. The Manifestation of Divine Presence, the Fall of the Saint. On the coast, a group of Japanese individuals witnessed Watanabe Kazuki's silent descent into the sea, the aura of the saint dissipating entirely. In an instant, It felt as though the heavens were about to collapse. Watanabe the saint. Teacher, it cannot be. The saint is invincible. He cannot die. He must not die. Those from Japan, resembling madmen, collapsed to their knees, wailing in despair. Without the saint to preside over them, Japan would be irrevocably stripped of its status as a powerful nation. Should a secret realm emerge in Japan, they would have no choice but to seek assistance from other countries. Yet, in the absence of their saint, they would lack even the voice to negotiate for their local resources. Chen Chao looked down at the prostrate figures below, his heart unmoved by joy or sorrow. Had his own strength been inadequate, Watanabe Kazuki would have shown him no mercy. A killer is always hunted by others. As for the rest, it bears no relevance to me. A voice resonated from the horizon once more. Saint of Hua, you have openly slain a saint of another nation, violating the International Saint Agreement. Are you aware of your transgression? A beam of golden light, piercing through the heavens, shot forth from a distant American direction, cleaving the sky as a colossal, ethereal figure emerged. It was a fair-haired, blue-eyed man of striking features, radiating an aura of divine light. He was none other than the American saint, Saint Light Morcred. An advanced saint? Chen Chao mused as he observed the apparition. Only an advanced saint could blend their form with the cosmos and traverse vast distances to project their likeness. Yet, this celestial visage possessed little combat prowess. Regardless of being an advanced saint, Chen Chao was not intimidated. He had slain such beings before. Unfazed by the divine aura emanating from the figure, he retorted coldly, "If I were to find myself at a disadvantage today, would you come to my aid? Naturally, the God of Light brings salvation to all, alleviating the suffering of the world." Saint Light Morcred's voice was ethereal, imbued with a spiritual resonance that compelled all who heard it to feel an instinctive urge to bow in reverence. "Bah, I do not believe in your falsehoods." Chen Chao scoffed, anger evident in his tone. "What nonsense about the God of Light? It is clear you belong to some third-rate cult. Great God of Light, forgive those who are ignorant." In response to Chen Chao's words, the ethereal figure in the sky did not express anger. Instead, it brought its hands together in a gesture reminiscent of a devout believer praying to the divine. Suddenly, a golden bolt of lightning streaked across Chen Chao's head, coalescing into the form of a golden holy hammer, striking down from above. "Is this your way of granting me forgiveness?" Chen Chao scoffed, launching a powerful punch. "Is physical forgiveness even a thing?" The golden hammer collided with Chen Chao's fist, shattering into a cascade of golden light. At that moment, the ethereal figure in the sky solidified into a formidable presence. The high-ranking holy being from the United States, Saint Light Morcred, descended upon the northern seas of Fusang. The people of Fusang on the shore bowed deeply towards Saint Light Morcred, fervently praying for the God of Light to deliver divine retribution, to slay Chen Chao, and to avenge the fallen saints of Fusang. But that was not the end. Following the arrival of Saint Light Morcred, two more figures emerged in succession. To the left of Saint Light Morcred stood the holy being known as the Thunder Saint, Barton Chester, his form enveloped in brilliant lightning. To the right, a man sporting a Mohican hairstyle with bronze skin and a tattoo of vector arrows on his face was another holy being from the Western world, the Vector Sovereign, Olexin. All three of these descending saints were of the highest order. Currently, not counting Chen Chao, there were only 3 high-ranking saints in Huagua. The arrival of these 3 saints from afar could not simply be for the purpose of collecting Watanabe Ihue's remains, could it? Chen Chao surveyed the 3 figures in the sky and inquired coolly. The distance from the United States to Fusang spanned a vast Pacific Ocean. Even high-ranking saints would require some time to traverse it. Their swift appearance before Chen Chao could only be explained by one possibility. They had been lying in wait nearby. Naturally, they would not have been too close, for otherwise, Chen Chao would have sensed their presence. As Chen Chao had surmised, these 3 had indeed harbored ulterior motives, originally planning to intervene when Watanabe Ihue was poised to slay Chen Chao. If a Huagua saint attempted to obstruct him, they would step in to thwart the Huagua saint, allowing Watanabe Ihue to execute his fatal blow against Chen Chao. However, they had never anticipated that Watanabe Ihue would so effortlessly dispatch his opponent. What utter uselessness! The appearance of the 3 saints caused a stir within the supernatural tower. They had just been celebrating Chen Chao's victory over the Fusang sword saint Watanabe Ihue. only to find themselves facing yet another crisis. Chen Chao was now set to confront the pressure of 3 high-ranking saints simultaneously. Chairman Li, you must urgently notify Lord Nian Emperor and the Sword Saint. If you do not act quickly, Chen Sheng is in grave danger. Su Yuqi shouted hoarsely at Li Wenyi, who, despite his usual composure, felt the urge to explode with frustration. Enough with the noise. Do you think we haven't arranged for anyone to protect him in secret? While the higher-ups of the Supernatural Association understood that Chen Chao possessed formidable strength, far beyond that of an ordinary saint, they knew that it was better to be cautious than to risk everything. With a saint appearing on our side, at the very least, it serves as a deterrent. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pink lotus blossomed in the sky on the screen, its ethereal form descending and transforming into a shower of petals. The petals scattered like raindrops, and a figure emerged gracefully, reminiscent of a lady stepping out from an ink-wash painting, approaching the crowd. Is it not somewhat unreasonable for so many to bully Amir Jr.? The one speaking was none other than the venerable Hua Rulin. Upon witnessing her grand entrance, Chen Chao could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Could it truly be done this way? He had encountered other high-ranking saints before. Yet the stark contrast became apparent when he compared them to Hua Rulin's entrance, which was indeed impressive. I must design a similar spectacle for myself. After all, she is one of the most formidable beings from the Blue Star. While one may neglect their image at home, a certain decorum is essential in public. This is not mere pretense. It is the manifestation of one's glory in the presence of others. Hua Rulin's arrival did not seem to astonish the 3 Western saints present. The leading saint, Morclide of the Holy Light, bore a benevolent countenance, his voice remaining pure and ethereal. Venerable, the Saint Watanabe has ascended to a higher level and stand among the strongest of humanity, meant to be a backbone for our race against the secrets of the realm. Yet disregarding the well-being of our kind, this individual has callously slain him after his defeat, a blatant act of murder. Such behavior contravenes the agreements among saints. Chen Chao could only scoff internally at this crude accusation, which could hardly deceive a child of 3. These individuals had initially laid an ambush, waiting for Watanabe Ichihui to slay him. Once Hua Rulin and the others intervened, they would undoubtedly reveal themselves to obstruct her. However, the situation had exceeded their expectations. They did not anticipate his victory over Watanabe Ichihui. Thus, they awaited his act of killing Watanabe, ready to label him a murderer and accuse him of breaching the saint's agreement. In Chapter 99, with danger lurking, Chen Chao found himself perplexed, unable to ascertain their true intentions towards him. If Watanabe Ichihui sought revenge for the destruction of the Ghost Wolf experimental factory, coupled with the humiliation he suffered, then it was understandable. However, Morclide and his companions could not simply be acting out of boredom. What reason could compel them to take such drastic measures against him? Even at the risk of severing ties with the Hua Nation, as Chen Chao's mind raced, he began to unearth clues from his memories, leading to a hypothesis. Perhaps the 3 saints represented Western nations that had colluded with the Divine Creation Alliance. Even the self-proclaimed world's police, the United States, had engaged in numerous clandestine dealings with them. In this light, his act of slaying the founder of the Divine Creation Alliance and obliterating significant data had inflicted severe economic repercussions on the Western nations. This explanation seems to elucidate everything. Furthermore, what Chen Chao is unaware of is that his progress and strength has been alarmingly formidable, evidently surpassing the bounds of reason. Western nations have long coveted Chen Chao's genes, eager to unravel the secret behind his rapid ascension in power. Previously deterred by the label of righteousness, they hesitated to take direct action against him. But now, having finally found a justification, they would not let this opportunity slip away. Even if you cloak your intentions in lofty rhetoric, it cannot be denied that it is Watanabe Iki who challenges Chen Chao. He is a seasoned saint while Chen Chao has just recently ascended. Should he not exert his utmost, it is Chen Chao who may meet his demise today. Hua Rulin disregarded the deceptive rhetoric of Saint Light Morikide. If Chen Chao were to be defeated now, would you also rise to question Watanabe Iki? Certainly, from the eyes of the God of Light, all are equal. When Saint Light Morikide uttered these words, he resembled a compassionate priest. Hua Rulin scoffed, having never encountered such brazen audacity. Just as she was about to continue her argument, Chen Chao interjected, addressing the 3 Western saints before him. So, It appears you are resolute in your intent to kill me today. Saint Light Mordecai displayed a benign smile. We shall not slay anyone. We merely wish to present you before the God of light, that the great God may cleanse your sins. Do you truly believe such words? Am I a mere child of 3? Chen Chao had always scoffed at such mystical rhetoric. The crucial point was that when he used his X-ray vision to examine the physiological traits of his interlocutor, he found no signs of deception. Had he not read numerous novels, he might have been deceived by his words. Of course, saints can manipulate their physiological characteristics at will, rendering such judgments of truthfulness inherently unreliable. Noticing that they intended to continue their charade, Chen Chao, growing impatient, retorted, "Do not waste my time with your trivialities. If you wish for me to accompany you, then kneel and beg, or simply call me father." Impudent Mordecai, do not waste your breath on this barbarian. Seize him at once. The saint surrounded by lightning spoke coldly. Indeed, let us act swiftly. I have not taken a life in years, and today shall be the day I indulge. Hua Rulin displayed no fear, her battle spirit surging. She turned her gaze towards the mainland of Huagua and suddenly bellowed, "Old Lin, someone is bullying us. Hurry and come help us deal with them." Chen Chao felt a twinge of embarrassment. This manner resembled calling for assistance in a street brawl. However, upon further reflection, if Hua Rulin were to pull out her phone and call Lin Huayu at this moment, it would seem even more undignified. The old Lin she referred to was none other than the foremost saint of Huagua, the sword saint Lin Huayu. Soon, a formidable aura surged from the southeast of Huagua, and even from a great distance, one could sense that soaring sword intent. Sensing the presence of Lin Huayu, the 3 Western saints hesitated momentarily. However, the Thunder Saint, Barton Chester, soon scoffed disdainfully, saying, "I've heard that the Sword Saint is stationed in southeast Huagua. Are you not afraid of unrest in your secret realms once you step outside the borders of Huagua?" Although Lin Huayu had always remained within the human world and did not enter the secret realms, he still wielded a certain deterrent power. Yet, should Lin Huayu leave Huagua, it would be inevitable that the formidable beings within the secret realms would seize the opportunity to cause trouble. The reasoning was sound, yet one must not show weakness. Indeed, it would take little time to dispatch you, a mere exchange, and the tea would not even cool. Do you wish to test this? Hua Rulin provocatively gazed at the 3 Western saints. As tensions escalated between the 2 parties, Hua Rulin transmitted a message to Chen Chao, saying, "Kid, old Lin won't be able to arrive anytime soon. If a fight breaks out, I'll hold him off for you, so hurry and retreat into the borders of Huagua. Once you are within, you will be safe. No matter how arrogant they wouldn't dare to harm you. Flee? I've done nothing wrong. Why should I run?" Chen Chao shook his head in response. "Moreover, if anyone should be fleeing, it should be them. You brat, don't think that just because you killed Watanabe Ichihoi, you can become arrogant. That Holy Light Morcreed is quite formidable, nearly on par with me, and he can enhance the combat abilities of others. If a battle ensues, we would be at a significant disadvantage." Hua Rulin continued to communicate. "Unless you transform into the Demon King, our chances of victory are slim, but we hope you do not reveal the powers of the Demon King too soon." While Hua Rulin and Chen Chao were exchanging thoughts, Holy Light Morcreed, the Thunder Saint, and the Vector Sovereign were also communicating among themselves. However, the speed of the Saint's transmission was remarkably swift, and in an instant, their discussion was complete. Barton Chester stepped forward, exuding pressure as he addressed the 2. "Niandi, Sword Saint, do you truly intend to openly violate the saintly agreement? Do you wish to stand against all the saints of the world? You do not represent all the saints." Chen Chao took a step closer, significantly reducing the distance to the Thunder Saint, and asserted, "To deal with the 3 of you. There is no need for Niandi and the Sword Saint to intervene. I alone am sufficient. If you intend to strike, do so quickly. I am pressed for time." Edigand Brat, the Thunder Saint, Barton Chester, was hot-tempered and took the initiative to attack Chen Chao. As he made his move, he activated his lightning holy seal, conjuring a colossal fist-like apparition that rapidly absorbed the energies of heaven and earth, expanding exponentially before crashing down toward Chen Chao. Hua Rulin waved a hand to channel the might of the heavens in an attempt to block the blow for Chen Chao. However, a beam of holy light enveloped the area as Morcreed positioned himself before Hua Rulin. "Please, Niandi, do not interfere. Get out of my way." In an instant, mental energies clashed with holy light, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. From a distance, Chen Chao sighed helplessly. It was clear that these three foreigners were targeting him. He wished to keep Hua Ruolin out of such troubles and disliked being in her debt. Yet, with the situation at this point, further words were futile. Chen Chao gazed upward at the thunderous fist descending upon him, shaking his head as he unleashed a punch of his own. Huh! To dare call yourself the Thunder Saint before me? With a mighty blow, he released a surge of immense thunderous power that enveloped his form, akin to countless silver serpents writhing, ultimately converging upon his right fist, colliding with the Thunder Saint's strike. In midair, the two fists, one large, one small, met with an instantaneous clash, failing to hold their ground even for a fleeting moment. The colossal apparition of lightning shattered in an instant. If you are the Thunder Saint, then I shall be the god of thunder. Today, I will demonstrate what true thunderous power truly is, Chen Chao proclaimed disdainfully. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his form surged through the remnants of the shattered lightning apparition, racing towards the Thunder Saint, Barton Chester, with a formidable punch. Barton, be cautious. Just as Chen Chao's fist was about to land, a figure appeared before him, intercepting the Thunder Saint and countering with a punch of his own. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, the figure's expression shifted, and he bellowed fiercely, "Vector reversal." Chen Chao felt an overwhelming force abruptly surge from his own fist. Not the power of his opponent, but his own. It seemed the adversary possessed a unique ability to manipulate vectors, redirecting the force back upon him. Boom! Chen Chao was sent hurtling backward uncontrollably. Even the thunderous energy clinging to his fist erupted violently. The ferocious thunder energy detonated against the sky, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. The tremendous impact propelled Chen Chao several hundred meters before he finally came to a halt. Once steady, he raised his fist for inspection, expressing a mix of admiration and resignation. Such power. Is this truly my strength? It is overwhelmingly formidable, perhaps in this world. The only one capable of contending with me is myself. Barton, are you all right? The Thunder Saint inquired. The Vector Sovereign, Alexan, bore a grave expression. Despite having reflected all of Chen Chao's power, the sheer terror of that strength had left a profound impression upon him. Exercise caution. The opponent is formidable. I will engage him directly while you strike from a distance, Creed. Quickly, bestow upon us the blessing of holy light. At that moment, the Holy Light Saint, Creed, was embroiled in combat with the Empyrean Blossom, Nian Dihua, both being energy-type saints of comparable prowess. Their confrontation was a dazzling display of skills, evenly matched in a fierce struggle. Nevertheless, Creed managed to unleash two blessings of holy light effortlessly, bestowing them upon the Thunder Saint and the Vector Sovereign. With the blessings of holy light, both warriors felt invigorated, their senses and utilization of the energies of the cosmos elevated to new heights. The Sea of Thunder descends. Ray St. Barton Chester unleashed the sacred seal, fervently channeling the immense forces of heaven and earth, which converged into a vast ocean of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, transforming into sharp lightning spears that relentlessly bombarded the direction of Chen Chao. A smile spread across Chen Chao's face. Could this brother possibly be an undercover agent? I shall graciously accept your lightning. With arms wide open, Chen Chao allowed the torrential barrage of lightning spears to strike him. Boom! Thunder roared. Each lightning spear that fell unleashed a terrifying explosion of thunder and magnetism. However, such detonations could not inflict a single scratch on Chen Chao, who absorbed the dissipated energy with ease. The sky echoed with the sound of the storm, akin to thousands of missiles detonating simultaneously in the heavens. The entire sky radiated a blinding light, rendering it impossible to gaze upon even from a distance. When the storm subsided, not only was Chen Chao unscathed, but he was also enveloped in a thick layer of thunderous armor that shimmered brilliantly in the sky, resembling a deity wielding thunder descending to the mortal realm. How could this be possible? Ray St. Barton Chester finally grasped the despair felt by Watanabe Ikki. His prideful ocean of thunder, capable of decimating thousands of troops, had failed to harm Chen Chao in the slightest. Despite witnessing Chen Chao wield the power of thunder, and recognizing that his opponent was also a saint of the lightning element with a degree of resistance to lightning, it did not imply complete immunity to its force. Such immunity was inconceivable. At least for Barton Chester himself, it was unattainable. if he were to find himself within his own ocean of thunder. Even if he were not directly struck down by the violent lightning spears, he would still sustain injuries, potentially severe ones. Yet this young man defied all possibilities. Your inability merely underscores your weakness. With a swift motion, Chen Chao surged forward, trailing a long tail of thunder as he charged towards Ray St. Barton Chester. Your opponent is me, Barton. If your abilities cannot harm this lad, then switch opponents with Creed. Vector's sovereign Alexan seemed to orchestrate the battle. After a brief exchange and observing Chen Chao's clash with Watanabe Ikki, Alexan quickly analyzed Chen Chao's capabilities. Possessing formidable strength and defense, coupled with remarkable speed, he commanded the power of thunder. He was a dual-element saint, embodying both elemental and enhancement attributes. Such an adversary was indeed formidable. No wonder Saint Light Mole Creed regarded him with such trepidation. It must be acknowledged that despite their repeated overestimations of Chen Chao's strength, they ultimately underestimated him. Engaging Chen Chao once more, Vector Sovereign Alexan fiercely activated his abilities, seeking to alter the vector direction of Chen Chao's power. Faced with an opponent of Chen Chao's caliber, Alexan dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. Can you truly achieve limitless alteration of vectors? A grin of excitement spread across Chen Chao's face. At long last, Chen Chao has encountered an opponent who does not invoke the dread of being effortlessly vanquished with a single blow. He can finally relish the exhilaration of unrestrainedly enhancing his strength. Although his martial arts skills have reached their zenith as his power escalates, the opportunities to employ these skills diminish. Even when confronting adversaries of the higher echelon of sanctity, a slight weakness in the opponent often leads to a full-force strike. It is a rare occurrence to face such a uniquely formidable opponent, and Chen Chao yearns to test the limits of his own strength. Upon witnessing Chen Chao's smile, the Vector's sovereign Alexan felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, as if something terrifying were on the verge of unfolding. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and coldly declared, "Do not resist futilely. My power is limitless. No matter how formidable your strength, it shall not harm me. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy," Chen Chao replied, revealing a devilish grin. Meanwhile, the Thunder St. Barton Chester and the Holy Light Morcrid completed their exchange of adversaries. As Morcrid prepared to confront Chen Chao, Hua Ruolin's fury ignited, her combat prowess surging forth. "You bastard, just because the tiger does not roar, do you truly believe me to be a feeble cat?" A colossal wave of mental energy descended, as if the heavens themselves had inverted, with hundreds of mountains crashing down, poised to crush Thunder St. Barton Chester into oblivion. Barton Chester, a high-ranking saint and one of the most powerful beings on Blue Star, found himself enduring the two most harrowing experiences of his life. The first was his direct encounter with Chen Chao. Had it not been for Alexan stepping in to face Chen Chao, he would have already been left questioning his existence under the devastating force of a shattered sacred body. The second was now, in the face of the tempestuous Hua Ruolin. Confronted with the overwhelming tide of mental energy, Chester began to doubt his very status as a high-ranking saint. Why, he pondered, were all of them so monstrous while he felt so inadequate? Chapter 101. The threat of death hold off the Mind Emperor for 1 minute. Within that time, I shall conclude this battle. The voice of Holy Light Morcrid wafted over Barton Chester's mind like a spring breeze, dispelling the chill, restoring his composure. In an instant, the energy he had just expended seemed to replenish itself. Reinvigorated, Chester faced the onslaught of Hua Ruolin once more, summoning the sacred seal and unleashing a deluge of thunder. The sky transformed into a tempestuous ocean of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning clashed with the mental energy, igniting a brilliant display of flames. Within the supernatural tower, even Li Wenyi felt a surge of tension as he gazed at the grand screen. The outcome of the confrontation between Chen Chao and Hua Ruolin against the three high-ranking Western saints left him uncertain. How reckless I have been. Had I retreated into the borders of Huagua, those Western saints would never have dared to pursue. Li Wenyi sighed, shaking his head. The strength of the formidable truly lies in an indomitable belief that resides within their hearts. Unless faced with a vastly superior adversary, one would naturally fear no one of equal standing. Moreover, with merely one additional opponent on the opposing side, if one were to shy away from battle, it would be better to retreat and hide away like a timid turtle. Presently, will the Sword Saint intervene? Su Yuqi asked, her palm growing pale with concern. Li Wenyi shook his head, setting aside the fact that he must guard the secret realm in the southeast if my master were to take action. The nature of this conflict would change entirely. Our nation has risen later, yet with astonishing vigor, and the established powers of the West have long harbored disdain for us. However, should Chen Chao and Hua Rulin truly be defeated, my master will undoubtedly step in. Our nation has thrived to this day, not through weakness or compromise. With Li Wenyi's words, Su Yuqi and the other extraordinary members of the association, along with the heroes, felt a surge of excitement. The strong of our nation have never initiated war, yet they shall never cower from it, nor shall they evade battle. If there is a fight, then let it be fought. Kara and the landlady watched the battle unfold from outside the fray. While the landlady worried for Chen Chao's safety, Kara felt a deep frustration at her own insufficient strength, unable to aid him. A twinge of jealousy arose within her for Hua Rulin, who was currently overwhelming Lei Sheng, as she bore part of the burden for Chen Chao. Once, Kara had fought alongside Chen Chao, but his rapid advancement, especially after his journey to the Nanyang secret realm, had propelled his combat prowess to the level of a high-tier saint. Despite her own use of micronuclear fusion armor, Kara realized she could not catch up in such a short time. I must stand by your side next time. I refuse to be a mere spectator. Karavowitsidenti. O great God of light, grant me the power of the sacred light to dispel all evil from this world. Saint Morclade raised his staff high, as if in fervent prayer. Suddenly, an incredibly brilliant golden radiance erupted from his staff. This golden light showered upon the earth and enveloped Chen Chao, causing the previously gathered thunder armor on him to disintegrate in an instant. Like snow melting under the scorching sun, Chen Chao felt a weight descend upon him. The golden holy light of Morclade was unlike traditional sunlight. It resembled a magical creation. He could distinctly sense that the strength of this holy light was not derived from the white man before him. Could there truly be a god of light? Does magic truly exist? At that very moment when Chen Chao was enveloped in holy light, the Vector's sovereign, Alexin, seized the opportunity to launch a furious counterattack. Vector enhancement, tenfold amplification. The Vector's sovereign also summoned a divine seal, unleashing boundless power from his fists, causing the very energies of this realm to boil. Even from a considerable distance, one could feel the terrifying fluctuations of power. Yet, Chen Chao's expression remained unchanged. One had hoped that transforming into the form of Doomsday might reverse the tide of battle. Yet, the holy light of Morclade appeared to possess a calming effect on both spirit and energy, rendering it impossible for one's cells to achieve a state of hyperfrequency under such circumstances. Even if one were to forcibly assume the Doomsday form, the full potential would remain unexploited, inadvertently revealing one's greatest trump card. Perhaps it would be prudent to concentrate all energy into a specific part of the body, allowing it to swell and strengthen into the Doomsday form, specifically one's fist. Countless thoughts raced through Chen Chao's mind, but ultimately he shook his head and extended his hand toward the direction of the Pearl Garden in the Demon City, as if summoning something unseen. Feigning mystique, the Vector's sovereign Alexin, noticing Chen Chao's disregard for his intentions, felt a surge of irritation. In a fit of rage, he channeled his energy, amplifying his power tenfold and accelerating towards Chen Chao with a thunderous punch. However, before his fist could descend, something seemed to breach the sound barrier at 10, 30, 60, and even 90 times the speed of sound, and it was still accelerating. Could it be the sword Saint Lin Huayu? The expressions of the three Western saints shifted dramatically, for in their estimation, only the sword Saint Lin Huayu could achieve such incredible speed through sword flight. Gentlemen, could it be that the sword Saint Lin Huayu has entered the fray? Is the Hua nation truly prepared to tear apart the saintly accord? The Thunder Saint Barton Chester was on the brink of madness. One Hua Rulin was already a source of torment. The addition of Lin Huayu would surely lead to devastation. If today were to claim a life, whose would it be? The formidable holy light of Morclade, or the Vector's sovereign Alexin? A sense of desolation washed over Barton Chester. If the Mind Emperor Hua Rulin ensnared him, could he withstand a strike from the sword Saint Lin Huayu? The answer was undoubtedly no. I should never have ventured into these murky waters. At that moment, the air was charged with the presence of several high-ranking saints, and the winds stirred ominously from all directions as if every elevated saint on the ground was fixated on the unfolding battle. However, when the swiftly moving object appeared on the horizon, all expressions froze in astonishment. What was that? Even Hua Rulin nearly believed it to be Lin Huayu, only to discover it was a singular weapon-like entity hurtling towards them at nearly 100 times the speed of sound. Due to its incredible velocity, the air ignited in a crimson blaze, resembling a meteor streaking across the sky towards Chen Chao. What on earth was that? The heart of Alexan raced. An inner voice screamed for him to flee immediately. Flee. Otherwise, death would ensue. That was your death knell. Chen Chao replied calmly, then with a swift gesture, severed the connection with the hammer of thunder. He allowed the hammer to crash forward at a speed exceeding 100 times the speed of sound. In the path of Chen Chao, the direction of Thor's hammer was aimed squarely at the Vector Sovereign, Alexan. Chapter 102, Slaying the Saint as One Would a Dog. Alexan had scarcely the time to contemplate, as the seemingly distant Thor's hammer instantaneously appeared before him. Vector enhancement, a 20-fold amplification. Vector alteration. Almost instinctively, Alexan unleashed his full power, raising his hands to shield himself. In addition to manipulating the Vector's transformation, he fervently squeezed every ounce of his strength, forming layers of energy protection before him. A crimson blaze streaked across, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, vanishing in an instant. Subsequently, the successive energy shields before Alexan were shattered almost simultaneously, utterly incapable of halting the relentless advance of Thor's hammer, disintegrating into a cloud of dust. The hammer surged forward, an unstoppable force crashing down upon Alexan as if a star had fallen, striking him with tremendous might. Upon contact, Alexan emitted a piercing scream, for despite exerting every fragment of his strength to resist the onslaught of Thor's hammer at 100-fold the speed of sound, he pushed his abilities to their utmost limits, continuously altering the vector of the hammer's impact. However, the overwhelming force appeared inexhaustible. Confronted with such a diminutive hammer, he felt as if faced with a celestial body, instilling a profound sense of despair within him. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated. The Vector's sovereign Alexan's soul trembled, a chill surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. His sacred seal had shattered, not due to external energies, but because he had exerted powers exceeding his limits by several times, forcibly fracturing his own seal. As the sacred seal crumbled, his connection to the world gradually severed. Krek, boom. In the next moment, the sacred seal of the Vector's sovereign Alexan was completely destroyed, and he lost all semblance of power. Under the violent impact of Thor's hammer, his holy form erupted, bursting into a mist of blood in midair. The saint had fallen once more. Yet, all of this transpired in a mere thousandth of a second. To onlookers, they merely witnessed a red streak of light collide with Alexan, after which he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The red streak, however, faced no obstruction and continued to race forward. Gasp! St. Barton Chester inhaled sharply. Had the Vector sovereign Alexan truly perished? He had died just like that. The key detail was that Barton had not clearly seen what had struck down Alexan. He was utterly oblivious to the manner of his demise. Fortuitously, he had exchanged opponents with Saint Light Morcreed just in time. Otherwise, it could have been him who had met such a grim fate. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Saint Battencester was struck by several of Hua Rulin's attacks, his sacred body trembling uncontrollably as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had thought he was on the brink of death, only to realize that Hua Rulin had no intention of pursuing him further. When he glanced at her, he found her in a state of stupor, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her. It was not only Hua Rulin. All the high-ranking saints around the world watching this scene were similarly entranced. Only Chen Chao, with a wave towards the distant thunder god's hammer, broke the stillness. The crimson radiance abruptly halted, defying the laws of physics, pausing for just a second before racing back at an astonishing speed. With a resounding clap, the silver-white hammer flew into Chen Chao's grasp, and in that instant, he was enveloped in crackling lightning, warding off the golden holy light descending from the sky. Saint Battencester felt a primal urge to flee, sensing that he might very well be the next to perish. The holy light Morcred had instructed him to hold off Hua Rulin for 1 minute, promising that the battle would conclude within that time frame. Yet before that minute had even begun, one of his own had already fallen. How could he continue? He did not wish to die, nor did anyone else. Just as Saint Battencester began to move, contemplating escape, a flicker of fury finally crossed the face of Holy Light Morkrid. You killed Alexan, so what? Not only shall I avenge him, but I shall also eliminate you. Chen Chao swung the Thunder God as hammer down upon Holy Light Morkrid. You are steeped in sin, your soul sullied beyond redemption. Let the God of Light purify your spirit. Holy Light Morkrid raised his staff, and countless golden rays descended upon Chen Chao, transforming into tangible golden chains that bound his limbs. Yet Chen Chao summoned the power of the Thunder Seal, unleashing a surge of lightning that coalesced upon the Thunder God as hammer, striking fiercely against the golden chains. With a thunderous roar, a tempest of lightning erupted, shattering the chains that had ensnared him into countless fragments. Freed from his bindings, Chen Chao soared skyward, rapidly closing the distance to Holy Light Morkrid. At that moment, Hua Rulin also regained her senses, extending her arms as an overwhelming torrent of mental energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Even the formidable Holy Light Morkrid could not contend with two of Huagua's top-tier warriors simultaneously. His gaze turned icy as he shifted towards the retreating Saint Battencester, coldly declaring, 30 seconds. 30 seconds was the time Holy Light Morkrid demanded from Saint Battencester to hinder Hua Rulin once more. Clearly, he was confident in resolving the matter with the young saint from Huagua within that brief time frame. After a moment's hesitation, Saint Battencester ultimately chose to place his trust in Holy Light Morkrid, uncertain of whether Hua Rulin would pursue him after his escape, or if Chen Chao would hurl that hammer at him. Akin to how he had vanquished the Vector Monarch Alexan, he realized that fleeing would certainly lead to his demise. Thus, he had no choice but to place his faith in the Holy Light Morkrid. Very well. I shall delay the Thought Emperor for 30 more seconds. St. Bartholomew Chester regained his composure as a ray of divine light enveloped him, healing his wounds. Once restored, he positioned himself once more in front of Hua Rulin, fervently channeling the lightning holy seal to withstand her relentless mental onslaught. Meanwhile, Chen Chao had reached the Holy Light Morkrid, wielding his silver square hammer, which stirred the air into a wave-like surge reminiscent of ocean swells as he brought it crashing down upon his opponent. Holy Light Guardian. The Holy Light Morkrid raised his staff, which formed a golden shield around him. Simultaneously, he lifted his other hand, inscribing an intricate symbol in the air, seemingly beseeching his deity of light. O great God of light, grant me the power to dispel evil. As he prayed, enormous, pristine angelic wings gradually materialized behind the Holy Light Morkrid, conjuring illusions. Chen Chao bellowed, increasing the force of his strike as he slammed the hammer against the shield. The thunderous clash echoed like an explosion, a blinding flash of lightning piercing the heavens, transforming into a tempest of thunder. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered into countless fragments. A triumphant grin spread across Chen Chao's face as he launched a punch towards the handsome visage of the Holy Light Morkrid, just before the angelic wings fully solidified. In Chapter 103, The Four-Winged Angel, another thunderous explosion reverberated through the cosmos as Chen Chao's fist collided with the strikingly handsome face of the Holy Light Morkrid. The terrifying force radiated outward, fracturing his prominent nose and forcing his head downward, his entire body succumbing to the blow. Curse the light. What good is believing in a deity of light when you could believe in me? This punch sent the Holy Light Morkrid plummeting from the sky, causing the angelic wings behind him to dim instantly. From a distance, St. Bartholomew Chester, engaged in battle with Hua Rulin, felt a chill of despair wash over him. 30 seconds to resolve the fight? More like 30 seconds to be resolved by someone else. I should have fled earlier. Is it too late to run now? Just as the thought of retreat crossed his mind, the Holy Light Morkrid seemed to complete his prayer, his ethereal form solidifying and the wings behind him appearing as if they were truly real. Mortal, you have blasphemed against the divine. You deserve nothing less than death. A radiant golden light surged towards the heavens, and Chen Chao lifted his gaze to behold the figure of Saint Light Morkrid enveloped in an ethereal angelic silhouette. In an instant, the wounds upon his visage healed, even the traces of blood vanished, yet his eyes stared vacantly ahead, devoid of joy or sorrow. With a flourish, the angelic apparition surrounding Saint Light Morkrid extended its arms, and a pair of wings re-emerged behind it, radiating an ineffably sacred luminescence under the sun's embrace. A four-winged angel? Chen Chao employed his light-penetrating vision to scrutinize the angelic silhouette. With the infusion of divine power into his gaze, he can not only see through physical barriers, but also penetrate energy shields to glimpse the essence beneath. The angelic apparition appeared to be a manifestation of a formidable entity. While within this silhouette, Saint Light Morcreed seemed ensnared in a deep slumber, his physiological signs diminished to their limits. Bang! This time, Chen Chao initiated the assault, sensing that this angelic apparition had transcended the realm of advanced saints. To speak frankly, Eva Huarulan would be no match for this celestial figure. Foolish mortal, the angelic silhouette scoffed, raising its fist to meet Chen Chao's advance. Boom! The golden apparition collided with Chen Chao's fist. A surge of power radiating outward like ripples across the clouds, warping the very fabric of space. Chen Chao momentarily faltered, then wielded the hammer of Thor, striking down upon the arm of the angelic silhouette. Bang! The figure trembled, a fissure appearing, but it was swiftly mended. Mortal, your efforts are futile. The power of the divine is boundless. A mere mortal cannot harm me. Surrender your struggle. As it spoke, the angelic silhouette raised its hand, conjuring a long sword of holy light, which it aimed at Chen Chao's head. Chen Chao met the attack with the hammer of Thor. A mere avatar dares to act so brazenly before me. Your true form would be a different matter. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat amidst the heavens. The tumult of their clash resounding powerfully, radiant hues illuminating the skies, and waves of energy swirling. As Chen Chao had asserted, an avatar remains an avatar. Channeling the peak saint's power through Saint Light Morcreed was already its limit. Should it grow stronger, the medium would falter. Ultimate strike, destructive fist. At that moment, Chen Chao clenched his fist tightly, simultaneously activating the god of war holy seal, the power seal, and the thunder seal, merging their energies. The three seals quivered wildly, and a torrent of energy akin to an ocean surged onto Chen Chao's right fist. In an instant, the cells of his entire right hand entered a state of superfrequency, undergoing a transformation reminiscent of the apocalypse form. However, he skillfully controlled the energy, allowing it to flow only into his right arm. Thus only his right fist underwent a metamorphosis. Rumbling, the mere tide of energy caused the heavens and earth to tremble, as if an absolute domain of destruction had formed around Chen Chao. Huarulan and Barton Chester were both struck by a wave of terrifying energy, and when they looked up, they were astonished to behold the radiant glow of three sacred seals emblazoned upon Chen Chao's chest. 3 sacred seals? Barton Chester's complexion turned ashen. How could there exist a being capable of harnessing 3 sacred seals in this world? Could this be the source of his formidable power? Had he known earlier of Chen Chao's possession of 3 sacred seals, he wouldn't have dared to trouble him, even if endowed with 100 lives. Lord Nian Emperor, I surrender, I surrender. Spare me. I am willing to accept the judgment of Huagua. I am guilty. As Chen Chao's aura surged ever higher, the shadow of death loomed larger in Barton Chester's heart. He was utterly terrified. Such a fearsome presence was beyond his capacity to withstand, especially when he recalled that it was he who had first attacked Chen Chao. Overwhelmed by dread, Barton Chester could no longer concern himself with Huarulan. He frantically activated the sacred seals, propelling himself at an incredible speed as he turned and fled toward Canada. Should you dare to move again, you shall be the next to perish. A chilling voice in Mandarin resonated in Barton Chester's ears, striking him like a bucket of ice water in the dead of winter, sending a shiver cascading from his head to his spine. Realizing the meaning of the words, he halted abruptly, unable to ignore the inertia that propelled him forward. He stood frozen in the air, as if a misbehaving student caught in a punishment, too afraid to move. The angelic specter sensed the horrific energy emanating from Chen Chao and expressed a hint of uncertainty for the first time. Are you a native deity? No. Your domain is yet to be fully formed. You're not a deity. Who is the god behind you? The god behind me is your father. Chen Chao, unable to ponder the implications of the specter's words, instinctively retorted. His arm bulged ominously, and the hammer of Thor now resembled a child's toy in his grasp. As energy surged around him, he swung his colossal fist, transforming it into a beam of light that pierced the heavens. With the anticipation of witnessing Chen Chao's near-divine power, the angelic specter realized that its mere avatar was insufficient to vanquish him. However, even if it could not kill him, it would at least strive to take half his life. Divine teachings of holy light, apocalypse. The angelic specter brandished its holy sword, radiating an intensely blinding brilliance. It concentrated all its power into this one strike, causing the light-infused sword to shimmer like gold, streaking across the sky in a brilliant arc that illuminated the entire world. Chapter 104. God of the mortal realm, the angelic specter's sword, akin to a meteor streaking through the heavens, enveloped the world in golden luminescence. Destruction enveloped Chen Chao, transforming him into a shooting star. With each monumental swing of his fist, tangible waves of energy devoured the surrounding golden radiance, leaving a trace in the fabric of space where he passed. The two combatants, already in close proximity, met in the air with a punch and a sword in mere moments. Time seemed to still, as if the world had plunged into silence. Or perhaps the noise had escalated beyond human comprehension. This silence felt akin to the calm before a tempest. In the next instant, the sky erupted in a brilliant explosion of light, akin to the sun itself, swiftly followed by the expansion of this luminosity across the heavens. Accompanied by countless silver, serpentine bolts of lightning, it was as if a typhoon of unprecedented ferocity swept through, compressing the ocean's surface by over 10 meters. From a distance, numerous boulders were hurled into the air, trees were uprooted, and even the spectators from Fusang, though they had fled to a safe distance, were still flung away by the terrifying shockwave, their fates uncertain. Even Kara and the landlady were swayed by the violent winds. Fortunately, Kara shielded the landlady, preventing her from meeting a tragic end. The broadcast from the extraordinary tower was abruptly cut off. All that remained on screen was the final confrontation between Chen Chao and the angelic apparition, culminating in a blinding white light that transformed the image into a cascade of snowflakes. Who emerged victorious? Was it the Holy Chen, President Li, who triumphed in this clash? Su Yuqi anxiously turned to Li Weini, her anticipation palpable. Not only Su Yuqi, but all the employees of the Extraordinary Association and every hero present gazed at him with eager eyes, silently inquiring about the outcome of the battle. Li Weini felt the weight of immense pressure. How could he possibly ascertain the victor? Chen Chao was undeniably powerful, yet the nature of that Western saint remained a mystery. The angelic figure he had manifested was completely beyond the intelligence reports, revealing that the United States had concealed their true capabilities. Merely from the broadcast footage, it was impossible to gauge the opponent's strength, but the very appearance of the figure suggested a formidable adversary. Despite his headache, Li Weini managed a confident smile. Addressing the crowd, "Is there any doubt?" Of course, Holy Chen emerged victorious. I knew from the outset that this young man was destined to create miracles. Indeed, one could only hope for such miracles. If anything were to befall him or Hua Ruolin, the situation in Huaguo would become perilous. In the heart of the battlefield, Hua Ruolin, closest to the epicenter of the explosion, was left pale and shaken. She summoned her psychic seal, vigorously erecting energy barriers around herself, barely withstanding the onslaught of chaotic energy. The Thunder Saint, Barton Chester, was fortunate to have distanced himself from the epicenter of the conflict. Otherwise, given his strength, even surviving such a cataclysmic force would have been a miracle. This was merely the aftermath of the clash between those two titans. Barton Chester pondered. Had that punch or sword been directed at him, even possessing 9 lives would not suffice to escape unscathed. Why do you, as saints, evoke such terror? Perhaps I am merely a false saint? The radiance above the heavens gradually waned, and the onlookers widened their eyes, straining to perceive the unfolding celestial scene. There stood Chen Chao, elevated in the sky, his battle attire tattered and his crimson cloak in shambles, yet still billowing in the wind. To the gathered crowd, he appeared as a deity, a god among mortals. Chen Chao's right fist had returned to its normal size, gripping the MJ Lunur of the Thunder God, while his left hand clutched the throat of Saint Light Morclade. It seemed that with a mere squeeze, he could extinguish the life of this formidable saint. Tell me, what do you truly define as divinity? Chen Chao sensed an undeniable powerful presence lurking somewhere, and the strength of this man stemmed from what he referred to as divinity. Despite being on the brink of collapse, Morclade managed a cold laugh. How could you mere mortals comprehend the magnificence of the divine? Such defiance. Without hesitation, Chen Chao unleashed a surge of thunderous energy that pierced through Morclade's sacred body. The silvery thunder transformed into a sharp blade, aimed directly at the saint's insignia. This is your final chance. Speak, or meet your demise. I am willing to dedicate my entire life and soul to the great god of light. In response to Chen Chao's threat, Morclade not only showed no fear, but laughed in a more sinister manner, abandoning any semblance of the sanctity he once held. In the next moment, Morclade's holy insignia erupted in a blaze of energy, enveloping the surroundings in a fiery onslaught. Although the self-detonation of a high-ranking saint was immensely powerful, it could not inflict any harm upon Chen Chao. This cannot be a benevolent sect. A place that breeds such fanatics is fundamentally flawed, Chen Chao murmured. The second saint had fallen. Chen Chao, are you all right? Hua Ruolin approached him, noticing his furrowed brow. She had overheard the dialogue between the angelic apparition and Chen Chao, gleaning some information from their exchange. She was astonished by the sheer might of the American saint, particularly that of the angelic apparition, whose strength likely surpassed that of Lin Huayu. Divinity truly exists. Carla and the landlady also approached. Chen Chao smiled reassuringly at them, indicating his well-being. Before turning his attention to the Thunder Saint, Barton Chester, tell me everything you know about that angel. At your command. In that moment, Barton Chester's demeanor transformed to one of utmost respect. Having witnessed Chen Chao's power, the thought of fleeing had vanished. Flee? In the presence of such a godlike being, escape would only hasten one's demise. Subsequently, Barton Chester divulged all the knowledge he possessed. Morclade serves as the bishop of the Church of the God of Light, enjoying immense popularity in the United States and wielding considerable influence abroad, having assisted numerous nations in suppressing secret realms. He spoke at length, yet most of his discourse consisted of publicly available information, with little relevance to what Chen Chao sought to uncover. As he sensed Chen Chao's expression growing increasingly frigid, Barton Chester broke into a cold sweat and hastily clarified, "Esteemed sir, I am not affiliated with the Church of the God of Light. Thus my knowledge of the deity is limited." What was Morclade's identity before his sanctification? Chen Chao inquired. This question momentarily startled Barton Chester, who pondered before dejectedly replying, "Regrettably, prior to his sanctification, he was not widely recognized. According to the Church as propaganda, he prayed beneath the statue of the God of Light for 7 days and nights, achieving enlightenment and sanctification in a single moment. Is there truly anyone who believes such nonsense?" Chen Chao remarked, his expression betraying an understanding of the truth. Directing his words to Hua Ruolin, "No power can materialize from thin air. There must be a process involved. Such immediate sanctification is utterly abnormal." Hua Ruolin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Chao. "Is it truly appropriate for you to utter such words?" Sensing the acidic gaze of Hua Ruolin, Chen Chao stood tall, unrepentant, and asserted, "What are you looking at? My strength is a result of my diligent cultivation, earned through honest means. My power stems from my relentless efforts in drawing cards and basking in the sun, accumulated bit by bit. I have exerted considerable effort. One cannot dismiss my accomplishments simply because my methods differ from yours." In Chapter 105, Not of My Kind, Chen Chao continued to inquire about the Church of the God of Light, to which Barton Chester responded without reserve, albeit providing scant useful information. "Hua Sheng, how should we proceed with this situation?" Chen Chao glanced at the time, feeling increasingly irritable as mealtime had long passed. Hua Ruolin contemplated for a moment before asking, "Are you referring to the matters concerning the Church of the God of Light, or this individual?" She gestured towards Barton Chester. "The bishop of the Church of the God of Light has brought trouble upon me, and I must have an explanation. Otherwise, it would imply that I am easy to bully. As for this person," Chen Chao's gaze lingered on Barton Chester, seemingly deliberating on how to address him. Feeling the weight of Chen Chao's stare, Barton Chester trembled involuntarily, fearing that the next words would be a death sentence. In truth, Chen Chao contemplated executing him. A high-ranking saint could provide some enhancement to his power, albeit far less than before his sanctification. "Lord Nian Emperor, I am a captive. I have surrendered. Please send me to prison." Barton Chester, in that moment, completely disregarded the dignity of a saint. With his life hanging by a thread, what use was dignity? Let him remain. After all, he is a high-ranking saint. Should the situation worsen in the future, he may prove to be of some utility. Although Hua Ruolin typically exuded a carefree demeanor, she maintained a stance of readiness to take action when necessary. Yet, she remains one of the most formidable beings among humanity, necessitating consideration of numerous factors. Chen Chao, with a sense of resignation, shrugged and said, "Very well, in light of the esteemed Hua Sheng, I shall spare your life. Present your holy seal. While death may be evaded, the burdens of life are inescapable." Chen Chao's demand for the holy seal left little room for misinterpretation. Barton Chester understood Chen Chao's intent. He sought to inscribe a binding energy upon his holy seal. Given Chen Chao's immense power, even a deity-level adversary might struggle to erase the energy binding the seal. After all, should one attempt to forcibly dismantle it, the energy would detonate explosively. Even a being as mighty as a deity would find themselves powerless in such a scenario. Thus, it meant that his very life would be irrevocably under Chen Chao's dominion. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" "I am willing. I am willing," Barton Chester declared, offering his holy seal. Chen Chao did not hesitate. He unleashed a surge of thunderous power upon the seal, establishing several layers of binding. Should the first layer be triggered, all subsequent bindings would lock in place, simultaneously igniting the thunderous force. At this moment, the Battle of the Saints drew to a close. 3 high-ranking saints conspired against Chen Chao, resulting in 2 fatalities and 1 willing to surrender, becoming a prisoner. The saints observing this clash were left in a state of shock, even sensing a tinge of fear. Even from thousands of miles away, they could feel the intensity of the battle, particularly the climactic confrontation between Chen Chao and the angelic specter of Saint Lightmore Clyde, a testament to the zenith of human strength. Henceforth, no one dare to mention the saintly agreements. Any established rules are dictated by the strong. Today marks the obliteration of the invincible legend of high-ranking saints, and from this day forward, a premier powerhouse shall arise from Huagua, in a city of magic. At the extraordinary tower, everyone awaited the restoration of the video signal. The brief span of mere minutes felt like an eternity. Suddenly, the personnel tasked with monitoring safety within Huagua exclaimed, "President, there are 3 for saint-level powerhouses that have entered Huagua, attempting to establish contact. Presidently." Frontline personnel report that Saint Chun has slain 2 saints from the Western world and captured 1, and is currently returning with the Nian Emperor. Upon hearing the staff's report, a heavy weight lifted from the hearts of all present. The next moment, the entire extraordinary tower erupted in jubilant cheers. In those fleeting minutes, their emotions had oscillated dramatically, especially when the 3 high-ranking Western saints pressured Chen Chao, leaving everyone on edge. Saint Chen's invincibility makes it clear to those Western elites who have always looked down upon us. Who would dare provoke us now? This is the consequence. Now, with 4 high-ranking saints in Huagua, I must ask, who else dares challenge us? The crowd roared in celebration. Subsequently, Chen Chao and his companions returned to the extraordinary tower. Ray St. Barton Chester has been officially arrested and will soon face multiple charges, including participation in the unlawful assault of a saint and the disruption of social harmony and stability. This case will be adjudicated by the Extraordinary Court, which is expected to render a just verdict. Meanwhile, the Church of the God of Light has issued a statement regarding the attack on Chen Chao by Mokreed, asserting that the church had no prior knowledge of the incident, which is entirely attributed to his individual actions and does not represent the church's stance. Consequently, the church has announced the immediate dismissal of Bishop Mokreed. Furthermore, the church has expressed its sincere apologies to Chen Chao and has promised to negotiate compensation matters in the near future. In the Extraordinary Tower, in the conference room on the top floor, the situation exemplifies a classic case of sacrificing a pawn to protect the king. However, it also indirectly indicates that the God of Light is not present on Blue Star. Upon seeing the statement from the church, Chen Chao quickly deduced some useful information. The existence of deities is immensely powerful. If they were indeed on Blue Star, they would not have compromised so swiftly. Hua Ruolin, reclining with her legs crossed, was engrossed in searching for something on her tablet. If the deity is not on Blue Star, could it possibly be in some hidden realm in America? If it resides in such a realm, what difference does it make from being on Blue Star? Libani Kuntarat, remarking that traversing through dimensional rifts is merely a matter of crossing over. Unless the existence of a deity is incapable of doing so, is there a possibility? He had visited hidden realms a few times, but only when he was relatively weaker. Since becoming the president of the Extraordinary Association, he no longer needed to engage directly on the front lines. Thus, Li Wenyi possessed limited knowledge regarding dimensional rifts. Hua Rulin contemplated for a moment. Recognizing that there would indeed be certain implications, the number of individuals permitted to pass through a dimensional rift at one time is limited. This restriction is not based on capacity, but rather on the energy field. Li Wenyi nodded. If that is the case, could it be that the God of Light truly exists within a hidden realm in America? Have you considered what the Church of the God of Light would be like if a powerful deity were to emerge in the American hidden realm? And what role America would play in this scenario? Chen Chao posed his questions. He was uncertain about the nature of hidden realms in other countries. At the very least, within all hidden realms of Huagua, the beings inside are inherently hostile toward humans. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. This is an eternal truth. Chapter 106. A desire to vacation in space for the moment. The matters concerning America and the Church of the God of Light would be left to the Extraordinary Association to resolve. Chen Chao was disinterested in further involvement. Currently, the intelligence regarding deities remains insufficient. Although Chen Chao had triumphed over what appeared to be an avatar of a divine being, it was merely an avatar, making it difficult to accurately assess the strength of the true entity. One could only approximate a rough range. Given Chen Chao's current strength, he lacked absolute confidence in contending against a being of divine caliber. Hence, he recognized the necessity of becoming stronger. Upon returning to Pearl Garden, Kara astonishingly refrained from engaging in her usual gaming pursuits. Instead, she transformed the attic on the third floor into a personal research laboratory, equipped with the latest advanced technology and a selection of compact scientific apparatus. Xiaomei was busy completing her homework in the room, while the landlady was preparing dinner. Only Chen Chao languished on the sofa, the television idly flickering, yet his mind was far removed from the screen's images. I had assumed a form reminiscent of an apocalyptic entity, my physicality seemingly on the threshold of divinity, yet my energy remained confined to the realm of the saintly. The advantages and drawbacks of my Kryptonian lineage were strikingly apparent. My strength and defenses consistently overwhelmed those of my peers, and their enhancement was remarkably swift, devoid of any limitations. Perhaps in the coming days, I could venture into the heart of the sun for a period. Given my current absorption capabilities, it would not be long before my corporeal form officially ascended to the divine level. Once my physicality reached such heights, even the so-called God of Light would find a formidable opponent in me. If Chen Chao were willing with his current absorption rate, a mere decade or two spent within the sun might elevate his being beyond divinity. At that point, not even a deity would stand a chance, let alone a mere planet. The epitome of a true one-punch man. Strike through. I wish not to become bald. While the prowess and charisma of such a character are undeniable, it comes at the cost of one's hair. The sole consideration was to return before the impending invasion of the Southern Yang Secret Realms Demon Alliance, lest Ruo Lan shed tears for him. This posed no significant challenge. Chen Chao cast a glance at Kara in the attic. Perhaps he could invite her along, otherwise. Basking alone in the sun would surely be tedious. An opportune moment to indulge in a vacation among the stars. Shortly thereafter, the landlady entered with dishes in hand, calling out, "Chen Chao, summon the girls for dinner." "All right," he replied, ascending the stairs. Xiaomei was enjoying her time at the Extraordinary Academy, receiving much care from teachers and instructors due to Chen Chao's influence. Furthermore, it seemed that Ruo Lan harbored intentions of taking her as a disciple. Presently, Chen Chao had little regard for the immortal phoenix energy residing within Nanjiamei, yet the potential she possessed could not be overlooked. With proper cultivation, she might emerge as a formidable saintly force for Huagua in the coming years. Kara remained ensconced in the attic, reluctant to emerge. Typically, this girl was the most eager when it came to meals, yet today she appeared transformed. Chen Chao ascended to knock on the attic door. "Kara, dinner is ready. By the way, what are you researching?" "Brother, I feel that my energy absorption from nuclear fusion is too low. So I'm working on improving the instruments that assist in energy absorption to see if I can enhance the absorption capacity," came Kara's voice from within the attic. Chen Chao was moved to tears. Had this girl truly undergone such a transformation? How does a heavy internet addict manage to overcome their addiction overnight? Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality? Please tune in tonight at 8 to delve into the inner world of Carla. Have you finally remembered your persona as a scientist? Chen Chao exclaimed with excitement. Brother, I wish to grow stronger quickly, so that I can fight alongside you in the future, careless said, opening the door with a hint of shyness. She did not want to be left behind by Chen Chao, merely gazing at his back from a distance. Carla longed to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle, not merely as a figure in his shadow. Chen Chao stepped forward, tousling Carla's hair and embracing her gently, asking in a soft voice, Carla, how long do you think it will take to create your device? The basic model can be fashioned from my previous armor suit, though some aspects will require upgrades. It should take about 2 or 3 days, she replied. Once your device is ready, how about we venture into space to bask in the sun? Consider a holiday. That sounds wonderful, Carla exclaimed, joyfully bouncing at the thought of vacationing with Chen Chao. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and she asked cautiously, the landlady, isn't going, is she? Of course not. Sister, you cannot survive in space, Chen Chao said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had mentioned taking Carla on a vacation to space, but in reality, they would be basking in the sun itself. Bringing the landlady along would surely result in her turning to ash. Upon hearing that the landlady would not accompany them, Carla was thrilled, as this was a rare opportunity to enjoy a world of their own with Chen Chao. Although they might not be able to play games in space, it mattered little. If necessary, she could simply stay up a few extra nights upon their return to make up for lost time. Carla deemed this experience a significant gain. Afterward, they went downstairs for dinner. Over the next 3 days, Carla devoted nearly all her time to research, neglecting games and dungeon runs. The effectiveness of her detox from gaming was more potent than Professor Yang's electroshock therapy. She even pushed her Kryptonian intellect and innate abilities to their utmost limits. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Chao ventured into the South Yang secret realm. With a Saint-level powerhouse entering the realm, the Saint-level experts from the other 4 regions were keenly aware, recognizing the presence of Ren Jingtian, Lin Huayu, and Hua Ruolin. If more than 2 of these individuals appeared simultaneously in the eastern region, it would undoubtedly alert the demon race and potentially spark a great conflict. As for Chen Chao, who is Chen Chao? They had not heard of him. Within the South Yang secret realm, the demons were only aware of the newly risen Demon King from the northern region, oblivious to the fact that the Demon King was, in fact, Chen Chao. Furthermore, given Chen Chao's current strength, unless a saint-level demon were to examine him directly, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to penetrate his energy concealment. Upon entering the South Yang secret realm, Chen Chao wasted no time and promptly made his way to the treasury of the Northern Palace. He filled his storage space to the brim, repeatedly transporting a substantial cache of resources. After a few days apart, the forces of the Northern Demonic Clan have expanded exponentially, particularly with Chen Chao embodying the formidable Demon King, showcasing his ability to single-handedly vanquish the White Wolf Saint King. The demonic entities, who revere strength, have drawn numerous demon saints to pledge their allegiance to Chen Chao, including Jinling and the Giant Bear. The number of demon saints in the north has now approached 10. Chen Chao could not help but reflect on how, with a slight misstep, his influence among the demons was nearly rivaling that of the outside world. Having transported a substantial amount of resources, including several tons of energy crystals and countless treasures for cultivation and healing, he entrusted them to the Extraordinary Association in exchange for merit points. Mr. Chen, the resources you've brought are exceedingly abundant. Recently, there have been fluctuations in the prices of many items. We must conduct a thorough verification to ascertain the precise number of merit points, remarked the staff member responsible for resource exchange at the Extraordinary Association. Take your time to calculate, Chen Chao replied, having a rough estimate in mind that the merit points would be around 100 million. Even with the fluctuations in the prices of certain treasures, the difference would not be substantial. Now, as Chen Chao stood as the mightiest being in Blue Star, even if the staff had 100 times the audacity, they would never dare to play tricks in this matter. Having settled the affairs concerning the Nanyang secret realm, Chen Chao returned to the Pearl Garden. Kara was busy packing, having donned a suit of armor designed for enhanced absorption of power, eagerly awaiting Chen Chao's return so they could embark on their space vacation together. Chapter 107. The sealed land. Kara had meticulously packed a plethora of items, filling 3 large suitcases to the brim. The contents included but were not limited to clothing, various foodstuffs, a mobile phone, a laptop, solar panels, and an assortment of travel essentials. Kara, I can understand the other items, but what is the purpose of bringing a phone and laptop to space? There is no signal there, Chen Chao remarked as he stowed the hefty suitcases into his storage space. He intended to fly directly to space with Kara, meaning all the luggage had to be placed with him. Brother, I know there is no internet in space, but I find joy in glancing at my phone and laptop when there is nothing else to do, Kara pouted in response. It's like I've developed a syndrome where I feel uncomfortable without my phone and computer. Chen Chao habitually ruffled Kara's hair and said, "Let us go." The existence of divine-level beings had sounded an alarm in Chen Chao's mind. To eliminate a divine avatar, he had to exert his utmost strength, which was intolerable to him. He despised the notion of anything that could pose a threat to his existence. Thus, it was imperative for him to grow stronger swiftly. Once everything was prepared, Chen Chao and Kara flew towards space, engaging in light-hearted banter. For them, even in the absence of oxygen, survival in space was assured. Upon entering space, Kara experienced a brief moment of discomfort, but quickly adjusted once bathed in sunlight. "Wow, Blue Star is so beautiful," Kara exclaimed, her delight reminiscent of a young girl receiving a birthday gift. She and Chen Chao soared far beyond the orbits of the Blue Star and the moon. At this moment, as they glanced back at the Blue Star, it appeared as a vibrant, ethereal sphere floating gracefully amidst the vast, boundless cosmos. In the presence of the majestic infinity of the universe, everything takes on a poetic and picturesque quality. Chen Chao wrapped his arm around Kara's slender waist, encouraging her to lean her head against him. He whispered softly in her ear through energy transmission, "No matter how beautiful the Blue Star may be, it pales in comparison to your beauty." "Really?" Kara shyly pressed her lips together, her azure eyes gazing intently at Chen Chao. Perhaps due to their proximity to the sun, the fiery rays illuminated Kara's face, making it resemble two ripe red apples, tempting enough to elicit the desire to take a bite. Chen Chao smiled, not answering Kara's question, but instead lifted her chin and leaned in to kiss her lips. The electric warmth of the touch caused Kara to close her eyes, wrapping her arms around Chen Chao's neck and responding with lips more fervent than the sun's embrace. Beneath the southern ocean of the southern realm, the Golden Holy Dragon King had already entered a month ago. The ocean's vast expanse occupied half of the 5 major regions. Beneath this immense ocean lay a secluded space, surrounded by dozens of colossal stone pillars suppressing all around, as if isolating heaven and earth, sealing away a formidable existence. This sealed space was known as the Land of Sealing. Undeterred by the Holy King of the Southern Ocean's objections, the Golden Holy Dragon King resolutely breached this barrier and entered the Land of Sealing. Outside the Land of Sealing, countless sea tribes and demonic beasts stood at the ready, arranged in meticulous order, steadfastly observing the happenings within. Leading them was a holy king-level demonic creature, a gigantic dragon tortoise adorned with golden scales, the Xuanjia dragon tortoise. Soon after, another dragon-like demonic creature arrived, accompanied by numerous sea beings. This dragon's aura was formidable, also belonging to the ranks of a holy king-level entity. As soon as the dragon arrived at the Land of Sealing, it let out a roar. "Xuanjia, why did you not stop that foolish dragon from entering the Land of Sealing? What if it releases that entity?" The Xuanjia dragon tortoise shook its massive head and replied solemnly, "I am no match for the Golden Holy Dragon King. If he insists on entering, there is little I can do. Hasn't that foolish dragon already abandoned its pursuit of the will of heaven and earth? Why has it suddenly ventured back in? If that entity breaks free from its seal, we are all doomed." The dragon writhed impatiently, its enormous eyes darting towards the sealing barrier, seemingly pondering yet hesitant to take action. The Xuanjia dragon tortoise continued in a deliberate tone. "The Golden Holy Dragon King claims that the fellow from the Northern Realm might have emerged from the Land of Sealing. He intends to check the integrity of the will of heaven and earth. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Have you all lost your minds?" The dragon bellowed in fury. Meanwhile, within the Land of Sealing, in this dim and nebulous realm, at the very heart of the universe, a radiant source of orange light emanates, surrounded by an array of formidable chains. These chains seem to number in the thousands, radiating from the orange luminescence and extending in all directions. Beneath this luminous source, a serpentine creature, akin to the size of an earthworm, bellows and roars, repeatedly assaulting the orange light in an attempt to tear away a piece of it. Yet, regardless of the creature's relentless efforts, The orange light continuously releases surges of energy, akin to the tide of the sea, casting the dragon-like being back thousands of miles. Roaring with fury, the creature is none other than the golden holy dragon king, who has entered the realm of seals. Defiantly, he emits a series of furious roars, opening his massive jaws as if to swallow the orange light whole. I am the mightiest king among the myriad demons of the ancient land, seeking merely a fragment of the will of heaven and earth to elevate my divine status, and I shall not disrupt the seal. I beseech the ancestors to grant me this. The golden holy dragon king's reference to the myriad demons of the ancient land pertains to the 5 major regions of the Nanyang secret realm, a name seldom uttered since the fragmentation of these territories. The resonant sound of his dragon's roar reverberates through the cosmos as he charges once more towards the orange light. Moments later, he is again repelled thousands of miles. Yet amidst the dispersing energy waves, he manages to absorb a minuscule fragment of the will of heaven and earth. With remarkable speed, the golden holy dragon king launches another assault towards the orange luminescence. Suddenly, a voice emerges from beneath the earth, a voice imbued with an alluring charm. Do not strain yourself. This fragment of the will of heaven and earth carries the essence of the dragon god. With your mere status as a holy king, how could you possibly breach its aura? I am a descendant of the dragon god, possessing its bloodline. The golden holy dragon king retorts defiantly. Descendant? Ha! You are but a distant descendant, and instead of fixating on this fragment, you would be wiser to venture directly to the core of the world and consume the will of heaven and earth of the myriad demons. You know full well that I cannot traverse the spatial barriers to reach the core of the myriad demons. Then you could traverse the passageway connecting to the human realm. The spatial barriers surrounding it are relatively weak. By navigating through the chaotic currents of space, you can reach the core of the myriad demons. Upon hearing this, the golden holy dragon king immediately grows wary, abandoning his pursuit of the orange light to interrogate the earth. Serpent of sorcery, how do you know of human affairs? Is the demon ape of the northern borders your pawn? The being referred to as the serpent of sorcery responds with a series of mocking laughs. That creature is neither a demon ape nor my pawn. I am sealed here, possessing little information, yet it is certain that he has come for the will of this shattered realm. That creature's physical form is already nearing the semi-divine realm. And should he consume the will of the myriad demons, both you and this world shall meet your doom. This is precisely the concern that weighs heavily upon the golden holy dragon king. To achieve the status of a saint, one merely needs to communicate with the will of heaven and earth. The greater the number of saints birthed from this realm, the more benefits can be bestowed upon the will of heaven and earth. However, attaining divinity is a different matter altogether. To achieve divine status requires the consumption of the will of heaven and earth, and should one devour too much, it could very well lead to the collapse of the cosmos. The ancient land of 10,000 demons is inherently a fragmented world, with the will of heaven and earth being incomplete, part of it divided to suppress the demon serpent. Should the remaining will be consumed by the northern realm's demon king, there will be no share left for the golden saint dragon king. If things go awry, the very fabric of the ancient land of 10,000 demons could shatter, leaving them with nothing. Chapter 108. The power of corruption. Seeing the golden saint dragon king lost in contemplation, the whispers from beneath the earth grew ever more seductive, as if someone were murmuring in his ear. Open your heart, and allow me to assist you in becoming stronger. You can slay the northern realm's demon king, consume the will of heaven and earth from the ancient land of 10,000 demons, and ascend as the new dragon god. Then, enter the realm of humanity. Devour even more of the will of heaven and earth, and become the supreme divine emperor. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth, weaving countless vibrant visions of the future that relentlessly battered against the golden saint dragon king's mental realm. Within this ethereal illusion, the golden saint dragon king consumed the will of heaven and earth, transforming it into his own domain, thereby transcending the constraints of the cosmos to become a deity. After attaining divinity, the golden saint dragon king would lead a myriad of demon armies in a conquest across the myriad realms, becoming the sovereign of all worlds. Roar! The golden saint dragon king's heart quivered as he suddenly realized he was engulfed in dark energy. It dawned on him that he had nearly succumbed to the illusions of the demon serpent, and he hastily summoned his 2 holy seals, unleashing the formidable power of a holy king to bombard the dark mist. Demon Serpent, enough. I do not require your assistance. Such grandiose claims are unfounded. Not only are there numerous powerful beings among humanity, but even if you were to unite the 4 great regions and repel the human forces, at the moment you attempt to breach the core of the world through the human passage, will you truly be able to contend with the Demon King? The voice of the Demon Serpent continued to echo in the Golden Saint Dragon King's ears. The Demon King's physical form has already reached the semi-divine realm, and he possesses 3 holy seals. His speed in consuming the will of heaven and earth will undoubtedly surpass yours. Should he step into divinity before you, do you believe you will still draw breath? The Golden Saint Dragon King fell silent. He suspected that the Demon King's eager agreement to join the alliance of demons was certainly part of a larger scheme. With the Demon Serpent's analysis, everything began to make sense. The Demon King sought to leverage the power of the demon race to decisively crush humanity, and then, through their passage, enter the core of the ancient land of 10,000 demons to devour the will of heaven and earth. What a cunning plan. What should I do? A hint of uncertainty crept into the voice of the Golden Saint Dragon King. Embrace my power, for this essence is not the malevolent energy you perceive, but a force known as corrosion. There is no need for trepidation or fear. Such emotions arise from ignorance. Corrosion, akin to the sacred weapons of humankind, can be wielded as your own armament. Moreover, it shall liberate you from the shackles of the cosmos, aiding you in your quest for strength at an unparalleled pace. It will manifest only in your hour of need, and when you do not require it, it will quietly reside in the recesses of your being, awaiting your summons. You shall remain yourself, yet grow even stronger, destined to become the sovereign of all. As the voice of the demonic serpent reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a myriad of black mists once again emerged from beneath the ground. Upon closer inspection, these mists were composed of countless particles smaller than cells, gradually enveloping the body of the Golden Holy Dragon King. The Golden Holy Dragon King let out a roar, yet this time he did not resist as fiercely as before. Instead, he guided the black mists into his forepaws, sealing them with layers of energy. Should he detect any disturbance from mists, he would not hesitate to sever his own claws. Suddenly, hundreds of black patterns coalesced upon the forepaws of the Golden Holy Dragon King, only to vanish moments later. I felt an unprecedented surge of power. The Golden Holy Dragon King shook his head, raising his colossal claw, where the black patterns re-emerged, and he grasped at the orange light source at the center of the universe with great force. Crack! The claw, adorned with black patterns, seemed intent on piercing through the very fabric of reality. The orange light source shattered, and a fragment the size of a palm appeared upon the claw of the Golden Holy Dragon King. He opened his massive jaws and gently inhaled, drawing the fragment into his belly, where it fused with his 2 sacred seals. Thud! 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 Within the Golden Holy Dragon King, a thunderous sound reminiscent of a heartbeat resonated, as his aura surged, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding an aura of unfathomable terror. A shard of the will of the cosmos bestowed upon him an unimaginable enhancement of power. Should he completely devour the orange light source before him, he would undoubtedly ascend to divine realms. This thought lingered momentarily in his mind. The Golden Holy Dragon King merely grazed the will of the cosmos and would not significantly impact the seal, yet if he consumed the entirety of the orange light source, the demonic serpent would assuredly break free from its confines. The demonic serpent is a formidable being of divine realms, and the Golden Holy Dragon King is no match for it, nor could he easily place his trust in its words. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The power of corrosion bestowed by the serpent cannot possibly be as benevolent as it claims. The Golden Holy Dragon King harbored his own calculations, intending to temporarily harness the power of corrosion. Once he triumphed in battle and eliminated the threats posed by the human sacred king and the barbaric king, he could relinquish the power of corrosion, relying solely on his own strength to consume the will of the cosmos and ascend as the new dragon god. In the days to come, when I ascend as the supreme dragon god, I shall consider releasing you. The Golden Holy Dragon King made an empty promise. Regardless of the circumstances, his purpose for coming here has been fulfilled. It is time to depart. Thus, I extend my early congratulations to the Golden Sacred Dragon King for ascending to divinity." The voice of the demon serpent was laced with a playful charm. Subsequently, the Golden Sacred Dragon King ceased his lingering presence, his form flickering as he soared towards the heavens above the sealed land. Observing the retreating silhouette of the Golden Sacred Dragon King, a woman with a serpent's tail and a human form beneath the earth revealed a smile that held profound meaning. She chuckled softly, remarking, "Power is the most intoxicating of substances. It is easily acquired, yet relinquishing it is far from simple." Outside the sealed land, the Xuanjia dragon tortoise and the serpent dragon Saint King stood, one to the left and one to the right, their gazes fixed intently upon the energy barrier below. The longer time dragged on, the more restless the serpent dragon Saint King became. He too yearned to breach the barrier and attempt to devour the will of heaven and earth, yet he hesitated. This barrier was established by the dragon god in the past to suppress adversaries of equal divine status. Moreover, it was said that the sealed demon tribe possessed strength surpassing that of the dragon god. Otherwise, the dragon god would have slain them outright rather than merely containing them. The energy barrier left behind by the dragon god could only be traversed by his bloodline descendants. Although the serpent dragon Saint King was also a descendant of the dragon god, his bloodline was even more diluted than that of the Golden Sacred Dragon King, rendering him incapable of penetrating this barrier. In the next moment, it seemed that some presence had stirred the energy barrier, causing ripples akin to waves to emerge. Xuanjia, something is about to emerge. It could be the demon tribe. Remain vigilant. The serpent dragon Saint King roared, his imposing aura instantly stirring a tempest at the ocean's depths. The Xuanjia dragon tortoise acknowledged the command, and all surrounding demon kin stood ready, awaiting the orders of the two sacred kings to charge forth. Roar! Just as the barrier had yet to be breached, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from beneath the barrier, resonating throughout the entire sea. It was the Golden Sacred Dragon King. The Xuanjia dragon tortoise recognized the voice's owner. Moments later, the figure of the Golden Sacred Dragon King burst forth from the barrier, hovering above the demon kin like a deity surveying the mortal realm, casting a cold gaze upon the demon army. The serpent dragon Saint King sensed the Golden Sacred Dragon King's aura, which was now profoundly deep, far beyond what it had been before. It appeared that he had indeed succeeded in devouring the will of heaven and earth. To what extent had he consumed? What was the state of the seal? What power did he now possess? The Golden Sacred Dragon King paid no heed to the serpent dragon Saint King's tumultuous thoughts. Instead, he calmly stated, 3 days hence, we shall assault the human territories. With that, he moved with a swift motion, soaring skyward and vanishing from the southern seas in the blink of an eye. Chapter 109. The bewildered avatar in the vastness of space. Near the sun's vicinity, the extreme heat seemed capable of melting everything, rendering it a realm inhospitable to life. Yet, two figures stood there, basking in the sun's scorching embrace. Although larger celestial bodies exert greater gravitational pulls, the sun's gravity posed no significant challenge to Chen Chao and Kara. Brother, do you intend to venture into the sun? After spending over 10 days in the outer regions, Kara experienced rapid advancement in her abilities. However, she was acutely aware that for Chen Chao, the outer areas offered little in the way of enhancement. Chen Chao nodded, acknowledging that the outer regions were merely an appetizer. True potential could only be fully realized within the sun itself, where the Kryptonian bloodline could be stimulated to its utmost limit. In the outer regions, even beings of divine caliber would struggle to meet their end. It was only by entering the solar corona and experiencing the impact of solar flares at close range that his corporeal form could ascend to the divine level. Solar flares, occurring in the sun's chromosphere, represent a highly concentrated release of solar energy. Each flare emits energy equivalent to the combined force of 100,000 to 1,000,000 volcanic eruptions, or the explosive power of billions of hydrogen bombs. Such a tremendous energy shock could obliterate any divine-level energy shield. Were it not for Chen Chao's Kryptonian heritage and his formidable physical defenses, he would not dare to venture forth so easily. Divine level, Kara murmured, recalling her initial mastery of the preliminary holy tier before her arrival. After several days of sojourning in the sun's outer regions, her prowess swiftly ascended to the mid-tier of the holy rank. Yet, as she followed a singular path of physical enhancement. Her progression paled in comparison to Chen Chao's rapid ascent, revealing clear limitations. The thought of Chen Chao potentially reaching the divine level before her spurred Kara to entwine her arm with his, resting her head upon his shoulder. Brother, I too wish to enter the sun. The interior is far from as comfortable as the outside. Wouldn't it be better for you to remain a diligent scientist? Chen Chao teased, playfully pinching Kara's rosy cheeks. No, I wish to grow stronger quickly, to discover methods of enhancement. I do not desire to be a scientist. Kara replied with stubborn resolve. Very well. Should it become unbearable, I shall escort you out, Chen Chao said, his concern for her evident. She was merely 15 years old. Even as a Kryptonian, would it be too much to venture into the sun at such a tender age? Yet with Chen Chao present, he would ensure Kara's safety. Soon, their fingers intertwined, and with a decisive step from Chen Chao, they traversed through the outer regions, heading toward the corona. The corona represents the sun's atmosphere, where temperatures soar to a staggering 1,000,000 degrees. Even before approaching, a violent energy storm surged forth, incinerating their garments in an instant and reddening their skin to resemble molten steel. Kara exclaimed, not from the terrifying heat of the sun, but because, thanks to her Kryptonian bloodline, while such solar energy could indeed harm her body, it would also heal at an astonishing rate, like wrought iron being forged into steel. The cause of her outcry was the destruction of her armored battle attire. The biofield could not provide protection, alongside the solar energy that incinerated them. Chen Chao's battle attire was also consumed. The two exchanged glances, only to awkwardly avert their eyes. Although Kara prided herself on being a seasoned navigator of the digital realm, frequently clandestinely accessing Chen Chao's study materials, when faced with reality, her mind inevitably went blank. No peeking, Kara exclaimed, raising her hand to shield Chen Chao's eyes. Retreating behind him, Chen Chao lifted his head, bemused, retorting, I told you not to come, yet you disregarded my words. Meanwhile, both remained basking in the sun's rays. 3 days had elapsed since the Golden Saint Dragon King's departure from the sealed domain. Within these days, the Golden Saint Dragon King meticulously examined the devouring power bestowed upon him by the Serpent of Magic. Although the devouring force exhibited an exceedingly docile demeanor, obedient to the Golden Saint Dragon King's intent without any signs of rebellion, deep within his consciousness, a relentless internal conflict raged. His thoughts seemed to manifest into two factions. The conservative faction advocated for an immediate severance of the forelimbs, suggesting the abandonment of the dragon claws tainted by the devouring force, asserting that his original intention had been to consume a fragment of the will of heaven and earth to enhance his power. This objective had already been achieved. There was no need to retain the devouring force, as the Serpent of Magic was untrustworthy. Conversely, the radical faction firmly believed in his ability to harness the power of the devouring force. I am the Golden Saint Dragon King, the mightiest sovereign of the ancient demon clans, now but a step away from the divine realm. How could such a trivial force as the devouring one influence me? Power is neither good nor bad. It is merely a matter of its application. The devouring force is simply a tool for my ascendance. It is not surprising that the Golden Saint Dragon King harbored such thoughts, for the devouring force could shatter the constraints imposed by the heavens, significantly augmenting his physical combat prowess, akin to wielding a cheat code in a game. It is often said that ordinary players fear the might of those who invest heavily in the game, while the latter dread encountering cheats. Utilizing cheats induces a thrill of breaking the rules and overpowering everything, and once experienced, it can become addictive, impossible to resist. After 3 days of mentally tumultuous deliberation, the radical ideology gained a slight advantage, leading the Golden Saint Dragon King to resolve to retain the devouring force. Perhaps it would prove useful in the forthcoming battle. The complete annihilation of his foes was imperative before contemplating the severance of the tainted dragon claws. Roar! On this day, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from the central mountain range, imbued with terrifying energy, transforming into a tremendous sound wave that swiftly enveloped the 5 great realms. Subsequently, the 9-headed Golden Lion of the Western Territory let out a thunderous roar that echoed for miles. In the southern sea, towering waves surged to heights of 10,000 meters. With countless aquatic beings lurking within, their predatory eyes fixed on the eastern human realm. In a northern wasteland, within the Demon King's palace, Chen Chao's doppelganger opened its eyes, gazing towards the central mountain range. This is bad. The Demon Alliance is about to go to war. Why hasn't the main body returned yet? This doppelganger was imbued with a portion of Chen Chao's mental energy, not merely a programmed replica, possessing a degree of cognitive ability and adaptability. In the central region, the Golden Sacred Dragon King has begun to assemble the demon army, preparing to invade the stronghold of the human race. According to Chen Chao's initial plan, his true form was to transform into the Demon King and infiltrate the ranks of the demons, ultimately turning against them during the climactic battle, catching the Golden Sacred Dragon King off guard. The goal was to capture all the demon monarchs in one fell swoop, thereby resolving the issues plaguing the Nanyang secret realm. Yet, what is the current state of affairs? Chen Chao's avatar finds itself in a state of confusion. What should I do? Chapter 110. The battle commences. Chen Chao's avatar waited another day within the palace. The demon armies from the other 3 major regions were fully prepared, with various demon sovereigns commanding their forces, glaring hungrily at the eastern human territories. However, the northern region remained eerily quiet. This left several demon sovereigns, including Jinling, in a state of distress. Without the Demon King's orders, she dared not mobilize the troops on her own. In the workplace, usurping authority is the gravest of taboos. Should the opportunity for a coalition be missed, the wrath of the Demon King would surely fall upon her, resulting in her misfortune. Being the king's deputy is truly arduous. Your Majesty, please emerge to oversee military affairs. Your Majesty, emissaries of the Golden Sacred Dragon King seek an audience, requesting orders to assemble the demon army. Several demon sovereigns continued their pleas outside Chen Chao's palace, and the avatar let out a sigh. With the impending clash, if the troops were not gathered soon, the Golden Sacred Dragon King would likely be the first to test the waters and discern the avatar's true nature. Should he discover the avatar's identity, the northern demons would undoubtedly be conscripted under him to assault the humans. Given the circumstances, the avatar had no choice but to step out of the palace. Convey my orders. Assemble the army. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the Demon King, Jinling and the other demon sovereigns nearly burst into tears. Your Majesty, you have finally emerged. The wait has been agonizing for over a month. The selection for your harem has concluded, and over 3,000 demon maidens are eagerly awaiting your return to comfort them and ensure the royal lineage of the northern realm flourishes. Fortunately, the king had finally emerged, but with the impending battle against the humans, arrangement for the harem would have to wait until after the conflict. As for the outcome of the war, the demon sovereigns, well aware of both sides' strengths, were confident of a demon victory. Indeed, many believed the battle would be a one-sided rout. Could the demon race possibly lose? That was a laughable notion. Chen Chao's avatar remained as immovable as a mountain, while the emissary of the Golden Sacred Dragon King, the familiar fierce flame dragon sparrow, attempted to gauge the current strength of the Demon King from distance. To her astonishment, she discovered she could not ascertain the Demon King's true capabilities at all. The Demon King's aura was so restrained that she could not discern reality from illusion, indicating his strength had indeed grown. I must report this back and ensure the Golden Sacred Dragon King is prepared. It is evident that this being is the greatest adversary to the unification of the 5 major regions. The demon forces from all 4 regions were fully assembled, with the army of the Central Dragon clan leading the charge, steadily advancing towards the defensive line of the eastern human territories. The Demon Clan has breached the borders, prompting an immediate shift to a state of first-level combat readiness. Swiftly assemble the sages of the Huagua, preparing for entry and standing by for international assistance, urging the global community to dispatch additional sages. The news of the Demon Clan's incursion into the Nanyang secret realm has reached us, and at this moment, everyone is in a state of frantic disarray. Presently, we still have not managed to contact Sage Chun. What shall we do now? Su Yuqi is as restless as an ant on a hot stove. The upheaval in the Nanyang secret realm is no trivial matter. The number of formidable beings within exceeds that of the Kyoto secret realm from years past. Li Wenyi took a deep breath and persisted in his attempts to establish contact, while also instructing the diplomatic department to alert foreign sages with whom we frequently collaborate, ensuring they are prepared for immediate entry to provide support. Yes, have the sages from the Nien Emperor's faction arrived in Nanyang? They have all arrived, 15 sages from Huagua, including Sage Lei, Barton Chest, making a total of 16. What are the security measures? All preparations are complete. To avert the worst-case scenario, the military has mobilized a substantial ground force, maintaining a vigilant watch over the dimensional rift in Nanyang. Should any demon sages emerge from the secret realm, they will face the onslaught of modern weaponry. If the ground forces are unable to halt the demon clan, we will be left with nuclear options. However, even nuclear armaments cannot genuinely threaten demon lords of that caliber. In the Nanyang secret realm at the Eastern Front, human energy weapons, various energy landmines, and an array of traps constitute the first line of defense in the east. A multitude of demon beasts surged forth from the central mountains, a dark tide advancing relentlessly. From the skies and the ground, they collided with the first line of defense. The sound of explosions erupted instantaneously. Amidst the dense swarm of dark beasts, clouds of crimson mist burst forth, akin to blood lotus blossoms flourishing upon the black earth. Vibrant and vivid, as countless energy landmines detonated, swathes of demons were obliterated by the terrifying energy shockwaves. Yet, an even greater number of demon beasts continued their relentless onslaught, devoid of strategy or tactics, merely charging forward with the simplest intent to expend the lifeblood of countless demons against humanity's foremost line of defense. The demons from the central region are now approaching the range of the fire god cannons, which are being readied. Lin Chong, leading several semi-saint warriors from the military, stood in the void, gazing at the tide of beasts rushing toward the human stronghold. He gripped his overlord's spear tightly. While the fire god cannons could decimate thousands of demons, the sheer volume of the beast tide was overwhelming, and relying solely on the cannons would not suffice to eradicate the entire horde. The final defense must be upheld by these human champions. High above in the sky, Ren Jingtian has not only fully recovered from his injuries, but has also advanced in strength. His gaze fell upon the demon beast swarm below. The demon clan adheres to the law of the jungle, caring little for the lives of lower-tier demons, for weakness is deemed a sin in their eyes. The weak possess no right to exist and are merely fodder for the strong. Yet Ren Jingtian cannot disregard the lives of the human soldiers beneath him. Each one is a vibrant life. Ultimately, it is the inadequacy of the human race that allows for such oppression. If every member of our kind were a formidable force, who would dare challenge us? Ren Jingtian inhaled deeply. An individual's strength cannot represent the entirety of humanity. True power lies in the collective might of our race. A strong individual may provide temporary protection for the weak, yet such guardianship cannot be everlasting. Furthermore, the powerful are not obligated to shield the vulnerable at all times. Thus, despite Ren Jingtian's deep concern, he refrained from intervening, for humanity must strive for self-improvement. There are far too few sages among us, and with our current numbers, we are ill-equipped to withstand the increasing threats from the hidden realms. It is imperative that we give rise to more formidable sages swiftly, and the most effective path to strength is through battle, through the trials of life and death. The demon race thrives on the principle of survival of the fittest. Only the strongest among them endure. Humanity, too, is honing its skills against the demons. If all goes well in this conflict, new sages are bound to emerge from the ranks of semi-sages, such as Lin Chong, Wang Hong, and Sun Cheng'an. With this thought in mind, Ren Jingtian shifted his gaze from the battlefield below to the central mountains and proclaimed, "Golden Sage Dragon King, if you find the struggles of the younger generation unsatisfactory, why not engage in a contest between us? Should I manage to vanquish you in single combat, the outcome of this battle would be indisputable." In the central mountains, the Golden Sage Dragon King remained fixated on Chen Chao as avatar in the Northern Territory, paying no heed to the Eastern Front. Previously, he would have eagerly led his demonic forces to eradicate the human sages, easily dominating the human realm. However, now the Golden Sage Dragon King must remain wary of the Northern Demon King, whom he perceives as the greatest impediment to his ascension to divinity. Considering humanity a trivial concern, the demon sovereigns of the four domains rallied their forces, advancing towards the Eastern Territories. The Golden Sage Dragon King bellowed, commanding the demons from other regions to launch an offensive, eager to gauge the Northern Demon King's response. Ideally, he wished to see the human sages and the Northern Demon King exhaust each other, allowing him to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. As the Golden Sage Dragon King's command echoed, the demons roared in unison, and the southern seas surged with colossal waves, crashing towards the eastern fortress. In the north, the demon army continued its cacophony, with the demon sovereigns collectively gazing at Chen Chao's avatar, awaiting his command to lead the invasion of the human stronghold. Under the scrutinizing eyes of numerous demons, Chen Chao's avatar appeared as steadfast as a mountain, though internally he was gripped by anxiety. Is combat imminent? Am I doomed? What should I do now? My true self, why do you not return? A great crisis looms. What course of action should I take? Should I assist the demons in their assault on humanity, or should I betray them now? If I choose to revolt, will these demon sovereigns heed my call against the Golden Sage Dragon King? I await guidance. Time is of the essence. Chapter 111. All sages assemble. The Golden Sage Dragon King fixed his gaze intently on the northern horizon. The demons from the other two regions mobilized entirely, advancing towards the human stronghold, while the northern demons remained poised, refraining from action. Are you waiting for me to bring about mutual destruction between humanity and myself? The Golden Saint Dragon King wore a solemn expression, pushing his computational prowess to the utmost limit as he continuously analyzed and speculated on the schemes of the Northern Demon King, contemplating his own strategies for confrontation. That scoundrel, the Demon King, surely desires to witness a clash between me and the human race, so he can take advantage of the chaos. If I were to strike against the Demon King now, I would also have to guard against other Saint Kings. It would be wiser to lead the Saint Kings in exterminating the humans before making further plans. In the war against the human race, the Golden Saint Dragon King could conceal his true strength. For him, the most favorable scenario would be the demise of several Saint Kings from both the regional factions and the human race. Only in such a context, devoid of threats from either side, could the Golden Saint Dragon King confidently engage the Demon King, even at the risk of revealing his trump cards, unperturbed by the eventuality of others reaping the rewards. Contemplating this, the Golden Saint Dragon King cast a glance at his foreclaws. The fleeting black patterns represented the power bestowed upon him by the magic serpent of the sealed land, currently his greatest asset. Meanwhile, in the southern region, towering waves surged like a moving mountain, inundating everything in their path and transforming the jungle into a part of the ocean. Ren Jingtian gazed at the colossal waves approaching from the south, raising his hand to unleash a sword aura that erupted with overwhelming force. The breaking extreme divine sword strike. With a flick of his sword, an expansive sword aura cleaved through the air, spanning hundreds of kilometers and descending from the heavens. The ground trembled as silver light rent the earth, and a chasm thousands of meters long appeared in the landscape, following the trajectory of Ren Jingtian's sword. As the gigantic waves encountered this chasm, they hesitated momentarily before surging forth once more with renewed vigor. Damn it, I truly envy that kid Chen Chao's abilities. Ren Jingtian grumbled, feeling somewhat irked. Chen Chao possessed heat vision and freezing breath, capable of either boiling the seawater or freezing it entirely, making him a natural nemesis to the demon race of the southern seas. Just as Ren Jingtian prepared to unleash a second strike, a resounding roar emanated from the eastern passageway. In the next moment, a lotus flower blossomed in the sky, its ethereal form descending like a celestial maiden scattering petals. It was Hua Rulin, the second-ranked saint of Huagua, the thought Emperor Hua Rulin, entering the realm. Simultaneously, other regional saint kings erupted with powerful auras, their phantoms manifesting in the skies above. I've only been gone for a few days, and you're already restless. It seems that a few saint kings must perish before you'll behave, Hua Rulin declared, raising her hands and forcefully pushing toward the southern direction. A tremendous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth as a mental force, more vast than the surging floodwaters, erupted, forming an invisible barrier that stood resolute against the waves. The colossal waves crashed as if against rock, shattering into spray and causing the seawater to flow backward, despite the relentless tremors of the holy seal within her, nearly causing her to cough up blood. Hua Rulin remained unfazed, even laughing heartily with audacious glee. Is that all? Just this? With such a modest scale of waves, do they dare to act recklessly before me? Let them come tenfold. However, it was not long before Hua Rulin's laughter faded, for in the direction of the horizon, a colossal wave, 10 times more magnificent than before, truly surged forth. It moved like a row of Mount Tai, crashing violently towards the eastern realm. If it were merely a wave, Hua Ruolin might have been able to withstand it. But within this tumultuous tide lay the formidable might of the Sea Clan's sacred kings, and even the Sea Clan's demon saints. It was akin to her facing them all alone. Soon after, the passageway emitted another tremor. A sword energy, more potent than that of Run Jingtian, soared into the sky, instantly tearing a rift in the clouds above the eastern realm, as if a sword had cleaved through heaven and earth. This formidable strike was aimed directly at the new colossal wave on the horizon. Boom! The gigantic wave, reminiscent of Mount Tai, shattered in an instant, with countless demon creatures being obliterated by the explosive force of the sword energy. Their remains reduced to nothingness. Even a slightly weaker Sea Clan demon saint did not have time to evade, falling victim to the strike in the blink of an eye. Sword Saint, do you dare to strike against the demon clan? Are you seeking an immediate confrontation among the sacred ones? Roared the Dragon King of the Sea. For a long time, it had been an unspoken agreement that the sacred ones would refrain from attacking ordinary demon creatures within the secret realm. While the human race was training, so too were the demon clans. Yet, with Lin Huayu's intervention, the lesser demon beings stood no chance of survival. Not even the weaker demon saints had the strength to resist. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Lin Huayu remained composed, stating, "It is you demons who have torn apart the agreement and invaded our human territories. If you seek war, let it be so." His intention was to target the Sea Clan's demon saints directly. He had initially hoped to eliminate 2 or 3 of them to alleviate some pressure on the upcoming sacred ones of the human race. However, the distance was too great, and he could only slay 1 demon saint. A pity. Lin Lao Gui, why do you concern yourself with these brutes? Should they dare to step into the eastern realm of humanity, they should be dealt with directly. Hua Ruolin waved her arms, and the previously established barrier exploded, unleashing a terrifying mental force that swept across the surroundings, causing countless Sea Clan demon beasts lurking within the waves to perish instantly. The Dragon King of the Sea, enraged, had his hair bristling as in the distance. The roar of the Golden Dragon King echoed. "All demon clans heed my command. Annihilate all human sacred ones. Kill." The final syllable reverberated through the heavens and earth, prompting numerous powerful demon saints from various regions to soar into the air, charging straight towards humanity's stronghold. During this time, the passageway trembled several times. Including the Thunder Saint Barton Chester, there were a total of 16 sacred ones from the Huagua Nation, along with 3 mid-tier sacred ones providing international support, culminating in a total of 19 from the human camp. When the battle among the sacred ones erupted, it did so explosively. Nearly 20 sacred ones flew out of the sea, and when the demon saints from the western deserts and central mountains were accounted for, the total number of demon saints approached 60. This did not even include the demon saints from the northern realm who had joined the ranks of the Demon King. 19 against 60. Even in sheer numbers, the disparity exceeded threefold. Kill. At the moment the demon saint emerged, Lin Huayu, Hua Ruolin, and Ren Jingtian, 3 high-ranking saints, simultaneously launched their attacks against the demon clan in the sea. They focused on the relatively weaker demon saint, aiming to eliminate as many as possible before the demon clan's Saint King gathered. However, such ambitions were swiftly thwarted. From the depths of the ocean, a serpentine dragon soared into the air, breaking through the surface. Its frigid breath enveloped the world, colliding fiercely with the assaults of the 3 human saints. Yet, Lin Huayu and his companions were formidable, even amongst the ranks of the demon clan's Saint Kings. United, they shattered the attack of the Dragon Saint King with a single strike. Chapter 112. Moment of crisis. Old Ghost Lin, I will hold this old eel at bay. You all go and slay the demon saints. Hua Ruolin commanded, pressing down towards the Dragon Saint King. It was as if a great mountain had suddenly descended, crashing upon the Dragon Saint King, forcing him downwards uncontrollably towards the sea's surface. Roar! The Dragon Saint King bellowed incessantly, desperately invoking his sacred seals. Yet he could barely fend off Hua Ruolin's mental force. Lin Huayu and Ren Jingtian flanked the CS demon saints, charging forward. Ultimate God Sword Slash. Lin Huayu swung his sword, unleashing a sweeping sword energy that seemed to cleave the heavens asunder. Although Ren Jingtian wielded no sword, he emanated potent sword energy. raising his hand and proclaiming loudly, "Break the ultimate god sword slash. I may not surpass you in strength, but my momentum shall undoubtedly overwhelm you." Two beams of sword light tore through the void, descending upon the demon saints of the sea. Just as they were about to strike, a massive shadow emerged from beneath the surface. This shadow, resembling a mountain, surged forth from the ocean. It was none other than a Xuanjia dragon turtle, previously sealed. Roar! The Xuanjia dragon turtle let out a deep, resonant roar, its colossal form shielding the demon saints of the sea. The two beams of sword light flickered, striking against its sturdy carapace. Boom! Boom! The two explosive sounds reverberated as the Xuanjia dragon turtle was forced back by the sword energies, leaving only shallow scratches on its back. To their astonishment, there were indeed two Saint King-level demons in this ocean domain. Initially believing that the strength of the human and demon factions at the Saint King level was equivalent, even without Chen Chao's involvement, they could stabilize the situation. Yet, the enemy possessed four Saint Kings. Damn it! Hua Rulin cursed silently, sensing the dire predicament. "You shall face us!" A nine-headed golden lion, radiating golden light, charged forth alongside the Xuanjia dragon turtle, engaging Lin Huayu in a fierce battle, while the Golden Dragon King descended, targeting the weakest of the human high-ranking saints, Run Jingtian. The demon saints rallied, and the Dragon Saint King unleashed all his might, relentlessly assaulting Hua Rulin. Apart from the demon clans of the north, the sovereigns of the other major regions have all descended, accompanied by their respective demon saints, who have engaged in fierce combat with the human saints. The Ice Saint, Su Qingqing, was the first to unleash her icy sacred emblem, releasing a surge of freezing power that enveloped all human saints in a layer of frost armor. The Fifth Saint, Lu Yuanshan, with a grave expression, charged boldly into the fray among the feathered demon saints, shattering the skull of a low-tier demon saint with a single punch. As the demon saints launched a collective assault, he paid them no heed, relentlessly striking to obliterate their sacred emblems. Nearby, a saint engulfed in flames delivered a powerful kick that repelled three demon attackers targeting Lu Yuanshan. "Step back. Let me take over. I shall slay the weaker demon saints first." Despite the demons outnumbering the human saints 3-1, the 19 saints coordinated into teams of 3 or 4, barely holding their ground against the demon sovereign's onslaught. The battlefield was drenched in bloodshed. Below, the Gun King, Lin Chong, wielded his firearm with unmatched prowess, cutting through the ranks of the demon army as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Even the equivalent half-saints among the demons were no match for his 3 shots. An aura of sanctity was coalescing around Lin Chong. With his overlord gun sweeping across the battlefield, he stood defiantly in the void, proclaiming, "I am Lin Chong, the governor of the 7th human fortress. Come forth, you beasts, and attempt to slay me." Suddenly, a shadow fell from the heavens like a bolt of black lightning, crashing down upon Lin Chong. Thud! He was struck in the back by a half-saint of the feathered clan, whose elongated beak radiated a cold, metallic gleam, piercing through Lin Chong's sacred body. "Even a sneak attack cannot fell me, you wretches." Though his sacred body was breached, his aura surged instead of waned, and he unleashed the overlord gun with ferocity. A glimmer of cold light struck first, followed by the gunshot that erupted like a dragon. Boom! The power of the shot obliterated the half-saint of the feathered clan, a human about to ascend to sainthood. The surrounding demons trembled instinctively, drawing back from Lin Chong, a manifestation of their innate terror of the saints. A human powerhouse on the verge of becoming a saint was deemed invincible. Thus, within several meters of Lin Chong, no demon dared to approach. Wang Hong, Sun Chang'an, and other half-saint powerhouses looked on with a mixture of envy and jealousy, fighting with reckless abandon, yearning to shatter their own shackles and attain sainthood. We must not allow the human to ascend to sainthood. We must eliminate him. The Golden Saint Dragon King exerted unilateral pressure on Ren Jingtian, while simultaneously dedicating part of his focus to monitor the movements in the north. However, the North's Demon King remained immovable, leading the Northern Demon Clan to guard the borders, watching the battle unfold from afar. To the Golden Saint Dragon King's surprise, he noticed a formidable power among the humans on the verge of breaking through and could not afford to remain indifferent. Soon, two demon saints from the Feathered Clan departed from the battlefield to directly confront Lin Chong. Lin Chong gazed at the two demon saints, a manic expression gracing his face as he raised his overlord spear, aiming it skyward. Cool me forth. I was just lamenting the lack of worthy opponents. Perfect timing to slay two demon saints for sport. Meanwhile, the human saints were preoccupied, unable to spare any attention to rescue Lin Chong. In this dire moment, he could rely solely on himself. Lin Chong, do not think you can indulge in solitary glory. Grant me a demon saint to toy with. Wang Hong also leapt into the fray, confronting the feathered demon saint head-on. Sun Chung and several other semi-saints, on the brink of breakthrough, ascended as well, encircling the two demon saints. The golden holy dragon king's countenance darkened, and he unleashed his power, his dragon tail sweeping through the air and shattering Ren Jingtian's sword. He bellowed in fury, not enough. Summon 3 more demon saints to annihilate these human pests. Do they truly believe we are mere decorations? The saint engulfed in flames disregarded the surrounding demon saints that were tearing his flesh as he conjured a fireball resembling molten lava. In an instant, he obliterated the corporeal forms of the 2 mid-tier demon saints, sending them hurtling backward. Saint Su Qingqing's garments were stained crimson, yet she continued to wield her icy blades, inflicting severe damage upon several demon saints. Aside from the 3 mid-tier saints from abroad, who were still holding back, the 16 saints of Huagua fought with their lives on the line. Victory was imperative. They could not afford to perish. Even if they could not completely shatter the demon saint coalition, they must prevent those demon saints from diverting their attention to the human forces below. Unless the situation deteriorated further, no additional saints would enter the fray from the international stage. At that moment, Lin Chong had already clashed with the 2 feathered demon saints. With a thunderous roar, he drove his overlord spear into the head of the feathered demon saint, moving with blinding speed. In an instant, the spear, which had accompanied him through countless battles, erupted with tremendous force. You seek death. The feathered saint's claws tore through the air, shattering Lin Chong's body in a single strike. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an ethereal image resembling a miniature spear materialized at Lin Chong's chest, intricately carved like jade. As it materialized, an overwhelming force from the heavens converged upon him. In a heartbeat, Lin Chong's shattered saintly form began to reconstitute itself. Today, I, Lin Chong, shall slay demons and become a saint. Kill. During the reconstitution of his saintly body, Lin Chong felt utterly weakened, yet he laughed maniacally, a wild grin upon his face. He commanded the newly formed spear imprint to shoot towards the feathered demon saint. Madman, the human race is filled with lunatics. Even the feathered demon saint felt a chill, realizing that this human was prepared to perish alongside him. In the vastness of space, within the sun, Chen Chao and Kara were entwined, surrounded by searing heat, radiating like molten lava, as though bathing in a pool of molten iron. After spending this time under the sun's rays, their bodies had been forged to perfection, resembling steel refined through countless trials. Suddenly, Chen Chao sensed the emergence of energy within the war god imprint. He opened his eyes wide. Kara, how long have we been inside the sun? Kara, still half asleep, yawned and remarked, I have no idea. We can't check our phones here. Oh no, it seems the demon clan has started fighting. We must hurry back. Chen Chao sensed that a grave situation was unfolding. Chapter 113, The Return of Chen Chao. Although the Nanyang Secret Realm and Blue Star were not in the same dimension, both the human and demon clans were deploying their mightiest forces. More crucially, Chen Chao had a clone present within the Secret Realm. Thus, his war god Sacred Seal could perceive the energies of warfare and slaughter within Nanyang. If all goes as anticipated, a great battle has indeed erupted in the Nanyang Secret Realm. Kara, we must return to Blue Star immediately. With that, Chen Chao grasped Kara and soared away from the sun, their bodies glowing like molten steel, only to rapidly cool once they entered the vastness of space. After they flew beyond the sun's gravitational influence, Kara finally realized, my clothes. Brother, my clothes. Yes, I almost forgot. Chen Chao, preoccupied with the situation in the Nanyang Secret Realm, had nearly overlooked the fact that they were both unclothed. He halted abruptly, retrieving 2 sets of clothing from his spatial storage. Since both his and Kara's battle attire had been destroyed in the solar corona, they could only don ordinary casual wear. Chen Chao possessed a biological force field, Whether it was clothing or armor, it merely served to cover his body rather than significantly enhance his defensive capabilities. After all, no armor could surpass the resilience of Chen Chao's physical form. In an instant, he slipped on a casual shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, resembling someone just returning from a vacation in Hawaii. Attending the Saints' battle dressed like this might attract some ire, but there was no choice. He could only contemplate acquiring a more stylish outfit after this ordeal. A deity of the human realm ought not to appear so lackluster. Meanwhile, Kara had also donned her attire. However, it was rather awkward, for during their time in the sun, Kara's body had undergone rapid growth. Being a Kryptonian, she naturally appeared more mature, and now she resembled an 18-year-old young woman. In fact, in certain aspects, she was even more pronounced. Why does it seem like you're wearing children's clothing, as if an adult is dressed in it? Chen Chao remarked, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Kara's developing figure, which was indeed quite notable. Although it could not compare to the grandeur of the landlord's sister, it had certainly evolved into something beyond his control. "Brother, don't look," Kara exclaimed, feeling as though her casual outfit had transformed into something akin to a second skin. The scene inevitably reminded Chen Chao of a certain well-known storyline from a distant island, involving a particular investigator. "Kara, why not wear my clothes instead?" Chen Chao suggested, retrieving another set from his storage and offering it to her. Although he longed to say that he had seen her without clothes before and that wearing something slightly revealing was nothing to be embarrassed about, the words remained unspoken. He feared that this seemingly carefree Kryptonian girl, who was in fact rather shy, might take offense. It is no longer appropriate to refer to her as the Kryptonian little girl. The transformation into a mature woman is already halfway complete. Though the process is not yet fully realized, efforts must continue. Kara hides behind Chen Chao, changing her outfit in an instant. Adorned in Chen Chao's loose clothing, one might liken it to a scenario where, in the absence of parental supervision, a young man lures his girlfriend home, orders takeout, and intentionally spills soup on her clothes, prompting her to change into something more comfortable for a shower. Post-bath, lacking clean attire, she resorts to wearing the basketball jersey he provided, baggy and casual. Viewed from her side, she resembles a majestic snow-capped mountain, needing two hands to measure its grandeur, or a ripe red apple, just waiting for a bite. The heart flutters, igniting desire. "You claim you have no girlfriend? Oh, then it matters not." After donning Chen Chao's oversized shirt, Kara tugged at the fabric, inhaling deeply the fragrance that lingered, a sweet smile illuminating her youthful face. "Calm yourself. Now is not the time for such errant thoughts." Chen Chao shook his head vigorously, dismissing any academic musings. "Ahem. Let us quickly dress and return to Blue Star," he urged. The two no longer lingered, like meteors plummeting towards the earth, soaring towards Nanyang and Huagua. In the Nanyang's secret realm, the battle raged on. Lin Chong had just attained sainthood and immediately unleashed the sacred spear imprint towards the Feathered Clan's demon saint. The Feathered Demon Saint had never encountered such madness. The sacred imprint is the source of a saint's power. Though immensely potent, it is also exceedingly fragile. Should the sacred imprint shatter, the bearer would not only lose their strength, but could also face death. Lin Chong, newly sanctified, wielding the sacred spear imprint against his opponent, was gambling with his life. Was it worth it for the human race? The claws of the Feathered Demon Saint collided with Lin Chong's sacred spear imprint, the former's claws fracturing while the latter developed a fissure. Yet Lin Chong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "To attain sainthood, I would rather die in the pursuit." He disregarded all else, and once more urged the sacred spear imprint towards the Feathered Demon Saint. A madman, the Demon Saint was forced to retreat. It was not that he lacked strength compared to Lin Chong. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to risk his life against this human at such a moment. Lin Chong's sacred spear imprint demonstrated formidable strength, but lacked stamina. Should it break, a newly sanctified being would face certain doom. A roar erupted as another tiger-like demon saint emerged from the saintly battlefield. This tiger saint, with wings unfurled, escaped the entanglements of a foreign saint and charged towards Lin Chong and his companions. Although this winged tiger was merely a low-tier demon saint, it could serve as the final straw to break the camel's back. One can only imagine the devastation that would ensue should this winged tiger join forces with the other two demon saints. Not only would Lin Chong perish, but Wang Hong and all the half-saints, even the soldiers of the military, would meet their end. "Dennis, You are courting disaster. Hua Rulin bellowed at the foreign sage, her fury palpable. From the onset, the sages of Huagua had been fighting valiantly, while only 3 foreign sages had been lethargically participating. Huagua had expended tremendous resources to summon these 3 foreign sages for assistance, and while there were no stringent demands for them to slay a specific number of enemies, it was expected that they would at least restrain a few formidable demon sages on behalf of Huagua. Yet, due to the negligence of the sage named Dennis, a demon sage had escaped. The army below risked annihilation. Dennis, a sage from the United States, felt anger rise within him at Hua Rulin's reprimand, yet he concealed it, convinced that Huagua would not sever ties over such a trivial matter. Unless you intend to forego seeking aid in the future, is that conceivable? He retorted. You insolent fool. Hua Rulin seethed inwardly, unleashing her mental energy like a torrent upon the dragon sage king, who in turn summoned his sacred seal and began to fight desperately. The winged tiger soared forth, targeting Lin Chong in what seemed an inevitable kill. The other sages of Huagua felt despondent, engaging their respective opponents with a stoic demeanor, yet instinctively distancing themselves from the 3 foreign sages. At the northern border, where it adjoins the eastern fortress, the demon tribes of the north roared in unison. Jin Ling and the other demon sages frequently glanced at the demon king, harboring doubts as to why he had yet to command an assault. Chen Chao's avatar, the winged tiger, approached Lin Chong, and he sighed heavily, reflecting, Enough, if we wait any longer, the human forces will soon falter. Should a sage fall, even if we repel the demon tribes, it cannot be deemed a victory. Subsequently, he stepped forward and bellowed to the northern demon tribes of the north, Advance en masse, charge. Upon hearing the demon king's command, Jin Ling and the other demons rejoiced. They had been impatiently awaiting this moment, deterred only by the demon king's silence. With the avatar's directive, their energies surged, and they surged forth towards the east like a dark tide. Jin Ling, Lai Ying, and Zhu Xiong were the first demon sages that Chen Chao had subdued. Their sacred seals still bore the remnants of Chen Chao's thunderous power. Although his true self was not present in the secret realm, his avatar could still wield that power, effectively controlling their very lives. At that moment, Jin Ling, Lai Ying, and Zhu Xiong received a telepathic message from Chen Chao. Upon uniting with the demon coalition, they were to assist humanity in vanquishing other regional demon tribes. Should they dare to harm even a single hair on a human, the king would detonate the sacred seal immediately. What? The 3 demon sages trembled simultaneously, nearly plummeting from the sky. They could scarcely believe their ears until they beheld the equally stunned expressions of the other 2 demons. For the lower-tier demons, prior to the opening of the interdimensional rift, the 5 regional demon tribes had been embroiled in relentless conflict. Thus, for the lower-tier demon army of the Northern Realm, the distinctions between the Murder Clan and the Demon Slayer Clan are negligible. Upon reaching the level of demon saints, one's perspective broadens and reflections deepen. Is this the reason why the Demon King of Wrath has remained immobile until now? To think that he has allied with humanity. Moreover, he seeks their betrayal to lead the Northern Realm's demons in a strike against the demon factions of other regions? These 3 demon saints command the military forces of the northern demons, their lives resting in the hands of Chen Chao, which naturally grants them the confidence to relinquish military authority to them. Therefore, should they wish to turn the tide at the front lines and assist humanity in besieging the demons of other territories, it suffices for these 3 demon saints to issue covert orders, for the northern demon army is ostensibly under their command. As for the 7 or 8 additional demon saints that later joined, they possess little real power. Having come to this realization, the 3 demon saints of Jinling no longer hesitated, accelerating towards the rear of the demon coalition. The movements of the Demon King of Wrath garnered the attention of all demons. The once indecisive king now marched forth with his army, charging into the fray. The Golden Saint Dragon King furrowed his brow, realizing he could neither comprehend nor predict the intentions of the Demon King of Wrath. What could he possibly be scheming? Does he intend to take advantage of humanity's imminent defeat to annihilate them? Or perhaps an absurd thought flickered in the Golden Saint Dragon King's mind. Could the Demon King of Wrath be aiming to target him? Yet this notion lacked coherence. What benefit would arise from striking at this moment? Revealing his fangs at such a juncture was utterly foolish. In an instant his mind raced with thoughts, and shaking his head, the Golden Saint Dragon King resolved to remain patient and observe the machinations of the Demon King of Wrath. Meanwhile, on Lin Chong's side, Wang Hong and Sun Cheng'an, along with several semi-saints, were drenched in blood, their holy bodies shattered and in disarray. Although the aura of the holy seal emanated from them, their vitality remained perilously thin. Nonetheless, they fought valiantly to impede a demon saint. The winged tiger descended, joining forces with the feathered demon saint, unleashing a cataclysmic force that crushed Lin Chong's reconstructed holy body once more, adding several more cracks to the holy seal, bringing it to the brink of destruction. Yet Lin Chong paid no heed to the fissures on the seal. His eyes glowed crimson, as if he had truly descended into madness, screaming frantically, "Without merit in battle, one cannot perish. Even in death, I shall take someone down with me." A tremendous force of nature converged upon the holy seal of his spear, and an imposing spear of energy materialized in his grasp. He brandished it and charged at the feathered demon saint, thrusting forward with all his might. Damn it! Why must it be me? The feathered demon saint was nearly driven to madness, realizing this human was intent on targeting him. Even in death, he would ensure he took him down as well. The winged tiger flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that rained down upon Lin Chong. In midair, the energy spear clashed with the wind blade, unleashing a violent shockwave of energy. With a resounding boom, Lin Chong's energy spear shattered, sending his body hurtling backward like a tattered sack. Simultaneously, the head of the feathered clan's demon saint was pierced by the spear, although he did not perish immediately. His sacred body was shattered, leaving him grievously wounded. "Ihu, eliminate this human!" The feathered clan's demon saint shrieked in desperation. He sensed that this new human saint was at the end of his strength, yet he dared not land a finishing blow, paralyzed by fear. Roar! Without hesitation, Ihu soared towards Lin Chong once more, his wings forming blades of wind aimed directly at him, striking again with a powerful flap. At that moment, reinforcements from the Northern Demon Clan had arrived. Jin Ling, moving with astonishing speed, was at the forefront. Ahead lay the battlefield of the Saints. Those approaching from a northern direction immediately spotted the blazing flame dragon sparrow locked in combat with the human saint. This troublesome avian creature frequently sought out Lord Baomo, and it was clear it was no ally. It would be the first to fall. Recognizing the familiar demon, Jin Ling accelerated, charging into the saintly battlefield, bellowing, "Lord Dragon Sparrow, leave this human to me." "Very well," replied the flame dragon sparrow, without a moment's hesitation. Engaged in battle with the flame dragon sparrow was a brawny middle-aged man, a mid-tier saint whose strength was purely enhanced by power. He had once obliterated fellow saints of the same rank with just 3 powerful punches, earning him the moniker Mr. Invincible. At present, Mr. Invincible Wu Di found himself besieged by 2 mid-tier demon saints while simultaneously shattering the sacred body of the flame dragon sparrow. A few more strikes, and he would have the opportunity to annihilate his opponent entirely. However, just then, reinforcements from the demon clan arrived. Damn it, the despicable demons. Mr. Invincible Wu Di gritted his teeth. After battling fiercely, he had slain a low-tier demon saint and shattered the sacred body of the flame dragon sparrow. Yet he was now battered and severely weakened. Against a fully energized mid-tier demon saint, he feared he could not muster even half of his peak power. Just as frustration swelled within Mr. Invincible, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed ahead. To his astonishment, the reinforcements from the demon clan turned their aggression towards the flame dragon sparrow, their own kind. The Wretched as Jin Ling soared past the flame dragon sparrow. His long beak suddenly pivoted, aiming for the creature's chest, where its sacred insignia resided. "Why?" cried the flame dragon sparrow in anguish, frantically attempting to evade. It was unable to escape, as Jin Ling's beak pierced through its sacred insignia. With a thunderous roar, Jin Ling's talons tore through the void, delivering a final, shattering blow that completely obliterated the flame dragon sparrow's sacred body. Since the outbreak of the saintly battle, all prior fatalities have been low-tier demon saints. Thus far, no mid-tier demon saint had fallen. The blazing dragon sparrow is the first fallen mid-tier demon saint, and it is astonishingly close to the rank of a holy king. In Chapter 115, the clash of kings resounds. "Damn you, the demon king!" roared the golden holy dragon king upon witnessing the demise of the blazing dragon sparrow. It was the mightiest demon saint under his command, and he had envisioned bestowing his precious blood once he ascended to the rank of dragon god, thereby aiding the blazing dragon sparrow in its elevation to holy king. Little did he anticipate that it would perish right before his eyes, not at the hands of human warriors, but by the North's demon race. Not only the blazing dragon sparrow, but also the thunder eagle and the giant bear arrived on the human battlefield in succession, unleashing their fury upon the demon saints. Before the winged tiger could unleash its lethal strike against Chen Chao, the thunder eagle demon saint unleashed a torrent of thunder, shattering the winged tiger's wind blades in a single blow. Subsequently, it charged forward alongside the giant bear, attacking simultaneously. The winged tiger was merely a novice demon saint under the command of the nine-headed golden lion in the Western Territory. Caught unawares, it stood no chance against the combined assault of two mid-tier demon saints, and within 3 breaths, its holy body was obliterated, leading to its instantaneous demise. Chen Chao struggled to lift his head, gazing at the 2 demons who had slain the winged tiger and were now pursuing the feathered demon saint. What was happening? What had transpired? The identity of Chen Chao as the Demon King was known only to a select few high-ranking saints within the military, and even the formidable Mr. Invincible, who was outside the system, had not been informed. This was classified information of the utmost secrecy. The North's demon army surged into the rear of the allied demon forces, engaging in fierce combat with the military, surrounding the demon race as if they were dumplings. Those later joined demon saints from the North watched in astonishment as Jin Ling and her companions attacked the demon saints, momentarily halting in confusion. Were they attacking the wrong demons? Were they not here to slay the human race? Who should they strike now? Observing the confusion among the later joined demon saints, Chen Chao's avatar hovered in the sky, communicating telepathically. Join Jin Ling in encircling and exterminating the demon race from other regions, or face death. Understood, Your Majesty. The demon saints, fearing the immense power of the Demon King, dared not show any signs of defiance. With Jin Ling, the Thunder Eagle, and the giant bear engaged in battle with the demon saints from other regions, they did not hesitate for a moment, terrified that even a hint of dissent would lead to their gruesome demise at the hands of the merciless Demon King. Seeing the demon saints comply with his command, Chen Chao's avatar let out a significant sigh of relief. These demon saints were not like Jin Ling and her companions. He did not possess their holy seals, and if they refused to follow his orders, there would be little he could do. After all, the combat capability of his avatar was limited, lying somewhere between that of a novice and a mid-tier saint. Moreover, being an energy entity, it would shatter upon receiving a fatal blow, unlike a flesh and blood body that could continue fighting even when injured. Prior to this, although the number of human saints was not as great as that of the demon saints, the valiant efforts of all the saints from the Huagua had managed to withstand the onslaught of demon saints that outnumbered them 3-1. As the human saints bore their wounds, teetering on the brink of despair, the tide of battle shifted dramatically with the arrival of 10 demon saints from the northern territories. The human saints, invigorated, turned the tide of the conflict, growing ever more courageous in their struggle. Golden Lion, shield me from the Blade Saint, roared the Golden Dragon King, directing his command at the 9-headed Golden Lion, who was locked in combat with Lin Huayu. Together with the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle, they launched a joint assault against Lin Huayu. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they could not gain the upper hand. The 9-headed Golden Lion glanced at the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle, who, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. Among all the demon saints, the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle possessed the most formidable defense, remaining steadfast against the relentless barrage of sword energy unleashed by the Sword Saint Lin Huayu. With a mighty roar, the 9-headed Golden Lion and the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle coordinated their efforts to momentarily restrain Lin Huayu, then leaped into the air, aiming for Ren Jingtian, while the Golden Dragon King turned to flee. His trajectory led him directly toward the location of Chen Chao's doppelganger, the Demon King. Damn it, your opponent is me. Ren Jingtian realized that the Demon King was merely a doppelganger. He intended to intercept the Golden Dragon King, but found himself ensnared by the 9-headed Golden Lion, unable to extricate himself. Having exited the realm of the Saints' battle, the Golden Dragon King advanced toward the direction of the doppelganger, his form shifting and darting. Yet before he could reach his target, an immense oppressive force descended upon him. Demon King, you conspire with the humans. You shall perish. The Golden Dragon King's roars echoed. as a once favorable situation was shattered by this wretched foe. Should the demon coalition suffer defeat this time, his plans to enter the dimensional rift and reach the world's core would become nearly unattainable. Failure to access the world's core and consume the celestial would signify the impossibility of attaining divinity. The demon serpent had foretold that the demon king's ambitions lay with the celestial will of the ancient lands of 10,000 demons. If he truly allied with humanity, the demon king would undoubtedly possess greater prospects than himself for entering the world's core and achieving divinity. Thus, he resolved to slay the demon king and consolidate the northern forces before the demon coalition faltered, for only then could he hope to reverse the calamity. Even if it meant revealing his trump card, the Golden Dragon King was prepared to do so. With a thunderous arrival, the Golden Dragon King confronted Chen Chao's doppelganger, who felt a sense of helplessness as the worst fears had materialized. Given the energy level of the doppelganger, even the mightiest demon saint, the Golden Dragon King, would find it trivial, and even a mid-tier demon saint could discern the doppelganger's true nature. A monumental clash was poised to erupt between the central and northern demon lords, silencing the battlefield as nearly all attention gravitated toward the Golden Dragon King. Even those engaged in battle diverted a portion of their mental focus to perceive the confrontation of these supreme demon lords. Among the audience, only Ren Jingtian, Hua Ruolin, Lin Huayu, and a few others were aware of the Demon King's true identity and the existence of the doppelganger, each wearing a grim expression, fully aware that the doppelganger was no match for the Golden Dragon King. Once the avatar of the Demon King collapses, the northern demon clans will be left leaderless, ultimately turning to the Golden Saint Dragon King and engaging in battle against the human race. The hard-won advantage will vanish in an instant. Damn it! The Saint Seal of Hua Ruolin separated from her body as she fought desperately against the Dragon Saint King. Lin Huayu transformed his sword energy into a formidable longsword, wielding an energy sword in one hand while holding a sacred weapon in the other. With both blades unleashed, he relentlessly struck at the armored dragon tortoise. The sacred body of the armored dragon tortoise trembled, marked with numerous sword scars, even revealing an almost imperceptible crack. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not break free from their opponent's restraint to support Chen Chao's avatar. Demon King, meet your demise. The Golden Saint Dragon King opened its massive maw, summoning countless energies into a spherical form that rapidly coalesced and hurtled toward the avatar. Boom! The energy sphere shattered the sound barrier and crashed down. The Demon King flickered, narrowly evading the attack, but in that fleeting moment, the Golden Saint Dragon King appeared before him, its claws tearing through the void. The collision was cataclysmic. Chapter 116. Chen Chao's kick. The epic battle envisioned by the onlookers did not unfold. The Golden Saint Dragon King's claws descended, instantly obliterating the Demon King, transforming him into a tempest of thunderous magnetic energy that flickered out of existence. Roar! Witnessing the explosion of the Demon King's avatar, the Golden Saint Dragon King instinctively believed it to be a form of substitution technique. He immediately scanned his surroundings, his mental energy enveloping the area, wary of a sudden ambush from the Demon King. However, silence prevailed. Even many of the demon clans engaged in battle, particularly those from the northern regions, halted in disbelief as they gazed skyward. Where was the Demon King? The one who single-handedly defeated the White Wolf Saint King, showcasing the might of 3 Saint Seals? An avatar? Just a mere avatar? The Golden Saint Dragon King seemed to sense the truth behind the Demon King's existence, realizing that it was indeed an avatar, present since the onset of the battle, or perhaps even earlier. He was on the verge of madness. Had his analysis and speculation regarding the Demon King been erroneous all along? No, impossible. There was no way he could be mistaken. The Demon King had undoubtedly allied with the human race. His deductions were infallible. If the Demon King was not here, then where could he possibly be? The core of the world. Roar! The Golden Saint Dragon King's eyes blazed with an inferno of rage, akin to molten lava on the brink of eruption. In his view, the Demon King represented his greatest threat. If the Demon King was not in the northern regions, he could only be in one place. He had gone to the core of the world. The Demon King was consuming the will of heaven and earth. He sought to attain divinity. Was this the nature of your pact with the human race? The human race permitted your entry into the passage, enabling you to consume the will of heaven and earth, while you arrange for your avatars to hold dominion over the northern territories, assisting humanity in contending with me. Such profound machinations, such grand scheming. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Saint Dragon King unleashed his fury, activating 2 sacred seals to their utmost potential, releasing a power that approached the pinnacle of the sacred level. The very heavens trembled in response. The hearts of the 9-headed golden lion, the Xuanjia dragon turtle, and the Holy Dragon King quivered in astonishment. They had not anticipated the immense strength of the Golden Saint Dragon King. Merely observing the fluctuations of his aura revealed it to far surpass that of the strongest among humanity, Sword Saint Lin Huayu. Meanwhile, Lin Huayu, Hua Rulan, and their companions were engulfed in confusion. Why was the Golden Saint Dragon King so enraged upon discovering that the Demon King was but an avatar? It made no sense. In an instant, the Golden Saint Dragon King broke through the skies, hurtling towards the 7th fortress, his aura unrestrained, causing devastation in his wake as if a calamity had descended upon the world. Retreat! Avoid him! Ren Jingtian bellowed at the human army, blocking the path of the Golden Saint Dragon King. Faced with a Demon Saint King more formidable than Lin Huayu, even the largest human forces were insufficient to withstand such might. It would be a massacre without purpose. As the Golden Saint Dragon King advanced, countless demon warriors perished beneath the weight of his overwhelming aura, nearing the human forces above. Ignoring the obstruction posed by the 9-headed golden lion, Ren Jingtian braced himself and took a direct blow, yet he immediately pivoted and charged toward the Golden Saint Dragon King with unwavering resolve. The ultimate divine sword technique, unity of man and sword. Ren Jingtian summoned the sacred seal, becoming one with his sword, unleashing his most potent aura in a single slash aimed at the Golden Saint Dragon King. Get away! The Golden Saint Dragon King raised his foreclaw, and suddenly, black patterns emerged. These were the corrosive powers bestowed upon him by the Serpent of Darkness. The black markings enveloped his claw as he met Ren Jingtian's formidable strike. Swatting it aside, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted before the human army. The heavens roared, and the earth quaked relentlessly. Ren Jingtian's sacred body shattered, sent flying like a ragged sack. Yet he forced the Golden Saint Dragon King to retreat several hundred meters, altering his trajectory away from the human forces. Roar! Humanity, you allow the Demon King to ascend to divinity. He will ultimately eradicate you and seize your world. The Golden Saint Dragon King bellowed in fury, neglecting to finish off Ren Jingtian as he soared once more towards the dimensional rift. In contrast to the bewilderment of others, Lin Huayu and Hua Rulan found themselves even more perplexed. Wasn't the Demon King Chen Chao? What did he mean by achieving divinity? We cannot allow the Golden Saint Dragon King to breach the human realm. Stop him! Stop him! Kill! The human saints watched as the Golden Saint Dragon King recklessly surged towards the dimensional rift, their frustration mounting. If such a powerful Demon Saint King were to enter the human world, it would spell a catastrophic disaster of hellish proportions. However, just as the Golden Saint Dragon King approached the 7th fortress, within the spatial corridor, a resounding roar echoed, signifying the arrival of an individual. In the next moment, a young man clad in a casual shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops emerged at the threshold of the passage. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What in the world?" This young man was none other than Chen Chao, who had just entered the secret realm of Nanyang. Upon stepping into the realm, he was greeted by the sight of a ferocious golden dragon charging towards him, prompting an instinctive kick from Chen Chao. With a resounding thud, the Golden Holy Dragon King found himself momentarily disoriented, as the world around him spun rapidly before he was violently hurled against a towering mountain, obliterating it into a flat expanse as if struck by a nuclear explosion. The human saints gasped in disbelief, while the demon clans were equally bewildered. What has transpired? How did the Golden Holy Dragon King get sent flying? Did he just demolish a mountain? In that moment, all combat ceased, and the gazes of both humans and demons converged upon the young man standing at the edge of the spatial corridor, still in the midst of his kicking motion. Chen Chao noticed the crowd's collective stare and curiously inquired, "What is everyone doing here? What was that thing?" I stepped out and was startled by an ugly face. Startled you? The onlookers were nearly driven to madness. You were the one who startled us. That was the Golden Holy Dragon King, the mightiest among the demon saints of the 5 great regions. How could you kick him away without any regard for his dignity? A rumble resonated from the passage once more. Carla emerged, observing the throng of humans and demons outside, and perplexedly asked, "What is everyone doing here?" Due to Ren Jingtian's grievous injuries, the nine-headed golden lion had no one to restrain it, allowing it to stride directly towards the front of the seventh fortress. With a grave expression, it fixated on Chen Chao and demanded, "Who exactly are you? Why do people always ask me who I am?" Chen Chao replied, casually slipping his hands into his pockets and stepping forward, his flip-flops slapping against the ground. He exuded no trace of energy, yet with each step he took, it felt as though mountains were crashing down upon the hearts of all present. He lifted his chin, coldly regarding the nine-headed golden lion. "Are you the demon saint of the Western realm? From this day forth, the West shall belong to humanity, or rather, it shall become my personal domain. Do you have any objections? Do not be so arrogant." The nine-headed golden lion roared. "Even if you ambushed and kicked the golden holy dragon king, what of it? With so many demon saints present, do you think we fear mere humans? So, your answer is no?" Chen Chao observed the nine-headed golden lion, licking his lips as he made a decision. Tonight, he would feast on genuine braised lion head. Before he could finish his thought, the space around him erupted. The seemingly carefree young man vanished from sight, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before the nine-headed golden lion, delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 117. The world trembles at my presence. The nine-headed golden lion was utterly oblivious to Chen Chao's movements. Even for a being of saintly rank, this realm lay beneath the encompassing grasp of his mental prowess. Yet, the nine-headed golden lion failed to perceive Chen Chao's actions, and by the time it regained its senses, Chen Chao had already materialized before it. Within the brown vertical pupils of its nine heads, a fist loomed, magnifying without restraint in its gaze. Bang! With a single strike, the holy body of the nine-headed golden lion shattered abruptly, its form erupting into a mist of crimson, as if struck by a meteor racing through the heavens. Irresistibly compelled to descend, I couldn't even withstand a single blow. The nine-headed golden lion observed its own form collapsing like fragile paper, instantaneously disintegrating. Its heart was gripped by terror. The reality before it had completely upended its understanding. How could there exist such formidable beings among humanity? How could I, a dignified saint king of the lion clan, one of the mightiest in the ancient realm of myriad beasts, be unable to withstand even a solitary punch from this human? Boom! The nine-headed golden lion plummeted to the ground, creating a deep pit several hundred meters in diameter. Not dead. Chen Chao gazed into the pit, where he witnessed the 6 heads of the golden lion rapidly withering, ultimately merging back into its body. Of the 9 heads, only 3 remained, yet all its wounds had been healed. Upon recovering, the 3-headed golden lion did not hesitate. It unleashed its full might, shattering the sound barrier, recklessly fleeing toward the western territories. "Can you escape?" Chen Chao chuckled. He remained motionless, his eyes suddenly igniting with a crimson blaze. 2 robust beams of thermal vision erupting forth, instantly cleaving the sky. As these beams struck the 3-headed golden lion, they obliterated it into fragments, blood and flesh scattering, leaving only a few dismembered limbs that continued their inert flight for a brief moment before ultimately succumbing to gravity, tracing a scarlet parabola through the air. So powerful, the demon saints, who had previously been stirred, now found their bodies rigid with fear. They dare not move, not a single twitch. Chen Chao's gaze swept across the assembly of demon saints, each of whom remained frozen beneath his scrutiny. Ultimately, his attention settled upon the 3 demon saints, Jinling, Liang, and Zhu Xiong. Chen Chao nodded and softly remarked, "Jinling, Liang, Zhu Xiong, you 3 have performed admirably." Upon hearing this, the 3 could hardly contain their understanding. The youth before them was their king, the sovereign of the Northern Realm, the Demon King. To serve such a magnificent ruler is our honor. Jinling trembled. Regardless of whether Chen Chao was of their kind, he held dominion over their lives. Moreover, with the strength Chen Chao had just displayed, even without imposing a restriction upon their sacred seals, it would be effortlessly easy for him to extinguish their existence. Lin Huayu and Hua Rulin found themselves in a state of complex emotions. When Chen Chao reemerged after a period of absence, he astonishingly appeared even more formidable. Ignoring the sorrowful expressions of the human saints, Chen Chao turned his gaze towards the two remaining sacred kings present, the Xuanjia dragon turtle and the Jiaolong sacred king. He proclaimed, "From this moment forth, you two shall serve as my steeds. Do you have any objections?" The Xuanjia dragon turtle's countenance darkened, while the Jiaolong sacred king seethed with rage. Yet, neither dared to voice their discontent. This young man had effortlessly vanquished the nine-headed golden lion in just 2 moves. It was evident that dealing with them would take no more than a few strikes. In the central mountain range, amidst the ruins collapsed by the golden sacred dragon king, a sudden energy storm erupted. Countless boulders were hurled skyward, only to be pulverized into dust by the overwhelming force. A howl resonated as a mass of black clouds coalesced in the heavens, akin to ominous storm clouds heralding a tempest. The colossal form of the golden sacred dragon king materialized, yet at this moment, his scales no longer gleamed in golden splendor. Instead, they had transformed into a dark gold, adorned with sinister black patterns that inspired an unsettling dread. Was that a manifestation of demonic transformation? The Xuanjia dragon turtle, upon noticing the dark markings on the golden sacred dragon king's body, was instantly reminded of the existence sealed within the realm. The demon serpent, a being of divine caliber. The golden sacred dragon king had indeed embraced the power of the demon serpent, willingly surrendering his soul in exchange for strength. Had he lost his sanity? The demon kin below sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the golden sacred dragon king, prostrating themselves in fear, trembling as if confronted by a natural enemy, a primal instinct to submit. Was this the power of divinity? The golden sacred dragon king did not hasten to attack Chen Chao. Instead, he perched majestically in the sky, surveying his surroundings like a sovereign surveying his dominion. Coiling in the air, he examined himself with a rapturous expression. How foolish I had been! Why did I not absorb the power of corrosion sooner? Had I done so, I could have possessed divine physical strength long ago, devouring the will of the heavens and earth from a sealed realm, thus giving birth to my domain and ascending to the status of a supreme deity. With a deep sense of regret, the golden sacred dragon king sighed. He harbored no belief that the power of corrosion could ever turn against him. It seemed that deep within his consciousness, some entity influenced his thoughts, leading him to obstinately believe he had complete mastery over the power of corrosion, that he was the ultimate arbiter of fate. As for the demon serpent, once he achieved divinity, it would merely be an insignificant existence, akin to an ant. The power of a saint derives from the world in which they reside, while the strength of a deity lies in the fact that within them exists a self-contained universe, what is referred to as a domain. The birth of one's own domain requires the consumption of the will of the heavens and earth. However, should the physical body lack sufficient strength, it cannot sustain the emergence of its own domain. This was the plight of the golden sacred dragon king, who had yet to harness the power of corrosion. However, after undergoing transformation, the body of the golden sacred dragon king has ascended to a divine level, effortlessly capable of devouring the will of heaven and earth. When a being reaches the divine tier, yet has not birthed a domain within, they are referred to as a demigod. Once sufficient heavenly will has been consumed, they can transcend from a demigod to a true deity. Lin Huayu, Hua Ruolin, and others felt a grave sense of foreboding. Chen Chao, it seems, has somehow elevated his power to the divine level, and we must unite to confront him, allowing others to retreat first. Lin Huayu sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the golden sacred dragon king, reminiscent of a similar incident within the Kyoto secret realm. In those days, upon sensing that the ancestral, which was on the verge of ascending beyond the saint level, he gathered all saint-level powerhouses to severely injure the ancestral, which at the pivotal moment of her ascension. That battle ultimately secured victory for the Kyoto secret realm. Yet the power displayed by the golden sacred dragon king now far surpasses that of the ancestral, which during her promotion, seemingly erupting instantaneously into the realm of the divine, without any prior indication. Could it be that the golden sacred dragon king was already a being of divine caliber long ago? However, Chen Chao waved his hand, saying, "No need, you all retreat. I can handle that old mudfish." Chen Chao, I know you have defeated a divine avatar, but this time it is truly different. The golden sacred dragon king has transcended the saint level. He is not comparable to that angelic avatar, Hua Ruolin earnestly cautioned. Chen Chao smiled. Pointing towards the golden sacred dragon king in the central mountain range, he remarked, While I may not fully comprehend the divisions above the saint level, if that old mudfish is indeed at the divine tier, then I must also be at the divine level. After a brief pause, he added seriously, moreover, I should be a tad stronger than him. Chapter 118. Dragon Slayer? A tad stronger? Hua Ruolin and the others were momentarily taken aback. Is that for real? Although we may not have extensive knowledge, we have witnessed the full extent of your power. At this thought, Hua Ruolin's expression fell. It's a rarity to have seen Chen Chao at his full prowess. When she first met Chen Chao, he had not yet reached the saint level, trembling under the tyranny of Watanabe Ichihiro, or so she believed. Then, just days later, she was informed that Chen Chao had slain 2 demon saints in the Nanyang secret realm. Before she could even process the shock, a few days passed, merely days, when Chen Chao returned from the secret realm, revealing that the most perilous enemy of humanity, the king of the north, the demon king, was none other than him, and he transformed before several human saints, nearly causing them to faint in terror. As for slaying saints as though they were mere dogs, that goes without saying. Now you tell me that you are already a being of divine caliber? Hua Ruolin felt a line teetering on the tip of her tongue. We are not playing the same game. As the words were spoken, the Golden Dragon King had already concluded his self-indulgence and soared toward the eastern realm with a formidable presence. Human race, submit or perish. A terrifying wave of oppressive force descended with this proclamation, akin to a collapsing mountain, striking the hearts of all present. Yet, whether among the military officers or the sages of humanity, each individual erupted with fervent energy, uniting to resist the Golden Dragon King's overwhelming pressure. Let there be war, the human race, shall stand and face death rather than kneel and live. Countless voices roared skyward. A flicker of derision glinted in the obsidian depths of the Golden Dragon King's eyes as he coldly declared, Go perish over there. In the next moment, he opened his cavernous maw, devouring an immense quantity of energy from the very fabric of the heavens and earth, coalescing it into a pitch-black sphere. Then, directed toward the human race, it erupted with a cataclysmic force. Boom! An earth-shattering wave of energy surged forth, expelled from the Golden Dragon King's mouth, shattering the ground as it hurtled toward humanity. Sensing the apocalyptic might embedded within this energy, all the demon lords fled in terror, for this strike could annihilate all existence. They did not wish to accompany the human race to their demise. Thus, they fled as far as they could, seeking a glimmer of survival. The countenance of the human sages turned ashen. The 3 sages from abroad, mirroring the demons, turned to flee toward the passage, scrambling to escape, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to their obliteration. Only the 17 sages of the Hua kingdom remained steadfast, choosing not to retreat, but to stand resolutely before the ranks of military officers. They summoned their full strength in an attempt to counter the earth-shattering force of destruction. They could not abandon their compatriots, their homeland, which lay behind them. Hua Ruolin glanced anxiously at Chen Chao, who remained with his hands tucked in his pockets. Chen Chao, do not worry, it is nothing serious. As he beheld the terror of the overwhelming energy barreling toward them, Chen Chao slowly ascended into the sky, clad in flip-flops, raised his arm, and with a forceful motion, swung it forward. That seemingly light punch, upon impact, unleashed a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from his fist. However, before the Golden Dragon King's energy assault could reach the human side, it was suddenly reversed by an invisible force, flipping a full 180 degrees. What? The Golden Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, followed by an onslaught of energy even more vast and terrifying than his own, cascading forth like the yellow river meeting the sea, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, the very clouds of the sky seeming to part like a sword cleaving through the air, stretching for thousands of miles, as if the expanse were boundless. In the words of a certain powerful being, I have styled the middle part for the blue star. The crowd below was engulfed in shock, while only Hua Ruolin and a few others expressed a numbing acceptance of the extraordinary turn of events. In a few days, if Chen Chao were to declare, I can obliterate the blue star with a single punch, she would believe it unequivocally, with complete faith. The crafty old eel is you who stirs up trouble within the depths of the Nanyang secret realm. Today, I shall use your blood to saturate the entire realm, and we shall see from this day forth which demon dares to confront the human race. As Chen Chao concluded his proclamation, a sudden explosion erupted around him. a surge of white energy radiating outward in all directions. Chen Chao transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing towards the golden sacred dragon king. Arrogance. I have already transcended to the divine realm with my physical form, achieving semi-divinity. Only one final step remains to resurrect the glory of the dragon god. You are but a swarm of ants. In the skies above, a man and a dragon charged towards one another. Their speed was extraordinary, akin to two heavy combat aircraft hurtling through the air at full throttle, colliding at the swiftest pace. Undoubtedly, Chen Chao's Kryptonian lineage rendered him invincible in physicality, while the golden sacred dragon king, having reached the divine realm in corporeal form, brimmed with confidence in his own divine physique. Suddenly, the two beings collided midair. Boom! The void quaked. From their epicenter, tremendous shockwaves cascaded outward like a surging tide. Within the Nanyang's secret realm, be it human or demon, all combatants paused to gaze upwards at the spectacle unfolding in the heavens. The immense form of the golden sacred dragon king trembled violently, as if it had struck a formidable barrier. Its velocity abruptly hindered, though its massive body continued to surge forward due to inertia. Roar! The golden sacred dragon king unleashed a furious roar, desperately writhing in an attempt to withstand Chen Chao's onslaught. Yet, regardless of his fervent efforts, an overwhelming power seemed to plunge him into an abyss of despair, engendering a profound sense of helplessness within his heart. In less than a second, they had not even managed to maintain the standoff. The head of the golden sacred dragon king fractured, dark blood spilling forth. As his body continued to be propelled backward by Chen Chao's forceful charge, uncontrollable in its movement. How could I, having ascended to the divine level, achieving semi-divinity, still feel so feeble? The golden sacred dragon king was engulfed in confusion. He had fully embraced the power of erosion, and his physical strength had shattered the limits of sanctity. He should have been invincible, capable of annihilating all. Why could he not withstand even a single blow from this human? Are you a deity? The golden sacred dragon king contemplated this possibility. It dawned on him that this human might very well be a god of the human race. If the opponent were indeed a deity, it would elucidate the situation. No matter how powerful a semi-divinity may be, it could never rival a deity born of its own domain. Deity? I'm not entirely sure how divinity is classified, yet others seem to fondly refer to me as the god of the mortal realm. Chen Chao wore a smile, yet his eyes burned with a murderous intent. He loomed above the golden sacred dragon king like a colossal mountain, suppressing all around him, while his fists rained down relentlessly, generating immense shockwaves that cascaded like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. The earth in the central region trembles incessantly, collapsing and even sinking. The once formidable golden holy dragon king, under the relentless assault of Chen Chao, appears as powerless as a child, caught in a tempest, utterly incapable of resistance. Do not kill me. I possess numerous secrets of the divine. I know where the celestial will resides. Spare me. The golden holy dragon king screams in madness. Stripped of the dignity of the central dragon king, his body shattered like a serpent crushed repeatedly by a vehicle, pleading weakly. Chen Chao's gaze remains indifferent. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in your secrets. Therefore perish. As the words leave his lips, his eyes glow crimson, and two scorching rays descend upon the golden holy dragon king with tremendous force. Chapter 119. The seal shattered as the two robust beams of destruction crash down. A profound despair washes over the golden holy dragon king's eyes. This is a power he can never hope to contend with. Boom! The searing rays pierce through the void and strike the massive form of the golden holy dragon king. In an instant, his dark golden dragon body is engulfed in flames, and the two sacred seals within him are annihilated by this terrifying force, dissolving into nothingness like ice melting away. I am unwilling. The golden holy dragon king lets out one final roar, filled with regret. Why must it be this way? I have yet to attain divine status. I have not conquered the myriad realms. How can I die here? Yet, no matter how much the golden holy dragon king resists, he cannot alter his fate. Chen Chao's gaze sweeps over the colossal dragon body, reducing it to ashes. The strongest of the holy kings among the demon tribe in the Nanyang secret realm has completely fallen, leaving nothing but a pile of dust. Is the golden holy dragon king dead? The Jiao dragon holy king and the Xuanjia dragon turtle stand in stunned silence. In this battle against humanity, the demon tribe deployed 4 holy kings, including the golden holy dragon king, who had already stepped into the realm of divinity, a demigod. It has only been a brief time, and 2 of the 4 holy kings have perished, both at the hands of the same adversary. Moreover, the demon saints under their command have suffered catastrophic losses, and the demon army lies in ruins, with countless casualties. In stark contrast, the human side, though all the saints are wounded, has not lost a single life. It is evident that if the human saints recover from their injuries and return to the ancient land of the myriad demons, the remaining forces of the demon tribe will be utterly incapable of resisting their advance. The Jiao Dragon Holy King and the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle both cast their eyes skyward, upon a figure that resembles a deity. Though not yet a god, he possesses the power to subjugate an entire world single-handedly. The most distinct characteristic of a deity is the ability to manifest the strength of a domain. Within their domain, they reign as the sovereign of heaven and earth. When the domain envelopes, the sacred seals of the saints lose their connection to the world, equating to a loss of their source of power. Thus, for a deity to slay a saint is as simple as crushing an ant. Clearly, this human is not yet a deity. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly not permit the energy shockwave of the Golden Saint Dragon King to threaten humanity. Instead, he would have directly unleashed his own domain to confine the Golden Saint Dragon King, effortlessly crushing him. The battle had concluded, yet Chen Chao remained suspended in the sky, gazing down at the ashes below. The Golden Saint Dragon King was undeniably dead. However, Chen Chao sensed an unsettling anomaly. Suddenly, the ashes that formed the Golden Saint Dragon King began to levitate autonomously, swirling through the air like dark fireflies, ascending towards the heavens. What could this be? Chen Chao narrowed his eyes, employing his superhuman vision to magnify the ashes countless times. He observed that the dark ashes seemed to consist of numerous particles, each seemingly possessing a life of its own, moving incessantly through the sky before vanishing. Were they insects or something else entirely? Despite enveloping the surroundings with his mental energy, Chen Chao could not discern the whereabouts of the black ashes, which appeared to have genuinely vanished into thin air. After some time spent in contemplation without any clues emerging, Chen Chao decided to set aside this perplexity and return to address matters concerning the demon race in the Southern Sea region, the place of sealing. After the demise of the Golden Saint Dragon King, the remnants of his body transformed into active corrosive energy. Upon the death of its host, this energy would revert to its original form, bestowing immense power upon it. The Golden Saint Dragon King had perished, and at the hands of the Demon King, no less. Beneath the ground of the sealing site, a woman with a human body and a serpent's tail raised her hand, gently touching the barrier of the seal, sensing the reciprocation of power as her aura continuously heightened. Was this all? The demon serpent queen extended her crimson tongue, licking her lips with a dissatisfied expression. She had anticipated that the Golden Saint Dragon King, even in his weakened state, could provide her with enough power to restore half of her peak strength. Yet the corrosive energy returned to her fell far short of expectations. Though discontented, she saw no alternative. Fortunately, with her current strength, breaking the seal posed no issue. In the next moment, the demon serpent queen nearly drained all of her energy, coalescing it into a pitch-black blade before sweeping her hands to strike against the barrier of the seal. Boom! The energy blade shattered, and the sealing barrier trembled violently, ultimately revealing a massive crack. Success! As she beheld the fissure in the sealing barrier, excitement flickered in the demon serpent queen's eyes, and she twisted her waist, charging towards the gap. Boom! Within the realm of the sealing site, the oppressive orange light source erupted with an immensely intense energy wave, seemingly consuming power to repair the cracks in the seal. This time, you shall not suppress me again. The demon serpent queen roared, and black markings began to appear upon her skin. She too was one of the hosts of corrosion. In comparison to the corruption of the Golden Saint Dragon King, the presence of the demon serpent empress seems to embody a higher echelon of power. The clash of black and orange luminescence ensues, with the black radiance gaining dominance, continuously seeping from the fissures of the sealed realm, gradually devouring the orange light that pervades the universe. Ultimately, the black mist envelopes all, reversing the tides of battle. and manifests into a colossal, ethereal serpent, its gaping maw engulfing the source of orange illumination entirely. I have accepted this fragment of the will of the world. The voice of the demon serpent empress resonates throughout the cosmos, as the black mist resembles an ancient giant serpent, opening its cavernous mouth to consume the orange light source in one swift motion. With the suppression of the orange light lost, the sealed realm collapses, and the space quakes uncontrollably. The black mist coalesces once more into a humanoid form with a serpentine tail, breaking the seal. The demon serpent empress stands between the realms of the sealed land, lifting her gaze toward the eastern horizon. Lo and behold, the demon king is revealed to be human. Did I misinterpret my earlier sensations? The corporeal strength of the demon king rivals that of a divine realm's descent. This body is the most exquisite vessel for the celestial eclipsed sovereign. The demon serpent empress gazes intently at Chen Chao's figure, akin to a person starved for 3 days and nights who has suddenly spotted a delectable roast. In the eastern region, Chen Chao has returned to the 7th fortress. With the demise of the Golden Saint Dragon King, there is no longer any need to prolong this battle. The demon clans in the central and western territories have engaged in frequent combat with the human race, particularly the demon saints from these 2 domains, each stained with the blood of humanity. Consequently, the human side refuses to accept the surrender of the demon saints from these territories, opting instead for complete extermination. As for the northern and southern regions, the north has already pledged allegiance to Chen Chao, while the south has seen minimal conflict with humanity. Thus, the demon saints from these 2 regions all offered their sacred seals, which Chen Chao imposed with a thunderous restriction, allowing them to survive. This includes the Holy King of the Flood Dragons and the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise. These 2 demon sovereigns possess formidable power, particularly the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise, whose defense is deemed invincible at the Holy Tier. Even the mightiest Lin Huayu could not breach its defenses in a short span of time. Now, these 2 sovereign-level beings have also surrendered their sacred seals, permitting Chen Chao to enact a thunderous restriction upon them. With a mere thought, he could dictate their fates. A resounding victory for humanity. The saints are invincible. The supergods are unparalleled. The Huagua stands unmatched. The military ranks, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, collectively chant, their voices echoing across the skies of the Eastern Territory. This battle was initially anticipated to be exceedingly brutal. However, it witnessed 2 pivotal turning points, culminating in Chen Chao's slaying of the Golden Saint Dragon King, thereby concluding the war between humans and demons and restoring peace to the South Yang Secret Realm. From this moment forth, all surviving demon saints within the South Yang Secret Realm bear the thunderous restriction sewn into their sacred seals by Chen Chao. It can be asserted that from now on, the demon race shall be subservient to humanity. In the kingdom of Hua, 2 saint-level warriors and over 30 demon race saints have seemingly appeared out of thin air. With such a multitude of saints, Hua has ascended to become the most formidable nation in the world, overshadowing other great powers of Blue Star. Within the 7th fortress, Hua Rulin gazed at the sky of the secret realm, letting out a languid sigh. Is this how we clear the level? As the Empress of Flowers, Hua Rulin had guarded the Nanyang secret realm for many years, engaging in countless battles against the demon race. She had anticipated that pacifying the Nanyang secret realm would require at least several decades. Little did she know, she had been away for no more than 2 months. Within this brief period, the demon saints within the Nanyang secret realm had suffered casualties exceeding half, with the remainder surrendering to the human race, becoming vassals. All of this felt like a dream. Chen Chao stood atop the head of the Xuanjia dragon turtle, observing the bustling crowd below as they cleared the battlefield. Beside him, Kara leaned against his shoulder, enveloped in a long silence. Kara gradually grew fond of this sensation. Even in this stillness, simply resting her head against Chen Chao, listening to his breath and heartbeat, filled her with immense happiness. This feeling rendered her once-beloved games utterly unappealing. At that moment, Chen Chao sensed a gaze upon him. He abruptly turned his head towards the southern sea. Who could it be? Noticing Chen Chao's unease, Kara looked up with concern. Brother, what's wrong? Chen Chao's gaze penetrated the void, staring into the depths of the sea, where an energy barrier surpassing the saint level seemed to obscure his vision. The land of seals. The demon serpent empress quickly averted her gaze, her heart racing in disbelief. How could the Demon King have detected my scrutiny? This is impossible. He is merely a demigod. How could he perceive my presence? What is the extent of his sensory capabilities? The Demon Serpent Empress calculated silently. With her current strength, she had no absolute assurance of defeating Chen Chao. Moreover, she intended to cultivate him as a vessel for the Eclipse Sovereign, making it even more unfeasible to eliminate him now. I shall return to claim your body once I have regained my peak power. Having resolved her thoughts, the Demon Serpent Empress did not linger. Recently having consumed fragments of the Dragon Goddess will, she had yet to fully digest them and needed a place to recover. The land of seals was still collapsing. She found a weak point in space, and with a surge of energy from the Demon Serpent domain, she unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! The space shattered, creating a gap resembling shattered glass, with chaotic spatial currents swirling on the other side. Without a moment's hesitation, she enveloped herself in the Demon Serpent domain and plunged into the tumultuous currents of space. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. The already collapsing land of seals was further exacerbated by the shattering of space. A vast expanse of space began to fracture, and in that fleeting moment, the energy seal of the forbidden land shattered, allowing torrents of seawater to surge in, only to be instantly torn apart into molecular fragments by the chaotic currents of the rift. In the Eastern Realm, Chen Chao sensed the gaze that had been scrutinizing him had vanished. However, an exhilarating wave of energy erupted from the depths of the Southern Sea, causing even the Eastern Realm to feel a faint tremor. Moreover, this condition seemed to intensify with each passing moment. What could have caused the fissures in the seabed? With the barriers of the seal no longer obstructing his view, Chen Chao beheld the state of the ocean floor. In the location where the seal had once stood, a vast expanse of shattered space emerged, and the broken area continued to expand, spreading further into the ocean. Cursed be the forbidden land. That entity has escaped. The voice of the Xuanjia dragon turtle trembled. According to legend, the forbidden land was the manifestation of the dragon god's will, severing the ancient lands of myriad demons to suppress a powerful being of divine caliber. Now that the energy barrier of the forbidden land lay in ruins, it was evident that the formidable creature had broken free. What has escaped? Chen Chao inquired. When he had sensed the probing gaze in the northern palace, he had already felt something amiss in the southern sea. The Xuanjia dragon turtle recounted the existence of the demon snake sorceress, though his knowledge on the matter was limited. Only the Golden Saint Dragon King had truly ventured into the Forbidden Land. Like the Sacred Dragon King, the Xuanjia dragon turtle was unable to breach the sealing barrier due to its mixed bloodline. Relying solely on tales passed down from ancestors and the Golden Saint Dragon King for knowledge of the Forbidden Land, the ancient dragon god severed the will of heaven and earth to subdue beings of divine caliber. Chen Chao pondered for a moment. If what the Xuanjia dragon turtle said were true, then the one who had been observing him was likely a creature from the Forbidden Land. Unlike the Xuanjia dragon turtle's fright, Chen Chao felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to find a being of divine caliber to test his skills against. During his previous encounter with the Golden Saint Dragon King, he had not unleashed his full power, nor had he employed his holy seal or the destruction sun form. It had been far from satisfying. Now, only a being of divine caliber could warrant Chen Chao's serious attention. Yet, could that rift in space have been created by that divine entity? Had it simply made its escape? Was he not worthy of its attention? Chen Chao felt a deep sense of frustration, letting out a resigned sigh, lamenting the absence of a worthy opponent. Chapter 120. Suppressing heaven and earth in the land of Hua, there has long existed the notion of divine will. In truth, whether it be Blue Star or the small worlds within secret realms, they can be perceived as akin to living entities, possessing their own independent consciousness. In the Southern Sea region, the fabric of space lies in disarray. Ordinarily, the will of heaven and earth would mend the fractured space, akin to how the human body instinctively heals a wound without conscious effort. However, within the ancient land of myriad demons, a significant portion of this celestial will has been severed, bound to suppress the demoness of the serpent. As the seal crumbled, the demoness consumed that fragment of celestial will, leaving the will of heaven and earth in the ancient land incomplete. Much like a patient with a flawed immune system, stripped of the ability to heal its own wounds. Consequently, the shattered space in the Southern Sea region not only failed to mend, but instead, the fissures began to spread to other domains. In a fleeting moment, A dark crack tore through the heavens, extending from the site of the seal, visible even from the eastern realm as it cut across the sky. The world began to succumb to chaotic calamities. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered, resembling an overturned ink pot, nearly eclipsing the entire sky. Amidst the blackness, thunder and lightning roared, evoking scenes reminiscent of the apocalypse. The Southern Yang secret realm was on the brink of collapse. Lin Chong, you must promptly arrange for everyone to evacuate the secret realm. Upon realizing the peril, Rin Jing Tian immediately commanded a retreat to fend off the invasion of the Demon Coalition. Over 100,000 military personnel had gathered at the 7th Fortress within the past month. Even in an emergency, a complete evacuation could not be executed in haste. The Southern Sea was beset by towering waves. The lands of the eastern and northern realms crumbled. The western region was engulfed in swirling sands. And the central area faced landslides and fractures. As the flood from the Southern Sea surged toward them, the Xuanjia dragon turtle opened its mouth and unleashed its sacred seal, channeling the essence of heaven and earth to quell the tumultuous waters. In that instant, the raging flood truly subsided. Yet, moments later, the sacred seal of the Xuanjia dragon turtle trembled violently, and the recently calmed waters erupted once more, threatening to submerge the 7th Fortress. The Holy King of the Dragon and over 30 demon saints simultaneously summoned their sacred seals. Various forms of these seals floated into the sky, dispersing to suppress the chaos. With the combined might of the 2 holy kings and over 30 demon saints, the eastern realm barely withstood the spread of the fragmentation of heaven and earth. However, the fissures in the sky merely bypassed the eastern realm, leaving the other domains still in turmoil, as if doomsday had arrived. The Xuanjia dragon turtle gazed sorrowfully at the human saints, though the collapse of heaven and earth can be suppressed with sacred seals. Our power is insufficient to protect the 5 great regions. We implore the human saints for assistance to save them. Hua Rulin and the others fell into silence. Chen Chao refrained from elaborating, for prior to this, humans and demons had clashed for many years. It would be disingenuous to claim there were no grudges. Although the main instigators had been eradicated, and the culprit, the Golden Saint Dragon King, had been brought to justice, thus avenging great grievances, their mindset might not shift so swiftly. Seeing the human saints remain silent, the demon saints, including the Xuanjia dragon turtle, felt a surge of urgency. The humans were already retreating. They could easily abandon the situation. But what of the demons residing in the 5 great regions? If the world were to collapse, even the most formidable of the demon saints would meet their demise, let alone the countless ordinary demons. Esteemed ones, the principal architects of war have met their just deserts. We are willing to become vassals to humanity solely to atone for our sins. Yet, the myriad demon clans are innocent. I implore the esteemed members of humanity to extend their hands in aid. I vow by the sacred seal that from this day forth, the demon race shall serve humanity for generations, harboring no ulterior motives. Should we violate this oath, may the celestial order of the 5 great regions shatter, and may the entire demon race find no resting place in death. The Xuanjia dragon turtle cast an anxious glance towards Hua Rulin and the other human saints. The other 30 or so demon saints also joined in this solemn vow. The oaths of a mere 1 or 2 demon saints would typically bear little weight against the will of this realm. However, now, all remaining demon saints have uttered such celestial oaths. This can be seen as a reflection of the will of this world. Should the demon race betray this oath and turn against humanity, particularly against the representatives of the Huagua present, the very fabric of the celestial will may indeed unravel. The collapse of the celestial would be akin to a living being losing its mind. At best, the world would enter an age of decline, devoid of powerful beings. At worst, as it stands now, the heavens would shatter, the earth would quake, and ultimately, the entire world would be reduced to fragments, with all within it falling into chaotic spatial currents, finding no peace in death. The northern demons transformed into human form and knelt before Chen Chao, beseeching his intervention. In the end, Sword Saint Lin Huayu sighed. Given that your hands are untainted by human blood, I shall extend my assistance this once. With that, Lin Huayu's sacred seal detached from him, crashing into the void. Hua Ruolin and the others, shaking their heads, mirrored Lin Huayu's actions, invoking their sacred seals into the cosmos. Initially, the collective sacred seals slightly halted the expansion of the spatial rifts. However, much was still needed for the celestial will to heal itself. Do not tell me I must maintain this indefinitely. Among us, Jing Tian is the weakest and has just sustained injuries. At this moment, invoking his sacred seal, he found himself struggling to hold on. As the heavens continued to rumble, seemingly grappling with the spatial rifts, Chen Chao finally stepped forward, spreading his arms wide. From his chest erupted 3 radiant orbs, akin to 3 suns, shining brilliantly. In the next heartbeat, Chen Chao's 3 sacred seals manifested in succession, striking towards the heavens. Boom! 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 With each sacred seal unleashed, the entire realm trembled. When the 3 seals descended, an unexpected silence enveloped the world. The dark clouds dispersed. The floods receded, the earth calmed, the mountains steadied, and spring blossomed anew. All anomalies vanished. Even the menacing spatial rifts gradually retreated and healed. After a considerable time, the spatial rifts completely disappeared, and the world returned to its usual state. Everyone retracted their sacred seals, exhaling in relief. It seems my bottleneck has loosened a bit. Hua Ruolin discovered with pleasant surprise that the high-level saint barrier that had constrained her for many years appeared to have eased significantly in that fleeting moment. It seems that with considerable effort, one could completely transcend the bottleneck of a high-tier saint and ascend to the pinnacle of sanctity. At such a moment, should one commence the devouring or integration of the will of heaven and earth, they could further enhance their strength, becoming a being of semi-divine status, akin to the Golden Saint Dragon King. Not only Hua Ruolin, but other saints from the Hua Nation have also garnered significant gains. Ren Jingtian has notably improved. His injuries much healed, and his saint seal has become more stable, while the cracks on Lin Chong's saint seal have fully mended. It appears that this endeavor to rescue the Nanyang secret realm has provided considerable feedback from the will of heaven and earth. Lin Huayu has already reached the pinnacle of sainthood, experiencing a more pronounced effect from the will of heaven and earth compared to the others. Once the crisis was averted, led by the Xuanjia dragon turtle, all the demon saints bowed before Chen Chao, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving the 5 regions of our demon race. We wish to honor you as the god of the demon clan, aiding you in merging with the will of heaven and earth, ascending to divinity, and ruling over the ancient land of myriad demons. Merge with the will of heaven and earth. Did you not just say that the monsters in the sealed land devoured fragments of the will, which led to the collapse of the entire world? Chen Chao inquired, as he was not well versed in the realm of divinity. The other saints perked up their ears, eager to uncover the secrets of the divine realm. Although currently only Lin Huayu and Hua Ruolin required insights into the divine realm, all present were formidable saints, and it was not inconceivable that they might someday ascend to the pinnacle of sainthood and glimpse the wonders of the divine. Regarding Chen Chao's question, the Xuanjia dragon turtle dared not withhold any information. The monsters in the sealed land that devoured the will of heaven and earth did so through forceful means, inevitably damaging the foundational essence of a world. However, esteemed sir, since you have been acknowledged by the will of heaven and earth, if you successfully merge it with your saint seal, you shall become the sovereign of this world. Moreover, once you attain divinity and your domain is sufficiently powerful, strong enough to encompass the entire world within your realm, then your domain shall itself be a world. A domain is a power exclusive to those of divine caliber. The more potent the domain, the greater one's strength. When battling against the angelic phantom, Chen Chao had already begun to manifest the embryonic form of his domain, albeit limited to a few zhang in radius. He gazed upon the vast expanse of the 5 regions. If he could eventually incorporate all 5 regions into his own domain, how formidable would his power be then? Could he obliterate a blue star with a single punch? Extinguish the sun with a breath? It seemed that, even without merging the power of the domain, his Kryptonian lineage might enable him to reach such magnitudes. Yet, how many years of sunlight would he require? Chen Chao was uncertain. But if he were to swiftly attain divinity and merge the power of the domain, perhaps it would not be long before he possessed the might to shatter stars, to obliterate celestial bodies and extinguish suns. That would be true invincibility. How then can one merge with the will of heaven and earth? Chen Chao queried. It necessitates entering the core of the world. According to legend, reaching the world's end will reveal a barrier. Only those acknowledged by heaven and earth can traverse this barrier to access the world's core, replied the Xuanjia dragon turtle. Prior to this, King Jinxinglong had made countless attempts to traverse the barriers of the world, all of which ended in failure. On one hand, his strength was insufficient to breach the world's confines through sheer force. On the other hand, he lacked the recognition of the will of heaven and earth. Understanding this, Chen Chao nodded thoughtfully and raised a finger, posing his final question. How can one merge with the will of heaven and earth? Upon hearing this, the Xuanjia dragon turtle was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering without producing a coherent response. This was hardly surprising, as the Xuanjia dragon turtle was merely a Saint King-level creature, and although it had lived the longest, granting it some knowledge of divine realms, it could not provide practical guidance on the matter. At that moment, Lin Huayu cleared his throat. Perhaps I possess some insight into merging with the will of heaven and earth. Back in the day, when the ancestor of the witch clan ascended to the divine realm, it seemed to involve merging with the will of the Kyoto secret realm. Lin Huayu had been the first to notice the anomaly with the ancestor. Thus, he had witnessed the process of merging with the will of heaven and earth firsthand. Old Lin, do share, urged Hua Rulin, her face alight with excitement, knowing that this method would undoubtedly serve her well when she ascended to the pinnacle of being a saint. She felt it wouldn't be long before she, too, would become divine. Once that happened, she would no longer be called the Emperor of Thoughts Hua Rulin, but rather be revered as the Goddess of Thoughts. Unfazed by Hua Rulin's exuberance, Lin Huayu took a moment to choose his words carefully, then cast a somewhat peculiar glance at Chen Chao. With uncertainty, he inquired, "How can I explain this to you? Have you ever been in love?" The question momentarily stunned those present. Some saints nodded, wearing sweet smiles, while others frowned, lamenting that even in this moment, the sword saint had to pierce their hearts. How outrageous! Hua Rulin's expression fell. After years devoted to cultivation, she had scarcely found time for romance. Chen Chao first nodded, then shook his head, appearing somewhat distressed as he confessed, "Love? I have no experience. Usually, it's others pursuing me. I merely stand there, and a horde of women clamors to bear my children. Alas, what can I do? Who asked me to be so strong and handsome? Deep down, I yearn for simple, ordinary romance." His words elicited strong disdain from the single saints, including Hua Rulin. "For your performance, I can only give you a 10 out of 100. Kara, amused by Chen Chao's earnest nonsense, laughed heartily. "Brother, is it really wise to provoke hatred like this? Aren't you afraid they might retaliate?" Chen Chao gently patted Kara's head. "Fear not, they cannot defeat me." Observing the public display of affection between Chen Chao and Kara only deepened the wounds of those around them. How infuriating! Hua Rulin seethed, contemplating violent retribution against Lin Huayu. She could not defeat Chen Chao, thus she sought to vent her frustrations on Lin Huayu. "Why did you suddenly bring up the topic of romance? Do you not know that I have never experienced love?" Lin Huayu wore a grim expression, exclaiming, "I merely provided an example. Do you comprehend that? It is not as if I advised you against pursuing relationships. Why take your anger out on me? All right, I believe I have an inkling of how to integrate the will of heaven and earth. As long as I possess sufficient charm and strength, the will of heaven and earth shall plead with me to merge. Correct?" Chen Chao remarked with an expression of understanding. "What a simple matter this is. My wretched, uncontainable allure." The countenance of the gathered sages was peculiar. "Your comprehension truly reaches an extraordinary level." Only Hua Rulin took a deep breath, thinking to herself that had anyone else said such a thing, she would have slapped them. Yet, if it were Chen Chao, there might indeed be some merit to it. Consider this. How long did it take Chen Chao to ascend from an awakened being to a demigod? At most, 2 months, perhaps. So, how long will it take him to transition from demigod to godhood? It is entirely conceivable that the will of heaven and earth in this world might indeed come to him willingly. Upon this realization, Hua Rulin felt a pang of sorrow, questioning why, among the 9, he alone excelled. The crowd fell silent, expressing their reluctance to engage with Chen Chao further. Chen Chao, not wishing to linger on this matter, decided to venture to the core of this world. Before departing, he addressed everyone, stating, "This world's will of heaven and earth shall belong to me. All spoils from the eastern region will be entrusted to the military of Huagua. As for the other regions, I shall not monopolize the resources. They will be jointly harvested. We can discuss the specifics after I visit the core of the world. Does that sound agreeable? Presently, all the demon saints remaining in the 5 major regions had submitted to Chen Chao, rendering the other 4 regions his private domain, apart from the eastern region. However, at this juncture, for one who possessed an entire world, wealth was but a mere number. He could not personally organize teams to extract resources from the 5 regions. Thus, he would delegate these tasks to professionals. When it came to the distribution of benefits, it was not a matter that could be resolved in just a few sentences. Most of the sages present were responsible for martial prowess, while the more intricate matters of strategy and management were overseen by those with administrative expertise. Lin Huayu, representing the military, concurred with Chen Chao's proposal. Let us proceed, as you suggest. There are numerous secret realms in Huagua, and even when we all reach the moment of ascension, we need not worry about the will of heaven and earth. Understanding the significance of the will of heaven and earth in the small world, which was directly linked to divine levels, was crucial. Within Huagua, there were only 2 large secret realms, while many smaller ones existed. Moreover, each individual's talent varied greatly, even among those of demigod status. The limits of absorption of the will of heaven and earth differed. Lin Huayu, despite his prowess, acknowledged that he lacked the capability to absorb and merge the will of heaven and earth on the scale of the Nanyang Secret Realm. Although a portion of the will of heaven and earth in the Nanyang Secret Realm has been shattered, the foundation of the world remains firmly anchored here. As long as the world continues to develop steadily, the will of heaven and earth will inevitably regain its former glory. Moreover, with Chen Chao's fusion of this fragment of the will, his strength will accelerate the restoration of the Nanyang Secret Realm's heavenly will. Therefore, the more secret realms one masters, the greater the likelihood of the emergence of divine realms in Huagua in the future. Lin Huayu pondered for a moment before addressing the others. Let's keep the secrets of the divine realms confidential for now. Should this information circulate, it could alter the current structure of our world. The assembly was composed of astute individuals. If everyone were to learn that the secret realms were linked to the divine realms, these secret realms would transform into strategic resources, igniting global conflicts over their acquisition. Chapter 122. Can we hurry up? Nanyang's secret realm, the world's end. Chen Chao set forth from the eastern domain, soaring to the terminus of the southern sea. Unlike planets such as Blue Star, the Nanyang secret realm is but a small world, reminiscent of the ancient legends of a flat earth encircled by a dome. Upon reaching the sea's edge, there lay an imperceptible barrier of the world. According to the words of the Xuanjia dragon turtle, crossing this barrier would lead one to the heart of the world. Why the world's core exists beyond the world itself, and what shape it possesses, intrigued Chen Chao. In truth, from a macro perspective defined by the world, simple geometric models are inadequate for representing the world's form. Resolved to dismiss such thoughts, Chen Chao stepped toward the world barrier, his body now in contact with it. The intangible barrier radiated ripples akin to waves, and without encountering any obstruction, he effortlessly traversed into another realm. This space bore a resemblance to the sealed land beneath the southern sea, yet the entire world was enveloped in pure white, rendering Chen Chao as form insignificantly small within this vast whiteness. At the center of this realm resided a radiant orange light source, akin to the sun, yet more than twice the size of that in the sealed land. Upon sensing the orange light, Chen Chao unexpectedly murmured to himself, "Is this the source of light within the secret realm? No wonder there is brightness without a sun. It turns out this light is the essence of the will of heaven and earth." Approaching the orange light source, Chen Chao unleashed his 3 holy seals, exclaiming, "Ascend, and let us merge swiftly." There was silence. Just as Chen Chao's patience began to wane, a strand of energy separated from the orange radiance, converging toward his 3 holy seals. Buzz! The 3 holy seals trembled simultaneously, reminiscent of parched seeds beginning to root and sprout under the nurturing rain. In that moment, Chen Chao's aura surged, though the process of enhancement seemed to unfold at a languid pace. Could you perhaps expedite the process? Hasten the pace of fusion. At this rate, when will I ascend to the divine realm? Chen Chao expressed his dissatisfaction while directing his grievances toward the orange luminescence that enveloped the surroundings. Upon hearing his complaints, the orange light flickered slightly, as if it had been in contemplation for an extended period, and indeed, it increased the energy transmission speed just a fraction. Nevertheless, Chen Chao found it still rather sluggish. If the serpent demoness were present, witnessing this scene, she would likely confront him. For others, the endeavor to merge with the will of the heavens is fraught with arduous toil and relentless flattery, often requiring a favorable disposition from the celestial will, which could abruptly sever the fusion process at any moment if it were displeased. Here, the will of the heavens had willingly integrated with his holy seal, and yet he remained unsatisfied. What more could he desire? The serpent demoness could effortlessly consume fragments of the celestial will, assimilating them into her domain, a process that required time for complete integration and absorption. Chen Chao, however, was unaware of these intricacies. With the extraordinary enhancement bestowed by his Kryptonian bloodline, he perceived the current ascension process as interminably prolonged. The fusion speed of the celestial will seemed to have reached its limit, leaving Chen Chao in a state of ennui, suspended in this space. As he yawned, he contemplated finding something to occupy himself with. Let's draw some cards. System, I wish to draw cards. Entering the system, Chen Chao accessed the card drawing interface. Since his vacation in the sun over a month ago, he had accumulated 34 chances to draw. System, grant me a 10-fold draw. He commanded with his mind. Instantly, a card pack appeared on the screen, bursting forth with radiant light. The first beam of brilliance was a resplendent golden glow. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a legendary task card, Iron Man Tony Stark. This is splendid. I shall design a suit akin to General Zod's black armor, Chen Chao remarked with satisfaction. Although Iron Man's armor is immensely powerful, particularly the 50-nanometer suit, which allows a mortal form to rival deities, Chen Chao, being a deity himself, had no need to rely on armor to achieve equivalence. Thus, the armor held only one significance for him. It would enhance his aesthetic appeal. That was all that mattered. The subsequent 9 cards yielded images of blue skies and white clouds, including the all-too-familiar agents of the Snake Shield Bureau. Without exception, Chen Chao discarded these inconsequential cards, upgrading his storage space instead. System, continue the card draw. Another card pack materialized on the screen, and the light erupted once more. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 fragments of the Storm Battle Axe. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 18 fragments of Batman Bruce Wayne. Another burst of golden light ignited, prompting Chen Chao to eagerly check what he had drawn. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a legendary item card, 500 kilograms of URU metal. URU metal? As a rare metal from the dwarven realm of Marvel, URU possesses exceptional hardness and can only be forged using the core of perseverance. Furthermore, it boasts remarkable enchanting properties. The Hammer of Thor and the Stormbreaker Axe are crafted from URU metal. To my astonishment, today I drew URU metal from my card pool. Just when I was concerned that crafting armor from holy-grade materials might render it too weak, the acquisition of URU metal should enable it to withstand godly forces. If it were to be crafted from holy-grade materials, in future battles against formidable beings, I would still need to employ a biological force field to protect my holy-grade armor, lest it be torn asunder. That would be excessively vexing. Initially, I had intended to melt down the Hammer of Thor for armor construction, but with the arrival of URU metal, I have, in effect, safeguarded the hammer's existence. However, 500 kilograms of URU metal seems rather scant. It is unlikely to suffice for a complete suit of armor. Given the high density and weight of URU, this quantity is insufficient for the entirety of armor consumption. I would likely need to blend it with other materials. Continuing to pull cards, I pondered whether another wave of URU metal might emerge. Yet, contrary to my hopes, the remaining cards yielded only a plethora of blue skies and white clouds, devoid of the desired URU metal. I had no choice but to relent and await the accumulation of more card pulls in the future. System, extract Tony Stark's mechanical engineering expertise. System, extract 500 kilograms of URU metal. Extraction in progress. The host has been endowed with all scientific knowledge of Iron Man Tony Stark, including mechanical engineering techniques, and has extracted 500 kilograms of URU metal. In an instant, a vast expanse of knowledge flooded into my mind. Chapter 123. A forceful conclusion. Having concluded the fierce battle against the demon race, the 7th fortress, save for a portion of its garrison, was in the midst of an orderly evacuation. Presently, only Lu Yuanshan remained to guard the fortress, while Ren Jingtian, Hua Rulan, and the others had all returned to the surface. Upon their emergence, Hua Ruolin and her companions discovered that the 3 foreign saints who had supported this battle had yet to depart. Upon seeing Hua Ruolin and her entourage, they hurriedly approached, demanding payment for their participation and a share of the profits from the development of the Nanyang secret realm. It was reasonable for the foreign saints to receive a certain percentage for their role in quelling the upheaval within the secret realm. Prior to this, they had negotiated a commission rate of 2% each with the Extraordinary Association, meaning that these 3 would collectively owe 6% of the profits. However, now, Dennis, do you still have the audacity to ask me for payment and a share of the development profits? Hua Ruolin scoffed at the 3 foreign saints, while a multitude of Chinese saints behind her wore grim expressions, as if ready to enact violence at any moment. The American saint named Dennis, instinctively recoiling a few steps, still held his head high as he retorted, "Since we have made an appearance, we must be compensated for our participation. What? Do you think your numbers grant you the right to breach the international agreement governing saints? Should there be another battle in the secret realms, you shall not receive any assistance from the international community." Upon hearing these words, the sages of the Hua nation erupted into laughter. Lin Huayu, who had perpetually worn a lifeless expression for millennia, laughed heartily, his mirth infectious. The sudden uproar of laughter from the Hua sages left the 3 foreign sages perplexed. Enhu Ru-El-En, in a fit of irritation, struck down with a mighty force, unleashing the formidable power of the heavens upon Dennis. Boom! This strike was executed with full vigor, catching Dennis off guard. He had not anticipated that they would truly dare to take action. Despite his utmost efforts to defend himself, he could not evade the fate of having his sacred body shattered. "How dare you strike me?" The proud foreign dignitary was sent reeling, disbelief etched on his face as he looked toward Hu Ru-El-En. Hadn't they always shown great tolerance towards foreigners? Why were they now turning hostile? Rumor had it that a new secret realm was about to be opened in the Demon City. Did they truly fear the absence of divine support from the international community? Everyone regarded the American sage as if he were a fool. Support? Allow me to enlighten you. Presently, including the demon sages from the Nanyang secret realm, Hua Nation boasts 1 divine-level warrior, 5 high-tier sages, and nearly 47 or 48 mid- and low-tier sages. Moreover, with Lin Huayu and Hu Ru-El-En on the brink of breakthrough, should they successfully ascend, they would possess quasi-divine combat prowess. Do you genuinely believe such a formidable lineup requires your assistance? How absurd! Not only do I intend to strike at you, but I also aim to eradicate you. We paid handsomely for your aid in battle, yet you proved negligent, nearly causing the demise of our newly emerged sage. Such support is better left unoffered. Hu Ru-El-En acted decisively, unleashing a potent wave of mental energy that cut through the air like a blade directed at Sage Dennis. Damn it! The sages of Hua have gone mad. We must flee. The other 2 foreign sages quickly joined forces to shield Dennis, hastily pulling him away. All 3 were mid-tier sages, and after barely fending off Hu Ru-El-En's strike, they scurried away towards the horizon. Hu Ru-El-En refrained from continuing her assault. If she truly harbored murderous intent, her initial strike could have easily obliterated them. Respect is not guaranteed simply by extending it to others. Excessive forbearance only invites those scoundrels to perceive us as easy prey. It is only by growing formidable enough to instill fear that they will genuinely respect us from the depths of their hearts. This realization struck Hu Ru-El-En profoundly after the battle. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Chen Chao, many lives would have been lost, particularly in the face of the demigod-level golden Saint Dragon King. Even in alliance with Lin Huayu, they would not have stood a chance against the adversary. Only by becoming powerful enough to instill trepidation in all will one earn respect and awe, preventing any thoughts of insubordination. The assembly wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, I shall venture into a secret realm shortly to attempt the fusion of the will of heaven and earth. Hua Nation requires your diligent attention henceforth. Lin Huayu, once the mightiest of Hua Nation and among the pinnacle of this world, had initially believed that being a sage represented the ultimate realm. However, as divine-level warriors gradually emerged, Lin Huayu felt a whisper of impending crisis. If one does not hasten to elevate their strength, once the secret realm of the divine beings opens, relying solely on Chen Chao may prove insufficient to safeguard everyone. As the words left his lips, Lin Huayu transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Curse you, old Lin. Don't run away. Come face me in battle. Hua Rulin bellowed in frustration. She stood just a step away from the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. If anyone could exert a modicum of pressure on her, she might seamlessly achieve her advancement amidst the fray. Lin Huayu, being at the peak of the Saint Realm and yet to step into the demigod realm, was the perfect opponent for her. Yet, to her surprise, Lin Huayu retorted, "Go find Chen Chao." With that, he accelerated even further. The other saints present stifled their laughter, not daring to express it for fear of incurring Hua Rulin's wrath. Thus, they made their hasty exits, some citing the need to recuperate, others to consolidate their cultivation, while a few wished to seize this opportunity for a breakthrough in their strength. In a brief moment, all saints had fled, leaving no reliable support behind. Hua Rulin gazed at the dispersing figures, exhaling a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, Chen Chao, utilizing his extraordinary intellect, fervently absorbed a deluge of information akin to a tidal wave, countless mechanical design principles, schematics, and the technology of powered battle armor. Any knowledge pertaining to armored suits was swiftly ingested and transformed into his own understanding. Once he had assimilated the entirety of Tony Stark's scientific wisdom, Chen Chao began to conceive the design of his own armor. Although the technology to combine URU metal with nanotechnology was not yet available, he contemplated delegating this research to his assistant, Kara, once he departed from this place. Why not conduct the research himself, and instead assign it to his secretary, Kara? As the saying goes, if there's work, let the secretary do it. If not, let her still be busy. As a hero guided by interest and a national-level procrastinator, Chen Chao firmly believed in the principle of having others take action whenever possible, reserving laborious tasks for Kara. Additionally, this might help curb Kara's internet addiction, a splendid outcome. Casting a glance at the 500 kilograms of URU metal now in his possession, he recognized that it was merely the raw and would likely require forging before it could be utilized, thereby diminishing the amount of usable URU metal even further. Perhaps it would be better to melt down MJ Elner? Of course, that was merely a jest. After all, while there were many weapons fashioned from URU metal, the likes of the Eternity Spear and the Stormbreaker Axe were exceedingly rare. These weapons, beyond being crafted from URU metal, incorporated numerous magical runes, endowing them with formidable attributes and power. Casually placing the 500 kilograms of URU metal into his storage space, Chen Chao proceeded to examine the progress of the fusion with the will of the universe. It seemed to have barely reached 1%. This was exceedingly slow. Perhaps he should simply consume the will of the universe in one go. Chapter 124. The title of the God of Destruction. Chen Chao hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately resisting the urge to consume the will of the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, this world would face yet another collapse. Perhaps it was best to leave the Holy Seal here, allowing it to merge with the will of the cosmos on its own while he returned to the surface. Chen Chao found himself disinclined to linger in this place, thus devising such a plan. After all, the integration of the will of the heavens and the earth merely required the Holy Seal to remain here. His physical presence was of no consequence. Once the merging was complete, he could return to reclaim the Holy Seal. Yes, you have matured into a competent Holy Seal. It is time for you to learn the art of merging with the will of the cosmos independently. Having made his decision, Chen Chao immediately gathered a vast amount of energy, forming an energy doppelganger to remain here, maintaining constant communication with his 3 Holy Seals. Should the integration succeed, the energy doppelganger would notify Chen Chao. After completing these tasks, Chen Chao moved swiftly, stepping out of the core of the world. He returned to the Magic City, specifically to Pearl Garden, dressed in casual vacation attire, with his hands tucked into his pockets. He approached his doorstep and retrieved his keys from his storage space to unlock the door. "Meow, Master has returned. Welcome back." A gentle voice called from the entrance. Startling Chen Chao, there stood a maid adorned in a uniform, complete with a pair of cat ears atop her head and a fluffy tail behind her, cheerfully wielding a broom. She dashed to the doorway and bowed deeply to Chen Chao. Wow, 2 towering peaks of the Himalayas with the East African rift nestled in between. The pristine white snow captivated Chen Chao, momentarily causing him to overlook the origin of this cat-eared creature. As his master remained silent, the cat-eared maid continued to bow, awaiting Chen Chao's command, oblivious to the snow-white expanse that lay exposed in the air. "Ahem, who are you? Are you of the demon race?" Chen Chao cleared his throat. If this creature before him did not appear so, she was most likely a demon from the eastern region. Indeed, Master, I am a cat demon of the human world, sent by the esteemed Golden Feather to attend to your daily needs. The cat-eared maid respectfully replied, her tail wagging animatedly as she spoke. Upon learning that Golden Feather had arranged this, Chen Chao understood. Once again, someone was compelled by desire to serve him. What was claimed as attending to his needs was evidently a guise for providing personal service. Golden Feather, that meddlesome bird, had overstepped by sending this cat-eared maid without his consent. To make matters worse, she was clad in a maid outfit. Chen Chao could only exclaim, well done. Yet, there was a slight concern. This was the property of his landlady. He wondered if they might prepare a separate living space for him. Did he truly lack the means to secure another residence? Sighing, Chen Chao stepped inside, and the diligent cat-eared maid promptly shut the door behind him, preparing a pair of slippers for him and assisting him in putting them on. How efficient she was! After all was said and done, the cat-eared maiden stood quietly to the side, awaiting Chen Chao's instructions. Chen Chao finally comprehended why medieval nobles favored employing maids, particularly those of exceptional competence. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice resonated from the direction of the living room. Oh, Chen Chao, how come you're back so soon? The voice sounded familiar, and upon turning, he was astonished to find it was Hua Ruolin. Not only that, but beside her stood two women, one being Su Yuqi from the Extraordinary Association, and the other, none other than the transformed Jinling. Were they all gathering here to play mahjong? At that moment, the landlady peeked out from behind the sofa, her face lighting up upon seeing Chen Chao. Chen Chao, Hua Jie just said you wouldn't be back for at least a year. It seems she was just teasing me. Hua Ruolin quickly clarified. Chen Chao went to the core of the Nanyang secret realm. Absorbing the will of heaven and earth would take at least a year, right? Is it that the absorption isn't going smoothly? Jinling and Su Yuqi also turned their gaze towards him. Chen Chao were the chucked. No. I left my holy seal over there. Then your true self ran out? Hua Ruolin and Jinling exclaimed in unison, leaving behind the holy seal. Your true self ran away. What kind of behavior is that? Completely unfazed, Chen Chao retorted. Is there a problem with that? The two of them slapped their foreheads in exasperation. Speechless. Forget it. Let us not converse with this eccentric. Whereas Kara? Chen Chao inquired as he entered the living room. She immediately went to play games upon returning. The landlady pointed towards the family internet CAF. Chen Chao glanced in the direction of the internet CAF and instantly spotted Kara operating a hero modeled after herself, on the verge of defeat as 5 opponents relentlessly pursued her. Isn't that infuriating? I must insist that the game company remove my character. Ignoring Kara, who was engrossed in her game, Chen Chao turned to Hua Ruolin and the others, curious, what brings you all to my home? This is my home. My home. The landlady promptly asserted her claim. Everyone exchanged glances but chose to disregard her. As it turns out, this afternoon, the military made a decision to summon the demon tribe from the Nanyang secret realm to form the 10,000 demon army, and you are appointed as the commander of the army, with a promotion to the rank of general. Saying this, Hua Ruolin retrieved a military insignia from her pocket and presented it to Chen Chao. I initially intended to give it to your little girlfriend, but since you are here, I shall bestow it upon you directly. Chen Chao accepted the insignia from Hua Ruolin's hand, pondering, is it really this casual? After all, it's a promotion to general. Shouldn't there be a formal ceremony? There was supposed to be one, but since you ventured to the core of a Nanyang secret realm, who could have anticipated your swift return? Besides, at your level, what significance do ceremonies hold? Hua Ruolin shrugged. Chen Chao nodded, acknowledging the importance of such matters. Indeed, it matters greatly. Returning home in glory is akin to donning fine garments in the night. In translation, it signifies that one should not forsake their youthful aspirations. All right, I shall convey to the military regarding a grand awards ceremony for you, perhaps one befitting a state banquet. Hua Ruolin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Chao, who was nearing the divine realm, yet remained fixated on trivialities. Chen Chao, shaking his leg, unabashedly met Hua Ruolin's gaze, replying, I am quite pleased. Why should it concern you? At that moment, Su Yuqi interjected, Commander Chun, I wish to consult you regarding your ranking. Will you be at the top of the list? Or will you create a separate ranking for the divine realm? There is no need for a divine realm ranking. I'm not in the divine realm yet. I still belong to the saint realm. Chen Chao stated earnestly. Hua Ruolin felt an urge to strike him, but considering her potential inability to best him, she refrained. Then, Commander Chun, what title shall you adopt? Will you continue with Superman, or perhaps Demon King, or Super God, or God of the Mortal Realm? Su Yuchi proposed several alternatives in quick succession. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Chao blurted out, "Let the title be God of Destruction." Chapter 125, The Challenge. The title God of Destruction naturally relates to Chen Chao's Destruction Day form. The title resonates with far more grandeur than those such as Mind God or Sword God, given that it was Chen Chao himself who declared this title. Su Yuchi ceased further discussion and promptly finalized it. By the time the Saint ranking updates tomorrow, the name God of Destruction, Chen Chao, will be known throughout the world. This time, Chen Chao chose not to remain concealed. After all, only the weak need to hide their identity and strength. Now, having entered the divine realm with his physical form, the three holy seals were merging with the heavenly will of the Nanyang secret realm. Once the fusion is complete and the holy seals absorb sufficient heavenly will, they will transform into domain power, achieving a dual advancement of body and energy to attain divinity. Thus far, Chen Chao had not directly engaged with any powerful beings of the divine realm, which left him somewhat restless. Therefore, achieving the top spot on the Saint ranking and adopting the title God of Destruction served to provoke those lurking in the shadows to observe Blue Star. Without stirring the pot, entities like the angels of the divine realm might remain hidden, behaving like timid turtles, which would be quite dull. Subsequently, Hua Rulin discussed matters concerning the Wan Yao army, indicating that they wish for the army to guard the other secret realms of Huagua, thus enabling the deployment of more saints and extraordinary beings to the secret realms of other nations. While suppressing turmoil in the secret realms was one aspect, more importantly, it was to gather intelligence on the secret realms of other countries. According to Lin Huayu's conjecture, the heavenly will of minor secret realms is weak, and even if completely consumed, it may not satisfy the requirements to attain divinity. Of course, the specific quantity would depend on the potential of the saint themselves and is not a fixed value. Regardless, one undeniable fact remains. In the future, secret realms, especially those that have been pacified, will become exceedingly rare resources. However, this also implies that future secret realms are highly likely to contain powerful beings of the divine realm, particularly those like Chen Chao, who have fused with the heavenly will of the secret realms. We suspect that a secret realm possessing divine entities may have emerged in the United States. However, this remains a mere conjecture awaiting validation. Should the myriad demon army be able to safeguard the secret realm in place of the extraordinary army, we would be in a position to dispatch more formidable individuals to gather intelligence. As Hua Rulin articulated this thought, she utilized her mental prowess to shroud the surroundings in secrecy. Although eavesdropping was unlikely, exercising caution is never unwarranted. Chen Chao pondered for a moment and inquired, "What if I refuse? What will you do then? If you decline, we shall have to consider alternative strategies." However, Chen Chao, do not misconstrue the situation. You currently stand as the most powerful individual in Huagua, and you have been bestowed with the rank of general. You are in fact among the upper echelons, and your stance will significantly influence the forthcoming trajectory, Hua Rulin replied, raising her hands in exasperation. In any realm, the strongest dictate the rules. The sole distinction lies in the varying definitions of strength across different worlds. As a demigod-level powerhouse and the deity of the demon race within the Nanyang secret realm, Chen Chao's influence cannot be overlooked by anyone. In response, he shrugged and remarked, "Forget it. I have no desire to concern myself with a myriad demon army. You may handle those matters as you see fit." Hua Rulin sighed, realizing that it was indeed the case. The strongest establish the rules, while the intricate details are left to subordinates for execution. No high-ranking individual is ever hands-on. "Chen Chao, could I trouble you with a request?" After discussing matters for a while longer, Hua Rulin glanced at Chen Chao with a hint of embarrassment. "Should you wish for companionship, that is out of the question. However, other matters are open for discussion." Chen Chao reclined on the sofa and stated, "Boom." Upon hearing this, Hua Rulin lost control of her energy, nearly obliterating the entire building. Fortunately, Jinling promptly erected an energy barrier, managing to subdue the rampaging Hua Rulin. "You little brat, daring to tease me. I see you're in need of a lesson," Hua Rulin fumed. Chen Chao quickly offered some words of comfort. prompting Hua Rulin to reveal that she desired to engage him in combat, seizing the opportunity to break through to a higher echelon of sanctity. What's the fuss about? Whenever you wish, just let me know, Chen Chao replied, believing that as long as it did not pertain to any inappropriate intentions towards him, all matters could be negotiated. In a few days, I shall need some time to prepare. Ascending in power requires a vast reserve of energy, and having recently endured a fierce battle with the demon race, Hua Rulin, despite emerging unscathed, has significantly depleted her energy resources. Attempting to ascend to the pinnacle of sanctity at this juncture could potentially jeopardize her foundational strength, much like Ren Jingtian. That is perfectly acceptable. I am more than willing, considering it as a repayment for the 2 times you assisted me. Chen Chao, ever clear about debts of gratitude, recalled Hua Rulin's aid and remained appreciative. Subsequently, Hua Rulin and Su Yuqi departed from Mingzhu Garden, while Jinling lingered, reluctant to leave. Esteemed Wang, you have now ascended to the status of the deity of the demon race. In light of the flourishing of our kind, it is my humble opinion that you should promptly indulge in your harem to ensure the continuation of our lineage. Before I could finish my words, 4 fiery gazes pierced through the living room, directed at Jinling from 2 different angles. 2 of these glances emanated from the entrance of the kitchen, where the landlady's eyes glowed crimson, fixed on Jinling with the intensity reserved for a foe. The other 2 came from a certain lowly at the family internet CAF, whose eyes were ablaze with fervor, the heat of her gaze palpable. With her current prowess, defeating the mid-tier demon sage Jinling would pose little challenge. The intensity of those 4 stares caused a cold sweat to bead on Jinling's back. Let us postpone matters of the harem and instead focus on assembling the myriad demon army, dedicating our efforts to support the extraordinary legion. I shall obey your command. Very well. You may return now. Chen Chao waved his hand, and Jinling promptly departed from the demon city, retreating into the secret realm. The landlady, still brimming with jealousy, exclaimed, Chen Chao, are you involved with that golden-haired woman? I am not. Do not speak nonsense. She is a sage of the demon race. Her true form is that of a large bird, Chen Chao hurriedly clarified. That seductive bird, I see she is merely lusting after you. How base. The landlady retorted with a sour tone, although there was also a cat-eared maid in the household. Her obedient demeanor and adeptness at household duties led the landlady to tentatively accept her presence for further observation. In the following days, the rankings of the holy sages in Huagua were updated once more. The former top-ranking swordsman, Lin Huayu, was relegated to the 2nd position, while the newly crowned first was none other than Chen Chao, who had ascended from 16th place. He had suddenly vaulted to the pinnacle of the list. Name, Chen Chao. Title, God of Destruction. Power, Pinnacle of Sage, Greatest Achievements. Slain the high-tier sage Saint Light Morcred of the United States, vanquishing the high-tier sage Vector Overlord Alexan of Canada, and capturing the high-tier sage Saint Lightning Bartonchester. In all of Blue Star, Chen Chao stood alone as the one worthy of the divine title, officially recognized. Upon the announcement of the list, the world was abuzz with astonishment. Particularly, those who had witnessed the 3 high-tier sages besiege Chen Chao recalled the terrifying moment when he shattered Saint Light Morcred with a single punch. Simultaneously, discussions proliferated online regarding the emergence of quasi-divine powerhouses in Huagua. Coupled with the statements from the 3 sages who had supported the Nanyang secret realm, it became apparent that while the battle between humanity and the demon race had been at a disadvantage, the tide had suddenly turned, indicating the intervention of a quasi-divine entity. The notion that quasi-divine beings were on the verge of ruling the world had gained considerable traction. In an instant, the god of destruction, Chen Chao, became the focal point of countless discussions. Chapter 126. The Ascension of the Flower Saint 4, as the entirety of Blue Star buzzed with discourse surrounding Huagua's latest sage. Chen Chao was summoned by Hua Rulin to the highest peak of the world. In this snow-laden realm, the weather today has reached an unprecedented level of severity. The entire mountain range is enveloped by a fierce blizzard, showcasing the formidable power of nature. Yet, amidst such dire conditions, 2 figures soar above, seemingly untouched by the frigid cold and snow. Floral Saint, what level of combat do you wish to undertake? Chen Chao had just been summoned from the laboratory by Hua Rulin, having spent the last few days collaborating with Carla on the research of nanotechnology battle armor. Initially, Chen Chao intended to leave everything to Carla, but she, with her penchant for playfulness, would leap into distractions the moment his attention wavered, indulging in shows and games without a shred of awareness. Reluctantly, Chen Chao found himself obliged to accompany her in the research. Hua Rulin, slightly displeased by Chen Chao's lackadaisical demeanor, expressed her dissatisfaction. Hey, at least dress more formally. I've made ample preparations this time. Do not underestimate me. Her challenge to Chen Chao was born from a desire to experience the thrill of skirting the edge of life and death. A challenge that would ignite her potential and propel her to the pinnacle of sanctity. Should Chen Chao fail to take this seriously, the essence of battle would be entirely lost. We are not here for a date. Let's not dwell on trivialities. You seem so confident. Let us commence with an attack at the ordinary difficulty level. Chen Chao clenched his fists gently, then raised his hand and casually waved it forward. Boom! The void erupted. Hua Rulin's expression shifted, her muscles tensing uncontrollably as her mental energy surged forth, akin to a mountain crashing down upon her. Even the howling winds and swirling snow momentarily halted, swirling back towards Chen Chao in accordance with Hua Rulin's hand movements. The air felt as though it had solidified, causing Chen Chao to momentarily halt, as if met with a slight resistance. Indeed, your current strength is sufficient to withstand my ordinary difficulty attack. But what if I were to escalate it to the difficult level? With a subtle increase in force, Chen Chao propelled himself through the air, his fist shattering the sound barrier as he traversed thousands of meters in an instant, unstoppable. Mental energy transformed into a dragon. Hua Rulin raised her delicate hand, resembling a soaring dragon, ascending to great heights. Before her, a mental energy dragon, hundreds of meters long, materialized, its scales gleaming like white jade. It appeared as if a dragon had emerged from her palm, roaring fiercely as it lunged toward Chen Chao to strike. This was Hua Rulin condensing her energy with the might of the heavens, making her mental energy manifest as though a true dragon had emerged from the sea, devouring all in its path. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as the thousands of meters long dragon collided with Chen Chao's fist, the lengthy dragon body quivering violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Floral Saint, next comes the hellish difficulty. I shall unleash 100% of my power without reservation. Should you fail to withstand it, the consequences could be fatal. Chen Chao's voice was frigid as he exerted force once more upon his fist, and in an instant, the several thousand-meter-long psychic dragon before him shattered, transforming into swirling waves of energy that cascaded forth like a torrential flood, sweeping in all directions. It was as if a tempest had ravaged the land, exacerbating the already dire circumstances. The decisive blow, a serious punch. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure, vast as the starry sea, descended abruptly, akin to a colossal mountain crashing down upon Hua Rulin's heart, instilling in her a profound sense of peril, as if she were on the brink of annihilation. Damn Chen Chao, he is truly earnest. This was the most visceral sentiment within Hua Rulin. She sensed that Chen Chao was not merely playing around. If she failed to withstand this punch, her life would indeed be forfeit. She had once thought that even if she couldn't match Chen Chao's strength, she would at least be somewhat close. Yet, confronted with Chen Chao's full-fledged assault, Hua Rulin realized how gravely mistaken she was. In a mere instant, the oppressive aura shattered her mental defenses. Her opponent was overwhelmingly formidable. There was no conceivable way to triumph over such might. As Chen Chao's figure approached, seemingly at a leisurely pace, he appeared before Hua Rulin in less than a few hundred meters. At such a proximity, it felt as if the distance was negligible to a saint-level warrior. Ivildi, Itori Vildi. Hua Rulin raised her head, her eyes brimming with terror. Faced with the looming specter of death, an instinctive resistance surged within her. I do not wish to perish. Having grown up without ever experiencing love, Hua Rulin suddenly recalled a moment in the Nanyang secret realm when Lin Huayu described the fusion with the will of the heavens, during which she had asked him if he had ever been in love. At that time, she had felt a surge of anger. Did this old man, whose granddaughter was already grown, mock her for never having had a romantic relationship? Upon reaching the saint level, breaking free from one's own shackles naturally extended one's lifespan significantly. Even a novice saint could live for several hundred or even 1,000 years without issue. A high-level saint, existing in harmony with the universe. approached the mythic longevity of the heavens themselves. If one were to consider it, labeling Lin Huayu as having married and fathered children early would be an understatement. It was akin to an arranged marriage in childhood. As for herself, she was still far from adulthood. By comparison, her age was significantly less than that of the current Carla. At such a tender age, having never been in love was hardly abnormal. Who would be enamored with a juvenile saint? An unprecedented desire for survival blossomed within Hua Rulin. She felt that she had yet to reach maturity, had never experienced love, and had a promising life ahead. How could she possibly die here? I have yet to experience the tender embrace of love. Hua Rulin tightly shut her eyes, unreservedly and freely unleashing her mental energy, resembling a child wronged, fervently venting her inner grievances. Chen Chao's expression faltered. What on earth are you shouting about? The sacred lotus seal of Hua Rulin quivered incessantly as the energies of the universe converged wildly, merging with her vast mental prowess, culminating in the sky where a magnificent giant lotus flower blossomed. The sacred lotus unfurled, even from a considerable distance. The onlookers below beheld a colossal golden lotus blooming amidst the raging blizzard in the heights of Xiefeng. A miracle. It was a divine manifestation. The villagers residing near the mountains, witnessing the emergence of the golden lotus through the thick layers of storm clouds, believed it to be a wondrous omen of divine presence. Thus, the residents hurriedly spread the news, with families rushing from their homes, bowing reverently towards the direction of the lotus's appearance. Surrounding tourists seized their cameras to capture the extraordinary phenomenon in the heavens. In the next moment, the enormous golden lotus began to shatter from one side, a result of Chen Chao's formidable punch directed at Hua Rulin. Boom! The golden lotus, infused with the power of the universe, could not withstand Chen Chao's assault. As the golden petals of the lotus met his fist, they offered no resistance, bursting apart in an explosion of golden specks that filled the air. The thunderous impact of Chen Chao's lethal punch ultimately pierced through the vast golden lotus in the sky, causing its colossal silhouette to collapse as if a grand edifice had fallen, disintegrating instantaneously. In that fleeting moment when his fist descended, Hua Rulin felt every retractable organ within her, her pupils, heart, mind, contract to their utmost limit. She heard no sound, nor did she perceive any light, as if she had been abruptly thrust into a bizarre realm, eternally plummeting into darkness, ensnared by an invisible net, struggling in vain to escape, only to continue her descent into the profoundest depths of obscurity. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated within her heart, jolting her consciousness back to reality. Her ears throbbed painfully, as though she had heard a sound beyond her capacity to endure, plunging her into a fleeting deafness amidst the cacophony of the world. Yet she perceived nothing. All she could see was a pale fist, mere centimeters from her brow. Chen Chao withdrew his fist, casting a seemingly profound gaze over Hua Rulin's form before turning away, retrieving a large coat from his spatial storage and offering it to her. It appears I inadvertently destroyed your clothing. Please, wear mine for now. Hua Rulin unconsciously lowered her gaze to her body, only to discover that she was marred as if by countless blades, her attire tattered to the point of near indecency. Chen Chao, you scoundrel, she exclaimed, hastily snatching the black trench coat from Chen Chao's hands and wrapping it around herself. Do not dwell on such trivialities. What you ought to do now is assess your strength. Have you made any breakthroughs? Chen Chao quickly shifted the topic, thinking to himself, if I wish to see your body, would I need to rend your clothing? I possess the ability of X-ray vision. After merging with mental energy, Chen Chao's X-ray vision transcended mere light scanning. Those in the know would understand. It was then that Hua Rulin took stock of her condition. Under Chen Chao's punch, her sacred body and sacred seal bore cracks akin to shattered porcelain. However, her strength had not diminished. In fact, she had ascended to new heights. The most apparent change was her ability to commune with the heavens, now more fluid than ever. I have reached the pinnacle of the saint realm. Hua Rulin's heart brimmed with joy. Having attained this level, she could now seek a hidden realm to merge with the will of the universe. In essence, she stood on the precipice of divine transcendence. After reveling in her triumph, Hua Rulin noticed that the storm around her had ceased, and the once ominous clouds had vanished without a trace. Yet, it was not merely the clouds that had disappeared. Looking down, She saw that the mountains had transformed into a chasm. In America, within the Church of the God of Light, a grand and solemn cathedral stood, illuminated by radiant light that cascaded upon the towering statue of a 12-winged angel, exuding an aura of unparalleled serenity. It seemed that bathing in this luminescence would cleanse and purify one's body, mind, and soul. Beneath the statue, a woman clad in a flowing white robe, her visage resembling finely sculpted white jade, knelt with her hands clasped in prayer, her devotion unwavering. A few footsteps echoed behind her. Yet the woman did not turn to look, remaining steadfast in her supplication. Holy Maiden, the latest news. The Emperor of Thoughts, Hua Ruolin, has attained enlightenment upon the snowy peaks and subsequently vanished. Not only had Hua Ruolin disappeared, but also the Sword Saint Lin Huayu seemed to be absent from Blue Star. With a quasi-divine power emerging in Huagua and 2 seasoned saints gone, I am concerned. Before the voice behind her could finish, the woman slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled like stars. She was Hilvi, the holy maiden of the Church of the God of Light. According to the Church's doctrine, Hilvi was the embodiment of a 4-winged angel from the realm of light, destined to save the world, thereby attracting a multitude of devout followers. Are you worried that Huagua has already uncovered the secrets to achieving divine status? Hilvi's voice was ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial angel, bringing a sense of tranquility. The person behind responded, if it were not for this, one could hardly explain the sudden reversal in the battles within the secret realm of the Huagua, as well as the unexpected disappearance of the 2 supreme saints. It is highly probable that they have entered some secret domain in search of an opportunity to attain divine status. According to the intelligence possessed by the Church of the God of Light, the Sword Saint Lin Huayu has remained stationed in the southeast of Huagua, seldom departing. His sudden disappearance at this critical juncture is certainly cause for concern. The God of Destruction is not a true deity, at most a demigod. Sylvie rose, her expression grave, and remarked, however, this individual's domain is beginning to take shape, and it is feared that within a year or 2, he shall officially step into the realm of the divine. He may very well become an obstacle to the spread of the God of Light's faith across the world. At the very least, with such a deity in the East, the God of Light will never gain followers there. Moreover, after Chen Chao previously vanquished the Holy Light Creed, the Church of the God of Light chose to compromise, not out of genuine fear of Chen Chao, but rather to buy time. Yet, the power that Chen Chao demonstrates at this moment has already posed a threat to them. Therefore, the Church of the God of Light has resolved not to delay any longer. Bishop, prepare 3 pure saints, gather all the believers from around the world, and together we shall pray. I intend to use the saints as a sacrifice to summon the true form of the angels, Sylvie stated calmly. The realm of the God of Light does not manifest as a secret realm. Otherwise, with the current strength of the Blue Star, it would be utterly incapable of resisting an invasion by the angelic race. The realm of the God of Light is separated from the Blue Star by an immense distance, and can only be accessed through the faith of countless believers, constructing a passageway for the angels to descend. Given the present number of believers, only ordinary 2-winged angels can be summoned. Thus, the Church of the God of Light must expand throughout the Blue Star, so that as followers of the God of Light, they may potentially establish a connection between the 2 worlds, allowing the great God of Light to descend into this realm. Additionally, Saintess Sylvie sensed that, apart from themselves, other divine realms were also coveting this complete world. Obstacles must be swiftly cleared. I shall attend to it at once. The individual behind her bowed deeply to Saintess Sylvie before withdrawing. Chapter 127. Nanotech Armor in the Extraordinary Academy. Within the experimental workshop, the 35th practical test of the nanotech armor commenced. Chen Chao gestured to the recording device behind him to indicate the start. In the spacious experimental workshop, Chen Chao and Kara stood several dozen meters apart. Chen Chao was clad in a simple brown hoodie, yet upon his chest rested a metallic emblem forged from URU alloy. Kara gazed intently at the alloy emblem on Chen Chao's chest for a moment before sulking, "Brother, when will you let me wear the nanotech armor? Once this experiment succeeds, I shall make you a set as well," Chen Chao promised. "No, I want the one you are wearing. You said the nanotech armor can automatically adapt to the wearer's body shape without the need for custom fittings." In Kara's eyes, whatever her brother possessed was the finest. All right. If you like it, I shall give it to you. But can we wait until this practical test concludes?" Let us first examine the impact resistance of the nanotechnology armor. Chen Chao pressed a button on his chest emblem. A mass of particles, resembling liquid metal, rapidly expanded to envelop his torso, arms, and various other parts of his body, ultimately forming a crimson cape that fluttered freely. It was undeniably striking. The spectacle of this nanotech armor expanding never grew tiresome, no matter how many times one beheld it. Now, I shall initiate my attack, and I hope this time it can withstand my onslaught. Kara clenched her fists and, with a powerful stomp, shattered the 30-centimeter thick steel floor beneath her. Like a projectile, she propelled herself forward, swinging her delicate fist to strike Chen Chao's chest. A resounding thud echoed, akin to the collision of two heavy trucks traveling at high speeds. Yet, Chen Chao remained firmly planted, unyielding. Kara withdrew her fist and gazed at Chen Chao's chest, which bore not a single imprint. A wave of relief washed over her. That was close. I almost thought I had shattered the armor again. It seems the modifications have proven effective. Need I say more? This time, we incorporated several high-grade materials. Feel free to attack with confidence. Chen Chao encouraged. Although Kara's punch appeared formidable, it did not even reach the power level of a high-tier saint. This was not her limit. All right, here I come. The young girl, much like Chen Chao, preferred straightforward punches and seldom employed kicks. Typically, common adversaries could be vanquished with a few direct blows, rendering intricate combat techniques unnecessary. To paraphrase a well-worn adage, as long as my strength is sufficient. There is nothing I cannot resolve with a single punch. If there is, then 2 punches will suffice. Finishing move, a serious punch. Kara imitated Chen Chao, shouting as her form pierced the sound barrier, delivering another blow to his chest. In response, Chen Chao playfully ruffled her hair. You little rascal. That move is not for you to use. Why not? I see you shout that every time you fight, brother, Kara protested, cradling her head with a pout. Chen Chao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain the joke's significance to her. Do you wish to become bald, or rather, stronger, as well? If one were to disregard Kara's energy attributes and focus solely on her raw strength, her explosive power was already nearing a divine level. However, her shortcomings were glaring. Her mental fortitude and energy reserves were her weaknesses, bringing her overall combat capability to that of a high-tier saint. She was a classic example of a student with severe academic imbalances. After several rounds of testing, it became evident that Chen Chao's nanotech armor could endure nearly half a minute of Kara's unreserved assault before showing any signs of wear. Yet, Chen Chao's battles rarely extended beyond that duration. URU metal is ill-suited for crafting defensive armor. Its most formidable characteristic lies in energy resonance, which essentially allows for charging. This trait is most appropriately utilized in offensive weaponry. Chen Chao succinctly summarized this notion before pressing the emblem on his chest, retracting the nano-armor entirely. Kara gazed intently at the metallic piece adorning Chen Chao's chest and remarked, "Brother, you might consider attempting to blend vibranium and URU metal in a specific ratio to create a vibranium URU alloy. The two metals exhibit a remarkable complementary nature. Vibranium's molecular structure is relatively restrictive, enabling it to absorb kinetic energy and various forms of energy over a vast range. Conversely, URU metal is highly reactive, capable of amplifying energy and significantly enhancing the user's attacks. A simple illustration would be the distinction between Thor wielding Mjolnir or the Stormbreaker and Thor unarmed. They represent entirely different tiers of power." Chen Chao pondered this for a moment, contemplating the possibility that the fusion of these two metals might not yield complementary advantages, but instead exacerbate their respective flaws. That's precisely why thorough research is essential. Kara responded matter-of-factly. Chen Chao removed the metallic piece from his chest and placed it on the workstation to replenish the depleted nano-alloy. The greatest advantage of the nano-armor is its ability to be replenished with materials. The replenishing nano-alloy is a mixture that Chen Chao crafted using a specific ratio of URU metal and premium materials for Blue Star. It is now capable of withstanding divine-level attacks, at least ensuring that the armor does not easily succumb to damage, a fundamental requirement for Chen Chao. He does not expect this armor to provide significant defensive attributes. He merely hopes it will prevent him from being easily overwhelmed by his adversaries in battle. As Chen Chao stepped out of the experimental workshop, he encountered an old acquaintance, Su Yuqi from the Extraordinary Association, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Chen Chao and Kara emerge, Suyuchi promptly approached them. "Commander Chen, President Lee has asked me to invite you over. He wishes to discuss something important with you." "What is the matter?" Chen Chao inquired, noting the seriousness etched on Suyuchi's face, suggesting that something significant had transpired, certainly not a trivial issue. With his recent promotion to general and the formation of the newly established Wan Yao army, Chen Chao no longer belonged to the Extraordinary Association. Li Wenyu would not seek him out unless in dire straits. "There are some circumstances," Suyuchi replied, glancing around cautiously. Chen Chao understood immediately, waving his hand to establish a mental barrier, shielding them from external scrutiny. Once this was accomplished, Suyuchi retrieved a tablet from her bag and presented it to Chen Chao. Kara leaned in to catch a glimpse as well. Upon opening the tablet, Chen Chao was met with videos of recent operations involving professional heroes and members of the security department apprehending criminals. While nothing seemed amiss at first, it soon became apparent that during the confrontations, black patterns had emerged on the skin and surfaces of the criminals. The battle depicted in the video is extraordinarily brutal. What began as ordinary criminals, upon the emergence of dark patterns upon their skin, instantaneously acquired powers rivaling those of advanced extraordinary beings. As for the awakened and extraordinary criminals, their prowess is even more formidable. When confronted with such terrifying adversaries, it often necessitates the deployment of considerable manpower to subdue them. Chen Chao and Kara exchanged glances. "Kara, do you not find these dark patterns eerily familiar?" "Brother, did not the Golden Saint Dragon King of the demon race ultimately transform into this very visage? It would be more accurate to refer to it as the creature from the sealed realm rather than the Golden Saint Dragon King." According to the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise, the Golden Saint Dragon King struck a deal with the demons of the sealed realm, trading his own soul in exchange for power. Although Chen Chao deemed the power gained by the Golden Saint Dragon King to be rather unimpressive, easily resolved with a single strike. Suyuchi interjected, "Commander Chen, if a creature from a sealed realm of the Nanyang secret domain has entered the human world, it poses a significant predicament, as that being is a deity-level powerhouse. If that entity were to arrive in the human realm, why would it not manifest directly? A deity-level being should be capable of sweeping through this world with ease." Chen Chao countered, "Perhaps it has not yet descended, or perhaps it is wary of your strength, Commander Chen." Suyuchi gazed at Chen Chao with stars in her eyes, believing him to be the mightiest individual in existence. If those malevolent deities harbored any reason to fear stepping into the blue star, it must surely be out of trepidation for Chen Chao's capabilities. "Fear my strength?" Chen Chao shook his head. Although he acknowledged his own prowess, he wondered if the adversaries were aware of it, not to mention that he was not yet at the divine level. Even if he were to ascend, as a novice in that realm, those deity-level beings might not necessarily regard him with fear. Have those criminals been interrogated? They should reveal from whence they derive this power, potentially leading us to the demon that escaped from the sealed realm, Chen Chao proposed. Despite several criminals being shot on the spot in the video, others had been successfully apprehended, and they ought to yield some valuable information. That is precisely the issue. Those captured criminals are utterly incapable of coherent communication. They seize every opportunity to escape, retaliate, or even self-destruct, resolutely refusing to cooperate, Suyuchi lamented, seemingly searching for a more suitable descriptor. Indeed, they resemble brainwashed zealots. We find ourselves utterly incapable of engaging them in meaningful dialogue. Even a mental extraordinary being cannot succeed. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao began to grasp the situation. It was merely a group of individuals driven by various motives who had encountered the creature that escaped from the sealed realm and acquired powers akin to those of the Golden Saint Dragon King. Although they had indeed grown stronger, they had also been brainwashed, transformed into entirely different beings. "Commander Chen, it appears that the sages of Huagua are either venturing into the secret realms or recuperating from their injuries. Chairman Li, finding himself at an impasse, has no choice but to seek your assistance. Surely, you would not forsake us in our hour of need?" Suyuchi felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of Chen Chao declining her request, for the Extraordinary Association lacks the means to sway his decision. Chen Chao smiled, asserting that beneath the bed, one cannot allow others to slumber undisturbed. The Blue Star must not permit those monstrous entities to exert their influence freely. This sentiment alleviated Suyuchi's concerns. Without delay, Chen Chao and Carla proceeded to the extraordinary association. Li Wenyi personally welcomed them and presented all available research and hypotheses regarding the black markings currently under investigation by scientific extraordinary beings. For the sake of convenience, let us refer to this enigmatic black marking as the demonization virus. Once infected, individuals in the incubation period exhibit no outward signs of abnormality, yet they are fundamentally altered, their very thoughts thoroughly dominated by the virus. Upon the demise of a demonized individual, the virus evaporates, its destination unknown. Anatomical studies of the demonized bodies revealed that post-evaporation, they wither rapidly, possibly serving as vessels to nourish the essence of the demonization virus. The core of the virus possesses formidable strength, resulting in a significant enhancement of those infected, akin to the virus harnessing countless avatars for cultivation. The crucial difference lies in the fact that this demonization virus devours everything about the host, including their life, will, and soul. Should this explanation hold true, it stands to reason that the essence of the demonization virus may very well be a malevolent entity that has escaped from a sealed realm. Comparable in power to a deity, the strength of an individual is negligible in the face of divine beings. However, what if the entirety of humanity on the blue star were to be infected? Even if we consider all the creatures dwelling within the various secret realms and across the worlds, the resulting surge of energy would undoubtedly stir even the most divine of beings. The aforementioned conclusions are the result of the extraordinary researchers within the association over the past few days, bringing us remarkably close to uncovering the truth behind the demoness of the serpent and the corruption. Is there a method to detect individuals already infected by the demonization virus in advance? Chen Chao inquired. Li Wenyi shook his head, stating that due to a lack of sufficient experimental subjects, no detection method has yet been established. However, our experts have proposed a hypothesis. The power granted to the demonized individuals by the virus does not simply materialize from nothing. It either drains the potential and reserves of the host or provides a frantic influx of energy post-infection. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Then we should establish a database of the current behavioral patterns of all individuals in Huagua, and subsequently compare any changes in diet and activity over the past few days to identify those suspected of being infected by the demonization virus." In simpler terms, this concept is known as big data. In this world where martial prowess surpasses technological advancement, the notion of big data is being proposed for the very first time. Li Wenyi instinctively wished to refute the assertion, for he believed that such matters could only be resolved by a sage. However, upon hearing Chen Chao's reasoning, it appeared to carry a semblance of truth. Commander Chen, the crux of the issue lies in how to establish a database of the behaviors of all individuals involved. This endeavor is not a trivial one, is it? In truth, there is no need to create a database for everyone. Over the years, the Extraordinary Association has gathered a considerable amount of personal information through the evaluations of professional heroes. Has it not? This is essentially big data. We merely need to track these individuals and conduct behavioral comparisons. A rather straightforward program, Chen Chao asserted without hesitation. As a master of hacking techniques, Chen Chao promptly seated himself at Li Wenyi's desk, opened his laptop, and began coding in real time. In the next moment, his fingers transformed into a whirlwind, incessantly striking the keyboard, while simultaneously casting a bioprotective field to shield the keyboard from the heat generated by rapid friction. As he morphed into a coder, he elucidated, "From the perspective of the core of the corrupted virus, I would undoubtedly prefer the infected to be as powerful as possible, for the stronger the infected, the greater the energy they can provide. Although ordinary individuals can also be infected, analyzing the costs of time and opportunity reveals that it is currently unprofitable to infect them. The cost does not justify the return. We should initially focus on the formidable awakeners, the extraordinary beings, and even the sages, thereby significantly narrowing our scope." Observing Chen Chao's actions, Li Wenyi instinctively inquired, "Commander Chen, did you just hack into the banking system?" "Well, how else could I access their transaction records?" Chen Chao replied, inadvertently catching a glimpse of a certain sage's spending habits. "Oh my, I Saint Su Qingqing has recently purchased several high-grade breastplates. I had no idea she was so well endowed." "Commander Chen, could you slow down a bit? I can barely keep up." Li Wenyi protested. "By the way, what about Hua Sheng? I believe he is undoubtedly a focal point of the corrupted virus." Chen Chao cast a disapproving glance at the audacious old man. Do you harbor any thoughts regarding Hua Rulin? I have already compared Hua Rulin's data. She poses no issues. Moreover, hasn't she recently ventured into a secret realm? Isn't that even more perilous? Li Wenyi countered. That makes sense. Chen Chao affirmed, nodding vigorously. Meanwhile, Su Yuqi's face flushed crimson as she interjected loudly, Hey, is it really appropriate for you two to discuss this openly? Subsequently, the data of all awakeners, extraordinary beings, and sages converged. And after undergoing a special algorithmic computation devised by Chen Chao, a list of suspects was ultimately generated. This list contained nearly 1,000 names. Displayed on the map of the entire Hua nation, it transformed into a constellation of red dots. Notably, these dots were most densely clustered around Jiangnan, Linzhou, and Nanhu. At present, this computer can only achieve this level of performance. However, I shall further optimize the algorithms and equip it with more powerful hardware support. Chen Chao's gaze was fixed upon the display before him. Perhaps it would be prudent to establish a structure akin to a watchtower, utilizing modern technology to monitor the dynamics of the entire world. Once such a watchtower is erected, it can not only significantly reduce the crime rate, but also render those malevolent entities attempting to infiltrate Blue Star completely visible. Of course, that is a matter for another time. Commander Chen, what shall our next course of action be? Li Wenyi inquired, noting the list of suspects on the screen. He was taken aback to discover that the list contained nearly 1,000 names. Had it only been a few days since the battle in the Nanyang Mystic Realm? The emergence of such a multitude of individuals suspected of being infected with the demonic virus in such a short span of time was alarming. If left unchecked, the consequences could be dire. How many saints can the Extraordinary Association mobilize at present? Chen Chao asked. Addressing this demonic virus solely with a handful of extraordinary individuals might not suffice. Dispatching saints would be the most prudent course of action. Li Wenyi's expression grew troubled. Currently, we can only call upon Mr. Invincible. The other saints are either in seclusion or recovering. Mr. Invincible was the first to engage in capturing the infected. Without his intervention, the situation would undoubtedly be far worse. Chen Chao had a vague recollection of Mr. Invincible, Wu Di, who seemed to be a mid-tier saint characterized by sheer strength. During the battle in the Nanyang Mystic Realm, he had faced 2 mid-tier demon saints simultaneously and managed to shatter the holy body of the blazing dragon sparrow. Démonstrating formidable combat prouesse. I shall summon a few demon saints from the 10,000 demon army to temporarily report to the Extraordinary Association. For now, Kara, Mr. Invincible, and I will split into 3 teams to investigate the individuals on this list in their respective cities. Should any discoveries arise, we must report immediately. Chen Chao was resolute. He could not allow the demonic virus to proliferate unchecked. If it were not swiftly eradicated, it could lead to catastrophic repercussions. As he spoke, Chen Chao cast a concerned glance at Kara. Kara, your primary task is to monitor the whereabouts of the suspected infected in Linzhou. Exercise caution. I will arrange for Jean Ling to provide support. Brother, please do not underestimate me. I am quite capable. Kara retorted, displeased that Chen Chao always regarded her as child. This was a rare opportunity to fight alongside him, and she could not afford to miss it. If those on this list prove to be innocent, that will be fortunate, but if they're indeed infected with the demonic virus, I shall dispatch them with a single blow. The infected could no longer be considered human, so Kara felt no moral burden in eliminating them. This was merely a matter of vanquishing evil. Observing Kara's confident demeanor, Chen Chao refrained from further comment, though he remained uncertain whether those infected with the demonic virus could be salvaged. However, sacrificing the lives of a few, or even dozens of innocents, in a futile attempt to save one infected individual would be sheer folly. Li Wenyi was tasked with notifying Mr. Invincible, urging him to gather a cadre of extraordinary individuals to venture to Nanhu and investigate the suspects listed in pursuit of the origins of the demonic virus. The Wanyao army would also dispatch reinforcements. Should any discoveries arise, the primary objective would be to eliminate the enemy, with capture being secondary. As for Kara, the Extraordinary Association had arranged for several semi-saints to accompany her. Kara's exceptional vision and hearing were tailor-made for such investigative endeavors. Meanwhile, Chen Chao soared alone to Jiangnan City. Given his current prowess, unless a divine-level demon personally descended, no entity on Blue Star could pose a threat to him. in Jiangnan at the branch of the Extraordinary Association. In the venue for the Hero Qualification Assessment, within the men's restroom, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips entered and surveyed his surroundings. At the wash basin stood a tall, handsome individual clad in designer attire, seemingly awaiting someone. The man with the cigarette approached and whispered, "You must be Brother Zhang." The individual referred to as Brother Zhang cast a glance at the cigarette holder. "Old Wang introduced you?" Yes. Old Wang mentioned you possess valuable items. This month, I aim to break into the top 50 heroes of Jiangnan City. If I succeed, an entertainment company is willing to sign me, and I can debut as a star." The man with the cigarette exclaimed with enthusiasm. In this world, everyone revered the strong, and the ranking of heroes served as an illustrious badge of honor. With a mere display of merit and societal contributions, one could sculpt a persona of righteousness and amass considerable wealth upon debuting. A life of luxury and glamour would be within reach. Becoming a star? Huh. Brother Zhang scoffed, his gaze piercing into the man with the cigarette. "My family once ran an entertainment company dedicated to nurturing awakened individuals into stars. But in hindsight, that seems rather naive. You could aspire to loftier ambitions." "Bro, I have no desire for lofty ambitions. I just want to grow stronger quickly and become a star." "I've brought what you wanted. Do you have the super gene serum?" The man with the cigarette replied impatiently, pulling out a small box from his pocket. Upon opening it, an egg-sized, high-purity energy crystal lay within. This singular crystal was valued at approximately 20 million in the market. It was often priced without a market to match. "This is something my brother sacrificed greatly to acquire. If you dare to deceive me, I let it slide." For an awakened individual, 20 million was not a trifling sum. Brother Zhang was equally unyielding, producing a black syringe filled with serum from his own pocket and handing it to the cigarette holder. It was a straightforward exchange of goods for payment. Once the transaction was complete, the man eagerly rolled up his sleeve to inject the serum, only to be halted by Brother Zhang. "Inject it later. What if you find the serum ineffective once you return? You may inquire of your acquaintances. My remarkable genetic serum boasts an impeccable record." "Very well, I shall trust you this once, but should this concoction prove ineffective, I possess 100 ways to render you inconsequential in this world, leaving you utterly powerless." After uttering this ominous statement, the man, cigarette in mouth, tucked away the syringe filled with serum, extinguished his cigarette, and turned to depart. At that moment, an individual entered just as he passed by. Zhang Ge lowered his head, feigning an interest in washing his hands, and after completing the act, prepared to leave. "Zhang Xiu." At this juncture, a voice called out from behind him in astonishment. Zhang Xiu instinctively turned to see a young man of similar age, currently in the restroom, curiously scrutinizing him as if they were long-lost acquaintances. "Chen Chao." Zhang Xiu instantly recognized Chen Chao. It was impossible not to. A few months prior, he had encountered Chen Chao at the Extraordinary Association in Yen City, where he had contemplated making advances toward Chen Chao's companion. However, after witnessing Chen Chao's formidable prowess, Zhang Xiu had wisely retreated, daunted by the prospect of further engagement. To his astonishment, fate had brought him face to face with Chen Chao once more. "Have you not ascended to sainthood? What brings you here?" In the intervening months, it seemed Chen Chao had traversed a path that others might not accomplish in a lifetime. Especially during this period, Zhang Xiu had been inundated with news of Chen Chao, the top of the Huaguo rankings, bearing the title of God of Destruction, a formidable presence in the semi-divine realm. In an instant, Zhang Xiu's mind raced. He was almost certain that Chen Chao's appearance here was no mere coincidence. If it were not fortuitous, only one possibility remained. Chen Chao smiled, raising his hand to reveal a black syringe filled with the very genetic serum Zhang Xiu had sold to the cigarette-smoking man. At the moment of entry, Chen Chao had deftly pilfered the syringe from the man's pocket. "Perhaps you could enlighten me about this serum, and from whence you acquired it?" Chen Chao maintained an expression of chance encounter with an old friend. Chapter 129. I am the divine. Upon seeing the syringe in Chen Chao's hand, Zhang Xiu made a swift decision to flee. Even though he had also been injected with the demonic virus, and his power in that form rivaled that of a semi-saint, he felt no spark of defiance against the God of Destruction, the foremost in the Huaguo rankings. All that remained was a desperate urge to escape. However, before he could burst through the restroom door, it felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable barrier, the tremendous recoil launching him backward, crashing heavily to the ground. "Why do you run?" "I merely wish to converse with you about this," Chen Chao remarked, once more grasping the syringe while simultaneously employing his light-penetrating vision to scan Zhang Xiao. Enlarging his sight to the cellular level, he discerned troubling signs. Within Zhang Xiao's cellular realm, countless black particles were assaulting his cells, devouring his nuclei, voraciously siphoning nutrients and growing ever stronger. This is the divine blessing of a great deity, allowing us to comprehend the eternal mysteries. All beings are but insignificant ants, and you are merely a slightly stronger ant. Zhang Xiao spoke grandiosely, his face betraying a look of rapture. "Chen Chao, join us. Only by joining us can you witness a broader world and realize how diminutive and pitiful your former self truly was." As he spoke, the black object within the syringe seemed to come alive, actively seeping out to envelop Chen Chao's finger. Just as the darkness was about to touch him, Chen Chao swiftly grasped it, sealing off a portion of space and capturing the mass of black in his hand. "The so-called deity you speak of, in fear of my existence, dares only to lurk in the shadows, playing tricks." The black mass thrashed violently in Chen Chao's hand, yet confined by an invisible barrier. It could not escape his grasp, ultimately coalescing into a sphere that suddenly erupted. Chen Chao's sealing barrier merely trembled slightly. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glint flashed in Zhang Xiao's eyes, and black patterns emerged across his body, his aura surging ominously as he hurled a punch at Chen Chao. "Back then, at the Extraordinary Association in Yen City, you dared not oppose me. Now you have the audacity to strike first. Who granted you such courage?" Chen Chao leisurely lifted his hand, seizing Zhang Xiao effortlessly. No matter how hard the latter struggled, he could not break free. "I am immortal. Even if my body is destroyed, my soul will merge with the supreme deity. I am the deity," Zhang Xiao bellowed, his eyes ablaze with madness. The black patterns on his body surging as if he were a bomb with its fuse ignited, on the verge of explosion. "You have been brainwashed. No, rather, you have been utterly controlled by the demonic virus. Like those infected by a zombie virus, even if a zombie retains a human facade, is no longer the living being it once was." Chen Chao unleashed his power, suppressing Zhang Xiao's explosive energy at the brink of detonation. Subsequently, his mental force surged forth like a sharp scalpel, piercing into Zhang Xiao's brain. This was a form of mental hypnosis. A mental adept could utilize their mental force to guide and intervene in another's mental state and thoughts. Though Chen Chao was not a mental adept, his mental strength far surpassed Zhang Xiao's, easily overpowering his mental will. "Where did this drug come from? Tell me everything you know, without reservation." Zhang Xiao's gaze became vacant. To an ordinary person, mental force is an exceedingly fragile entity, and Chen Chao's brutal suppression would deliver a devastating blow to Zhang Xiao's mental realm. Soon after, Zhang Xiao recounted his experience of injecting the demonic virus, merely seeking greater strength and a larger share of benefits, thus opting for this so-called shortcut. After being injected with the enchanted virus, Zhang Xiao's strength indeed surged dramatically. However, his mindset underwent a profound transformation. Rather than expanding his own company, he allocated substantial funds to establish a production line for the enchanted virus serum. The enchanted virus adheres to the law of conservation of energy, endowing the infected with immense power while simultaneously requiring vast energy consumption. Thus, Zhang Xiao needed purchasers to provide high-purity energy crystals. This was not a pursuit of wealth, but rather a means to cultivate more enchanted viruses and produce additional serums, which they publicly touted as supergenetic serums. According to the latest instructions from the deity, once I ascend to the saint level, I can utilize my blood to create genetic serums. Although my blood is somewhat weaker than that of the deity, it is more suitable for dissemination among ordinary individuals. The more it spreads, the stronger I will become, potentially leading to the attainment of divinity one day. Zhang Xiao candidly divulged all the information he possessed. In response, Chen Chao's lips twitched. Was this not merely a form of pyramid scheme? The difference lay in that the pyramid scheme sought wealth, while the enchanted virus sought power. Essentially, they were akin in nature. As Zhang Xiao's mental fortitude gradually waned, the enchanted virus within him began to spiral out of control, ultimately culminating in an explosion under Chen Chao's suppression. Chen Chao activated his communicator to share the information he had uncovered with the headquarters of the Extraordinary Association. "Presently, I have discovered a lead. The enchanted virus has been artificially cultivated and disseminated within a limited circle of awakeners and extraordinary individuals. I am now heading to the production base of the enchanted serum in Jiangnan. Similar situations are likely occurring elsewhere. Having concluded his communication, Chen Chao dealt with Zhang Xiu's remains and then proceeded directly to the location of the production line for the enchanted virus serum as provided by Zhang Xiu. Based on the intelligence at hand, Chen Chao was nearly certain that the entity from the sealed realm had not personally descended upon Blue Star. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such elaborate manipulation of puppets to establish a production line for the enchanted virus serum. This would be a trivial task for a being of divine status. The headquarters of the Extraordinary Association also relayed feedback. Although the investigation speed of Kara and Mr. Invincible did not match Chen Chao's, they each made significant discoveries. Now, armed with the clues gleaned from Chen Chao's investigation, they pursued further leads, drawing closer to uncovering the sources of the enchanted virus serums across various locations. In the suburbs of Jiangnan, Chen Chao stood with his arms crossed, his gaze meticulously scanning the ground below. In this vicinity, an abandoned factory was concealed by a force reminiscent of mental illusions. Even a saint-level expert might struggle to discern its secrets. However, in Chen Chao's eyes, that layer of mental illusion resembled a woman draped in a sheer veil, easily revealing her visage. Do not inquire about what visage Chen Chao beheld. Merely know it was a 404 warning. The abandoned factory awaited. In a spacious workshop, there stood an instrument resembling a small cultivation chamber, within which floated a droplet of a black substance reminiscent of blood. Surrounding this cultivation apparatus were several energy conduits, designed to draw high-purity energy from energy crystals and channel it into the chamber, thus providing the essential power for the black fluid. Once the fluid absorbed sufficient energy, it would undergo division and continuously expand. Is this the blood of a deity? It seems rather ordinary to me. Chen Chao abruptly appeared before the cultivation chamber, gazing intently at the black fluid for a while, yet he could glean no insights. The entity before him exceeded the cognitive framework established by the 9-year compulsory education on Blue Star. Of course, that was a trivial observation, for this thing originated from the Nanyang secret realm. Though, to be precise, even the Xuanjia dragon turtle could not ascertain its true origins. Thus, stating it came from the Nanyang secret realm was not entirely accurate. Upon hearing Chen Chao's murmurs, the surrounding personnel finally noticed the uninvited guest in their midst. Who is this? An intruder. Kill him. Several individuals, emanating an extraordinary aura, surrounded Chen Chao and launched a lethal assault. Yet, shortly thereafter, these individuals departed in tranquility. With a surge of heat vision, Chen Chao effortlessly cleaved the attackers in half, leaving them with no chance to transform, their forms reduced to mere remnants. Dark mist ascended from the ground, leaving behind a scene of desiccated corpses. Do not kill me, please. I have not yet injected the super gene serum. Just as Chen Chao swiftly dispatched the infected individuals, 2 ordinary people, 1 male and 1 female, devoid of any energy signatures, emerged from behind a cluster of instruments. Chen Chao cast a glance at them, confirming that their cells were untainted by the viral contagion, before gradually dispersing his heat vision. Who are you? He inquired. We are compelled, the middle-aged man replied, his thick glasses resembling the bottom of a beer bottle, presenting an image of a learned scholar. Zhang Xiu forced us to research this divine blood. Prior to this, we truly had no knowledge of its nature. Please spare us. Chen Chao smirked coldly. And what do you know of it now? Only a little. This black substance appears to be some form of biological virus that, upon entering the human body, controls one's will and supplants individual thought, like AA. The middle-aged man gesticulated wildly, struggling to find an appropriate descriptor, and, after a lengthy pause, finally exclaimed, like possession. Yes, possession. Once infected with this substance, you cease to be yourself, becoming another entity, a part of this blood. Your thoughts, your powers, your very essence will merge with it. What you say fails to explain why you have not been injected with this substance. Chen Chao continued to regard the two with a frosty gaze. The middle-aged man, in a state of urgency, hastily explained, the injection of this serum carries a certain lethality. Ordinary individuals, like us, are simply incapable of withstanding the potency of this blood. Even though I have significantly diminished the efficacy of this blood during the development of the supergene serum, it remains beyond the tolerance of the average person. Even some awakened beings might face the risk of exploding upon exposure. At this juncture, Chen Chao comprehended the situation. The origin of the demonic virus lay within this droplet of blood-like fluid. Initially, it circulated within a limited circle, including Zhang Xiao and others. Once the first batch of individuals became powerful, they would disseminate a secondary strain of the demonic virus, gradually infecting the entire Blue Star and all creatures within the secret realms. It was no wonder that he had previously heard Zhang Xiao boast that his product received 0 negative reviews. Once injected, one would either become a puppet or meet a fatal end. Any negative feedback would be absurd. As for the two individuals, they were researchers captured by Zhang Xiao. The first generation of the demonic virus was so formidable that even extraordinary beings and awakened individuals could not fully endure its might. Therefore, they were tasked with studying a weakened version. Perhaps keeping you alive might prove beneficial. These two researchers were the sole humans to have studied the demonic virus, and they might provide valuable insights to the scientific extraordinary beings of the Extraordinary Association, warranting their temporary retention. Subsequently, Chen Chao felt no desire to linger. His eyes turned crimson once more, and terrifying rays erupted forth, sweeping across and obliterating the surrounding production lines. Finally, his gaze fixated on the droplet of black fluid within the cultivation chamber. Stretching out his hand from several dozen meters away, an energy-formed palm materialized in mid-air, and as Chen Chao moved, it made contact with the cultivation chamber. At the moment of contact, the black fluid erupted with an immensely powerful energy shockwave. Boom! Like the detonation of a nuclear bomb, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, annihilating all structures and objects in the area with overwhelming force. Chen Chao positioned himself before the two researchers, shielding them from the ferocious shockwave, thus sparing them from being killed by the force. At the center of the explosion, the droplet of fluid manifested a shadowy figure with the body of a human and the tail of a serpent. Destruction God, Chen Chao. Even you are but a mere insect. The celestial kingdoms are about to descend, and I can bestow upon all of humanity the power of saints and even gods. Only in this way can we contend with the celestial kingdoms. I am here to save you. Gods, they may refrain from descending upon Blue Star, but should they dare to cause trouble here, I shall slay one for each that comes, and for the pair, I shall vanquish them in twos. As for you, keep your distance, or I will eliminate you first. Chen Chao retorted disdainfully. Such nonsensical claims would hardly convince anyone who had attended elementary school. You know nothing of the power of the gods. The voice of the demon serpent ice coldly responded. You are equally ignorant of my strength. Chen Chao retorted without reservation. Gradually, the figure of the serpent demoness began to dissipate, and in the final moment of her disappearance, her voice resonated once more. You cannot halt the greed of humanity. You cannot prevent the avarice that spans the globe. As her words echoed, the serpent demoness vanished entirely. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao's countenance darkened. Her words clearly implied that there would be many who sought to acquire power without effort, and that the serpent demoness would disseminate the corruption virus worldwide. The emergence of divine entities was no longer a matter confined to a single nation, but rather a concern for the entirety of Blue Star, Chen Chao mused. Chapter 130. Chen Chao's speculation. Chen Chao, accompanied by two researchers from Zhang Xiao's team, returned to the Extraordinary Association, where Kara and Mr. Invincible had also successfully identified the blood of the serpent demoness lurking in the area. Although battles ensued, they concluded swiftly due to the involvement of the myriad demon army and the demon saints, including that drop of black blood. All individuals confirmed to be infected with the corruption virus were executed. In the subsequent days, extensive purges of suspected carriers of the corruption virus were conducted within the territory. Simultaneously, the Extraordinary Association issued a notice regarding the corruption virus antidote. On one hand, it addressed the dangers posed by the corruption virus. Once injected, individuals would be entirely subjugated by the virus, losing their self-awareness and becoming wholly controlled. The moment one is injected with the virus marks the relinquishment of their humanity and all rights associated with it. On the other hand, the Extraordinary Association classified the trade of the corruption virus antidote as a paramount crime, granting enforcers and various heroes the authority to execute those found guilty. In the Demon City, within the Extraordinary Tower, the latest research indicated that the corruption virus might represent a collective life form, residing within individual organisms while being directed by a singular entity. The deity that escaped from the sealed realm is temporarily referred to as the serpent. Our scientists speculate that the serpent is not the origin of the corruption virus, but may, in fact, be one of its hosts. Li Wenyu, in the conference room, reported the latest findings to Chen Chao, Kara, Mr. Invincible, and numerous demon saints. Among them were the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle and the Jiao Dragon Saint King, both of whom had transformed into humanoid forms, awkwardly seated in chairs. These demon beings were still adjusting to the human shape. The fact that the serpent was merely one of the hosts of the corruption virus was astonishing, considering her status as a divine-level powerhouse. The Xuanjia Dragon Turtle found this quite unbelievable. If even a divine-level entity is merely a host of the corruption virus, one could only imagine the strength of the virus's source. It must be powerful enough to usurp a host. If the source were only of the high saint level, could it truly infect and seize a divine-level existence? Just as with the likes of the Golden Saint Dragon King and Zhang Xiao, their corrupted blood could not infect Chen Chao, even if he were to lower all defenses and allow their corruption virus to assault his cells. Do not speak of devouring and supplanting the cell nucleus. It is likely that even Chen Chao's cell membrane cannot be breached. This exemplifies the disparity in strength. The woman transformed from Jean Ling cast a disdainful glare at the old turtle and, with her chin slightly raised, declared, "What is there to fear?" Regardless of the so-called demon serpent, it is merely a matter of a single punch from our king. Indeed, although Kara typically harbored little affection for this whimsically dressed fairy, she found herself in agreement with Jean Ling concerning the matter of Chen Chao. Li Wenyu was acutely aware of Chen Chao's prowess. Perhaps it was due to the events of the past 2 months that Chen Chao's sacred seal had merged with the will of heaven and earth in the Nanyang secret realm, enabling him to establish his own domain and attain divinity. Once Chen Chao ascended to the divine realm, the security of Huagua would be significantly bolstered. My greatest concern lies with the situation abroad. In recent days, I have communicated with other nations, yet they remain oblivious to the threat posed by the demonization virus, even attributing its origin to Huagua, dismissively labeling it as a trivial matter. The mere thought of the arrogant demeanor exhibited by foreign saints, particularly those from the United States. In Sunsus, Liben, the invasion of God-level beings in a blue star is not merely a matter for any single nation. While the demonization virus unleashed by the demon serpent has been completely eradicated in Huagua, the lack of cooperation from other countries could render Chen Chao and his companions' efforts futile. Engaging in meaningful dialogue with those who are ignorant and foolish is futile, for their eyes are solely focused on profit. Moreover, how can one ascertain whether those foreign saints have not themselves been infected by the demonization virus? Chen Chao shrugged, pondering that even powerful beings like the Golden Saint Dragon King could not resist the allure of strength. Surely, those foreign saints, especially after witnessing my might, would not remain unperturbed. High-ranking saints already represent the pinnacle of combat prowess on this planet. Yet, in the battle against Saint Light Mocride, Chen Chao's overwhelming force, having vanquished 2 high-ranking saints, sent tremors throughout the world. Now, with Chen Chao bearing the title of the God of Destruction, and Sword Saint Lin Huayu and Thought Emperor Hua Ruolin mysteriously vanished, presumably in search of opportunities to achieve divinity within the secret realm, can those once great nations remain calm? If Lin Huayu and Hua Ruolin were to rise powerfully and attain divinity, with 3 divine beings from a single nation, the entire world would undoubtedly undergo a profound upheaval. In such a scenario, should a god-level being proficient in mental control extend an olive branch, enticing them to enhance their power, it is likely that few would possess the fortitude to resist such temptation. Then, Commander Chen, do you have any good suggestions? Inquired Mr. Invincible of Chen Chao. Chen Chao contemplated for a moment and stated, "Firstly, I intend to construct a space station that can monitor global activities, aptly named the Watchtower. Regardless of the current international situation, it is imperative to remain vigilant and track the movements of our enemies, preparing for unforeseen circumstances." Initially, Chen Chao had considered naming it the Divine Shield Bureau, symbolizing protection for Blue Star. However, upon reflection, he found that such a name was rather ominous. What if it became riddled with vulnerabilities due to infiltration by those godly beings? After much deliberation, he settled on the name Watchtower. I concur with this sentiment. Li Wenyu feels this deeply. Had it not been for Chen Chao's utilization of big data for screening, it is unlikely that the demonic practitioners would have been pinpointed with such accuracy, nor would the stronghold of the demonic virus antidote have been dealt with so swiftly. Furthermore, I am in the process of developing a suit of steel armor that would enable ordinary individuals to possess powers equivalent to those of high-tier extraordinary beings, albeit at a rather steep cost, approximately 200 million Huaxia coins. The steel armor referred to by Chen Chao is, of course, akin to Iron Man's suit, yet it has been modified by him and Carla to better suit the conditions of Blue Star. Consequently, the production cost of such armor hovers around 200 million Huaxia coins. Even with the transition to assembly line production, which would significantly reduce costs, the price would still be around 150 million Huaxia coins. Chen Chao has yet to mention the nanotechnology armor, as its manufacturing expenses are even more exorbitant, rendering widespread distribution nearly impossible. Upon hearing this, the demon saints present wore expressions of confusion as they failed to grasp the implications of the statement. In stark contrast, Li Wenyu and Mr. Invincible nearly toppled under the weight of their astonishment. If Chen Chao's steel armor could indeed grant ordinary individuals the strength of high-tier extraordinary beings, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Presently, the extraordinary army possesses vast resources from various secret realms within Huagua, effectively endowing them with substantial financial backing. 200 million Huaxia coins for a suit of armor is but a trifling sum. Chapter 131. The Descent of Angels. The extraordinary army has been developing the secret realms of Huagua for years, amassing staggering wealth, particularly following their recent pacification of the Nanyang secret realm. Although several other territories belong to Chen Chao, the entire eastern region is undoubtedly the foundation of the extraordinary army. The primary impediment to resource development in the eastern region lies in the inadequacy of personnel, or rather, the deficiency of formidable individuals. If a contingent of military warriors could be equipped with steel armor, it would be tantamount to deploying an army of high-tier extraordinary beings for resource development, yielding efficiency and gains that could reach tenfold or even several dozens of times the norm. Newly uncovered resources could then be reinvested into the production of additional steel armor. It wouldn't be long before the entire extraordinary army could be outfitted with steel armor. A military force with an average combat capability equivalent to high-tier extraordinary beings would indeed be invincible. The Church of the God of Light. Today marks the occasion of a sacred prayer ceremony presided over by the Archbishop of the Church of the God of Light, the reincarnation of the four-winged angel, Saintess Sylvie. Countless devotees have surrounded the church, creating a scene of utter congestion. Not only is the interior of the church packed with people, but the grassy areas outside, the surrounding squares, and the roads are teeming with believers who have come to participate in this prayer ceremony. Moreover, many who cannot reach the church in person are following the sacred prayer ceremony through live broadcasts on the internet and television. Inside the church, Saintess Sylvie, clad in a pristine white robe, appears as though she has stepped forth from a painting, embodying the essence of an angel. The red-robed bishop leads 3 devotees, each of varying complexion, yet all exuding formidable presence, to stand before Saintess Sylvie. Your Holiness, the 3 holy sons have arrived. The holy maiden Sylvie cast her gaze upon the 3 individuals before her, all of whom were devout followers of the faith and possessed strength at the semi-saint level. With their bodies as vessels, and together with the collective prayers of the faithful, they could summon the true essence of an angel to descend upon Blue Star. Previously, the Church of the God of Light had speculated that the Huagua nation held the secret to becoming a deity. At that time, Holy Maiden Sylvie had instructed the cardinal in red robes to arrange a sacred prayer ceremony. Now, news had emerged from Huagua regarding the existence of a suspected demonic virus spreading across the globe. Holy Maiden Sylvie immediately understood that this was another deity coveting Blue Star. The God of Light sought to recruit followers, while this other deity was evidently employing more frenzied means to invade this world. Thus, they convened the sacred prayer ceremony in advance, preparing to welcome the true essences of 3 angels. The God of Light would bestow upon them the power to purify evil, allowing them to shed their mortal bodies and attain angelic forms. The Holy Maiden Sylvie raised her alabaster hand, gently brushing past the 3 holy sons before her. Each of them bore resolute expressions, their eyes glinting with fervor as if being present in this moment was an unparalleled honor. Following a simple preparation, Under the guidance of Holy Maiden Sylvie, the three holy sons and a multitude of church members entered the grand cathedral. Though the space was not opulent, it exuded an air of sacred solemnity. Above the altar loomed a towering statue of a 12-winged angel, while beneath it lay a hexagram magic circle crafted from some form of energy crystal. The moment Holy Maiden Sylvie appeared, she elicited cheers and prayers from countless devotees, the atmosphere teetering on the brink of chaos. Yet, with just a few simple words, she calmed the fervent congregation. After a customary recitation of doctrines, the sacred prayer ceremony commenced in earnest. Today, with my blood, I guide the three devoted holy sons towards the angelic form. The God of light shall grant us the power to purify the evil of time. Standing at the center of the hexagram magic circle, Holy Maiden Sylvie lifted her pure right hand and made a gentle incision in her left palm. Her palm parted, and golden blood flowed forth, cascading like pearls severed from a string. As Sylvie's golden blood fell upon the magic circle, it erupted with blinding light. The three holy sons stepped into the magic circle, enveloped in radiance. May the holy light bless you. May the God of light grant us the power to purify the evil of time. In that instant, nearly all the followers of the God of light raised their voices in unison, whether present or absent. As long as they prayed to the God of light at that moment, their thoughts converged with those of countless believers, transmitted through the hexagram magic circle into the boundless void, the realm of the God of light. This was a realm bathed in the sacred radiance, where the entire world basked in divine light. Upon the lofty peaks, the Seraphim Commander Meridia found herself enshrined within a hexagram magic circle, her hands clasped in fervent prayer to the God of light. Surrounding her were three solemn male cherubim, their expressions devoid of joy or sorrow. The transport ray was on the verge of activation, and the trio was prepared to embark upon a complete world, their every action dictated by the commands of Archangel Sylvie. Meridia spoke, her voice resolute, and the three male cherubim responded in unison. Understood. For the God of light. For the God of light. No sooner had the words left their lips than the hexagram magic circle erupted in a blinding radiance. Despite the vast chasm separating Blue Star from the realm of the God of light, the souls of the two seraphim served as a conduit, guided by the fervent thoughts of countless believers, enabling the transport ray to descend upon Blue Star, bringing forth the three cherubim. In the next instant, the brilliance of the hexagram illuminated the entire cosmos. The forms of the three male cherubim elongated, seemingly transmuted into particles of energy, and were instantaneously cast into the void. On the distant side of the abyss, in the United States of Blue Star, within the Church of the God of Light, the magic circle beneath Saintess Sylvie also radiated an unprecedented brilliance, within which the ethereal silhouettes of the three cherubim emerged. Ultimately, these three apparitions merged seamlessly into the bodies of three holy sons. With a resounding flourish, a pair of pristine angelic wings manifested behind the three holy sons, their bodies gradually levitating as they fully integrated with the ethereal forms of the cherubim, their essences soaring to new heights. They ascended to the ranks of demigods, encompassing the tiers of novice, intermediate, and advanced holy beings. The arrival of the three demigod cherubim sent the faithful into a fervor of ecstatic devotion. War Angel Saterman, War Angel Discius, War Angel Klein, we pay our respects to the esteemed Archangel. The three cherubim spoke in the tongue of their celestial kin, bowing respectfully to Saintess Sylvie. Though merely an advanced holy being, Sylvie's true identity was that of a reincarnated seraphim from the realm of the God of Light, a being of true divine caliber. The hierarchy among the angelic race was distinctly defined, and Sylvie's rank surpassed that of the three cherubim, hence their deference. For the God of Light, Sylvie returned the highest courtesy of the angelic lineage. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she led the three cherubim to showcase the divine miracles of the God of Light to all the faithful. With sincere devotion to the God of Light, they could receive the power of the holy radiance, and may the holy light bless you. At that moment, the followers of the God of Light across the world erupted in fervent prayers, their voices raised in unison. Chapter 132, A Call for Aid. The arrival of the three combat cherubim at the Church of the God of Light instantly became the most talked about topic of the hour. Reports of the divine manifestations of the God of Light bestowing angelic forms upon its believers, have been incessantly emerging. Within a mere span of 2 days, the number of followers of the Church of the God of Light has nearly doubled globally, and this figure continues to rise. Although the appearance of 3 two-winged angels before the populace was brief, many remain skeptical, deeming it a mere spectacle orchestrated by the Church. Concurrently, the extraordinary tower in the City of Demons has received an urgent distress signal from the kingdom of San-A. A tumultuous upheaval has erupted in their mystical realm, seemingly igniting a high-level saint battle, prompting a call for international assistance. The kingdom of San-A has pledged that should the turmoil in their mystical realm be quelled, they will share its resources based on the number of high-level saints deployed. Su Yuqi reported to Li Wenyi that the kingdom of San-A had previously possessed several saints, including a high-level one. However, that high-level saint perished within the mystical realm, leaving only a handful of saints remaining. The current upheaval is beyond their capacity to contain, necessitating external aid. As Li Wenyi perused the documents handed to him by Su Yuqi, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Is it not too coincidental that just as the true form of angels emerges in the United States, the kingdom of San-A faces a crisis in their mystical realm? President, are you concerned this might be a trap? Su Yuqi, discerning as she was, grasped Li Wenyi's implication immediately, especially in light of the animosity between Chen Chao and the Church of the God of Light. Previously, the Church's luminary, Morclide, had summoned the ethereal angels with the intent to eliminate Chen Chao, only to be vanquished by him instead. The Church even went so far as to distance itself from Morclide, stripping him of his clerical identity and compensating Chen Chao handsomely. Now, with the arrival of 3 true angels, would they simply relent? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Currently, the only formidable figure actively engaging in the realm of the living in Huagua is Commander Chen, as the existence of the army of 10,000 demons remains unknown abroad. It is evident that this plea for assistance is directed towards Commander Chen. Li Wenyi remarked that the demon saints of the army of 10,000 demons have only intervened during the bloodshed involving the demon serpent empress, otherwise remaining in the Nanyang mystical realm on standby. The Extraordinary Association has completely sealed off information regarding the demon saints, leaving the international community unaware of Huagua's true circumstances. From the intelligence available, Lin Huayu and Hua Ruolin have entered the mystical realm in pursuit of the opportunity to attain divinity. Ren Jingtian and Saint Lei Barton Chester are in seclusion to recover from their injuries, with the earliest possible return being in 2 to 3 months. Hence, the only available high-level combat power in Huagua resides with the god of destruction, Chen Chao. This is why Li Wenyi surmised that the call for assistance specifically targets Commander Chen. If this indeed pertains to Commander Chen, then he must not go. Su Yuqi said anxiously. Li Wenyi shook his head. You are mistaken once more. Compared to the overt foes, it is those lurking in the shadows that truly deserve our attention. Even if Commander Chen chooses not to engage this time, they will relentlessly seek opportunities. Rather than remain passive, why not uncover what lies beneath their facades? I mean, what exactly are they peddling? Su Yuqi remarked, in any case, this president has no image to uphold. I have long since grown accustomed to such absurdities. Li Wenyi cleared his throat awkwardly. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion. We should consult Commander Chen for his thoughts. The news reached Chen Chao. Without a moment's hesitation, he expressed his desire to take a look. Whether it was a trap or not was of little consequence. What mattered was that Chen Chao was on the brink of madness for being cooped up at home. Jean Ling incessantly clamored about matters of the harem, almost eager to take matters into her own hands to further Chen Chao's lineage. However, at home, Kara and the landlady kept a watchful eye on him. At this moment, Kara and the landlady had surprisingly formed a united front, jointly safeguarding against the seductive advances of Jean Ling and her ilk. To add to the intrigue, their cat-eared maid had originally been a spy sent by Jean Ling. But within a few days, the landlady and Kara managed to turn her into an informant for their side. In this small household, a drama of harem rivalry intertwined with espionage unfolded. One could hardly imagine a more thrilling scenario. I must leave for the 3A Kingdom today. None of you shall accompany me. At that moment, Chen Chao finally grasped the essence of the first page of the sword manual. With a heart devoid of romantic distractions, he could draw his sword with divine clarity. Women only serve to hinder his swiftness in wielding the blade. But the 3A secret realm is a trap specifically designed for you. I worry for your safety," the landlady exclaimed, feigning a pitiable demeanor. Jean Ling scoffed derisively. "With your meager skills, do you truly concern yourself with the safety of our king? Do you even deserve such a role? Allow me to accompany him. I shall protect our king with my very body." Kara's eyes glistened with fury, coldly fixating on Jean Ling. Having experienced Kara's fiery glare, Jean Ling was nearly scorched and instinctively retreated behind Chen Chao. "My king, this girl is quite fierce. If you were to take her into your harem, I fear a tempest of bloodshed would ensue. I have warned you countless times. Do not provoke Kara. You are no match for her," Chen Chao remarked, wearing an expression of indifference. Especially when it came to matters of the harem, he adopted a demeanor of a humble monk, devoid of worldly desires. Jean Ling feigned hurt, shaking her ample bosom, gazing longingly at Chen Chao. "Could it be that our king has a penchant for such fierce types?" Kara erupted in rage. "Wretched bird, utter another word, and I shall roast you alive." Once again, a quarrel was poised to ignite. Chen Chao, with a mind of his own, remarked, "Enough of the nonsense. This time, the request for assistance from the 3A secret realm is directed at high-tier saints. Those below that level should refrain from joining the fray. I will be bringing along the Xuanjia dragon tortoise and the Jiao dragon." Despite the appeal being made to high-tier saints, Chen Chao speculated that the 3 two-winged angels were likely formidable beings of divine caliber. At the very least, they would be of demigod status. After speaking, Chen Chao hesitated momentarily. It seemed rather dull to bring along 2 older gentlemen, especially since Hua Ruolin had yet to return from the secret realm. His gaze settled upon a certain tall lowly. He could bring along Kara as well. She possessed the strength of a high-tier saint. Though Kara's physical form had reached the divine level, her mental prowess was, regrettably, a different story. He hoped they would not encounter any experts skilled in mental abilities. Upon hearing that Chen Chao intended to take her along, Kara joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek. Jean Ling, though unwilling, recognized that as a mid-tier demon saint, she had no place in battles of higher-tier saints. Chapter 133. Is this it? Having confirmed the accompanying personnel for the assistance to the 3A secret realm, Chen Chao set off for the 3A kingdom that very afternoon. After all, as the foremost figure in Huagua, flying there on his own would lack prestige. Thus, the Extraordinary Association arranged a business jet for him. By the time he arrived in the 3A kingdom, it was already late at night, and a saint was dispatched to personally welcome him. "Esteemed Lord of Destruction, I am Shalman. We are grateful for your presence in the 3A kingdom. Given the urgency of the situation, please forgive our inadequate hospitality. We kindly request that you step into the secret realm, and once the turmoil is resolved, we shall offer our profound gratitude." Saint Shalman of the 3A kingdom spoke with utmost reverence to Chen Chao. As a mid-tier saint, he dared not show any disrespect in the presence of such a contemporary powerhouse. Chen Chao, wearing a smile, regarded him with keen interest and inquired, "Have saints from other nations arrived?" "They have all arrived and proceeded into the secret realm ahead of us," Saint Shalman answered respectfully. Kara, standing behind Chen Chao, scoffed. "Your rescue message was sent simultaneously. We received the notification and rushed over immediately, yet those from farther away arrived first." The proximity of the 3A kingdom to Huagua made it relatively closer. Although Chen Chao traveled by plane in international affairs, unless the situation was dire enough to warrant an immediate exit from the secret realm, it was uncommon for saints to hasten their travel through flight. The energy expenditure required to traverse half a planet in a short time was considerable, even for high-tier saints. They typically opted for air travel. Saint Shalman's assertion that other saints had already arrived raised suspicions. Kara's words made Shalman tremble slightly, and he quickly clarified. "The other saints are deeply concerned for the safety of the secret realm, and have come as swiftly as possible." Chen Chao chuckled. "Are you suggesting that we are not equally concerned for the safety of the secret realm?" Cold sweat began to bead on Sharman's forehead. He could not help but realize that this formidable figure from Huagua had discerned something. Yet, what perplexed him further was the question of why. Having already suspected that the secret realm harbored dangers, he would still choose to come. From the moment he laid eyes on Chen Chao, Sharman felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the other could extinguish his life with a mere snap of his fingers. This was why he had faltered in his speech. He had resigned himself to endure the wrath of this powerful entity from Huagua. However, to Sharman's astonishment, Chen Chao did not press for further inquiries. Instead, he stifled a yawn and said with an air of indifference, "Lead the way." "Yes, Lord of Destruction." Charmin felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. After bowing deeply to Chen Chao, he guided him, along with Carla and the transformed Xuanjia Dragon Turtle and Jiao Dragon, into a military armored vehicle heading toward the secret realm. During their journey, Carla instructed the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle to establish an energy barrier and then looked quizzically at Chen Chao. "Brother, that man is clearly lying. Why not interrogate him thoroughly? It is already evident. There is no need for further questioning. San A is merely a hapless pawn. If all goes as anticipated, the true masterminds are likely the three angels of the Church of the God of Light." Chen Chao replied, his suspicions now corroborated by Charmin's demeanor. "Then they are complicit in his misdeeds. This cannot be overlooked," Carla murmured in discontent. "Indeed, after today, San A shall no longer be a saint," Chen Chao stated flatly, as if addressing a matter of little consequence. Before long, they arrived at the site of the San A secret realm. Much like the Nanyang secret realm, this area was a military restricted zone, with a large structure built around the entrance. However, compared to the architecture of Nanyang, the one at San A was considerably more rudimentary. Numerous troops and modern weaponry were arrayed about, yet they lacked the imposing presence of Huagua's extraordinary military, giving off an air of superficiality. "Lord of Destruction, please proceed." Saint Charmin gestured for Chen Chao to enter the dimensional rift beneath him. Stepping forward, Chen Chao crossed into the secret realm. Carla and the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle, along with the Jiao Dragon, followed closely behind, with Charmin being the last to enter. Upon traversing the spatial passage, Chen Chao found himself in the San A secret realm. The ground was strewn with yellow sand, creating a desolate atmosphere, and the sky above was shrouded in a gray haze, as if this realm teetered on the brink of death, devoid of vitality. As Carla, the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle, and the Jiao Dragon also arrived in the secret realm, a sudden and violent explosion erupted from the passage they had just traversed. Boom! The space collapsed, as if the passage had been deliberately sabotaged from within, severing the connection between the two worlds. Gazing ahead, they saw that the once orderly vortex at the center of the dimensional rift had transformed into chaotic spatial turbulence. "Brother, that person has destroyed the passage," Carla exclaimed, her incredulity palpable. To comprehend the destruction of the spatial corridor, it is evident that with the strength of the mid-level Saint Charmin, survival amidst the chaotic currents of disorderly space is utterly impossible. The very moment the passage collapses, Charmin would be mercilessly torn apart by the spatial turbulence. To sacrifice oneself merely to thwart our escape? How intriguing. Chen Chao was not particularly concerned about the spatial corridor, for the interdimensional rift connecting the two worlds is not so easily obliterated. Even if damaged, it would inevitably restore itself after a period. If it were so easily destroyed, the secret realm would pose no threat whatsoever. Shifting his focus away from the corridor, Chen Chao surveyed the surrounding realm and proclaimed aloud, "Having expended such great effort to draw me here, do not conceal yourselves any longer. The God of Destruction, knowing full well this is a trap, yet you dare to enter. I cannot discern whether you possess unwavering confidence in your own strength, or if you are merely a fool." As his words faded, 7 figures materialized from thin air within the expanse. Among them, 4 appeared as ordinary humans, both male and female, each radiating the aura of high-level saints. The remaining 3 were enveloped in a radiant light, their wings unfurled behind them, wielding swords of holy light, resembling 3 divine battle angels. The might of these battle angels was akin to an ocean, creating a stark contrast with the 4 high-level saints beside them. Their powers surpassed that of saints, placing them within the realm of demigods. The Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise and the Jiaolong, mere high-level demon saints, had never witnessed such a spectacle, their expressions grave and tense. In contrast, Kara maintained a demeanor of indifference. Chen Chao, scanning the surroundings, expressed his disappointment. "Is this it? After such considerable effort to ensnare me, you present only 3 demigod-level angels? I had anticipated at least one opponent of divine caliber. Is my presence not worthy of your divine intervention?" Chapter 134. Mere gravel. Insignificant compared to me, the 4 high-level saints present hailed from Western nations. Previously, Chen Chao had effortlessly slain 2 high-level saints from the West, demonstrating overwhelming power that instilled a profound sense of crisis among them. Thus, when the angels of the Church of the God of Light descended, proposing the assassination of Chen Chao within the secret realm. They readily acquiesced without a second thought. In their eyes, the three battle angels' strength surpassed that of the Blue Star, and with a divine presence backing them, they believed the power of the Blue Star could not contend with such might, let alone a mere Chen Chao. The God of Destruction, you have slaughtered human saints, a grievous crime deserving of death. Yet, the God of Light seeks to enlighten all beings. If you can disclose the deity behind you and present your holy seal, we may grant you an opportunity for redemption, spoke one elderly white saint. This individual is a high-ranking saint from the American military. Prior to this, they had investigated Chen Chao's background. His rapid rise and remarkable prowess are indeed astonishing. It would be implausible for him to have achieved such strength without a formidable ally. The most logical explanation is that Chen Chao is a pawn of some divine entity or has inherited a legacy from a deity. Such a divine legacy would undoubtedly attract envy, even from those of the same rank, let alone these high-ranking saints. Do not presume that by merely calling yourself the God of Destruction, you have truly ascended to divinity. In the presence of genuine power, you are but an ant. Confess your transgressions and willingly present your holy seal. We shall not trouble you or your companions. Otherwise, the three angelic lords are not as amiable as we are. Another high-ranking saint, resembling a nun, spoke with a benevolent tone, seemingly for Chen Chao's benefit. Angel lords? Your servility is unyielding. Upon encountering a superior civilization, do you yearn to kneel and grovel? Chen Chao retorted coldly. The angelic race is clearly an invader, albeit currently employing a form of belief invasion to brainwash the ordinary people of Blue Star. Regardless of whether it is through belief or military invasion, both are fundamentally the same. Only a fool would believe that the God of Light truly embodies benevolence. Moreover, do these four high-ranking saints genuinely lack understanding of the true nature of the Church of the God of Light? Yet, these saints appear indifferent. As long as there are personal gains to be reaped, they would not hesitate to betray the world for their benefit. This exemplifies the profit-driven nature of Western capitalism. Upon having their intentions exposed by Chen Chao, the expressions of the four Western high-ranking saints turned grim. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame us for using our strength against you. Once we subdue you, we shall deliver you to the righteous judgment of the God of Light, declared the white-haired elder from the U.S. military. With that, he activated the holy seal, sealing the heavens and the earth. The other three high-ranking saints followed suit. For Chen Chao had a record of slaying high-ranking saints. Despite the presence of three angels, they dared not confront Chen Chao alone and chose to unite their strength against him. Thunderous roars echoed within the three, a secret realm, as an overwhelming force surged like rolling thunder, brewing in the firmament above. Chen Chao's gaze remained indifferent as it swept across the faces of the four high-ranking saints. Are you certain you wish to engage? Once you strike, there will be no turning back. His statement was devoid of angry reproach or threats. Yet it carried such weight that it caused the hearts of the four Western high-ranking saints to tremble, momentarily filled with hesitation. Would they truly risk offending this young and powerful figure from Huagua for the Church of the God of Light? However, recalling the promise made by the Church, that with sincere devotion to the God of Light, they would be granted the means to ascend to divine status and achieve semi-divinity after the battle, they realized there was no room left for doubt. Young man, you are excessively arrogant, the white-haired elder bellowed, fervently channeling the power of the Holy Seal. The others swiftly made their choices, and together, the four of them harnessed the might of the heavens and the earth, coalescing into bolts of energy that descended upon Chen Chao with tremendous force. This strike was so potent that it nearly surpassed the pinnacle of a saint's power. The three celestial combat angels hovering above could not help but marvel at the scene. Despite this world being far more barren in energy compared to the realm of the light god, the formidable beings here exhibited remarkable prowess in manipulating energy. As the combined force of the four high-ranking saints crashed down, Chen Chao stood his ground, indifferent to defense. Instead, Kara stepped forward, launching a punch at the descending energy bolts. Her delicate, pale fist met the formidable energy, causing it to falter abruptly, shattering into a myriad of fragments that erupted across the sky. A resounding boom echoed as Kara shook her hand, remarking on the strength of the attack that had nearly injured her. It seems you are worthy adversaries indeed. As she spoke, Kara pressed a metallic plate on her chest. With a scattering of metallic particles, a suit of black URU metal armor enveloped her. In the next moment, she charged towards the four high-ranking saints, her red cloak billowing behind her. In an instant, she was before them, delivering a powerful punch. The four Western high-ranking saints were taken aback. The girl beside, Chen Chao, possessed strength that rivaled their own. Even without a visible aura of energy, the oppressive force she exuded felt life-threatening. Damn it, this girl is also a high-ranking saint. Attacked together, they had believed their greatest foe to be Chen Chao, only to discover that a seemingly ordinary girl at his side was equally formidable. In an instant, the four summoned their holy seals and unleashed their sacred weapons towards Kara. Bang! Another explosion resonated, causing the entire sky to tremble. The sacred weapons of the four high-ranking saints were sent flying backward, eliciting groans from each of them as they staggered from the impact, clearly taken aback. Kara was also sent reeling, but after a few spins in midair, she regained her balance. Again, she declared, charging skyward once more. Chen Chao turned to the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise and the Jiao Dragon Saint King. You two assist Kara in dealing with that mental power saint. The rest can be left to her. While Kara's mental prowess is formidable, it appears somewhat lacking compared to her physical strength. If all four are warrior-type high-ranking saints, then Kara can certainly handle them on her own. However, the nun was a formidable high-ranking saint with an exceptionally strong spirit, and her presence posed a significant threat to Carla. Understood. Following Chen Chao's command, the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise and the Jiao Dragon Saint King dared not show any signs of negligence, immediately unleashing their full power and charging towards the saintly nun. Two high-ranking saints? Yet again, two high-ranking saints? How could there be so many in Huagua? The voice of the white-haired elder trembled slightly. Was it not said that only Chen Chao remained as the sole force above the high-ranking saints in Huagua? First, an extraordinarily powerful young girl emerged, and now two unfamiliar yet formidable high-ranking saints appeared. While other nations might not possess complete clarity regarding Huagua's strength, they at least had some intelligence. Yet, how had they never heard of these two foreign high-ranking saints? The ground trembled and the sky raged. Dragon's breath. The Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise and the Jiao Dragon Saint King struck with lethal force. Two overwhelmingly powerful attacks spanned the void, hurtling towards the saintly nun. May the archangels intervene. The nun sensed an intense killing intent and was instantly filled with dread. At that moment, she regretted her choices deeply, but as Chen Chao had said, there was no turning back. She could only pin her hopes on the three battle angels. If they could intervene and eliminate Chen Chao and his companions, all be well, dispelling evil, revealing the light. The battle angel, Saterman murmured, then swung the holy sword composed of divine light towards the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise. A brilliant golden sword light cleaved through the sky, devoid of any flashy effects, even lacking discernible energy fluctuations, yet it resembled the scythe of death, capable of harvesting lives at will. Xuanjia, defend quickly. The Jiao Dragon Saint King felt a terrifying threat and immediately hid behind the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise. The Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise swiftly summoned the Holy Seal, enveloping the world in a giant tortoise phantom. His defensive strength was unparalleled. Even the Sword Saint Lin Huayu, at full power, could not breach his defenses. Yet, this formidable defense crumbled under the assault of the Holy Sword Light, as if it were merely made of paper, shattering in an instant. With a splatter, the tortoise phantom disintegrated, and the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise coughed up a mouthful of blood, his holy seal marred by several cracks. Just as the golden sword light was about to descend, Chen Chao finally moved. A mere grain of sand, insignificant against me. Chen Chao suddenly appeared before the Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise, swatting at the distant golden sword light as if brushing away an annoying fly. Smack! The golden sword light was redirected by Chen Chao's palm, now hurtling towards the saintly nun. Whoosh! Everything transpired in an instant, although the nun sensed the unfolding events. Her body was too slow to evade. The golden sword light sliced through the air, striking her directly. Ah, no! Boom! The saintly nun was cleaved in two by a golden flash of sword light, her holy emblem shattering alongside her, her body plummeting as if it had lost all vitality. The expressions of the elderly men with white hair turned ashen. A high-ranking saint had perished just like that? They were astonished that an angel could so effortlessly slay a high-level saint, Yet they were even more horrified that such a formidable strike was casually deflected by Chen Chao. That was a blow capable of annihilating high-ranking saints, not a mere fly. How could it be dismissed with a mere slap? What are you all looking at? Your adversary is me. Kara was enraged. How dare they distract themselves during her battle? Did they look down upon her? It seemed she would have to unleash 120% of her power. She could not allow these individuals to underestimate her. The three elderly men felt a sense of impending doom. High above, the battle angel Saddleman paid no heed to the nun who had indirectly died by his hand. To him, the death of humans was inconsequential. Instead, it was Chen Chao's display of power that caught them off guard. You too have attained a physical form at the divine level, existing in the realm of demigods. No wonder you were able to shatter the projection of Lady Maria. A physical body transcending the saint level equates to reaching the divine threshold, yet does not constitute true divinity. A genuine deity must emanate domain power. Thus, a corporeal form that reaches the divine level can only be termed a demigod. However, it is merely a physical form that has attained the divine standard. Much like that girl, you specialize in physical prowess, yet the energy within you is pitifully sparse. With a swift flap of his wings, Saddleman surged toward Chen Chao. While he sensed Chen Chao's unparalleled physical strength, he noted the apparent lack of energy within him, even failing to detect the presence of a holy emblem. For a demigod, the physical form had reached its limit. The strength of one's power depended entirely on the depth of the holy emblem, and in this regard, Saddleman had already overwhelmed countless demigods. Judgment. Saddleman materialized before Chen Chao, swinging his sword. A grand golden radiance enveloping the heavens, as if to cleave the entire world in two. The elderly men felt a wave of relief wash over them, knowing that once the angel intervened, Chen Chao and his companions would surely be vanquished with ease. The outcome was decided. Too weak. Chen Chao shook his head, raising his fist, yet he struck first, delivering a powerful blow to Saddleman's chest. Boom! This seemingly simple punch shattered the void, crashing into Saddleman's chest with tremendous force, causing the angelic armor upon him to explode, utterly incapable of withstanding the impact. A deafening roar erupted in the sky as a wave of white energy surged forth. Saddleman's sword-swinging motion halted abruptly as he spat out blood. His body sent hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding train, uncontrollably flying away. The three venerable high-level saints, witnessing the angel being sent hurtling backward, could hardly believe their senses. Turning their heads in disbelief, they soon realized that the formidable battle angel had indeed been struck away by Chen Chao with a single blow. How could this be? Saddleman, are you unharmed? The other two battle angels wore solemn expressions, having initially regarded the natives of this energy-scarce world as mere insignificant creatures, unaware that among them existed a being as extraordinary as Chen Chao. It's nothing. I was careless. This individual possesses immense physical strength. We must join forces. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Angel Saddleman began to mend his shattered armor and wounds with holy light. The three battle angels formed a triangular formation, encircling Chen Chao. Kill! Saddleman and Dixie is charged from either side, while Angel Klein stood back, concentrating holy light to manifest a longbow. Drawing the bowstring, he aimed directly at Chen Chao. The three battle angels launched their assault simultaneously. Any one of them could effortlessly overpower a peak saint. With such formidable allies converging, their sole aim was to eliminate Chen Chao. Brother, be careful, Kara cried out, noticing the disparity in numbers and wishing to assist, only to be intercepted by the white-haired elder and his companions. The Xuanjia Dragon Tortoise and the Holy Dragon King also joined the fray. In an instant, the battlefield within the three a mystical realm erupted, with vast expanses of earth consumed by raging energy, collapsing and shattering in moments. Chen Chao raised both hands, reaching for the holy swords descending upon him from the two angels. Ignorant fools! Battle angel, Saddleman scoffed. Though the swords were composed of holy light, they bore the divine power of the god of light. Not even a mere demigod could withstand them. Even a true god would be cleaved asunder. The two holy swords, one from each side, sliced rapidly toward Chen Chao's hands, seemingly intent on severing them completely. Clang! Clang! The sharp sounds echoed as the golden swords struck his palms. and the torrent of golden light abruptly ceased, the blades reverberating as though they had struck ancient iron. The two angels felt a jolt in their grips, nearly losing hold of the sword hilts. The holy swords could not penetrate his hands. Just how resilient was this individual? The incredulity etched on their faces was palpable, shattering their prior understanding. The angelic race had encountered physically powerful beings before, such as the giants of the Titan race, where even holy swords found it challenging to inflict damage. But while it was difficult to harm them, it was still possible. Even if one employed energy for defense, it was acceptable. However, Chen Chao hadn't invoked any energy defenses. He was entirely relying on his physical strength to withstand the cutting of the holy swords. What manner of invulnerable flesh is this? At that moment, the angel behind Chen Chao unleashed a luminous arrow aimed directly at his head. The golden arrow shot forth like a meteor streaking across the sky, striking Chen Chao's head in an instant. The sacred arrow, which should have pierced through all things, shattered suddenly like an ice block striking stone. Chen Chao merely tilted his head slightly, his hair disheveled into a chaotic mess by the explosive force. It was somewhat painful, but the real issue was the havoc wreaked upon my hairstyle. Chen Chao was furious. The saying goes, one can lose their head and shed blood, but one's hairstyle must remain intact. Whoever dared to disturb my coiffure shall meet their doom. Even the divine cannot save them. In his fury, Chen Chao clenched his hands tightly, causing the two holy swords he wielded to erupt in a burst of energy. He then swung his fists simultaneously, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed directly at the two combat angels before him. "Quickly retreat," cried Saterman and Odysseus, their wings thrumming furiously as they propelled themselves backward with utmost speed. Despite their formidable defenses, a sense of helplessness began to creep into the hearts of these powerful battle angels. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace Chen Chao. Boom! Boom! Two resounding thuds echoed simultaneously, sending ripples of air swirling across the sky. Chen Chao's fist struck the angels' helmets with unrestrained force, shattering them instantly. The impact transmitted directly to their heads, causing deep fissures to mar their skulls. Golden blood flowed forth as the angels were hurled backward, crashing heavily against the towering mountains on either side. The mountains crumbled under the weight of their fall, debris raining down like a storm. After delivering his devastating blows to the two angels, Chen Chao turned his attention elsewhere, directing his gaze toward the combat angel Klein, who had been loosing arrows from a distance. "O great god of light, grant me strength." Under Chen Chao's piercing gaze, Klein felt as if the scythe of death were poised at his throat. His hands trembled slightly, and instinctively, he began to retreat, gathering his energy to unleash another arrow. Even if he could not slay Chen Chao in one shot, he was determined to uncover his opponent's weaknesses. No one is invincible. Every being harbors its own flaws. Is it time to flee? Yet, I have not even unleashed my full power. With a sudden leap, Chen Chao propelled himself like a cannonball toward Angel Klein, leaving behind a shockwave that pierced the sound barrier. In an instant, he was upon Klein. So fast, the angel perceived a blur before him, and in the next moment, Chen Chao was but a breath away. In that fleeting second, Klein's vision was consumed by the overwhelming presence of a fist, as if the entire world were overshadowed by that singular blow. We are both demigods. How can there be such a disparity in our strength? A thick shroud of impending doom enveloped Klein's heart as Chen Chao's fist descended upon him like a celestial body hurtling through the cosmos. No being could withstand the impact of a planet. Klein was certain that Chen Chao was no deity. It was precisely this realization that left him bewildered as to how this human could possess such immense power. Chen Chao did not respond to his opponent's words. Instead, he unleashed a powerful punch. As this fist descended, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth could scarcely endure its might, with ripples forming in the fabric of space, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Above, a fan-shaped shockwave emanated in the direction of Chen Chao's strike, extending infinitely into the distance, while the ferocious wave obliterated everything in its path. Mountains and clouds alike were utterly annihilated beneath the wrath of this violent force. In that instant, the other onlookers felt as though their ears might burst from the deafening roar. The individuals near Carla were drawn to the thunderous sound, turning their gazes to witness nothing but boundless energy waves and the remnants of the angel Klein, reduced to mere fragments in the air. Had he perished? The formidable battle angel Klein, a being of demigod status, had fallen so easily? How little time had passed since the battle commenced. In such a brief span, the god of destruction, Chen Chao, had slain a battle angel. Previously, a high-ranking saint had met his end, struck down by the blade of a demigod. Yet now it was an immensely powerful demigod angel that lay vanquished. Could it be that even three angels, united in purpose, were no match for Chen Chao alone? The remaining three high-ranking Western saints, including the white-haired elder, appeared utterly despondent, instinctively glancing towards the spatial passage to the 3A's secret realm, desperate to escape. They truly wished to depart, fearing that if they lingered any longer, they would not need Chen Chao's intervention. Carla and the other two high-ranking saints could easily eliminate them all. However, the spatial passage had long since been destroyed by the Saint Charmin of the 3A's. Originally intended to prevent Chen Chao's escape, the destruction of the passage had instead ensnared them, rendering their lives and deaths entirely dependent upon Chen Chao's whims. Not only did the white-haired elder feel a sense of hopelessness, even the battle angels Saddleman and Decius, amidst the ruins of shattered mountains, struggled to gaze towards the sky. Chen Chao withstood their holy swords, demonstrating an unparalleled defensive prowess, as if they could strike him yet still fail to bring him down. This sense of powerlessness, unable to penetrate even his defenses, deeply wounded the pride of the two battle angels. My lord, we harbor no deep-seated enmity with your divine realm. There is no need for us to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Perhaps we should cease hostilities and seek a peaceful resolution? Saddleman, the angel, refrained from further assault, his voice tinged with bitterness. Upon hearing these words, the white-haired elder and the others were overcome with despair. Even a powerful demigod angel was compelled to bow before Chen Chao. They believed that the angelic race had divine-level beings in their ranks, perhaps more than one, and thus Chen Chao might hesitate to annihilate them entirely. Yet, for the Western saints, their fate was far less certain, especially since Chen Chao had warned them that once he struck, there would be no turning back. Regret is truly inescapable now. Lord of Destruction, it is the angelic race that threatens us, compelling us to confront you. Now that you have vanquished the invading angels, let the blue star henceforth look to the great Huagua, or rather, let it follow your esteemed lead. The elderly man with white hair dared not continue his battle against Kara. He hastily ceased fighting, pleading for his life. The other two high-ranking Western saints followed suit. Now you realize that these angels are invaders? Alas, it is too late. They have all been slain, remarked Chen Chao. If one dares to strike at oneself, they must bear the consequences of such actions. If mere words could secure their reprieve, would it not mean that henceforth anyone could strike at will? Simply begging for mercy if they faltered? What a farce! The Xuanjia dragon turtle and the sacred dragon king witnessed Chen Chao's formidable strength, their emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. From an initial state of tension and fear of the mighty demigod angels to Chen Chao's overwhelming emergence. With just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he had driven back 2 angels and slain one, instilling fear with his might. Ignoring the Western saints, Chen Chao turned his gaze towards the 2 battling angels. I pose a question to you. You claim to hail from the realm of the light god. What is this place, and how did you arrive? Did you traverse through a dimensional rift? If you did cross through such a rift to enter the blue star, does it imply that your so-called realm of the light god is merely a hidden domain in some part of America? Angel Schaudermann met Chen Chao Oshgeish, his voice laced with a hint of arrogance. The realm of the light god is the kingdom of angels. We descended upon the blue star from the shattered void. In the near future, more angels and even the god of light will arrive in this world. Implicit in his words was the notion that this world would inevitably be conquered by them. Thus they demanded he kneel and sing conquer at once. Descending from the shattered void means that your so-called realm of the light god is not a hidden domain in America. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Chao scoffed. Since your so-called realm of light is not a hidden sanctuary on the blue star, then there is nothing left to discuss. And as for your claims of the god of light descending upon this world, if it were that simple, would the god of light send mere weaklings like you to deliver their heads? Even for experience points, I find you all too feeble. Saderman clearly did not comprehend the absurdity of the statement. Chen Chao pressed on. What is your purpose in descending upon the blue star? How powerful is the God of Light? And are there still angels within your so-called Church of the God of Light on the Blue Star? This time, Saterman fell silent for a moment before responding, Esteemed one, if you wish to join the realm of the Light God, all these answers will be revealed to you. Then there is nothing left to discuss, Chen Chao lamented, shaking his head. He had hoped to extract more useful information, as his understanding of the enemy's intelligence remained woefully insufficient. Since there is nothing to discuss, then you shall meet your end. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Chao launched another punch towards Saterman. Do you dare to kill me? Do you truly wish to forge a bitter enmity with the divine realm of light? Are you not afraid of the God of Light descending and annihilating Blue Star? Angel Saddleman could scarcely believe that Chen Chao would dare to strike against him. Is it that our explanations have been insufficient? Or do you simply lack an understanding of the God of Light's formidable power? The enmity was sealed the moment you conspired to ambush me, was it not? In an instant, Chen Chao's fist descended, and the combat angels Saddleman and Odysseus fought desperately to resist. However, upon contact with Chen Chao's fist, all their defenses, their bodies, their very essence began to shatter. The God of Light shall inevitably arrive. You cannot escape his judgment. Should your God of Light dare to set foot on Blue Star, I shall eradicate him alongside you. Chen Chao's voice was cold as he unleashed a punch that obliterated Angel Saddleman's form, his might unabated as he directed his blow towards Odysseus. The combat angel Odysseus exerted every ounce of strength to fend off the attack, yet it was all in vain. Bang! Bang! The resounding explosions echoed through the heavens and the earth as Chen Chao stood aloft, retracting his fist as though he had merely crushed two insignificant ants. The three high-ranking saints of the West, witnessing the demise of the three angels, lost all will to resist. If even demigod-level combat angels were slain by a single blow from Chen Chao, what strength did they possess to oppose him? With their resistance extinguished, they were swiftly annihilated by Kara, the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle, and the Dragon Saint King. At that moment, within the three, a secret realm, the four high-ranking saints and three demigod-level angels who had sought to encircle Chen Chao lay all slain. Brother, that God of Light seems quite powerful, Kara remarked as she flew to Chen Chao's side, grasping his hand. But no matter how formidable that God of Light may be, I shall remain by your side. I know. Kara, you are the best, Chen Chao replied with joy as he affectionately ruffled Kara's hair. The Xuanjia Dragon Turtle and the Dragon Saint King stood respectfully behind Chen Chao. At this moment, the spatial passage had yet to restore, and Chen Chao surveyed the three, a secret realm. This miniature world appeared to be gradually succumbing to decay, devoid of any saint-level beings, and even extraordinary creatures were scarce. My king, it seems the struggle between the beings of this world and the human race, including the saints, has led to the demise of countless lives, ultimately causing this world's decline, the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle responded. Whether in a miniature world or a complete realm like Blue Star, the prosperity of its beings is intimately tied to the will of the heavens. As the strong diminish within the three, a secret realm, the creatures teeter on the brink of extinction, and the entire world marches towards annihilation, akin to a gravely ill individual. Xuanjia Dragon, if I were to take you to the core of this world, could you consume its heavenly will? Chen Chao inquired. Chapter 136, Do Not Attack. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, the Xuanjia Dragon Turtle and the dragon trembled with excitement. They have already attained the strength of high-ranking saints, naturally capable of devouring the will of heaven and earth to empower themselves. Yet, they are hindered by their inability to access the world's core through their own might. To enter the world's core, one must either forcibly breach the barriers of the world or earn the recognition of heaven and earth. Thus, it was that the Golden Saint Dragon King set his sights on the sealed land, when Chen Chao proposed to guide them into the core of this mysterious realm. The Xuanjia Dragon Turtle and the Flood Dragon could hardly refuse. My king, do you truly wish to assist us in entering the core of this world? The Xuanjia Dragon Turtle inquired uncertainly, fearful of mishearing. Chen Chao smiled and responded, Of course, by consuming the will of heaven and earth, you shall elevate your realms further. Otherwise, your current strength is insufficient. When divine realms, such as the bright divine realm, invade Blue Star, it would be too burdensome for me to bear alone. Thus, nurturing a few more powerful allies is essential to avoid confronting every challenge single-handedly. Thank you, my king. Upon hearing Chen Chao's words, The Xuanjia dragon turtle and the flood dragon, both esteemed kings of the demon race, were overwhelmed with excitement, kneeling in gratitude. They had languished at the Saint King level for many years within the Nanyang secret realm, unable to further their strength. They had thought their path had reached its end. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Chao was willing to assist them in devouring the will of this world, allowing them to advance in their cultivation. This was akin to a rebirth. At that moment, the Xuanjia dragon turtle felt a surge of gratitude towards the late Golden Saint Dragon King. Had it not been for the Golden Saint Dragon King igniting the conflict between the demon and human races, Chen Chao would not have subdued the 5 territories within the Nanyang secret realm, and they would not have followed him. Thus, Chen Chao and his companions soared to the edge of this world. The Santa secret realm was significantly smaller than the Nanyang secret realm, with relatively weaker barriers. With Chen Chao's current strength, a mere 3 punches shattered them effortlessly. They entered the core of the world. It was a realm beneath a grayish sky, where the central orange light source appeared somewhat dim. "Go forth, consume it, and then we shall depart," Chen Chao instructed the Xuanjia dragon turtle and the flood dragon. Unfazed by the chaotic currents of space, he even shielded the Xuanjia dragon turtle and the flood dragon as they ventured forth. Upon receiving Chen Chao's command, the Xuanjia dragon turtle and the flood dragon swiftly ascended, transforming into their original forms. In the expanse of heaven and earth, the 2 colossal beasts, a dragon and a turtle, rushed towards the alluring orange light source like famished wanderers drawn to a feast. Buzz! The will of heaven and earth resisted incessantly, yet to no avail. Not only had this will already weakened considerably, but the coordinated efforts of the Xuanjia dragon turtle and the flood dragon caused the light source to tremble violently. Ultimately, they tore it asunder, and within a matter of hours, it was entirely consumed. Boom! The essence of the world was utterly consumed by 2 sovereigns of the demon race, causing the entire realm to tremble as if the apocalypse had descended, exhibiting signs of imminent collapse. If even the waning essence of the world required such exertion to devour, it was high time to seek retribution from those beyond. Chen Chao had waited for several hours, had it not been for Carla's presence. His impatience would have long since surfaced. The Xuanjia dragon turtle and the Jiao dragon found themselves in a state of dismay, for in their quest to hasten the consumption of the world's essence, they had been relentlessly burning their lifeblood to unleash their powers. Yet, even the dying essence was not an ordinary entity, not easily devoured. Of course, Chen Chao was an exception. The Xuanjia dragon turtle and the Jiao dragon transformed once more into their human forms, their auras exceedingly unstable. At this moment, they could not afford to digest what they had absorbed and needed to depart from this world on the brink of destruction. Upon leaving the core of the world, the sky outside was already shattered, with countless calamities sweeping across the realm. Chen Chao remained unperturbed. A world on the verge of death held little promise of salvation. Even if there were a chance for rescue, he would not expend great resources to save it. Thus, annihilation seemed the more straightforward solution. Beyond the San, a secret realm, not only were the armies of San'ei Nation and the remaining 3 sovereigns stationed outside, but there were also companions of the Western sovereigns who had participated in the hunt for Chen Chao. This time, in capturing the divine sovereign Chen Chao of the Huan Nation, you have played a vital role. As per our agreement, we shall provide you with a substantial amount of cultivation resources as remuneration, and we will also grant admission to a select group of gifted children into our Academy of the Gods for their studies, proclaimed Brian, the representative of the United States, with a tone reminiscent of one wielding authority, addressing the sovereigns and high-ranking officials of San'ei Nation. The Academy of the Gods, akin to the Huan Nation's Extraordinary Academy, was a place dedicated to the cultivation of extraordinary beings, with graduates possessing the potential to ascend to the sacred level. The promise of admitting a cohort of San'ei students into the Academy of the Gods brought a glimmer of hope to the beleaguered San'ei Nation. I would like to express my gratitude to Ambassador Brian. From henceforth, we shall rely heavily on your continued support, a sovereign from San is swiftly complimented. Other envoys from various nations also sought to curry favor with Ambassador Brian. With the emergence of semi-divine angels in the United States, it could be said that no entity in the world could threaten the United States dominion, nor pose a risk to those 3 semi-divine angels. Therefore, aligning oneself with the prevailing powers before the global situation underwent a significant upheaval was of paramount importance. Boom! As the conversation unfolded, a series of tremors emanated from the dimensional rift ahead, as if something were about to emerge. The three angels are about to make their appearance. It seems the Huan Nation's individuals have been successfully captured, Ambassador Brian remarked with palpable excitement. Immediately, voices around him chimed in. That is contingent upon those individuals from the Huan Nation recognizing their situation. Should they dare to defy the angels, they may very well have already met their demise. To slay them would indeed be a deserved fate. The God of Light is a magnificent deity, sent to enlighten all beings, and none can rival the God of Light. Brian perceived silhouettes emerging from the dimensional rift, seemingly poised to manifest imminently. Thus the voice carried a tone of urgency. At that moment, a somewhat displeased female voice echoed from the rift. There are always sycophants, but this year they abound. Why must they kneel and fawn over that so-called God of Light everywhere? The speaker was Kara, who had accompanied Chen Chao. She was particularly vexed by the Westerners' incessant praise of the God of Light, as if he were invincible. Invincible? What nonsense! No matter how formidable this God of Light may be, can he rival my brother's strength? In Kara's eyes, Chen Chao was the epitome of power, and she would not entertain any dissent. Upon uttering this, the gathered crowd finally beheld the figures that had emerged. To their astonishment, it was a group of Chinese individuals led by Chen Chao. What? How can it be you? Ambassador Brian was struck with disbelief. He had naturally expected the arrival of 3 angelic beings and 4 Western high-ranking saints. Instead, he was met with the unexpected presence of the Chinese. Reluctantly, he glanced back into the rift, as if hoping to see the 3 angels and 4 saints emerge together. If you are waiting for those angels and Western saints, you need not bother, for they are already deceased. Chen Chao, noting the look of incredulity on Ambassador Brian's face, found it somewhat amusing. Deceased? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. While they struggled to accept it, they could not deny the truth. Ambassador Brian stood frozen, as if turned to stone. The 3 angelic beings were demigod-level powers, and together with the 4 high-ranking saints, how could they possibly be dead? It was a notion he was unwilling to accept, especially considering that 2 high-ranking saints from the United States had also been involved, including the previously slain Saint of Radiance, Morkrid, and the now-defecting Saint of Thunder, Barton Chester. All of the U.S.S. high-ranking saints were present. If those 2 were indeed dead, then the United States would no longer have any high-ranking saints. This would undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow to the U.S. Chen Chao shook his head, disregarding the insignificant character who was not even awakened, and turned his cold gaze toward the saints and leaders of the 3 A's. You conspired with the angelic race to lure me into this predicament and assisted them in destroying the spatial passage in an attempt to eliminate me. Henceforth, all saints of the 3A nation shall commit suicide in atonement and compensate the Huan nation with 500 million contribution points worth of cultivation resources. Otherwise, from this day forward, there shall not remain a single awakened one in the 3A nation. Chen Chao had previously granted the saint of the 3A nation, Charmin, an opportunity. However, he had squandered it by choosing to assist the 3 angels in their schemes against him. Thus, there was nothing more to discuss. The remaining saints of the 3A nation, being merely novice saints, dared not defy Chen Chao's will. Their faces were etched with despair as they implored, Lord of Destruction, we 3 have assisted Zhou in his cruelty. Our deaths would be insignificant. However, we truly cannot procure the cultivation resources valued at 500 million contribution points. These resources cannot be acquired through mere currency. Even the most ruthless exploitation of the common populace would prove futile. Only those awakened and extraordinary beings can earn them. In the distinctly stratified nation of San A, the awakened and extraordinary individuals are akin to nobility, constituting less than 10% of the population, yet wielding over 90% of the wealth. To produce resources worth 500 million contribution points would indeed cause substantial hemorrhaging among the nobility of San A. If they cannot provide, they must earn it. The awakened and extraordinary beings of Huagua, though not all at the forefront, collectively embody a principle of earning commensurate with their efforts. Your nobility has lived too comfortably, and such comfort breeds laziness and corruption, Chen Chao articulated. The Lord of Destruction, witnessing the San sage's desire to continue, furrowed his brow and commanded silence. This simple phrase effectively quelled the sage's incessant ramblings. The other high-ranking officials prostrated themselves as if in the presence of divinity. Even when Chen Chao suggested that the sage take his own life to compensate for the cultivation resources, none dared to voice a word of dissent. Having concluded matters with San-A, Chen Chao turned his attention to the emissaries from the other two nations. Do not attempt to deceive me with the nonsense that the actions of the sages represent merely their personal choices. Within 3 days, provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I shall personally pay you a visit, he declared, directing his gaze towards the American ambassador, Brian. Where is the Church of the God of Light? Lord of Destruction. What do you intend to do? Brian stammered, his voice quaking. What do you think? I intend to obliterate the Church of the God of Light, Chen Chao replied. In the city of Jinshan, the entire main street was dominated by their churches. Brian dared not lie. The address of the Church of the God of Light could easily be found online. Chen Chao simply lacked the inclination to retrieve his phone. Upon learning the location, Chen Chao raised his eyes towards the direction of America and then propelled himself into the sky. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath Chen Chao shattered in response. The powerful shock wave sending several nearby individuals tumbling, even the sages of San-A collapsing in weakness to the ground. They gazed towards the direction in which Chen Chao had departed, their emotions profoundly conflicted. They had believed that aligning with the three angels would usher in prosperity for San-A, yet it appeared they had instead stepped into the abyss of destruction. Chen Chao flew with extraordinary speed, quickly traversing half an ocean, nearing the shores of America. Behind him, Kara and the armored dragon turtle pursued at full speed. The American satellites captured this scene, causing a frenzy within the upper echelons of the American Department of Defense. A sage has crossed the border. Immediately notify the Tower of Gods and dispatch sages to intercept. The naval fleet was prepared, expected to encounter the invader within 5 minutes. Rapidly investigate the identity of the invading sage and inform the president to initiate emergency combat readiness, granting nuclear authorization. As the Saints entered, the formidable nuclear weapons could merely serve as instruments of interception and intimidation. Only those of equal sanctity could truly contend with them. In front of Chen Chao, a naval carrier fleet had assembled upon the ocean. Rows of naval vessels spread across the surface of the sea, while dozens of fighter jets circled in the sky. The colossal flagship emitted a piercing alarm. Warning, this is the United States Navy's USS Lincoln carrier fleet. You have approached U.S. territory. Proceeding further will be regarded as a provocation to the United States. Please turn back immediately. If you wish to visit the United States, please apply through the proper channels. The resounding warning echoed over the waters when suddenly a dark longbow pierced the heavens, descending upon the Lincoln carrier fleet in the blink of an eye. Chen Chao stood suspended in the air, with Kara and the Xuanjia dragon turtle joining him shortly thereafter. The U.S. Department of Defense finally obtaining a satellite image identified the intruder's true identity. It was the divine destroyer of Huagua, Chen Chao. Damn it, he is a quasi-divine powerhouse. Immediately notify the Lincoln carrier fleet not to engage. Under no circumstances should they attack. All fighter jets were ordered to return, reiterating the command, do not engage. This matter must be escalated to the Tower of Gods. It is beyond our capacity to handle. The head of the Department of Defense shouted hoarsely into the phone. Had it been an ordinary saint, the conventional military might have been able to deter him. But this was a superpower capable of vanquishing high-tier saints like Moer Creed. Such a formidable presence could not be threatened by conventional forces. Only the Tower of Gods could engage in dialogue with him. Chapter 137. The Church of the God of Light along the U.S. coastline. Aboard the USS Lincoln, many began to recognize Chen Chao is at the foremost powerhouse of Huagua. The divine destroyer, Chen Chao. My God, that is a high-tier saint. No, a demigod-level powerhouse. They actually dispatched us to intercept a demigod-level being? The crew members of the fleet murmured among themselves. On the Lincoln, Commander Benson had already repeated the warning thrice. He swallowed hard, trembling as he reached for the energy missile launch button. According to protocol, if the intruder dared to take another step forward, he would have to launch the energy missiles, thereby firing the first shot in defense of their territory. But that is the divine destroyer, Chen Chao. How ridiculous to expect a mere carrier fleet to intercept a demigod-level entity. Oh God, God of Light, Holy Mother, whoever you may be, I implore you to stop the divine destroyer. Chen Chao, do not let him advance any further. Commander Benson felt his composure shatter, for he knew that if he pressed the energy missile launch button, it would lead to the demise of tens of thousands of sailors that day. In midair, Chen Chao gazed ahead, irked, and remarked, "Is this all you send to obstruct me? How little do you think of me?" Upon finishing his words, he stepped forward, charging straight ahead. Witnessing Chen Chao's disregard for warnings, Commander Benson slapped his forehead in despair. The very scenario he dreaded had unfolded, yet as a soldier, he found himself with no alternative. To hell with the gods, to hell with the god of light. All fleet energy missiles are prepared. I will count down from 10. No, 30 counts, Commander. An urgent retreat order blared from the command center, urging not to fire. Under no circumstances should they fire. Upon receiving the call, the communications officer immediately shouted aloud, "God bless us!" Commander Benson's finger, poised over the energy missile launch button, recoiled as if electrified. He leaped with excitement, rushing to embrace the communications officer. The instant the order not to fire was issued, Benson felt more exhilarated than he had in an entire year of service when he learned of his wife's pregnancy. With the emergency retreat command disseminated, all circling fighter jets swiftly returned home, moving at great speed. The fleet on the sea also powered up, clearing a path for Chen Chao. "Is this cowardice? I had hoped to shoot down a few of those planes," Carla murmured in dissatisfaction. Chen Chao cast a disdainful glance at the sultry girl before heading straight for San Francisco, America. In the Tower of the Gods, the 9 revered saints, heavily relied upon by the Department of Defense, gathered, yet their expressions were grave. Reports from the 3A nations revealed that General Alder, General Gustav, and 2 other high-ranking saints from different nations had been slain by the god of destruction, Chen Chao. Furthermore, the 3 angels of the god of light had also gone silent, with a 99% probability of having perished. Alder and Gustav were the 2 high-ranking saints from America who had intended to ambush Chen Chao in the 3A secret realm. Upon hearing the news of the demise of America's last 2 high-ranking saints, the 9 present felt as though the sky was collapsing. Damn it! All 4 of America's high-ranking saints have fallen to this god of destruction, Chen Chao. Is there no one left to bring him to justice? Justice? Presently, America lacks even a single high-ranking saint. What do we have to impose justice upon him? A nuclear bomb? Let me tell you a joke. I intend to use a nuclear bomb against the god of humanity. This turmoil is all instigated by the Church of the God of Light. It seems the god of destruction, Chen Chao, also targets the Church of Light. Would it be best if they both suffered mutual destruction? The American saints debated fervently, having just learned that their 2 high-ranking saints had accompanied the 3 angels of the God of Light to hunt down Chen Chao. Truly, one sits at home while the pot falls from the sky. The Department of Defense continued to urge the Tower of the Gods to dispatch saints to intercept Chen Chao. I simply laugh. Thus, under the silence of the Department of Defense and the Tower of the Gods, Chen Chao advanced unimpeded, flying from the coast straight to San Francisco. On Holy See Street, standing above the heavens, magnificent cathedrals boldly unveiled themselves before Chen Chao, strikingly prominent and easily discernible. Below, numerous devout believers entered and exited the sacred halls, fervently engaged in prayer. However, as Chen Chao endeavored to approach, he discovered an energy barrier that separated the church from the outside world. This barrier seemed to be specifically erected for him, or perhaps for non-believers in general. The ordinary worshippers below appeared unaffected by this mystical shield. "My king, an energy barrier stands before you. Allow me to shatter it," the dragon offered gallantly. "No need. I am eager to experience the methods of the Church of the God of Light." Chen Chao waved his hand, signaling Kara and the others to step back. He then raised his fist and struck forward with a simple punch. Boom! As Chen Chao's fist collided, the energy barrier buckled inward, erupting with a brilliant golden light. And arcs of golden electricity flickered around it. Waves of ripples radiated outward from the point of impact, seemingly transmitting Chen Chao's power in all directions. To his surprise, a mere punch did not shatter the barrier. It was evident that the Church of the God of Light possessed considerable strength. Once more, Chen Chao focused more intently, adopting a stance mid-air and launching a powerful, weighted punch. Finishing blow, serious punch. Rumbling thunder erupted, far more intense than before, enveloping the entire energy barrier surrounding the church district in a tempestuous wave of sound. The sheer force was so pronounced that even the faithful in the area sensed the disturbance. What's happening above? It appears someone is assaulting the barrier of the Church of the God of Light. He is blaspheming the God of Light. Oh, Divine One, forgive this ignorant soul. Within the Church of the God of Light, the saintly figure of Sylvie remained steadfast beneath the statue of the 12-winged angel, her hands clasped in earnest prayer. The cardinal in the crimson robe behind her was nearly in a state of frantic sweat. Saint, the god of destruction has appeared outside the church. It seems he did not venture to the three-abyss realm, but has come directly to us. Shall we confront him? Saint Sylvie shook her head. It is not that he has avoided the three-abyss realm. Rather, he has slain the three angels. There exists a certain resonance among the angels. Although Sylvie now inhabits a human form, her soul remains tied to the angelic lineage. Thus, upon the death of the three battle angels, she felt their passing. Chen Chao's arrival outside the Church of the God of Light only confirms this truth. Chapter 138. The four-winged angel Sylvie, what do you mean they were slain? A momentary doubt flickered within the cardinal's faith. Shouldn't the true forms of angels eradicate all evil? Why then had they fallen to this god of destruction? However, this thought was swiftly erased from his mind. It must be the God of Light testing us. Upon this reflection, Cardinal in the crimson robe inquired, Most Holy Lady, with the demise of the three celestial angels, what shall we do now? Saint Sylvie sighed, yet soon regained her usual composure. She turned to the cardinal and replied calmly, Do not fret. The God of Light shall protect us. You need only to gather the congregation and all the faithful to engage in earnest prayer. Very well, I shall make arrangements at once, responded the cardinal, retreating accordingly. Once the cardinal had departed, Saint Sylvie sighed again and cast her gaze upon her own hands. This frail, human form is too weak. It seems I can only exert half the power I once possessed at my peak. Who would have thought that such a being as the god of destruction would exist on this blue planet? It must be eradicated at the earliest opportunity to eliminate a lurking threat. Even the three demigod angels fell short against the god of destruction, Chen Chao. Only by merging with my divine domain and returning to the realm of the divine can I hope to vanquish him. Soon after, a formidable aura began to emanate from within Saint Sylvie. She ascended from an ordinary saint to the pinnacle of sanctity and then gazed upward at the colossal statue of the 12-winged angel, raising her hand in a beckoning gesture. Boom! The statue trembled violently, and a golden orb, resembling a bubble of space, surged forth from it, drifting gently into Saint Sylvie's palm. This orb was the manifestation of her divine domain. Sylvie, a reincarnation of a four-winged angel from the realm of the God of Light. Despite her corporeal form now being that of a human on this blue planet, retained her divine domain, which had gradually descended to this world through the consumption of faith over the years. Originally, she had planned to merge her divine domain only once her human form attained demigod status, thus nearing her former strength. However, with Chen Chao encroaching upon her, she was left with no choice but to expedite the process. As Sylvie's divine domain made contact with her palm, it instantaneously fused with her flesh and blood. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the aura within Sylvie surged forth once more, shattering the barriers of sanctity and propelling her into the realm of the divine. Concurrently, for pairs of wings as pristine as snow, gradually materialized behind her, as if bathed in holy light. Her body became enveloped in a layer of sacred armor, and an angelic long sword materialized in her grasp. From that moment forth, she was no longer Saint Sylvie, but the four-winged angel Sylvie. In the external realm, Chen Chao's third strike utterly dismantled the energy barrier protecting the Church of the God of Light. The barrier, having reached its limit, suddenly burst apart, scattering into myriad fragments that slowly vanished into the void. Following the breach of the barrier, Chen Chao exclaimed with fervor, Within the Church of the God of Light lies a divine realm. At last, I can confront the divine directly. Chen Chao was overwhelmed with excitement, yearning to rejoice loudly. After emerging from the sun, he had long sought a divine realm to test his prowess. Yet his aspirations had remained unfulfilled. Finally, he learned that within the seal of the Nanyang's secret realm lay an ancient divine domain, though it had elusively avoided manifestation. Fortunately, upon arriving at the Church of the God of Light, he would at last encounter a formidable being of the divine realm. In the next moment, Chen Chao's figure blurred. Akin to a meteor plummeting from the sky, as he soared straight towards the source of the divine aura. With a resounding crash, the church's structure could hardly impede him. The roof shattered instantly upon impact, and he plunged into the edifice, crashing heavily onto the ground. He looked ahead to see the four-winged angel, Hilwai, bathed in holy radiance, and a smile graced his face. "Are you the god of light?" Hilwai turned, revealing a visage as enchanting as a goddess from a painting. "I am the four-winged angel, Hildur. The true form of the god of light is not something mere mortals can behold." "I care not who you are," Chen Chao retorted dismissively, his focus solely on engaging the divine being in combat. Before his words had fully dissipated, he surged forward, shattering the sound barrier, and appeared before the four-winged angel, raising his fist with no regard for delicacy, aiming a strike at her face. "You are ultimately not of the divine realm." Hilwai sighed, brandishing her holy sword. With a resounding whoosh, a brilliant golden beam ascended skyward, infused with the power of countless golden thunderbolts, striking with the swiftness of lightning. Remarkably, it reached Chen Chao before he could react, landing a devastating blow. The ensuing explosion of golden light unleashed a terrifying energy that rent the air asunder. Chen Chao was propelled backward, crashing into the wall of the church, which collapsed under the force of the impact, sending him careening out onto the streets of the Holy See. Regaining his composure, Chen Chao patted his nano battle armor, discovering a gash inflicted by the strike. "How careless of me. I failed to protect my armor," he lamented, feeling a pang for the precious URU metal. Despite its incorporation of numerous sacred materials, the URU metal was scarce. After crafting 2 sets of nano armor for himself and Carla, little remained. The sudden eruption of battle drew the attention of citizens near Jean City. Bystanders, witnessing the shattered walls of the church and the figure of Chen Chao flung outward by the golden sword light, were left in astonishment. Is this a clash of titans? Why does such a battle unfold within the Church of the God of Light? Although they were bewildered by the events, it did not deter them from capturing the spectacle on their phones and sharing it online. Mysterious invader assaults the Church of the God of Light. Saintess Hilwai reveals her angelic form. The intruder believed to be the formidable Chen Chao from Huagua. In an instant, a torrent of information surged across the internet, capturing the attention of the United States Department of Defense, the Pantheon, and high-ranking officials from around the globe, all fixated on this battle in the Vatican district. Chen Chao leapt forward, re-entering the church, while Zerwei maintained a frigid demeanor, striking with her sword once more. However, this time, Chen Chao abandoned his tentative approach and fortified his defenses. Clang! Zerwei's holy sword fell upon Chen Chao's shoulder, yet under the protection of his biological force field. The once mighty strike failed to breach even his nano-armor. Is this the power of a deity? Chen Chao cast a glance at the holy sword resting upon his shoulder. Inhaled deeply and exhaled rapidly. Icy breath. An aura of extreme cold emanated from the holy sword, causing the originally golden blade, crackling with arcs of electricity, to seem as though it had entered a realm of profound chill, with even the golden lightning freezing in place. Remarkably, even the sword composed of holy light succumbed to the frost. Chen Chao unleashed a punch at the holy sword, shattering it as if it were mere glass, and then lifted his foot, delivering a fierce kick to Zerwei's chest. Boom! The sound erupted, and Zerwei raised her hands to block, fully absorbing the force of Chen Chao's strike. Her gauntlets shattered explosively, sending her hurtling backward, her feet digging into the ground and carving 2 deep trenches stretching hundreds of meters before she finally came to a halt. Chapter 139. Confronting the divine realm, your physical strength surpasses that of an ordinary demigod. Yet that is where it ends. You are utterly ignorant of divine power. Zerwei gradually rose to her feet. Just as Chen Chao had been testing Zerwei's strength, she too had been assessing his capabilities. The first round of their clash concluded, and both had gleaned insights from the encounter. As they spoke, Zerwei's holy armor restored itself, but a surge of golden light erupted from her form, enveloping the surroundings. What is this? Chen Chao instinctively sought to defend himself, but the radiance enveloped him effortlessly. This is the domain of a deity. Do you not even comprehend this? Zerwei scoffed coldly. Indeed, in such a barren world, it is understandable that you remain unaware of these matters, and you need not learn them. For the dead require no such knowledge. The battle reignited. Once more, they clashed, Chen Chao launching a punch, while Zor-El countered with a sword strike. Their fists and swords collided, yet this time, no explosive sound pierced the air. The world seemed reinforced, entirely unaffected by the tumult of their conflict. Instead, a sharp pain coursed through Chen Chao's fist, as though he were not struck by a sword but rather an entire realm. Bang! This time, Zor-El remained steadfast, while Chen Chao felt a crimson mark form upon his fist, and he was sent flying, crashing through several walls. Here, the grand forces of the universe could not be sensed. This was the domain of the divine. The dragon turtle of the Xuanjia and the Jiao dragon, both revered sovereigns of the demon clan, felt their connection to the heavens and the earth abruptly severed, leaving them bereft of the support of the cosmos. Consequently, their combat prowess diminished significantly. In contrast, Kara remained largely unaffected. Like Chen Chao, she belonged to the category of those whose physical forms transcended to divinity. The only distinction being that Kara had not yet refined her sacred seal. What the divine, even if they were divine beings, they were no match for her elder brother. Kara felt no trepidation, for she was aware that, thus far, Chen Chao had yet to unleash his true potential. On his end, the crimson mark on Chen Chao's fist swiftly returned to its original state, as his 3 sacred seals remained ensconced within the core of the Nanyang secret realm, rendering the sensation of being cut off from the divine realm less pronounced. Nevertheless, he distinctly perceived that sunlight was also obstructed. Although this domain radiated brightness, it was not the warm, golden light of the external sun. Yet, even with the sunlight barred, the impact on Chen Chao was negligible. After all, he had previously immersed himself in the sun, his cellular structure having absorbed an excess of solar energy, leaving him in a state of complete vitality. Thus, it seemed that this domain was the most formidable within the divine realm, but your domain did not appear particularly powerful. Chen Chao shook his head and rose once more. The 4-winged angel, Sylvie, hovered in midair, gazing down at Chen Chao with profound astonishment. Moments ago, she had unleashed a sword strike that, while not her most potent move, was more than sufficient to slay a demigod. Yet, Chen Chao had withstood this blow and stood unfazed. No wonder you could vanquish 3 battle angels. You are indeed formidable, rivaling even the divine despite not being in the divine realm. This realization intensified the murderous intent in Sylvie's gaze. She raised her hand towards Chen Chao, pressing downwards. With a thunderous roar, it felt as though an entire world was crashing down, and Chen Chao sensed a heavy weight upon his shoulders, as if he bore the burden of cosmos. You cannot suppress me. Taking a step forward, the entire space quivered. In an instant, Chen Chao ascended into the sky, the ground beneath him collapsing, and in the blink of an eye, he was airborne. What an astonishing swiftness! Sylvie's expression froze in disbelief for a moment. She questioned her mastery over the domain of sacred light. It was not a flaw in the sacred light domain. Although Chen Chao bore the weight of a world upon him, it did not hinder his speed in the slightest. You think this trivial pressure can suppress me? Try adding tenfold. As he spoke, Chen Chao unleashed a punch towards Sylvie. In an instant, though she was mere inches away, Sylvie vanished, and Chen Chao's fist struck nothing but air. Her speed seemed to surpass even that of teleportation, appearing behind him to deliver a swift sword strike. Although Sylvie's sword was swift, to Chen Chao, the entire world unfolded in slow motion. Chen Chao turned to look at Sylvie, who had inexplicably appeared behind him. Furrowing his brow, "Is this your ability? Instantaneous movement?" He had failed to perceive Sylvie's trajectory. She had simply vanished before him and then reappeared abruptly at his back. "Get lost," Chen Chao uttered sharply, pivoting to deliver a punch. Yet, Sylvie vanished once more, reappearing on Chen Chao's right side, her holy sword still poised in a downward strike. Now poised upon his neck. Clang! The holy sword trembled violently, and Chen Chao felt an unprecedented sword intent, as if the very world were to be cleaved asunder by this strike. The blade left a crimson mark upon his neck, causing him to stagger backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Another collapse of buildings and earth ensued. In the ruins, Chen Chao rubbed his neck, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. At last, he had encountered a worthy adversary. The 4-winged angel Sylvie once again raised her holy sword in midair, its golden radiance illuminating the entire space. "I have anticipated your anticipation. Within the domain of holy light, I am the sovereign of heaven and earth. No movement of yours escapes my perception." With that, She descended upon Chen Chao with another strike. So that is the power of a domain, he mused. I have underestimated you. The warm-up is over. Chen Chao's expression grew grave. It seemed that the divine domain indeed possessed formidable prowess. Within this sacred realm, Sylvie could disregard spatial transitions and instantaneous movements, even sensing all his actions and intentions. Had it been any other saint or demigod, this battle would have held no suspense whatsoever. But Chen Chao was different. In the next moment, Chen Chao launched an assault on Sylvie, transforming into a streak of black lightning that surged towards her. Sylvie's response was equally swift, executing an instantaneous flicker. Just as she teleported, Chen Chao spun and executed a kick. I anticipate your anticipation of my anticipation. The instant Sylvie materialized, Chen Chao's whip-like leg descended heavily upon her chest. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as Sylvie was struck, feeling as though a meteor had collided with her. Her sacred armor shattered, and she spat forth a mouthful of blood. The force of the blow sent Sylvie hurtling backward, causing a row of houses behind her to collapse in an instant. On the streets of the cathedral, countless devotees prayed, while numerous tourists fled in terror, only to collide with an invisible barrier at the edge of the sacred street. This was Sylvie's domain of holy light. Those within sought to escape, while American police and fearless reporters outside desperately attempted to enter, yet were thwarted by the intangible barrier. They could barely glimpse the world within through the domain's shield. In the sky, it appeared that two individuals were engaged in fierce combat, each movement resulting in the collapse of numerous buildings and the ground beneath. Fortunately, this particular neighborhood was dominated by the Church of the God of Light, surrounded by vast residential areas. Otherwise, the casualties would have been exponentially higher. Journalists, alerted by the commotion, reported on the unfolding events. The Church of the God of Light had unexpectedly revealed a four-winged angel, suspected to be a formidable deity. A divine battle erupted in the City of Gold. America, shockingly, the god of destruction, Chen Chao, was involved in such a confrontation with a woman within a confined space. In America, several saints from the Tower of Gods arrived in the vicinity of the Vatican Street. That space seemed to isolate itself from the world, or rather, it formed a realm of its own, embodying divine power. Was that not the saintess of the Church of the God of Light? Indeed, she was a four-winged angel. To be able to contend with the saintess, was it possible that Chen Chao, the god of destruction from Huagua, also possessed divine prowess? The saints felt a sense of trepidation. Thankfully, they had refrained from intercepting Chen Chao earlier. He was a being of divine caliber. And even if all the saints from around the world united, they would not stand a chance against him alone. Finally, the mightiest of the 9 saints, a robust black figure, spoke. Regardless of who prevails in this battle, the structure of the world shall inevitably shift. There should be no third deity on Blue Star. Thus, the clash between the four-winged angel and the god of destruction will dictate the future trajectory of the world. Should Hilvi emerge victorious over Chen Chao, revealing her true divine form, the followers of the God of Light would proliferate across the globe, and soon, the Church of the God of Light would ascend to dominance in this world. Conversely, if Chen Chao triumphs over Hilvi, from henceforth, Huagua shall reign supreme on Blue Star. Or rather, it shall be under the sovereignty of the God of destruction, Chen Chao. Officials and the populace worldwide were keenly observing this monumental battle. In the City of Magic, at the Tower of the Extraordinary, Li Wenyu ordered immediate arrangements to dispatch personnel to the secret realm to locate Lin Huayu and Hua Rulin, while summoning all saints to prepare for the worst. Although he trusted Chen Chao's strength, he understood that, on a national level, the most perilous stance was to gamble everything on a single outcome. Thus, Li Wenyu had to ensure comprehensive preparations, even if such measures seemed utterly futile against divine beings. On Vatican Street, within the domain of holy light, it appeared as though two vortices of energy were perpetually intertwining in the sky. Surrounding structures were obliterated, and the earth crumbled, resulting in the death of all clergy and believers, including the cardinal in red, struck down by the aftermath of their battle. You seem entirely indifferent to the lives of those believers, do you not? Chen Chao fought without restraint. However, he perceived that this angel appeared even less concerned about the lives of the faithful. Merely a swarm of ants. Do they warrant consideration? Hilvi retorted, just as one walking along a path would hardly ponder whether they had crushed a few ants beneath their feet. The two engaged in a brief exchange midair. both figures retreating several hundred meters as a result. Chen Chao coldly chuckled. You angels are truly amusing. On one hand, you incessantly cultivate followers, while on the other, you regard their lives as mere trifles. Are you not afraid that no one will dare to believe in you? People worship the God of light, not because of the benevolence he bestows upon them, but due to the sheer might he commands. Once I slay you, there will be no one left to impede the arrival of the God of light. Sylvie unfurled her 4 wings and raised her holy sword, tearing the heavens as golden lightning surged and coalesced into a magnificent blade of light, radiating an aura of ferocity several times greater than before, coursing through the realms. Chen Chao inhaled deeply, compelled to acknowledge the formidable power of the divine. Are you contemplating surrender? Sylvie remarked with a hint of derision. The battle had reached a stalemate, both sides evenly matched. Throughout the clash, Sylvie had gained an intimate understanding of Chen Chao's strength. He possessed immense power and an impenetrable defense, sufficient to withstand the might of the domain. Continuing the fight would devolve into a test of endurance and persistence, a domain in which Sylvie undoubtedly held the advantage. Yet, Chen Chao merely smiled. Who said I was surrendering? I am merely summoning my holy seal. To be honest, your domain severs the energy from heaven and earth. If we continue this battle, your odds of victory appear to be greater, but I too have my trump card. In the secret realm of Nanyang, at the heart of the world, Chen Chao's 3 holy seals were merging with the will of heaven and earth when, as if responding to a summons, the other 2 seals, those of power and thunder, suddenly trembled and surged toward a specific direction. The brilliance of the heavenly will radiated, opening a portal for the 2 seals. The power seal and thunder seal traversed through this gateway and entered an otherworldly rift, passing through a spatial passage. And in an instant, they materialized in the realm of humanity. They then surged forward at 10 times the speed of sound toward Golden City in the United States. The demon guard stationed at the Nanyang secret realm felt a slight tremor in the spatial passage. Hey, I think something just emerged, one remarked. Really? I didn't sense anything. Don't be ridiculous. Master Jinling is stationed here, and she hasn't noticed anything. Perhaps it's just your imagination. It does seem like it might be just an illusion. A moment later, in Golden City, on Holy Sea Street, 2 minuscule black dots appeared in the sky, drawing closer, trailing long streaks of fire behind them. They resembled 2 small meteors, streaking across the heavens, plummeting toward the ground. At the instant Sylvie's sword light descended, she felt a sudden jolt in her heart and looked up at the sky. What is that? Those are my holy seals. Have you not realized that I have yet to unleash their power in this battle? Chen Chao declared, shattering the myriad sword lights with a powerful punch, laughing heartily. Chapter 140. Crushing the Divine Realm. It was only at this moment that Sylvie finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chen Chao seemingly had never harnessed the power of the sacred seal, even if the domain sealed off the heavens and the earth, rendering it impossible to summon the might of the universe through the sacred seal. The energy stored within it remained accessible. Yet, it appeared that Chen Chao had scarcely utilized any of that energy. Given the overwhelming strength he exhibited, Sylvie instinctively regarded him as an equal adversary. This perception shifted when she noticed 2 sacred seals soaring toward them from the horizon. How could you not carry the sacred seals with you? Sylvie was taken aback. It was her first realization that the sacred seals need not be physically attached. Wait, what a bizarre description. They are sacred seals, not your mobile phone. Have you ever encountered a saint who left without their wits, let alone without their sacred seals? Chen Chao retorted naturally. Why must the sacred seals be carried on one's person? Sylvie was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to counter his statement. At that instant, Chen Chao's 2 sacred seals collided against the boundary of Sylvie's radiant domain. The radiant domain isolated the heavens from the earth, effectively obstructing Chen Chao's seals. However, a powerful force surged from the edges of the domain, rushing forward like a sharp sword piercing through a highly elastic membrane, causing the membrane to bulge inward. Chen Chao's lips twitched as he awkwardly glanced at Sylvie. How about you lower your defenses and let my sacred seals through? I fear that if I don't, I might inadvertently damage your your radiant domain. Dream on. Sylvie's anxiety escalated. She found it hard to believe that someone could confront a deity wielding domain powers solely with physical strength. She flickered once more, but this time, Her trajectory was not toward Chen Chao. Instead, she aimed her sword towards his two sacred seals. Regardless of how strong one's physical form might be, the destruction of his sacred seals would severely undermine one's own power. In the next moment, Sylvie appeared above the sky, less than 100 meters from Chen Chao's two sacred seals. As she prepared to strike with her golden sword, a radiant light enveloped the sky, poised to cleave through Chen Chao's sacred seals. At that moment, a triumphant smile spread across Chen Chao's face. Who said the sacred seals must be carried to be effective? If they were required to be on one's person, Chen Chao would not have been able to connect with them across two realms. Thunder slash. Chen Chao directed his gaze toward the heavens and waved his hand. His thunderous sacred seal invoked the power of the universe, merging with the strength of the other sacred seal, transforming into a magnificent thunderous blade that extended 100 feet long, descending upon the radiant domain below. The blade's brilliance cleaved through the heavens, rending the clouds above the American sky with its terrifying force. Sylvie, having shed her previous calm demeanor, now wore a grave expression. She had not anticipated that not only was Chen Chao's physical form so formidable, but his sacred seals seemed to have absorbed a considerable amount of the world's will, subtly evolving toward a transformation akin to that of a domain. The power of thunder unleashed by the Thunder's sacred seal seemed to exude an overwhelming aura of its own. With a fierce determination, Hilvy's four wings trembled violently, her entire being enveloped in divine light, as she masterfully commanded her realm of sacred illumination. It was as if the might of an entire world converged upon the sacred sword in her grasp, cleaving through the sky with a purple lightning blade. Boom! At the moment when the purple lightning blade collided with the golden sword radiance, the surrounding space rippled in concentric circles. Dark, ink-like fissures emerged at the point of contact between the two forces. Thunder roared. Above, the clash of lightning and holy light erupted, with purple and gold illuminating the heavens and earth, creating a dichotomy of brilliance. The city of gold was engulfed in these two radiant forces, while the space beyond the realm of sacred light was swept away as if by a colossal typhoon. 9 hidden saints of the United States simultaneously sprang into action, fervently wielding their sacred seals to seal off the heavens and earth, barely managing to contain the aftermath of the battle and prevent the entire city from being reduced to rubble. Within the realm of sacred light, a seismic intensity akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake erupted. The very fabric of space quaked incessantly, causing Hilvy's sacred sword to shatter, the golden radiance dissipating as if it had sustained grievous wounds, unable even to maintain its most fundamental flight posture, plummeting like a meteor from the sky. This is impossible. You too are a reincarnation? Hilvy pondered. Could it be that you are a divine, being reincarnated for the sake of this world? Her four wings drooped, countless pure white feathers cascading around her as she struggled to lift her body, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Reincarnation? A look of confusion crossed Chen Chao's face. The implication of her words suggested that this celestial being before him was a reincarnated powerhouse of divine caliber. In that fleeting moment, everything began to make sense. The realm of the light god was exceedingly distant from Blue Star, and lacking any dimensional rifts, direct arrival was impossible. Thus, the so-called light god had dispatched the four-winged angel Hilvy, who, through some means, had been reborn on Blue Star and had single-handedly established the Church of the Light God. The 3 battle angels who had previously descended to Blue Star were likely connected to her as well. It was foreseeable that if the Church of the Light God continued to grow, they would undoubtedly facilitate the direct arrival of the Light God upon Blue Star. Let us cease hostilities. Your sacred seal is shattered, which is of no benefit to you. Henceforth, I shall claim dominion over the Western realm, while you govern the East. We shall coexist without interference. What say you? Hilvy invoked her sacred light to swiftly heal her injuries, having sustained severe wounds from their recent clash. Chen Chao's sacred seal was also not without damage, bearing several cracks. Continuing the battle would surely lead to mutual destruction. Chen Chao glanced up at his thunder sacred seal, which indeed bore several fissures. Ah, it seems my seal has truly cracked. But is it serious? Surely it can be restored with ease. He shrugged nonchalantly. As he spoke, he directed the thunder's sacred seal to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth, rapidly mending itself. in the realm where the Thunder Sacred Seal resided. A vortex of energy emerged, resembling a funnel that voraciously absorbed the energies of heaven and earth. Moments later, the fissures on the Thunder Sacred Seal mended, as if they had never existed. Sylvie, having just recovered from the energy storm, witnessed the 9 American saints in utter disbelief as they beheld Chen Chao effortlessly restore the seal's cracks. All the saints present were engulfed in confusion. Was the repair of the fissures truly so simplistic? Had they, over the years, coalesced a counterfeit sacred seal? With the cracks now healed, Chen Chao raised his hand to the sky once more, as the ferocious Thunder Sacred Seal transformed the atmosphere into a tempest of thunder, consolidating all its power into an ethereal projection resembling a bolt of lightning. This projection swiftly morphed into a long blade, charging towards Sylvie's domain of divine light. Damn it! Sylvie felt a chill run down her spine, her mind racing with the urgent question of who among them truly possessed divine power. Whereas other divine beings could easily subdue demigods or saints, facing Chen Chao, a demigod, felt like an inversion of roles. At that moment, Sylvie cast aside her thoughts and summoned her strength to activate her domain of divine light, striving to withstand Chen Chao's onslaught. She even diminished the area of her sacred light domain by half to gather her energy. Here comes again. The American saints outside witnessed this scene, feeling as though they might spew blood. An overwhelming sensation enveloped them, as if failing to block this attack could lead to their demise. Boom! The heavens and earth erupted in a clash of purple and gold radiance. This time, Chen Chao's power surged even greater than before. The terrifying thunderous blade, like a force of nature, cleaved down from the sky, annihilating the golden light that enveloped the space with overwhelming might. Sylvie let out a desperate cry as she felt an unfathomable force strike against her domain of divine light, nearly obliterating it entirely. The impact reverberated back to her, causing the golden armor enveloping her body to shatter piece by piece, while her pristine white wings were stained crimson with blood. With every ounce of her strength, she struggled to withstand the weight of Chen Chao's thunderous blade. Only Sylvie, with her domain of divine light, could endure such a blow. Any other demigod would be utterly annihilated by merely being caught in the residual waves. In her anguish, Sylvie lamented, "My human form is far too frail. If only my angelic essence were still intact, I could easily vanquish you." Overwhelmed by pain, she yearned to flee. Yet this was Blue Star, a vast expanse separating her from the realm of the light god. Where could she possibly escape to? Chapter 141. Speaking unvarnished truths, is that so? Even if your angelic essence were still present, I would still slay you. Chen Chao's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon Sylvie. As Chen Chao's strike descended, Sylvie retracted the domain of holy light, maintaining it solely around her own form. Chen Chao, wielding the Thunder Holy Seal, manifested a spectral shadow of a thunderous war blade behind him, resembling a demonic god standing poised for battle, descending from the heavens. This scene shattered Sylvie's composure, for it was the first time she truly felt the threat of death. Even as a former seraphim, a being of 4 wings who had traversed countless fragmented worlds, she had never encountered such profound despair. "O God of light, forgive me, your most devoted servant Sylvie, for I have failed your expectations." Sylvie trembled, seemingly seeking strength through a prayer to the God of light. "Seraphim of 4 wings, Sylvie, my most faithful child," a majestic voice resonated within her mind. Upon hearing the voice, Sylvie recognized its owner, her mentor, the 6-winged cherubim Renata. "Teacher," Sylvie thought, astonished to hear her mentor's voice at this moment of utter despair. The voice continued, "Sylvie, with your soul and domain as a sacrifice, summon me to descend upon this world, and I shall slay this foe on your behalf." "Teacher." Sylvie's heart quivered. She had never anticipated her mentor, akin to a mother, would make such a request. To offer her soul and domain as a tribute meant that Sylvie would face complete annihilation of her body and essence. "Are you afraid?" the voice in her mind inquired, sensing her hesitation with a somber tone. As an angel, excessive emotion was not to be indulged, for the angelic race existed solely for the glory of the God of light. Yet, having reincarnated as a human, Sylvie possessed the full spectrum of human emotions, which she typically strove to suppress. However, now, defeated by Chen Chao and confronted with mortality, her fears, anxieties, and weaknesses erupted in a moment of vulnerability. At this instant, her desire to survive eclipsed any notion of sacrifice for others. Sylvie, have you forgotten the honor of being a seraphim? Have you forgotten your vow to devote your life to the God of Light? This individual stands as a formidable adversary to the spread of the God of Light's faith. Summon me immediately. The voice grew increasingly authoritative, leaving no room for refusal. Sylvie's body trembled incessantly. Despite her engulfing despair and fear, her body instinctively chose obedience, a testament to the frailty of human nature. As you command, Teacher Renata. Sylvie relinquished her soul in the domain of holy light, activating the hexagram teleportation array to summon the six-winged cherubim Renata to descend upon Blue Star. However, just as the hexagram beneath her illuminated, Chen Chao abruptly appeared behind Sylvie, placing his hands upon her pristine wings and forcefully tearing them asunder. The sickening sound of flesh shredding and bones fracturing echoed resoundingly, accompanied by Sylvie's heart-wrenching wails. Her wings were brutally torn from her back by Chen Chao. Your wings seem to be tethered to the void. For safety's sake, I shall remove them entirely. Chen Chao initially intended to capture Sylvie to interrogate her about the information pertaining to the realm of the God of Light. However, inexplicably, a strange spatial fluctuation emanated from Sylvie, as if summoning a presence from the depths of the void. Was this a classic case of summoning an elder after dealing with the younger? Chen Chao feared no one. Yet the scarcity of powerful beings on Blue Star posed a significant concern. If he could not swiftly eliminate the impending threat, it would spell disaster for the remaining humanity on Blue Star. He lamented his own inadequacy, recognizing that not only was he not strong enough, but the beings on Blue Star were also woefully weak. Thus, Chen Chao resolved to proceed cautiously, decisively tearing off Sylvie's wings. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed as Chen Chao removed all four of Sylvie's angelic wings, staining her fair back with crimson blood. Do not move. I shall perform some physical treatment on your wounds. Without further ado, Chen Chao pressed down on Sylvie's shoulder and unleashed two scorching beams from his eyes, searing the wounds on her back. At the very least, this would staunch the flow of blood, preventing her from bleeding out. After administering the physical treatment, Chen Chao did not forget to incinerate all four of her angelic wings, severing the connection to the distant void entirely. In the realm of the God of Light, beneath the peak of the Divine Mountain, several four-winged archangels stood upon a massive hexagram array. At the center of the hexagram knelt the six-winged seraph, Renata, preparing to descend upon Blue Star. Yet, before the bond between Renata and Sylvie's souls could solidify, it was abruptly severed, causing the hexagram array beneath them to dim suddenly. The connection with Sylvie has been interrupted. Renata, clad in silver armor, slowly rose, her eyes filled with profound disappointment. Stepping forward, the four-winged angel, Maria, respectfully inquired, "Milady Renata, has Sylvie sacrificed her life for the God of Light?" Perhaps this was the reason. Within that complete world existed a formidable divine realm, one that even Sylvie, restored to divine power, could not hope to defeat. After a moment of silence, Renata turned her gaze to Maria. Attempt to contact the believers of that world. Once contact is established, prepare for reincarnation there. Clearly, other divine realms are also eyeing that world, and I must report this matter to the God of Light. Milady Renata, I do not comprehend why that energy-scarce world holds such significance. Maria expressed her confusion. The realm of the God of Light had once conquered many more powerful fragment worlds. If it were merely a matter of invasion and spreading the faith of the God of Light, then Blue Star would pale in comparison to most fragment worlds. Perhaps those few complete worlds are the origins of all fragmented realms. The six-winged angel Renata departed after leaving behind an uncertain statement. The origin of all fragmented worlds? Upon hearing this, not only did Melia display a look of astonishment, but the other four-winged angels were equally taken aback. This clearly overturned their long-held beliefs. In Blue Star, on the holy street of the Vatican in San Francisco, USA, as the domain of holy light dissipated, some surviving citizens finally escaped from that nightmarish place. The 9 saints of the United States immediately organized a rescue operation. Fortunately, this divine battle began and ended swiftly, with the conflict primarily concentrated within the Church of the God of Light. Additionally, Kara and the armored dragon turtle safeguarded a portion of the ordinary people at the edge of the domain, resulting in minimal casualties among them. As for the followers of the God of Light, their fate remained uncertain. Confronted by a throng of reporters and various media, the several American saints were momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What was the outcome of the battle? Could anyone probe it with mental energy? Should we speak on their behalf? The instinct for survival was strong. Until the victor was determined, it was indeed unwise to speak freely. Should they misjudge the situation, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, it was evident that even the United States lacked any high-ranking saints. Even if all 9 present were high-ranking, it would matter little in the eyes of a divine being, where high-ranking saints were no different from mere insects. Then, amidst the rolling black smoke in the central area, a figure gradually emerged, seemingly carrying something in hand. None of the 9 American saints dared to probe with their mental energy, only daring to discern with their eyes whether the newcomer was the god of destruction, Chen Chao, or the 4-winged angel, Sylvie. Kara, however, recognized Chen Chao before them and rushed forward. Brother, it turns out to be the righteous god of destruction, who has defeated the malevolent angel. I have heard that the Church of the God of Light sacrifices living beings to summon 3 angels, which is clearly a violation of humanitarian principles. We must express our strong condemnation. The Church of the God of Light will face retribution. From today onward, I, representing the Tower of the Gods, declare the Church of the God of Light to be a cult and an illegal organization. The 9 American saints united in their firm stance, unequivocally condemning the malevolent deeds of the Church of the God of Light. Their words did not escape Chen Chao's ears. What a bunch of opportunists, he remarked with a shake of his head. Seeing that Chen Chao was carrying the unconscious Sylvie, Kara frowned and asked, Brother, you didn't eliminate this woman? That is not like you. Is it because she is attractive? Chen Chao was known for his decisive actions, never leaving a threat behind. The armored dragon turtle and the dragon both looked up at the sky, remarking, what lovely weather it is today, with clouds floating in the clear blue sky. Kara, please refrain from making wild assumptions. I intended to extract information about the realm of the God of Light from her, all right? In the shadows, we remain oblivious to the extent of divine realms within the realm of the God of Light, as well as the true strength of this deity. Chen Chao, with a serious demeanor, playfully tapped Kara on the head, stating, as the art of war teaches us, to know oneself and one's enemy is to secure victory in every battle. Kara, rubbing her head, retorted with a hint of grievance. You are clearly enamored by her beauty, crafting excuses as seamless as silk. Chapter 142, The World Justice Arbitration Alliance Days following the divine battle in the City of Gold in America. Media outlets worldwide began unveiling the atrocities committed by the Church of the God of Light against its followers, branding it as a violation of humanitarian principles and labeling it as a heretical cult. Any allegiance to the Church of the God of Light was deemed an illegal act. Consequently, nations across the globe initiated widespread closures of its branches and apprehended its adherents. Those who had once believed in the God of Light were judged based on their level of faith. Those with milder convictions were subjected to criticism and education before being reintegrated into normal life, while the deeply afflicted were sentenced to imprisonment. In a fleeting moment, the Church of the God of Light had all but vanished from the Blue Star. In the City of Magic, within the Supernatural Tower, a specially designed confinement chamber housed Sylvie, who was restrained by an electronic collar infused with Chen Chao's thunderous power. Any sign of resistance would cause the collar to unleash a surge of energy, resulting in her immediate demise. Furthermore, Chen Chao had shattered Sylvie's domain of holy light, diminishing her strength to that of a demigod, while sealing the surrounding environment to prevent her from absorbing celestial energy to restore her domain. In her state of severe injury and energy depletion, even an ordinary saint could vanquish this noble angel of the divine realm. 3 psychic saints sat before Sylvie, exerting their mental prowess to control her. Criminal Sylvie, from whence do you hail? They inquired. I hail from the realm of the God of Light, Sylvie replied, her expression devoid of emotion. To their right stood what appeared to be a steel wall, yet was in fact a one-way mirror. Behind this glass, the president of the Supernatural Association, Li Wangyi, the Invincible Man, and Commander Chen Chao were all attentively monitoring the situation within the confinement chamber. Commander Chen, President Li, all parameters indicate that the criminal is thoroughly under mental control. The interrogation may commence, a staff member reported, scanning the various instruments before them. Proceed with the questioning. Li Wangyi instructed. All eyes were fixed upon the one-way mirror as the three saints continued to manipulate Sylvie's mind. Questioning her, what is the purpose of the God of Light descending upon the blue star? The purpose is to conquer the blue star and cultivate followers of the God of Light, Sylvie answered, still in a state of emotional detachment. Then, what is the realm of the God of Light? And what is the overall strength of the God of Light's domain? The God of Light is revered as the most magnificent deity, wielding the power of numerous laws and having birthed a minor world of its own, standing as one of the most formidable divine emperors in the Void Realm. Sylvie continued her discourse. The overall might of the God of Light's realm boasts countless followers, including tens of thousands of two-winged angels, thousands of four-winged archangels, and hundreds of six-winged seraphs. As for the 12-winged celestial angels, their numbers remain uncertain. However, I am aware of 3 who govern hundreds of fragmented worlds, destined to descend upon this place one day. Upon hearing this, those present were profoundly intimidated by the sheer strength of the God of Light's realm. Sylvie, under the influence of 3 mentalist saints, had no opportunity to deceive. The previously descended 2-winged battle angels possessed semi-divine strength, while Sylvie, being a 4-winged angel, was a complete divine being. What then could be said of the power of 6-winged seraphs and the 12-winged celestial angels? What does it signify that the God of Light commands numerous laws? Being one of the most powerful divine emperors implies that there are indeed other entities of similar strength as the God of Light. I had assumed the God of Light was merely an ordinary deity, but it seems he is extraordinarily powerful, Chen Chao mused, furrowing his brow. The might of the God of Light's realm appears to far exceed initial expectations. Currently, on Blue Star, only Chen Chao possesses divine combat prowess. Should the God of Light's realm launch a large-scale invasion, Blue Star would have no means of resistance. The others shared a similarly complex emotional response. The enemy is simply too formidable. Inquiring about the classification of divine realms, particularly the significance of the 4-winged, 6-winged, and 12-winged angels, Li Wenyu was especially curious about how divine realms are delineated, particularly the laws of power mentioned by Sylvie. The 3 mentalist saints promptly sought relevant information. The term God serves as a collective designation. Those who wield domain power may be termed deities. However, there exists a hierarchy among deities. Those who merely establish domains are considered ordinary gods. In contrast, those who command more than one law of power are referred to as celestial gods, while those who govern numerous laws and have established their own minor worlds are deemed divine emperors. 2-winged battle angels possess semi-divine strength. 4-winged angels represent entry to intermediate divine levels. 6-winged angels are high-level deities, and 12-winged angels are celestial god-level entities. Sylvie candidly imparted knowledge regarding the realm of deities. Once a mid-level deity herself, her power had significantly diminished due to her reincarnation on Blue Star. For a divine emperor like the God of Light, who has already established a minor world, the faith of ordinary mortals can help refine the laws within his world. Thus, he must continually conquer fragmented worlds to cultivate followers, a means to enhance his own power. After absorbing Sylvie's revelations, the group fell into a prolonged silence, with the 3 mentalist saints also deep in contemplation. Their thoughts transcended merely the realm of deities, reaching into more profound considerations. Achieving the saintly level on Blue Star could be likened to reaching the pinnacle of combat capability. However, within this world, there exists a realm of greater strength. No one desires to remain weak. Even those who may not wish to grow stronger are inevitably surrounded by others who yearn for power. The essence of ascension, or the transition from sage to divinity, lies within the celestial will of the fragmented worlds. Thus, this expanse of void resembles a merciless and sanguinary dark forest. One must either consume other worlds and their celestial wills, thereby becoming more formidable, or face annihilation, becoming a mere puppet and tool for another's ascent. The situation is far graver than we had anticipated. I had once hoped that a semblance of negotiation with the so-called realm of the God of Light might still be possible. But based on the intelligence currently at our disposal, the likelihood of such negotiations is exceedingly slim. Li Wenyu could not help but feel a tinge of pessimism. Were it not for the existence of Chen Chao, a being of godly prowess, Blue Star would struggle to withstand even the onslaught of second-winged angels of demigod caliber. We would be as lambs to the slaughter. Others, too, grasped this harsh reality and expressed their perspectives. Yet, Chen Chao remained silent. Commander Chen, are you concerned about the invasion from the realm of the God of Light? Li Wenyu inquired. Chen Chao shook his head and countered. The invasion from the God of Light is not our greatest concern. Have you not noticed a pressing issue? The assembly looked puzzled, prompting him to elaborate. In fragmentary worlds like the secret realms, we can reach the world barrier and access the core of the world, where the celestial will resides. However, the question arises, where is the core of Blue Star? Or rather, where lies the celestial will of Blue Star? Chen Chao posed this query, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. Sages possess the ability to sense celestial wills, thus affirming the existence of such a will within Blue Star. However, unlike fragmented worlds, Blue Star is merely a planet, devoid of any world barriers. Above it stretches the vast cosmos, while below lies the planetary core. Where then is the world core of Blue Star? The three spiritual sages turned to Sylvie for answers, but she too was ignorant of the distinctions between Blue Star and fragmented worlds. In fact, her descent upon Blue Star was solely to elucidate this very matter. Although she could not unravel the enigma of Blue Star, this inquiry yielded significant insights. The extraordinary association, through Sylvie, gleaned knowledge regarding the societal structure, scientific culture, and cultivation systems of the realm of the God of Light. Despite the stark divergence of material and spiritual culture in the realm of the God of Light, which is fundamentally anchored in the power of the God of Light, these insights hold substantial research value, particularly in terms of their cultivation system. Blue Star's cultivation methodology has always been a tentative exploration, and now, with a sophisticated system of cultivation to draw upon, it is far superior to aimless fumbling. Researchers within the Extraordinary Tower have dedicated themselves entirely to studying the saintly and even divine cultivation systems of the realm of the God of Light. Meanwhile, Li Wenyu and several representatives of the sages from Huagua journeyed internationally to partake in an emergency plan discussion convened by the 5 permanent members regarding the prevention of an incursion from external divine realms into Blue Star. Previously, the magical serpent from the secret realm of Nanyang infiltrated Blue Star, and now the divine realm of light looms ominously. In the future, even more formidable adversaries from divine realms may emerge. Thus, the resistance against the incursion of divine realms is unequivocally not the concern of a single nation. In response to the invasion from foreign divine realms, Li Wenyi proposed the establishment of a global coalition, namely the Justice Arbitration Alliance. This alliance comprises powerful beings of the saint and divine ranks from various countries, and adopts a decision-making model involving 7 leaders to integrate all resources from the secret realms of Blue Star, aimed at collectively resisting the invasion of foreign divine realms. China has nominated 4 leaders: the God of Destruction, Chen Chao, the Supergirl, Kara, the Sword Saint, Lin Huayu, and the Mind Emperor, Hua Ruolin. The United States has nominated the Thunder Saint, Barton Chester. The meeting of the 5 leaders unanimously approved the proposal. Yet the nominations for the remaining 2 leaders sparked endless debate, remaining unresolved by the conclusion of the conference. The establishment of the Justice Arbitration Alliance was approved. However, its headquarters will not be situated on Blue Star. Instead, Chen Chao plans to create a global surveillance space station. Complementing this will be the Skynet system, which will cover over 99% of Blue Star. With the existence of the Skynet system, no evil will escape detection, whether it be petty theft, awakened individuals committing crimes, or invasions by foreign deities. The system will capture relevant footage promptly and process it systematically, deploying personnel to address these special incidents according to the principles of maximum efficiency and speed. As the Skynet system prepares for global coverage, it implies that all nations, or at least the awakened forces of all nations, must submit to the unified coordination of the Justice Arbitration Alliance. However, this has incited considerable opposition, primarily from the general populace, as most are unaware of the existence of secret realms and fail to comprehend the immense crisis humanity currently faces. Only a fraction of awakened individuals, particularly those who have participated in secret realm wars, truly grasp the gravity of the situation. With an increasing number of secret realms appearing, humanity's defensive capabilities are stretched thin. Fortunately, no divine entities have yet emerged from these realms, but the existence of angelic beings and magical serpents serves as a harbinger, with many god-level beings eyeing Blue Star with intent. Therefore, global unification is an inevitable trend. China has merely accelerated this process, possessing the strength to do so, as it currently boasts the most powerful divine combatant, the god of destruction, Chen Chao, along with two others on the cusp of ascension to divine status, establishing itself as the unrivaled superpower of Blue Star. To advance the construction of the headquarters of the Justice Arbitration Alliance, or the space station, Chen Chao has been diligently drafting blueprints at the Extraordinary Academy. I had once aspired to lead a languid existence, merely subsisting and awaiting death, yet the stronger I become, the less comfortable life seems compared to before. For an extended period, Chen Chao's mind operated at an extraordinary velocity, inevitably leading to a sense of fatigue. After all, he had accomplished in mere days what would take an ordinary designer a decade to complete. "Brother, you haven't played with me in ages," protested Kara. It was only then that Chen Chao realized he had not devoted quality time to Kara for quite some time. "All right, today I shall forego drawing and spend time with you. Where would you like to go?" Chen Chao set down his mouse and, out of habit, playfully pinched Kara's cheek. Kara beamed a sweet smile and said, "Brother, I want to go eat KFC, just the two of us, okay?" Ever since their landlady had taken over meal preparations, Kara had not indulged in KFC for quite a while. When she first arrived in this world, she believed KFC to be the most delectable food imaginable, along with ice-cold soda. "Very well, it shall be just us today." Chen Chao casually sent a text to their landlady, informing her that she need not wait for them to return home for dinner. After sending the message, they changed into casual attire, hand in hand, resembling a typical couple strolling down the street. Nearby the Extraordinary Academy, there was a KFC. Chen Chao deliberately enveloped the area with his mental energy, compelling those around them to disregard their presence. Although he was not a mind control ability user, his mental prowess was formidable enough to achieve simple perception blocking and interference. He ordered a dozen of Kara's favorite family buckets, and they settled at a window seat on the second floor of KFC. Faced with a table laden with delectable food and the bustling cityscape outside, everything felt so serene and delightful. Kara picked up a strawberry ice cream and playfully presented it to Chen Chao, saying, "Brother, will you feed me this?" "Sure," Chen Chao replied with a smile, scooping a spoonful of ice cream and bringing it to her lips. However, Kara shook her head and insisted, "No, I want you to feed me with your mouth." "How daring!" Chen Chao felt a flush of embarrassment. This was quite inappropriate in a public setting. "Haven't you blocked everyone as perception? No one will see us. What's the harm? Kara pautud, epresink her dissatisfaction. How about we wait until we get home?" Chen Chao glanced around. Although he knew that no one could perceive them, an inexplicable sense of shame lingered. "Brother, you can be shy too?" Kara found his guilty demeanor amusing. Chen Chao shot her a glare and retorted, "Do you think I have a thick skin?" No, but don't you think this is thrilling?" Kara took a lick of her ice cream and leaned closer, planting a gentle peck on Chen Chao's lips. It must be said that this Kryptonian girl, in her emotional expression, differed from Chen Chao's more reserved Eastern demeanor, instead embodying the boldness and fervor characteristic of the West. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, mingling with the rich, sweet essence of ice cream, accompanied by the bustling sounds of passers-by. This peculiar experience electrified Chen Chao's senses like a flash of lightning. "Girl, you're playing with fire?" He licked his lips. "Indeed. What do you intend to do?" Carla extended a finger, dipped it into the ice cream, and savored a bite. "In the United States, in the city of Los Angeles, lies a slum. The environment here is filthy and chaotic, with walls adorned in graffiti, while numerous addicts and petty criminals wander aimlessly like zombies in this area. Within a dimly lit room of this slum, 5 Caucasians, both male and female, sat together. Their clothing bore designer labels, yet appeared tattered and worn, reminiscent of beggars. Beneath their feet, the floor was etched with faint energy crystals, forming the intricate pattern of a hexagram. "With my blood, I pray to the exalted and magnificent God of light. With my soul, I merge into the eternal holy light." At the center of the hexagram's magical array knelt a white girl of about 16 or 17, her palm cut by a sharp blade, blood dripping onto the hexagram, transforming into enigmatic crimson runes under the influence of some unseen force. They were the last remaining faithful adherents of the God of light. Despite the revelations of the God of Light Church's malevolence across nations, these devoted followers, seemingly bewitched, steadfastly believed that the God of Light was the ultimate truth, while all who slandered and vilified the God were deemed wicked heretics. With my body, I summoned forth the great angel to descend. As the final prayer was uttered, the hexagram radiated a dazzling brilliance, and a four-winged angelic figure, embodying sacred light, materialized above the girl. May the holy light protect you. This four-winged angel was none other than Maria, reincarnated, her essence merging with that of the white girl at the center of the hexagram. Now, the God of Light Church had become a pariah, its powerful followers either eradicated or imprisoned, their power shattered. The few remaining adherents were insufficient to summon the true form of the four-winged angel, forced to settle for the reincarnation of souls akin to Sylvie. Yet, even without the true form's arrival, the power of a four-winged angel should not be underestimated. Weak mortals! At the center of the hexagram, the white girl's body was now occupied by the four-winged angel Maria. She struggled to raise her arm, an overwhelming sense of frailty washing over her, prompting an involuntary curse. At that moment, an elderly Caucasian man suddenly erupted, drawing a dagger from his boot and swiftly lunging at the surrounding devotees. The sound of the sharp blade slicing through carotid arteries echoed, blood gushing forth. In mere moments, the elderly man had slain all the nearby followers, blood staining the walls. He approached the recently manifested four-winged angel Maria, dagger in hand. "Who are you?" Melia struggled to rise, extending her arms to summon the power of holy light. Yet, her soul had only just begun to inhabit this frail body, and it was not yet fully attuned. Thus, she found herself unable to harness even the most fundamental essence of holy light. As one of the most formidable races in the void, even a mere soul of an angel remains an immensely powerful entity. The elder man, his eyes of vivid crimson, bore black markings that writhed upon his skin. In a raspy voice, he proclaimed, "If a four-winged angel were in its prime, even my true form would scarcely be able to corrupt you. As for your current state, reduced to but an angelic soul, it shall be an effortless task." As the elder drew near, a black serpent manifested around him. This elder was merely a puppet of the serpent Demoness. Previously, with Chen Chao holding dominion in the Eastern Realm and the Church of the God of Light prevailing in the West, the serpent Demoness found herself unable to invade Blue Star. However, with Chen Chao's victory over the God of Light's earthly representative, the four-winged angel Sylvie, and the absence of a deity-level protector in the West, the serpent Demoness finally found the opportunity to expand her influence. Particularly, upon learning from the remaining followers of the God of Light that an archangel was soon to descend upon this world, she meticulously orchestrated this incursion, targeting the newly arrived angel. The serpent, ephemeral in form, morphed into a cloud of black mist as it approached the white-skinned maiden, infiltrating her body through eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and even her pores. It was insidious, step by step, eroding her very being and even corrupting her soul. "I am Archangel Melia. You foul, wretched insect. Whatever you may be, you shall not escape the judgment of the God of Light." The white maiden fought desperately, yet her feeble body convulsed helplessly upon the ground, akin to a victim of epilepsy. The puppet elder maintained his frigid demeanor, dismissing the God of Light as inconsequential compared to the great master of eclipses. "Cease your resistance. Relinquish your mental realm. You will feel no pain. I shall grant your soul eternity." No. Despite her continuous struggle, the maiden's voice grew ever weaker until it fell silent. After a brief stillness, the white maiden at the center of the hexagram slowly rose, her once pristine form now marred by dark markings. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted from her chest, only to swiftly transform into an abyssal blackness. That inky darkness, once the realm of holy light belonging to the four-winged angel Melia, had now been tainted by the serpent Demoness' power, transmuting it into a domain of shadow. At the moment the sacred realm succumbed to darkness, for jet-black wings manifested behind the maiden. "From this day forth, you shall be known as the fallen angel Melia, my kin, my friend, and a part of my power." The puppet elder extended his withered hands, caressing the two pairs of pitch-black wings behind the white-skinned maiden, as if they embodied the most exquisite hue in existence. The maiden bowed slightly before the puppet elder, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for bestowing upon me this new-found life." "My master." The puppet elder, witnessing the noble four-winged angel's successful transformation, displayed a rigid smile, proclaiming, "Summon forth more angels to descend." The flesh and souls of the angelic kin surpass those of feeble humans by tenfold, even dozens of times. "As you command, my master," replied the fallen angel Melia, bowing once more in obedience. That very day, Chen Chao and Kara indulged in their revelry until late. After departing from Ken's Chicken, they ventured to bars, arcades, and other entertainment venues, resembling a carefree couple on holiday, relishing life without restraint. With the whimsical Kara by his side, Chen Chao momentarily cast aside the looming threat of the foreign deities. "Brother, once I ascend to the divine realm, you shall no longer have to toil so hard." On their way home, as they boarded a bus, Kara rested her head on Chen Chao's shoulder, quietly gazing at the brilliantly illuminated streets of the magical metropolis outside. "Do you wish to venture into the sun again? Kara, you're still quite young. Excessive sun exposure may hinder your growth." Understanding her sentiments, Chen Chao playfully pinched her little nose. "If I don't grow taller, so be it, as long as I gain some weight," Kara declared, puffing out her chest. Currently, she stood a head shorter than Chen Chao, yet her figure was quite ample. "Once I establish the framework for the Skynet system on Blue Star and initiate the production of divine-grade armor, Blue Star will possess a degree of autonomous defense capability. When Lin Huayu and Hua Ruolin achieve the divine realm, I shall be able to continue living a languid existence," Chen Chao mused. At present, the most pressing issue for Blue Star lay in the scarcity of formidable beings. Not only was Chen Chao the sole divine realm powerhouse, but even the number of high-tier saints was pitifully low. Without Chen Chao's intervention, the arrival of 3 two-winged battle angels from the Church of the God of Light could easily subjugate the entire world. Currently, the extraordinary military employed the extraordinary armor developed by Chen Chao, enabling ordinary individuals to wield powers comparable to those of the extraordinary. He now planned to further refine the technology, incorporating more divine-grade materials to forge divine-grade armor. The cost of extraordinary-grade armor hovered around 200 million Huaxia coins, while divine-grade armor was conservatively estimated at 2 billion. As for God-grade armor, that remained a distant aspiration. One challenge lay in the power core. Both Blue Star's technology and Chen Chao's innovations could only achieve a divine-grade level, unable to ascend further. Another obstacle was the procurement of God-grade materials. Were Chen Chao to acquire hundreds of tons of URU metal, he could directly forge armor and weapons from it, thus resolving the issue of God-grade materials. However, no other locations or secret realms had yet yielded such materials. Kara listened to Chen Chao's words and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, replied, "Relying on Lin Huayu and Hua Ruolin is far less appealing than taking me on another journey into the sun. I feel I am not far from the divine realm. The might of the divine realm cannot merely be assessed by sheer strength. You have seen the four-winged angel Sylvie. Once her holy light domain is activated, she can contend with me on equal footing. The most crucial aspect is that the domain can sever the connection between heaven and earth, which will put you at a disadvantage." Chen Chao responded, "Kara, do you truly consider that an equal contest? If you can't defeat your opponent with a single punch, does that mean it's an even match?" Kara wrapped her arms around Chen Chao's, saying, "I understand that. If the domain creates a separation, so be it. Worst case, I'll just carry a nuclear reactor on me. I have no interest in such illusions. As long as my power is sufficiently formidable, there's nothing I cannot resolve with a single strike. One punch Supergirl. Does this girl have no fear of baldness?" Chen Chao couldn't help but chuckle. "Just look at your confidence. But what if one punch isn't enough? Then I shall use 2. And if 2 punches fail, then there's you. In any case, I won't worry. My brother is the strongest." Kara clung to Chen Chao's arm, nuzzling against him affectionately. Chen Chao wrapped his arm around Kara's slender waist. Her dependence on him filled him with a sense of urgency. He worried that he might not be powerful enough to vanquish all foes within the fragmented world beyond. For Chen Chao, all his endeavors were not solely for humanity at large. Rather, they were primarily to protect Kara, their landlady, and the little family that included Nan Jiamei. No matter the challenges posed by demonic serpents or the God of Light, anyone who dared to attempt to conquer Blue Star would meet with his unyielding wrath. Soon, the bus arrived at Mingzhu Garden. Chen Chao cradled the slumbering Kara in his arms as they returned home. The landlady was still awake, directing the cat-eared girl to assist Nan Jiamei in tidying up her clothes. Upon seeing Chen Chao enter with Kara, she remarked somewhat sourly, "I thought you two wouldn't return today. I've been quite busy lately, and Haven T had the chance to spend quality time with Kara, so I took her out for a bit," Chen Chao explained softly. "Humph," the landlady huffed playfully. "You only ever think about your little lowly. Tell me, how long has it been since you've paid your dues?" "Meow, what does paying dues mean?" The cat-eared girl, who was helping Nan Jiamei, perked up her ears at the unfamiliar term. Her curiosity piqued. Chen Chao gently flicked the landlady's forehead, saying, "Yujia, you're becoming more carefree by the day." With that, he handed the still-sleeping Kara to the cat-eared girl, asking her to take Kara back to her room. Once the cat-eared girl had escorted Kara away, the landlady leaned closer to Chen Chao, proudly puffing out her ample chest. "Indeed, I know your strengths and weaknesses as well as you know mine. Regardless, I won't relent. You should not expect to sleep tonight, Chen Chao." "Heh, can you handle it? Who gave you the audacity to utter such words?" Chen Chao cast a disdainful glance at the landlady. A mere novice, not even an extraordinary being, daring to provoke him. Had she forgotten the power of his Rui Jingu Bang? "Wait a moment. Yu Jia, have you ascended to the extraordinary?" Chen Chao suddenly sensed something amiss with the landlady's aura. Upon closer inspection, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, she had indeed reached the extraordinary tier. Chapter 145. Rapid Advancement. The landlady beamed with pride, saying, "You finally noticed. I've been diligently cultivating lately, and I've made a significant breakthrough to become extraordinary. I've also qualified for the hero license. Congratulations. Although I fail to see what is so commendable about becoming extraordinary," Chen Chao retorted coldly. Surrounding him were nearly all beings of saintly combat prowess. Even the cat-eared monster at home possessed half-saint level strength. The landlady's expression fell. "What can I do? I've been putting in so much effort to cultivate. How can I compete with all of you freaks? You are not ordinary people whom I can catch up with. It's not that I lack strength. It's just that you all are cheating." Chen Chao hurriedly reassured the landlady. "Yu Jia, do not fret. I can specially craft a set of peak saint level armor for you. Once you don it, you will instantly possess peak saint level combat power. While I cannot create divine armor, peak saint level is well within my capabilities. If it's tailored specifically for you, the armor's power will be even greater." "Really? Peak saint level? Can it overpower that flamboyant bird, Jinling?" The landlady blinked her large, sparkling eyes at Chen Chao, inquiring eagerly. "Overpower Jinling? Aim a bit higher. Why not aim to surpass Hua Rulin instead?" Chen Chao asserted, "My armor is formidable. I knew my past affections for you were not in vain," the landlady joyfully exclaimed, leaping into Chen Chao's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek before promptly shoving him toward the bathroom. "I'll tidy up Xiao Mei's clothes for the secret realm. You hurry and take a shower. I'll prepare you a fried egg." "Is it the kind of fried egg I'm thinking of?" Chen Chao asked uncertainly. The landlady shot him a glare. "Hurry and wash up." "All right." Chen Chao dashed excitedly toward the second-floor bathroom. However, just a few steps in, he suddenly seemed to recall something and backtracked. "Wait, what did you just say about Xiao Mei going to the secret realm?" "Yes. The World Justice Arbitration Alliance has issued internal combat directives, integrating the powers of various nations for a grand development of the secret realms, aiming to pacify all secret realms on Blue Star within a year. As the foremost among the 7 titans of the Justice League, you should be aware of this." The landlady retorted, "I know about the grand development of the secret realms, but why is Xiao Mei also descending into one?" Chen Chao asked, perplexed. The landlady looked hurt and aggrieved as she explained, "Because she has already become a saint." "Chen Chao, if you dare to laugh, there will be no fried eggs for you tonight." No, I assure you I have not laughed at all. You must believe me. It is utterly impossible for me to do so." Chen Chao nodded solemnly, gesturing towards the bathroom on the second floor. "I shall take my leave to shower now. Please wait for me in the room." That night, there were benevolent souls in the capital. Consequently, the monarch ceased his early morning court sessions. Here, 5,000 words are omitted. The following day, Chen Chao was roused from slumber by a sudden exclamation. It was the landlady, in a state of frantic commotion. "What is it, Yu Jia? Has someone stolen your wallet? Or has your stock plummeted?" Chen Chao yawned as he inquired, having been awake until the early hours of 6. Of course, Chen Chao's own exertions were not the most taxing. The true fatigue lay in his obligation to constantly shield the landlady with his biological force field. Otherwise, a moment of excitement could result in her being reduced to mere pulp. The landlady, in her exuberance, rushed towards him, shaking his shoulders. "Chen Chao, My strength has surged dramatically. Have I awakened some extraordinary talent? Faced with her enthusiasm, Chen Chao opened his eyes to behold two magnificent, snow-capped peaks swaying before him. If only Carla possessed such a spirit, he mumbled softly. Hey, what are you muttering about? Have you not noticed my newfound strength? The landlady retorted, slightly vexed. Only then did Chen Chao divert his gaze, scrutinizing her apparent enhancement. Ah, there resides within you a remarkably pure energy, along with a faint essence of the will of heaven and earth. Now I understand what is transpiring, he said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The landlady, however, remained perplexed. Though she fancied herself an experienced person, well-versed in 72 postures, she was more of a theoretical giant than a practical one, having only engaged in combat scenarios with Chen Chao. Thus, she failed to grasp the reason behind his devilish smile. What on earth is happening? Speak quickly, or I shan't prepare breakfast for you today, she threatened, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Clearing his throat, Chen Chao replied, How should I put it? I am nearing divinity, which means I now harbor an abundance of energy within me. Do you comprehend? He gestured expressively, then gazed at the landlady. She remained bewildered, shaking her head. I do not understand. Do not play riddles with me. What does my enhancement have to do with you? Let me provide a different analogy. Are you familiar with Tang Sung from Journey to the West? When monsters consume his flesh, they attain eternal youth. My current situation bears some resemblance to that, Chen Chao explained, employing gestures for clarity. Last night coughed, do you grasp it now? The landlady's expression shifted from initial confusion to dawning realization, culminating in a blend of astonishment and joy. Are you saying that your flesh now contains rich energy which could expedite my ascendance in strength? She exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Perhaps. The principle is likely akin to consuming the flesh of high-level demonic beasts, Chen Chao elaborated. Suddenly, the landlady cast a flirtatious glance at him. Chen Chao, can I rely on you to help me ascend to the status of a saint? What on earth? You wish to become a saint? Your appetite is rather insatiable. Chen Chao gasped in astonishment. Wishing to ascend to the rank of sage through my efforts, do you intend to relentlessly exploit my potential? Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed by energy? I shall not be deterred. I am determined to achieve sage status this month. The landlady, fierce as a tiger emerging from the mountains, devours the world around her. What a silver-tongued, sharp-witted woman she is. Fortunately, this afternoon I must escort Nanjiame to the academy for our journey to the Kyoto secret realm. Otherwise, the landlady's relentless demands on Chen Chao would likely persist throughout the day. Upon my return, the evening shall continue. The landlady, brimming with vitality, has elevated her strength from a beginner extraordinary to a mid-tier extraordinary through sheer effort. Such rapid advancement speaks volumes of the sacrifices Chen Chao has made. However, ascending too quickly may lead to an unstable foundation. Sister Yu, why not take the time today to solidify your cultivation? Do not push yourself too hard. Chen Chao supported his waist. No, I shall wait until I ascend to sage before solidifying my cultivation. With this parting remark, the landlady left the room, leaving Chen Chao speechless. This is going to cost me dearly. During a brief respite, Chen Chao glanced at the system interface. Recently, I had accumulated 60 consecutive draws. It was time to make a selection. System, initiate a 60 consecutive draw. Within the consciousness space, the system transitioned to the card drawing interface. As the random gift boxes pulsated, brilliant light erupted forth. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20 fragments of Batman Bruce Wayne. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 15 fragments of Black Panther. Amidst the azure sky and white clouds, accompanied by numerous agents from the Serpent Shield, Chen Chao's vision was soon enveloped in a radiant golden light. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a legendary golden weapon card, the Storm Battle Axe. Upon seeing this card, Chen Chao could not help but smile. First, the Hammer of Thor, and now the Storm Battle Axe. Was this a sign for me to embrace the path of the Berserker? In future battles, wielding a spear in one hand and an axe in the other would certainly exude an impressive aura. The light continued to dance. Among the cards, 4 more legendary golden cards emerged, 2 of which were made of URU metal, totaling nearly 2,000 kilograms. The remaining 2 cards were of limited use to Chen Chao, primarily suited for upgrading item space. At this level, unless it is a premium golden legendary card, Few items could offer Chen Chao any enhancement. Just as Chen Chao was beginning to think this draw was rather mundane, suddenly, the interface erupted with a kaleidoscope of colors. A mythic card. Chen Chao immediately recognized the rarity of this card. Mythic cards had only appeared once before, during his initial 70 consecutive draws, specifically summoning the mythic card of Carla. Was this card another character, or was something entirely different? Soon, the dazzling colors faded, revealing the mythic card before Chen Chao's eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the legendary item card, the Power Gem. Chapter 146, the Power Gem. In this astonishing 60 consecutive draws, I have managed to obtain the Power Gem, one of the 6 Infinity Stones from the Marvel Universe. Alternatively referred to as the Power Stone, it embodies the most primordial and fundamental force of the cosmos. The Infinity Stones represent powers that govern the very laws of the universe. Together, these 6 stones constitute the essence of cosmic law. As Chen Chao gazed at the mythic card before him, he pondered whether collecting all 6 Infinity Stones would grant him the ability to alter everything in this world with but a snap of his fingers. Yet, he wondered if this Power Stone could symbolize the strength of his own universe. With a mythic Infinity Stone in hand, Chen Chao found himself disinterested in the golden legendary weapon, the Stormbreaker. System, extract the Power Stone. Ding! Extraction in progress. With a rustling sound, Chen Chao felt the very fabric of space around him quiver. This extraction was unlike any he had experienced before. He sensed an inexhaustible force converging before him, indiscernible yet palpable. To avert any unforeseen complications, he immediately sealed off the surrounding space. But even his efforts could not quell the tremors of reality. After a brief moment, a small, purple gem resembling a piece of amethyst materialized before Chen Chao. The energy contained within the Power Gem was so immense that an ordinary person attempting to wield it would be overwhelmed and destroyed by its sheer might. Undaunted, Chen Chao reached out with his bare hands. He opened his palms and grasped the purple Power Gem, unleashing a torrent of energy as powerful as a mountain crashing into the sea, surging towards his body. Such bliss! Chen Chao spread his arms wide, welcoming the tumultuous energy that enveloped him. He felt no discomfort, only an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. In an instant, the fatigue from the previous night vanished. After a prolonged period of immersion in the energy of the Power Gem, Chen Chao discovered that his physical strength was steadily augmenting, the pace of which far surpassed the effects of basking in sunlight. Excellent! With this Power Gem, even in a realm devoid of a yellow sun, my powers would remain unaffected. I would fear no divine domain. Examining the purple gem in his hand, Chen Chao realized that the energy of the Infinity Stones was limitless. If I were to harness the Power Gem as a source of energy, I could forge a divine, no, a celestial, or even an emperor-level core power. With 2 cards of URU metal, each weighing a total of 2,000 kilograms, supplemented with some vibranium, I would possess ample materials to create divine-grade armor. Utilizing the Power Gem as the core of this power source, a set of divine armor would soon come to fruition. Chen Chao conceived an ambitious idea to forge a set of divine armor, one that could empower a saint with godlike strength. Such overwhelming power is far too formidable for an ordinary individual to withstand. Even a minor misstep could result in fatal backlash from the divine force. However, at present, there is only a single Infinity Stone available. It is prudent to wait until more stones can be procured in the future. Should he manage to gather all 6 Infinity Stones, crafting an Infinity Gauntlet would allow him to resolve any conflict, whether it be against celestial realms or lesser beings, with a mere snap of his fingers. This should be feasible. After thoroughly enjoying the capabilities of the Power Stone, Chen Chao decided to store it in his dimensional space. He then resolved to create a necklace specifically designed to accommodate the Power Stone, alongside the URU nanomaterial, so that donning the armor would only require a simple tap on the necklace. Subsequently, Chen Chao instructed the system to extract the Storm Axe. Both the Storm Axe and MJ Lnur could enhance his thunderous might, but as the king's weapon, the Storm Axe would naturally amplify his power to a greater extent. With the Storm Axe in hand, even without summoning the Holy Seal, Chen Chao could directly shatter Sylvie's domain of holy light with his thunderous strikes. Since their last encounter, he had returned his Holy Seal to the Nanyang Secret Realm. He anticipated that in the near future, he would fully integrate with the will of heaven and earth from the Nanyang Secret Realm, paving the way for his ascension to divine status. After placing both weapons into storage, Chen Chao casually upgraded the storage space by enhancing the unused cards. The storage capacity had now expanded to 100 cubic meters. Prior to the upgrade, half of the space was cluttered with Kara's clothing, bags, and snacks. Now, with the increase to 100 cubic meters, it finally felt somewhat spacious. Disregarding the assorted items within the storage space, Chen Chao descended the stairs and discovered a certain game-loving Kryptonian ensconced in their home, Internet CF, engaged in a 5-person gaming session. Indeed, she was playing Heroes of Glory as a solo player with 5 accounts. Ever since Kara unlocked the ability to manage multiple accounts simultaneously, her win rate and rank had skyrocketed, leading her to achieve the top position on a national server within just 3 days. Recently, a manager from a professional esports team had even reached out to invite her to join their ranks, but she joyfully declined the offer. Kara, get a move on. Hurry to the laboratory. I intend to complete the blueprints for the space station and the Skynet system before this weekend. No slacking off, Chen Chao urged. Whether it was the space station or any other project, the core framework was designed by Chen Chao, while Kara was responsible for refining the intricate details. Ultimately, they would submit all technical drawings and proposals to the relevant technical group of the Extraordinary Association and schedule several on-site technical briefing meetings. Once the briefings were concluded, Chen Chao would be free to return home and indulge in leisure. Kara was reluctant to relinquish the mouse. Let me finish this match. I am facing a formidable opponent. I cannot manage this alone, and my adversary might also possess extraordinary abilities. An ordinary person could never challenge her, but at her level, it is improbable that any common folk remain. Step aside. It is time for me to showcase my skills. Provide me with 2 machines, and witness how I guide you to triumph over these children. In an effort to expedite Kara's engagement in her work, Chen Chao even took to the virtual arena himself, joining her in the game. With Chen Chao's presence, Kara was naturally elated and promptly allocated the roles of jungler and support to him. Brother, the synergy between jungler and support is yours to command. I will secure the remaining 3 positions, Kara declared with unwavering confidence. 10 minutes later, united as siblings, they breached the opponent's stronghold and concluded the match decisively. Game over. Can we now proceed to the laboratory? Chen Chao stretched lazily, urging her onward. Kara flashed a timid smile. How about one more round? Absolutely not. This wretched game holds no allure, Chen Chao retorted dismissively. Brother, aside from a female hero modeled after me who can appear alongside you and unlock additional Easter eggs, why not give it a try? Kara suggested. What do you mean by give it a try? That phrase is laden with ambiguity. As Chen Chao opened the hero selection interface, he indeed spotted the character of little Supergirl Kara. Very well, just one match. All right. Kara eagerly clicked to commence the game. They played for an entire day. In the following days, Chen Chao and Kara resided in the laboratory. The landlady, initially intending to join them, ultimately succumbed to Kara's formidable presence and reluctantly remained at home. My dear, you must return early. Do not wander and flirt elsewhere. I am constantly thinking of you, the landlady lamented tearfully before Chen Chao departed, resembling a forlorn woman left alone in an empty house. This old lady is becoming increasingly unhinged, Kara huffed as she tugged Chen Chao's arm. What is this? Are you feeling jealous? Chen Chao teased, pinching her nose playfully. Huh, jealous of that woman? Never. Kara retorted with a haughty turn of her face. Chen Chao's research progressed smoothly, while nations around the globe fervently engaged in the grand development of the secret realms. Currently, the World Justice Arbitration Alliance, led by the Direct Search Forces and the 10,000 Demon Army, coordinated the efforts of powerful individuals from various countries to quell the turmoil within the secret realms. Regarding the allocation of resources within the secret realms, the World Justice Arbitration Alliance adopted a unified approach, distributing resources according to the principle of equitable compensation based on contribution. Many high-ranking nobles from non-democratic nations condemned the alliance, alleging monopolistic practices regarding the resources of the secret realms. In response to such allegations, the chief figure of the World Justice Arbitration Alliance, the god of destruction, Chen Chao, affirmed, indeed, this is no mere rumor. We are indeed monopolizing the resources of the secret realms. Despite the resentment and bitterness harbored by the privileged elite, they find themselves powerless. In stark contrast to these high-born nobles, The ordinary ability users involved in the development of the secret realms express their enthusiastic support for the actions taken by the World Justice Arbitration Alliance. As the frontline combatants, they exert the most effort and consequently reap the greatest rewards. Furthermore, the current alliance vigorously supports ordinary ability users, ensuring that those genuinely engaged in frontline battles receive their rightful benefits and protections. In essence, there are no intermediaries profiting from the disparity. In a short span of time, an increasing number of ability users have joined the Alliance's direct military forces, effectively covering every region of Blue Star. As each secret realm is subdued and its resources harnessed, the overall strength of Blue Star experiences remarkable growth. Chapter 147. The Domain of Destruction. A week later, Chen Chao finally completed the blueprints for the space station and the Skynet system, and he disclosed the core technologies involved to the researchers of the Extraordinary Association. I have resolved the overarching framework and technical issues. The remaining details will require your own enhancements. During the technical briefing, Chen Chao dedicated 2 full days to addressing the inquiries of all research-oriented extraordinary users within the Extraordinary Association. Fortunately, the individuals present were all research-oriented ability users, with their abilities generally at the mid-tier extraordinary level. Even the interns merely observing possessed awakened powers. While their combat capabilities may be lacking, each individual is a cerebral talent, endowed with exceptional aptitude for scientific inquiry. It is precisely due to this that they could grasp such a vast technological project in just 2 days. Had it been a group of ordinary individuals, it is likely they would have struggled for a year or 2 to even begin to comprehend the intricacies. Commander Chen, we have fully understood the technical aspects. However, the primary concern now is that your Watchtower space station and Skynet system may require astronomical resources, remarked the technical head of the Extraordinary Association. Do not concern yourself with the resources. I will personally contribute 60%, while the remaining 40% will be shared among the nations of the world. This was agreed upon during the previous meeting of the 5 permanent members, Chen Chao replied. The World Justice Arbitration Alliance serves as the protective umbrella for all of Blue Star, and it is inconceivable for Chen Chao to bear the entire financial burden alone. This is a matter of global significance, and the contributions made will, to some extent, dictate the balance of power. By contributing 60% and holding the position of the foremost leader among the 7 giants of the World Justice Arbitration Alliance, Chen Chao naturally wields considerable influence. Having resolved the resource concerns, he inquired of the technical head, how soon can the Watchtower and Skynet system project be initiated? The initial mobilization of manpower and resources will require some time. The earliest we could commence construction would be in a month. Once the core optical brain of the Watchtower is completed, the Skynet system can be piloted in Hua country before gradually expanding to the global stage, the head responded. The scheduling of human and material resources requires a considerable amount of time. Such efficiency can only be achieved when all aspects are operating at full throttle. Ultimately, Chen Chao imparted a few more details before concluding the 2-day technical briefing. Upon returning home, he reclined comfortably on the sofa, relishing the moment. At last, he could indulge in a leisurely life of a slacker. Sipping on a chilled soda and nibbling on snacks, he found immense satisfaction in his tranquil existence. The landlord's sister, who had long been plotting, prepared several skewers of delectable lamb kidneys for him. Chen Chao, come. You've worked hard lately, so let me treat you. Enjoy these skewers, and then tonight, continue to strive for greatness, aiming to deliver tons of damage. Enough already, Chen Chao retorted, his expression darkening. Are you trying to turn into a juice extractor? The landlord's sister had ascended to the ranks of a mid-tier extraordinary being, and she was merely a knight's effort away from reaching the high tier. Am I merely a potion for your advancement? The crux of the matter was that she was no longer satisfied with merely becoming a sage. Her current ambition was for Chen Chao to assist her in attaining divinity. My goodness, is this even feasible? Wait a moment, I sense my sacred mark calling to me. Perhaps the integration of the celestial will in the Nanyang secret realm has succeeded. I must step out for a while, Chen Chao exclaimed, hastily rising to depart. The landlord's sister clutched his leg, her eyes brimming with tears. Are you really going to leave me behind again? I'm not deceiving you. Once I truly ascend to divinity, my internal energy will become denser and more refined. In the future, our efforts will yield greater results, and you may even advance to sage status more swiftly Chen Chao stated earnestly. Is that truly the case? She inquired, dubious. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. You understand this principle, don't you? He continued. Eventually, the landlord's sister relented. Chen Chao soared towards the Nanyang secret realm, entering the core of the world. He indeed had not misled her, for his 3 sacred marks had successfully merged with the celestial will, subtly hinting at an impending elevation to the realm. In this space, the original orange light at the center of the world had vanished, leaving behind 3 sacred marks radiating dazzling brilliance, gently floating in the sky. According to intelligence from the 4-winged angel Sylvie, the transition from sage to divinity involves the transformation of sacred marks into a domain. For someone like Chen Chao, who possessed multiple sacred marks, it required first merging them before converting them into a domain. Come forth, he beckoned to 3 sacred marks in the sky, which flew towards him like 3 resplendent suns, emitting blinding light. As the 3 sacred marks merged into Chen Chao's body, it felt as if an entire world had entered him, causing his form to tremble incessantly. Such overwhelming power. Even my physical body seems on the verge of being unable to withstand this influx of energy. The transformation of sacred marks into a domain resembles a chrysalis breaking into a butterfly, a profound metamorphosis. The power of the domain can be perceived as the embryonic form of a miniature world. In the realm of the divine, one establishes their own domain, wherein a celestial being can master the laws of the universe. Upon reaching the sovereign God realm, the domain transforms into a nascent world. Provided the spatial expanse of this domain is sufficiently vast, it allows sentient beings to enter, thrive, and even cultivate. The 3 sacred seals, akin to 3 radiant suns, gradually amalgamated within Chen Chao's being. Cracks began to appear on the seals, and as their fusion progressed, these fissures multiplied. Simultaneously, Chen Chao, standing amidst this ethereal space, Suddenly emanated a chaotique aura. This force surged restlessly, radiating outward from him in all directions, rendering him as if enveloped in a cocoon, his form becoming increasingly indistinct. Unleash. Chen Chao struck forth with a powerful punch, causing the void to tremble. The sound of shattering echoed in his ears, the definitive breaking of the 3 sacred seals. They fragmented into countless shards, intertwining as if engaged in a violent chemical reaction, vibrating incessantly. Moments later, they erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The void quaked, and the very fabric of existence trembled. A deep crimson light burst forth from Chen Chao's chest, expanding outward to engulf the world, instantaneously subsuming the entirety of this realm. From this day forth, I shall be the sovereign of this secret domain. The core of the world shall cease to exist, for my domain shall serve as the very essence of this mystical world. Suspended in the void, Chen Chao's domain reached its zenith. Overlapping and merging with the core of this world, suffused with silver lightning and obsidian energy storms, reminiscent of a cataclysmic abyss. He felt himself as the master of this realm. With a mere thought, he could manifest anywhere within this space and wield any power contained therein. In simpler terms, as Chen Chao's domain unfurled, enveloping the cosmos, the fates of all beings within lay at his command. Today, I ascend to the divine realm. Chen Chao sighed softly. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the 5 great regions. In an instant, all beings of the demon race present in those regions fell to their knees. Even those who had ventured to the blue star world sensed an overwhelming surge of power within their sacred seals, significantly enhancing their abilities. As Chen Chao merged with the celestial will of the Nanyang secret realm, his strength augmented the potency of this world. The direct manifestation of this synergy was the amplification of power reflected in the native sacred beings of the Nanyang realm. I shall name my domain the domain of destruction, Chen Chao declared, retracting the domain of destruction. The thunder and energy storms of this realm contracted, transforming into beams of light that gradually returned to Chen Chao's being, coalescing into a dazzling orb resembling a black galaxy. With the domain's power reclaimed, Chen Chao's form reappeared in the Northern Territory. From this moment forth, Chen Chao truly ascended to the status of a deity within this realm. Beyond his own domain, should he find himself in this world, he could summon the very essence of the realm to fight on his behalf. his combat prowess surpassing even that of the Divine Emperor, at the very least capable of overwhelming those of the celestial god tier. Chen Chao closed his eyes to attune himself to the 5 great regions. Currently, these regions were being developed by numerous humans, with only a handful of demon saints stationed within. Much of the combat force had been dispatched elsewhere. It was time to unearth those concealed in the blue star, to reveal them all. Without further hesitation, Chen Chao flickered to the entrance of the dimensional rift and stepped directly into the world of Blue Star. Chapter 148. The Secret Realm of Kyoto. Upon exiting the Secret Realm and entering the Blue Star world, the sensation of wielding dominion over heaven and earth dissipated. He stood within the skies of Huagua, a sudden speculation surfacing in his mind. Having fused with the will of the heavens of the Nanyang Secret Realm, the world core had vanished. This situation bore a striking resemblance to that of the Blue Star, which also lacked a world core. Of course, this assertion was not entirely precise, as Chen Chao could not pursue the world core of the Blue Star in the same manner as he did within the Shattered Realm. Yet, a suspicion lingered. Perhaps the will of the heavens of Blue Star had been merged with some existence, rendering the world core elusive. If indeed the will of the heavens had been amalgamated, where might that entity be now? After all, there were no beings of the divine realm upon the Blue Star. The mightiest presence previously was merely at the pinnacle of the saint level. Otherwise, they would not have easily succumbed to the invasion of the angels from the radiant divine realm, leading to the emergence of the Church of the Radiant God. One must recognize that the being responsible for merging with the will of the heavens of Blue Star was undoubtedly a power of divine caliber, not one to remain inconspicuous. After pondering for a while without any clarity, Chen Chao dismissed the thoughts and directed his flight towards the direction of Modu. Upon returning home, he found the place devoid of anyone. Had the sun risen from the west today? Carla was surprisingly absent, not indulging in games at home. Chen Chao felt a tinge of astonishment. He immediately extended his mental energy, enveloping the entirety of Modu in an instant. Chen Chao's mental prowess was already formidable, and having now ascended to the divine realm, it surged to unprecedented heights. Though not as refined in control as that of a mental-type saint, in terms of strength and quality, Chen Chao would claim the second position, leaving no one daring to contest the first. Yet, there is no sign of Carla or any other powerful beings in Modu. What could be amiss? As Chen Chao's mental energy swept across Modu, he detected no traces of Carla, nor even the presence of other strong individuals. According to spatial energy detection, Modu exhibited abnormal fluctuations in spatial energy, intensifying in recent times. This indicated that the Modu secret realm might soon be activated, ensuring that saint-level beings would inevitably guard Modu to prevent a series of calamities arising from potential spatial rifts. The simultaneous disappearance of powerful figures, as witnessed today, undoubtedly signified that something was amiss. Suddenly, Chen Chao's figure flickered and, as if by teleportation, he materialized within the extraordinary tower. The employees inside were bustling with activity, while Li Wenin was intently gazing at a display screen, anxiously awaiting some development. Chairman Li, what has transpired? Chen Chao's unexpected appearance startled Li Wenin, causing him to leap from his chair. Commander Chen, your sudden arrival is quite alarming. Once Li Wenin discerned that it was Chen Chao, his initial shock transformed into delight. Commander, your timing is impeccable. A formidable being from the divine realm has emerged within the Kyoto secret realm, and they have sealed the spatial passage, preventing our personnel from entering. A powerful entity from the divine realm has emerged in the Kyoto secret realm. Please elaborate. Did Kara and the others also venture inside? Chen Chao inquired. Li Wenin then promptly recounted the events. During this period of extensive development of secret realms, a global effort has been made to quell the chaos within them, yielding significant results. As one of the 2 largest secret realms in Huagua, the Kyoto secret realm has naturally become a primary target for suppression. The Extraordinary Academy organized 5 saints to engage with the indigenous tribes of the Kyoto secret realm, seeking either their submission akin to the demons of the Nanyang secret realm, resulting in a complete cessation of hostilities and mutual development, or resorting to forceful suppression. In addition to the Nanyang secret realm, many indigenous tribes abroad, facing the might of the World Justice Arbitration Alliance, have chosen to cease hostilities. For those realms that have agreed to a truce, The alliance will not pursue further military action, but will instead foster equitable economic and cultural exchanges. The technological, medical, and cultural advancements of Blue Star far surpass those of these fragmented worlds. Moreover, the acquisition of numerous advanced cultivation scriptures from the four-winged angel Sylvie has become invaluable to many indigenous tribes still entrenched in primitive systems. Remarkably, the ancestral elder of the witch tribe from the Kyoto secret realm has not perished, although he perished in battle against my master and others. His spirit fortuitously entered the core of the Kyoto secret realm. Over the years, he successfully integrated with the will of the universe within the Kyoto secret realm, achieving divine realm status, capturing our 5 saints, and using them as leverage to threaten my master. At this juncture, Chen Chao began to grasp the unfolding events. Years ago, Sword Saint Lin Huayu had united with various saints to thwart the Elder S ascension to the divine realm, successfully annihilating his physical form. However, he did not perish. Instead, he gained the acknowledgement of the Kyoto secret realm and merged his spirit with the core of the world. Now, the Elder seeks vengeance against Lin Huayu. Was Saint Lin? Has he ventured into the Kyoto secret realm? Chen Chao inquired. Li Wenyin shook his head. My master has gone to the core of the southeast secret realm, also integrating with the will of the universe. We are currently unable to establish contact with him. 2 days ago, Kara, accompanied by the Xuanja dragon tortoise and other powerful beings, entered the realm. Once they did, the passage to the Kyoto secret realm was sealed, and I remain unaware of the situation within. The southeast secret realm is relatively modest, devoid of indigenous life, and its world is rather barren. In such a secret realm, the core of the world is relatively accessible, and the will of heaven and earth is more readily assimilated. However, no matter how well it integrates, it cannot possibly compare to the speed of Chen Chao. Lin Huayu certainly cannot, like Chen Chao, leave the holy seal within the secret realm while his true self returns to the Blue Star world. Thus, until now, both Lin Huayu and Hua Rulin have been in seclusion, striving to break through to the divine realm. As for the ancestor of the witch clan, having survived a great calamity, Shu Ti, he just lived peacefully instead of courting death. Chen Chao is worried about the safety of Kara, Nanjiame, and other powerful saints. There is no need to elaborate on Kara and Nanjiame. They're the closest to Chen Chao. If anyone dares to harm even a single hair on them, Chen Chao would not hesitate to annihilate the entire world. As for the other saints, there are only a few from the Huagua. Even if a World Justice Arbitration Alliance is established, Chen Chao cannot entirely suppress his selfish ambitions. In terms of resources, he undoubtedly leans more towards his compatriots. The substantial resources Chen Chao invests in the Huagua Saints are intended for their growth, allowing him to continue as a passive observer. If something were to happen in this Kyoto secret realm, even annihilating the entire witch clan would be futile. Commander Chen, why not wait until my master exits his seclusion before you both head to the Kyoto secret realm? After all, the other party has integrated with the will of heaven and earth of the Kyoto secret realm, making their strength extraordinary. Li Wenyi is not lacking in confidence regarding Chen Chao's abilities. Just as Chen Chao, having integrated with the will of heaven and earth of the Nanyang secret realm, becomes the sovereign of that realm, the home field advantage is considerable. Now, with the ancestor of the witch clan having assimilated the will of the Kyoto secret realm, battling him is akin to fighting against the entire secret realm world, a fundamentally different concept. Crushing an ant requires no assistance. I'll be back shortly. With that, Chen Chao vanished once more, moving towards the Kyoto secret realm at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In Kyoto, a military-restricted area of the secret realm, the landlady was anxiously waiting outside the alloy structure sealing the dimensional rift. Has the spatial passage not yet opened? What is the situation inside? The landlady approached a transcendent military leader who had emerged, urgently inquiring. I apologize. The spatial passage has been sealed by energy. We have notified the 5th giant of the Zhonglian, St. Barton Chester, to come and attempt to break the energy blockade. However, if he is also powerless against it, we will have to wait for the appearances of the top 3 giants. The top 3 giants are Chen Chao, Lin Huayu, and Hua Rulin. Many powerful figures from Huagua are trapped within the Kyoto secret realm, and St. Barton Chester is merely a high-level saint. If even he cannot breach this blockade, they must await the arrival of Chen Chao and the others. It's my fault that Chen Chao went to the Nanyang secret realm. The landlady felt a pang of guilt. Had she not persistently asked Chen Chao for help in enhancing her strength, he would not have been in such a hurry to break through to the divine realm. 3 days have passed since Chen Chao entered the Nanyang secret realm. Hearing from Li Wenyu that breaking into the divine realm could take as little as a few months or as long as 3 to 5 years. The landlady could not help but worry for the safety of Kara and Nanjiamei, who were currently within the Kyoto secret realm. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, seemingly emanating from a great distance. Yet, the source of the sound had already appeared before the crowd. Clad in black armor, the figure bore an emblem on the chest, at the center of which glimmered a gemstone radiating a purple light. It was none other than Chen Chao. Chapter 149. A powerful arrival. Seeing Chen Chao's appearance, the landlady rushed into his embrace, while several extraordinary military warriors saluted. "Commander Chen, greetings." Chen Chao nodded in acknowledgement to the warriors, gently patting the landlady's head, reassuring her, "It's all right. I know everything. Sister Yu, stay here and do not move. I will deal with that old dog in return." "You only know how to take advantage of me," she retorted, aware of the source of his words, given her education. After calming the anxious landlady, Chen Chao stepped forward into the fortified metallic structure of the closed dimension. Inside the vast metallic chamber, extraordinary military warriors donned with exceptional battle armor were engaged in relentless assaults on a spatial passage. The foremost among them wore holy level armor. Despite their efforts, an invisible barrier seemed to thwart their every attack. Chen Chao slowly approached the spatial passage and declared, "Step back. Let me take over." The warriors halted their offensive in unison, turning their gazes towards him. The one in holy level armor lifted his metallic visor, revealing a weathered face. "Commander Chen, our failure in the Kyoto secret realm is our dereliction of duty. We now beseech your intervention." "Your words are heavy." Chen Chao waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. The emergence of a powerful being from the divine realm within the Kyoto secret realm was beyond the capacity of these extraordinary warriors to handle. As they withdrew to a safe distance, Chen Chao focused on the spatial passage above, leaping into the air and unleashing a powerful punch. Boom! The space trembled, sending ripples akin to water waves through the air. "You think sealing this spatial passage with the world's power will halt me?" The ancestral shaman of the witch tribe within the Kyoto secret realm had fused with the will of heaven and earth, able to manipulate the world's power at will to seal the passage, making it impossible for even an ordinary divine being to breach. Yet, Chen Chao was far from an ordinary divine being. With a deadly intent, he clenched his fist, unleashing the domain of destruction. It was as if the strength of an entire world was bestowed upon him, and with a mighty punch he struck. Boom! Not only was the seal of the spatial passage shattered, but the passage itself collapsed in an instant, forming a chaotic vortex resembling a black hole. Affected by the tumultuous currents of space, the extraordinary warriors appeared to sway as if they were being drawn into a colossal meat grinder. "Everyone, leave this place," Chen Chao commanded before plunging directly into the chaotic stream of space. The physique of an ordinary divine realm being can withstand the superficial cuts of shallow spatial turbulence. Yet Chen Chao's corporeal form far exceeds that of an ordinary divine being. Thus, the turbulence created by the collapse of the spatial passage could not harm him in the slightest. Within the secret realm of Kyoto, the earth was adorned with gray vegetation, while the sky seemed veiled by a haze. Hundreds of miles away from the spatial passage, a fierce battle was underway. 7 shamans hovered in the sky, each wielding a crimson battle flag. Together, these 7 flags formed a battle array with a diameter of 1 kilometer, encircling a group of humans. Abandon all hope. This is the life-bound artifact bestowed by our ancestral shaman, the soul-devouring banner. It is akin to a miniature domain, within which you are cut off from the energies of heaven and earth, and inevitably, you shall perish. The foremost shaman communicated telepathically. The ancestral shaman, having fused with the will of heaven and earth, attained divine status, and thus became the sovereign of this realm. After enduring humiliation for many years, the shamans were finally poised to reclaim their dignity. Within the array, the Xuanjia dragon turtle, golden feather, and great bear, 3 demon saints, could clearly sense their holy seal energy waning. Yet they persevered, valiantly resisting the spectral entities within the formation. Among them, Kara's complexion was ashen. Despite not relying on the power of the holy seal, indeed, She had not even condensed such a seal. Her formidable physical strength was a stark contrast to her relatively frail mental fortitude, rendering her vulnerable to the shaman's mastery of soul techniques. I should have heeded my brother's advice. I should have trained my mental strength more diligently. Kara clutched her head, enduring the relentless assaults from all directions. Yet she stubbornly straightened her back, her eyes emitting searing rays to repel the encroaching specters. Even without following Chen Chao's path of energy cultivation, Kara could hone her mental strength to offset her shortcomings, ensuring that her psyche would not become a liability. Although she and the Xuanjia dragon turtle had eradicated tens of thousands of specters, the formation was intrinsically linked to this realm, and countless souls of the deceased were continuously reconstituting, surging towards Kara and her companions. We must find a way to destroy those battle flags. Otherwise, we cannot hold out much longer. The Xuanjia dragon turtle transformed into a muscular elder, immediately discerning that the flags held by the shamans were the bridge connecting the formation to the heavens and the earth. If the flags were destroyed, the formation would collapse of its own accord. Golden Feather and Great Bear's faces turned pale. They comprehended the rationale, yet the battle had already reached its desperate conclusion. Just then, a tremendous roar emanated from the direction of the secret realm's entrance, followed by a thunderous cracking of the sky. A tremendous sound, reminiscent of a shattered sky, resonated from the horizon, drawing the attention of all present. A dark vortex emerged at the edge of the heavens, and a shadowy figure burst through the barriers of space. Stepping into this realm, it was the return of my brother. Kara finally exhaled in relief, suddenly feeling her headache diminish. The three demon saints, the mystical armored dragon tortoise and the golden feather giant bear, also rallied their spirits, fervently exerting their last vestiges of strength, determined to safeguard Kara until Chen Chao's arrival. Upon entering the Kyoto secret realm, Chen Chao immediately discerned the presence of Kara and her companions. Noticing that Kara, though ensnared, was relatively unharmed, he felt a slight alleviation of his worries. To Chen Chao, the hundreds of miles separating them seemed but a mere breath, as he tore through the fabric of space and materialized before Kara and the others. Human powerhouse, you have walked into your own demise. The Witch Clan's saints hastily activated the battle flags in their hands, causing the very essence of this realm to shift in accordance with their commands. My king, be cautious. They can manipulate space. The mystical armored dragon tortoise warned loudly. They were caught within this formation due to an unexpected spatial shift. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Although the reminder from the mystical armored dragon tortoise was hindered by the formation, Chen Chao still caught wind of his warning. In the next moment, Chen Chao felt the ground beneath him shift, as if forcibly moved by the very fabric of this world. Activating the laws of the world, this must be the handiwork of the Witch Clan's ancestors, Chen Chao speculated, particularly as he observed the battle flags wielded by the Witch Clan saints suspended in midair. If one were to liken the power of the laws to bullets, the Witch Clan's ancestor would be the gun, while the battle flags in the hands of these saints would be the triggers. These saints merely activated the laws of the world, akin to pulling the trigger of a firearm. It did not imply they truly wielded the power of the laws. Conversely, the ancestor of the Witch Clan did not possess the power of the world's laws per se. Rather, by consuming the will of the Kyoto secret realm, he had essentially chambered a bullet, borrowing the laws of this world. As Chen Chao pondered these matters, he too was drawn into the formation. The human stronghold is nothing but a facade. Let us slay them all, sacrificing their souls to the soul-devouring banner, and refining their flesh into corpses. The leading witch saint frantically urged the battle flag, unleashing a torrent of malevolent spirits that surged toward Chen Chao and his companions. Upon witnessing such a formidable swarm of spirits, Kara instinctively rushed over, clinging to Chen Chao. Forget the arduous training. I shall simply focus on being an ornament on my brother, she mused, casting aside her earlier ambitions. In contrast to Kara's carefree demeanor, the expressions of the mystical armored dragon tortoise and his companions darkened significantly. My king, this formation is exceedingly perilous. We shall self-destruct our sacred seals to breach the formation, the mystical armored dragon tortoise declared. Yet Chen Chao waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. Do they truly believe this feeble formation can confine me? As Chen Chao gazed upon the myriad of spectral souls looming ever closer, He shook his head and declared, "This formation merely emulates the power of domains. I possess the true domain." No sooner had his words left his lips than a barrage of silver lightning and a tempest of black energy erupted from his chest. Like a rapidly expanding force field, it surged forth with relentless ferocity, enveloping the entire realm. The terrifying silver bolts of lightning, each as thick as a tree trunk, obliterated the earth beneath them and annihilated the spectral souls, causing even the formation activated by the soul-devouring banner to shatter in that singular moment.